This man spent tens of billions of dollars to buy all kinds of survival supplies because he knew that the world would soon be plunged into an unprecedented apocalyptic catastrophe. Zombies wreaked havoc, glaciers descended, Zerg invaded, and alien beasts invaded, one disaster after another. Under these countless catastrophes, only 1 in 10 humans survived. As a player who had completed this Doomsday game before, he accidentally connected to the Aries Trial System and gained a precious preparation period before the disaster struck. With the help of the rewards from the system's sign-in, he created weapons and interstellar battleships of advanced civilization, easily killed mutant zombies and ancient beasts, and even built an indestructible shelter. While others were still struggling to survive in hunger and cold, he was already enjoying the freshly picked vegetables of the day. When the outside world was swept by severe cold and all living beings were wailing, his shelter was already as warm as spring. In the apocalypse filled with despair, he became the last line of defense, silently guarding the light of hope that human civilization would bloom again. Congratulations to Player 01 for completing the game. Do you want to continue? A thin young man stared at the prompt that popped up on his phone and clicked yes without hesitation. This young man's name was Jiangyu. He had just completed a post-apocalyptic survival game called Trial of Aries. In that game, players need to build shelters, open genetic locks, develop forces, and fight against the ensuing disasters, zombies, Zerg, and invasions of alien creatures. A year ago, this game suddenly and inexplicably appeared on Jiangyu's phone. Because of its high degree of freedom, Jiangyu did not choose to uninstall it immediately, but gradually became addicted to it. He played through a storyline that should have taken only 2 months, but it took him a full year. After a year of free development, Jiangyu finally defeated the alien forces and ascended to the throne of the galaxy's most powerful force. Just then, the game-ending notification appeared. Jiangyu, without hesitation, chose to continue playing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a successful choice. The Aries Trial System has begun binding. Ding! Binding successful, generating system panel. Host, Jiangyu, shelter level, none, strength, 8, spirit, 9, stamina, 11. System all now open. The sudden system prompt in his mind made Jiangyu suddenly jump up from the bed, his eyes filled with disbelief. Bah! A crisp slap sounded in the rental room. It hurts, this isn't a dream. Jiangyu rubbed his cheek and whispered to himself. Host, please note, the end of the game will come in a month. Please be prepared. The game is coming to the world? These words echoed repeatedly in Jiangyu's mind, and his brain suddenly crashed. He knew too well the apocalyptic scenes in this game. Meteorite impact, zombies rampant, Zerg invasion, and the arrival of strange beasts. Ultimately, even Blue Planet was destroyed, forcing Jiangyu to control the refuge and flee to other planets. System, are you saying the end is coming? He demanded, his voice filled with fear and doubt. Yes, host. Hiss. Jiangyu gasped, his face filled with shock. As if sensing his panic, the system spoke again. Host, don't panic. You can prepare for any future disasters by building a shelter. This sentence seemed to ignite hope in Jiangyu, and his eyes suddenly lit up. You mean the shelter in the game can also come to reality? He asked excitedly. As a completer of the game, Jiangyu was well aware of the power of the shelter. It was the culmination of advanced civilization. A level 2 shelter could survive a nuclear explosion unscathed. In the later stages of the game, he even built a 9th level shelter that was half the size of a blue planet. Thanks to it, he was able to continue the game after the destruction of the blue planet. Of course, Ding detected that the host hasn't signed in yet. Do you want to sign in for the first time? Sign in. Jiangyu responded without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a planetary shelter construction gift pack. Gift pack description. The host can use this gift pack to freely build an ideal shelter. The gift pack contains all the equipment and materials needed for construction. Awesome. The newbie gift pack is a level 2 shelter. With it, why should I be afraid of meteorite impacts or zombie apocalypses? Jiangyu muttered to himself excitedly. However, just when he was feeling excited, he suddenly caught sight of the word construction, and his expression froze. Wait, a construction package? Holy shit, I have to build it myself. With my tiny body, I need to build a shelter? Before he could finish his complaints, the system popped up another prompt. Ding. It was detected that the host has a novice gift pack. Do you want to claim it immediately? Get it. Jiangyu called out almost subconsciously. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning a newbie gift pack. Gift pack contents: 50 insect cores, 1 first-level civilization artificial intelligence Jarvis, and 200 second-level androids of all types. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Insect cores and artificial intelligence. These were the essential resources for the shelter's operation. Creating androids, upgrading equipment, and even operating the shelter depended on the energy of the insect cores. The combat capability of androids is even more powerful. A second-level android is equivalent to an elite warrior who has unlocked the second-level gene lock, especially the combat units, which can even be comparable to third-level strongmen. Unfortunately, the newbie gift pack doesn't include the corpse crystals that are most needed in the early stages of the apocalypse. After all, when a shelter is not at a high level, corpse crystals are crucial and are the key resource for the operation of various technologies. However, corpse crystals can only be obtained from zombies. Although there are many of them, it also means that they must be killed personally and their skulls open to extract them. This process is both dangerous and tedious. It seems that obtaining corpse crystals will become the top priority. Jiang Yu muttered to himself in thought. The Doomsday crisis is approaching, and the construction of the host's shelter is imminent. Please choose a drop-off location as soon as possible. The system's voice interrupted Jiang Yu's thoughts. Then, a complete 3D topographic map of the sea city appeared before him. Jiang Yu quickly turned his gaze to a nearby high-altitude valley. It was sparsely populated, far from the crowds, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only one road in and out. It was definitely the most ideal refuge location at the moment. Ding! The Level 2-star shelter has been successfully deployed, and the base has been constructed. Equipment and materials are in place, and the host is ready to start construction. The artificial intelligence has been activated and is connecting to the host. Connection has been successful. As soon as the system finished speaking, a loud rumbling noise suddenly erupted from the rarely visited valley deep in the mountains. But after just a few seconds, everything returned to silence. Aside from the presence of a large number of mysterious devices and structures within the valley, nothing else was noticeable. In just a few seconds, the valley underwent a drastic change, yet no one noticed. Just as Jiang Yu was getting excited about the system reward, a 3D projected face appeared on the phone screen, followed by a calm and gentle male voice. "Hello, sir. I am Jarvis, the artificial intelligence of the Star Shelter." Looking at the familiar virtual image on the screen, Jiang Yu was filled with emotion. Jarvis. This name was the one he gave to the smart butler when he first obtained a shelter in the game. Jarvis. The name itself represents intelligence, efficiency, and loyalty. Who wouldn't want to have such a butler? Jiang Yu never expected that in reality, Jarvis would also be materialized with the system. In the game, Jarvis is responsible for managing every aspect of the shelter. All matters that rely on electronic equipment are under his control. Jiang Yu is convinced that even in the real world, Jarvis can still handle everything. Sir, the most basic preparations for the shelter are complete. Please begin designing the construction blueprints immediately and dispatch personnel to implement the construction as soon as possible to prepare for the apocalyptic crisis in 1 month. Hearing this, Jiang Yu sat down and fell into a brief moment of contemplation. Time was running out, and he pondered for a long time before finally deciding to stick with the original shelter he had used in the game. The reason was simple: familiarity and confidence. After all, he'd successfully cleared the game with that setup. This was reality, and there was no room for error. Playing it safe was the best strategy. Jarvis, do you still remember the planetary configuration of the 9th level shelter in my game? Jiang Yu asked. Remember, sir, that's the optimal solution you painstakingly created after dozens of reboots. That's right. This isn't a game, so proceed with caution. A very wise decision, sir, a master worthy of my service. Jarvis immediately pulled up detailed information on the planetary shelter. Soon, a high-definition 3D model appeared before Jiang Yu, revealing the shelter's interior. Sir, to prevent you from forgetting key details, I'll check them one by one for you. The entire shelter is divided into 50 floors. Floors 1 to 3 are mechanical storage and maintenance areas. Floors 4 to 8 are military training areas, including ammunition depots and weapons manufacturing warehouses. The 9th floor is a hospital that can accommodate 1,000 people for medical treatment and is equipped with an intelligent diagnostic system. Floors 10 to 36 are residential areas, accommodating 45,000 people and equipped with all necessary living, working, and entertainment facilities. Floors 37 to 40 are used for material storage and cold storage. Floors 41 to 43 are scientific research bases, where elite talents can conduct various types of research. The 44th and 45th floors are for scientific research and elite rest areas. The 46th floor is for the cultivation chamber and construction area. The 47th and 48th floors are the core area of my army, equipped with energy systems, purification equipment, and 3 nuclear power plants. The 49th floor is your personal living area, a 10,000 square meter luxury villa, including the shelter's main control room. It has the highest authority and can accommodate hundreds of people. It is equipped with independent food, water circulation, and air purification systems. The 50th floor housed a nuclear-powered launch system, capable of achieving liftoff in conjunction with external devices. It also housed 2 weapon silos and 4 massive weapons depots. Jiang Yu carefully examined the 3D model and found it to be nearly identical to the configuration he remembered. Very good. Let's build according to this template. Jarvis, I have 200 androids now. Can we finish building it in half a month? He calculated that the disaster would strike in a month, and he had to reserve half a month to gather resources, so there were only 15 days left for construction. Time was very tight. Sir, the test results show that it's unrealistic to construct a complete 50-story shelter in 15 days with only 200 androids. According to estimates, at least 2,000 construction and repair androids, working at full capacity, are needed to complete the project. Hearing this number, Jiang Yu's face suddenly changed. The number of people needed to increase tenfold, but now there was no other choice. If the shelter wasn't completed on schedule, he would have no place to stand in the apocalypse. Jarvis, what resources are needed to create 2,000 construction-type androids? Sir, creating a second-level construction-type android consumes 100 corpse crystals. Based on your requirements, a total of approximately 180,000 corpse crystals are required. Jiang Yu's expression froze. Where did he get 180,000 corpse crystals? The only resource he had available was the insect cores, which were currently useless to the shelter. He immediately asked the system, can insect cores be exchanged for corpse crystals? The host can redeem it through the system mall. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, as if he saw a glimpse of hope. He quickly opened the system mall, and after a simple search, he saw the exchange rate. Each insect core could be exchanged for 10,000 first-level corpse crystals. Jiang Yu's face lit up with joy upon seeing this line of text. With 50 insect cores on hand, theoretically, they could be exchanged for 500,000 level 1 corpse crystals, far more than he needed at the moment. System, exchange for 200,000 corpse crystals. Ding! 20 insect cores were consumed and successfully exchanged for 200,000 level 1 corpse crystals. The current number of insect cores remaining is 30. After completing the exchange, Jiang Yu immediately asked, Jarvis, where is the specific address of the shelter? Sir, the refuge is located 20 kilometers northeast of High City, nestled in a valley surrounded by mountains. The terrain is strategic and well-defended, making it an ideal location. With only a month left until the apocalypse, Jiang Yu wasted no time and immediately took a taxi to the shelter. After all, the real preparations had only just begun. After a while, Jiang Yu finally arrived at the valley Jarvis had pointed out. The valley before me was identical to the layout in the 3D map, surrounded by mountains and led only by a road roughly wide enough for 3 trucks to pass side by side. The dense forests and fresh air, along with the rugged terrain, made it a natural refuge. Walking along the driveway, Jiang Yu saw a large, dilapidated iron gate with a mottled "No Entry" sign hanging on it, and circles of high-voltage electric grids wrapped around the outside. Jarvis easily opened the iron gate through the remote control system. Jiang Yu quickly stepped through the door and saw the initial appearance of the shelter facilities within the valley. Several helipads and parking spaces were already located around the square in the valley. In the center of the open square, a pile of large equipment used for shelter construction was neatly arranged. Opposite the large iron gate, a massive stone gate stood like a guardian deity. Jiang Yu stood in front of the stone gate, took a deep breath, and then ordered Jarvis to open it. Welcome home, sir. With a roar, the stone gate slowly opened, revealing the true appearance of its interior. Although Jiang Yu already had a galaxy-traveling 9th-level shelter in the game, it was only a virtual world after all. But this second-level shelter before him, even if it was just the most basic, was real, something he could touch and step into. Witnessing such a sci-fi scene, a sense of shock and unreality washed over him. The moment Jiang Yu stepped through the stone door, the overhead light strips lit up one after another, illuminating the entire shelter. A towering dome stood above. Jiang Yu was familiar with its sturdiness. This dome alone was strong enough to withstand a direct hit from multiple nuclear bombs. However, what lay before Jiang Yu was an empty expanse. This was the first level of the shelter, supposedly a storage and repair area for mechanical equipment, the first line of defense for combat equipment. Yet, it remained a blank canvas, unactivated. Jiang Yu observed this familiar yet unfamiliar environment as he stepped into the central area and arrived at his own dedicated elevator. This is part of the shelter's infrastructure, providing direct access to any floor. He also has over a dozen elevators and freight elevators of varying sizes nearby, all providing quick access to various areas of the shelter. Go to the 44th floor, Jiang Yu whispered. Yes, sir, Jarvis replied. The elevator then began to descend rapidly. Jiang Yu peered through the guardrails and saw the floors zooming past, one after another, like a fleeting glimpse of a flower. Although the floors weren't yet complete, the zoning and spatial layout were already clear. As the elevator door slowly opened, Jiang Yu walked out onto the empty 44th floor. After looking around, he immediately gave the order. System, summon 200 androids and immediately began constructing the android cultivation chamber. Then, create 1,800 construction and repair androids as quickly as possible. Okay, host. As soon as the system responded, 200 androids of all types appeared before Jiang Yu. Under Jarvis' precise command, these androids divided their work, some heading to the first floor to collect equipment, while others began dividing areas and building structures. Just as Jiang Yu was lost in shock, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that the class group chat was already flooded with messages, with over 999 unread messages, several of which specifically mentioned him. I clicked on it and saw that several classmates were discussing where to go for the holiday. With the spring festival still a month away, for a group of college students with mediocre grades, there was plenty of free time. At this moment in the group, Deputy Squad Leader Sun Tianming was showing off in a high-profile manner. He had booked a luxury private room in paradise and emphasized that he spent 59,999 yuan and used his connections to get it done. His words revealed a strong sense of showing off. The group chat erupted in praise, with several classmates and instructors chiming in, creating a lively atmosphere. Sun Tianming took the opportunity to invite his classmates still in High City to the event, claiming he wanted to broaden their horizons and expose them to the world. He even mentioned the campus beauty, Yining Shuang, several times to attend. But Yining Shuang remained silent. Over time, many people, fed up with this display of wealth, chose to remain silent, leaving Sun Tianming to chatter in the group chat. Jiang Yu glanced at the messages briefly, finding them boring. He casually replied, "No," and prepared to turn off his phone. The world was about to end, and the shelter hadn't been built yet. How could he have the time to attend such a gathering? Besides, he had no close relationship with these people to begin with. A simple misunderstanding had ruined Sun Tianming's confession, and he had harbored a grudge, manipulating the entire class to isolate Jiang Yu, causing him to fall into depression. Even worse, Sun Tianming bribed the counselor to deliberately make things difficult for Jiang Yu during the final exam, repeatedly sending him scores just below the passing line. If Yining Shuang hadn't intervened, Jiang Yu might have failed and wouldn't have received his diploma. At this moment, Jiang Yu didn't care how isolated he was. In another month, the apocalypse would arrive, with meteorites, viruses, and zombies arriving one after another. Forget about gatherings. Even the existence of the school would become uncertain. However, at this moment, Yining Shuang, who had been lurking for a long time, suddenly spoke up. "I'm not going either. And since we're all classmates, I suggest you don't go to the party. Move to the basement as soon as possible, stock up on a few months' worth of supplies, and hide quietly. The end may really be coming." As soon as she said this, the entire class group fell silent. "Class monitor, you're kidding, right? There's no such thing as a doomsday. This isn't a movie, right? Class monitor, where did you read that joke?" The group instantly erupted in controversy, with everyone questioning her words and unable to accept them. After all, the phrase "the end of the world" sounds like a fairy tale. Faced with the questioning, Yining Shuang didn't argue, but calmly replied, "Believe it or not, my family has already prepared a large amount of supplies. I can't go into further details, but I've said what I need to say." After saying this, she also attached several photos, including pictures of material warehouses, power generation equipment, water purification systems, etc., to add some credibility to her words. Chapter 4. The Truth About the Disaster. In the picture, a huge warehouse is neatly stacked with various brands of instant noodles, canned food, and biscuits. There are also tons of rice, clean water, and a huge cold storage that takes up an entire corner, which is obviously filled with frozen food. Some discerning people even noticed that armed security personnel were patrolling in the video. At that moment, everyone finally realized that this was not a prank, but a real scene. The chat group erupted in excitement. No way. Is this really the end of the world if it's fake? Why didn't the authorities announce it? Various voices of doubt rose one after another. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu stared at the familiar name on the screen, a complex emotion welling up in his heart. Yining Shuang, the mysterious woman, once again knew something that no one else knew. Her suitor, Sun Tianming, was from a family that owned a nationwide supermarket chain and had assets worth over $1 billion. But even such an arrogant and domineering rich second generation had to bow his head in front of Yining Shuang and dared not be presumptuous in the slightest. Otherwise, with his temper, how could he have held back until his last year of college to muster up the courage to confess? Now, looking at the pictures she sent and the security-equipped warehouse, Jiang Yu was even more certain that what she knew was far from simple. Squad Leader Yi, I owe you a favor for what happened at the end of the semester. If you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me in the group chat. Jiang Yu sent this message, feeling quite serious. Although she had been ostracized in the beginning, she had helped him overcome his difficulties and successfully obtained his credits. He remembered this kindness, and now he was no longer the isolated, poor student. With the shelter system in hand, he was confident he could survive even if the apocalypse truly came. Yining Shuang saw his message and simply replied with a thank you, then said nothing more. She probably didn't think Jiang Yu could help her. However, she never imagined that one day in the future, she would be extremely grateful for Jiang Yu's message today. Unfortunately, this message also made Jiang Yu a new laughingstock. Sun Tianming immediately jumped out of the group chat. Haha, a poor orphan boy wants to help the school beauty? I'm dying of laughter. Then, several followers began to chime in. You can't even take care of yourself, and you still want to be a savior? Without Squad Leader Yi, you wouldn't even be able to graduate, right? When the apocalypse comes, you'll just be cannon fodder. Their words sparked a commotion, and the group chat became lively again, but this time, the focus was on mocking Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu glanced at the screen and turned off his phone expressionlessly. If he hadn't had Yining Shuang's friend contact information, he would have left the group long ago. Jarvis, it seems that the news of the apocalypse has already spread. He had originally planned to wait until the shelter was stable before having the system release anonymous intelligence to give the authorities a hint. Unexpectedly, it now appears that the authorities have already begun taking action. Jarvis' voice came from the headset, calm and rational. Yes, sir. In fact, a year ago, China detected a meteorite flying towards the blue planet. Based on its size and speed, if it falls, the entire planet will be destroyed. After urgent consultations among the top leaders of various countries, 5 megaton nuclear bombs were launched a month ago in the hope of breaking the meteorite off its course. Jiang Yu frowned. Sounds like a futile effort. Indeed, sir. Although the nuclear bomb shattered the meteorite, several fragments remained on their original trajectory, still targeting the blue planet. Subsequent interception attempts all failed. As a result, countries began to shift to post-disaster preparedness. Officials secretly established temporary shelters in major cities and stockpiled large quantities of supplies and equipment. Meanwhile, some high-ranking officials and wealthy individuals also secretly built private shelters in preparation for the impending disaster. After hearing this, Jiang Yu sighed slightly. It seemed they had already prepared a retreat. Jarvis replied solemnly, "But sir, you need not worry. Compared to those temporary shelters, your system shelter is the product of a more advanced civilization. Once built, it will be safe even from a meteorite impact." Jiang Yu chuckled softly. But they don't know that the real terror isn't the meteorite itself. It's the cosmic virus it carries. Once that virus spreads, humanity will be infected and transformed into zombies. That will be the true end of the world. After saying this, Jiang Yu's eyes grew determined. Now, he had only one thing to do. Complete the construction of the shelter before disaster struck. Time ticked by. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed, and Jiang Yu once again arrived at the 44th floor of the shelter. The scene before him was completely different. The once empty space had been transformed by 200 androids into a neatly organized android manufacturing facility. The pristine white walls reflected a cool light, giving it a distinctly technological feel. Jarvis' voice rang out again. "Sir, the manufacturing facility is fully completed. It can produce 500 level 2 androids at a time, and the construction cycle is 1 day." Jiang Yu nodded and invested 180,000 corpse crystals without hesitation. The hatch slowly closed, the robotic arm began to operate, and the lights inside flickered as everything entered high-speed construction mode. In just 1 day, 500 construction and repair androids would be created. Jiang Yu watched all this unfold, finally feeling a sense of peace of mind. He turned and ordered, "Jarvis, have them start building from the bottom up. Prioritize the control room, weapons depot, nuclear power plant, research lab, biological storage, and cryogenic storage. These core areas must be completed ahead of time to store subsequent supplies." "Understood, sir. All units have been assigned to construction. Will the androids produced later also be included in the construction?" Jiang Yu thought for a moment, then said firmly, "Of course. The sooner the shelter is built, the better." "Okay, sir, the order has been issued." Chapter 5. Space gradually fills up. Weapons production. After initially arranging the shelter's construction plan, the androids each got busy, their work clearly divided and their movements efficient. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu began to ponder another thorny issue: how to raise the money to fill the shelter's warehouse. According to the data from Jarvis's model, the shelter's storage capacity is enormous. The amount of supplies needed to fill the warehouse is enormous, and the funding gap is also not to be underestimated. Jiang Yu thought about it, and finally decided to use the most direct and effective method to solve this problem. He had Jarvis use the system's high-tech capabilities to impersonate someone else and place orders directly with major manufacturers. As for the payment issue, Jiang Yu didn't intend to worry about it all. Money on the internet was just a string of numbers. A little manipulation and altering the data would be enough. Besides, the end of the world was coming in a month, so whether the money could be withdrawn by then would be irrelevant. So, under Jarvis's system operation, many material suppliers, material factories, and steel companies near High City received huge orders from their major customer, Mr. Jia. Jarvis required them to complete the shipment within 5 days. The price was negotiable, and any increase was acceptable, as long as the goods were delivered on time and with guaranteed quality. The reason for the 5-day deadline was that the storage warehouse inside the shelter was still under construction and couldn't receive the goods immediately. Faced with this large order, the manufacturers dared not neglect it at all. Even with the spring festival approaching, they had to work overtime and do their best to cope with it. After all, such a large order does not come every day, so everyone's enthusiasm was naturally stimulated. After completing this batch of orders, Jiang Yu thought about the future operation of the shelter. He asked Jarvis to continue contacting agricultural product merchants in the province. He needed to purchase various meats, vegetables, and flower seeds, and also to provide forklifts and trucks for easy handling and transportation. Just as these orders were issued, 3 days had already passed. During these 3 days, the newly constructed android production facility had successfully produced 1,500 construction and repair androids. The core functional areas of the shelter's 40th to 50th floors were essentially complete, with the remaining details to be refined later. The goods Jiang Yu had ordered also began arriving, and the square quickly filled up. Forklifts, trucks, pickup trucks, and loaders were all readily available, all brought directly from nearby provinces, delivering them with exceptional efficiency. When the delivery men arrived at the valley, they were amazed by the huge helipad and parking area, but no one commented, and they quickly left after completing their deliveries. Various materials also continued to arrive, with dozens of truckloads of fabric, steel, ore, and plastic products entering the valley almost every day. Fortunately, the androids were incredibly efficient. While they were building the shelter, they quickly sorted and moved supplies into the building. As all this progressed in an intense and orderly manner, Jiang Yu officially moved into the command area on the bottom floor of the shelter, beginning his career as a Doomsday commander. 2 days later, Jiang Yu rose from his bed and signed in as usual. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving 1,000 corpse crystals. Looking at the rewarded corpse crystals, he sighed helplessly. In 5 days, he had signed in a total of 6,000 corpse crystals. While it was better than nothing, it was definitely not enough. He brushed his teeth and prepared for breakfast, but the valley was already bustling with activity. Hurry up and unload the cargo. Come on, unload the cargo. Is anyone here to receive the cargo? 1,000 tons of rice arrived. Who's going to move these 500 tons of pork? Hurry up and sign for them. Truck after truck, laden with supplies, filed into the valley, unloading and immediately exiting, replaced by the next truck, ensuring efficient turnover. Especially after the storage floor was completed, Jarvis arranged for the supplies to be quickly sorted by type, with combat androids also assisting with the handling. After dinner, Jiangyu came to the control room to check on the supplies over the past few days. Jarvis, how much supplies have been delivered in the past 3 days? Sir, the supplies currently delivered account for 1/3 of the total purchase amount. The shipment includes 20,000 tons of rice, 10,000 tons of pork, 8,000 tons each of beef, chicken, duck, and fish, 3,000 tons of frozen vegetables, 3,000 tons of dried fruit, 500 tons of fruit and vegetable seeds, and emergency medicines, clothing, and medical equipment. Once fully delivered, it is expected to provide 3 years of care for 200,000 people. Listening to the data reported by Jarvis, Jiangyu looked at the storage floor piled high with goods, and a strong sense of security rose in his heart. In the apocalypse, combat power is not everything. The ability to fill your stomach is what truly saves your life. Now, he is taking concrete action to build a fortress of survival. More importantly, these supplies are only strategic reserves. The real daily supply still depends on the breeding and planting areas within the shelter to achieve self-sufficiency. These areas are all supported by Level 3 civilization technology. Vegetables can be harvested every 2 or 3 days, and some can even be harvested several times a day. Chickens and ducks in the breeding areas can mature in half a month, and pigs, cattle, and sheep can reach edible standards in 2 months with nutritional training. After all, no matter how much you stockpile, it will eventually run out. The only sustainable solution is to establish an internal circulation system. Jiangyu also had a plan. After we resettle the residents, we can send those family members without professional skills to the agricultural areas. The androids have more important tasks to perform, and we can't waste them on tasks that can be done by human labor. Jarvis immediately responded, "Understood, sir. Personnel arrangements will be planned according to your instructions first." Chapter 6. Subsequent development of the breeding area. Jiangyu looked at the gradually improving shelter before him and made up his mind. Anyone who could come here, even if they had no special skills, had to be at least somewhat useful, even if it was just mopping the floor. He didn't want to have a bunch of useless people in a shelter who only knew how to eat, drink, and poop. Jarvis nodded in understanding and quickly began to follow the instructions. Jiangyu then asked to review the layout of the entire breeding area and had Jarvis project the relevant images. The projection showed the breeding areas clearly, with each section clearly distributed. Some areas already had baby animals. Common livestock like chickens, ducks, cows, sheep, and pigs had already been arranged, with some empty areas reserved for future expansion. However, Jiangyu frowned at the 2 special breeding areas in the corner, where rats and cockroaches were being raised. He recalled the energy blocks he had eaten in the game, which were made from a mixture of these small creatures. The thought still made him feel sick, but he also knew that, while disgusting, this food might be the only source of survival in a doomsday environment. Cockroaches, in particular, would eat almost anything and reproduce remarkably rapidly, effectively acting as an ecological regulator for the shelter's food waste. If the household waste of 100,000 people were left untreated, it would sooner or later become a disaster. These little creatures could help achieve a virtuous cycle. After ensuring the farming system was functioning properly, Jiangyu turned his attention to the weapons area. To survive in the shelter, besides food and drink, life-saving equipment was essential. He had previously assigned combat androids to work on the manufacture of firearms, and now it was time to see how they progressed. "Jarvis, how's the weapons area doing?" Jiangyu asked. Jarvis immediately switched the projection to show a real-time view of the weapons manufacturing area. There were currently 5 production lines, capable of producing automatic pistols, submachine guns, heavy machine guns, grenades, and cold weapons. Ammunition production is limited by material shortages, but firearms production remains stable, with 5,000 pistols, 1,000 heavy machine guns, and 3,000 submachine guns currently produced. In addition, 5,000 Nepalese knives are produced. However, due to material shortages, the production of throwing weapons and special equipment is currently unavailable. Specialized ammunition, such as energy cannons and laser guns, required quartz crystals to power high-tech weapons. But these weren't yet available. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment, then ordered the expedited supply of ammunition materials. The guns couldn't be left as mere decoration. He also mobilized 10 insect cores to exchange for quartz crystals to fill the energy gap for advanced weapons. I can live without food, but without weapons, I'm truly doomed, Jiang Yu muttered to himself. These ordinary firearms are enough to deal with the zombies in the early stages of the apocalypse. Once the situation worsens, it won't be too late to switch to advanced equipment. Jarvis responded quickly, and everything was arranged. Jiang Yu turned off the projection and glanced at the calendar, his heart sinking. Only 20 days remained until the apocalypse. Judging by the current progress, the shelter construction could be completed before the apocalypse, and the plan for collecting supplies will be largely on track. As for the insect cores, Jiang Yu decided to keep some for now. After all, there were still unforeseen circumstances, so it was always wise to have some hidden gems in reserve. After making all the necessary arrangements, he spent the next few days in a state of quiet waiting. The shelter's various systems operated smoothly. Starting the next day, the number of transport vehicles entering the valley increased significantly, with large quantities of supplies continuously arriving. Each truckload of supplies was meticulously sorted and stored, and the shelter's storage space became increasingly limited. At the same time, the area requiring construction is shrinking, and the project is essentially entering its final stages. The arsenal is operating 24/7, producing a wide variety of weapons to replenish its inventory. Jiang Yu quipped, "My fear of firepower must be cured." His goal was to fill his entire arsenal, never letting ammunition become a shortage. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed, and many people were still preparing for the spring festival. They were still immersed in the joy of the festival, unaware that disaster was about to strike. By this point, Jiang Yu's shelter had begun to take shape, with the basic construction complete, leaving only the finishing touches. The 3-story storage area was packed to the brim. Even the aisles were nearly crammed. The armory was in an equally dire state. Even the door couldn't be closed, and guns and ammunition piled high. Not to mention the numerous high-performance weapons forged from quartz crystals, all of them heavy weaponry specifically for apocalypse. Jiang Yu had also armed all combat-capable androids to the teeth, fully armored from head to toe, with firepower comparable to that of an elite unit. These androids were incredibly capable individually, easily destroying a 3-story building. As the meteorite approached the blue planet, local governments were grappling with the question of whether to disclose the truth to the public. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu completed all construction tasks in less than a month. By the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, 5 days before the spring festival, the final batch of supplies had been collected. Chapter 7, Chaos Continues. Final warning. What pleased Jiang Yu most was that everything was ready several days ahead of schedule. This gave him ample time to address the remaining matters and avoid missing any details. During this time, he fully activated all the shelter's defense systems, and all facilities were fully operational. The combat androids had already assembled, waiting only for his command to rush to various areas to carry out his orders. At this moment, Jarvis' voice sounded, reminding him, "Sir, the shelter is now complete. Please name it." Jiang Yu was slightly startled. Then he remembered that this matter had not yet been dealt with. He recalled the original setting of the game. The sanctuary was humanity's last refuge, the hope for the continuation of civilization. Now that reality and virtuality had merged, he said, "Let's call it the Flame Sanctuary." Passing the torch, forging ahead. I may not be the founder of a new world, but at least I am its guardian. It was the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, and the cold wind was biting. The festive atmosphere should have been growing stronger. But on this day, almost simultaneously, every electronic device in the world popped up a bombshell announcement. This announcement completely shattered the festive atmosphere, bringing unprecedented shock and panic. The authorities had finally released the true information about the meteorite impact. The host solemnly announced, "The entire nation has entered a Level 9 hazard alert." A year ago, a super-large meteorite numbered BYZ-12138 slammed into the planet at high speed. Although global efforts successfully destroyed the main meteorite, 2 massive fragments still hurtled toward Earth. Furthermore, if all subsequent interception efforts fail, they will crash into the planet in 5 days, on New Year's Eve. This could trigger massive earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and even crustal shifts with disastrous consequences. Officials are also urging everyone to stockpile clean water, food, and essential supplies. At the same time, temporary shelters were set up across the country, prioritizing residents facing financial hardship. The state also issued a solemn statement. The law remains in effect, and anyone who exploits this opportunity to commit crimes will be severely punished. Following the release of this news, the nation was in uproar. People flooded social networks with panic, discontent, and complaints. What the hell is this? I'm already home making dumplings, and the world is about to end? Oh my God! The new year is already tight, and now the earth crashes. What a calamity! Damn it! My wallet is empty, my mind is dead. Am I just gonna die? Supermarkets were packed, and lines for supplies stretched in circles. In some places, clashes even broke out. Roads were clogged with traffic as countless people tried to leave the city and return to their hometowns. However, many were skeptical, believing it was all hype or just another example of alarmism. Many still believed the government would provide a safety net, preventing starvation, and that they could simply wait and see. Meanwhile, Jianyu quietly released, through Jarvis, the intelligence he had prepared about the cosmic virus and zombie crisis, following the news. He hoped to give the world a shot in the arm. Even if it couldn't change the outcome, it could at least reduce casualties. This news immediately exploded online, sparking even more intense discussion and panic. However, without official approval, the rumor was quickly debunked. Many people online began to curse, condemning the attempt to capitalize on the hype and create panic. Others commented, "At this time, and still people are using the end of the world as a joke? How cruel!" Officials quickly intervened, investigating the source of the leak, but surprisingly, they couldn't find it. Even some insiders began to suspect there might be more to the story. Those with pre-existing intelligence channels quietly began accelerating their preparations. Elsewhere, Jianyu was checking the class chat. Many classmates were debating the authenticity of the news, and some even called him out, accusing him of spreading fake news. Are you crazy? Pulling off this kind of attention-grabbing stunt at this time? You're just trying to unleash chaos. People like you deserve to be banned. However, some people are starting to admire Yi, the school beauty who made the announcement a few weeks ago. Did you notice? What you said was true. She actually knew about this 2 weeks in advance. Honestly, my family just listened to her and stocked up early. My dad didn't believe it at first, but now the warehouse is overflowing with instant noodles and mineral water. Thanks to Yi. The speaker was Sun Tianming, who also posted a series of photos of supplies. Instant noodles shaped like a mountain, water like a reservoir. The group chat immediately erupted in excitement, with many students pleading, "Big brother, please help. My family only managed 1 bag of rice." Another lamented, "As expected of a family that owns a supermarket chain, they're incredibly well prepared." Sun Tianming added with a smile, "Actually, anyone with even a slight connection knew about this a month ago. We were the last to find out." The truly wealthy had already prepared their own private shelters. Those places were not only safe, but also guarded by dedicated personnel. They didn't have to worry about the apocalypse coming. Chapter 8. Various reactions to the disaster. Sun Tianming then addressed the group chat. "My family learned of the news a month ago and began preparing long ago. At this critical juncture, don't hesitate any longer. Stocking up on supplies is crucial." He also advised everyone to return to their hometowns in the countryside, if possible, and if they couldn't, to move to a basement with their defenses. After all, there's news that many wealthy individuals and high-ranking officials have already stockpiled vast amounts of resources. Judging from their expressions, they clearly don't expect this disaster to end anytime soon. The students, who had previously been clinging to a sense of optimism, suddenly became more alert. Yining Shuang, making a rare appearance, addressed the group, saying, "Everyone, we really need to take this seriously. Every day is crucial right now." Then, she fell silent again. As the news broke, many students panicked and began looking for support. A few quick-witted students immediately asked, "Class monitor, vice monitor, your family is so well prepared. Can you take us in? We can pay." With one person taking the lead, others followed suit, each one trying to curry favor with someone powerful enough. Sun Tianming readily agreed, saying, "No problem. My basement is quite large. While the conditions aren't comfortable, it's definitely enough to keep me alive." Seeing Sun Tianming's generous agreement, the group chat immediately became lively, with everyone expressing their gratitude. But someone else thought of Jiangyu. Jiangyu, what about you? I remember you were in High City too. Right, you're not going to cancel this time. Are you? It's the end of the world. Why aren't you coming for refuge? It was Sun Tianming who said this. He sneered as he typed, Come on, Jiangyu. I'll definitely treat you well. Unexpectedly, Jiangyu quickly replied, No, I don't need to live in the basement. I have a place here. He then took a photo of his own place and posted it to the group chat. The room was spacious and bright, evidently at least 100 square meters, and the decor was incredibly luxurious. The group chat erupted in excitement. Is this your house? Wasn't Jiangyu a poor student? How could he be so arrogant? Just as everyone was still in shock, Sun Tianming jumped in with a sneer. Stop kidding. This photo is obviously photoshopped. Jiangyu, are you kidding me? Following Sun Tianming's lead, the group immediately chimed in. Suddenly, Jiangyu was bombarded with sarcasm and accusations. Jiangyu took in the expressions of the group, but remained calm. He typed a message. Whether this is photoshopped or not, you'll know for yourself in a few days. Just a reminder, it's best not to go to the official refugee camps. When a zombie apocalypse strikes, survive alone if possible. Protect your belongings and don't trust anyone for help. Even a neighbor could be a source of infection. After saying this, he immediately closed the Penguin group, wasting no more time. He had done his best. Whether they wanted to listen or not was their own business. Even though Jiangyu had left, the group's cynicism continued. It was hilarious. He believed fake news. He was completely crazy. He was cold-blooded and selfish. In times of disaster, we should help each other. After this, the group echoed again, as if they were enthusiastically working together to help each other. Jiangyu wanted to continue checking the shelter's preparations, but his phone suddenly rang. It was a call. He picked it up and heard a familiar old laugh. Jiang boy, it's the end of the world. Want to come and take shelter with me? Jiangyu couldn't help but smile when he heard the voice. No need, Grandpa Chun. I've arranged everything well. If you need anything, just give me a call, and I'll be there right away. The person on the other end of the line also smiled and responded, You're still the same kid, so I won't force you. Feel free to contact me if you need any help. After hanging up, Jiangyu muttered softly, This old man's phone is from the old professor who sponsored Jiangyu's college education, Grandpa Chun. Jiangyu, an orphan, had earned admission to High City's premier university on his own, but was about to drop out due to the high tuition. It was then that he accidentally bought something for Professor Chun, and upon learning the truth, the old man offered to help him complete his studies. Although Jiangyu only knew the man's surname, Chun, and his contact information consisted of phone number and WeChat, he always remembered the favor. He didn't see the need to inquire further. He would repay the favor sooner or later. Elsewhere, in a luxurious manor on the outskirts of High City, the manor was surrounded by lush vegetation. Countless black-clad bodyguards guarded every corner, and infrared surveillance was everywhere. After passing through layers of security, they arrived at an antique-style room. A young girl in a pale yellow dress stood behind an elderly man, gently massaging his shoulders. Grandpa, Jiangyu still doesn't want to come? The girl asked softly, her brows furrowed. The old man sighed. Yes, that boy is still so stubborn. The girl obviously didn't understand. He's just a poor boy. Why do you always think so highly of him, Grandpa? The old man looked ahead, his tone gentle but firm. Girl, you'll understand later. Some people, from the first sight of them, know that they are destined to be extraordinary. If someone like Jiang you can seize the opportunity, he will surely soar to the sky in the future. Now that the end of the world is approaching, it is the time to break the deadlock. Perhaps in the future, our Chun family will have to rely on him. After hearing this, the girl still had a look of disapproval in her eyes. Look up to him, how is that possible? But the boy's stubborn eyes involuntarily emerged in her mind, and she lingered for a long time. Chapter 9. The beginning of the meteorite fall disaster. After hanging up on Professor Chun, Jiangyu looked through his phone's address book again and found the person he hadn't contacted for 6 months. The call was quickly connected, and a tired female voice came from the other end. Hello? Is this Xiaoyu? Hearing the familiar voice, Jiangyu's expression softened, and his tone became more tender. It's me, Aunt Zhang. How are you doing recently? I'm fine, you kid. You haven't called me in half a year. Jiangyu smiled. I'm fine, Aunt Zhang. How are you doing over there? It's not peaceful lately. Aunt Zhang was silent for a moment. I've seen the news too. I don't know how serious it is, but we've already started stockpiling supplies. How are you doing over there? Jiangyu nodded. I've already made arrangements here. I have a safe place. Aunt Zhang, why don't you come over too? I have enough space here. We can accommodate the entire orphanage. Zhang Ma shook her head. No need. We have hundreds of people here, including teachers and children. We can take care of ourselves. Besides, the government is nearby. They won't ignore the orphanage. You're the only one here. If you can't hold on any longer, come back. We don't have much, but we won't let you starve. Of course, you'll have to work when you get here. Jiang Yu smiled. Okay, I'll remember that. Without further ado, he added, I've transferred some money to you. Use it to buy supplies. You can't afford to be without money right now. Before Aunt Zhang could reply, a busy tone rang out from the other end of the line. Meanwhile, inside the Sunshine Orphanage in Qing City, a frail, middle-aged woman stared at her disconnected phone and shook her head helplessly. This kid is such a worry. Just as she finished, the staff member next to her suddenly called out, Look, Aunt Zhang, there's an extra $1 million in our account. What? Startled, Aunt Zhang stood up, staring blankly at her phone for a long moment, then sighed softly. Xiao Yu, don't do anything stupid. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yu also revealed a hint of melancholy. Aunt Zhang, whose full name was Zhang Susu, was the director of the Sunshine Orphanage. It was she who took Jiang Yu into the orphanage when he was 4 or 5 years old and raised him until he was admitted to university. He had originally wanted to attend university in Qing City, as it was closer, but Aunt Zhang insisted that he go to a key university in High City, saying she would find a way to raise tuition. But the orphanage was already struggling financially. The expenses of supporting dozens of children, staff, and volunteers were already substantial. Unable to bear the added burden, Jiang Yu initially considered abandoning the project. However, if he hadn't met Professor Chun, who funded his efforts, he might have already been working to make ends meet. He had long considered moving the entire orphanage into the shelter, but Mother Zhang refused. He had no choice but to do his best, initially sending the money to at least ensure they had adequate food and water. The orphanage's underground warehouse was quite large and close to government offices, making it relatively safe. Time flew by, and 5 days later, it was the Lunar New Year. But the entire city was devoid of any festive atmosphere. Instead, a pervasive tension and anxiety filled the air. People hid in what they considered the safest corners, awaiting the arrival of disaster. Jiang Yu, meanwhile, sat in his spacious, brightly lit private room. Lobster, steak, abalone, and lamb on the table. He sipped juice and red wine, staring at the massive surveillance screen before him. The screen displayed the official real-time countdown to the meteorite impact. Although Jarvis was merely the shelter's AI steward, as a level 3 civilization, intrusion into the systems of countries around the world was a piece of cake. Finally, the countdown reached 0. The screen instantly switched to a global live broadcast, showing 2 meteorites as massive as mountains, hurtling through the atmosphere at high speed. The intense heat and friction scorched their surfaces red. Simultaneously, the cosmic virus hidden within the stones quietly spread through the air. Undeterred by the intense heat, the virus drifted directly onto the air currents, reaching every corner of the world. Moments later, the meteorites plunged into the depths of the Pacific Ocean. The collision triggered a chain reaction. Active submarine volcanoes erupted violently, and a massive tsunami struck neighboring countries at terrifying speed. Waves tens of meters high instantly engulfed coastal cities, sweeping countless people into the sea. Seismic waves rippled across the globe, and buildings collapsed like dominoes, crushing countless lives. The earth cracked, fissures as wide as canyons, and vehicles, buildings, and even entire city blocks collapsed one after another. Mountains shattered, the earth's crust fractured, volcanoes erupted, dust and ash filled the sky, and the sky darkened completely. This disaster lasted only half an hour, but it plunged the entire blue planet into a deathly silence. At this moment, even the high-level shelter where Jiang Yu was staying began to shake slightly. You know, this shelter isn't even nuclear-proof. The fact that it's still shaking shows the terrifying power of this impact. Half an hour later, the shaking gradually subsided. Jiang Yu sat in front of a large screen displaying surveillance footage from the main areas of High City. However, due to the disaster, most of the cameras have been destroyed, leaving only a few still transmitting images. Even these images depict horrifying devastation. Some, trapped beneath the rubble, wailed in agony. Others instantly reduced to a pool of blood and flesh. Others stood on the devastated streets, gazing bewilderedly at the scene, as if still twitching from a nightmare. Others desperately dug through the rubble, trying to rescue their loved ones trapped beneath. Some roared angrily at the sky, but all they could see was a blanket of gray volcanic dust, the sun long gone. Jiangyu spoke in a deep voice. "Jarvis, please report on the impact." Jarvis quickly responded, "Sir, according to real-time statistics, the disaster caused by this impact is extremely severe. Coastal areas and some island nations were hit hardest, with large areas of cities completely submerged. Preliminary estimates put the death rate at over 70%. Chapter 10. Rescue begins critical moment. Although the meteorite crashed mainly along the coast, the inland areas were not spared. Earthquakes and crustal shifts destroyed almost all cities, with the damage rate reaching 90%. With communications cut off and water and electricity supplies cut off, people fell into complete isolation and darkness, as if thrown into an abyss with no exit. Although the authorities have organized a rescue team, the rescue progress is extremely slow due to the continued aftershocks and the risk of building collapse. Many people waiting for rescue may die in the next earthquake or collapsed buildings before they even reach the rescue team. What's even more deadly is that when a meteorite passes through the atmosphere at high speed, the surface friction temperature exceeds 1,600 degrees, directly burning through the outer shell. The cosmic virus carried inside has now spread to the entire blue planet with a high-temperature airflow and has quickly entered the transmission stage. Jarvis analyzed that these viruses have spread completely, and it will not be long before the first mutants appear on the Earth. They may be humans or animals. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's expression darkened. The whole world has been infected? So quickly? Jarvis then switched the screen, and the city being monitored had completely turned into hell. Abnormal individuals began to appear in the crowd. Their faces were distorted, their movements were stiff, and they would pounce on and bite anyone they saw. In just a few seconds, several people were bitten, and one of them had his neck bitten off, blood spurting out, and the scene was extremely bloody. In a few minutes, the scene turned into a hunting and slaughter among living people. The chaos spread, and almost no one could escape. Even Jiang Yu, who had been mentally prepared, couldn't help feeling nauseous when he saw this scene. After all, games are virtual, and what is before our eyes is the real hell in reality. After calming down, Jiang Yu went to the first floor of the base. At that moment, more than 500 android warriors were ready to go and boarded various armor vehicles. Trucks, bulldozers, and buses were loaded with weapons and ammunition, all waiting for Jiang Yu's order to set off. The situation is urgent. The virus has spread. Everyone listen up. Set off according to the priority rescue route set by Jarvis, and everyone must return before sunset. Jiang Yu's voice was firm and powerful, and it seemed particularly weighty in this cold winter day. It gets dark early in winter. Once it gets dark, the zombies will become more crazy, the temperature will drop further, and the difficulty of action will increase sharply. Hear my command. 550 androids responded in unison, their momentum overwhelming. The convoy started with a roar and quickly drove towards the center of High City. Jiang Yu left some androids to guard the shelter and maintain a safe line of defense. About 40 minutes later, the convoy arrived at the core area of High City. Amidst the ruins and blood everywhere, people were fleeing in terror on the streets, with a group of mutated zombies chasing them relentlessly. These zombies have festering skin, distorted facial features, and stiff movements, but they are not slow, as if they have lost their humanity and only have hunting instincts left. Oh my God! Zombies really exist? Didn't the official news say it was fake news? Help! Don't bite me. What the hell is this monster? Where are the government officials? Where's the army? What should we do? Dad, wake up and stop biting me. Every street in my city has become a living hell. When Jiang Yu saw the scene, he ordered without hesitation, "Start the rescue." Bang! Bang! At the command, the combat androids unleashed precise fire, each shot hitting the head, quickly killing the zombies. The auxiliary robot quickly got off the car, cut off the zombie's head, and put it into a special disinfection box to prevent the virus from spreading. When the survivors saw these soldiers who seemed to have descended from heaven, they rushed forward as if they had found a beacon of hope. The convoy selected a group of people to quickly get on the car and immediately drove away from the scene, leaving only the others who were still standing there in a daze. Did they really leave? Did someone actually come to rescue them? Before they could react, the next wave of zombies rushed over, and the situation got out of control again. The survivors who got on the bus all huddled at the back of the bus, looking at these calm and efficient androids in horror, and no one dared to ask any more questions. Along the way, the convoy rescued people as it moved forward, and many survivors finally got a chance to survive in despair. However, many people began to lose control of their emotions because they were not picked up. Why save them and not us? We are human beings too. Can't you just pack a few more people? Think about it. We have money and can help you. I'm the bank president. Let me get in the car, and I'll give you $1 million. Someone else tried to force their way in during the chaos, but the android threw them flying, sending them tumbling several meters away. Faced with this group of aggressive survivors, the android simply raised his submachine gun, and when the muzzle flashed, no one dared to move forward. During several hours of search and rescue, Jiang Yu and his team successfully rescued more than 1,000 people. But time was running out, with less than 2 hours until sunset. In the west of High City, in a residential building full of cracks, an old woman in a wheelchair was leaning against the window and looking into the distance. Blood slid down her forehead, but she had no time to deal with it. She was more worried about her daughter, who had not returned yet. My daughter is a volunteer at a nearby kindergarten. The distance, which was not far at first, now seems as far away as an insurmountable chasm. She tried to stand up, but her weak legs could no longer support her. Just when she was feeling extremely upset, a loud noise suddenly came from downstairs. Boom! The already shaky door was knocked open, and a zombie broke in, dragging its half-rotten body and making a low roar. His pale eyes were fixed on the target in the house. His nostrils captured the smell of blood in the air, and saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth. It had only one thought: to tear the woman in front of it into pieces. Chapter 11: Arriving in Time and Selfishness. When a zombie pounced on the old woman, she was completely stunned and even forgot to scream. She could only watch the monster getting closer and closer, her face changing from one of horror to one of helplessness. She closed her eyes, as if she had accepted the arrival of death. Yaya, I'm sorry. I'm leaving first. You have to live well. Just as the zombie opened its mouth to bite, it fell to the ground with a bang, accompanied by a gunshot. The bullet hit her head, and blood splattered, staining the old woman's dull face. Elderly, you are Lu Yaya's mother, right? Is she here? A burly man in combat fatigues appeared at the door and asked calmly. The old woman recovered and looked at the man in surprise. Who are you? What are you looking for my daughter for? We are from Xinhua Shelter, and the commander sent us to pick you and your daughter up. Hearing the words Xinhua Shelter, the old woman was slightly shocked. Although she had doubts, she also understood that there were not many choices left at this point. These fully armed rescuers may be the only hope for her and her daughter to survive. She nodded. Okay, I'll go with you, but Yaya is not here. She is volunteering at the kindergarten across the street. The strong man nodded and signaled the team members to lift the wheelchair. I understand. You lead the way. 2 androids walked into the house, easily lifted the old woman and the wheelchair, and quickly went downstairs. When the people in the shelter car downstairs saw that they had only rescued an old lady in a wheelchair, their faces suddenly turned ugly. We waited all this time just to save an old woman? They lowered their voices, their faces full of dissatisfaction, but no one dared to say it to their faces. The team leader gave the order. Let's go. Target Tian kindergarten. Yes. The team started again and headed towards the new target, still selecting only a few people to rescue along the way. Those who were not rescued outside the car cursed loudly, but those in the car did not dare to look back. Many people felt bad, but most of them were relieved. At least they got on the bus. As time went on, the disaster intensified, and many people on the bus became increasingly anxious. Finally, someone couldn't hold back any longer and shouted at the androids in the front row. Hey, shouldn't you get us to safety first? Why are you trying to rescue others? The old lady was saved, but now she has to go to kindergarten? Aren't you being too irresponsible? After all, I don't know what they're trying to do. They save people who shouldn't be saved and leave us alone. The crowd began to stir, and the tone gradually became tougher. They mistakenly believed that these artificial humans were sent by the country, and naturally began to become unscrupulous. A man in a suit stood up and said in a bad tone, There are so many people on the bus. Let's ensure our safety first. The android just glanced at him lightly and said nothing. The man in the suit was immediately furious. You're using our taxpayers' money, right? I'm going to complain if you're doing this. No one paid any attention to him, and this cold treatment made him look more like a clown. Why are you playing the hero? Isn't our safety important? Just for those little orphans? We, the backbone of society, cannot take risks with you. He still thought he was in the right and continued to incite the others in the car. Send us away now. Do you hear me? That's right. Send us away first. They have equipment and we don't, but they're not afraid because we still have families to support. Many people agreed with him, and the scene was chaotic for a while. At this time, the team leader stood up and scanned the entire audience. He was tall and strong and full of momentum. He glanced at them coldly, and many people sat back quietly. But the man in the suit still refused to give in. You still want to hit me? Come on, do it. He even put his head close to the gun barrel, looking provocative. Shoot if you dare. Am I afraid of you? The android still didn't respond, but suddenly revealed a hint of a sneer. Since you are unwilling to save people, then be more democratic. Those who are willing to stay and save people can stay, and those who are unwilling can walk to the front of the car. The carriage suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at each other. Hey, are you guys stupid? Come here quickly. The man in the suit took the opportunity to continue inciting, with a smug smile on his face. Under his stimulation and incitement, almost 2/3 of the people stood up and walked to the front row. Some of these people bowed their heads in shame, while others looked numb, but what does face matter if they want to stay alive? Those who stayed behind had angry faces and stared at their backs with eyes as sharp as knives. Chapter 12, Keeping the Promise. The zombie horde appears. But apart from anger, they had no other thoughts. After all, they were just ordinary people. Even if they had the will, they didn't have the power. Are these the only ones? The team leader glanced at the people behind the car and asked lightly, Hey, don't you see there are already more than half of us here? Hurry up and get us to a safe place first. The man in the suit shouted disdainfully. Through what happened just now, he was certain that Jiang Yu would not provoke him too easily. The so-called minority obeys the majority is just a way to save face. After all, if you are reported to the army, no matter what the truth is at the time, you will need to review it. If you have no background in the army, you may even be punished. Listening to the words of the man in the suit, the team leader glanced at him indifferently. Parking. Crack. The bus stopped, and the doors opened. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. You stinky soldier, what do you mean? Didn't you say the minority should obey the majority? Or do you think such a dangerous place like this is a safe place? The man in the suit was about to grab the team leader by the collar and teach him a lesson. Anyway, he didn't think these soldiers dared to hit him. However, he miscalculated this time. But then he saw a big hand grabbing his wrist. Feeling the pain in his wrist, the man in the suit's face changed. Just as I was about to say something, I heard him speak. Jarvis, record their appearances and put them on the shelter's blacklist. You throw them out. As soon as the team leader said this, the assassin who had just chosen not to save people suddenly changed his expression. I was about to explain something when I was violently dragged out. Some people wanted to escape back to the back of the car, but they were quickly held down by the androids and thrown down. Some people even tried to resist, but to no avail. The androids themselves are like kings of soldiers, let alone combat-type androids. The combat-type androids have their genetic locks activated, and ordinary people cannot fight against them when their genetic locks are activated. But in just half a minute, dozens of people were thrown out. No, you don't keep your word. I can't do this. I agree. I agree to go. I'm going to complain about you. I'm going to complain about you. I'm going to expose you. Please, I was wrong. Don't let me go. When they were thrown out of the car, they saw zombies jogging towards them from all directions, and their expressions changed drastically as they pleaded. Some people even knelt on the ground and begged. But it didn't work at all. One person tried to squeeze onto the bus by force, but was shot in the thigh by the team leader with an extremely cold face. Kicked him out. I did say the minority should obey the majority, but if I throw you off, won't the minority on the bus become the majority? Ultimately, I'm not breaking my word. I originally wanted to just shoot you, but then I decided you weren't worth wasting my bullets on, so I'll just let you get out of the car and fend for yourselves. If you're lucky, you might even survive this extra chapter. Be thankful. You just had a close call. After saying that under the intimidation of the submachine gun, the bus door quickly closed and then immediately started and drove towards the orphanage. Looking at the bus going away, everyone's expressions became extremely dull, confused, and at a loss. What do? Why do you agree with that person? All you have to do is stay quietly behind the car and not say a word. Why do you have to stand out? Also, do they really dare to kick us out of the car? Especially the man in the suit. He looked extremely surprised. Asshole. I'm going to find a TV station to expose you. Run. The zombies are coming. Don't bite me. However, before they could come to their senses, dozens of zombies were running towards them from behind. There was no time to scold them, and they quickly regained their composure. Dozens of people fled in all directions. They didn't want to die. As for how many can escape, it depends on God's will. On the bus, Jiang Yu spoke to the group of people at the back of the bus. You made the right choice. Then he sat down and said no more. The group of people looked at Jiang Yu, who was so domineering, and swallowed their saliva. I'm so glad I didn't stand up just now. Because there were actually a few people who wanted to stand up, but they didn't because they saw there were enough people. Looking back now, the choice they made was absolutely correct. Not long after, with the bus chasing at full speed, they quickly arrived at the 2-kilometer place. As soon as they arrived, they saw that more than 100 zombies of MU were lying on the gate of the orphanage. The gate was shaky, as if it would collapse at the next moment. Inside the orphanage, several soldiers with guns were attacking. Behind them are teachers holding brooms and mops as weapons, and children huddled together. Seeing this scene, the team leader immediately shouted, "Full fire! Try to eliminate them within 3 minutes." The auxiliary team doesn't need to collect zombie heads anymore, but help the people in the orphanage get on the bus. Following the squad leader's order, some machine guns and anti-aircraft grenades on the 5 buses came roaring in. Kill these bastards. Come on, beast, eat my grenade. In an instant, a huge noise roared. Under the impact of heavy machine guns, the zombies fell down like harvested wheat. Under the intensive bombardment of anti-aircraft grenades, the zombies' broken limbs and feet were scattered everywhere. But in just over a minute, under the extremely dense firepower coverage, the group of zombies were almost all dead. The rest were too close to the gate, and they were afraid that the firepower would hurt the people inside, so the artificial people chose to use pistols and kill them one by one. Soon, within just 3 minutes, the mission was successfully completed. Inside the car, the rescued people stared in amazement at the scene that was like something out of a science fiction movie. Inside the orphanage, the soldiers were secretly frightened when they saw the team with such fierce firepower. Where did these monsters come from? Logically speaking, China is a restricted zone for hot weapons, and weapons control is strictly enforced. Let alone the submachine guns and heavy machine guns in their hands. An ordinary person might not even see a pistol once in their lifetime. As for them, they not only have a full set of protective and close combat weapons, but also vehicle-mounted heavy machine guns. And looking at the equipment they are wearing, there are both long-range and short-range weapons, both powerful and small, and there are quite a few of them. It's like a human arsenal. And if it was just one person, it would be fine, but this whole group of people are configured like this. Chapter 13. Iron-willed and endless regret. Which military region are they from? Everyone is okay. Get in the car. I'll take you away. You're safe. The blood-soaked team leader walked in front and spoke. Because of the violent explosion just now, the noise was too loud. Zombies are gathering, so we must leave now. Hello, comrade. We are from the 70th Earthquake Relief Team. I wonder who you are. The leading soldier saluted and asked in a serious tone. Hello, I'm not from the military. I'm just an ordinary person. I belong to an organization dedicated to resisting disasters. The warning of the zombie crisis 5 days ago was issued by our commander. As for other news, I'm sorry, I have no comment. Okay, any other questions? If not, let the kids get in the car. They're all terrified, and a large number of zombies are approaching here. It's not safe here, so we'd better leave quickly. The team leader glanced at them briefly and then said a few simple words. But these simple few sentences shocked several soldiers. He's not an official. How can someone who's not an official have such powerful firepower? And he was the one who released that zombie trailer? After a brief moment of shock, the leading soldier quickly recovered and worked with the auxiliary androids to bring the children onto the bus. Soon, the children from the orphanage got on the bus with the cooperation of their teachers and others. When they got on the bus and saw the fierce, rigorous, and safe-looking artificial man, their eyes were filled with fanaticism and piety. They were all still children, and they often fantasized about God coming to save the world from disaster. And today, when they suffered such a terrible disaster, God actually came. Mother. After Lu Yaya settled the students, she saw that her mother was also in the car. She immediately hugged her mother with tears in her eyes. She was originally worried about what she would do if her mother, who was in a wheelchair and had difficulty moving, encountered these monsters. But now it seems that I don't need to worry so much. Mother Lu looked at her daughter with a relieved smile on her face. You're Lu Yaya, right? Just as the mother and daughter were reunited, The team leader slowly walked over and asked calmly. "It's me, you are?" Liu Yaya asked with an extremely complicated expression. "We are from the Xinhua shelter. The commander is here to invite you to join us." The team leader spoke. "Join you?" Liu Yaya's expression froze when she heard this. As a genius, she had heard this countless times. But at this moment, she seemed to have no choice but to join, so after a brief silence, she chose to agree. "Very good. Someone will explain everything to you once we get to the shelter." After saying that, the team leader turned and left. Liu Yaya and Liu Ma were left hugging each other. Soon, when everyone got on the bus, those soldiers did not get on. "You're not leaving?" the team leader asked as he looked at the few people who had not gotten on the bus. "Our mission is not yet complete. You guys go first." After saying that, they planned to leave. The team leader looked at them seriously and then shouted, "Wait a moment." Several people turned around in confusion. After that, the team leader took out 5 submachine guns, 5 pistols, 5 Nepalese rifles, 10 grenades, and some ammunition and gave them to them. "According to the commander's power, these are our little gifts. I hope they will all be used. Also, there are a lot of zombies around here. If it checked, go east. There are fewer zombies there, and it will be easier to break out. Otherwise, if you're surrounded by zombies, it'll be very difficult. Also, if you can't make it, come to the Xinhua shelter at XXX address. On behalf of the shelter, I welcome you." Hearing the team leader's words, the leader immediately stood in awe. Although accepting weapons from strangers is not a good choice at this moment, it is an extraordinary time and an extraordinary situation. In order to save people, it is obviously better to have weapons. The few of them saluted respectfully again, and the team leader also saluted in return. Then they trotted away quickly. Looking at their backs as they left, the team leader was inexplicably filled with awe. "Let's go back. Zombies are gathering here. We can't stay here for long." Soon, as they reached the intersection, they saw hundreds of zombies walking towards them. And if you want to go back to the shelter, you have to take the path of hundreds of zombies. Teams 5 and 4 will spread out on the wings. Teams 3 and 1 will be in the middle. Team 2 will be at the rear and start shooting. The team leader who saw this scene immediately picked up the pager and ordered. 5 cars were now parked in a row. The vehicles on both wings bombed directly to clear the road. Team 3 and Team 1 will go in the middle to clean up, and Team 2 will be responsible for the rear guard and finishing. With the support of heavy firepower, these zombies were blown into pieces like cotton. Then it was pushed away by the bulldozer's shovel. This allows the bus to pass smoothly. Finally, under the cover of firepower, they successfully ran over the group of zombies, stepped on the accelerator, and headed towards the shelter at full speed. It was only half an hour until dark, and it would take the shelter 40 minutes to advance at full speed. Fortunately, there is relatively no one living near the shelter. Although the last 10 minutes of the journey were a bit dark, at least it was not that dangerous. Soon, they came to the last intersection again. At the same time, the man in a suit who was a senior elite was in a small room on the 2nd floor, and outside, there were zombies coming because of the scent of perfume on his body. When a man in the suit saw the familiar bus, he suddenly shouted, "Hey, there's another person here. Take me away, please. Take me away." The man in the suit regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Why do you have to be so mean to provoke them? From the time he was kicked off the bus to the 10 minutes now, he felt like he had experienced several lifetimes. He had never felt that time was so long. Now, when he saw the familiar big truck again, although it was a little dark, he was sure that it was it. So he shouted happily. I subconsciously forgot what Jian Yu had just said. However, when he saw that the trucks had no intention of stopping and were still leaving the last intersection at high speed, he was dumbfounded. When he saw the bus, which symbolized the hope of life, driving farther and farther away, his eyes were filled with complete despair. At this moment, endless regret swept over my heart. Once upon a time, I was on one of those buses. I have also come to that intersection and was just a little bit away from leaving safely. But because of his selfishness and bad mouth, he ruined everything. Boom! Roar! The zombies heard his shouts and broke in through the door. He roared at the man in the suit in the corner. Boy, no, I don't want to die. I'm an orphan from the countryside. I spent a lot of effort to win the favor of the director and became a manager. My monthly salary is over 100,000 yuan, but I'm still not a top person. Woo-woo. Looking at the zombies so close to him, the man in the suit's face was covered with tears, his mask was wet, and his eyes were full of despair. No, don't come over here, don't come over here. Chapter 14, Two Opposite Choices. Roar. Bang! After a loud noise, a figure stood up awkwardly, then staggered towards the door. The man in the suit was holding the zombie's head in his hand, and his body was covered with the zombie's teeth marks. His body was covered in blood. I can't die. I don't want to die. I haven't enjoyed my life yet. My life is... Thump! The man in the suit fell face down to the ground, and then there was no movement, and the room returned to calm. On the other side, the team leader in the car breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the vegetation gradually growing around him. Then he stood up and spoke to the people in the car. At the same time, with the help of Jarvis's loudspeaker, the captain's voice can also be heard in other cars. Okay, we should be safe here. Let me introduce ourselves. We are from the Shinhwa shelter. You're going to the Shinhwa shelter next. No waste is allowed in the Shinhwa shelter, and you're the first group of people I will accept into the shelter. The name of this refuge is the Shinhwa Refuge. As the name suggests, it represents the inheritance of the flame. We carry on the flame and forge ahead. You are all carefully selected by our commander as the Shinhwa Flames. Among you, there are teachers, breeders, chefs, architects, and other professions. You hope to contribute to the continuation of human civilization in the future. We will explain the specific situation to you one by one after we return to the shelter. If you don't want to join the Shinhwa shelter, you can tell me in advance. I can drop you off at a safe place, and then you can leave on your own. Of course, you only have one chance to choose. After saying that, the team leader took a quick look and then sat down. When the people in the car heard the team leader's speech, they began to chat in low voices. The flame shelter? What is that? Has anyone heard of it? No, but it looks like it should be pretty good. After all, I think its fighting ability is very strong. In a country with such strict enforcement, it can have so many guns. Do any of you want to stay? I don't want to stay. We're not official forces. What if something happens? That's right. There are basically no fewer problems with the power of private armed forces. But they saved us after all. Wouldn't it be a bad idea for us to just leave like this? What's wrong with that? Didn't we ask him for help? And isn't it his duty to save people with such powerful abilities? We are all unarmed civilians. Haven't you heard the saying that with great power comes great responsibility? If I had this ability, I would also save people. And they say they won't leave any waste behind. I don't think this is some kind of shelter for human organ trafficking. In today's world, it's safer to go to an official shelter. Yes, I agree. In the end, after many people whispered, only about a dozen people decided to go together and go to the official shelter. In any case, official shelters are definitely safer and more reassuring than private shelters. Apart from the dozen or so of them, among the hundreds of other people, although some were tempted to leave, after thinking it over, they chose to wait and see. There were also quite a few smart people who looked at the dozen or so people with mocking eyes. When the team leader heard that some people really chose to leave, he did not stop them at all. Instead, he stopped the bus and let them get off and walk there. There's an official refugee camp 5 kilometers west. Just go straight there, the team leader said lightly. Those who got off the bus looked at the people on the bus and suddenly felt panic in their hearts. But when he thought to himself that this was not an official shelter, he gritted his teeth and decided to leave. Before leaving, the team leader left some food, water, and a flashlight. Then they separated here, watching the bus go away. The people standing there were a little at a loss for a moment. Okay, stop looking. After all, that's someone else's private territory. It's like going to someone else's home. Although they welcome you on the surface, they may be wondering in their hearts what you're doing here. Moreover, there are such large private armed forces there. Perhaps they have been committing crimes before the apocalypse. If we go there, don't let us be dragged out as scapegoats when the apocalypse ends. After these words were spoken, many people finally nodded in understanding. Then we started to rush towards the official shelter while there was still some sunlight. 5 kilometers is neither long nor short, and this is in the wilderness, so it will take quite a while to walk. On the other side, the 5 damaged modified cars finally completed their mission for the day. After a 40-minute drive, they finally returned to the shelter safely. When everyone got out of the modified car and saw the huge helipad and parking lot outside the shelter, they were all shocked. All right, everyone, welcome to the Shinhwa shelter. Please line up to receive your wristbands. Night is approaching, so hurry up. Under the urging of the team leader and the maintenance of order by the androids, everyone quickly lined up. Before receiving the bracelet, the therapeutic robot on site will use instruments to check your physical health. After confirmation, you can start receiving the Shinhwa bracelet. Liu Yaya, who had always stood beside the team leader, became the first member to join the Shinhwa shelter. And after her came her mother. Lu Yaya took the bracelet from the android responsible for distributing the bracelets and entered her fingerprint as instructed. In an instant, Lu Yaya's identity information was recognized by the shelter. This bracelet contains their exclusive identity code, and there are also many black technologies on the wrist. Residents' eating and entertainment all depend on this bracelet. As for their identity information, it was entered into the shelter's system the moment they were rescued and put into the car. Therefore, at this moment, they're just using this method to activate their own bracelets. After receiving the gifts, they were brought to the huge stone gate. Then, in front of their shocked eyes, the stone gate was opened. The steel jungle-like shelter inside was revealed. Led by the androids, everyone entered the stone gate. When they reached the first floor, they were like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. They looked around with great curiosity and amazement at the extremely exaggerated modified buses, bulldozers, and trucks, as well as the busy androids. Looking up, I saw an enormous steel dome. Looking around, I found that everything I saw was made of steel. But despite being shocked, many people were wondering how such a small place could accommodate hundreds of them. They saw the doors of dozens of elevators open at the same time. Everyone was shocked. This turned out to be an underground base. Chapter 15. The magical use of the base law bracelet. Afterwards, everyone took the elevator and began to descend. When riding the elevator, the floors whizzing past made everyone dazzled. And seeing all the information about the shelter coming from the bracelet in his hand, he was even more shocked. Lu Yaya looked at the scenes in front of her. No matter how arrogant she was, when she saw the steel building that could only be seen in science fiction movies, her face was filled with shock. Soon, everyone arrived at the residential area on the 10th floor. Here, there is a huge open space used to gather residents. And now, the first group of people in the Xinhua shelter are looking at everything around them with fear and excitement. Hello everyone, I'm Jarvis, the base's artificial intelligence butler. Just as everyone was hesitating, a voice came from all directions, and then a 3D projection appeared at the front of the crowd. The 3D projection is clear and amazing. Wow, artificial intelligence. Have I entered a science fiction movie? Artificial intelligence? Is there really artificial intelligence in this world? Many people exclaimed, and Jarvis continued during the discussion. Everyone, please remain quiet. I will now introduce the living rules in the Xinhua shelter. After hearing this, everyone quieted down. The Xinhua shelter was created by its founder, Mr. Jiang Yu, to allow human civilization to continue during the apocalyptic collapse of civilization. Those who are able to enter the shelter all possess a special skill. Among you are teachers, chefs, retired soldiers, fitness experts, and people from all walks of life. You will be here to contribute to the continuation of humanity. When everyone heard Jarvis say this, their expressions changed because hearing him say this didn't mean that the apocalypse would have no end. You're talking nonsense. Those slow-moving zombies can only deal with us, ordinary people. They don't even have the qualifications to stand in front of the military. If even you can kill so many zombies, do you think the military, with more weapons and better equipment, won't be able to handle it? I think, in a month at most, the zombies will be completely wiped out. A man in a short-sleeved shirt stood up and sneered. This virus is a cosmic virus carried inside a meteorite from outer space. It has infected the entire world, and over 80% of the population has been infected. Furthermore, official organizations around the world are currently paralyzed, with mutant zombies running rampant within them, and they are unable to take care of themselves, leaving them with no energy to spare for rescue efforts elsewhere. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. How is this possible? Many people were in disbelief when they heard the news. If you don't believe me, you can leave the base at any time. We won't restrict your personal freedom. You can leave once you get in the elevator. But please think carefully. You only have one chance. Once you leave, you can't come back. Jarvis spoke up. After all, we came here with great difficulty. It would be a big deal if we left easily. Okay, the question time is over. Now I will announce some precautions for living in this base. The Xinhua shelter adheres to a military-style management system, adhering to the principle of more work, more pay, less work, less pay, and no work, expulsion. The following requirements are listed. First, everyone, please take good care of your points bracelets. They will be your identity cards for life in this base. You can use them to make calls, surf the internet, chat, watch videos, and everything else you need for food, clothing, housing, and transportation within the base. Hearing this, everyone exclaimed and looked at the inconspicuous bracelet on their hand. Secondly, within the base, you need to work daily to earn points. Points represent the conditions of your life in the base. Rooms, beds, toilets, meals, shower gel, and shampoo can only be redeemed with points. And considering the new residents, each one will be given 1,000 initial points to help everyone get through the difficult times at the beginning. To use the points, just hold up the QR code on the bracelet for me to scan. 3. The Shinhwa shelter has a total of 50 floors, but you cannot enter every floor. You can only enter the floors that you are allowed to enter. 4th, the base's 10th to 36th floors are residential areas, each with a cafeteria. Everyone can choose to eat in the cafeteria. The cafeteria is open from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m., 11 p.m. to 1 p.m., and 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. every day. Please pay attention to the time, and do not be late for non-emergency reasons. 5. Fighting and damaging public facilities are strictly prohibited in the shelter. If discovered and warnings are ineffective, I will take emergency measures. 6. The residential area of the base has many facilities for everyone to relax and unwind. I hope everyone will not forget to have fun after work. Once again, I wish you all a happy stay in the shelter. After hearing these requests, everyone present began to discuss. Does this mean that everything in the base requires points? How do I get points then? How can I earn points? Can I exchange them for money? Aren't things expensive here? I don't want to work so hard all day only to have insufficient points to buy a steam bun. If that's the case, then it's just like the black factories out there. 996? 007. Hearing that the points were closely related to their future life in the shelter, everyone immediately began to ask questions nervously. After all, they're all people who have suffered from the destruction of society. After listening to the doubts of most residents, Jarvis continued to speak. Please be patient, everyone. There are many ways to earn points. I believe that most of you who were brought in the first batch will not be short of work, so you can check the job information on your wristband. Okay, if you have any questions, please ask them briefly. Hello, I'd like to ask, we just joined and don't have many points, what should we do? Or do we have to exchange money for points? As soon as Jarvis finished speaking, a man asked, I'm sorry, for the sake of fairness, no currency from any outside country can be exchanged for points. Since you're newly joined residents, all basic consumption for the first 3 days will be free. Note, basic consumption, such as food, clothing, housing, and transportation, does not require points. Hearing this, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Apart from anything else, at least I can stay here for 3 days for free, which is pretty good. After getting this answer, everyone continued to calm down and look at the methods of obtaining points in the bracelet. Chapter 16, Recruitment, begins with a feeling of underappreciation. Holy shit, what kind of magical place is this? I only have to work 8 hours a day, and there are 20 points per hour, 8 hours a day, which means 160 points and 3,600 points a month. After seeing how points were earned, one person burst into tears and shouted, if we do what he said, 3,600 points a month, will that be enough for us to live on? Or are the prices here too high? Someone asked. Enough. After a normal month's worth of food, clothing, shelter, and transportation in the shelter, according to my calculations, there should be enough left over. Jarvis replied. Afterwards, after reading about how to obtain points, many people raised their own questions. After Jarvis briefly answered a few people's questions, many people present basically had no questions to ask. After confirming that no one present has any questions, okay, the question time is over. Residents who meet the requirements, please make your own choice. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask the bracelet at any time. Please ask your questions briefly and clearly. But please don't call me casually. If I find you calling me casually and asking irrelevant questions multiple times, you will be deprived of your right to live in the base. After Jarvis finished speaking, many people looked at the 6 conditions for obtaining points with astonishment on their faces. It really deserves to be called military management. This points earning policy is so simple and crude. Either provide effort or provide people. The most talked about one is the last one. Is the last one encouraging women to have more children? If this were said before the disaster, people would have been criticized by those with certain ideologies. Although there are some complaints now, due to the end of the world and the chaos in the world, no one dares to say anything more. After hearing the 6 conditions for obtaining points, those who were originally still in a panic including many ordinary people who only had one skill to make a living, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, in this doomsday, they can not only survive, but also make a living with their skills. This is really great. As the old saying goes, having a skill is enough to make a living. If I hadn't found the system too boring and taken an auto repair certificate, I might not be able to get in here now. I was laughed at for years in my hometown as a college student majoring in pig farming, but I never expected that this major would save my life in the end. Woo-woo. Luckily, I just graduated from medical school not long ago. I can still start working without paying tuition, and I can also earn a salary. I'm so glad to be here. Many successful applicants had excited smiles on their faces. Soon, residents with special skills had chosen their jobs. Those who work in the kitchen do the kitchen work, those who work in the garden do the flowers and plants, and those who work in the cleaning department do the cleaning. Lu Yaya also successfully applied for a job at this moment. Congratulations, Dr. Lu Yaya. Your applications for the positions of biology research expert and physics research expert have been approved. Due to the special nature of your position, your benefits will be increased. You will be promoted to a senior resident and will be able to live in a double suite on the 45th floor. You have been granted Class B access, and you've also received a base salary of 20,000 points per month, with bonuses for significant performance. Please report to the research lab on the 43rd floor at 9 a.m. tomorrow. I'll be waiting there to help you get started. Lu Yaya looked at the contents on the bracelet, and a look of relief appeared on her face. She was relieved that in this doomsday, she and her mother could still take refuge in such a high-tech place. No, this place is no longer a refuge, but it should be a better life than outside. Then, Lu Yaya pushed her proud mother towards the elevator amid the envious and awe-inspiring gazes of the crowd. At this moment, many people are immersed in the joy of finding a job and are preparing to go to their rooms and have a good meal in the cafeteria. However, some are happy and some are sad. A top student who graduated from a prestigious foreign university was shouting angrily at this moment. This isn't fair. Why can that little girl apply for the position of scientific researcher and I can't? And I can't even apply? Why? I need an explanation. Isn't this some shady operation? His name is Zhang Jun. He graduated with a doctorate from a famous university in Eaglehead country. He originally wanted to return to China to play, but he didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing and was trapped here. He originally thought that since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. With his academic qualifications, he should have no problem being a researcher here. With his academic qualifications, the person in charge of the base might even give him a thumbs up. He just barely managed to get by as a researcher here. Research, after all, was just a matter of squeezing toothpaste. Then, when the opportunity arose, he would find a way to return to the Eaglehead country. He didn't believe what the so-called artificial intelligence Jarvis said, or that the official governments of various countries were paralyzed. He might believe other official opinions without hesitation, but he absolutely did not believe that the Eaglehead country would also be paralyzed. It was the strongest country on the blue planet, and it was also his belief. Hearing his shout, everyone stopped and watched the excitement. After all, many people saw that Lu Yaya's job application was approved and were very envious. But at the same time, I'm a little jealous. After all, it's 20,000 points a month. I just said that in the base, points are money, and there are so many benefits. If it is really a secret operation, then there is something to say. Fuck, is there no one alive? I need an explanation. Mr. Zhang Jun, I've detected that you may not be able to complete the scientific research tasks, so I've rejected your position request. Please choose a position that is more suitable for you, such as a general factory worker. Hearing Jarvis' words, Zhang Jun cursed. NTM, I'm a PhD holder from a prestigious university in Eaglehead country, and you want me to do a regular job? How dare you ask that? What? Just because you say I can't do it? I can't do it? Have you ever seen me conduct experiments? Do you know how many papers I've published? Do you know how capable I am? You don't know because all you know is giving a little girl a backdoor. You only know how to bury talent. Let your managers come out. Stop letting a stupid AI like you do all the talking all the time. Shang Yun shouts it even louder. After hearing Jarvis' words, the people around him began to whisper. No way. Is this really a secret operation? I think it's almost certain. Look at the girl pushing the thing. It should be a disabled person. Do you see any disabled people coming in from around here? If this isn't a secret operation, what is it? TSK, TSK, TSK. Looks like we should find a time to evacuate. I told you before, we might as well go to the official shelter. Chapter 17, Arabian Nights, 2-level reversal. Yeah, if we can't even use the money from outside, How good can this shelter be? Hearing Zhang Jun's roar, the others present began to talk, and some are even considering whether to leave. At this time, Jiang Yu also returned here from other places. He looked calmly at Zhang Jun, who was now filled with anger. You looking for me? You're the owner of a shelter? Humph! How ridiculous! Such a good shelter has been managed by you in such a mess. What a waste of such a good shelter. When Zhang Jun saw Jiang Yu's young face, he was immediately filled with jealousy and envy and started to mock him without saying a word. You're not qualified to comment on my shelter. I heard you want to apply to be a scientific researcher. Jiang Yu asked calmly. Yes, with my education and skills, I should have no problem applying for your research position. But your crappy AI keeps rejecting me, so you have to solve this problem for me today. Zhang Jun said with a proud look on his face. It was as if he was facing his own servant, not the owner of this shelter. Oh, that's all. Do you have any other requests? Let's talk about it together. After listening to this, Jiang Yu smiled slightly and continued in a kind tone. Lu Yaya, who was standing by, saw that Jiang Yu was so easy to talk to, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. But when she thought of the way he could control her every minute, she was no longer confused, but waited with interest to watch the show. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Zhang Jun frowned with joy, but quickly suppressed it. At the same time, the look he gave Jiang Yu became more and more disdainful. I also want a private room, 3 meals a day delivered to my room, and I'm the only one allowed in and out of the lab. I don't want to work with this bunch of inferior people, and you have to give me the authority over your artificial intelligence so I can control the entire base. As soon as Zhang Jun said this, the crowd watching the excitement was suddenly in an uproar. Many people looked at Zhang Jun with unfriendly expressions, and the good impression that Mr. Yuan had shown was gone at this moment. Zhang Jun seemed not to notice the looks of the people around him, and looked at Jiang Yu with a condescending expression. He didn't expect that the owner of the shelter was so young and so easy to talk to. He thought this shelter was not bad, if he could get it. When Zhang Jun thought about the fact that he would soon be able to take over this shelter, his eyes gradually became hot. Oh, that's all. In that case, let me take a look at your information and see if you're qualified to request Jarvis's authority. Jarvis, tell me about Zhang Jun's life. Jiang Yu said lightly. My life is pretty simple, nothing special. I just frequently win awards for inventions. Liu Yun smiled proudly. Zhang Jun, male, was born in a small village in Qing City in 2035. He grew up in a privileged family and had excellent academic performance, ranking among the top students. He even scored first in the country in the college entrance examination, causing a sensation. When everyone heard Jarvis say this, they were all amazed at Zhang Jun's excellence. Although they were very angry when Zhang Jun called them inferior people, from this point of view, his social status was indeed higher than many people present. Zhang Jun also smiled slightly and said loudly without caring. It's nothing. There's no need to say it so loudly. However, Jarvis's next words made him start to panic. But after verification, it was found that his college entrance examination results did not belong to him, but to a man named Chen Yuanming. Chen Yuanming was a poor student from a small mountainous area in Qing City and lived in the same village as Zhang Jun. Although Chen Yuanming came from a poor family, he was serious and hardworking. Thanks to his efforts, he even ranked first in the country in the college entrance examination. However, his score was replaced with Zhang Jun's, and the person who replaced the score was his father, the mayor of Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun was jealous of Chen Yuan, who was obviously inferior to him in all aspects of hard work conditions, but had much better grades and popularity than him. So he joined forces with his father, the mayor, and stole the life that originally belonged to someone else. Finally, he went abroad to study, and with the help of funds embezzled from his family, he successfully obtained a doctorate. During his doctoral studies, he basically did not do any large-scale experiments or tests, but only small achievements purchased with money. As for those so-called certificates, they were just certificates that were obtained immediately with money. Dr. Zhang Jun, do you need to explain your specific situation more precisely? After hearing Jarvis' words, Zhang Jun's face turned pale instantly. A handsome face full of surprise and disbelief. Those who had originally felt sorry for Zhang Jun were now looking at him with anger. Number one in the country. That was enough to change the fate of an entire family. For a moment, those who had been feeling unfair for Zhang Jun were extremely angry. Coupled with the incident of the inferior person just now, everyone looked at Zhang Jun with even more unfriendly eyes. No, it's impossible. How could you possibly know? My dad kept his secret. Subconsciously, Zhang Jun blurted out these words, and the moment he said them, he immediately closed his mouth. Haha, Mr. Zhang. Do you have anything else to explain? Jiang Yu looked at Zhang Jun and smiled. No, it's okay. I'm fine now. Just do the odd jobs. I have no objection. Zhang Jun's face changed drastically in an instant. He no longer had the arrogance he had just had. Instead, he smiled apologetically and was humble. Jiang Yu watched his expression change, as if by magic. Smile coldly. I still like your rebellious side. Why don't you keep it up? If you continue like that, I can kick you out. What a shame. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Zhang Jun's face changed. Driving him out in this doomsday would mean letting him die. Oh, thankfully the same tactics I used against the eagle-headed nation people worked on him. It seems this guy, no matter how powerful he is just a young man who likes to be told good things. I still have a chance of getting my hands on him. Zhang Jun murmured in his heart. Since you've already acknowledged your mistakes, as the ancients said, admitting one's mistakes is the best way to improve. With the exception of the last one, I can agree to all your requests. When Jiang Yu said this, everyone present was stunned. What's going on? How can you agree to a request like that from such a person? Zhang Jun also looked delighted, but the next words made his face pale. There are 3 nuclear reactors on the 47th floor of the base that need to be watched. Ordinary people can't go in there for too long because of the nuclear radiation. I usually just ask Jarvis to use the robotic arm to handle the problem. Since you asked, then go there. Don't worry, you'll be alone there, and I'll have someone bring you food. Jarvis will also teach you anything you don't know at any time. How about it? Chapter 18. Killing the chicken to frighten the monkeys. A better life. A kind smile appeared on Jiang Yu's face. Everyone at the scene couldn't help but break out in cold sweats as they watched this scene. Nuclear radiation. That would make him neither able to live nor die. This person in charge is not as kind as he seems on the surface. He is simply a smiling tiger. Everyone present labeled Jiang Yu as someone who should not be provoked. Originally, many people wanted to have some bad thoughts when they saw Jiang Yu's young face, but now it seems that it is better to settle down first. At this moment, Zhang Jun's hands and feet were cold, and his whole body was trembling. No, you're taking human life lightly. I'm going to report this to the authorities. Zhang Jun shouted in a panic, his eyes filled with fear and regret. Jiang Yu just glanced at the androids beside him, and they immediately pulled Zhang Jun, who was still crying, away. At the same time, in the process of being pulled to the elevator, an unknown liquid with a strong smell instantly flowed out from the place where Zhang Jun stepped. In just 3 minutes, the arrogant and aggressive Zhang Jun was thrown to the nuclear reactor. There! He's the only one there. The android will deliver meals to him every day, and Jarvis will teach him if he doesn't know something. It can be said that the shelter is a paradise for introverts, of course, provided that you can ignore the terrifying nuclear radiation. The people around watched Zhang Jun being dragged away and listened to his desperate cries. Except for a few people who had expressions of pity in their eyes, many people had expressions of satisfaction in their eyes. Some people who didn't know what nuclear radiation was asked about it, and when they found out what it was, they looked at Jiang Yu with a changed expression. Jiang Yu glanced calmly at the originally noisy scene, and everyone's eyes were also seen by Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu expressed satisfaction with the effect. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey is nothing more than this. Where there are people, there will be the world of martial arts. If you want to be the savior of this world of martial arts, you must have the necessary iron-blooded tactics. And at the same time, you must also have the necessary sweet treats. Okay, now that we've had a good laugh, you can all go to your rooms. I prepared a lot of delicious food for everyone in the cafeteria. Because today is special, we'll have a midnight snack tonight. All food in the cafeteria is free. As long as you can finish it, eat to your heart's content. Jiang Yu said to the residents. For most ordinary people, life is nothing more than eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating. So as long as these points are met, most people will choose a stable lifestyle, just like boiling a frog in warm water. Who would be willing to fight for life when they can enjoy a stable life? Unless they are born rulers and warmongers, there are only one such person in 10,000. Most of those who choose to fight to the death are just transient characters who have gained some power and some opportunities in the end times. They are unwilling to lose that small but real power and then return to the ranks of ordinary people and be trampled underfoot. Seeing Jiang Yu's warm smile, Everyone couldn't help but compare him at this moment with the god of death like him just now, and couldn't help but feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Soon, everyone left one after another. They first want to take a look at their own rooms. After all, they had to take a good look at the place where they slept. At this moment, most ordinary workers can only live in the cheapest 10-person room. Although it is a 10-person room, it has all the necessary infrastructure, including beds, bed sheets, bedspreads, sockets, kettles, air conditioners, toilets, and toilets. Many people felt relieved when they saw this environment. Although there were a lot of people, at least there was some privacy under the cover of the bedspread. After looking at the bedrooms, they followed Jarvis' instructions and came to the cafeteria. Here, there were not many people in the huge restaurant at the moment, but the food that was allowed for the residents to prepare themselves was indeed placed outside in full force. There's rice, steamed buns, fried rice, fried noodles, hot dishes, cold dishes, hot soup, sweet soup, sashimi, everything you can think of. At the same time, the price of each dish is marked next to it. Although the food is free for the whole day, it is better to let others know the price in advance so that they can feel more at ease. Many people serving food saw that a 300-gram steamed bun only cost 1 point, a serving of fried noodles only cost 3 points, and a dish of steamed lobster with garlic vermicelli only cost 50 points. This made many people who were still worried about the high cost of the cafeteria breathe a sigh of relief. The cost of a 10-person room is 800 yuan per month, including water and electricity. Food costs 50 yuan a day, 500 yuan for 10 days, and only 1,500 yuan a month. Together with the room fee, the fixed monthly expenses are 2,300 yuan. Even the worker with the lowest points earns 3,600 points a month. Even if you take into account the miscellaneous expenses like shampoo, you can still have at least a few hundred points left at the end of the month. Thinking of this, many people finally had the motivation to stay here. Among them, many ordinary people who came from poor families and had been beaten by society for a long time now placed Jiangyu in a very high position in their hearts. Without Jiangyu, although they have a skill, they have no connections, money, and they may not even survive a day in the apocalypse. The work in the shelter is proceeding in an orderly manner, but compared with the peace and tranquility in the shelter, the situation outside is becoming more and more serious. As the scorching sun of the first day of the Lunar New Year rose into the sky, the streets were littered with corpses and rivers of blood. There were also the couplets, door gods, and red envelopes lit on New Year's Eve, as well as the zombies wandering aimlessly on the streets. The disaster on New Year's Eve was destined to go down in history. The Chinese people, who should have been enjoying the festive atmosphere of the New Year, are now completely surrounded by fear and blood. Yesterday alone, countless people died in the natural disaster, and countless people were lucky enough to escape the disaster, but turned into zombies, wandering the streets unconsciously. Those who survived in this environment are now hiding in a corner in fear, praying that they will not be discovered and eaten by the monsters. They held their cell phones tremblingly, dialing the number that was completely unreachable over and over again, trying to seek help, but no matter how they dialed, they could not dial that number. Inside the government office, the telephone lines had been unplugged long ago, and uniformed zombies wandered by from time to time, roaring and looking for prey. Today is February 3rd, 2068, Friday, the first day of the Lunar New Year, and it's 7 o'clock in the morning. Jarvis wishes everyone a happy Chinese New Year and reminds you that work hours have already arrived. All excellent workers, please go to your respective workplaces. If you are late for non-essential reasons, points will be deducted. Chapter 19. Dissatisfied with career treatment. Inside the shelter, the residents who had had a good night's rest got up one after another, listening to the elegant electronic sounds of Jarvis in the corridor and Andy's gong shi fa kai, that one must hear during the Chinese New Year. After a simple wash, they came to have breakfast. If they had not woken up from their beds in the shelter and had not seen this extremely sci-fi shelter, they might have thought that everything that happened yesterday was just a dream. In the cafeteria, the breakfast variety is very rich, with dozens of choices, including corn cobs, pancakes, tea eggs, boiled eggs, braised eggs, fried eggs, and there are nearly 10 kinds of eggs alone, as well as meat buns, vegetable buns, sauerkraut buns, peanut buns, vermicelli buns, etc. Drinks also include soy milk, coffee, yogurt, etc. It can be said that it has everything. Such a rich variety is rarely available even in star-rated hotels in peacetime. What's more, this is the end of the world after the meteorite impact and zombies are rampant. The most important thing is that the price is cheap. After placing an order, countless workers see that the points they spend are only 4 to 8 points. Even if they can eat it, they will spend at most a dozen points. The workers were all amazed at the terrifying purchasing power of their points. In the outside world, the food on their plates would cost dozens of yuan. But here, you can eat it with just a few points, and the points can be earned through your own labor. For a moment, many people jokingly wondered why the end of the world only came yesterday. Lu Qing is a graduate from a junior college. He ordered 2 steamed buns, a cup of soy milk, a fried dough stick, and a scallion pancake, which cost him 5 points. After eating his fill, he returned to his post. Today was his first day at work, so he had to perform well. He looked at the piglets in front of him who were also staring at him, and Lu Qing's eyes were full of passion. Although Lu Qing has a college degree, he studied animal husbandry and veterinary medicine, which is no longer useful in society. In modern society, animal husbandry already has a very complete set of processes. Unless you can break the existing processes and create new ones, you can only follow in the footsteps of your predecessors. Moreover, animal husbandry veterinarians are not the kind of veterinarians who treat cats and dogs, which are relatively profitable. Instead, they treat pigs, horses, cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks, which are edible animals. And because the salary is not high, mechanization is used on a large scale, the working environment is dirty and messy, and the time cost is high, it is difficult for ordinary people to stick with it, and they will basically change careers soon. As a result, Lu Qing couldn't find a job after graduation. This caused a lot of gossip among the neighbors in the village about how a college graduate couldn't find a job. They would even joke that their pigs were sick and they wanted Lu Qing to check on them. Lu Qing had always been feeling depressed about this until he heard that there was a job opportunity in High City. He decided not to spend the whole year at home and rushed here without stopping. He just didn't expect that a disaster would happen and he would be trapped here. But what he didn't expect was that his expertise would be useful in this shelter with extremely advanced technology and civilization. Because chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs are also raised here, we need people who have studied animal husbandry seriously. And because the position is quite important, although he is only a junior resident at the moment, his monthly income points can be as high as 5,000. It was more than 2/3 of that of an ordinary laborer, which was beyond his expectation. The levels of residence in the shelter are divided into 4 categories: primary, intermediate, advanced, and special residents. Primary residents represent those who have a skill or relatives. Intermediate residents are guards or people with indispensable abilities. Senior residents are researchers and senior guards. And special residents are the people Jiang Yu trusts the most and can enter most areas of shelter. In a similar situation to Lu Qing is Zhang Yunqing, who is currently looking after cockroaches that have multiplied to a certain number. Zhang Yunqing graduated with a doctorate in zoology, but his research was focused on the disgusting cockroaches. So even with a doctorate, he still encountered obstacles in society and had difficulty finding a job. In order to make a living, he can only be a semi-invisible teacher in the school. Only a few students can choose his courses every year. Excluding a few who choose the wrong ones, it can basically be said that he has no classes all year round. However, when he came to the Xinhua shelter, he originally just wanted to find a small job to make a living, but he didn't expect that there was a job here to take care of cockroaches, and the salary was not low. This discovery made him ecstatic. He had thought that all his knowledge would have nowhere to be applied, but Xinhua shelter turned out to be the mentor he had been looking for so long. Delighted, he signed up immediately. With his excellent academic qualifications and experience, he was quickly hired with a monthly salary of 7,000 points. This made him change his mind, as he originally just wanted to survive. He also felt a stronger sense of belonging to the Xinhua shelter and wanted to contribute every bit of his talent to the base. Of course, in addition to these, there are also many jobs that are very popular outside, but have little room for development within the base, such as several masters of finance. In the base, they don't even use cash, so how can they manage the economy? There are also a few philosophers whose treatment in the base is not even as good as that of kindergarten teachers. After all, in this cruel apocalypse, can you still reason with zombies? Talk about philosophy? In the last days, the relatively popular things are basically those that were not valued in peacetime, such as agriculture and animal husbandry, because only when people have solved the problem of food and clothing can they have the energy to start dealing with moral, philosophical, and economic issues. It's nonsense to say this when you're not full. Therefore, many people have master's and doctoral degrees, but they are of no use here, which makes them feel disappointed. They're so popular in the outside world. Why can they only do the simplest general work here and get the lowest salary? They also raised this question to Jarvis, but Jarvis just said lightly that those positions are not suitable for the current shelter. On the other side, Lu Yaya, who had just finished breakfast with her mother, came to the research laboratory on the 43rd floor. As soon as the door of the laboratory was opened, Lu Yaya was shocked by the complexity and meticulousness of the laboratory. Inside the extremely spacious white room are countless mechanical assistants ready to go, and above their heads are sliding track pulleys. The cell production room, cell culture room, cell freezing room, virus storage room, specimen room, cell laboratory, one clean and tidy operating room after another comes into view. Lu Yaya looked at the complex and diverse scientific research laboratory with a shocked expression. Jarvis, what kind of work do I need? Lu Yaya came back to her senses and asked. Chapter 20 Research on Corpse Crystal Signal Recovery. This laboratory seemed perfect to Lu Yaya, and she couldn't help but want to start showing off her skills right away. Wait until I achieve good results and give that bastard Jianyu a good shock. Lu Yaya murmured with a beaming expression. Dr. Lu, Mr. Jianyu will be meeting you in person later. You can first familiarize yourself with this lab. It will be your workplace for most of the future. Jarvis spoke. Lu Yaya nodded, but when she saw the endless research laboratories in the corridor, she asked, Jarvis, how big is this research lab? The research lab on the 43rd floor covers approximately 10,000 square meters and contains numerous operating rooms and equipment required for scientific research, as well as areas for staff to rest. 10,000 square meters? It's so big. I have to walk tens of thousands of steps every day. No, it's over 10,000 steps just for going back and forth. I don't know how much energy I have to put into walking in the future. It doesn't look like there are any mobility scooters here. Lu Yaya murmured. Why would I let you brain geniuses walk 10,000 steps every day? Your physical strength should be used for research, not walking. The floors of these 3 floors of research labs are all paved with bearing roads. Tell Jarvis where you want to go in advance. Then stand on the ground, and Jarvis will take you there safely. After hearing Lu Yaya's words, Jianyu came in and smiled faintly. Bearing road? What's that? Lu Yaya asked. Look carefully at the ground. Are there any small white balls there? Lu Yaya looked over when she heard the sound and exclaimed in surprise. If you don't look carefully, you can't really see it. It seems to have merged with the ground. It can be moved by using the rotational force of the ball, and it's quite fast. As he said that, Jianyu also gave Lu Yaya a test. In just a few seconds, he advanced hundreds of meters to the door of an operating room, and then in a few more seconds, he was back in front of Lu Yaya. Lu Yaya looked at Jianyu with surprise as he came and went freely. He didn't expect that the technology in the shelter was so advanced that he didn't even need to walk. By the way, there's a lot of advanced technology here. Jarvis will slowly tell you about it later. Now, get ready to start your work. Jianyu said. Lu Yaya nodded, her eyes filled with passion. Such an environment is absolutely suitable for a high-energy and academically beautiful girl like her. My task now is to study zombies. An hour later, Jianyu walked out of the laboratory, while Lu Yaya stayed inside to start research. Before leaving, Jianyu left behind 1,000 corpse crystals as experimental materials. In addition to zombies, Jianyu asked Lu Yaya to study the evolutionary fluid that can change the human body and unlock the genetic lock. In the middle and late stages of the apocalypse, there are basically no ordinary people on the Blue Star because ordinary people are no longer qualified to survive. Zombies will also evolve, and even greater disasters will befall the Blue Planet in the future. Moreover, Jianyu vaguely remembered that the first zombie wave would hit a week later. When he was playing the game at that time, Jianyu fell in the advancing wave of the zombie wave countless times. However, this time is different from the game. You can start over in the game, but not in real life. If you lose, it's all over. So there is not much time left for Jianyu, and the development of the evolution fluid is urgent. After leaving the laboratory, Jianyu came to the first floor. Looking at the reorganized artificial people, Jianyu got in the car and once again embarked on the journey to save Xinhua. After several hours of rescue, at 5 o'clock in the evening local time, Jianyu and others once again dragged the almost scrapped truck and bus back to the shelter. This time, there were even more survivors brought back, nearly 2,000 people. Their faces were filled with fear, dissatisfaction, and uneasiness, and their bodies were dirty and covered in blood. They are different from the first group. The first group only saw the end of the world. while the second group experienced the end of the world. Following the same process as yesterday, they were taken into the shelter after disinfection. I was told everything about the base and the square. Afterwards, when they finished taking a shower, they came to the cafeteria to eat and drink a mouthful of hot porridge. Take a bite of the hot bun and the rich sauce fills your mouth. They finally felt alive. Many people even cried with joy. I started crying while eating. They were thankful to be alive. Wow, I thought I'd never be able to eat meat buns again in my life. You can't believe what I ate yesterday. Raw meat. I was so hungry that I ate raw meat. At least you still have meat to eat, but I don't even have any meat. I was starving and ate a few cockroaches that I had raised for half a year. I didn't expect there was such a refuge base in High City. We are so lucky. Yes, if those soldiers hadn't rescued me, I would probably be one of those walking corpses now. As their stomachs gradually became fuller, many people became more grateful for this refuge. Let's go, let's eat and go to bed. I haven't slept for a whole day. I feel like I can sleep all day. I didn't expect to be able to sleep so peacefully in the end times. It's incredible. On the other side, Jianyu returned to his room and looked at the data on the screen, muttering. After 2 days of rescue and hunting, plus the corpse crystal from those who signed in, we have enough corpse crystals. It's time to activate the signal tower. System, turn on the signal tower. Ding! 10,000 corpse crystals have been consumed, activating the primary signal tower. The signal radiation range is 200 miles. Ever since the meteorite impact caused the entire network signal in High City to be paralyzed, the network signal has become intermittent, which has greatly affected Jarvis's performance. Therefore, it is necessary to turn on the signal tower of the shelter to expand Jarvis's field of view. Jarvis with the internet is the real artificial intelligence that is omnipresent and hard to guard against. At this moment, it was late at night, but no one knew that the signal that had disappeared had appeared again. As soon as the signal was restored, Jianyu felt his phone start to ding, 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 ding frantically. I don't know how many people sent these messages. Jianyu took a quick look. 10xx news items, 20xx headlines, 30x blogs, and 20x music items. Seeing this, Jianyu skillfully slid to the bottom and gently clicked X. The news was cleared away in an instant, and everything became quiet. Jianyu clicked on Penguin and immediately saw that there was a message in the class group. Holy crap, the internet is back online. What the hell is going on in the middle of the night? Let it be. Can someone please give me some food? I haven't eaten anything all day. I didn't expect the zombie news to be true. My girlfriend transformed in front of me yesterday. I was about to get intimate with her, but I was so scared that I almost died. I took medicine beforehand. Chapter 21, the second group of people's joys and sorrows. You're awesome. Even if there aren't zombies, there are meteorites hitting. You still want to do that at a time like this. What's the big deal? Don't you think it's more exciting in this environment? It doesn't matter whether it's irritating or not. I want to know what happens next. What happens next? What happens next? What's next? I just grabbed a nearby cup and went to the bathroom. When I came out, the cup was worn out. You're awesome, so awesome. These are not the main points. The main point is who will give me food first. Didn't we agree to help each other? As soon as these words were spoken, the group fell silent. Fuck, are you all pretending to be dead? What did you say back then? Didn't you agree to help each other? Why are you all mute now? Can you still type if you're mute? Or are your hands broken? The student who asked for help saw that no one responded in the group, sighed helplessly, and hurriedly logged off. Jianyu didn't say much when he saw this scene, and just let these students jump around on their own. It's not my business anyway. They had been warned before the disaster began, and their friendship as classmates had been severed when they accepted Sun Tianming's inducement and isolated themselves. As the network was restored, Jarvis was assigned by Jianyu to invade all places connected to the shelter network. He needs to know everything that happens within the network's coverage area. Within the network of the shelter, a total of 6 shelters are covered, including 2 official and 4 unofficial. The people there were also connected to the internet, so Jarvis easily broke into their base. Judging from the data sent back by Jarvis, those shelters can be described as extremely dilapidated at this moment. Especially in an official open-air shelter, several people shared a packet of biscuits and drank a bottle of water, and countless people huddled together for warmth. Under the biting cold wind of the spring festival, only a few small flames were burning, emitting warmth. Not to mention other private shelters. After experiencing the meteorite impact and zombie crisis, the people are still dealing with zombie corpses and distributing simple food and clean water. And these are the shelters with living people, with a large number of people and strong fighting power. Those with a small number of people, especially those in family units, mostly the elderly, the weak, women and children, should now have become zombies gathering on the streets. Among them, only one official shelter was relatively well preserved, and John, you took a quick look. It is a residential building-style shelter, which was personally set up by the director of that street when the disaster struck. She called on everyone to gather supplies in one place, and then everyone went to the underground parking garage for shelter. Because the underground parking garage had 2 floors, the space was quite large, and there was still plenty of room for the residents and most of the supplies to enter. Moreover, when a zombie outbreak occurred, she took the lead in eliminating the zombies, which prevented the zombie virus from spreading widely and kept the survivors and facilities relatively intact. Seeing this record, Jiangyu nodded slightly. Decisive and ruthless, she is definitely a heroine in the end times. It is extremely lucky for the people living in the residential building to have such a neighborhood committee director taking the lead in doing things. He took a quick look at the current situation in High City and asked Jarvis to set up a manhwa forum, where he uploaded some information about zombies and how to deal with them. This increases the chances of survival for others. Although many people do not meet the requirements for joining the shelter, they also have the right to live. Jiangyu does not want to abandon these compatriots just like that. Moreover, in such a social environment, there are always a few people who defy fate and change their destiny. At that time, they can be regarded as inheriting a part of my friendship in disguise. As for those who saw it, but didn't want to take action and just wanted to join the shelter, Jiangyu was too lazy to care. He was so lazy and casual at the moment of life and death. He deserved to die. As for those shelters that were not covered by the internet and were unaware of the situation, Jiangyu was unable to help. If you want to upgrade the signal tower again, you need 20,000 corpse crystals. If there are not enough people, we can only get 1,000 or 2,000 corpse crystals a day at most, and Jiangyu can't ignore everything else for a signal tower. A few seconds later, Jarvis created a website for communication and then sent out the link of this website under the name manhwa. In an instant, everyone who could receive text messages received the message. At the same time, several seconds passed, and Jarvis quickly created a message about how to kill and avoid zombies, and spread it out despite poor vision and developed hearing and smell. Today is February 4th, 2068, Saturday, the second day of the first lunar month, 7 o'clock in the morning. On the second day after the apocalypse, many people opened their eyes and saw the decoration inside the shelter, recalling the dreamlike scene of yesterday. Everyone felt that the scene at this moment was very unreal. They came to the cafeteria, ordered breakfast with complicated expressions, and then sat on the chairs, ready to start today's work after eating. Zhongli was drinking millet porridge when she subconsciously picked up her phone and opened a certain audio app. When she looked at the interface of a certain audio app, she suddenly smiled bitterly, remembering that the network signal had been gone for a long time. Just as she was about to put down her phone, she suddenly discovered that her phone had a network signal. Moreover, TikTok was opened successfully and a short video was playing at the same time. Hello everyone, I'm Yuan Zhongbai. Listen to fans here. Wow, there's actually internet access here. Zhongli looked at the phone in disbelief, then shouted in shock. Zhongli's voice was very loud, and there were quite a few people in the cafeteria at the moment. When everyone heard that there was internet here, they immediately picked up the bricks that had already been fully charged. Wow, there's actually internet. I remember there wasn't any yesterday. Now that I have the internet, I don't have to rely on my imagination to do my nighttime activities anymore. Woo woo woo. Hurry up and call my dad. Jarvis also made an announcement via radio at this time. Dear residents, the network signal at manhwa's shelter has been restored. Please use the internet to learn about the outside world and relax in your spare time. However, due to limited network coverage, some areas are still not covered. Please be aware of this. Jarvis would like to remind you that online security is no small matter. Online nude chats are not trustworthy, and pornographic websites are not allowed. If you do, I will block your account. Originally, only a few people knew that the network connection had been restored, but now that Jarvis said this, basically everyone in shelter knew about it. They immediately put down the buns and steamed buns in their hands, picked up their mobile phones, and started making calls one after another. Everyone's face was filled with worry and concern. Chapter 22, Self-Produced and Self-Sold Luxurious Breakfast. Some people who received the news that their loved ones were safe were relaxed and happy at this moment. Some people couldn't get through on the phone no matter how hard they tried. So they ended up hanging up the phone and slumped in their chairs, dejected and with empty looks on their faces. Everyone who failed to get through the call comforted themselves in their hearts, thinking that they must have gone to a place where the signal could not reach. That must be the case. Some people go to work happily, while others go to work worriedly. The joy and sorrow in the shelter are now separated. But it is worth noting that most of them are grateful to have come to this shelter. At least, I can survive here. Outside, many people who got up because of the cold weather subconsciously picked up their mobile phones to check the time, and then their eyes suddenly widened. There's actually a full internet signal, damn. And more than one person discovered this. Most people have already discovered it and are browsing the web and looking for their loved ones to report their safety. Many people also saw the link in the unread text message and subconsciously clicked on it. As the progress bar loads, many people have seen a website called Manhwa Forum. There's only one post in the forum now, and this post was uploaded by a netizen named Shinhwa. Title: Zombie Killing, Weaknesses, Detailed Explanation of Various Abilities, and Extraction of Corpse Crystals. Many people clicked on it with curiosity and shock. If this post is true, doesn't it mean that they don't have to be afraid of the zombies outside? After most people read the content of the post, many of them were shocked. After reading it carefully, many people responded under the post. Hey, first, is it so early? The first place was snatched up so quickly. Is this article true or false? Why does it seem so fantastical? Corpse crystal? Do zombies really have this thing in their heads? What's the corpse crystal used for? It's not edible, is it? I'm Li Chang's mother. Has anyone seen my child? Picture. I'm starving. Someone please save me. Does anyone know who this Shinhwa netizen is? It doesn't look fake. I've been observing the zombies downstairs when I was free, and they're very similar to most of the ones described here. Dad, Mom, sister, where are you? Why aren't you home? Who cares if it's true or not? Just go out and try it, and you'll know. Which warrior would go and try it? If it's true as stated above, zombies' heads are fragile. A single blow with more force will be enough. On the forum, countless comments began to question the authenticity of this post, and many colleagues also asked for help and looked for people in the post. But most people questioned the authenticity of this post, and not many people wanted to give it a try. However, when some people in the shelter saw this scene, they immediately ordered their men to try it out. The result was just as what was said in the post. The zombie's head had become extremely fragile at this moment and could be shattered with a strong hit. And you can actually dig out corpse crystals in the head. Not long after, a video of a big man smashing a zombie's head with a shovel and digging out the corpse crystal inside was posted on the forum, which immediately caused an uproar. Wow, this is actually true. All right. I've been fed up with the zombie landlord hiding in my fat man's living room for a while now. I've even sold my body, and he still won't lower my rent. Just wait and see how I'm going to blow his head off. A netizen named Wu Nai Bu Shigo shouted indignantly. TSK, look at the guy with the ID above. He's suffering too. Haha. In this apocalypse, I can actually see people who are more unlucky than me. Picture. Look what I ate. Cockroaches. I ate cockroaches for 2 whole days. Tisk, what's yours? Look at mine. Mosaic. Ugh, you're awesome. You produce and sell your own products. At least you can swallow some enoki mushrooms and get a bug. What do you think I am? I only have golden needles here, no mushrooms. I'm lucky to be alive. Why do you care about these things? A wonderful day starts with a cup of freshly squeezed soy milk with sugar. Picture. Wow, soy milk, fried dough sticks, and a big meat bun. This is before the apocalypse. We've all been through the apocalypse. Why are you being so showy? Tisk, it's okay for you to lie to us, but just don't lie to yourself. Looking at the ridicule and jealousy of netizens, the man continued to post pictures. Look at all these eggs. Should I have fried, stir-fried, braised, or baked? Oh, it's so hard to decide. Fuck, someone tell me the address, so I can wake him up with my piss that's been burning me for a month. While everyone was discussing, many people showed off their breakfast. Milk and bread, eggs and water. There's also a person who eats instant noodles. People who read the posts feel dry-mouthed and hungry. Damn, evil capitalists. I'd like to borrow the self-produced and self-sold pictures above. Please send me one, and I'll see who can finish them. Mosaic. You're so cruel. Sure enough, as soon as this trick was used, the behavior of showing off breakfast stopped immediately. Although the behavior of showing off breakfast was stopped, their hunger was real. Without food, most people might not survive the day. After all, it is winter now. Although the temperature in High City remains in summer all year round, it is still quite cold during the New Year holidays. Although it won't freeze you to death, it can make you extremely uncomfortable. The state of wanting to die, but being unable to do so, is even more torturous. Just when many people were planning to log off to look for food, they suddenly saw another post appear on the Xinhua forum. Xinhua Shelter is buying corpse crystals for a fee. Friends with corpse crystals are welcome to come to Xinhua Shelter to exchange them for supplies. The exchange of supplies is roughly as follows. 1 corpse crystal can be exchanged for a nutritious meal, a basic medicine, or a protein bar that's enough for a day. 2 corpse crystals can be exchanged for 3 days of protein bars or a nutritious meal. 3 corpse crystals can be exchanged for a regular pistol with 16 bullets, a fully loaded pistol plus 10 bullets. 4 corpse crystals can be exchanged for a pistol, 16 bullets, and a protein bar or a nutritious meal. 5 corpse crystals can be exchanged for a grenade. Please discuss in person if you have more than 5 corpse crystals. The address of Xinhua Shelter is, considering that most people are just ordinary people who have just experienced the end of the world, it is good enough to be able to kill zombies. Who can give you so many corpse crystals? A little is a little adds up. As soon as this exchange post was opened, countless people flooded in with comments and messages. Chapter 23. Exchange begins, forum buzzes. Wow, this is so luxurious. Is this some military shelter? Are you stupid? Does the military shelter need to be like this? Shouldn't it be given to us for free? Oh, I knew it. Another capitalist. It seems he released the information about that zombie just to get us to help him hunt zombies and obtain corpse crystals. Not bad. At least we can exchange it for food. Now the difficult part is how to kill the zombies. But what are corpse crystals used for? How dare this person exchange food for corpse crystals? There are more and more comments in the comment section, but basically none of them are useful. Basically, they are complaining and grumbling and talking about their miserable situation. Why don't they distribute food for free when they have the ability? Is there a need to do this? Jiang Yu simply scanned the comments and ignored them. He then asked the robots to set up exchange points outside the shelter and notify him if there were any large orders. At this moment, the criticism in the comments section continues. Many people think that since Xinhua Shelter is so powerful, they should just give out food for free instead of making such an awkward decision. What's wrong with helping others during difficult times? You are so rich. What's wrong with helping those who have no money? Everyone has difficult times. They're simply taking human lives lightly by doing this. However, no matter what they said or how they made a fuss, no one came up with a correct response. Those who were clear-headed looked at the zombies around them with serious eyes, then looked for opportunities and fought hard. There are also many people who have been hungry for 2 days and are too lazy to complain. Their body's survival instinct tells them to eat, otherwise they will die. They also took up arms and chose to kill zombies. On the other side, the people in the large shelters also saw Jiang Yu's post, and they all had serious expressions on their faces. It's not because they can exchange it for food. The end of the world has just begun, and they are not short of food. But they are very short of guns. Moreover, the exchange items this time actually include guns. That's a gun. Although there are some weapons in their shelter, they are precious treasures and will not be used easily. And if it weren't for the approaching end of the world, some people would have been smuggled in from the Golden Triangle. This would have been basically impossible in peacetime. China's gun ban is so serious that even if you're the son of a city mayor, it is impossible to get a decent gun. In a private shelter about 20 kilometers away from the Xinhua Shelter, a group of senior executives were holding a meeting. Boss, who on earth built this Xinhua Shelter? How could it be so powerful? They even have guns. Hey, if we had more guns yesterday, or if the guide had come out earlier, maybe so many brothers wouldn't have died yesterday. Go pry open those zombies' heads and see how many corpse crystals we have now. We have to be the first to change guns. No one knows how many weapons they have in reserve, so we have to be quick. Brother, I don't think it's necessary to be so fast. Why? Since they're willing to sell guns without setting a limit, we can imagine they have quite a bit in stock. So we can wait and see what other people have done and see how the guns perform. What if all we've worked so hard to kill zombies turns out to be a few old smoking guns? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? After hearing what his think tank said, the boss was silent, but after thinking for a moment, he spoke. No, this matter should be dealt with sooner rather than later. It is better to move than to remain still. The best way is to take the sword in your hand first. If you are slow in one step, you may be slow in every step. Moreover, since the shelter dares to buy so much, it must attach great importance to this so-called corpse crystal. Although we don't know what it is used for, the corpse crystal is useless to us now. It is better to spend some money to exchange for firearms and enhance ourselves. I believe that no matter how the apocalypse develops, firearms, the crystallization of human wisdom, will not be eliminated prematurely. And business is mutual. The shelter is doing this simply to collect corpse crystals. If his products aren't good and he loses business, he'll be the one who suffers. I don't believe the shelter leader, with such a reserve of firepower, is mentally retarded to try to do a one-time deal like this. The think tank was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly in agreement. And this kind of thing happened at the same time in a nearby shelter. They all began to collect corpse crystals and then calculated what would be the best exchange for them. Although many people have raised questions about corpse crystals, but no one could answer. Although some people have guessed the importance of corpse crystals, they don't know the specific details. It is not known what this importance refers to. So helpless, most people think that instead of starving to death, it is better to exchange this thing for food. At least they can survive after exchanging the food. As long as they can survive, then it is only a matter of time before they understand the function of corpse crystal, right? Of course, there were also many smart people who left some corpse crystals for future use. In Sun Tianming's shelter, Sun Tianming was having breakfast with 8 classmates, 5 boys and 3 girls. Of course, it wasn't a very good meal, just 8 loaves of brown bread with a small glass of water. The students ate the black bread in small bites. The hard and dry black bread made it difficult for them to swallow. In addition, there was so little water that it was even more difficult for them to swallow it. So they could only use the little saliva they had left to moisten the bread before swallowing it. Sun Tianming looked at this scene and spoke. "I'm sorry, the disaster yesterday happened so suddenly that one of our warehouses was destroyed. Otherwise, we wouldn't be eating bread here. Normally, we should have instant noodles and sausage for breakfast." After hearing what Sun Tianming said, the students no longer dared to show their resentment and dissatisfaction on their faces, and they all spoke up. "It's okay. It's not easy for everyone. Please be understanding." Yes. Vice Squad Leader Sun is also thinking about the future. "That's right. It's great that you can take us in. Haha. But I really want to see what Jiangyu is doing now. He's not dead, is he? Hey, that's possible. That guy is so self-righteous." Deputy Squad Leader Sun wanted to help him despite past grudges, but he actually refused. "TSK, what else can I say to a guy like that? From now on, I'll spit on him every time I see him. I'll finally vent my anger on behalf of Vice Squad Leader Sun." Sun Tianming narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, he was enjoying this surround, three-dimensional, mindless atmosphere. This was also the reason why he and his classmates came here. Did they really think he was short of that little money? He just wants that feeling. After hearing his classmates' flattery, the slight dissatisfaction in his heart caused by his classmates' dissatisfaction slowly dissipated. Chapter 24. All parties respond to and prepare for threats. Wow, wasn't the internet down? How to get back online so quickly? Can we exchange corpse crystals for supplies at the Xinhua shelter? Just as everyone was watching Sun Tianming's expression and acting accordingly, a classmate with a wider vision suddenly noticed this scene. "What? Is this true?" As soon as these words were spoken, the other students immediately took out their mobile phones and were extremely excited to find that they could actually access the internet. "Wow, I can actually go online. Look at this forum. You can even exchange it for food. Wow, can both pistols and grenades be exchanged?" Listening to his classmates' words, Sun Tianming's expression froze. He quickly took out his cell phone, took a quick look at it, then stood up and walked straight to the other side. After seeing Sun Tianming leave, the classmates also relaxed a little. They started discussing loudly. Sun Tianming left and came to his father Sun Xiong's room. There was a faint smell of meat in the room. On his father's table, there was a basket of dumplings, a bowl of porridge, and 2 tea eggs. As the boss of this shelter, his food is naturally different from others. Sun Xiong himself was looking at his phone with excitement. "Dad!" It took Sun Tianming's call of Dad to bring him back from the world of mobile phones. What's up? Is the class reunion over? What's up?" Sun Xiong laughed. "Dad, you should have seen that post too." I see. They were able to do this on the second day of the apocalypse. It seems they had made long-term preparations before the apocalypse. Xinhua shelter, I really want to see who their leader is." Sun Xiong said. "So what are you going to do next?" I've asked Xiao Li and the others to count the corpse crystals and find a time to exchange them. Dad, since this shelter has so many supplies, why don't we join forces with others? Son Tianming asked hesitantly. No, since they dare to sell it, they're not afraid of you stealing it, or even robbing it. Don't even think about such a fantasy in the future. When Sun Xiong heard that Sun Tianming was actually planning to take over the Xinhua shelter, he immediately cursed. Don't think about it carefully. The fact that someone dares to sell you a gun proves that they're not afraid of buying your things and then turning around to attack you. Sun Xiong couldn't figure this out and was quite disappointed with his son. Seeing his father's slightly disappointed look, Sun Tianming had nothing to say. After saying a few more words, he left. But when he turned around, the gleam in his eyes made people feel his ambition. When Sun Tianming returned to his classmates, he saw them looking at their phones in shock, whispering something from time to time. What are you looking at? So engrossed. Sun Tianming asked. Deputy Squad Leader Sun, look, is this person Jiang Yu? A fat male classmate handed over the phone. Sun Tianming suddenly saw the picture. It was a person showing off the richness of his breakfast, and in the corner was a picture of Jiang Yu getting his meal. It seems like it's really him. Sun Tianming was stunned. What was going on? Did this guy really have a shelter? Was he lying? When the people who were still discussing saw Sun Tianming's silence, they immediately realized that Sun Tianming's mood was getting bad, and they immediately shut up. Haha, it must be just a coincidence that they look alike. How could a poor guy like Jiang Yu possibly get into such a high-end shelter? Yeah, maybe they just look alike. Listening to the discussion of his classmates, Sun Tianming seemed to be thinking about something. Father will go to exchange something tomorrow. Let's go with him and see what's going on. But is Jiang Yu really so lucky? Just as Sun Tianming was thinking, his cell phone rang. Seeing the person who sent the letter, Sun Tianming's expression changed, and he walked to the other side with his phone. When the classmates saw Sun Tianming's expression change, they all shut their mouths and looked at each other. At the entrance of the Xinhua shelter, the artificial people had set up their stalls early, and a large amount of supplies were placed behind the door for immediate use. Soon, the first person came to exchange something. The man limped over, his body covered in dried and smelly blood, which formed a sharp contrast with the clean and tidy clothes of the android. Hello, this is the fire exchange shop. What do you need to exchange for? I have 4 corpse crystals here. What can I exchange them for? The man asked in a hoarse voice. The android was silent for a moment, then spoke. Based on your condition, I suggest you exchange 2 corpse crystals for medical supplies, and then exchange them for a corpse crystal nutritious meal and a corpse crystal energy block. Can I still exchange medical supplies? Normally it's not allowed, but since you're the first one, it's considered a good start. The android smiled. Okay, then let's do as you say. The android nodded slightly, then put away the corpse crystal and began to dispatch. 2 minutes later, a box of antibiotics, a box of painkillers, a bottle of anti-inflammatory drugs, a bottle of disinfectant alcohol, a roll of bandage, 2 plastic boxes, and a bottle of water were handed to him. After getting the thing, the man swallowed hard, because the moment the thing was taken out, he smelled it, the aroma of meat. Can I eat on the side? But he still asked cautiously. Okay, just don't disturb us. Thanks. After saying that, the man quickly came under a big tree and quickly opened the lunchbox. Inside was a nutritious meal with a full grid of rice. There were also 3 large pieces of braised pork, a large duck leg, a crispy fried chicken breast, and 2 kinds of vegetables. These dishes filled the entire lunchbox, and it felt very heavy just to hold. The other box contained 4 black rectangular pastes that looked like jelly. It seemed that these were the so-called energy blocks. Without hesitation, he immediately grabbed a piece of meat with his hands and put it into his mouth in big mouthfuls. The braised pork was tender and delicious, and it seemed to melt in his mouth. He swallowed the meat in seconds, without hesitation, and quickly picked up the rice with his hands. The next moment, the eating mode starts. But in just a few minutes, a box of lunch weighing 3 pounds was swept away. The contents were eaten up completely and cleanly. If this was not a lunchbox, but a plate, there might not even be any need to wash the plate, because there would not be any oil on it, because it had all been licked clean. 5 minutes to eat, half an hour to lick the plate. After finishing his meal, he drank most of the bottle of water in one gulp, put down the bottle, and then put it back into his bag as if it were a treasure. Water resources are quite precious nowadays, so it's better to drink less if possible. With the first person's exchange, more and more people came to exchange. Chapter 25. Moral Blackmail of the Army Soldier King. As time passed, it was evening in the blink of an eye, and people came to exchange goods in an endless stream. They all consciously lined up in a long queue in front of the exchange point. So slow. Why are there so many people? Why are there only one exchange point? Why not open a few more? Are you afraid we won't be able to grab it? Exactly. Typical bureaucracy. If there wasn't really no other place to buy something, I would never travel several kilometers to exchange something here. Why can't I exchange it? Isn't this money? Why can't I exchange it? Don't you know that refusing to accept currency is illegal? An old lady's voice echoed in the front row. After hearing this sound, everyone became alert and looked forward to see what happened next. No matter what time it is, watching the fun is always a major hobby in nature of human beings. They love to watch anything exciting, including but not limited to animals mating, hoof trimming, carpet cleaning, watching excavators working, etc. As long as the fun doesn't concern you, that's the best. Old man, our exchange rules are very clear. We only accept corpse crystals for exchange. Do you think money is still useful? Take it away quickly and don't delay others from exchanging things. The android in charge of the exchange said with a frown. If Jiang Yu hadn't given the order not to act rashly, he would have wanted to punch her away. I don't care about your rules. I'm buying your stuff with money. If you don't sell it, you're breaking the law. I can totally. Then call the police. See if they'll come. The android laughed. Is this how you respect the elderly and love the young? Didn't your elders teach you what courtesy is? The ant immediately changed the subject and shouted loudly. It seems that whoever speaks louder is right. Politeness? Politeness is something that depends on who you are. For someone like you, it's better to be impolite. The android said calmly. Then he shouted again at the back of the old lady. If this old lady doesn't leave today, we'll suspend the distribution of supplies. We'll resume the exchange when she leaves. After she finished speaking, the atmosphere in the crowd behind the ante really started to become strange. They instantly went from being a crowd of onlookers to being part of the fun. The ant was stunned for a moment when she heard this, but when she thought of her identity, she became fearless again. Who am I? I'm an old man. I lie on the ground. Who dares to touch me? Hey, Annie, who doesn't have money? If we could exchange it for money, we would have taken it long ago. Why do we have to wait for you to take it? Are you the only one who's smart? That's right. Some people really do get more shameless as they get older. Don't you have any compassion at all? Do you think it's funny for a bunch of grown men to say that about an old man? Hey, but think about it carefully. She's just an old lady. You have so many things in the shelter. What's wrong with giving her some? It won't break your bones. That's right. They've completely discarded the traditional virtues of respecting the elderly and loving the young. Countless voices erupted from the crowd, some condemning, some echoing, and some speaking up for the elderly out of dissatisfaction with the shelter's actions. When the ant heard that someone supported her, she was delighted. He quickly lay down. Oh my, what sin have I committed? I can't even buy anything with money. Oh God, are you going to kill me to please me? I have several grandchildren at home waiting to eat. After the ant lay down, she immediately started crying for her parents. As she recounted her misery, she cried louder and louder, pretending to wipe away her tears from time to time. Seeing the old lady so pitiful, most of the young people changed their attitudes and looked at her with worry. Some little girls even wiped their tears secretly. What a poor old lady. I didn't expect she had to support so many people. Hey, just give some her. She's so pitiful. You're such a piece of shit. Are you an orphan? What would you think if your mother was this pitiful? Alas, people's hearts have changed. This era is destined to become more and more selfish. Thinking back to the past, we really helped each other. Even though the voices of the people in the queue were getting louder and louder, and their tone was getting more and more intense, several androids in charge of exchanging supplies acted as if they hadn't heard anything and started talking about their next work arrangements. Seeing that the person in charge was so cold-blooded and had no reaction at all, the crowd became angry in an instant. If you don't help this poor old lady today, we won't exchange them. Don't you want corpse crystals? Well, I won't give them to you. I won't exchange them. Let's see what you can do. Yes, that's right. Let's unite as one. As long as we unite, we can definitely help Auntie get justice. Yes, that's right. There are many real saints in the crowd. Of course, there are also some who want to take advantage of the situation to see how the shelter will deal with it. If they can really get it for free, then their future operations will be more flexible. Just as everyone was arguing, the big man standing behind the ant pushed her away and placed 5 corpse crystals on the table. If she doesn't change, I will. The big man said in a thunderous voice. Are you looking for death? Dare to push me? Believe it or not. The old lady was about to curse when she saw someone dare to push her. But the next moment, she saw a burly man over 2 meters tall and extremely strong looking at her coldly. Since you don't want to change, then don't block other people's way. As the saying goes, a good dog doesn't block the road. You're so old, don't you know what it means to not cause trouble for others? Dahan said in a serious tone. You. The ant wanted to say something more, but when she saw the dried blood and muscles on the big man's body and his tiger-like eyes, even the ant knew that this man was not to be trifled with, and she immediately walked behind him while muttering, Simple mind, strong limbs. Are you alone? The android looked at the big man, then looked at the blood-stained corpse crystal in his anxious eyes, sighed, took the corpse crystal, and asked, And my 2 children? The big man said, Then I suggest you exchange it for 2 nutritious meals, 1 for you and 1 for your 2 children. Don't worry, our nutritious meals are very large, and 1 child can't finish them all. Then exchange it for medicine for 1 corpse crystal. The children are weak and need prevention. The remaining 2 can be exchanged for 2 energy blocks, a total of 5 corpse crystals. Do you agree? The android thought briefly and said, Okay, thank you for your help. The big man agreed without hesitation. After all, he had no other choice. The child hadn't eaten for 2 days. Although other people had food stored, they couldn't exchange it like here. Chapter 26. The King of Soldiers goes off duty. Okay, wait a minute. Soon, the androids behind him began to pack the items needed for exchange for the big man. Served in the military? 10 years in the army, just recently discharged. The big man laughed. Looking at your appearance, you are at least a soldier king. The android asked. Not bad. I took first place in the Rabbit Eagle military competition. Well, that's very good. After a few words, the packing was completed. The android took the bag and handed it to him. If you're interested, come to our shelter. I'm sure our commander-in-chief will like you. Good. The big man did not agree, but spoke ambiguously. After all, he didn't know the details of the shelter. Also, be careful. It's not before the new year. I know. A fierce light flashed in the big man's eyes, and then he grabbed the bag tightly and walked to the back. He's quite talented. Then, under the strange gazes of the crowd, the strong man turned and left. During this period, no one dared to say a word, for fear that the strong man would suddenly explode. The big man is different from the shelter. They can come to the shelter to cause trouble because the shelter has a big family and a big business, and they can't escape it all. But the big man is alone, and it's the end of the world now. Even if he really did something, no one would care. As the big man left, the android asked, Anyone else want to change? Or are you all going to wait until this lady is done? The android's words instantly attracted the attention of those people, who started cursing again. Don't you have any kindness at all? The old man is so pitiful. What's wrong with giving him something? The Buddha said, I love to do good and give charity, but why don't you have any sense at all? Soon, as the shouts rang out again, Jiang Yu, who was in the base, also heard the news from Jarvis. Watch the contents of the surveillance video. Jiang Yu sneered. This is moral kidnapping and forcing the emperor to abdicate. If I agree this time, the subsequent exchanges will be much more difficult. If they can just ask any old man or old woman to exchange things for free, then what's the point of this exchange booth? We could just open the warehouse and let them go in and grab things. But seeing that the shouting outside was getting louder and louder, we really needed a good solution. While thinking, Jiang Yu noticed that it was almost nighttime, which was not safe at night. So he asked Jarvis to pass on a message. Our commander said, since everyone doesn't want to change, then forget it. Plus, it's getting late today, so why not? We still have to go back for dinner. So, let's just leave it at that. The androids almost laughed out loud when they heard Jarvis's instructions. Seeing that the line was so long, they were ready to work overtime, but they didn't expect this old lady to help them and let them get off work early today. As soon as the android said this, everyone present fell silent for a moment. Then an even louder noise erupted. No, we'll be hungry tonight if you leave. Leave? We haven't even exchanged for anything yet. Why are we leaving? Some of us haven't eaten for 3 days. Do you still want to eat? When they heard that the exchange point was going to be closed, the people in the queue became excited. I've been waiting in line for an entire afternoon, and you just cancel it? Are you kidding? Oh, didn't you say you wouldn't change unless we gave it to the ant for free? I'm not giving it to you for free. Then don't change it. If you want to change, come back tomorrow. Don't worry, there's plenty of supplies. Everyone, come back tomorrow. I wish you all a pleasant evening in advance. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect that they just wanted to use moral kidnapping to see if there was any money to be made, but they didn't expect that they were so stubborn and directly closed the exchange point. If they can't exchange anything today, many of them will have to go hungry all night. I was supposed to be able to have dinner in time, but now because I said a few words to help this old lady, everything is gone. After saying that, the androids began to pack up. One person moved the table, one moved the chairs, one opened the door, and one held a gun on guard. Within a minute, they entered the shelter. Then, they who were outside the iron fence saw the piles of food and instant noodles and water inside the iron fence, and their eyes suddenly turned red. You can't leave. If you want to leave, send us the stuff. Yeah, that's right, we need to eat. In an instant, the people who were exchanging supplies began to riot. Filled with hunger, they didn't care about anything else. They crowded at the iron gate and began to push hard, as if trying to get into the shelter. What are you doing? Everyone, step back or we'll shoot. The two androids shouted fiercely, holding submachine guns. When they saw the submachine gun, they were frightened at first, and then their heads filled with hunger gradually became relieved, but then someone shouted from behind. What are you afraid of? Do they dare to shoot? If they dare to shoot, they are killing people. Do they dare? When these words were spoken, everyone was in a trance. Yes, no matter how powerful they are, no matter how many weapons they have, they dare not shoot anyway. Now we live in a society ruled by law, and if they hurt someone, they will be held accountable. Then they began to crowd and shout again. Seeing this scene, the two gun-wielding androids became instantly furious. Raise the gun and shoot at the thigh of the person outside. They are not human beings, but artificial beings. Their only instruction is to obey all the tasks that Jiangyu said. In an instant, submachine guns and terrifying fire snakes rushed into the thighs of the people in the front row. They actually fired a gun. Run. Damn it. These people actually dared to open fire? Find the authorities. Hurry and find the authorities. It hurts so much. How dare you? A moment later, except for those whose thighs were crippled by the blows, everyone else at the scene ran behind a big tree dozens of meters away. Fortunately, the robot only fired for a few seconds. Otherwise, if he had continued to shoot, none of them would have been able to escape. The dozen or so people who were hit in the thighs were holding their legs and wailing. Help! Help! I don't want to die. Save me. Save me. Don't you want corpse crystals? I'll give them all to you. I'll give them all to you. I'm sorry. Help me. I have a lot of money. You guys deserve a bad death, actually shooting at civilians. You are definitely a bunch of thugs. In an instant, all kinds of sounds entered the ears of the android. But so what? They are just artificial people, not real people, and do not have so many human emotions. Chapter 27, Night Encirclement. Just keep on yelling like that. Zombies are very sensitive to sounds at night. The louder you yell, the more zombies will gather here. By then, you won't be able to escape even if you want to. The android sneered, and then turned away to continue guarding the shelter. He didn't believe that after the warning shot, just now, there would still be someone stubborn enough to break in. When the people outside heard this voice, their faces suddenly changed. Yes, zombies are more ferocious at night, as that guidepost mentioned. If the zombies were really attracted here, then those of them who couldn't walk would be doomed. In an instant, they closed their mouths, endured the pain, shed blood all over the ground, and dragged their exhausted bodies to the tree. The group of people hiding in the back were also stunned. They looked at each other with fear on their faces. If the zombies really came, they would be nothing more than the zombies' midnight snack. Moreover, it is better to believe this kind of thing than not to believe it. If it is true, then they will be really finished. At this moment, there was deep regret in the eyes of many of them. Everything would have been fine if we just followed the rules. But why were you meddling in other people's business and helping that old lady when you haven't even eaten yet? Ultimately, they were just greedy. If they weren't, perhaps they would have been eating a delicious and nutritious meal by now. Thinking of this, many of them looked at the shameless old lady with anger. As if she sensed the strange looks from others, the ant shouted, "Why are you looking at me? I didn't shoot you. Go find whoever shot you." The old lady glared at him fiercely and then left, not knowing where she went. "Humph. Go back and call my son and the others over. I want to see if he can still shoot us all if my whole family comes to cause trouble." Annie muttered angrily. As the ant left, everyone present fell into deep regret. Many people want to slap themselves a few times. Why do you say that? Not only did they not receive any thanks from the old lady, but they also had nothing to eat that night, and those who were shot in the thigh were even in danger of their lives. However, it had already happened, and they had no way to stop it. If they shouted too loudly and called the zombies over, they would be dead. The shelter only allowed them to queue up, but the zombies really ate people. At this moment, they can only pray that the exchange booth at the shelter can be set up earlier tomorrow, so that they can eat earlier. Soon, night fell, and most people climbed to the treetops, planning to sleep there for the night. Now that night had fallen, it was too dangerous to walk back at night. If you're not careful, you will become the zombies' dinner. Many people have walked several kilometers to get here, and it is too tiring to walk back and come again tomorrow. So it's better to stay here. What if the boss of a shelter is in a good mood and opens for midnight snacks? Just as they were letting their minds wander and starting to fantasize at the door of the shelter, the old lady returned to a tent at the foot of the mountain. Inside, 5 burly men were sitting crowded together. 3 of them were her sons, 1 was her husband, and the other was her younger brother. "Mom, sister, did you buy anything?" Seeing the aunt's return, the younger brother and son couldn't help but ask immediately. They had been hungry for a long time and are eager to have a meal now. "No, that damn refugee camp doesn't allow you to exchange money." Seeing the expectant eyes of the men, the aunt became furious and shouted angrily, "Damn it, they're not even going to take our money. Do they really want us to kill that zombie? It's such a disgusting thing. I'd rather die than touch it." The aunt's brother's expression turned cold, and he shouted, "How dare you say that? You're such a grown-up, but you still need me to feed you. You're nothing but a piece of crap." The aunt yelled at her brother, "Oomph. Don't forget, you swore in front of my parents that as long as you are still alive, you will support me and help me find a wife in the future." Auntie's brother laughed. "You and I are so unlucky to have met a loser like you." "Huh, do you think I want to meet you? If your family hadn't held me back, I might be a member of a foreign royal family now, well-fed and well-clothed, with beautiful women to hang out with every day." "You." The aunt was so angry that she couldn't speak. She could only sigh helplessly and sit down angrily. All right, forget it if you didn't get any. Go kill a few zombies tomorrow and get some food." The aunt's husband was obviously used to this kind of thing and started to mediate. "No way. We haven't eaten for a few days. We're almost starving to death. Do we have to wait until tomorrow to kill the zombies before exchanging food? You might as well wait until I starve to death before exchanging it." The aunt's brother immediately stood up and refuted. "By the way, Dad, I just saw a man coming down with a bag of things. It looks like he got a lot of things in exchange. Do you want to go and borrow some from him?" The second son stood up and asked, "Borrow? Who has enough food to lend at this time? I'm already giving you face by not chasing you away, so why bother to lend it to me?" The eldest son started to taunt. "What should we do? We can't starve to death." The second son asked, "Hey, third brother, aren't you a college student? Think of a solution." The eldest brother pushed the third brother, who was thinking about something. As the only one in the family who had attended school, and college at that, everyone had extremely high expectations for the third child. They originally thought that with the appearance of this college student, they would have no worries about food and clothing in the future, but they did not expect that the end of the world would come before that day. When I was in college, I remember a lawyer nicknamed Outlaw once said, "When you feel your life is threatened and the law can't help you, you have one last resort, which is crime." Perhaps today's situation is the time for us to take that last resort. The third brother spoke lightly. "Well, you're worthy of being the third brother. You found a solution right away. Since the lawyer said so, there must be no problem. In this case, tonight, we have no choice but to take the last resort." The boss spoke in a serious tone. "Hee. As expected of an educated person, you really understand the law very well. But that man is not easy to deal with. He is a retired soldier. We need to bring some weapons." The aunt spoke. "There are 5 of us, each with a stick. Mom, you go and attract his attention, and we'll attack him together when he's off guard. As long as we attack together, no matter if he's a soldier, he'll kneel in front of us. We can even kill an old master with a random punch." Chapter 28. People's hearts are no longer as they used to be, and zombies are coming. The third brother continued. "Hey, just you guys go, don't count me in. I'm not going. I'm a gentleman." The aunt's brother was lying in the corner, leaning against the family's clothes, and sneered lazily. Seeing their uncle like this, the younger ones didn't know what to say. They could only frown and agree to let their uncle stay in the tent with extreme dissatisfaction in their hearts. Several of them went to rob supplies. After a brief discussion, the second brother led them to an abandoned container with weapons in hand. The door of the container was open, and the aroma of meat wafted out from inside. Gurgle. The stomachs of several people who had been hungry for several days suddenly began to growl. After that, several people looked at each other, and the ant tiptoed to the opposite side of the container door and shouted loudly, "Ouch, ouch, my leg! My leg is broken!" The sons hid beside the container, while the ant fell diagonally opposite the container door. In this way, when the big woman comes out, she will not be able to see her sons and husband behind her. After the ant's shout, the strong man did not come out immediately. Instead, he stood at the door of the container with the faint light of his mobile phone and the bright moonlight at night. "It's you? What are you doing at my door?" When the big man saw that it was the old lady lying at the door, his expression turned cold, and he asked in a cold voice. I can still clearly remember the ant's rudeness and unreasonableness not long ago. "I wanted to ask you for something to eat. I was so hungry when I came down just now, and I accidentally fell. I didn't get anything to eat, so I had no choice but to come to you. Please have pity on me and give me something to eat." The old lady spoke with tears in her eyes and an extremely sad expression. The big man looked at the old lady with a frown on his face. "No more. We've all finished eating. You can go change it yourself tomorrow." After saying that, he was about to turn around and go back. Seeing that the big man was about to go back, the ant continued to shout, "Then please give me some painkillers, otherwise I will die of pain if I am in pain all night. I'm already old and have to take care of 4 grandchildren. How can I be so relaxed?" Woo woo woo. As if she was talking about something sad, the old lady looked even sadder, cried even louder, and wiped the corners of her eyes from time to time, as if wiping away tears. After all, the strong man was a retired soldier, so he naturally couldn't bear to see such a thing happen. So even though the old lady had a bad criminal record, the belief that the people's soldiers serve the people has always been rooted deep in his heart, so he struggled for a while. Finally, he sighed helplessly, went back inside, and took out a box of painkillers, walked out the container door, and walked towards the ant. When the old lady saw the strong man walk out of the container, a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. Thank you. You are such a good person," the ant said with a smile on her face as she was helped up by him. "Oh, whoever marries you would be incredibly lucky. It's a pity I don't have a sister or daughter. Otherwise, I would have let her marry you," the ant said as she steadied the big man's gaze. The ant's children sneaked into the container and quickly grabbed the sleeping child inside. "Wow, Dad, who are you, sister, Dad? Save me. You bastard, let my sister go, let her go. Xiao Qing Xiao Bai." When the strong man heard this very familiar scream, he immediately turned back. Suddenly, he saw a scene that made his eyes burst. His 2 daughters were actually beaten with sticks and had their heads bowed. "What do you want to do?" The strong man was angry. His muscles tensed, and his expression became extremely fierce. At this moment, the whole person is like a tiger, ready to rush towards the prey and tear them to pieces at any time. "Stop! If you don't want anything to happen to them, stop!" The ant immediately shouted behind the strong man. "It's you. You actually." The strong man looked at the ant with a bit of disbelief in his eyes. He didn't expect that people's hearts could be so evil. "Yes, it was me. But to be honest, it's all your fault. You exchanged the supplies and didn't share any with me, causing me to starve until now. So if you won't give it to me, then I'll come and take it. It's not against the law anyway." The ant shouted righteously. "Not breaking the law. You're threatening, intimidating, and robbing, and you say you're not breaking the law." The strong man said through gritted teeth. "Ha! Don't you know what the outlaw said?" After hearing what the strong man said, the 3rd son coldly repeated the famous saying of the outlaw. "You." After hearing such an explanation, even the strong man, the iron-blooded soldier, was stunned for a moment. Sophisticated arguments, specious arguments. You are distorting the facts. The strong man roared. "Humph. So what if they're twisted? Stupid big guy. I'm only giving you one chance. Hand over all the food, or I'll let them die here. What a pretty little girl. If she gets a few more scars on her face, her life will be ruined." Hearing their words, the strong man clenched his teeth tightly, as if he was going to break them, but there was nothing he could do. Take it. The things are all on the table inside. Take them and leave quickly," the big man said through gritted teeth. His eyes were full of unwillingness. Ever since he became the king of soldiers, no one dared to threaten him like this. Even the chief instructor of the Eagle Head country was pinned to the ground by him after he mocked him a few times. But I didn't expect that after retiring, this group of ordinary people would dare to threaten me with my own daughter. This is what it feels like when a tiger is bullied by a dog. When the third son heard where the things were placed, he immediately ran over, quickly took the bag, came to the door, and nodded slightly to his parents and two brothers. Just as they were about to leave, they heard countless hungry roars coming from behind them. They subconsciously looked back, and in an instant, the crotches of several sons became wet. What they saw: countless zombie hordes are coming towards them. In the moonlight, they looked like demons that had just emerged from hell, making people shudder. Oh my God, zombies! So many zombies! Seeing so many zombies, the sons were instantly frightened and subconsciously let go of the girl in their hands. Dad! The frightened little girl immediately ran to her father's arms. The strong man picked them up with heartache, then looked at the zombies around him with a serious expression and quickly thought about where to go. On the other side, Jiangyu, who had just finished his midnight snack and was about to go to bed, suddenly received a warning from Jarvis. Chapter 29, Pulling the Front Line and Attacking the Army. Sir, we've detected hundreds of zombies moving 1 kilometer from the shelter. If we don't stop them in time, they might rush over. After hearing Jarvis' words, Jiangyu suddenly lost all his sleepiness. After thinking for a while, he began to assign tasks. We can't let them charge in and stretch the battlefield further. Jarvis, gather 100 combat-type androids, 50 support-type androids, and 50 medical-type androids to the chariots. Following Jiangyu's task assignments, the androids quickly put on their clothes, picked up their weapons, and got on the truck. Some people who happened to be passing by were amazed when they saw this scene. At the same time, I was also wondering, night has fallen, do we still need to go on a mission? Aren't zombies said to be more dangerous at night? All troops attack! Jiangyu shouted loudly while standing in the bus. Go, go, go! The next moment, the gate of the base opened, and the androids outside opened the iron gate at the same time. Then, in the shocked eyes of the people outside the base, they saw a large number of fully armed people, a total of 6 modified vehicles leaving the shelter. The survivors outside the shelter were also extremely confused as to why they were going on a mission so fully armed in the middle of the night. Just as everyone in the base was mobilizing to go out, the ant and the others who were in the center of the zombie swarm were now scared out of their wits. They all ran quickly towards the shelter. Subconsciously, they believe that as long as the shelter opens its doors and lets people in, they will be safe. When passing by her own tent, the ant shouted to her brother to come out quickly because zombies were coming. My brother came out of the tent with an impatient look on his face and said, "Is this true? There are zombies here? Are you lying because you can't find food?" Hearing her brother say this, the ant knew that it was useless to say anything, so she immediately grabbed her brother's hand and ran back. After leaving the tent, my brother saw the zombies behind him, which looked extremely gloomy under the moonlight. Wow! When the ant's brother saw this scene, he immediately ran forward. In this way, everyone continued to rush towards the mountain. Thump! Grass! Just as they were about to leave the main road and walk towards the side path, the ant's brother, who had not exercised for a long time, staggered and fell to the ground. The old lady was dragged down as well. Useless thing, get up quickly. It hurts, sister, my knee hurts so much. The old lady was startled and looked around frantically, only to see that her knee was a little scratched and bleeding. You unfortunate child, you only have a little skin broken, and you're screaming so loudly. Why don't you get up and run away? The ant roared. Is this called a wound? I'm still a child, just a 456-month-old child. What if the wound doesn't heal? Auntie's brother roared. Hearing her brother's angry voice, the ant shook her head bitterly, then pulled him away without saying a word. However, just as the ant was about to speed up, she tripped because she didn't see the stone under her feet. And my younger brother also fell because of my aunt's fall. What the hell? My last wound hasn't healed yet. Why did you fall down? It's fine if you fell down, but why did you drag me with you? Auntie's brother roared. The old lady seemed to be unable to breathe for a while because her chest was hit by the fall, but her strong desire to survive still made her struggle to get up with great difficulty. But because she had no support, the ant climbed up very slowly. When she looked at her brother, he was about to reach out. Roar! And during the time they hesitated, the zombies caught up with them. Smelling the unpleasant odor of the zombies behind him and the rotting hands so close to him, the ant's brother immediately broke free from his sister's hand and ran towards his brother-in-law regardless of anything. At the same time, he kept muttering to himself, "Sister, I still need to continue the family line. I can't die. Because he let go, the old lady fell to the ground again. At this moment, He completely forgot that his sister was lying behind him. The sister who had always protected him was now lying on the ground and struggling to get up. When the old lady saw this scene, she was stunned at first. Then she smiled bitterly, and her old and narrow eyes were full of bitterness. In the end, she seemed to accept her fate and did not stand up, allowing the zombies coming from behind to bite her fat body mercilessly. Soon, the miserable screams of the old lady spread throughout the highway intersection. Mom! Wife! The son and husband who were walking in front were also shocked and sad when they saw this scene. What do they see? The brother who was the apple of his mother and wife's had actually abandoned his own sister and ran away alone. You bastard! As the husband, he was the first one who couldn't help it and punched his brother directly. Bung! This solid punch on the brother's face stunned the indifferent brother. He roared after realizing what was happening. You bastard! I'm the only child in my family. How dare you hit me? Do you want my sister to die with regret? Only child? My 3 sons. Aren't they your family's bloodline? Who do you think you are? How dare you do this to my wife? I'll beat you to death. Dad! Dad! Stop it! Zombies are coming. As the aunt's husband, he almost lost control, and his 3 sons immediately shouted loudly when they saw this scene. Now is not the time to fight him. If they're not careful and are surrounded by zombies, they will all die. The big man who was walking beside him, holding his daughter, also saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh. The aunt used everything she had to provide her family with good food and drink, but she never expected that the person who killed her in the end was her own brother. How ironic and ridiculous. While thinking, he quickened his pace and rushed towards the shelter. Just when he was halfway there, he heard the sound of the ground shaking and the roar of the engine. Here I come. The sturdy man's eyes lit up when he saw the modified car roaring out of the woods. Rescue troops are coming. Rescue troops are coming. When the eldest son heard the roar, he immediately realized that the shelter had sent people to rescue them. With a happy look on his face, he rushed towards the place where the sound came from. Snort! The aunt's husband snorted coldly and hurriedly followed. After being enlightened by his sons, he also realized that now was not the time to beat or scold his children, and that preserving his life was the most important thing. Cut! The aunt's brother sneered and quickly followed. Is this the shelter that won't let you buy anything? If he doesn't satisfy me, I'll complain to him to death. I want to see who's more powerful, his rules or public opinion. Chapter 30. Decisive killing and terrifying combat power. I'm not committing a crime. I'm just desperate. So committing a crime is different from committing a crime on my own initiative. My brother muttered as he ran. At the same time, he was thinking about what to blackmail. As the shelter's modified vehicle roared past, the big man saw the solemn expressions of the fully armed fighters in the vehicle. How come I have never heard of such a well-equipped team in the army before? And he doesn't look like a foreigner. Where did the owner of this shelter find these natural-born warriors? In order to see clearly, the big man did not run far away, but hid beside a big tree, staring at the modified cars with his eyes. He wanted to see the extent of the fighting power of this group of armed men. This is weird. It's only the second day. Where did so many zombies come from? Jiangyu looked at the tide of zombies in front of him and murmured in confusion. Quick fight, quick decision. Try to resolve the battle in 10 minutes. Full fire. Jiangyu shouted loudly. Yes. The androids responded immediately after hearing Jiangyu's words. Immediately, 6 modified vehicles drove side by side, and then dozens of people threw high-explosive grenades one after another. Boom! Boom! In an instant, under the terrifying armed strength of the android, the grenade was thrown dozens of meters away and directly into the middle of the zombie group, accompanied by earth-shaking bombing sounds. This huge group of zombies, which originally numbered hundreds, was reduced to 2/3 at this moment. Most of the zombies were blown to pieces. The huge explosion was also heard by the people outside the shelter. They all looked towards the explosion with puzzled eyes. Because it was on a highway, the width was limited and the zombies were standing too crowded, so the range damage caused by an anti-aircraft grenade was directly maximized. If their positions were looser, the damage that the anti-aircraft grenade could cause would become extremely limited. Seeing that the effect of the anti-aircraft grenade far exceeded expectations and the zombies' positions began to loosen, the grenade was of little use, and Jiangyu immediately ordered the shooting. As the modified car approached, the androids opened fire with submachine guns. Da-da-da-da. Puff, puff, puff. This is... The big man who was watching the excitement on the side was stunned when he saw this scene. This is too accurate. Basically, one shot can kill a zombie in the head. This group of people are so accurate, even when using submachine guns. Almost one zombie was killed with one shot, and not a single bullet was wasted. And most importantly, it was at night with only moonlight, and visibility was not high, but they were still able to maintain such accuracy. The big man's shock was not over yet, as he saw the group of zombies being harvested like wheat onto the android's gun. However, in just a few minutes, dozens of androids shot the zombies to the ground one after another. Every zombie fell to the ground with a bullet in the head, and basically no one fired a second bullet. They were all killed with one shot. The big man, who was the army soldier, looked at this scene and couldn't help but wonder, could this group of people be a force secretly trained by the country? Both their execution and combat capabilities are much higher than those of ordinary special forces. Even though he was a military king, the big man didn't feel that he could suppress them. Then he saw nearly 100 people getting off the modified car, all holding long knives and bags. As for the people in other cars, they turned on the headlights, illuminating the combat area in front of them. With the light shining on them, everyone could finally see what the place looked like. Except for several huge burnt pits in the middle, the zombies and the rest of the place were lying in a mess. The scene after killing the zombies was clean and neat, as if it was a carefully staged massacre scene. Those who got off the car cut open the zombie's head with a knife, dug out the corpse crystal inside, and then threw it aside casually. With nearly 100 people digging together, these hundreds of zombies were soon dug out. Finally, the strong man saw a young man and shouted loudly, "Leave one car to guard it, and the rest of you go back." "Yes." Then 5 modified vehicles quickly left, leaving behind one modified vehicle and the soldiers inside to start burning the zombies with flames. After ensuring that every zombie was burning, the modified car drove away. The strong man watched the last modified car leave, thought for a while, and found that it only took them about half an hour from the time they arrived here to the time they completed the task. In half an hour, not only did they kill the zombies, but they also dug out the corpse crystals and burned the corpses. Terrifying efficiency and execution. If I were to lead the team myself, could I achieve this kind of efficiency? That young man, is he their commander? The strong man recalled Jiang Yu, who was in charge of everything, and muttered. Looking at the back of the modified car going away, the strong man pondered for a moment, then quickly ran towards the shelter with the 2 children in his arms. Behind him, the ant's husband looked at the ant who had been eaten beyond recognition with a sad face. Then he looked at his brother-in-law, who was looking at him with a look of disgust. He became so angry that he wanted to beat him up immediately. Hey, I'm telling you, if you dare to hit me, my sister will die with regret." My brother sneered. It was as if she had calculated that her cheap brother-in-law would not dare to hit her. The husband clenched his fists tightly and took a few deep breaths. Then he took his 3 sons and walked towards the entrance of the shelter. It's no longer safe here. The safest place is at the door of that huge shelter. Snort. The younger brother sneered and followed slowly. On the other side, the people outside the shelter heard bursts of roars coming from outside, and everyone's heart was in their throat. Could it be that zombies were rushing up? But after a while, after the roar ended, they saw the modified car returning intact. Seeing this, many people breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that they could have a peaceful night. Half an hour later, the 5 men arrived at the door of the shelter with tired faces. Here, they saw a lot of people. Most of them climbed up the trees, and some stayed in the grass. So many people. My younger brother, who was here for the first time, looked at the lights of mobile phones that lit up from time to time around him with curiosity. Then he walked straight to the gate of the shelter, looking at the huge helipad and parking lot inside, as well as the patrol officers who walked by from time to time, his eyes full of longing. Isn't this the place you've always dreamed of? As long as he could get in here, why would he need to suffer outside? Then he began to think about how to get in there. Chapter 31, The Storm Approaches Recruiting Residents. The idle people outside the base were quietly waiting for dawn, while inside the base. Most people have already finished work and dinner. Some are playing with their mobile phones, while others are wandering around the base, visiting every place they can. They were so leisurely that they didn't even realize that Jiang Yu and his team had just gone out to hunt zombies. After returning to the base, Jiang Yu took the corpse crystal back to his room, while the androids were dealing with the aftermath. Jarvis, can you find out where these zombies came from tonight? After returning to the base, Jiang Yu felt more and more that something was wrong. It was only the second day, so how could such a large number of zombies come to this wilderness? Logically speaking, it would take at least a few days for the zombie tide to pass before the zombies left the city and went to other places. Sir, after comparing, it seems to have come from a village about 10 kilometers away from here. A village 10 kilometers away. Jianyu looked at the surveillance video on the computer and couldn't help but frown. This group of zombies seems to be migrating with a purpose, but we don't know where their specific destination is. Jarvis, start keeping a close eye on the movements of all zombies migrating in groups within a 200-mile radius. If a large-scale movement like this occurs again, report it immediately and track it. A radius of 200 miles is exactly the coverage range of the shelter's signal tower. Within this range, Jarvis is invincible and can always keep an eye on all traces. Yes, sir. Jarvis agreed, and then Jianyu lay down on the bed, played games for a while, and then fell asleep with the quilt covering his head. The next day, Jianyu woke up from a deep sleep and signed in, as usual. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a powerful, penetrating bullet production line. After taking a quick look at the introduction, Jianyu nodded slightly. Well, it's okay. Let's produce it in small quantities for now. Otherwise, 2 corpse crystals for 1 will not be enough. Afterwards, Jianyu came to the control room. He took a quick look at all the indicators of the shelter and then looked at the surveillance in various places. The exchange booth at the door had already been set up. Everyone is working actively. Seeing all this, Jianyu nodded slightly. A stable life in the shelter. I wish it could stay like this forever. Jianyu murmured. But how is that possible? The first wave of zombies will arrive in 5 days. If we fail to break through then, it will really be game over. Jianyu said with a bitter face. Therefore, Jianyu also realized that the recruitment of the guard team was imminent. It would be impossible to survive this zombie storm with just those few hundred artificial humans. After all, there are too few people. Therefore, we still need to recruit people in large batches and on a large scale. Jarvis, as I told you last time, published the base recruitment guide. Okay, sir, it's already been written. Would you like to publish it directly? Release. Bite. Following Jarvis's release, survivors who joined the Xinhua forum saw a recruitment message for the Xinhua shelter. Hello everyone, this is Xinhua shelter. Adhering to our motto of carrying on the torch and moving forward, we're now recruiting residents. The requirements are as follows. If you meet the requirements, please fill out the recruitment form at the bottom of this page and leave your information and current location. Once we approve your application, we'll send someone to pick you up. 1. Male residents must be under 40 years old, healthy and able to reproduce normally. Female residents must be under 25 years old, of above-average appearance, healthy, and either childless or able to reproduce. 2. Professionals with a special skill. 3. Veterans or active duty soldiers. 4. Those who meet any of the above conditions may bring in 2 family members. These conditions should be extremely simple. Before the end of the world, as long as you are not a useless person who just eats and waits for death, you will have a skill. As for those who have no skills when they're 40 years old, and some even have problems surviving, if they only know how to live a carefree life, then they might as well just wait to die. Xinhua Shelter is not a country, and Jianyu has no obligation to support some parasites. His mission is to protect the fire that can continue human civilization, not to be a savior. After this recruitment information was posted on the forum, it instantly caused an uproar. Countless people rushed to fill in their information and current location in the recruitment form at the bottom of the page with excitement. It's no wonder that they are so excited. After all, this is the Xinhua Shelter. Ever since seeing the food pictures posted from time to time in the comment section, many people have been envious. Some people in the forum even speculated that the food in this shelter was enough for hundreds of thousands of people to eat in a year, and according to revelations from people in the forum, life in there was extremely easy. The 6-day, 8-hour work system is perfectly implemented in the shelter, and most of the work is extremely easy. The living environment is also very good. Although it is underground, there's no sense of oppression at all. On the contrary, if others don't mention it, they would think they're on the ground. As long as you enter here, you will not only have no worries about food and clothing, but your living standards will instantly return to the level before the end of the world. This kind of refuge that is like the Garden of Eden is naturally what countless people yearn for. Even before the end of the world, there must be countless people who want to join. My application was successful. Someone will come to take me in later. Congratulations, I succeeded too. I've been hungry for several days, but now I finally have something to gain. However, while some people are excited about their successful applications, There are naturally some people who apply with joy but then fail. You bastard. I'm 40 and you're not even allowed in? What kind of fucking lousy shelter is this? Do you think I deserve to die just because I'm old? Exactly. What's wrong with us being 40? Even though I'm almost 50, my mental age is only in my 20s. I'm still young and strong. Why can men live until they're 40, but we women only accept those under 25? And they have to be above average looking? Is this so your base leaders can have sex with you? And she's a virgin who can have children. What a joke. I've had a few abortions, but to be honest, I haven't had any either. Why can't I have one too? It's obvious that this is to make women into reproductive machines. Ladies, listen to me, don't go in. If you go in, you're doomed. That's right. Even though I'm 40 now, it's still easy for me to have a child. I can still have one if I find a man. In an instant, countless curses and angry voices appeared in the base forum. Of course, these voices are from people whose applications were rejected, and they're fanning the flames in the comment section in an attempt to force the shelter to compromise and allow them in. Chapter 32, A Bolt from the Blue. All parties gathered. But no matter how they made a fuss, how they talked, or how they cursed, they just couldn't get through. Dad Xinhua Shelter is recruiting residents. Son Tianming was sitting in the car at this moment, with his father, preparing to go to the Xinhua Shelter to check the situation. I see. It seems that the owner of the shelter is not just an ordinary person. He has great ambitions. Sun Xiong murmured softly. At the same time, the leaders of the major forces who were heading to the Xinhua Refuge were also lamenting that this Xinhua Refuge was not simple. Outside the shelter, after the recruitment information was released, in addition to an exchange stall at the entrance of the Iron Gate, there was another stall for recruiting residents. As soon as this stall appeared, a long queue formed instantly, and the robots were carefully checking everyone's information. With the help of Jarvis's powerful computing ability, many unqualified people were directly kicked out. Of course, there were many people who refused to obey, but after having a submachine gun pointed at their heads, they surrendered. Hey, it's you. Was the meal yesterday delicious? In front of the recruitment booth, the android in charge of entering information saw the person in front of him and smiled. It's delicious and the portion is generous. The big man smiled and said. Looking at the android who helped him exchange supplies yesterday, the big man smiled innocently. Come on, introduce yourself. My name is Zhan Yeo. I'm from Beishang, 35 years old, and I recently retired from the army. I served in the army for the past 10 years and was a top soldier in the unit. I once won the individual fighting championship in the Rabbit Eagle competition. Hearing Zhan Yeo's words, the android responsible for entering information raised his eyebrows. After checking his information briefly, I nodded slightly. As expected, he was a talented person. Are there any family members you would like to bring? My 2 daughters' mother had an accident last year. Otherwise, I wouldn't have retired so easily. The big man pushed out the 2 little girls behind him. One has short hair and sharp eyes. The other has long hair and gentle eyes. One is heroic and full of energy. The other is a delicate and pretty girl but a little timid. Wow, amazing. You 2 girls don't look simple. Okay, take this, put one on each of your hands, and go in and wait. The android gave Zhan Yeo 3 bracelets. Zhan Yeo thanked him and then took his daughters into the Iron Gate and saw the entire interior of the shelter. The next moment, 4 men with slightly pale faces came to the stall recruiting residents. They each told their own situation and then prepared to take the bracelet and enter the shelter with anticipation. But who knew that the android responsible for querying the information frowned? The 3 of you who are younger meet the requirements, but the other 2 don't. However, you can bring someone in. Do you want to? You can come together. The android said, not meeting the requirements? Why? The 5 of us are all under 40 and in the prime of our lives. How can we not meet the requirements? Hearing this, the leading man asked, you are old enough, but from what I understand, you are infertile and he has no skills, so you don't meet the requirements. You're talking nonsense. These 3 are my sons. I've raised them for so many years, and you say I'm infertile? If I'm infertile, then aren't they? At this point, the man's expression froze. It seemed as if he had some very bad idea. Seeing this scene, the 3 sons and the other man looked at each other in disbelief. They were the same family as the aunt from last night. They were still thinking about how to exchange for some food, but they didn't expect that the place actually started recruiting residents. They came and lined up without thinking. Why should they exchange things outside when they can go in and eat delicious food? They had seen a lot about the luxury inside the shelter on mobile phone forums. There must be enough food to feed 100,000 people for a year. That's how much there must be. So I came to queue up excitedly, but I didn't expect that the process that should have been extremely smooth would result in such a huge melon. People may lie, but data won't. Okay, don't delay the people behind us. You three, will you take them in? As the android urged, the three sons were dumbfounded. This piece of news was like a bolt from the blue, making their heads buzz. They were all stunned by the sudden news, and their faces were filled with bewilderment. Finally, the third brother, who had been educated, came to his senses first, nodded slightly, and agreed to let them go in together. After receiving the bracelets, the five people walked into the shelter with their own thoughts and uncertain expressions. As soon as they walked in, Auntie's brother opened his arms as if to embrace the entire shelter. He didn't care at all about his nominal brother-in-law and his nephew behind him. The father of the three sons looked pale, not knowing whether to believe what the android had just said or not. The three sons looked at each other, not knowing what to say. At this moment, several modified buses and off-road vehicles arrived outside the shelter. As soon as they stopped, several bodyguards armed with crossbows, longbows, and pistols got out of the car. After getting off the car, the bodyguards quickly dispersed and did their security work. When they finished taking their positions, several people in suits who looked like they were in high positions all day got off the car. A total of 5 cars arrived, and 4 men and 1 beautiful woman got out. Hey, old son, you're here too. Haha, I can exchange things at Shinhwa shelter. I must come and take a look. Miss Shui, I didn't expect that even you, the secretary of the neighborhood committee, would come. A refuge like this suddenly appeared in Haishur, so of course I have to come and see it. Miss Shui glanced at Zhang Kongcheng indifferently, with an arrogant look on her face, and said lightly. It was as if he didn't take the bosses of the other shelters seriously at all. Feeling Miss Shui's contempt, Zhang Kongcheng's face changed, but he quickly came to his senses. After all, although she was just an errand boy, the power behind her was not small. He smiled slightly awkwardly, then greeted the other people. Lao Sun, Lao Chun, Lao Wang, you are all here too, Zhang Kongcheng said with a smile. Aren't you here too? The few of them smiled and chatted with each other, as if they were good friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. Sun Tianming looked at these people with a shocked expression. Chen Mingjun, Wang Wei, Zhang Kongcheng, and his own father were all bigwigs who received the news before the end of the world and built private shelters. They had considerable power under their control. I didn't expect that Xuan Ning, the chief secretary, was here too. She was the chief secretary of the official shelter's street-level office. I didn't expect that person to send her here. It seems that the director of the Shinhwa shelter also attaches great importance to her. Chapter 33, Meeting with Guests and Being the First to Stand Out. Hey, Sun Tianming, you said you have classmates in here. Is that true? Just as Sun Tianming was thinking, a gloomy voice was heard. Sun Tianming was shocked when he heard the voice. He turned around and saw a young man in a suit. The young man looked about the same age as Sun Tianming, around 20 years old, with a kind smile, but his eyes were filled with gloom and ferocity, as if indicating that he was not as kind as he appeared. Yes, he's a college classmate of mine. I saw him in a photo on the forum. Sun Tianming said with a slightly respectful look. This man's name is Lin Kongrong, and he is the only son of the president of the Lin Chamber of Commerce in Qing City. When the zombie outbreak occurred, Lin Kongrong did not stay in the Lin Chamber of Commerce in Qing City, but was in control of the situation in the Chamber of Commerce branch in Hai City. After all, the Lin Group has a considerable industry in Hai City, so it needs to leave some forces in Hai City to command operations. Although Lin Kongrong is about the same age as Sun Tianming, he is doing very well in business in Hai City thanks to his ruthless methods and shrewd personality. Of course, the Lin family was a factor, but if he didn't have some ability, he wouldn't have been able to stay here. Sun Xiong often told Sun Tianming and Lin Kongrong to learn more, but Sun Tianming would always feel subconsciously frightened when he saw Lin Kongrong's vicious eyes. The feeling as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake made him feel uncomfortable all over. The information you gave me last time was all true, right? It's real. I collected it myself. Okay, take me to see him later. I have something to tell him. Lin Kongrong said in an irresistible tone. Yes. Sun Tianming felt that venomous gaze again, and his heart trembled suddenly. After spending so much time together, he could even imagine what kind of threat Jiangyu would face later. Lin Kongrong must have found a place where he could threaten Jiangyu. On the other side, after a brief discussion, everyone came to the door of the shelter, explained their purpose, and were then taken into the shelter. As soon as you enter the stone gate of the shelter, the steel jungle-like buildings inside the stone gate amazed everyone. The busy robots on both sides were working in an orderly manner. The androids took them into the elevator and looked at everything inside the shelter. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. A shelter 50 levels underground. The people who built it must have truly mastered the art. Yeah, it's hard to believe. If I didn't know this was a shelter, I would have thought I'd stumbled into alien technology. On the other side, Lin Kongrong looked at this prosperous, powerful, and technologically advanced shelter, and the passion in his eyes was hard to conceal. If I can tame it, I will have the final say in the Lin family from now on. Soon, everyone was taken to a reception room on the 3rd floor, where they waited for a while. Not long after, Jiang Yu, hearing that there was a big order, temporarily put down the food in his hand and came to the reception room. As soon as Jiang Yu entered the door, he saw people inside who looked either rich or noble. But he didn't expect that his classmate Sun Tianming and his father were also among them. Sun Tianming also took a breath when he saw Jiang Yu. Didn't Jiang Yu take refuge here? Why did he come to this place? Sun Tianming also knew that now was not the time to ask questions, so he quickly adjusted his mood. Watching Jiang Yu walk to the main seat and sit down. Hello, I'm the commander of the base. You can call me Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu looked at the people sitting down and said lightly. After hearing Jiang Yu's self-introduction, everyone present had a look of surprise on their faces. Especially Sun Tianming. His face was extremely shocked. He actually guessed it right. Everyone present subconsciously looked at each other. Is the commander? So young. He can't be the real leader of this base, sent to play tricks on us. It's possible, but we'll have to wait and see. Good. Are you guys here looking to buy anything? Jiang Yu asked softly. Before anyone else could speak, the only woman in the conference room, Secretary Shui from the residential building shelter, stood up and looked directly at Jiang Yu. I saw on the forum that your shelter has plenty of food. Is that true? Hearing Shui Ning's direct question, the expressions of the other people present changed. It seems that Shui Ning thinks that Commander Jiang Yu is too young and wants to give him a warning. Of course it's true. I wonder how much you want. If you want more, I can give you a discount. Jiang Yu smiled. Bang. Mr. Jiang, do you know how many people are still starving out there? Well, I know something. Do you know what people out there are going through right now? It's freezing cold, and some of them don't even have a single piece of clothing to keep warm. They can only survive by the light of a tiny flame every night. I have some understanding. They're starving every day, and after one meal, they don't know where their next meal will come from. Mr. Jiang, after hearing what I said, do you still want to sell supplies? Shui Ning slammed the table and stood up, staring fiercely at Jiang Yu, who had a calm expression at the moment, with her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. After hearing Shui Ning's words, the big guys present held back what they wanted to say. They wanted to see how Jiang Yu would respond. Jiang Yu looked at Shui Ning, who looked extremely angry at the moment, but his expression was still extremely calm. So what do you want to say? Miss Shui Ning, you're not asking me to open the shelter supplies and distribute them to those in need, are you? Jiang Yu said indifferently. Yes, back then, our residential building shelter was led by the director to gather supplies, which ensured that the residents in the 5 residential buildings had food to eat and clean water to drink. Therefore, I hope you can change your selfish habits, give everything you have to save the suffering people outside, and help humanity go further in this apocalyptic world. Shui Ning spoke passionately, with an expression of great determination and compassion. Then, she seemed to be struggling for a long time before she spoke softly. If you, Mr. Jiang Yu, don't have experience in this area, I can arrange for the people from our shelter to come here and help you. We can take you to help the suffering people outside. Mr. Jiang Yu, you should know that this is a blessing that will benefit society and humanity. Hearing Shui Ning say this, Sun Xiong and the others cursed in their hearts. What do you mean by coming here to help? It is obvious that he is planning to ask people to come and take over and seize power. When Jiang Yu heard Shui Ning say this, he sneered. Chapter 34. Righteousness is not as good as steam buns. That sounds nice. If you want to recruit our base, just say so directly. Why do you have to be so vague? No one here is ordinary. There's no need for such flowery words. And if you really want to benefit society, you can just buy the things in our shelter and distribute them yourself. Do you think it's possible to gain the good reputation you want by doing so and being a good person without giving a penny? Shui Ning became furious when Jiang Yu directly pointed out her thoughts. Mr. Jiang Yu, I hope you know the traditional virtues of our Chinese nation. which is to support each other when one side is in trouble, instead of collecting such a large amount of supplies by yourself and refusing to give anything in return like you did. Haha, have you said enough? If you have, sit down. Although your clown performance may not be very good, it is still a change of pace in the apocalypse. Let's talk about business quickly. Everyone is very busy. Jiang Yu said lightly. Puff. Hearing Xue Ning's righteous words, Sun Xiong and others laughed subconsciously. Jiang Yu actually said that she was playing a clown. This made Xue Ning's secretary, who had been in a high position for a long time, want to kill someone. The next moment, everyone looked at Xue Ning with a hint of mockery in their eyes. Jiang Yu, how many people are suffering outside right now? Do you think I'm kidding? Haven't you heard that with great power comes great responsibility? Do you want to be a sinner to the people? Hearing Jiang Yu call him a clown, Xue Ning, who had been in a high position for a long time, could not stand it anymore and immediately pressed down the people's principles. You don't need to preach so much to me. Do you still think you're in the peaceful times of the past? Times have changed. In the end times, we can't just do whatever you want us to do. In the last days, the truth is not even as valuable as a steam bun. Do you think a person who has been hungry for a long time will listen to your truth or choose to eat a steam bun? At least I've set up a zombie crystal exchange booth, allowing survivors who can't join the shelter to hunt zombies for food and water, giving them a little hope of survival. As for those who don't even dare to hunt zombies, how long do you think they can survive in the apocalypse? Do they even deserve to live in the apocalypse? Let me talk about you. Don't you also have a lot of resources in your building, but you're holding on to them and refusing to share them with others? If you want to be a good person, go ahead and do it. I have no obligation to cooperate with you. After hearing the last part, Jiang Yu didn't want to say anything more and spoke with disdain and impatience on his face. He has no good feelings towards people like Xue Ning who have been officials for so long that they don't know the hardships of life. After hearing Jiang Yu's words, Xue Ning's expression became extremely ugly. She originally thought that if she brought out the national justice and patriotism, this young-looking man would immediately agree with her words with full enthusiasm. But what she didn't expect was that the situation would turn out like this in the end. It doesn't make sense. Aren't young people of Jiang Yu's age said to be clear-headed and stupid? Just a few words of truth, and they will give everything. While thinking, Xue Ning slowly sat down and stopped talking. However, the struggle in her eyes showed that she had not given up yet. Seeing that Xue Ning stopped talking, Jiang Yu knocked on the table with an annoyed look on his face. Everyone, I hope that your purpose of coming here is just to do business and not to think of something unrealistic. I can tell you that if we use force, I can cover your shelter with sufficient artillery fire. In terms of population, our shelter population has now reached over 4,000 people, and I believe that in a while the number will exceed 10,000. If it weren't for the fact that we are all human beings, do you think I need your meager corpse crystals? My shelter may not be big, but it's not something anyone can covet. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, the faces of the big men in the shelter present turned dark. According to what Jiang Yu said, they should be grateful for Jiang Yu's pity. Although they were unhappy, they really couldn't refute it when they thought of the fire coverage that Jiang Yu mentioned. They felt their feet were weak. Although this word sounded so vague and illusory, they could feel that Jiang Yu might really be able to do it. After all, who knew how much inventory and trump card the man who dared to sell weapons had? Haha, Mr. Jiang Yu, why get angry over a tactless woman? Let's talk business first. Seeing this extremely tense scene, Sun Xiong chuckled, ignored Xue Ning's murderous gaze, and spoke to mediate. I wonder what you guys want to buy. Jiang Yu asked. We all want your weapons, but we don't have enough quartz crystals, so we'd better ask Mr. Jiang Yu for some advice. Sun Xiong laughed. This sentence also indirectly shows his position that he can let Jiang Yu set his own price without looking at the price. This made Jiang Yu look at him more. I have military-style submachine guns, pistols, grenades, Nepalese, and bayonets. It all depends on how much you need. We have as many as you want. Everyone present was shocked when they heard Jiang Yu say this. They could buy as much as they wanted. They represented 5 forces. Even if the individual forces did not buy much, the total amount of the 5 forces was not a small amount. Did Jiang Yu loot the official arsenal? Here's the price list. Take a look first. Jiang Yu handed over 5 pieces of paper. Everyone looked at them carefully and were shocked. Wow, 100 kilograms of rice for only 20 quartz crystals? 100 kilograms of meat for 50 quartz crystals? 200 kilograms of vegetables for only 50 quartz crystals? A submachine gun costs 10 quartz crystals. 5 quartz crystals can be exchanged for 30 submachine gun bullets. 20 corpse crystals can be exchanged for a heavy machine gun. 10 corpse crystals can be exchanged for 100 heavy machine gun ammunition. Looking at the price list, everyone was amazed at how cheap the prices were. After all, although zombies are difficult to kill, they're not that difficult. An ordinary person with a little courage and a long-handled weapon can kill one by himself. A skilled person can basically get one in 10 minutes. According to this calculation, if you kill 6 people in an hour, you can exchange them for 2 pistols and 2 full magazines of bullets. Their eyes instantly turned fiery as they began to ponder what they could exchange for the best deal. Jiangyu smiled slightly as he watched them watching the scene, full of interest. That's a come-by sum. Once you've collected enough corpse crystals for me to manufacture the evolution weaponry, I might even be using weapons from a higher-level civilization. At this moment, Jiangyu discovered that a man sitting next to Sun Tianming stood up and slowly walked towards Jiangyu. "Stop, what are you doing?" The android who was in charge of protecting Jiangyu's safety raised his gun and shouted angrily when he saw someone approaching. "I'm from the Lin's Chamber of Commerce in Qing City. I have something to discuss with your boss regarding the orphanage." Chapter 35. Thinking that violence is countered by violence. Chapter 35. Thinking that violence is countered by violence. Lin Kongrong was stared at like that, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. In his eyes, this person is already a dead man. When he takes over the shelter, he will be the first to die. When Jiangyu heard the word orphanage, he was stunned. Then he realized that he was also from Qing City. Although he was puzzled as to why he knew that the orphanage was related to him, Jiang used to let him come over. He was not worried that this guy would riot. After all, he was alone. There are at least 5 heavy machine guns in this room. As long as Jiangyu is willing, under Jarvis's control, everyone in the room except Jiangyu and the androids will die here within seconds. Let him come over. After Jiangyu gave the order, Lin Kongrong walked over and came to Jiangyu's side. "What do you want to say?" "Hello, Mr. Jiangyu. My name is Lin Kongrong, and I'm the young master of the Lin Group. I'd like to do business with you this time." "Oh, tell me about it," Jiangyu asked. "I want a batch of weapons, but I don't want to pay for them with corpse crystals." Hearing Lin Kongrong say this, Jiangyu looked at him coldly. "Master Lin, if you're daydreaming, you can go back to your home. If you don't have a car, I can take you back. Of course, you have to pay for it." "Aha, I heard that the orphanage you grew up in is in Qing City. You said that our Lin family gives us shelter, and you give us weapons as compensation. Isn't this a win-win situation?" After hearing Lin Kongrong's words, Jiangyu finally understood why this guy dared to get something for nothing so confidently. It turned out that he had already investigated his background. Logically speaking, if someone really wanted to check his identity, many people would be able to find it. However, it seems that I have never publicly revealed that I am the commander of the shelter before. He should have just found out that I am the commander. So why did he choose to find my information in advance? "I'll give you weapons, and you'll help me guard that place." Although Jiangyu was puzzled, he didn't intend to interfere too much. He would just ask Jarvis to block the online information later. Then he asked, "The orphanage holds countless memories for Jiangyu. If he can defend it, spending some equipment and giving some rewards is nothing." When Lin Kongrong heard Jiangyu give in, his expression became even more contemptuous, and his heart was filled with disdain. He is still young, and he actually cares so much about the lives of a group of unwanted kids. But it's okay this way. Who would have thought that the commander of the Xinhua shelter could be controlled by him so easily? Not only weapons, I also need a lot of supplies. How about this, Mr. Jiangyu? If you can donate 1/10 of your inventory of weapons and supplies, I will definitely let the Lin family protect your orphanage." After hearing what Lin Kongrong said, the several family heads who were discussing in a low voice suddenly fell silent. They all looked at Lin Kongrong in amazement. 1/10 of Jiangyu's reserves. How much is that? How dare he speak? Is he so brave? Does he treat this place as his home? Will Jiangyu agree? Hee ha ha. When Jiangyu heard this, he was not angry, but burst into laughter. "Why, Mr. Jiangyu doesn't agree. There's nothing I can do. If you don't agree, and that orphanage is destroyed by zombies one day, don't blame me." Lin Kongrong smiled calmly, his eyebrows full of confidence, his words full of thoughts for Jiangyu, but only his eyes were like a venomous snake. He had investigated Jiangyu and knew that he was a man of great loyalty and righteousness. This was evident from the fact that he sent money back home even though his own life was not going well. He also found out that Jiangyu had transferred 1 million back before the end of the world, so for the safety of the orphanage, he didn't think Jiangyu would refuse. When everyone present heard how vicious Lin Kongrong was, they couldn't help but be stunned. I heard that you're the eldest son of the Lin family, right? Good. Then if I keep you here and force your Lin family to take good care of the orphanage, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Jiangyu looked at Lin Kongrong, whose smile was gradually freezing, with an extremely angry expression, and spoke in a cold tone. The bulging veins on his forehead told of Jiangyu's fury at the moment. He hated others daring to threaten him, especially with the people and things he cared about the most. If Lin Kongrong really wants to protect the shelter, then just give him some weapons and treat it as making friends. After all, Qing City is the Lin family's base. But this is obviously not a problem of weapons, but a plan to take advantage of the orphanage's special status and erode their own shelter step by step. Jiangyu dared to believe that if he gave them the first time, they would soon come for the second and third time, until the shelter was renamed Lin instead of Jiang. When they heard Jiangyu's words that were filled with suppressed rage and murderous intent, the faces of several residents suddenly became extremely solemn. Mr. Jiangyu, are you sure you want to do this? Doing this will only incur the wrath of our Lin family. You should know that it would only take a flip of the wrist for our Lin family to destroy that orphanage. Lin Kongrong asked in a cold voice with a frown on his face. And Jiangyu also sneered. I can kill you in a snap, but keeping you alive is obviously more useful. I want to see whether your Lin family cares more about you or threatening me. Hearing the determination and fury in Jiangyu's words, Lin Kongrong suddenly felt something was wrong and smiled again. Mr. Jiangyu, I was just joking with you. It's just an orphanage. I'll personally supervise the family members to look after it. We don't need weapons or other supplies. Let's just treat it as making friends. How about that? Hearing Lin Kongrong say this, Jiangyu laughed even more fiercely. Without saying anything, he simply waved his hand. Several androids walked in quickly. Fuck. Jiangyu, I was wrong, I'm sorry. It was just a joke. I'm willing to compensate you for your mental damage. However, no matter how he persuaded, several artificial humans came up and directly suppressed Lin Kongrong. At this moment, his expression finally changed drastically. Asshole, do you know who I am? How dare you lock me up? I tell you, my Lin family has absolute power in Qing City. It would be easy for us to destroy that orphanage. If you dare not let me go, be careful that my Lin family will destroy that orphanage. Lin Kongrong shouted, but no matter how he shouted or begged for mercy, he was still dragged away mercilessly. Humph! Threatening others on their territory. The eldest son of the Lin family is truly adorably foolish. Jiangyu's expression was cold and filled with murderous intent. He looked at the android and took Lin Kongrong away. Chapter 36. Long-awaited but insufficient funds. As for offending the Lin family, it doesn't matter. If Lin Kongrong leaves here safely today, he will definitely start a crazy revenge against himself and the orphanage the moment he leaves. Sometimes, the more someone begs for mercy, the more brutal they will be when they retaliate. If he is left behind, at least there will be capital to exchange with the Lin family in the future. Although Jiangyu is not afraid of war, he is worried that the orphanage in Qing City will be the first to be used to vent the anger of the Lin family. When the other people present saw that Jiangyu was so decisive and directly detained the eldest young master of the Lin family, the shock on their faces was obvious, especially Xuanning. Seeing that Jiangyu was so decisive, she couldn't help but feel lucky that she was still alive. She vaguely felt that if she had pushed him a little harder, he would definitely shoot her. Then she also labeled Jiangyu as someone who should not be easily provoked, and her expression gradually changed from arrogance at the beginning to looking at him levelly. As Lin Kongrong was taken away, several family heads present began to have their own ideas. It can be predicted that without Lin Kongrong in charge, the High City branch of the Lin Chamber of Commerce will gradually fall into chaos in such a turbulent doomsday. Now the network is cut off and the official signal tower has not been restored. The only way to communicate between the two cities is to do it in person. Zombies are rampant between the two cities, and the roads have been damaged and collapsed due to natural disasters and meteorites. Making a trip here is like going to the West to obtain Buddhist scriptures. You know, the reason why High City has internet access is simply because Jiangyu's shelter has upgraded its signal tower. It is unknown how long it will take for the signal towers in Qing City and High City to be restored. During this period, the Lin Chamber of Commerce in High City will be left unattended until the Lin family finishes dealing with the stall in Qing City. When I bring people here again, I don't know what the Lin Chamber of Commerce will look like. Maybe it has changed its name. After all, in this doomsday where everyone can climb up, everyone hopes to live a more exciting life than before. Although the Lin's Chamber of Commerce in High City is only a branch, those who can serve as senior executives in it are naturally not good men and women, and in this wolf pack that has lost its leader. When there is no one to manage and suppress others, it is easier for a new leader wolf to emerge in the fighting. After all, there is no shortage of people with courage and boldness in this world. Okay, I've shown you a joke. Have you finished discussing it? Jiang Yu changed his previous rage and smiled. This matter is of great importance. Please wait a moment, Mr. Jiang. Several family heads looked at each other, and all sighed that Jiang Yu's expression-changing speed was no slower than any old fox present, and then they all spoke. Okay, in that case, it's lunchtime now. How about staying for a quick lunch today? Jiang Yu smiled. At this moment, Jiang Yu was like a hospitable host, as if the furious madman just now was not him. In that case, I'll trouble you, Mr. Jiang. When they heard that Jiang Yu wanted to invite them to have dinner, they were delighted. They had seen on the forum how good the food was in Xinhua's shelter, and today they could finally have a meal to satisfy their cravings. In that case, please come in. Afterwards, under the leadership of Jiang Yu, they came to the residential area on the 10th floor. Here, they saw many people who had just finished work and were about to go to the cafeteria for dinner. Each of them had a happy and satisfied smile on their face. They were talking and laughing as they walked on the road. Their clothes were extremely clean, and there was a constant smile on their clean faces. When they actually saw this scene, they truly believed what was said in the forum. Xinhua's shelter is the new Garden of Eden. Unlike the people outside who are hungry and cold, people outside are constantly under the deadly threat of zombies and have to endure the cold winter weather. What about the people in the shelter? The temperature here is suitable, the environment is beautiful, and people have no worries about food and clothing. Many people are jogging in short-sleeved shirts and shorts. In the outside world, this is something that is simply unimaginable. On the way to the cafeteria, everyone had envy in their eyes. If they did not have such a large family business, perhaps joining here would be a good choice. Soon, they arrived at the cafeteria. As soon as they entered, they smelled the aroma of food. Standing in front of the food window, they looked at the 20 or 30 kinds of dishes inside. Their eyes widened, but for the sake of face, they simply ordered some oily and filling dishes, and then ordered a lot of rice. Everyone found a seat and sat down. Nearly 10 people gathered around a dining table, chatting about family matters while enjoying the lunch they had been looking forward to for a long time at the Xinhua shelter. Soon, lunch was over, and everyone returned to the reception room. They discussed how much to buy this time while reminiscing about the delicious meal. Half an hour later, they finished their discussion, but they suddenly realized that they did not have enough corpse crystals this time. They needed to buy supplies and guns, and what they brought was not enough to satisfy both needs at the same time. Each of the 5 shelters did not have many corpse crystals. Except for the residential building shelter, which had a little more, the others had at most 2,000 to 3,000. If the purchase of supplies and firearms is divided into 2 parts, the quantity will become extremely scarce. For example, the submachine gun with the best cost-effectiveness costs 10 corpse crystals, and 5 corpse crystals can be exchanged for 30 submachine gun bullets. A submachine gun is useless if you buy it, as it also requires bullets. This means that you need 15 corpse crystals to exchange for a submachine gun full of ammunition. Based on this calculation, you can only exchange for more than 100 submachine guns at most. What are 100 or so submachine guns in a zombie apocalypse? Which shelter doesn't have 100 or 80 security personnel? And this is only the case when they are just changing weapons. There are still many elderly, weak women and children in their shelter, as well as fighters protecting the shelter. They all need to eat. Although most people can eat less, they still need to eat. The human body needs to consume at least 1,000 calories a day to be enough for daily activities, and those responsible for defending the base need even more. Why? Is there a problem? Jiang Yu looked at each of their faces filled with confusion and asked curiously. Haha, Mr. Jiang Yu, to be honest, the number of quartz crystals we brought this time is a bit insufficient. After all, we have too much to buy. Even though your supplies and weapons are not expensive, we need a lot after all, so the number of quartz crystals is not sufficient. Sun Xiong said bitterly. Oh, I see. How about I give you an option? Chapter 37. Borrowing the law to get on the pirate ship. Everyone looked at Jiang Yu, who smiled slightly and spoke lightly. Loan. As soon as Jiang Yu said this, The expressions of Sun Xiong and others changed. Lending, they're very familiar with this word. After all, they have all done this business more or less before the end of the world. I'm also quite clear about some of the tricks involved. At this moment, Jiang Yu suddenly brought up the word loan. Was he planning to cheat us? Or did he really want to help us? For a moment, everyone present became alert. You mean to say? Sun Xiong asked thoughtfully. I can give each of you a loan of 5,000 corpse crystals for 2 months. You can use them to buy my weapons and supplies. Once you have weapons, kill zombies, and have corpse crystals, you can pay me back with interest. Jiang Yu smiled. I don't know what the interest is. When everyone heard that there was interest, they immediately pricked up their ears and their expressions became uncertain. What if Jiang Yu asked for an exorbitant interest rate? Wouldn't they have to work for Jiang Yu for the rest of their lives? Not high. 5% is enough. In other words, in 2 months, you need to pay me 5,250 corpse crystals, including principal and interest. Of course, if you can't pay it back by then, the interest rate will increase by 1% per month until you pay it back. After hearing Jiang Yu's words, everyone fell into deep thought. Now, they had weapons worth 5,000 corpse crystals, which could be exchanged for hundreds of weapons, and a lot of supplies could also be exchanged. Moreover, the interest rate is indeed within their acceptable range. 250 for 2 months, 125 for 1 month, which means 4 to 5 per day. If there are more people in the shelter, they can collect the money quickly with some effort. After thinking about everything, Sun Xiong was the first to stand up. Mr. Jiang, happy cooperation. It's a pleasure to work with you. Jiang Yu smiled slightly, shook hands with Sun Xiong, then simply signed a contract and instructed Jarvis to give Sun Xiong the authority to obtain 5,000 corpse crystals. After getting the money, Sun Xiong brought his son to the armory under the guidance of the android. According to his own calculations, he took 150 submachine guns, 20 heavy machine guns, 300 pistols, and a number of various weapons and ammunition. Then he asked for some long-lasting food, such as rice, bacon, salted fish, and other foods that were easier to store, as well as a small amount of fresh vegetables and pork, and took them back to satisfy the cravings of the defense team and some senior officials. Soon, the 5,000 corpse crystals plus the 2,600 corpse crystals he brought with him were all used up. But looking at the car full of food and weapons, Sun Xiong felt extremely satisfied. After purchasing the supplies, Sun Xiong came to say goodbye to Jiang Yu. The others saw that old Sun was so quick and had already bought everything and was ready to leave. Not long after that, they all immediately signed the contract and obtained the right to 5,000 corpse crystals. Then, under the guidance of the android, they went to purchase supplies and guns. Afterwards, Xuanning was the only one left at the scene, still lost in thought. Miss Xuanning, why are you still weighing the pros and cons? Jiang Yu asked with a smile after seeing it. This woman wouldn't still be trying to morally blackmail me, would she? Mr. Jiang, you're joking. I just want to ask you for more corpse crystal loans. Tell me the reason. As you know, although the material management and storage in our residential building shelter are very good, there are so many residents in our shelter, and the materials needed to be consumed every day are a terrifying number. I believe you are aware of this, and since I also need to purchase some weapons, your 5,000 yuan loan doesn't seem to be enough. Hearing Xuanning's words, Jiang Yu nodded slightly. No wonder she could become the chief secretary. She must have some brains, not the brainless type. It seems that if she continues to hang around in the apocalypse for a few months, she will basically become the next director of the residential building shelter. I can give you more authority, but to be frank, you don't seem to be able to repay it. Or, in other words, you don't have the right to make the decision. Jiang Yu said lightly. After hearing Jiang Yu's words, Xuanning remembered that she was just a secretary, a chief secretary, who was only responsible for running errands and doing things according to orders. She couldn't make too many decisions. Besides, the chief secretary wasn't the kind of person who could make things happen later. Thinking of this, Xuanning shook her head with a wry smile. In that case, 5,000 is 5,000. When I return, I will report the situation to the director. The specific choice will be up to the director. After figuring it out, Xuanning no longer hesitated and directly chose to accept the 5,000 yuan limit. As for whether it has to be returned or not, this little bit of corpse crystal is nothing in Xuanning's eyes, or in the eyes of the entire residential building shelter. She brought about 5,000 corpse crystals this time, which were collected in the past few days. After a while, the residents will get used to hunting zombies and increase their proficiency. In the long run, she believes they will be able to collect more in 2 months. Soon after obtaining the quota, Xuanning once again demonstrated her computing and control capabilities that were comparable to a computer. Basically, every corpse crystal was spent wisely, and every bullet and every gun was carefully calculated. Therefore, Xuanning spent the most time purchasing it. It was not until the evening that she reluctantly returned from the shelter. Sitting in the car, looking at the car full of supplies, Xuanning was calculating how to distribute them most appropriately when she returned to the shelter. Jiangyu watched Xuanning's car leave at the gate of the base, and then returned to his 50-story villa with satisfaction. With their help, maybe the pressure here will be less after the zombie storm in a few days. Jiangyu sat in the main control room, looking at the images on the surveillance camera and muttering. The reason why Jiangyu was willing to fund them in the form of a loan this time was not because he was really kind and wanted to help them, but because he needed other shelters to help him share the pressure from the zombie storm. The better the equipment of other shelters and the more people there were, the less pressure he would bear. According to Jiangyu's memory in the game, the number of zombies that appeared in the zombie storm was about hundreds of thousands. If this number of zombies concentrated on attacking the Xinhua shelter, Jiangyu would have no choice but to close the shelter and take refuge. If the shelter is closed and no development or breakthroughs are sought, what's the point of passing on the torch? It's better to just shut it up and become a coward. There's no need to recruit residents or establish a guard. As for whether they would be able to repay the corpse crystals they had borrowed, Jiangyu really didn't care. After the zombie tide, Jiangyu believed that there would be very few shelters left that could survive. There are about a dozen shelters in the entire high city, and only 1 in 10 of them can survive the storm. Chapter 38. Recruiting guards receives enthusiastic response. Moreover, the manufacture of ordinary weapons does not require corpse crystals, only some materials. So exchanging weapons for corpse crystals is a sure-win deal for Jiangyu at this moment. Jarvis, start posting the guard recruitment information and encourage everyone to sign up. The remuneration will be generous, and the reward and punishment system should also be written up. Those who pass the review will gather at the first-level training camp and let the artificial humans personally train them. I want them to grow at the fastest speed. Jiangyu thought for a moment and spoke. At this moment, the zombie storm is getting closer and closer, and the mobilization and training of the guard team must be accelerated. At 6 o'clock in the evening, everyone who was having dinner heard the broadcast. Good evening, fellow residents. We're announcing a recruitment announcement. We're recruiting 5,000 members for the base's security team. The compensation is excellent. Anyone interested in contributing to the defense of the shelter can sign up at the recruitment office on the first floor of the base tomorrow. It was shouted 3 times in a row, and all the residents in the residential area were shouted once. Many people who heard the news were excited. That's great. After eating and drinking for free here for so long, I can finally do something I'm good at. Guards? Wouldn't that be dangerous? Aren't there already many soldiers in the base? Why do we need 5,000 guards? Dad, are you going to sign up tomorrow? Of course, this is my job. If I don't go, who will? Then we'll go too. No, you're still too young. I will take you there when you grow up. TSK, what kind of escort team is that? Isn't it just a way to get yourself killed? Who cares? I'm not going anyway. Uncle, if we don't go, will we be kicked out? After all, we don't have any skills, so the only option left is to join the guard. That's right, since they're willing to let us in, we can't just stay here for free. Let's go sign up together tomorrow and try. You guys go if you want to go. I'm not going anyway. Also, you're not even from my family. You only got in here thanks to my nephews helping you. So don't act like that here. You don't have the qualifications. You heartless thing. Your sister and I raised you for so many years, and in the end, all you get is you saying you're not part of my family. Humph. It's none of my business. I'm your sister who's raising you, not you. Did I ask you to raise you? The brother-in-law's words completely despaired the father, whose heart had already been scarred. He returned to his bed without saying another word. Oomph. Useless things, listen up, you 3. Join the guard tomorrow. My life will depend entirely on you from now on. Got it? Hearing their uncle say this, the nephews' faces instantly became extremely ugly, and they subconsciously turned their gazes to their nominal father. But seeing his decadent look, they, as his sons, knew that he had been deeply hurt by what had happened today, so they had no choice but to agree to their uncle's request. The night passed quickly, and at 8 o'clock the next morning, on the first floor of the base, many people had gathered here to sign up for the guard team. The artificial people in charge of recruitment divided them into active, retired, middle-aged, and young people. It was not until almost noon that Jiangyu got up and simply signed in. Congratulations to the host, You have obtained 200 corpse crystals. Well, the guarantee is pretty good. Afterwards, Jiang Yu came to the recruitment site. Hello, Commander. The android stood up and saluted the moment he saw Jiang Yu. Most of the people in the base saw the owner of the base for the first time. When they saw that Jiang Yu was so young, they couldn't help but be shocked. How's the recruitment going? How many people have signed up? Jiang Yu asked as he glanced at the huge crowd around him. The residents have responded enthusiastically. We've already recruited 5,540 people, including 300 active-duty military personnel, 3,000 retired military personnel, and 2,240 ordinary residents, 1,200 of whom are over 30 years old, and 1,040 between the ages of 18 and 30. The android in charge of recruitment said respectfully, Well, great. The maximum number of participants is 6,000. If there are too many remaining applicants, we'll screen everyone who joins and use Jarvis to do background checks. Jiang Yu thought for a moment and said lightly, After this period of rescue and recruitment, the number of residents in the shelter has reached a terrifying number of tens of thousands, and this is after careful selection. Otherwise, the number would be even higher. By recruiting 6,000 people, we can form the combat power of 6 regiments. If the number is larger, it may be difficult to command and train them. After all, the base still needs a large number of artificial humans to operate. Yes. The android saluted respectfully, then sat down and continued recruiting. 2 hours later, the target number of people for the escort team was finally recruited. Then the androids were divided into 6 groups according to 4 standards: active, retired, middle-aged, and young, with residents from each standard mixed in each group. Then, from these people, the captain, platoon leader, company commander, battalion commander, and 6 people carefully selected by Jarvis will be selected as regimental commanders, as well as several combat-type androids as commanders. Okay, from now on you are all honored members of the guard team of Xinhua Shelter. Please remember your current position and identity. Teams and camps cannot be changed at will. All actions of this guard team are subject to military management. Guard team members can enjoy most of the free infrastructure. A monthly salary of 5,000 points is also paid out. Those who perform meritorious service in battle will receive rewards beyond the points. If a soldier dies in battle, their families will be fully cared for at our Xinhua Shelter. Furthermore, the escort team enjoys priority within the base. However, don't think that you can do whatever you want in the base just because you have priority. Residents also have the right to supervise you. As long as you violate the shelter living guidelines, you will be punished. In serious cases, you will be kicked out of the Xinhua Shelter directly. I know everyone has family in this shelter, so for the sake of your wives, children, and parents, and to better protect your own families, you must also protect the Xinhua Shelter as a whole. Do you have the confidence to do this? After hearing the android commander's declaration, most of the people present shouted excitedly and eagerly. Isn't it what they hoped for, to protect the whole family in order to protect their own little family? Isn't this also the vision they have for joining the guard? All right, we have heavy training to do this afternoon and evening, so you have half an hour now. The cafeteria has prepared plenty of delicious food for you. Now disband, let's eat. Get out of here. Chapter 39, Fighting Bull Challenges a Punch. Yes. After that, 6,000 people rushed to the cafeteria. They only had half an hour, and time waits for no one, so most of them lost their previous leisure and ease. Instead, they ate like a whirlwind, and then quickly returned to the first floor. Half an hour later, everyone who had eaten their fill came back to the first training floor. The android walked out from the side. Well, very good, no one is late. Now, does anyone have any doubts about my status as commander? The android shouted, looking at them with an extremely serious look. Why are you all so cowardly? Isn't there even anyone who questions you? Report. Step out. The android looked in the direction of the sound and saw a strong man walking out. What's your name? Sir, my name is Zhang Yu. I want to compete with you in fighting. Oh, it seems you're very confident in your skills. But you do have the right to be confident. After all, you were once the top soldier in the army. Hearing the android's words, many people present were shocked. They didn't expect that there was a top soldier in the army in the shelter. After knowing that Zhang Yu was once the king of soldiers, many of them looked at Zhang Yu and the android commander with anticipation. They wanted to see whether this king of soldiers in the army could defeat the commander of this shelter. But Zhang Yu, as a commander, I can't challenge anyone just because I want to. Anyone who wants to challenge me must have a stake. Zhang Yu, if I lose, I'll give you the position of commander. But if you lose, What can you lose? Hearing the android's question, Zhang Yo was stunned. What could he lose now that he had nothing? The only thing he could lose was his status as a resident of the shelter, but he couldn't lose that. If he lost, wouldn't he have to continue living a life of worrying about the next meal after eating the last one? For a moment, Zhang Yo suddenly felt a little regretful about why he stood up. If you win, I'll make you the head commander of these 6 regiments. Your authority will be equal to that of the commanders. However, if you lose, all your guard rank benefits will be revoked, and you'll only retain your rank for military merit. How do you say that? Just as Zhang Yo was silent, a voice came from behind the crowd. Everyone looked and saw that it was Jiang Yu, the commander of the shelter whom they had met in the morning. Commander! The android saluted the moment he saw Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu nodded lightly, walked up to Zhang Yo, and asked. Jarvis had shown him Zhang Yo's information, and he was considered extremely powerful. If he hadn't happened to retire during this period, he should be commanding in a military camp at this moment. Such a talent must be proud. So if you want to be able to command him, you must suppress his pride and let him know that he is no longer the king of the army, but the guard of the shelter. After hearing this, Zhang Yo pondered for a while and nodded slightly. He was confident that his kung fu skills would not be inferior to anyone, even the guards of the shelter. Seeing Zhang Yo nod, Jiang Yu smiled with satisfaction. Come to the side of the android. Just give him a simple lesson. Don't make him autistic. Jiang Yu smiled. Okay, Commander. Hearing this, Zhang Yo's face turned red instantly, and his eyes were full of a look of unwillingness to admit defeat. Bring it on. The android hooked his index finger at the war bull in contempt. Zhang Yo walked out and looked at the android with a murderous look on his face. Come on, I'll show you a few moves. The android stood there and said indifferently. The guards around were also watching this scene with an expression of anticipation. Roar! Zhang Yo roared, and the guards closest to him felt their hearts tremble instantly. Then the next moment, a huge figure rushed towards the android. Zhang Yo swung his fist while charging forward. This punch contained the power of his momentum and inertia. It could be said that this punch would make a hole in the wall. Snap! However, the android just stretched out one hand and took the punch with an extremely relaxed expression. What? Zhang Yo was shocked when he saw this scene. Even the soldier king of Eagle Head Country didn't dare to take his punch head on. So how dare you? One punch was ineffective, so Zhang Yo once again used the martial arts used within the military, punching, palming, and chopping. Although they were all simple moves, they were deadly. Each blow hit some weak and fatal points of the human body, such as the throat and heart. However, the android seemed to know the attack pattern of the war bull. He blocked all attacks with great ease and looked extremely elegant and relaxed. On the other hand, Zhang Yo was a little anxious at this moment. The frequency of his attacks was getting faster and faster, but the strength was gradually weakening. However, even though the war bull has countless attack methods and great power, it cannot hit the android. After fighting for a few minutes, Zhang Yo's expression became more and more incredible, and the movements of his hands gradually became sluggish. Okay, I've let you go for so long. Now it's my turn to hit you. After he finished speaking, before Zhang Yo could react, he felt a slender but powerful fist coming in front of his eyes, and then he felt dizzy. Everything was dark before my eyes. My consciousness became extremely heavy, and at the same time, I heard the voice of the artificial man. Hey, call someone to treat it. Don't let it cause any sequelae. After hearing this, Zhang Yo lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he was already in his bed in his room, and his 2 daughters were sleeping beside him. This is me. When Zhang Yo regained consciousness, he recalled the previous battle, and a helpless smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that. I thought my kung fu was pretty impressive, but this guy's is even better. Not only can he manipulate me like a charm, he can even knock me out with just one punch. It's truly terrifying. Dad, you're awake. How do you feel? You scare me to death. You've been sleeping for half the day. Sensing her father waking up, the eldest daughter Xiaobai opened her eyes and said with surprise, It's okay. I'm just too tired from training. Is the training in this shelter so terrifying? Even the leader of your unit feels tired. Hearing this, Zhang Yo couldn't help but feel ashamed. Do I have to say that I was knocked unconscious by a punch? Wouldn't that be too embarrassing? No, I won't tell you even if I die. I haven't trained a long time. I'll be fine after a while. Zhang Yo forced a smile. He touched his eldest daughter's head, then picked up his drooling younger daughter and took her to bed. Returning to his own bed, Zhang Yo thought about all the details of the previous battle. As his memories deepened, Zhang Yo's expression became more and more solemn. He felt that if the artificial man wanted to, he could even kill him in an instant. Chapter 40. Heaven and Earth Tide Devil Training. What terrifying combat power. I just wonder how many people like the commander there are. If all the guards in the base are masters like this, then the foundation of this base is really terrifying. The next day, Zhang Yo came to the front of the team amid everyone's strange gazes. Hey, are you okay? I need to be a little more serious when dealing with you. So, I used a little more strength. The android smiled when he saw the war bull. Zhang Yo smiled bitterly. If he used a little more strength, he could have knocked me out for most of the day. If he used all his strength, could he have killed me with one punch? It's okay. I've recovered. I was wrong yesterday, and I'm willing to accept any punishment. But no matter how helpless he was, Zhang Yo still stood up and shouted loudly. Since I lost, I have to accept any conditions. Haha, your punishment was announced by the commander yesterday. From now on, you will no longer enjoy any of the guard's benefits. You will only retain the Military Merit Award. So, if you want to continue staying here, you must make military achievements. Got it. Understood, sir. Va Blue shouted. Okay, let's start training now. We don't have much time, but I will help you reach my expected goals in the shortest possible time. I hope your bodies are strong and durable enough. The android's face was filled with a cruel smile. This cruel smile made many people tremble and break out in cold sweat on their backs. At noon the next day, many residents saw the guards limping, walking with legs apart, and looking exhausted when they came to eat. Oh my god, I'm so fucking tired. I don't know what the commander is so anxious about. The intensity of our training has increased so quickly. Damn it, I used to have one of the best stamina in the army, but ever since I came here, I feel like I'm starting to feel weaker. How can this be compared to the army? In the army, they at least treat you like a human being, but here they don't treat you like a human being at all. They really train you to death. Hey, if it weren't for the medicinal bath after training, I might have collapsed long ago. Enough talk, let's eat quickly. We have training this afternoon and evening. Tonight is destined to be another sleepless night. Thinking of the devilish training in the afternoon, everyone couldn't help but sigh. On the other side, Jiang Yu, who was sitting in front of the monitoring room, was watching all the training content on the monitor screen. Sir, Dr. Liu Yaya is looking for you. Jiang Yu, who was thinking about the subsequent training plan, immediately stood up and headed towards the floor where Liu Yaya was after hearing the news. Not long after, Jiang Yu came to Liu Yaya's office. The first thing that caught my eye was a huge computer screen, and on the screen, the time was counting down. Jiang Yu keenly discovered that the countdown time was exactly the time until the zombie storm was born. Jiang Yu, you're here. I found something very strange. Come and see. Liu Yaya took Jiang Yu to an instrument. Look, I accidentally discovered that the energy fluctuations of the heaven and earth tides were in an abnormal state. After a simple comparison, I found that the current energy value was several times higher than the value a month ago, and it is still rising gradually. According to calculations, this tide of heaven and earth may reach its peak in a few days, and the range of the tide will be the entire sea city. Although I don't know what will happen when the tidal energy of heaven and earth reaches its peak, but now that the end of the world is approaching, I know it will definitely not be a good thing. After taking a quick look at the data and information provided by Liu Yaya, Jiang Yu looked at Liu Yaya inexplicably. Jiang Yu originally planned to announce the news of the storm the day before it started, but he didn't expect that this girl actually noticed it herself. Do you know how long this will last? According to calculations, it will only take about one night. One night. Jiang Yu's eyes were solemn. This meant that they might have to fight hundreds of thousands of zombies all night long. Jarvis, start producing weapons and ammunition with all your might now. No more weapons or ammunition will be sold at the entrance of the base. Only basic protein bars will be sold. Anyone who dissents will be killed without mercy. Hearing Jiang Yu's instructions, Liu Yaya nodded slightly. Extreme times must be treated extremely seriously. Although she didn't know what impact the tides of heaven and earth would have in this apocalyptic world, any changes on the planet could not be ignored. And no matter what, it is always a good idea to produce more weapons. All terrors come from insufficient firepower. If the firepower inside the base is sufficient, they will be able to cope with it as long as the planet is not destroyed instantly or there is no other global disaster. Jiang Yu, why do I feel like you seem to know what this tide of heaven and earth will bring? Liu Yaya looked at Jiang Yu, who had a serious expression, and asked curiously. Well, as far as I know, on the day of the heaven and earth tide, the moon will turn into a blood moon. Under the influence of the blood moon, the zombies will become extremely bloodthirsty and violent, and all of their physical indicators will increase sharply. Even more terrifying, on that day, at least hundreds of thousands of zombies will go into a state of frenzy. After hearing Jiang Yu's explanation, Lu Yaya's face began to become extremely solemn. If what Jiang Yu said was true, it would be a terrible disaster for the survivors of the entire high city. But you should have made a plan, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have hired so many guards on short notice. Indeed, the Royal Guard alone is not enough. I must now utilize all available manpower to overcome this crisis. By the way, how's the research on the corpse crystal I asked you to study going? I've only made preliminary progress. I've discovered that corpse crystals can be absorbed and digested by the human body, but the specific side effects are still unknown, and a lot of experiments and simulations are needed. If Jarvis wasn't so superior, I might still be completely in the dark. Lu Yaya smiled bitterly. In that case, continue your research and keep an eye on the fluctuations of the heaven and earth tides. Report any problems you have at any time. Okowo. Lu Yaya nodded slightly and continued to work. Jiang Yu left the experimental floor and returned to the control room on the 50th floor. Jarvis, how's their training going? Sir, after rigorous training as androids, each of their groups can barely achieve coordination, but that's all. When it comes to firearms, fighting enemies, and combat, most of them are still quite lacking. Jiang Yu nodded slightly after hearing Jarvis' words. After all, it was only a day and a half, so it was a rare achievement to be able to achieve coordination and consistency. Jarvis, starting tomorrow, have the androids take them out to rescue the people who have met the admission requirements. Time is urgent, and ordinary training methods alone are not enough. We should combine them with actual combat to accelerate their growth. Only then will their level increase rapidly. Yes, sir. Chapter 41. The Strange Reappearance of the Overlord Zombie. In the blink of an eye, 2 more days passed. During these 2 days, a group of about 8,000 residents moved into the base again. They were all rescued by the guard team, led by the androids in the past 2 days. Most of the guards are undergoing training while rescuing people. During the 2 days of rescue, the capabilities of most of the escort teams improved rapidly. Many members of the guard team have become very skilled in killing zombies and collecting corpse crystals. The war bull, who needs to make military achievements to survive in the shelter, can accurately kill 10 zombies in 10 seconds by himself. At this moment, he fully demonstrated his qualities and combat ability as a soldier king. Sir, the mass transfer of zombies you asked me to pay attention to last time has happened again. In a laboratory, Jiang Yu, who was listening to Lu Yaya's report, heard Jarvis' voice. Oh, where is it this time? When Lu Yaya heard that the zombies were moving together, she was stunned. The next moment, she saw the surveillance footage switched by Jarvis. At this moment, the surveillance video was showing an extremely strange scene. Hundreds of zombies walked towards a certain direction in unison like soldiers. Although they walked crookedly, not a single zombie fell behind or left, and the formation was extremely neat. What's even more strange is that they, who should be extremely fond of fresh flesh and blood, seem to have no interest in it at this moment. This group of zombies surrounded a group of humans who were already covered in scars. It neither ate them nor attacked them, but just surrounded them and drove them step by step in a certain direction. That's impossible. To maintain their basic survival and blood-feeding desire, zombies will recklessly rush towards any living being and tear them apart and eat them. This is fake, right? Lu Yaya was shocked when she saw this scene. I'm sorry, Dr. Lu Yaya. These are all real-time monitoring. Sir, this is a snack street in the northern part of High City. The people who were taken away were survivors who used to live on this street. The residents here helped and supported each other. In addition, the snack street itself has a lot of resources, so they can survive even in the end times, and they have never gone out but for some reason. This group of zombies inexplicably arrived here an hour ago, and then took over this place in an extremely fast and incredible manner, taking away the remaining survivors. After listening to Jarvis' words and watching the zombies' 1-hour visit to the snack street, Jiang Yu's face showed disbelief, and Lu Yaya was even more shocked. She felt that her research over the past few days seemed to have been in vain. The way these zombies move doesn't seem like unintelligent zombies at all. Instead, they act like well-trained humans. Furthermore, they can actually control their bloodlust. These zombies don't look like evolved zombies. Listening to Jiang Yu's murmurs, Lu Yaya asked, "Evolution? Can zombies evolve?" "Of course, zombies can evolve by sucking human flesh and blood. Otherwise, why do you think zombies are so eager to hunt humans? Isn't it just to stand out from the crowd of workers and evolve into mutant zombies?" When Lu Yaya heard Jiang Yu compare this group of zombies to workers, she almost rolled her eyes to the sky. How could they be compared like this? Jiang Yu briefly recalled the content of the game and said, "However, zombies that can control their bloodlust are at least level 5 zombies. Zombies above level 5 usually regain human thinking and therefore know how to restrain themselves and endure. But looking at the zombies in the surveillance video, they can't even walk in a straight line and their movements are irregular. They don't look like level 5 zombies at all. And even if they are level 5 zombies, it is impossible for so many to appear at once. The only way for zombies to evolve is to devour enough fresh flesh and blood. However, it is only the early stage of the apocalypse. Although there is plenty of fresh flesh and blood, there is not enough time for them to evolve. So there's only one possibility, that is, they are being controlled by some kind of mutant zombie Jarvis." "Do you know their final destination?" Jiang Yu asked. "I don't know yet. Maybe they entered from outside my surveillance range." Jarvis said, "Keep monitoring them. If any of these zombies appear, report immediately." "Yes, sir." Jiang Yu's expression was extremely solemn at this moment. He didn't expect that the mutated zombie that controlled the zombies would appear so soon. Lu Yaya heard Jiang Yu's murmur and asked with a puzzled look on her face, "How do you know so much? It makes me feel like I'm completely useless. All the research I've been doing for so long has been ruined by today's surveillance video." "Haha, don't be so self-deprecating. It's not your fault. I didn't expect the Overlord Zombie to appear so soon." "Lord Zombie? What is that?" Lu Yaya asked doubtfully. "I call this mutant zombie that can control zombies a Lord Zombie. Controlling zombies for one's own use makes one a Lord. Lord Zombies that can control zombies are rare, but once they appear, it is a disaster. In any case, it is a boss-level existence. They can not only control zombies, but also instruct zombies to hunt and eat blood to feed themselves. The stronger a Lord Zombie becomes, the more it can feed back energy to the zombies it controls, allowing them to evolve. It can be said that if a second-level Lord Zombie appears, as long as it has enough blood and food, it can cultivate countless first-level zombies. Then wouldn't this kind of zombie be invincible? After hearing Jiang Yu's explanation, Lu Yaya suddenly felt that humans must become extinct. Being a rational person, she thought it would be better to lie down and accept it. But Jiang just shook his head. "No, the Lord Zombie is not invincible. Although it is a mutant zombie, its defense is almost the same as that of an ordinary zombie. If you can hit it, a shot to the head will basically kill it. If it dies, all the zombies controlled by it will die as well. Even if a Lord Zombie has 100,000 zombies, once you kill the Lord Zombie, those zombies will instantly lose all their power and become real corpses. But at the same time, if you can't kill the Lord Zombie, you will face countless zombies at the same time." After hearing Jiang Yu's words, Lu Yaya finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the solemnity and uneasiness between her brows did not diminish much. "So what are you going to do?" After hearing Lu Yaya's words, Jiang Yu was silent for a moment. If this is truly a zombie lord, then we must know the extent of the number of zombies he controls and the degree of his evolution. Chapter 42. The actual combat begins. There's so many zombies under control. It seems that the strength of the zombie lord is already quite strong. Perhaps in a few days, when it evolves again, Hyshur may become its paradise for playing games on Earth. So we can only sit there and wait helplessly? Is there no other way? For a moment, both of them fell into a state of deep thought. If a Lord Zombie wants to quickly upgrade and evolve, it must have a large number of zombie slaves capture blood food for it to eat. If we eliminate the zombies it controls and rescue the captured blood food, the Lord Zombie's evolution will be greatly slowed down. Jiang Yu thought for a while and then spoke. "You mean, well, Jarvis, the guards have been training for so long. It's time to go out for real combat." "Yes, sir." Jiang Yu looked at the hundreds of zombies in the surveillance video with a serious expression. "Lord Zombies? Let's see whether you control more zombies or I kill more zombies." Soon, 10 minutes later, the guard team that was still in training received the command from Jiang Yu. "Hurry, hurry. Everyone get in the car. This is the first mission the commander has given us. And it's also the first time our base guard team has carried out a mission independently. This mission must succeed. Failure is not allowed." Zhang Yo stood at the door of the car and shouted loudly. The others also got on the car with excitement. After training here for so long, they finally had a mission to do. Although they had been taken out by the androids to rescue civilians before, that was under the protection of the androids. This time, they could finally fight independently. No longer having to be watched by the android. It was like the young eagle finally leaving its mother's arms, about to fly alone into the sky and soar in the sky. Soon, the 1st and 2nd Guard regiments, led by Captain Zhang Yo and Lu Ming, set off in a car, their target being the group of zombies that was still moving slowly. Now that they've left, it's time for us to set off too. The commander looked at the buses going away and said to the android behind him. The commander didn't ask us to go there to protect them the entire time, but to take action when necessary to eliminate some enemies they can't deal with right now. So, we can't take action unless it's absolutely necessary. Do you understand? The commander looked at the 200 combat-type androids that were to be taken out this time and spoke. Yes, sir. A deafening sound echoed in the car. Are 1,000 guards not enough? Or do you think they haven't met your requirements? In a laboratory, Lu Yaya looked at the convoy of androids leaving and asked, if it were just those ordinary zombies, that would be enough, but I'm afraid the zombie lord has other tricks up his sleeve. The enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light, so it's always better to be careful. How on earth do you know so much? I've been studying this for so long and still only have a limited understanding. You know so much, it's like you've been studying it since your last life. Lu Yaya rolled her eyes and said, since I can build such a large shelter, it makes sense for me to know something you don't know. Jiang Yu smiled. When Lu Yaya heard this nonsense, she rolled her eyes again. She also realized that Jiang Yu didn't want to say it, so she stopped pestering him and continued with her research. Looking at Lu Yaya, who continued to do research, Jiang Yu smiled helplessly. Some things are better not to be said so early, and Jiang Yu was also wondering why there were Lord zombies in the early days of the apocalypse. Logically speaking, in the early days of the apocalypse, at most there would be some first-level zombies that mutated after eating zombie corpses, and it would be basically impossible for such a terrifying existence as the Lord zombie to appear. If the Overlord zombies have appeared, will other types of mutant zombies also appear? Thinking of this, Jiang Yu felt a headache. Hey, it looks like things are worse than I thought. We must speed up our research on the gene lock. Although the mutated zombies were initially afraid of thermal weapons, in the later stages, thermal weapons basically became auxiliary, and the opening of the genetic lock became the capital for humans to survive in the apocalypse. Although Jiang Yu knew about the genetic lock, it was developed by the scientific researchers in the game. Jiang Yu and Jarvis did not have the ability to make it. Yaya, I want to find some people to help you with the research on corpse crystals. Do you have any good candidates? Jiang Yu asked. Lu Yaya didn't even raise her head, but just said lightly, apart from my teacher and junior sister, I can't think of anyone else who can help me. I can't guarantee that there is no one in the whole country who can help me, but at least in Haishur, there is no one who I need. Hearing Lu Yaya's words, Jiang Yu is helpless. Forget it, just continue your research. Try to break through the secret of the corpse crystal as soon as possible. After saying that, Jiang Yu left the laboratory. Lu Yaya looked at Jiang Yu leaving with an unfriendly expression. This guy must know the secret of the corpse crystal, but he won't tell me. Humph. It's finally time for you to beg me. Wait until I figure it out. If you don't beg me, I'll see if I give it to you. Recalling the scene of the day when she was rescued, Lu Yaya felt so angry that her teeth itched. As the daughter of destiny, this was the first time she was treated like this, so she had been waiting for the day when she could turn the tables. At this moment, in a small room surrounded by zombie corpses not far from the snack street that was attacked by zombies, a group of people were hiding inside and shivering. They're the owner of a barbecue restaurant on the snack street, his family members, and several shop assistants, a total of 5 men and 3 women. Damn it, is this a human or a zombie? Why does it feel faster than the soldiers? I was so scared. I saw a zombie pick up a stone and hide in the corner to attack. Can you believe it? Damn it. Didn't they say these zombies were brainless and unintelligent trash? I didn't expect them to be so powerful. Luckily, we were alert and didn't rush out to fight like everyone else. Instead, we ran here. Otherwise, we might be the ones caught now. Yes, this place is disgusting, but I didn't expect that I wouldn't be discovered hiding here. Teacher, I don't think you should let them in. In a corner of the room, a young girl whispered to the old man beside her. The person who spoke was a blonde girl who looked disheveled and had dirt all over her face. The girl has bright eyes, big and bright eyes and a slender figure, but she is wrapped in a loose sweatshirt, covered by the mud. The girl's golden hair looked extremely dull, and she looked like a beggar who had been picking up trash for years. Next to her was an old man with gray hair and a face full of wrinkles. The old man had a serious face, his eyes always flashed with wisdom, and he looked extremely confident. Just under the cover of mud, this old man looks almost like a lunatic. Chapter 43. Differences of Opinion and the Torch. That's fine. Helping each other is a traditional virtue of the Chinese people, and wasn't it their help that allowed us to arrange the room like this? The professor smiled. Professor, you said before that zombies are unintelligent and savage creatures, but from what we just saw, it doesn't seem like something unintelligent and savage creatures would do. The fat guy who owns the barbecue restaurant asked with a frown. If they hadn't realized that something was wrong and had hurriedly come here under the old professor's guidance, they might have also been captured by the zombies. I don't know either. Although I only took a quick look before, my inference cannot be wrong. It is impossible for zombies to have their own minds because their brains have been destroyed by the virus, and now they only care about their appetites. I think the reason for this is that there might be something else controlling the zombies. Hearing the teacher's words, the girl and everyone else were shocked. Controlling zombies? The girl exclaimed. If someone else said this conclusion, which seemed like a joke, the girl would probably just laugh it off. But the person who said this was my own teacher. The teacher who solved countless problems in the world. That's right, Xiaoling. I think the reason why zombies like human flesh and blood so much is, on the one hand, because they are hungry, and on the other hand, perhaps because they can evolve after eating human flesh and blood. I guess, maybe a zombie has evolved for some reason, and after the evolution, he has the ability to control zombies. Hearing the professor's shocking speech, everyone present was shocked to the point of being utterly horrified. Professor, this is impossible. Can zombies evolve? Xiaoling asked with a trembling voice. Xiaoling, there's a saying in the detective world. Eliminate all impossible factors, and then whatever remains, no matter how improbable or unbelievable, is the truth. If there's no one controlling the zombies, how could they leave the food at hand and not eat it? It's like if 10 people suddenly found 10 million. Do you think they would hand it over or divide it equally? The old man stated his reasons in a calm tone. TSK. Old man, do you think you're a washing machine? Tell me the truth. The truth is, you're wrong. They aren't mindless creatures that only know how to bite. They're a new species that's organized, premeditated, and has military tactics. Someone who heard the conversation between the master and the disciple started to mock. A shop assistant snorted disdainfully. Old man, what you hear is not as good as what you see. We didn't see any mutant creatures controlling the zombies, but we did see the zombies attacking the snack street in a meticulous and orderly manner. Why do I feel like he's not very reliable? He calls himself a biology professor, but he just reads detective novels like the rest of us. Exactly. A genius like him also reads those nonsensical detective novels. Listening to the ridicule of the crowd, the old man frowned slightly, but did not make any excuses. A summer insect cannot talk about ice. When you are ready to argue with a group of ignorant and confident people, you have already lost. So the best thing to do at this moment is to shut up and watch them act like clowns. Forget it. It doesn't matter whether he's a professor or not. After all, the zombie house he designed did save our lives. Now we should consider what our next step should be. A bamboo-like man next to Fatty asked, Hey, I thought we could talk to Lao Zhang and the others, gather our supplies, and then build a refuge base together so that we can survive in this apocalyptic world. But we didn't expect them to be captured by zombies. We have no strength to survive on our own. What if the zombies come again tomorrow? How should we deal with it? Why don't we join the Xinhua refuge camp? I think the treatment for those who join is pretty good. There's work, food, and even a security team. With so many men like us, it'll be easy to get people in. A female shop assistant had read the information about the Xinhua shelter before her phone went out of power. She had wanted to join for a long time, but was unable to do so due to her age, so she had been staying here ever since. When Fat Brother heard this, he was silent for a while, then sighed helplessly. Now that things have come to this, there's nothing we can do. Let's go, pack up, and get ready to go. Although he didn't want to be inferior to others, time was of the essence, and there were many dangers outside. It was not the time to consider face. Now, in broad daylight. Everyone was shocked. Of course, the Xinhua shelter is an hour's drive from here, not to mention walking. Plus, it's so dangerous out there right now. The zombies get even more violent and brutal at night. Don't you think we should leave right away? Everyone nodded slightly. But brother, can't we ask them to come pick us up? No, it's too dangerous. If we wait for them to come pick us up, what if those zombies come back again? Who can stop them? Brother, what about them? One person pointed at the master and disciple who had nothing to do with their family and asked in a low voice. Fat Brother looked at the people on his side. There were only 5 men and 3 women. If he brought these 2 burdens with him, the journey ahead might become even more difficult. So Fat Brother thought about it with a gloomy face and then showed a warm smile. Haha, old professor, we're going to go collect supplies first. Please wait here for a moment. When we've collected the supplies and are ready to leave, we'll notify you and we can go together. Hearing what Fatty said, the expressions of the people around him changed. Do you want to take these 2 burdens with you? They looked at Fatty with strange eyes. No problem, go ahead. We'll be waiting for you here. The old professor smiled. Okay, then we'll get busy. You can have a good rest first. After saying that, Fatty planned to leave. Wait, Fatty, can you give me a cell phone with power? Ours is dead. I want to see the pictures of my wife and kids on my phone. Hearing what the professor said, Fat Brother frowned, but still took out his new mobile phone and gave it to the professor for 15 yuan. This is my phone. You can use it first and give it to me when we meet, okay? Fatty laughed. Okay, thank you, Fatty. The old man smiled slightly. Afterwards, Fat Brother quickly left with the others and hurried back to the barbecue restaurant to collect supplies. Brother, are you really going to take them away? The thin bamboo pole next to the Fat Brother asked. Bringing them 2 burdens? You're overthinking it. Giving them cell phones is like giving them another way to seek help. As for how to survive, that depends on their ability. And didn't you hear me say I'd give it to you when we meet? Do you think we'll ever meet again? Chapter 44, Self-Rescue and Then Rescue. An old man and a woman, without help from others. How long do you think you can survive in the apocalypse? When everyone heard the almost ruthless words of Fat Brother, they all fell silent. Fat Brother was right. The 2 of them were like a burden. If it didn't take those who had a relationship with them, they would be in trouble. The rest of the people will not be brought along. And now it is the end of the world, not the new year, so normally the only way left for them is death. Although several female shop assistants felt reluctant. After all, the old man had saved their lives. They did not dare to remain silent, even though all the emotions were boiling in their throats. They were afraid that if they spoke too much, they would also be left behind. Half an hour later, they collected their supplies and, taking advantage of the afternoon light, hurriedly followed the map towards the Xinhua shelter. On the other side, Xiaoling, who was still waiting foolishly, looked at the scene of the whole city and read outside and murmured in confusion. It's strange. It's been so long. Why hasn't he come yet? They won't be coming. They should be on their way to the Xinhua shelter now. The old professor said lightly. What? Why? Aren't we together? Xiaoling asked doubtfully. Together? No, they are together. In their eyes, we are just outsiders. And we are 2 burdensome outsiders. Bringing us will greatly increase the difficulty of reaching the shelter. So it makes sense for them not to take us with them. The old professor calmly adjusted his glasses. So, they left a long time ago and took the supplies with them? Xiaoling asked with a slightly dazed look. The old professor nodded slightly. Bastards, bastards, bastards. These ungrateful bastards. Without your help, teacher, they would have been taken away by zombies by now. I didn't expect these bastards to be so ungrateful. Bastards, bastards. Xiaoling looked at the sunlight outside the window, her little face full of anger. Haha, there's no need to be so angry. They don't know our true abilities, so it's normal for them to regard us as a burden. Besides, I found a good place. Teacher, Xiaoling asked doubtfully. It's what they call the Xinhua shelter. We looked at the information, and it seems like a perfect place for us to live. Although the conditions for joining aren't very friendly to us, that's for ordinary people, and we're not ordinary people. But teacher, how are we going to get there? I've just applied for the admission application, and I applied for you as well. Now both have been approved. Now we just have to wait for them to come pick us up. The professor said calmly. But teacher, what if those zombies come back again? No, at least not in the next few days. Since the zombies were controlled to capture humans, they must be taking them back to be eaten by some kind of creature. Judging by their movement speed and the fact that this place has just been looted, I don't think they'll come over for the next 2 or 3 days. So we're safe for the time being. The professor said thoughtfully. I see. So, teacher, you asked them for their phones because you had already thought of a way out. Xiao Ling asked with starry eyes full of admiration. Aha, Xiao Ling. Learn something and don't spend all day in a lab. Otherwise, when I'm gone, you might be sold and still be counting money for others. The old professor said earnestly that he was very touched by the admiring eyes of his students. I thought that. Why? Do you really think I want to see my wife and children who don't exist? The old professor rolled his eyes and said, Huh, you found out, teacher. Yes, teacher, you're a virgin forever. Where did you get a wife and children? Xiao Ling smiled. Bung. It hurts. Xiao Ling covered her head and looked at the teacher with tears in her eyes. Humph. What do you mean by eternal virgin? I'm dedicating my life to science. The old professor shouted with a slightly red face. Yes, yes, yes. At the end of the disaster, the old professor and his student temporarily put aside their master-disciple relationship and joked with each other like friends to pass the difficult waiting time. On the other side, Lu Yaya, who was scratching her scalp desperately, looked at the computer data with a grim expression. She calculated for a long time, but it was still not right. Even with the help of artificial intelligence, she still couldn't figure it out. This made Dr. Lu Yaya, who was already full of confidence, feel extremely frustrated at this moment. Damn it. Damn Jiangyu. You said what you shouldn't have said, and you didn't say anything you should have said. If my teacher and junior sister were here, they would have solved it long ago. Lu Yaya said angrily. Dr. Lu Yaya, is your master called Zheng Yuancheng and your junior sister called Xiao Mengling? Lu Yaya was shocked when she heard Jarvis' words. Jarvis, it's already this late. Why don't you stop investigating my information? Sorry, I'm not checking your information. I have these two people's applications for admission, and their information is extremely similar to yours, so I'm asking. Hearing this, Lu Yaya was shocked. How is this possible? Aren't they both conducting experiments in Eaglehead country? Why are they here? I'm not sure about that, but I know they submitted their application in High City and near that snack street. What? Jarvis, please send someone to rescue them immediately. If they are really my teacher and junior sister, they can't die. They are my family. Lu Yaya said in an anxious tone. I have already informed the gentleman, and he will make further arrangements. Jarvis said. Hearing this, Lu Yaya's expression became anxious. I hope nothing happens. After receiving the news from Jarvis, Jiangyu was also stunned for a moment. This is truly like a pillow delivered right when you're sleepy. If it really is them, then the development of the gene lock will be greatly accelerated. Afterwards, Jiangyu led 200 combat androids and drove 5 fully armed modified cars towards the snack street. On the other side, on the road not far from the snack street, 3 large trucks were driving on the road at a very fast speed. These 3 buses had obviously been modified, with thick steel covering their entire bodies, leaving only the glass on the windows. Moreover, the car window glass can only be used to see outside, not inside. The overall look is like a Doomsday refuge chariot. In the first car, a burly man from the bear country was explaining the mission. This mission must be completed quickly. If we are targeted by the army here, it will be difficult for us to escape. Yes, sir. Inside the carriage, the team leaders of each team saluted and shouted. Sir, there are several refugees ahead who are being attacked by zombies. Do you want to rescue them? Chapter 45. Encounter with a mysterious organization at the street corner. The leader, the big man from the bear country, took out a telescope and looked, then nodded slightly. Save them. There are 3 women there. I'll let you relax after the mission is over. The leader of the bear country laughed. Yes, sir. The big man driving the car became more alert when he heard this. I don't know how long it has been since I last had sex since I went there. This time he wanted to be the first one. There were several times when he was the last one to go in, but he was always dry and didn't feel anything. Fat Brother and his group were very unlucky. Not long after they walked out of the snack street, they encountered a group of zombies wandering around unconsciously. A shop assistant accidentally touched a can, causing a noise, and they were discovered. Damn, didn't they say all the zombies were gone? Why are there still so many here? Could it be that what the professor said is true? Are the zombies controlled by someone? Damn it. Now is not the time to talk about this. Get rid of them quickly. There's a car. There's a car over there. What? Hearing the sound, everyone looked in the direction and saw 3 chariots speeding towards them, and then they stopped steadily. Then several strong men of different skin colors got out of the car, all holding silent submachine guns. Basically, he killed all the zombies around him with 2 shots. Bye UBU. Bye UBU. All people heard was the sound of bullets being fired, followed by the sound of zombies falling to the ground. Soon, under the slaughter of this group of strong men, the zombies were wiped out like ants. "Are you okay?" After dealing with the zombies, a white man in the lead walked forward. Wearing sunglasses, he unscrupulously glanced at the female shop assistants behind him, and then turned his gaze to the fat man in front. At the same time, he licked his lips. Several female shop assistants felt as if they were being stared at by predators, and suddenly got goosebumps all over their bodies. "It's okay, thank you. Are you from the Shinwa shelter? We were just about to take refuge in your shelter." Hearing that this foreigner actually spoke Chinese, the fat guy who survived the disaster immediately felt a sense of familiarity and asked excitedly. When the white strong man under the sunglasses heard what the fat brother said, he frowned, thought for a while, and spoke. "That's right, we're from the Shinwa shelter. We're here to save people. Without further ado, hurry up and get in the car. I'll take you to a safe place." The big man smiled. Afterwards, with the thanks from Fat Brother and his friends, the vehicle started again, and its destination was the snack street that Fat Brother and his friends had just left not long ago. In the car, Fat Brother looked at the Special Forces soldiers of different skin colors and wearing combat uniforms with real guns and ammunition, and suddenly felt a full sense of security. And this group of big men also began to look at these Chinese people. They exchanged glances with each other and discussed their targets and who to choose. The female shop assistants and a handsome male shop assistant next to him felt as if they had entered a predator's den. It was as if they were prey rather than people being rescued. They subconsciously huddled together, as if they felt safer that way. On the way, watching the bus getting closer and closer to the snack street, Fat Brother asked in confusion, "Brother, do we still need to go and rescue people?" "Yes, and there's a professor to rescue." The strong white man looked at the Fat Brother and smiled. "Huh, is there another girl with that professor?" Although the way the white man looked at him was not right, which gave him goosebumps, the fat man forced himself to suppress the strange feeling, thinking that this was how foreigners looked. After all, he had never seen so many foreigners. "You know," the white man was shocked. "What if this guy is the professor's man?" "That's right, he's not a professor at all. He's just a liar." Fatty scolded angrily. "Ah, is that so?" Hearing this, the white man smiled coldly in his heart. "This is a fool who doesn't know how powerful the professor is." "Yeah, you don't know." Next, Fat Brother seemed to have found someone with whom he shared a common language, and began to tell what he thought were the funny stories of the professor. However, the more he spoke, the more the white man's smile faded, and his expression became increasingly solemn. The zombie room revealed the mutants that controlled the zombies. These were all secrets kept especially secret in their company. I didn't expect that the professor could guess it just by looking at it for a few times. It seems that the professor is as talented as his profile says. It's perfect for us to give him a gift after we're done playing. The big white man thought as he looked at the fat guy and spoke. The white man could tell at a glance that these people definitely regarded the professor and his friends as a burden, so they didn't bring them along. Fortunately, if they had any relationship with the professor, their happy time might have been delayed. Soon, the bus arrived at the intersection of Snack Street. Just as it was about to turn in, it saw 5 modified cars coming towards it from the other direction. Seeing these 5 modified cars, the white man's expression froze. His long experience in the battlefield has made his intuition extremely sharp, and this sharp intuition tells him that the enemy is not friendly. The vehicle on the opposite side obviously also saw the modified car opposite it. In the car, Jiang Yu also prepared the androids for battle. Both sides slowed down at the same time when they saw each other. Prepare for battle. The white man stood up and looked at the 5 modified cars in front of him with a serious expression. Crack! Crack! In the car, the Special Forces soldiers armed with guns loaded their bullets. This. Fat Brother and the others were so scared when they saw this scene that they trembled with fear. What was going on? Why did it seem like a gunfight was about to break out all of a sudden? "Just turn in, and if they don't move, just let them pass." The strong man said. "Good. Just turn in, and if they don't move, just let them pass." On the 5 modified vehicles, Jiang Yu looked at the 3 armored vehicles in front and said with a fearful look, "This place is in the center of the city, and it is not clear how many zombies there are. In addition, the number of people and weapons on the opposite side are unknown. If there is a big explosion and attracts all the zombies around, it will be difficult for them to break out." Afterwards, both sides started their cars, not fast, but not slow either. Finally, when they arrived at the intersection of the snack street at the same time, and were only a few meters away, they prepared to turn in at the same time. Shot! Jiang Yu and the white captain shouted. Bang! In an instant, several androids opened the door on the top of the car and jumped out one after another. Armed with submachine guns, they began firing rapidly. Beep, beep, beep. Chapter 46. First Battle Victory, Crazy Crush. Crack, crack. The four modified cars in the rear opened their doors one after another, and more than 100 androids quickly got out of the cars. They quickly dispersed and spread out behind the abandoned cars parked on the road. Then he started shooting towards the opposite side. In an instant, the powerful firepower prevented the other side from opening the car door to fight back. The combat-type androids were so fast that they were able to drive out, fire, and suppress the enemy in just a few seconds. When the white captain saw this scene, he was so shocked that he took off his sunglasses and looked at the scene in disbelief. There's actually someone who's faster than their company's special forces. The members of their team are carefully selected from all over the world, right? In the outside world, he was at least a military king, but now he was being suppressed by an unknown force. Was he really dreaming? What are you doing? Can't you see that the enemy has deployed their troops? Quickly get the people in the back to get off the vehicle and provide support. Amid the ping-pong sounds of bullets hitting the car, the big man quickly regained his composure, picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Yes! Go, 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 go." After receiving the order, the special forces in the rear quickly got off the vehicle and started fighting. Amid the sound of steel being hit, the people on the two buses behind the special forces finally got off. They quickly found cover and began looking for targets to shoot. Soon, as the two sides began to exchange firepower, the battle broke out completely. Beep, beep, beep. Bang, bang. The two sides fired submachine guns back and forth, neither side giving in. For a moment, the streets were filled with smoke, gun smoke, cannon fire, and the sound of bullets colliding. Although both sides installed silencers, the sound of bullets hitting the car was still extremely loud. The huge noise gradually attracted the zombies nearby to rush over here. Throw the anti-aircraft grenades and finish the battle quickly. Leave before the zombies gather. Take 10 people and bring the professor out safely. Jiang Yu quickly gave orders that they could not delay any longer, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with if the zombies surrounded them. Yes, sir. Cover me. Several androids shouted. A group of more than 10 people ran towards the snack street at a speed that disappeared in the blink of an eye, under the shocked eyes of the white man, and before he could react. He saw several more people running towards him at an incredible speed. Under the shocked gaze of the white captain, the android rushed to the side of the bus and threw the anti-aircraft grenade into the bottom of the first modified car. After throwing down several anti-aircraft grenades, the androids crouched on the ground and turned to the nearest shelter. Behind him, his teammates were suppressing the opponent with crazy firepower. Bullets fell forward like raindrops. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the bus where the white captain was blown away. The originally extremely strong chassis collapsed under the close-range bombing of anti-aircraft grenades. Thick smoke billowed out, and the entire vehicle rolled 560 degrees under the bombardment of anti-aircraft grenades and turned sideways on the road. The people in the car felt like they were riding a roller coaster without wearing seatbelts. They felt dizzy and then dazed by the huge impact, encirclement, and suppression. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yu gave another order. Yes, more than 100 androids rushed forward quickly, and it took them only 5 or 6 seconds to cover a distance of more than 10 meters. However, in the blink of an eye, they rushed into the thick smoke. The remaining dozens of androids continued to suppress the fire in the rear. In the face of the android's 100% hit rate, the android in front was like a fish in water in the hail of bullets, and after the smoke and dust of the explosion, it rushed directly to the opposite shooting area. Fuck! What? Seeing the people on the opposite side rushing over in such a short time, the special forces looked at the scene in shock. The next moment, before their brains could react, they saw a fist rushing towards their faces. The huge impact force caused the special forces soldier's brain to short-circuit instantly, and the killing began. Bang! Crack! Fuck! More than 100 androids rushed into the shooting area at the same time, holding Nepalese knives and Desert Eagle pistols, and began to engage in close combat. From 7 steps away, the gun is fast within 7 steps, the knife is fast, and in the hands of the android, both are fast. In the hands of the androids, the Nepalese machetes seemed to have a sword soul. Every time they swung the machetes, they could take the life of a Special Forces soldier. The Desert Eagle seems to have a plug-in. With automatic sights and automatic shooting, it could take down an enemy with one shot without any pressure. In an instant, the other side of the smoke was filled with guns, swords, and trees, and the sounds of gunfire and sword shadows. At this moment, even if you can't see the scene on the other side of the smoke, you can imagine that this is a completely one-sided massacre through the screams of people whose throats were cut by sabers and the cries of people who were hit by bullets. Bang! Bang! Some Special Forces soldiers are still resisting stubbornly, but it is completely useless. Some of the Special Forces were even shocked to find that these people could actually predict the shooting path of bullets and dodge them. It's impossible. In an instant, seeing this incredible scene made these Special Forces soldiers doubt their lives and shouted, "Impossible!" A few minutes later, under the dull gaze of this group of Special Forces soldiers, the team of 70 or 80 people originally had only a few team leaders left to be controlled. The rest of the people were stabbed in the neck by the robots with Nepalese swords, and blood was flowing all over the ground. Retreat! Retreat! Fall back! At this time, the white captain who had finally gotten out from under the overturned bus ran out and shouted, digging a groove, but when he saw the scene in front of him, he was completely stunned. Everywhere he looked, he saw his teammates in combat uniforms. At the same time, several people holding submachine guns were slowly moving towards him. This is impossible. How long had it been? Just a few minutes. And he was completely defeated? Were they human? Not monsters in human skin? The smoke from the anti-aircraft grenade explosion hasn't completely dissipated yet. Fat Brother and his group, who had also struggled to get off the overturned bus, were stunned when they saw this scene. The battle is over. Aren't these soldiers very powerful? How come they all died so quickly? Vomit. Some people who saw this scene for the first time vomited out of disgust. The captain of the android team said lightly after seeing the white captain, "Just keep a few and kill the rest." No. Chapter 47. Almost complete annihilation and preparation. When the white captain heard this, he was shocked. But before he could say anything, he heard the sound of bullets firing. All his teammates were shot in the head and killed. No. In the end, the heartbroken white captain and several other Special Forces soldiers, a total of 10 people, were captured. Fat Brother and others were ordinary people and were not shot. Instead, they were placed in the same position as the white captain. I saw that Fat Brother and his group originally consisted of 5 men and 3 women, but after the car rollover, just now, only 3 men and 1 woman were left. Several others were crushed under the car, and their lives or deaths are unknown. When they saw that the legendary Xinhua shelter had been massacred to this extent, they did not dare to say anything. They squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands, trembling all over. Not long after, a young man in combat uniform came over. He looked at Fat Brother and the others, and then at the white captain. "Which faction are you from? What are you doing here?" Jiang Yu asked in a serious tone. "Kill me. I won't tell you anything." The white captain sneered. "Well, you have some guts. Come, take them to the car and treat them well." Jiang Yu turned to the android captain beside him and said, "You'd better keep your mouth shut. They haven't met someone so tough in a long time, and their hands are itching to go." Jiang Yu said lightly, "What about you guys? Why are you hanging out with these foreigners?" "Brother, we just wanted to find shelter. They said they were from a Xinhua shelter, so I followed them. I really don't understand your grudges. Brother, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I have elderly parents and children to support." Fat Brother burst into tears immediately and knelt on the ground crying. "Xinhua shelter? We are from Xinhua shelter. They are fakes." This. Fatty was stunned. "Tell me everything you know about them." "That's right." After hearing what Fatty said, Jiang Yu frowned. This group of people actually came for the professor as well. It seems that a second unknown force has taken a fancy to the professor's abilities. Hearing this, Jiang Yu felt a little relieved. If it had been a little later, the professor might have been taken away by them. If he hadn't brought the professor back, he would have been annoyed to death by Liu Yaya. "Report to the commander. The person has been brought here." At this time, an artificial man brought the professor and Xiao Ling to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu looked back and saw the old professor and the young girl, both of whom were dirty but looked very energetic. "Hello, you must be Professor Zheng Yuansheng and Xiao Mingling, right? My name is Jiang Yu, and I'm the commander of the Xinhua shelter. I heard you filled out the application, so I brought someone to pick you up." Jiang Yu smiled at Professor Zheng and Xiao Ling. "Wow, so handsome. Xiaoling was the first to notice Jiang Yu's good looks, his harmonious smile, like that of an older brother next door, and his handsome demeanor in combat uniform. Professor Zheng was impressed by Jiang Yu's ability. It was not easy for him to build the famous Xinhua shelter at such a young age. Professor Zheng, our boss thinks highly of you, so he sent us here to pick you up. Please come with us. At this moment, the white captain who was kneeling on the ground spoke. Humph, you're a prisoner, and you still want to rob people? Take care of yourself first. Jiang Yu sneered. Humph. Chinese, don't be so self-righteous. This time we underestimated the enemy, so you succeeded. Next time, when headquarters sends a stronger force, it will be your death. The strong white man sneered. Jiang Yu looked at the sneering white man, and instead of asking, he grabbed his neck with his big hand and slowly. This. In an instant, the white man's face turned red because of difficulty breathing. He opened his mouth wide to breathe, but it was useless. He could only look at Jiang Yu with his eyes gradually bulging and his face becoming extremely red. The people around were instantly shocked by Jiang Yu's ruthless methods. This man who looked so kind and like an older brother could actually be so brutal. Prisoners should be treated like prisoners, not to mention your small number of people. Even if there were twice as many of us, it would only take me a little longer. Killing trash like you is like killing chickens. After saying that, Jiang Yu let go of his hand. The white man felt the clean air rushing into his throat and instantly began to breathe in big gulps of greedily. At the same time, there was a hint of fear and alarm in his eyes as he looked at Jiang Yu. This guy looks young, but he is so cruel and merciless when he attacks. He is not a good person. At this moment, the whole audience was silent. They all looked at the scene with dull expressions, especially the fat guy in the back who was kneeling on the ground in amazement. They didn't expect that these two extremely brutal teams came for this professor. Even because of him, a violent conflict broke out. Is this professor really that awesome? Is he really that awesome? For a moment, Fat Brother and the others suddenly regretted not bringing him along before. If they had brought him along, and he had said a few nice words to them, they might have been able to join the shelter easily. But if the old professor holds a grudge against me for not bringing them with him and says something bad about me, then I'm doomed. Not letting us into the shelter is a small matter, but if he kills us out of anger, then I won't be able to resist. Professor Zheng, let's get in the car. It's not safe here anymore. Good. Professor Zheng was not a hesitant person, so he immediately got on the bus. Then the android swiftly took the prisoners on a bus, quickly cleaned up the battlefield, and drove away before the zombies had fully assembled. Xinhua Shelter, we've long heard your great name. I'm sorry to trouble you this time. If it weren't for the real inability to get there, we wouldn't have bothered you to make the trip. On the bus, Professor Zheng said to Jiang Yu, I have to run. If I don't run, I'm afraid that Lu Yaya will annoy me to death. Jiang Yu smiled. What? That girl Yaya is also at your place? Professor Zheng asked in surprise. Originally, he wanted to wait until he had settled down in the Xinhua shelter before looking for Lu Yaya. After all, he couldn't find her when he went to her house before. I didn't expect that she had already joined the Xinhua shelter. Yes, she is now my researcher, and she happened to have encountered some troubles in the field of scientific research recently. She needs your help. Then, Jiang Yu looked at Professor Zheng and Xiaoling and smiled. Ha! Will that proud girl get into trouble again? Dr. Zheng shook his head and smiled. By the way, Professor Zheng, didn't I hear you were in Eaglehead country? How did you suddenly appear in China? Jiang Yu asked. About this, it's still because of Yaya. Chapter 48, Mutual Testing of Rescue Operations. When we were abroad, a genetic research company approached us and said they could help look at Yaya's mother's legs. They also showed me a precedent of a cure. Afterwards, we thought that we hadn't seen each other for such a long time, and the new year was approaching. So we brought our bodyguards here. Want to give Yaya a surprise and have a simple reunion. We plan to get together first and celebrate the new year before going back. But the surprise almost turned into a shock. We avoided the meteorite impact, but not the zombie outbreak. When the zombie outbreak occurred, several bodyguards turned into zombies, and the rest died protecting us. After wandering around, we ended up at that snack street and stayed there for a few days. Later, because we couldn't stay there any longer, we thought of contacting you and going to your shelter. Professor Zheng said helplessly. In that case, Professor Zheng, I'd like to ask, are you still going back? Or do you plan to stay here? Jiang Yu asked. Why, Mr. Jiang, do you still want me to show my loyalty? After all, Professor Zheng was an experienced man, and he immediately understood what Jiang Yu meant. That's right. The work Lu Yaya does is a top secret of our shelter. If someone doesn't stay here sincerely, I won't risk letting them join, even if I'm missing this person, even if this person is Lu Yaya's master. Jiang Yu smiled kindly and said, "What if I say I'll go back?" Professor Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke in a calm tone. After hearing Professor Zheng's words, the originally peaceful and tranquil atmosphere on the bus changed instantly. The android, who was originally looking out the car window vigilantly, instantly raised his weapon and glanced at Jiang Yu and Professor Zheng. "Hey, teacher, why does the atmosphere seem off?" Xiao Ling hugged Professor Zheng's arm quietly, feeling the air around her becoming increasingly sticky, and asked in a trembling voice, "Wasn't the atmosphere originally harmonious? Why did it suddenly become like this? This development and change is too fast." "Professor Zheng, everyone is very busy. Please think carefully before answering." Jiang Yu smiled. Professor Zheng felt that countless eyes were looking at him at this moment. It seems that as long as he makes any unusual movement, he will be suppressed instantly. Professor Zheng looked straight at Jiang Yu, and their eyes collided with each other, neither of them giving in. Finally, Professor Zheng seemed to have figured it out and shook his head helplessly. As the saying goes, heroes emerge young from ancient times. "Mr. Jiang, I am originally from China. Now that China is in trouble, as a scientific researcher, I have no choice but to shoulder the responsibility. I will naturally stay and help China, but I want to know, Mr. Jiang, what do you stand? Is it China, or yourself, or is it your ambition?" After hearing Professor Zheng's question, Jiang Yu was silent for a while. "Professor Zheng, I don't stand for any of the three. I only stand for the future." After hearing Jiang Yu's words, Professor Zheng thought for a moment, then slowly stood up. "Well, happy cooperation, but if your research is boring to me, then please give me a job that pays the bills." "No problem. I believe you will be interested, but Professor Zheng, I hope you really have the capital to make you so proud." Jiang Yu stood up and shook hands with Professor Zheng. As soon as his hand shook, the air that was about to solidify softened instantly. The android continued to look outside, and Xiao Ling suddenly relaxed. "Huh, okay. Then let's wait and see together." Professor Zheng laughed. Xiao Ling, who was standing by, had a complicated look on her face when she saw Jiang Yu's aura change from being aggressive to being self-centered, and now being like the big brother next door. The bus was slowly driving on the way back to the shelter. Just as it was about to leave the city, Jarvis' voice sounded in the car. "Sir, a distress signal has been detected from the escort team. Should we go to the rescue?" "A rescue signal? How is that possible? Aren't there guards following us? Why do we still need to ask for help?" Jiang Yu asked in confusion. What danger could there be with 200 androids with first-level gene locks activated? The danger should be on the other side. However, Jiang Yu did not think too much, but immediately changed direction and headed towards the place where they sent the rescue signal. "Everyone, check your weapons and equipment and prepare for battle. Jarvis, please describe the current situation in detail." Jiang Yu said to the android behind him while speaking to Jarvis. "Sir, Zhang Yo and the others started a unilateral massacre after encountering the group of zombies. But then more than 1,000 zombies appeared out of nowhere and surrounded them. They were caught off guard and trapped among the zombies. When the Royal Guards wanted to reinforce their forces, they were stopped by a group of people wearing black special combat uniforms. Then a fierce battle broke out between the two sides. Because there were first-level zombies among the more than 1,000 zombies the guards faced, they suffered heavy casualties and had no choice but to call for support." When Jiang Yu heard Jarvis was right, his expression froze. It's only been a short time, and a first-level zombie has already appeared? Doesn't that mean that the zombie lord is at least a second-level zombie? Second-tier zombies. Aside from a tiny fraction, there's basically no other way to kill the rest without heavy firepower suppression. "Professor Zheng, now is not the time to go back. The guards of my shelter are being surrounded, and I need to rush to rescue them. You stay in the car for a while, and I will leave 10 soldiers to protect you. Number 5, how are your preparations going?" Jiang Yu picked up the intercom and called bus number 5. I peeled off a layer of skin from them and said it. Although it wasn't much, it was still useful. The moment these words came out of the intercom, everyone who heard them was horrified. What do they mean by peeling off a layer of skin? Whose skin was peeled off? Okay, upload the records to Jarvis first, then prepare all weapons. Car number 4 and car number 5, go support the guards, and cars 1, 2, and 3, go support the escort. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Leave a few of you in the car to protect Professor Zheng and the others. Yes, sir. Soon, following Jarvis's path, they passed through one path after another and finally arrived at their destination. When they were about to get closer, they heard a huge roar and explosion. Listening to the roar, the people in the car suddenly felt that it was not the end of the world, but they were on a battlefield. When passing an intersection, cars 4 and 5 turned into another road. The remaining cars continued to move forward. Soon, they saw the zombie army gathering in front of them. Oh my God, so many! At this moment, a wide road was crowded with trembling zombies. Chapter 49. First Level Zombie, Firepower Suppression. And in the encirclement at the front, explosions and roars were heard from time to time. In car number 1, the professor and others felt their hair stand on end when they saw the dense swarm of zombies. Connect to the Warbull's communication and blast a path for them to escape. Communication connected. Warbull, we are to your northeast. Now start retreating towards us with all your strength. We will cover you. Yes, sir. Zhang Yo's tired and angry voice came from the walkie-talkie. Don't save your ammunition. Kill as many as you can. Reduce the zombie lord's strength as much as possible. Zhang Yu said to the androids behind him. Yes, sir. The androids got off the car with weapons in hand. Hundreds of them took out several anti-aircraft grenades and threw them hard into the crowd of zombies that were jostling each other. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and a horrific explosion swept through the group of corpses. Roar! In the group of zombies, dozens of first-level zombies sensed this scene and immediately jumped onto the zombies' heads, roaring at Zhang Yu. Roar! The terrifying bloody mouth of the first-level mutant zombie seems to be able to swallow the sky and the earth. First-level giant mouth zombie, first-level crawling zombie, first-level giant zombie, first-level tentacle zombie, first-level steel zombie. Looking at the figures of those first-level zombies, Zhang Yu, who was very familiar with zombies, read out their names with a serious expression. With so many first-level zombies, one can imagine how powerful the Lord Zombie is. Is it the second level or the almost impossible third level? Boom, boom. The first-level zombies temporarily gave up their encirclement of Zhang Yu and his men and instead turned to attack Zhang Yu. Suppressive fire. As soon as Zhang Yu said this, a total of 9 heavy machine guns placed on 3 buses began to fire crazily. Da-da-da-da. Boom, boom, boom. The bullets, which were fast and extremely lethal, quickly penetrated into the bodies of the zombies. But in a blink of an eye, the fragile bodies of the zombies were torn to pieces like paper. Puff, puff. Even a first-level zombie would have no way to deal with the terrifying suppression power of a heavy machine gun. Apart from subconsciously looking for a place to hide, it would be blown into pieces within seconds. Soon, hundreds of zombies in the front were shot into bloody flesh on the ground by heavy machine guns. Dang, dang, dang. However, although other zombies are afraid of the destructive power of heavy machine guns, the first-level steel zombies can use their evolved bodies for defense. They walked in the front like undefeated gods of war, and behind them, various first-level zombies were approaching rapidly. For a moment, the bullets hitting him only splashed a series of dazzling sparks. What kind of zombie is this? It can actually withstand heavy machine gun fire. Professor Zheng asked with a frown. A first-level steel mutant zombie will evolve from flesh and blood to steel. The higher the zombie's level, the stronger the steel's defense will be. Doesn't this monster have any weaknesses? Professor Zheng asked. Weaknesses? They do have some. Although the iron zombies appear tough on the outside, they're still made of flesh and blood on the inside. They can withstand heavy machine gun fire, but not for long. As long as they're subjected to concentrated machine gun fire for a period of time, their internal organs will be shattered and they'll die. Sure enough, as soon as Zhang Yu finished speaking, he saw the iron zombie that was originally full of energy and could stand alone against 10,000 enemies slowly fall down. Professor Zheng saw the fallen steel zombie, then looked at Zhang Yu, who was confident, his face full of shock. With the death of the first-level steel zombies in the front row, the first-level zombies in the back had no chance of survival under the heavy machine gun fire. Even the crawling zombies, known for their speed, couldn't escape the dense rain of fire from the heavy machine guns. As the last first-level zombie's body shattered, all the first-level zombies attempting to attack were killed. Roar! In the next moment, a voice that seemed to contain incomparable anger resounded across the sky. As soon as this angry roar appeared, all the zombies at the scene fell into a frenzied state, and rushed toward Jean Yo and the others on the truck even more fearlessly. Even though Jean Yo and his crew had heavy machine guns in their vehicles, the firepower of the heavy machine guns seemed quite limited at the moment as zombies were everywhere. When Jiang Yu heard the roar, his face turned pale. War Bull, rush out quickly. This place is very close to the habitat of the Lord Zombies. Jiang Yu shouted through the intercom. Everyone, fight quickly and decisively. Rescue the people and leave. Take as many corpse crystals as you can. Hearing Jiang Yu's slightly anxious voice, everyone increased their firepower. The androids even held a submachine gun in each hand, keeping their eyes and ears open. Every time a submachine gun fired, a zombie would fall down. Soon, the positions of the androids and the War Bull gradually touched each other. Seeing that the passage was about to be opened, Zhang Niu immediately ordered the driver to drive towards Jiang Yu. Boom! The truck accelerated wildly, and the rapidly spinning tires trapped countless zombies who tried to get on the truck. For a moment, when the truck started moving, blood and broken limbs were splattering everywhere where the four tires were. Walk! Jiang Yu saw Zhang Niu and the others driving away, so they turned the car around and drove away quickly. Teams 4 and 5, how are you doing? Looking at the attacking zombies from behind, Jiang Yu asked into the walkie-talkie. Sir, our 400 guards have killed 600 enemies and captured 1 captain. The rest have been wounded and fled. We are cleaning up the battlefield and preparing to evacuate. After hearing the report, Jiang Yu nodded slightly. Leave as quickly as possible. We shouldn't stay here for long. Jarvis, record the coordinates and scan all facilities within a 10-kilometer radius. Yes, sir. Soon after, 5 buses quickly gathered together and rushed towards the shelter at full speed. Half an hour later, the bus finally left the city and arrived in the suburbs. Everyone, check the damage to equipment, injuries, and ammunition consumption. Return and immediately replenish and treat the wounded. Jarvis, have the healers at the base prepare. Residents seeking medical treatment who are not suffering from illnesses that require observation should be temporarily suspended. The guards should prioritize treatment first. As they got closer and closer to the base, Jiang Yu passed down one instruction after another. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Jarvis and the androids agreed and took action. Professor Zheng looked at Jiang Yu, who was calmly directing everything, and couldn't help but nod slightly in his heart. Sir, a large number of survivors are gathering at the entrance of the shelter and causing trouble. Just as he was about to return, Jarvis spoke. Chapter 50, Idealism and Opinions Contradictory. Stuck at the entrance of a shelter? What's the reason? Jiang Yu asked in confusion after hearing this. Sir, because you reduced the exchange rate for goods, they felt it was unfair, so they gathered at the door and wanted to use this method to restore the exchange rate. Jiang Yu's face darkened when he heard Jarvis' words. Damn it. Do I need your consent on how to sell my things? Notify them. If they don't give way, I'll sweep through them when I get back. We don't accept it. Why can't we change it? That's right. Why should we exchange for energy bars made from cockroach corpses? We want to eat meat and rice. Yes, on behalf of all the survivors, I demand an explanation from you. Xinhua's shelter. Otherwise, you will bear the wrath of all of us survivors. I'm only warning you once. The commander of the shelter is about to return. If you're still blocking the way when he returns, he'll open fire. Be careful. The android in charge of guarding stared at the group of survivors with a gun in hand and spoke in a cold tone. Hearing the guard say this, the troublemakers were shocked. They did not forget that Jiang Yu really ordered to shoot at those who try to force their way through the gate. Now, their bodies are still somewhere around here, and they were the kind with their heads shot off and their corpse crystals gone. Oomph. I'm back just in time. Just wanted to ask, is this how you guys at Xinhua Shelter operate? We agreed to exchange supplies, so why is it suddenly no longer possible? That's right. It's not like we don't pay for corpse crystals. Why can't we exchange them for something else? Exactly. Even if he is the commander, can he really ignore the requests of so many of us? That's right. Even if the Emperor came today, we would never retreat even a single step. Boom! Just as everyone was shouting loudly, as if they were not afraid of anything, the roar of a bus sounded behind them. Subconsciously, everyone shuddered. They turned their heads cautiously and saw several buses covered in bright red blood. There were even broken limbs and internal organs of zombies on the bus, especially the tires, which were covered with the blood of countless zombies, and the blood was imprinted on the ground where the tires had passed. At this moment, these buses seemed to have just returned from hell, and the bloodstains and traces on the body seemed to be telling the screams and wails of the dead. Hiss! Seeing this scene, many people took a deep breath, felt so nauseous that they immediately bent over and vomited in big mouthfuls. Vomit! There wasn't much food in their stomachs to begin with, and now there was even less. Seeing such a disgusting scene, the anger of the people at the door gradually subsided. Who is Jianyu? He is the ruthless man who actually ordered the shooting of the survivors. Now he wants to go back to the base. Do they really want to stop him? As the bus got closer, several windows were opened and dozens of submachine guns were stretched out, targeting the survivors. Digging a groove. Oh my God. Run quickly. Oh my God, I don't want to die. Seeing so many loaded submachine guns extended out, the survivors who were originally surrounding the gate dodged instantly and ran to both sides of the gate at a very fast speed. Then they pretended to be calm and looked at the scenery around them. They had no doubt that if they were a step later, Jianyu would give the order to shoot, because he really dared to do so. Jianyu saw the survivors retreating obediently to the sides, smiled coldly, and asked the guards to retract their weapons. Crack! The base guards immediately opened the gate to allow the buses to enter smoothly. When the last bus entered, the gate was closed again. Didn't you just say that you wouldn't let the old emperor in even if he came? Yeah, it was Jianyu, the god of killing, who came, so I gave in. Is that a problem? Not long after, the survivors came to the gate again, intending to exchange supplies, but this time their voices were obviously much quieter than before. Hello, little brother, we were wrong just now. Can you give us something to eat in exchange? Well, we still want to exchange for some supplies. Can you be flexible? Yeah. Look, it's not easy for everyone. How about changing a little? My daughter hasn't eaten meat for a long time, so let me change it. When the base guard saw this attitude change, like turning the pages of a book, even his android brain couldn't react for a moment and was stunned for a moment. Hee. Sorry, this is not something I can decide. So please do as you please. The android said helplessly. After hearing what the android said, the survivors gritted their teeth and exchanged their energy bars. Originally, one quartz crystal could be exchanged for one box of energy bars, but Jianyu specially increased the discount so that one quartz crystal could be exchanged for 2 boxes. It was to give them a glimmer of hope in the zombie storm. At the same time, among the extremely lost survivors, a figure was whispering something to one of the survivors. They seem very afraid of you. Professor Zheng asked on the bus. Professor, they are afraid of death, not me. Jianyu said lightly. So, you actually killed the survivors? Professor Zheng asked with a frown. No, I just shot their legs off. Professor Zheng was relieved when Jianyu said no, but Jianyu's next sentence made Professor Zheng's face change. At a time like this, breaking someone's legs is tantamount to taking their life. Professor Zheng said bitterly. Professor, I've warned them many times, but they're the ones who are being shameless. I have to do this for the sake of the base. If I don't, the base will be in chaos. Without rules, there will be no order. You should be well aware of this. Jianyu said lightly. He was not a soft-hearted person, so when he implemented the torch plan, he decided that the rules of the shelter could not be broken. No one could do that unless there was a benefit. Professor Zheng looked at Jianyu and said nothing more. The two had different experiences, so they had different views, which was normal. So neither of them forced the other to approve of themselves, but fell into silence. Afterwards, the stone gate of the base opened, and all the healing androids ran out quickly with medical kits, took over the injured, and began to treat them. The combat-type androids began to replenish ammunition, repair buses, and inspect equipment. Jianyu came into the elevator with Professor Zheng and Xiaoling, who were looking around in shock and curiosity. As the elevator descended, they saw the increasingly magnificent and incomparable interior structure and scene of the shelter, and they were stunned by the scene. Chapter 51. Master and Apprentice Talk production line starts. In the elevator, Jianyu briefly introduced the general situation of the base to Professor Zheng. Soon, they arrived at the laboratory and met Lu Yaya, who was absent-mindedly doing experiments. Sister Yaya. The moment Xiaoling saw Lu Yaya, she burst into tears and ran over to hug Lu Yaya's waist. You Xiaoling, is it really you? When Lu Yaya saw who was coming, she immediately hugged Xiaoling tightly. She had been looking lost, but after seeing her teacher and her junior sister, she finally regained some spirit. Okay, I've delivered the person to you. You two can spend some quality time together. We'll try to start the research tomorrow. Yaya, remember, time is running out. Jianyu said lightly. Yes, sir. Thank you, Jiangyu, Lu Yaya said with great excitement. Then he took Xiaoling and Professor Zheng back to his room. Inside the house, Lu Ma was watching a palace drama and shedding tears. Mom, look who's here! Lu Yaya shouted excitedly. These two are. Professor Zheng and Xiaoling hadn't taken a shower for several days, so their bodies were dark, their hair was tangled, and their faces were thin. It was no wonder that Aunt Lu couldn't tell. After all, they hadn't seen each other for several years. Mom, they are Xiaoling and Professor Zheng. Oh, it's you guys. How did you become like this? Hurry, go wash up first. Without further ado, Lu Yaya first arranged for them to wash up and then took some clothes for them. They hadn't taken a shower for several days, and it took them more than an hour to shower. Afterwards, it was dinner time, so Lu Yaya took them to the cafeteria. After ordering a large table of dishes, Xiaoling and Professor Zheng were already starving, so they started eating without caring about their manners. After eating, Lu Yaya asked Jarvis to help Professor Zheng and the others apply for positions and choose accommodation. It was also a two-bedroom apartment, which was right next to Lu Yaya's, making it extremely convenient for the two of them to visit each other in the future. Yaya, Jiangyu, what do you think? Professor Zheng sent Lu Ma away and asked, Jiangyu? He's a very capable person, but he's also a megalomaniac, a big jerk, and a genius. At the same time, I admire him very much. Well, that's it, Lu Yaya said. What's wrong, teacher? No, I just saw what he did outside, and I felt that his character might be too radical. Now is the end of the world, and it is time for China to unite as one. After hearing what Professor Zheng said, Lu Yaya was silent for a moment. Although her face was conflicted, she still spoke. Teacher, I know what you want to say, but I also want to say that the world is different now. It is the end of the world, and in the end of the world, people's greed is endless. If Jiangyu hadn't used tough measures to control the shelter's supplies, perhaps everything in the shelter would have been consumed long ago. And if it weren't for Jiangyu, what would the tens of thousands of refugees in the shelter eat, drink, and use? He has put a lot of effort into protecting the shelter. As you just saw, do you think it could be built overnight to build such a huge shelter? And most people who come here don't have to pay anything. Jiangyu just symbolically lets us work in exchange for points to survive here. You say, to support so many people, is it wrong to be a little selfish? You can go and have a look at the shelter outside. Where can you find such a good environment for you to live in? It's good enough to be able to give you food. As for the survivors outside, if Jiangyu hadn't been willing to sell supplies, most of them would have starved to death. If Jiangyu hadn't compiled a zombie guide, letting others know the zombies' weaknesses and uses in advance, perhaps many of them would still be afraid of zombies. So regardless of anything else, at least Jiangyu has tried his best to keep more people alive, and he truly does not discriminate between the rich and the poor or the weak. Look at other shelters. Is there anyone who does this like Jiangyu? Lu Yaya said. Lu Yaya felt that there seemed to be some misunderstanding between Professor Zheng and Jiangyu. She knew Professor Zheng's character well. He was an amiable old man who was out of touch with the world, but Jiangyu was not like that. If it's a friend, he's relatively casual, but if it's an enemy or a troublemaker, he's more brutal than anyone else. If you disagree with him, he'll pick up a submachine gun and start shooting, leaving you no time to regret. Moreover, one of them is her teacher and the other is her boss, and she doesn't want them to fall out over some trivial matters. But Professor Zheng remained silent. Even though he felt that what Lu Yaya said made sense, and that Jiangyu was right to do so, he just couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. Jarvis, how many quartz crystals do we have now? Control the city, Jiangyu asked. Sir, including what you just collected, you now have a total of 183,813 yuan. Add the 300 yuan for drive Lu Yaya's experiment, and the total is 184,113 yuan. Jarvis quickly gave a number. Jiangyu thought about it and realized that the number of quartz crystals he had obtained by signing in during this period had reached 10,000, which meant a total of nearly 200,000. Then, Jiangyu pondered for a moment. Jarvis, how many production lines can a shelter open now? Sir, a planetary-level shelter can open a total of 10 production lines. 4 of them are already open: machine guns, pistols, melee weapons, throwing weapons, and bullets. You can also open 5 production lines at the same time. Jarvis spoke. Can I open 5 at the same time? Jiangyu thought briefly and spoke. Jarvis, start the first-level drone production line, the first-level fighter production line, and the first-level heavy weapons production line. Jiangyu did not choose to open too many. Firstly, Opening them for 3 days might consume most of Jiang Yu's corpse crystals, and he would need the corpse crystals to make various weapons later, which was not worth it. Secondly, there was not enough time, manpower, and material resources. Okay, sir. Activating each of the 3 aforementioned abilities requires 30,000 corpse crystals. Do you wish to activate them? Invest. Start the production line immediately. We still have 2 days left. We need to rush the weapons manufacturing. We need to produce at least 2 million rounds of various ammunition. 2 submachine guns for each person, 1 pistol for each person, 10 armored vehicles for fighter jets, drones, bazookas, and pursuit cannons. We need as many of these high-area destructive weapons as we can get. Okay, sir. Based on the optimal production calculations, we've already started production. The total cost is 190,000 corpse crystals. Hearing that there were more than 4,000 yuan left, Jiang Yu did not use it anymore, but kept it for emergencies. After finishing everything, Jiang Yu took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Also, Jarvis, please spread the news about the zombie storm. Chapter 52. News storm and reactions from all sides. Hopefully, they'll be ready in 2 days. With 2 days left, Jiang Yu finally decided to release the news about the zombie storm. The reason why Jiang Yu did not spread the news in advance was that he was afraid of causing panic. After all, in the early days of the apocalypse, many people's thinking had not changed. Once it was told, many people would not be able to accept it for a while, and it was not impossible that they would commit suicide directly. Secondly, it will cause unrest among the survivors. In the Doomsday, many people will do anything to survive. Jiang Yu doesn't want people all over High City to kill each other before the zombie storm arrives. Yes, sir. Not long after, a post titled, "Zombie Storm is Coming" appeared at the top of the forum, and everyone who saw it was shocked. Although night is the time for sleeping, many places require people to keep watch, so those who keep watch naturally cannot sleep. In the boring, silent, and terrifying night, they can only read the trivial discussions on the forum to kill time. However, when they saw a new message on the Xinhua forum, they couldn't wait to click on it. Hello, dear friends on the forum. This is the Xinhua shelter. After testing the shelter, we found that due to the influence of the heaven and earth tides, the energy generated by the heaven and earth tides will reach its peak in 2 days. At that time, the moon at night will turn into a blood moon, and the zombies on the ground will go into a frenzy, and data in all aspects will be greatly improved. This leveling up will last for a whole night, so Xinhua Shelter reminds everyone, do not stay above ground for the next 2 nights. It's best to stay in the basement, lock the door, prepare enough supplies and weapons for self-defense, and wait for the night to pass. Following this, there was a forum message about the restrictions on material exchange in Xinhua Shelter. Dear forum friends, hello. Due to the impending Blood Moon zombie storm, this shelter has decided to temporarily suspend the sale of all supplies. We are currently only selling inexpensive and high-quality energy bars. 1 energy bar can sustain a person for 12 hours. With the release of these 2 pieces of news, everyone around who could see the forum messages was shocked. What's the meaning of this? Isn't it already the end of the world? How can it be a doomsday? It's a sure win with 4 against 2, and yet Doomsday Boss throws a trump card. Is this true? Could it be fake news? Not sure. I feel like Xinhua Shelter doesn't need to lie. No, I think it's necessary. As long as someone believes this news, they will start collecting supplies on a large scale. Then, Xinhua Shelter will be able to buy up the remaining corpse crystals from us. It's possible. Isn't that how the rich people used to make money? As public opinion fermented, it was morning. More and more people woke up from their sleep, and as soon as they woke up, they heard the news. For a moment, they all felt great malice. No way. I finally adapted to the apocalyptic living environment. Now, there's another zombie storm? Isn't this deliberately trying to kill people? It seems that the Xinhua Shelter really doesn't allow the exchange of supplies. I heard that it stopped the exchange the day before. Many people wanted to exchange, but couldn't. Does anyone have a place to hide? I like to go in and take shelter for a fee. Although there were many people complaining on the forum, there were also many people who immediately started preparing. They all began to increase their efforts to collect supplies, and some people even fought for a pack of biscuits. Those who found supplies put them in the basement they found. Normally, individual survivors like them can just find a safe place to stay for 1 night, but those who have shelters cannot do this because they have large families, businesses, and many people. Dad, have you read those 2 forum posts? At the Sun family shelter, Sun Tianming held his cell phone and looked at his father with a worried look on his face. Just saw it. I didn't expect it. Surviving the apocalypse is already hard. And now, there's this bloody moon with the tidal waves of heaven and earth. Ugh, this damn heaven is just going to kill us. Sun Xiong also said with a worried look on his face. They had gotten up early in the morning and were preparing to have a nice breakfast and then go out to hunt zombies to pay off their debts. But they suddenly felt bad after seeing the news. So what should we do? Sun Tianming asked. What should we do? What else can we do? Gather supplies and weapons, abandon the houses above ground, and take everyone to the basement. Hopefully, this way we can safely weather the zombie storm. Sun Xiong said helplessly. Aren't you going to find Jiangyu to get some more supplies? Take it. How can we take it? We still owe them money. Why should they give us anything? Sun Xiong glared at Sun Tianming and said, if you had established a good relationship with them before, I might have had the nerve to give it a try. But don't you think about how you treated them before? They're already generous enough that they didn't seek revenge on you. Hearing Sun Xiong's words, Sun Tianming's face was full of bitterness. Under the shadow of Doomsday, his mentality is gradually changing, and he is no longer arrogant. When he saw that Jiangyu was actually the person in charge of the Xinhua shelter, he was frightened for a long time, worried that Jiangyu would target them. But until the end, Jiangyu did not target himself or his father, and he felt a little relieved. Until a few days ago, I told my father about my relationship with Jiangyu. My father looked disappointed and angry, and at the same time he took out his 8 wolves and beat me, scolding me while beating me. After this, Sun Tianming was quite regretful. If he hadn't pushed her so close at the beginning, would their relationship be better now? The reason they didn't deal with you is because they felt it was unnecessary. Our status is different now. They think you're just an ant that can be crushed to death at will. They might even think it's a waste of energy to crush you, but that doesn't mean they don't have the strength to crush you. Do you understand? Sun Xiong said through gritted teeth. If the timing wasn't wrong, he really wanted to pull out his 8 wolves again and beat this kid hard. Damn it, this guy's not good at anything he does. He eats everything he eats. If you ask him to go to school, it will be fine if you don't build good relationships with people, but you also offend people. The most important thing is that after offending people, as his father, I have to flatter and apologize. Seeing his father's murderous gaze, Sun Tianming suddenly felt a slight pain in the whip marks on his body that had not yet faded. Sun Tianming said a few words and hurried away, fearing that his father would not be able to hold back and have another gluttonous feast. When they returned to where their classmates were staying, although they were still clean, their eyes were dull and they looked at the news about the Xinhua shelter on their phones numbly, not knowing what they were thinking. Chapter 53. Regret and Friendship. When the day's crowd saw Sun Tianming coming, they all stood up, forced a smile, and greeted him. Young Master Sun, you're here. Hearing the familiar compliments, Sun Tianming forced a smile, but he was no longer as happy as he was a few days ago. Young Master Sun, we are so hungry. When will dinner be served? A female classmate asked, holding her stomach. Didn't you just have breakfast? Aren't you full? Sun Tianming asked. What's that to eat? Just some rice cereal and biscuits. How can anyone eat it? The girl who asked the question looked a little embarrassed, while a boy next to her muttered softly. Everyone, please bear with it for a while. The zombie storm will come in a few days, and we have to retreat to the basement. After the zombie storm passes, we will have a good meal. Sun Tianming said. Hey, just wait a couple of days. Look at Jiangyu. It's like we're in a different time and space. We've all started to tighten our belts and go on a diet, but he's still eating a feast. Yeah, when Jiangyu said he couldn't come, I laughed at him. I didn't expect that we would be the laughing stock in the end. Oh, I really want to go to Jiangyu's shelter and eat their meal. If only I had established a good relationship with him then, I would have just woken up from bed and was about to have breakfast. When Sun Tianming came back, he told them that the shelter was indeed managed by Jiangyu. When they heard that, it was as if a bolt from the blue had exploded in their heads. At that moment, many people felt extremely regretful and remorseful for not building a good relationship with Jiangyu. If they had known this would happen, they would definitely rather offend Sun Tianming than choose Jiangyu. Hearing everyone's discussion, although Sun Tianming's face was not very good, he also recalled the meal he had a few days ago. It could be said that that meal was the most delicious meal Sun Tianming had eaten since the end of the world. Okay, young Master Sun is still here. Why are you talking so much? Seeing that young Master Sun's face looked strange, the loyal lackey shouted. But everyone just looked at him coldly and then stopped talking. When having enough food to eat became a problem, flattery seemed extremely ridiculous at this moment. You are a bunch of heartless people. If young Master Sun hadn't taken you in, would you still be able to live here peacefully? Everyone looked at the lackey indifferently, without saying a word. Sun Tianming looked extremely ugly when he saw this scene, and then turned and left with a gloomy face. Seeing the former young Master Sun leave, the students present, except for that lackey, had no intention of trying to keep him, but continued to watch the forum of Xinhua Shelter. He filled out the recruitment form frantically, and there was a glimmer of hope in the depths of his numb eyes, hoping to leave this place and go to that Garden of Eden. Master, this is what happened. At Sun Xiong's place, a bodyguard told Sun Xiong the whole story. Sun Xiong tapped the table lightly with his 5 fingers, his face showing no joy or sadness. Originally, for the sake of my son, I didn't want to make things too difficult for these little brats, but I didn't expect them to be so servile. If they disregard our friendship as classmates, don't blame me for not fulfilling my duty as a landlord and elder. Starting this afternoon, let them go to work together. Don't treat them as guests anymore. Just treat them as refugees. Humph, do you really think anyone can bully my son, Sun Xiong? Sun Xiong said with anger in his eyes. At this moment, the students did not know that their comfortable life was about to be interrupted. They were still frantically filling out recruitment forms, hoping to enter the Xinhua Shelter one day. In the Xinhua Shelter, Jiang Yu had just woken up from the 20-meter-long bed and signed in as usual. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 corpse crystals. It's another guaranteed minimum. Jiang Yu is no longer surprised. Afterwards, after having breakfast, Jiang Yu came to the temporary prison on the 8th floor, where the special forces who were captured yesterday and blocked the royal guard from rescuing people were imprisoned. As soon as he entered the prison, Jiang Yu smelled a strong smell of blood. The strong smell made Jiang Yu frown. When he saw the leaders who stayed behind on purpose, his stomach churned. I should have skipped breakfast. Jiang Yu looked at the prison walls covered in blood and fragments of internal organs, as well as the bloody android standing beside the bed in the middle of the cell. Jiang Yu said with a little regret, "Woo woo woo woo." The black man who was being ravaged saw Jiang Yu coming and immediately started whimpering. "Sir." The android who was cutting the skin with a scalpel heard the sound and saw Jiang Yu. He immediately put down the scalpel and saluted respectfully. "Well, how's the interrogation going?" However, Jiang Yu ignored him and put on a mask to block out the unpleasant smell as much as possible. Reporting to the commander, the interrogation was completed around 1 a.m. and the results have been put in written form and handed to Jarvis. "It's already done, so what are you still cutting?" Jiang Yu asked curiously. "Sir, since I haven't done it in a long time, I thought I'd try my hand and get some practice." Hearing this, Jiang Yu's expression froze, and then a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes as he spoke. "Okay, go ahead." "Sir, take care." Woo 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 woo. When the black man saw Jiang Yu was about to leave, he immediately used all his remaining strength to shout, but it was of no use. At this moment, he could only watch helplessly as the android's scalpel touched his skin again. At this moment, seeing that his arms and most of the flesh on his body had disappeared, the black man's eyes were filled with despair. Back in the command room, Jiang Yu asked Jarvis to start reading the report. "Sir, based on yesterday's confession, it can be seen that these 2 teams belong to the same organization, the name of which is unknown. They can only be considered peripheral mercenaries. They were not members of the organization, and they had no idea about the detailed information of the organization. The only thing they knew was that there was a Chinese man who was in contact with them. Based on the portrait comparison search, it was discovered that this person was the manager of an ordinary drugstore in High City, Ludahai, a 35-year-old male who had been engaged in the drug sales industry for 20 years. He was unmarried, childless, and his parents died early. After checking official information, it was found that he had an ordinary background, ordinary interpersonal relationships, and his life could be said to be extremely simple and clear. However, such a person owns multiple properties in High City. He also has several identities and aliases. Although his identity and name are different, fingerprint comparison confirms that he is the same person. Chapter 54. Clues emerge and preparations begin. As for how he mobilized and directed these 2 teams, I checked the surveillance footage and found no record of their conversations and no signs of phone or internet signals being transmitted. After hearing what Jarvis said, Jiang Yu looked at the picture of the honest fat man with a kind smile on the screen, and a strange look flashed across his face. Although zombies are scary in the apocalypse, they're not the scariest thing. The scariest thing is the huge dark forces hiding among the massive zombies and causing trouble. It seems this guy's abilities are even greater than I thought. In that case, Jarvis, keep an eye on his every move and calculate the time it takes for everything he does, including how long it takes to poop, urinate, and go to bed. Yes, sir. Now that the zombie storm is approaching, it's better to leave this guy alone until the zombie storm is over. Sir, there are a few people in the temporary prison who claim to be Professor Zhang's partners and want you to release them. Oh, the guy called Fatty? I just want to go see if Professor Zhang has started working. After thinking for a moment, Jiangyu got up and went to the laboratory where Lu Yaya was. Perhaps because her master and junior sister were there, Lu Yaya was extremely excited at the moment. She dragged Professor Zhang and Xiao Ling to the laboratory early in the morning, intending to quickly research the secret of the corpse crystal and then put Jiangyu under her feet. Hey, so early? When I arrived at the laboratory, I found that Lu Yaya and others had already changed their clothes and were conducting experiments and tests. Mr. Jiang, you're here early too. Professor Zhang smiled. That's weird. Don't you usually sleep until noon? Why are you getting up so early today? Lu Yaya asked doubtfully. Ahem, let's not talk about that. Professor Zhang, those guys we captured yesterday said they were your friends. Do you want to go and take a look? No, I know who it is. Although we know each other, our fate has run out. That's right. The teachers saved them, but they took the supplies and ran away, leaving us there to die. If the teacher hadn't been smart enough to lend us a phone, we might still be at the snack street right now. Xiaoling also spoke up for the injustice. After hearing what happened, Jiangyu shook his head helplessly. He was another selfish person, but in the end times, there was nothing wrong with being a little selfish. I am already in danger of losing my life. How can I be generous and think that everyone is willing to help others? In that case, I'll lock them up for a few days to teach them a lesson. Whether they can join the shelter in the future will depend on them. Professor Zhang, do you think this is feasible? Jiangyu asked. Haha, of course. By the way, is this place to your liking? It's great. I like it very much. Here, I find the sense of exploration that I only had when I was young. Professor Zhang smiled, his eyes full of satisfaction. In that case, Professor Zhang, you'll be the research team leader and Yaya will be the deputy team leader. You can mobilize the entire research laboratory staff, and you can ask Jarvis for resources, but you need my approval. While ensuring that corpse crystal research takes priority, if you wish to conduct research in other areas, you can proceed from frequent to sparse. You can arrange personnel deployment yourself. If you have any questions, you can ask me or Jarvis. Jiangyu said calmly that now that the personnel are in place, they naturally have to start scientific research with all their strength. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Professor Zhang, Lu Yaya, and Xiao Ling nodded slightly and said. After saying that, Jiangyu left the laboratory and came to the weapons production workshop. Yaya, did Jiangyu tell me the function of this corpse crystal? Seeing Jiangyu leave, Professor Zhang turned around and asked. No, but it seems to be very important. Jiangyu has mentioned it many times, and he also asked the three of us to study it together. Hearing this, Professor Zhang narrowed his eyes slightly. Sir, all 8 production lines are now working at full capacity to produce weapons. We expect to complete all weaponry by tomorrow afternoon. Okay, just make some simple armor for the residents of the shelter. There's so much labor available, so don't take up the efficiency of the machines. Yes, sir. After leaving the production workshop, Jiangyu returned to the control room and continued to check the news about the Lord zombies that have been monitored recently. We've already lost 2 of our teams to the Xinhua Sanctuary. Perhaps we should send out some real soldiers, or they'll look down on our branch. It doesn't matter. The real soldiers are reserved for the Dinghe Shenzhen in High City. They're our true opponents, not a small, unknown Xinhua shelter. They were destroyed as just 2 small shrimps. They were defeated due to their own incompetence. There is no one else to blame. So what do we do next? I remember there are still many shelters in High City. Let's talk to them. Isn't the monster's rampage period during the blood moon? Why not let it destroy the Xinhua shelter? The leading man, dressed in a nice suit, looked at the scenery outside the window and said lightly, Yes. The man who bowed was silent for a moment, then agreed. After the discussion, one person turned and left, while the other looked at the scenery outside the window with a gentle smile on his face. Passing on the torch, moving forward, I'd like to see what means you have to dare to say such words. Time flies, and 2 days passed in a flash. During these 2 days, the weapons manufacturing in the shelter has been basically completed, including the necessary submachine guns, Desert Eagle pistols, Nepalese machetes, and 5 anti-aircraft grenades for each person. There are also 8 heavily armed land armored vehicles equipped with various types of large-scale heavy firepower, from medium-sized armed helicopters, 100 ultra-clear night vision infrared self-destruct drones, rocket launchers, and pursuit guns. These types of large-scale lethality are in large quantities. And Jiangyu has one last trump card, a large armed transport helicopter, which is loaded with all kinds of weapons with extremely huge lethality and killing range. If it really comes to the point of no return, Jiangyu can let Jarvis control it to self-destruct, and then the devastating explosion will destroy all living things. Moreover, the defense line of Xinhua shelter even extended to the highway 1 kilometer away. Here, Jiangyu had already sent people to set up countless weapons and traps, waiting for the first wave of zombies to step in. After arranging everything, Jiangyu sat in the command room and secretly regretted that if the zombie storm had appeared a little later, he could have collected more corpse crystals and had more time to make weapons. Chapter 55. The blood moon arrives, and the tide of corpses gathers. Although the idea is good, this is the real Doomsday at the moment, not a game that can be completed by spending money. At the same time, Jiangyu had thought about letting humans carry out this mission, but Jiangyu later rejected the idea because even up to now, the number of robots was only thousands. Thousands of robots seemed so powerless and insignificant in the face of the tide of zombies. Therefore, androids can only serve as elite teams and auxiliary forces. Their real combat effectiveness still depends on those soldiers who have undergone actual combat training. At this moment, there are still 3 hours before the blood moon arrives at night. Due to the tides of heaven and earth, it can be clearly seen from the surveillance that the zombies in various places have become extremely violent and violent. At this moment, the entire shelter's guard team was having dinner. This might be the last meal for many of them. This was also what Jiangyu had told them during the pre-war mobilization, and they had also prepared themselves mentally. After all, there will be casualties in any war. There will be casualties in any war, no matter how good or advanced your equipment is. In the cafeteria, the guards ate their meals while chatting about the daily life in the shelter, even though they had only been together for a few days. But in the past few days, they have trained together, rescued professors, fought zombies, completed missions, and advanced and retreated together. They have long regarded the guard team as their second home, and everyone in the guard team is a family member. Zhang Nio felt this long-lost feeling, and with excitement, he jumped directly onto the table. "Brother Zai, Zhang Nio salute you. After tonight, you must all stay alive." Feeling the enthusiasm of the fighting bulls, countless veterans were also touched. They also stood up and shouted at the top of their lungs, "Cheers to the captain! Cheers to the captain!" The next moment, everyone stood up, and the teacups in their hands seemed to have turned into wine bottles, with all the words contained in the teacups in their hands. "Wait for your triumphant return. I'll take out my best wine to treat you." Jiang Yu's voice came from the radio. In the main control room, Jiang Yu saw the scorching flames on them. "Cheers to the commander. Zhang Nio, Lu Jingwu, Zhang Zhongsheng, Zhang Jia, will you, Chinchu? I could give you a mission. Bring back as many people as you took out. Do you have the confidence to complete it? Report to the commander. Ensure the mission is completed." Lu Dao's roar, which seemed to be able to break through the sky, resounded in the cafeteria. That night, Jiang Yu asked everyone in the shelter to return to their rooms and not leave the room at will for the whole night. He also asked them to turn on the TV and watch the live broadcast outside the shelter. Jiang Yu also wanted to let them know how serious the situation outside was, and let them who had been living in the Garden of Eden know how terrifying the end of the world was. In the laboratory, Professor Zheng and 2 other people were the only ones who did not return to their rooms. They were all allowed by Jiang Yu to stay in a laboratory to continue their research. Of course, they could go back if they wanted to. But they also knew that a war was about to break out outside, so they didn't want to just stand there and watch. They wanted to do something, even if it was meaningless at the moment. As night fell, with the complete eruption of the tides of heaven and earth, the originally bright moonlight in the sky was slowly dyed bright red like blood. Soon, the blood-red moonlight sprinkled on the earth, on every inch of land and high shore. As night fell, the guard of the shelter were ready and on high alert at every defense line. Jiang Yu set up defense lines in the passages within 1 kilometer of the shelter. Each line had thousands of fully armed people defending it, and at the front, there were many mines and weapons that were ready to explode. Roar! Roar! It was late at night. The blood moon had descended, and the tidal energy of heaven and earth had reached its peak. At this moment, in a place in High City that had not been visited for a long time, A strange zombie that was 2 meters tall was looking up at the blood moon in the sky through the broken roof, and then let out an extremely creepy roar. 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 His roar seemed to be carried by the light of the blood moon and spread throughout the sea city. Countless zombies in the sea city stood up one after another, and their originally dark eyes instantly lit up blood red. They raised their heads and looked up at the blood moon in the sky with their blood red eyes. Roar! At this moment, the blood moon is overhead, and thousands of corpses are paying homage. Gurgle! Everyone in the shelter swallowed hard when they saw this horrifying scene, their eyes filled with uncontrollable horror. Are the base's guards going to fight them tonight? As the zombies received orders from the Lord Zombie one by one, they all ran quickly in one direction. Wow, they can run, and so fast. Damn, did you see that just now? A zombie actually jumped 3 meters high and jumped over a small bungalow. It's horrible, this damn apocalypse. Inside the shelter, the residents saw the superhuman zombies, their faces filled with despair. In the laboratory, Professor Zheng saw these running zombies. Although he was shocked by the huge changes in these zombies, he finally understood why Jiangyu was so obsessed with corpse crystals. If zombies that have turned into neither human nor ghost can have this ability with the help of corpse crystals, what about humans? If zombies can do it, there is no reason why humans can't. Jarvis, are there many zombies leaving the city? Jiangyu asked. At this moment, it has been quite a while since the zombie riot. There are still many survivors in refugee camps in High City. They will definitely become the zombies' first target, followed by more distant targets, such as the Xinhua Refuge. Sir, it's very strange. There are no zombies on the streets of High City, and there are no signs of fighting in High City. What? After hearing Jarvis' words, Jiangyu was shocked, then immediately took out the walkie-talkie and shouted, Jiangyu, stay alert. It looks like the zombie horde is all heading our way. Yes, sir. Jiangyu didn't ask why, but simply answered yes. Everyone, raise your weapons and prepare to fight. As soon as Jiangyu finished speaking, he heard explosions. Boom! Boom! Those were explosives placed on the highway, and now they all exploded. The unexpected explosions also woke up all the slightly tired guards. They then held their weapons tightly, their eyes full of solemnity. Oh my God, this is a ghost. Chapter 56, The Strange Aesthetics of Violence gradually emerge. The guards on the first line of defense, who had originally looked extremely solemn, felt a chill down their spines when they saw the blood-red lights flashing in the darkness. Shoot, what are you standing there for? The leader of the first line of defense was also shocked when he saw this situation, but after he reacted, he immediately raised his voice and shouted, Roar! As the leader finished speaking, the zombies hidden in the darkness quickly ran out and rushed towards the guards like a hungry tiger, pouncing on a sheep. This! Many people who saw this scene gasped. What did they see? They saw a zombie with half of its body missing from the previous explosion, still running quickly with its intestines dragging along its belly. They even saw a zombie without legs and hands crawling quickly on the ground. Da-da-da. Bang. Boom. In an instant, the first line of defense battle officially began. Countless explosions resounded in the night sky. Countless zombies were turned into minced meat under the dense hail of bullets, and then sprayed on the zombies rushing forward. As if feeling the blood of their own kind splashing freely in the night sky, the zombies became more excited and agitated. For some reason, their steps became faster and faster, and their expressions became more and more crazy. Roar! Roar! The zombies are becoming more and more crazy and unstoppable. The people on the first line of defense are gradually unable to resist. Although there are thousands of people on the first line of defense, they are still unable to withstand the endless stream of zombies like a tide. It was like a dwarf meeting a giant. The bullets fired were like stars in the darkness, but they were drowned by the endless tide of corpses in a moment. Heavy machine guns, submachine guns, and high-explosive grenades can certainly smash a zombie's body in one blow, but there are simply too many zombies, so many that a heavy machine gun bullet can only smash a zombie's body. Several zombies followed and rushed over immediately, leaving no manpower to even replenish ammunition. The zombies were getting closer and closer to the first line of defense. Number 1. Number 2. Attack helicopters take off and maintain a height of 30 meters above the ground. You only need to temporarily hold back the zombie tide, buying time for the first line of defense to retreat and the second line of defense to prepare. Jiang Yu was sitting in the command room. When he saw that the zombies were about to reach the bottom line of the first line of defense and the two sides were about to engage in close contact, he immediately ordered the helicopter to take off to cut off the zombie tide and buy time for the people on the first line of defense to retreat. Yes, sir. The ones driving the medium-sized armed helicopter are androids, Jiang Yu's personal guards. Jiang Yu feels at ease only when he entrusts such a heavy weapon to them, and only they can unleash the true power of this weapon. This attack helicopter is a medium-sized attack helicopter that can accommodate 10 people at a time and is also equipped with many weapons with large-scale and powerful lethality. For example, the helicopter is equipped with 4 anti-tank missiles with the highest lethality, followed by a 20mm cannon with 4 launch ports at the nose, which can fire 1,500 rounds of ammunition. There are also 4 rocket launchers hanging under the short wings, which can launch 72 57mm rockets. And 6 detachable heavy weapons with super destructive power are placed in the cabin door position. Type 98 anti-aircraft machine gun has a maximum range of 1,500 meters, an effective range of 800 meters, a total weight of 9.8 kilograms, and a combat rate of fire of 200 rounds per minute. This helicopter, no matter where it is placed, is an unparalleled weapon of destruction. Boom! Boom! The armed helicopter, which had been ready for a long time, arrived at the first line of defense within half a minute. The next moment, the armed helicopter demonstrated its unique and terrifying lethality at the moment of the blood moon. The 6 standing Type 98 anti-aircraft machine guns were now firing bullets crazily. The barrels that were gradually burning red from firing bullets looked like a butcher knife from hell. Judging those who died, but did not want to rest in peace underground, the combat-type androids holding machine guns tightly were surrounded by a wall of bullets as high as a person. Moreover, the bullets in the bullet gun were being consumed and reduced rapidly, and, at the same time, the shell casings left by the pouring bullets were blown to the ground by the breeze. The androids holding helicopters were responsible for targeting the largest and most crowded group of zombies, and then several rockets whizzed over. Boom! The terrifying explosion sounded again. At this moment, under the terrifying firepower bombardment of the 2 armed helicopters, the first line of defense was like the rising sun, and the fiery red light illuminated the entire sky. With the powerful support of 2 armed helicopters, the people on the first line of defense were finally able to fight and retreat at the same time, and soon retreated to the second line of defense. Then the people on the first line of defense replenished their ammunition and physical strength on the spot, and the people on the second line of defense began to push forward. At this moment, countless bullets and explosives were unleashed on this land. Old Liu, you can't do it either. Can't you hold on so soon? Zhang Zhongxing, the captain of the second line of defense, said with a teasing look on his face. Get lost. If it were you, you'd probably pee your pants the first time. Liu Jingwu cursed with a smile. Hey, I'm so scared, Zhang Zhongxing said with a look of indifference, as if a dead pig were not afraid of boiling water. After a brief reminiscence, the two looked solemnly at the pair of blood-red eyes in front of them. The battle started again. Joking was over, and it was time to continue fighting. Inside the shelter, people watched the scene that seemed like something out of a science fiction movie, and they all swallowed hard. Their eyes showed shock at the terrifying combat power of the shelter, the madness of the zombies, and the terrifying number, as well as their gratitude for being able to come to this shelter. In this situation, many people think that they would not survive more than a minute if they were outside. In the command room, Jiang Yu looked at this scene and breathed a sigh of relief. If they continued fighting like this, there would be no problem dragging the battle until daytime. Now the people on the second line of defense are fighting the enemy together with the people on the first line of defense. As long as he waits for the people on the second line of defense to retreat, he can detonate the explosives placed by the first line of defense. At that time, with the cooperation of armed helicopters, he can effectively resist the attack of zombies. In addition, there's still a lot of weapons now. Although they're being consumed all the time, calculations show that they are completely enough. Jarvis, what's the situation in High City now? Jiang Yu asked. Chapter 57, The Mysterious Force, is neither human nor inhuman. The zombies did not go looking for trouble in the shelter in High City, but all came here, which made Jiang Yu feel extremely strange. Logically speaking, Xinhua Shelter should not be the primary target of the Lord Zombies. Sir, Haisha is as usual. The streets are empty. Apart from the dead zombies, no zombies have appeared on the streets. I guess all the zombies in the city have come. Citywide, Jiangyu was startled and immediately began to wonder why this happened. While the battle was in full swing at the Xinhua shelter, a large number of modified vehicles were heading towards the Xinhua shelter. But the strange thing is that they're walking side by side with the zombies that are like a wave, and the zombies seem not to see the gunman in the modified car. Second brother, how's the arrangement going there? Old 5, is the live broadcast on? In a modified car at the head, a tall and thin man was saying something into the earphones. Almost there. 10 fighter planes are ready to take position. Once their ammunition is almost depleted, we can immediately launch an attack. Above the clouds, 10 fighter jets were hovering in the air, their weapons all turned on and aimed at the defense line where the guards were located below. They were like 10 poisonous snakes hiding in the darkness, waiting for the moment when the enemy would tire and then deliver a fatal blow. The live broadcast has already started. Now everyone in High City who can connect to the internet can see this magnificent spectacle. Well, let them see how the Xinhua shelter, which they long for so much, will perish. Brother, why is that monster so obedient this time? Wasn't he very resistant to us? Haha, no matter how powerful he is, he still has weaknesses. Do you understand? The man turned his head to look at the huge black cage behind him. Above the only special window, there was a pair of blood-red eyes looking out through the window. Understand, big brother. On the highway, there are dozens of modified cars parked there quietly. If the open windows were not filled with big men holding weapons, many people might think that they were empty cars. The bombing is still going on. An hour has passed since the storm started, and the people on the second and first lines of defense are still struggling to resist the advance of the zombies. In the sky, fighter jets piloted by androids were also spewing fire snakes. Haven't you eaten yet? Restock your ammunition. Hurry, hurry, they are coming. You scumbags, all of you go die. Inside the second line of defense, the guards were attacking the zombie horde that was roaring in with great tension. The zombie horde was stepping on countless zombie flesh and blood and rushing towards the guards at an extremely fast speed. Although the guards' weapons can crush a zombie in seconds, the zombie tide is too terrifying. You can crush a zombie in seconds, but the zombie can advance several steps in seconds. Seeing that the zombies were getting closer and closer to the bottom line of the second line of defense, Jiangyu issued a retreat order. As soon as the retreat was completed, Jiangyu could detonate the explosives on the first line of defense. Number 1 and 2 begin bombing missions to buy time for the escort team to retreat. Yes, sir. We can't hold on any longer. Quickly retreat to the third line of defense. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Sir, several large figures have appeared below and are rapidly approaching the second line of defense. On helicopter number 1, the android saw the scene below and immediately reported. Jarvis. Sir, there are several first-level mutant zombies in the zombie wave. They're all good defense. Jarvis quickly gave the answer. Number 1, increase the bombing range. I don't believe they can escape the bombardment. No matter how strong the defense of the first-level zombies is, they can't withstand the power of the rockets. Yes, the androids on the fighter plane continued to drop several rockets. In an instant, a terrifying sea of fire rose from the ground, and the rapidly running zombies were submerged in the terrifying sea of fire in the blink of an eye, and then evaporated and melted by the terrifying temperature. Seeing the sea of fire, the people on the second line of defense began to retreat in order. Most of them gave up shooting and turned around and ran quickly. Soon, most people had left the second line of defense, leaving only a few hundred people still killing the zombies that were not engulfed by the sea of fire. When they were about to leave, what is that? Digging a groove? Several slender figures rushed out from the sea of fire, waving their sharp claws, and then directly pierced the necks of those closest to the defense line. A large amount of blood splattered on the monster's sharp claws. The monster stretched out its slender snake head, licked the sweet blood lightly, and a sinister smile appeared on its face. This sudden scene surprised the others. They didn't expect that there were actually zombies that could break through the terrifying sea of fire. Shot! Zhang Zhongxing, the captain of the second line of defense, saw this scene and immediately shouted anxiously. Beep, beep, beep. A few seconds later, several guards quickly opened fire at the monster zombies that suddenly appeared. Oh, asshole! But not long after they opened fire, they heard the screams of Captain Zhang Zhongxing. They turned around and saw a pitch-black claw with a little blood on it stabbing out of Zhang Zhongxing's chest. Behind Zhang Zhongxing was a zombie with his hands transformed into claws. He was licking Zhang Zhongxing's blood with his tongue. Team leader, old Zhang. When Lu Jingwu saw this scene, his eyes were about to burst. He immediately picked up the submachine gun with both hands and was about to shoot. But he saw Zhang Zhongxing shaking his head slightly. Ugh. Feeling the blood flowing out of his body and his gradually fading consciousness, Zhang Zhongxing died unwillingly. But as his last breath was about to dissipate, he used up his last bit of strength to pull out the safety pin of the high-explosive grenade at his waist, and then smiled miserably. Everyone leave quickly. Bang. Boom. Just when a monster had enough fun and threw Zhang Zhongxing's body away like garbage, a huge explosion sounded next to the monster. The mutant zombie was directly blown away by the close-range bombing, with half of its body missing, and flew backwards, falling to the ground, its life or death unknown. Sir, the captain of the second line of defense, Zhang Zhongxing, has been killed. What? How is this possible? Hasn't the second line of defense almost retreated? And the zombie tide has been stopped. Jian Yu looked closely, and his face changed when he saw the mutant zombies slaughtering the remaining guards. That is Chapter 58, rushing to support the Forum War. When he really saw it clearly, Jian Yu looked shocked. This is a first-level zombie, the Claws zombie. Aren't they the worst at defense and only good at speed? How did they break through the helicopter bombing? Sir, maybe it's because of this. As he spoke, Jarvis played a video of a highway. In the video, a skinny Claws zombie cut open the stomach of an iron zombie and then curled up into his sturdy body. Afterwards, when the steel zombies, who were good at defense, had rushed through most of the Sea of Fire and finally couldn't hold on and died in the Sea of Fire, they crossed the Sea of Fire at an extremely fast speed and arrived at the second line of defense. Wow, is this something a zombie could do? The moment Jian Yu saw this scene, he felt extremely weird. Being able to do this was definitely not something a first-level zombie, like the Claw zombie, could do. The only one who can do this is the Lord Zombie, who has been controlling everything. But if it is really her, then to what extent has she evolved? Level 2, or the even more incredible Level 3. Wait, what is that? Jian Yu once again looked through the surveillance footage, the anger in his eyes gradually growing. 50 guards driving 3 heavily armored vehicles to the second line of defense for support. Let the people on the second line of defense hold on. Knowing that he couldn't drag it on any longer, Jian Yu immediately gave the order. Yes, sir. Jarvis, show me everything within a 20-mile radius. I want every tree and every blade of grass to be visible before me. Yes, sir. Dark Rats, once I'm done with the zombies, it will be your turn. Looking at the images on the surveillance video, Jiang Yu's brows were filled with anger. The massacre continued. Although the first-level mutant zombies had weak defenses, they were extremely fast. The bullets fired by the guards seemed to have slowed down several times in their eyes. Although they were still very fast in the eyes of ordinary people, in their eyes, it was no problem to dodge them. Damn it, this thing is invincible. Old Wong. Asshole. Boom. Seeing how fast the first-level zombies were, everyone who remained on the second line of defense felt extremely desperate. They watched their comrades fall one after another in front of them, but they could do nothing. Old Wong, hurry up. Get the fuck out of here. As many as you can escape. Hurry and retreat to the third line of defense. In the second line of defense, countless people used their bodies to block the monster's advances, giving others a chance to retreat to the third line of defense. This scene was also broadcast live throughout the entire High City. Dad, you rejected them last time. Is that really okay? Will we be retaliated against? Seeing this almost one-sided massacre, son Tianming looked at his father's Sun Xiong with concern. This is the Xinhua Shelter. The Xinhua Shelter, despite its impressive combat capabilities, was completely powerless against that group of foreigners. I don't know, but compared to working with those foreigners, I would rather choose Jianyu. Sun Xiong murmured with a haggard look on his face. Seeing his father's haggard face, Sun Tianming was also conflicted. Yesterday, a group of people who claimed to be gods came to his father and wanted him to join them, but his father refused without even thinking. One reason is that they are foreigners, and the other is that they want us to destroy the Xinhua Shelter together. After all, the Xinhua Shelter was created by the Chinese. If we destroy them together with foreigners, it would be tantamount to betraying our compatriots. Unlike the dilemma at the Sun family shelter, many individual survivors felt happy when they saw this scene. Huh, is this the Xinhua Shelter? It's not that great. Let the zombies break in quickly. Stupid shelter. You set so many conditions for recruiting residents. Now you're done, right? When all your people are dead, I wonder how you'll protect the base. Let be conquered quickly. What are you calling Xinhua? Do you think you are worthy of it? You deserve it. The fire shelter is a relief. Ha ha ha. For a time, the Xinhua Shelter Forum was filled with mocking voices towards Xinhua Shelter. Most of them are people who wanted to join the Xinhua Shelter but were stuck for various reasons. Now seeing this scene, their jealousy and anger were burning in their hearts. Inside the Xinhua Shelter, many people were nervously watching the situation outside and had no intention of reading the forum. It was not until some people opened the forum and wanted to upload photos of the war situation in the Xinhua Shelter that they saw that the forum was full of ridicule because of the live broadcast. For a moment, they could no longer sit still in the shelter base and immediately retorted. You don't know shit. Our guard from the shelter haven't even made a move yet. If they do, they'll blow your heads off with one punch. Yo, I'm so scared. Come on, hit me, come on. You're not going to blow our heads off, but first you can get through the night safely. In an instant, the forum was filled with mocking shouts and ridicules, until a young man with glasses calmly adjusted his glasses and posted a picture with a caption. Look what I had for dinner. It was a bunch of big white buns. How about you? Did you eat any hot shit today? Do you want me to poop some of the buns after digesting them and give them to you guys to eat? As soon as this picture came out, the forum suddenly became much quieter. When many survivors saw the bun in the picture that was bigger than a palm, their originally dull eyes suddenly lit up. The salivary glands were frantically secreting the already limited saliva to moisten the throat that had been extremely dry. The stomach that had already resigned itself to its fate and didn't want to howl anymore began to growl wildly again. Their eyes were fixed on the picture of the buns on the phone, as if they wanted to dig it out and eat it. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? We did. Hey, I had lobster tonight. How about you guys? I don't eat much, just a lamb chop. I'm fine, steak. Well, that's fine with me. I paid the price and had foie gras. Instantly, the entire forum was filled with discussions about what everyone had eaten tonight, accompanied by pictures. What? Who takes pictures of their meals? Can't you search? What's the point of showing off? Just act cool. At this moment, the survivors outside saw the exquisite pictures of delicious food and swallowed their saliva frantically. Even the production of salivary glands could not keep up with the speed of their swallowing. Their throats were almost smoking from swallowing air. Chapter 59, Unethical Punch. The people in the shelter were right. They hadn't eaten enough for several days. It was not easy to avoid zombies and eat enough at the same time. It was a blessing from God that they could survive until now. Now seeing such a rich variety of delicious food in the shelter, they stopped waving their fingers, their faces full of pain. You have no moral integrity. If you have the ability, let's eat our fill before continuing. Right, let's eat our fill before we fight you. Oh my, what should we eat tomorrow? Rice balls, noodles, burgers, or soy milk, fried dough sticks, and steamed dumplings? I'm so confused. Don't worry about it. Just order everything. Do we need these points? Or does the base need this little bit of food? I'm kind-hearted. I can have some enoki mushrooms tomorrow. If you want some, come to the shelter entrance and get them. For a moment, the residents in the shelter used pictures to block the ugly and greedy faces of the survivors outside. Inside the command room, Jiangyu looked at the discussion on the forum and shook his head helplessly. Jarvis, can you find the source of that live broadcast signal? Jiangyu saw that the people on the forum seemed to have come there just to watch the live broadcast, so he asked immediately. Yes, sir. The source of the live broadcast signal is 3 kilometers away from the shelter, but there's a cliff 3 kilometers above the land. So I assume it is in the sky, being recorded by a helicopter. In the sky? I didn't expect them to be so well prepared. If I were at the seaside now, would they send their warships here? Jiangyu murmured. Afterwards, Jarvis once again allocated a screen to play the live broadcast footage at the moment. The footage was extremely clear, so clear that you could see everyone's face. What impressive technology. Such clear live broadcast equipment is available even at kilometers high in the sky. Jiangyu murmured thoughtfully. The next moment, Jiangyu looked at the base forum that was flashing information prompts and smiled coldly. Jarvis, locate those people who want to be beaten. After tonight, send someone to beat them up. Yes, sir. The next moment, a message appeared on the forum, causing the forum to shake. A man with the ID named Xinhua Commander said, I've already located your position. Once we've dealt with the zombies, we'll definitely satisfy your demands. Ha ha ha. Our shelter commander has taken action. You're dead. Really, Commander is awesome. Haha, Commander is awesome. Seeing the commander personally take action, the residents of the forum burst into laughter. For a moment, the survivors saw that the commander of the manhwa shelter had actually come down in person. Their faces turned pale instantly. They wanted to swallow their saliva subconsciously, but they found that they had no saliva left. At this moment, two words echoed in their minds. Finished. At this moment, in the second line of defense, which was completely different from the complete crushing scene in the forum, the guards were still fighting a desperate battle with the first-level mutant zombies. In just a few minutes, hundreds of guards had died under the claws of the mutant zombies. As for the injured, there were countless of them, and basically everyone had scars of varying sizes on their bodies. Just when many people were feeling despair at the terrifying combat power of the mutant zombies, several figures passed by them at an extremely fast speed. They only felt a gust of wind whistling past their ears. Bang! Then, they heard a dull sound. When they looked closely, they were shocked to see that the first-level mutant zombie, whose speed was so fast that even a submachine gun could not hit it, had lost its head. Thump! The headless mutant zombie fell to the ground instantly, and the clawed zombie's hands and feet were twitching slightly, as if asking whether he could still be rescued. Bang! Bang! The next moment, several dull sounds were heard again. A few seconds later, the guards came to their senses and were shocked to find that the dozens of mutant zombies had lost their heads and slowly fell to the ground. Apart from the slightly twitching hands and feet that proved they were still alive a few seconds ago, they still thought that everything that had just happened was just a dream. The guard were shocked, and so were the people watching the live broadcast. What the hell was this? He really blew up with just one punch. Is this still a human? Is this the Royal Guard? Their strength is truly terrifying. Lu Jingwu, the captain of the first line of defense, looked at the scene with a serious look. At this moment, he felt that if the number of the Royal Guards was not limited, perhaps they would be the ones to carry out the defense mission this time. Commander, we have failed. Lu Jingwu looked at Zhang Zhongxing's torn body in the distance and spoke with an extremely sad expression. I don't blame you. They are all heroes. This situation is no longer an ordinary zombie storm. The android said calmly. All right. There's no point in talking anymore. Let's get out of here. Retreat to the third line of defense. The fighter planes are running out of firepower. Yes, Commander. He saluted respectfully, took another look at the fragments of Zhang Zhongxing's body, then gritted his teeth, ran over, picked up the relatively intact calf, and left quickly. Old Zhang, I can't let you be reduced to dust without even a single piece of your body left. Only a cenotaph. Lu Jingwu held back his tears and continued to command the remaining people to retreat. Sir, the second line of defense has retreated. Jarvis spoke. All right, let's get started. Send these monsters to heaven. Jiang Yu held his chin with both hands and looked indifferently at the first line of defense that had been trampled by countless zombies. Boom! 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 In an instant, 3 dull explosions were heard from underground, and these explosions continued along the mountain roads on both sides of the first line of defense to the highway, and even spread dozens of meters on both sides of the highway. On the modified cars, many people saw the dull explosions on both sides of the road. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the ground between the first line of defense and the highway began to tremble, and everyone sitting in the modified car suddenly felt the terrifying tremor. What's going on? Why is there a sudden earthquake? No, it's not an earthquake. Something exploded underground. Because of this explosion, the road we're on has become extremely fragile. If the soil beneath the road was a little looser, the road might collapse. Collapse? Doesn't that mean? The next moment, before everyone could react, they felt a strong sense of weightlessness sweeping over their bodies. Chapter 60, The Identity of the Visitor, Ruthless Rage. In an instant, the flat ground of dozens of meters from the first line of defense to the left and right sides of the highway collapsed instantly. The collapsed part now looked like a big letter T. At this moment, everything on the road fell into the potholes, whether it was zombies or modified vehicles. In the sky, several fighter jets looked at the suddenly collapsed ground, their brows filled with shock and anxiety, because there were many people from their team in the collapsed area. Big boss, third boss, fifth boss, sixth boss, seventh boss. Are you all okay? The second and fourth brothers shouted from the helicopter. It was dark at this moment, and although there was a blood moon, it was not clear at all. They had no idea how deep the collapsed area was, and could only wait anxiously. Ahem, we're fine. The ground didn't collapse very deeply, only about 4 or 5 meters. But the modified car that collapsed is now completely unusable. I didn't expect this Shinhwa shelter to reach this level. They simply dug out such a long section of underground, leaving only a little foundation supporting the ground, and then blew it up with explosives when needed. This caused the ground to collapse. It seems that the Shinhwa shelter is even more difficult than the general manager told us. They actually have such manpower and material resources. The team leader slapped the zombie that fell in front of him and spoke lightly. Boss, what should we do next? The third brother, who was also underground, asked. Let's get out of this damn place first, then stick to the original plan. Let the zombies draw the firepower of the Shinhwa shelter. When their firepower is almost depleted, the helicopters will attack from the air, and we will assault head-on. Although our vehicles have crashed, our weapons are still usable. Hearing the captain's words, they quickly packed their equipment, kicked open the door of the modified car, then left the modified car and came to a small woods beside the road. At the same time, people in a modified car in the pothole began to leave the car and climb up with the help of tools. However, what they didn't know, while climbing out of the pit, was that Jiangyu saw all their actions clearly through the surveillance. When Jiangyu saw the appearance of the person climbing up, combined with Jarvis's background check, Jiangyu was immediately amused. Except for a few burly foreign men who Jarvis found out were mercenaries belonging to a team called the Hades Wolf Squad. The rest of the people who climbed out of the pit were people he knew. And as luck would have it, they were the forces that came to Jiangyu last time to buy weapons and supplies. Chen Mingjun, Wang Wei, Zhang Kongsheng, in addition to Sun Xiong and the people in the residential building shelter, 3 of the forces that came to exchange supplies last time have arrived. Great. I thought I sold you weapons, and you could help me resist the zombies, but I didn't expect you to use the weapons I sold you to turn around and attack me. Number 1. Number 2. Ignore the people on both sides of the road, follow the collapsed road, and bomb. Little mice, wait until I kill the zombies, then we can have some fun. Yes, sir. Many people who had just climbed out of the pits and had no time to catch their breath or curse saw 2 helicopters coming above the pits. They hurriedly rolled and crawled to the sides of the forest to take shelter. Although some people had not come up yet, they could only watch the helicopters pouring rockets. At this moment, inside the pit, apart from the modified cars and a number of people who were slow to climb out, the rest were zombies struggling to leave the pit, but because the pit was too deep, they could not get out without tools. As the rocket was launched, the pit caught fire like an oil barrel, and a violent explosion and intense fire instantly swept the entire pit. Within that pit, countless souls that had died but not yet died were being physically purified. The intense flames burned their bodies and purified their consciousness. Seeing the raging fire in the pit, the people hiding in the woods looked at the helicopters in the sky with anger, wishing they could shoot them down right now. Many of their companions were still in the pit and hadn't climbed out yet. He was just one step too late and died in the bombing of the Shinhwa shelter. One wrong step leads to another. The captain of the Hades team did not expect that the Shinhwa shelter could reach this level, but it was useless to regret at this moment. He could only kill more people in the upcoming massacre. Bring everything with you. The team leader looked at the team members and asked, Well, we've taken everything. There's nothing left in the car. If it's gone, it's gone. As long as we can destroy the Shinhwa shelter today, our reward will be several times what we lost today. The team leader said, By the way, did you bring that guy out? I brought it out, look. When everyone looked over, they saw only a cage half a person's height. Where's he, the little one? Fuck, it's gone. Didn't you say you could see it just fine? How come it suddenly disappeared? We don't know. This cage is special. It's impossible for the little guy to escape. Find them all. If we can't find them, we'll all die today. The team leader shouted angrily. If they lost that little guy, how would they threaten the zombie lords? And if they couldn't threaten the zombie lords, how would they face the sea of corpses? Even if the mission failed this time, the little guy couldn't be lost, so everyone started looking for him everywhere. Just as they were anxiously looking for a thin figure. In the woods, a thin figure was running quickly towards the third line of defense. Everyone, cheer up. There are still many enemies. Don't slack off. Hurry up and restock the ammunition. The people on the first and second lines of defense rest where they are. At this moment, on the third line of defense, under the command of the 2 captains, the entire third line of defense was tense, but not messy at all. Damn it. When will this day end? Lu Jingwu said helplessly. Yeah, Why not just die and be done with it all, right? Zhang Jia, the captain of the third line of defense, laughed. Haha, don't say that. You have a wife and children at home. Yes. If there were no ties in the world, who would be willing to risk their lives like this? So, for the sake of our families, for the sake of the safe and secure refuge that provides us, we cannot retreat even a single step. Hearing what the Zheng family said, Lu Jingwu smiled helplessly. Hasn't anyone ever told you that you're terrible at comforting people? Really? You're the first one. Chapter 61. Plan to start a full-scale war in advance. What is that? Zhang Jia was about to say something when he saw a thin figure rushing towards him. The speed was so fast that Zhang Jia could only follow his back. Why are there still first-level zombies coming? The android who was reporting the situation on the side saw the black shadow running fast, rushed over quickly, and grabbed him. This is... Hearing the android's cry, everyone quickly looked over there and saw that the android was holding a naked little boy in his hand. The boy's skin was extremely white and bloodless, as if all the blood had been drained from the boy. But what was shocking was that the little boy's eyes were a terrifying blood red, and his hair was also blood red. Moreover, his huge eyes were full of bloodthirstiness, and his mouth, which was open towards the android, was full of sharp teeth. Seeing that this was obviously not an ordinary child, everyone looked at each other with puzzled expressions. At this moment, not even the android could tell what it was. Helplessly, they could only contact Jiangyu. After hearing this, Jiangyu immediately checked the surveillance footage. When Jiangyu really saw the child's appearance, he was also shocked. Jarvis, analyze it. Sir, this child is undoubtedly a zombie, and he is extremely hungry right now. Zombie? This kid is a zombie? This is what a zombie looks like, Jiangyu said in surprise as he looked at the zombie in front of him who looked no different from an ordinary human child. Yes, sir. The preliminary diagnosis is that it should be a mutant zombie. As for the specific reason, we don't know. Hearing Jarvis' words, Jiangyu narrowed his eyes slightly. The zombies are attacking again. Everyone, deploy your formation. Just as everyone was waiting for Jiangyu's reply, another group of countless zombies rushed in from the outside. At this moment, in the pit outside, there were densely packed zombie corpses wriggling back and forth in the pit. The 5-meter-deep pit was once again filled with unconscious zombies after being bombed by helicopters. Their large numbers directly filled the entire pit. Asshole, we spent so much time digging this huge hole, and it only stopped it for such a short time. Lu Jingwu's face was full of unwillingness. Da-da-da. Boom! The next moment on the third line of defense, the roar of artillery fire resounded here again. Seeing that his teammates had gone to help, the android holding the little zombie stood there with a strange look on his face. He didn't know whether to let it go or not, so he could only stare helplessly at the little zombie that was baring its fangs and claws at him. How's it going? Did you find it? No. Fuck. Brother, if the zombie lord finds out that we have no leverage, then we... Hearing his teammates' words, the team leader took a deep breath and said in a gloomy tone, Tell them to advance the plan. We must destroy the Xinhua shelter before the Lord zombies discover it. Yes. Second brother, start executing the plan and get rid of those two flying in the sky first. Ugh. And just as they were executing the plan, Jiangyu, who was in the control room, received a notification from Jarvis. Sir, they're starting to move. What? Why so sudden? Hearing that the group of little mice had actually started to move, Jiangyu's expression became confused. Logically, they should have waited until we were exhausted from fighting the zombies before taking action. But why did they take action suddenly? Was there something that forced them to take action in advance? Although Jiangyu was thinking, now that they had already taken action, there was no reason for him to hold back. Jarvis, help me hack into the helicopter communications of the Hellwolf squad. Yes, sir. Connection completed, signal inserted. Afterwards, Jiangyu heard the audio from the helicopter of the Hades team, and he could also cut off their communication at any time. Number 1. Number 2. The enemy is preparing to attack. Release the drones and prepare to retreat. Number 3. Number 4. It's your turn to perform. Yes, sir. Crack. The next moment, all the drones attached to helicopters number 1 and number 2 detached from the fuselage, turned on the camera, and then quickly flew towards several enemy helicopters. Target locked, launch rockets. The second in command of the team took aim at the retreating helicopter, said something lightly, and then pressed the launch button. Sir, The enemy has launched a rocket, and it has 5 seconds left until it hits. Use drones to intercept. The next moment, several drones, hiding in the clouds, quickly flew out, and when they came to the path of the rockets, they blew themselves up. Boom! Boom! 2 incredibly loud explosions rang out, and under the blood-red night light, the clouds in the sky were immediately dispersed, and an extremely bright flame also erupted in the air. That is, the scene of flames rising into the sky stunned everyone present for a moment, but amid the zombies' roars, they quickly came to their senses and continued shooting at the zombies. On the enemy helicopter, 2 team members were shocked when they saw the rocket they launched exploded inexplicably. What the hell happened? Why did the rocket explode mid-flight? The 4th brother saw the exploding rocket and murmured in confusion. I'm not sure, but I suspect everyone has misjudged the manhwa shelter's combat capabilities. Being able to deploy 2 attack helicopters and so many firearms, I can imagine their strength might be quite impressive. The relatively mature and steady 2nd brother spoke calmly. Humph. So what? We have 10 fully armed helicopters, ground forces, and those useless refugee camps. Are we still afraid of his limited armed forces? Don't be too careless. Since the general manager asked us to eradicate the manhwa shelter, they must have some special abilities. The 2nd brother frowned and spoke. TSK. 2nd brother, you're too cautious. Isn't it just a small shelter? That's right. With the power of the group, it's easy to wipe it out. It's just that the general manager didn't want to waste our talents, so he sent us here. The 4th brother snorted disdainfully. Oh, if you think my flame shelter is so vulnerable, then you're totally wrong. Chapter 62. Flames shoot into the sky and take over the live broadcast. After Jiang Yu hacked into the helicopter signal of the Hades Wolf Squad, he heard these extremely arrogant words. I immediately decided to teach them the last lesson of their life, which was also the most important lesson. After all, they would not have the life to attend the subsequent courses. Hearing this, the expressions of the 2nd and 4th brothers changed drastically. They all looked at the speakers above their heads, as if they were looking at a ghost. Your helicopter is surrounded by precious gifts from me. The 2nd brother was startled, and when he looked carefully, his expression suddenly changed drastically. He saw several drones hovering next to his helicopter, and the experienced man immediately thought of the rocket that had just exploded. Suicide drone. Sir, maybe there is some misunderstanding here. I think we can sit down. Seeing so many suicide helicopters circling around the helicopter, Lao Air couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He knew that once these drones self-destructed, the chain reaction they would cause would wipe out their entire helicopter team, leaving no trace of their bodies. Moreover, the manhwa shelter was able to invade the helicopter's internal network so quietly. Who on earth is this manhwa shelter? Just when he wanted to continue to say something to explain and delay time, he heard Jiang Yu's voice. There's nothing to misunderstand. You're just starting out. Once we've cleared you out, it will be the turn of the other rats down there. Team. Boom. Before the 2nd brother could finish his words, the next moment, his eyes were covered by extremely bright flames. Afterwards, he felt his body begin to decompose and dissolve. Although he felt no pain, he could still feel everything until his consciousness completely dissipated. Boom! Boom! Several roars resounded through the sky, and at this moment, an extremely terrifying mushroom cloud rose into the sky above the highway. The terrifying air waves generated by their explosion directly crushed the zombies at the bottom at a vertical angle and affected the helicopter in the manhwa shelter that was preparing to retreat. The terrifying strong wind blew so hard that helicopters number 1 and number 2 could only stabilize their fuselages with difficulty. Even helicopters number 3 and number 4, which were about to take off, had to temporarily stop taking off. What was even more terrifying was that this strong wind could be felt even at the last line of defense. Zhang Yo and others who were on the last line of defense were all staring in amazement at the mushroom cloud in the distant sky that illuminated the entire valley, as well as the whistling wind. They all looked over there in amazement. What happened there? Zhang Yo and others looked at the rising mushroom cloud in great shock and confusion, and wondered why such a horrific explosion would erupt in the air. 2nd brother, 4th brother. Below, the team leader saw the mushroom cloud rising from the explosion in the sky, and immediately shouted at the sky at the top of his lungs, looking at the mushroom cloud in the sky with disbelief on his face, while holding a walkie-talkie in his hand that had long lost its signal. Under such a horrific explosion, even an evolved person like him could not survive, let alone his brothers who had not had time to evolve. For a moment, he couldn't understand why the Shinwa shelter could destroy 10 helicopters in such a short time. Didn't the general manager say that they were just a slightly more powerful shelter? And if it was really as he said, could a slightly more powerful shelter hold off the initial wave of zombies? Could they dig such a huge pit and deploy so many military forces and firearms in such a short period of time? Are all the leaders talking nonsense? The current situation is so different from what they said. Didn't they say they would crush us? On the other side, the people who were watching the live broadcast heard a loud noise and the live broadcast was interrupted. The interruption of the live broadcast also made the audience anxious, and they all typed barges. What happened? Why is the signal gone? I don't know. Could the helicopter have been blown up? I just saw that the pilot looked very shocked. It must be a network issue. Don't worry. If they dare to live stream the destruction of a Shinwa shelter, they must have their own reasons. That's right. Shinwa shelter is powerful, but I don't think they're as powerful as them. They have 10 helicopters, while Shinwa shelter only has 2. What the hell are they? Hee. When the Shinwa shelter is destroyed, I'll definitely go pee on their ruins, to prove that I don't even bother going there. Stop talking. The signal is back. It's restored, but the content is not right. As the live video resumed, everyone saw that the live content was no longer the original helicopter, but another helicopter driven by a Chinese face. The previous one was driven by a black man. Hello everyone, I'm Aries, today's livestream host. This is the first live stream of the Shinwa Shelter Combat Power. Please support us and give us a thumbs up, a 1-point deduction, or a 5-star rating if you can. Thank you everyone. In a live broadcast, a man wearing black-framed glasses appeared in front of the camera and spoke with a gentle smile. And his words caused everyone in the live broadcast room to collapse instantly. Wow. What's going on? Isn't this the live broadcast room for those foreigners? How did it become the live broadcast room of Shinwa Shelter? That's impossible. There were 10 helicopters. Are they just gone like that? Countless barges appeared above the live broadcast room. Aries took a quick look and then smiled. As everyone said, the 10 combat helicopters of the Pluto Wolf Squadron have been destroyed by us due to their weak combat power. Now we have taken over the live broadcast room. Okay, let's get to the point. What you see now is our third line of defense guards struggling to resist the massive zombie tide. Too weak? Many people rolled their eyes when they heard this statement. 10 combat helicopters, no matter where they are placed, are weapons of massacre. Didn't you see that your 2 helicopters were already roaming in the tide of zombies? As the live broadcast shifted under the hosting of Aries, the people in the live broadcast room saw the densely packed helicopters and instantly felt extremely creepy. Coupled with Aries' commentary, they suddenly felt cold all over. Wow, it looked fine just now, but now I'm really getting intensive phobia. Damn it. Why do I feel like there are zombies everywhere now? Holy crap. I was so engrossed in a live stream that a half-dead zombie crawled onto my lap. How's it going upstairs? Chapter 63, Killing the White-Eyed Wolf. Although I killed it in time, it was over. I was bitten. My condolences. As the live broadcast progressed, the scene of thousands of people on the third line of defense firing guns and throwing high-explosive grenades in unison, as well as 2 fighter jets in the air frantically bombing, attracted countless people's attention. In a live broadcast, they could clearly see that although there were a large number of people on the third line of defense, there was not the slightest bit of chaos. The supply, logistics, shooting, throwing, and conveying of messages were all done to perfection, and everything was in order. This kind of combat mode and strict discipline, even if the real military came, it would be no more than this. How terrifying. Are these the fighters from the Shinwa shelter? Look, the person standing motionless in the middle, holding a child in his hand. Could he be the boss of the Shinwa shelter? It seems that's right. The only person who could stand there so calmly, holding a child, is the leader of the shelter. Many people nodded in agreement. When the commentary was halfway through, Aries received a message and reached out to press the answer button on his headset. Yeah, okay, got it, sir. Dear audience friends, we have received our latest mission. Wipe out the ungrateful wolves. Next, you will witness the fire bombardment that our Shinwa shelter is most proud of. I will show you the charm of artillery fire. I will show you what the roar of artillery really looks like. Afterwards, Aries first turned off the barrage, and then let the helicopter fly towards the highway in the distance that was emitting black smoke. Down here, there are several vehicles belonging to the White-Eyed Wolf faction. As for why we call them White-Eyed Wolf, it's because they used the loan we gave them to buy weapons from our shelter. In the end, they actually teamed up with others and turned around to use our weapons to attack us. Friends, do you think they deserve to die? Everyone says they do, right? That's right, they do. So, my mission now is to wipe them out. Next, please watch carefully. If you have popcorn, grab some. This is a real-life war movie. Looking at the barrage that was manually closed, Aries spoke righteously and unquestionably, and after that, he opened the barrage again. At this moment, many people saw through the live broadcast that the helicopter had arrived above them and began to tremble immediately. He quickly typed in the live broadcast room to beg for mercy. No, we were forced to do this. How about we talk to your leader again? We are willing to compensate you for all your losses. Right. We were all forced into this by those damn foreigners. Please, let us see your commander again. We are all Chinese, and we are innocent too. For a moment, the barrage was filled with the voices of those ungrateful people that Aries mentioned begging for mercy. Seeing these words, many people immediately became active. We are all Chinese, so what's wrong with being more understanding? That's right. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Isn't it better to give them a chance to change? As the barrage of comments slid quickly, Aries' eyes narrowed slightly. He gently turned off the barrage again, and in an instant, some netizens who originally wanted to use moral blackmail were stunned. Can't you guys afford to have fun? All right, last 5 seconds. Those who agree with revenge will get 1 point, and those who disagree will get 2 points. Last 5 seconds. Okay, since no one objects then. The roar begins. Aries changed the subject and said the last 4 words in an extremely low voice. Boom, boom, boom. As the live camera switched, it showed the first-person perspective of the helicopter bombing. The red-hot barrel of the heavy machine gun was spewing bullets crazily. The bullets seemed to hit the nerves of every audience member, making everyone nervous. The sound of the bullet shells popping out and falling on the helicopter was like the extremely fast beating of the audience's hearts at that moment. The rockets fired one after another burst into flames that shot straight into the sky when they hit the modified car on the ground, and everything that was hit head-on melted and dissipated. The modified car and all the unlucky zombies that were overturned by the aftermath of the rocket were hit by another rocket before the people inside could climb out, and then the previous process was repeated. This bombing stretched for several kilometers and also wiped out some zombies that were heading towards the shelter. 20 minutes later, the helicopter's live camera returned to Aries. Everyone gasped as they looked at the raging fire that stretched for kilometers and the almost completely destroyed highway. At this moment, on the highway, although there were no traces of corpses, blood, or broken limbs, it could be said that there was no sign of human life except for flames and large areas of potholes. No one would think that anyone could survive such a bombing. Gurgle. The Sun Xiong family, who were watching the live broadcast, swallowed hard, and Sun Tianming was shaking wildly. He was even more scared at this moment, afraid that Jiangyu would be in a bad mood and send a helicopter to bomb here. Dad, next time, hit me harder in front of Jiangyu. Inside the residential building shelter, Xuanning is watching the live video broadcast with Zhang Hong, the founder of the residential building shelter and the director of the street neighborhood committee. Xuanning, I heard that you offended Mr. Jiang last time. Zhang Hong narrowed her eyes and looked at Xuanning coldly. I thought so. Xuanning's body trembled, and she subconsciously knelt on the ground. Her originally arrogant look disappeared in front of Zhang Hong. All right, after tomorrow, find a time to return the corpse crystal. The extra 30% interest is yours. The Xinhua shelter is not something we can mess with. From now on, even if Jiangyu wants to sleep with you, you can't show any reluctance. Got it. Zhang Hong looked at Xuanning, who looked panicked and pitiful at the moment, and said coldly, Yes. Xuanning smiled miserably and said with a bitter face. Xuanning, who was kneeling on the ground at the moment, looked so pitiful. Although she was already in her 30s, she had a delicate face, snow-white skin, and a charming figure that seemed as if she had been frozen in time. If she didn't tell anyone, people would think she was just a girl in her early 20s. If most men saw her like this, they would probably want to hug her and comfort her. Chapter 64. Calm and Die Together. However, the person in front of her at this moment was not a man, but Zhang Hong, a woman of iron blood. A woman's charm was useless to her. It could even become a point of disgust for her. This expression sometimes made her feel nauseous. On the other side, Aries' live broadcast continues. Ugh. Dear audience friends, welcome back. I'm your old friend Aries, whom you've only met once. Now, our first phase of revenge is over. Next, we will deal with the zombies and some rats hiding in the woods, completing a staged victory. Next, please take out your popcorn, Coke, French fries, and hamburgers and enjoy this ultimate movie viewing. Aries opened the barrage again, and the camera was aimed at the helicopter again. Since the helicopter's bombing of clearing out the white-eyed wolves was quite effective, the task of guarding the defense line was also surprisingly good, although at this point they had already retreated to the 5th defense line while fighting. However, at this moment, casualties have been reduced to the lowest level, and the 5th line of defense is now full of elite generals, and ammunition is extremely sufficient. In addition, after waiting for so long, many guards were already eager to fight, and with the help of the armed helicopters, they eliminated many zombies that came. As for the first-level zombies that rushed out from time to time, they were dealt with by the royal guards. Jiang Yu sent 100 personal guards this time, except for the android who was holding the little zombie. The rest of them rushed forward quickly when they saw the first-level zombies, as if they were seeing a naked XX. The battle was resolved as quickly as a tiger pouncing on its prey. After dismembering the first-level zombies, some androids who couldn't squeeze in because there were too many people and couldn't take action were full of unwilling expressions, but there was nothing they could do. They could only wait for the next first-level zombie to appear, who made them act slowly. Not long ago, an iron zombie that was extremely good at defense rushed in relying on defense and a little luck. Just when they were about to join forces with the claw zombies in their stomachs to slaughter the guards here and have some unbridled slaughter, they were surrounded by several combat-type androids. Just as the claw zombie was about to leave the iron zombie's stomach, he heard a ping-pong sound outside, like a violent storm, and at the same time, the iron zombie's miserable scream. When the combat androids tore open the steel zombie's belly, revealing the body of the claw zombie inside, the claw zombie actually subconsciously squeezed in. More than a dozen combat androids surrounded one claw zombie, and the terrifying aura made the claw zombie feel what it was like to tremble for the first time. As time goes by, the blood moon is about to pass, and the battle is about to come to an end. At this moment, everyone felt a little relaxed and comfortable in their hearts, except for the group of little mice still in the woods. Brother, are we defeated? The third brother looked at his eldest brother, who had an extremely gloomy and dull expression on his face, and asked in a low voice. The captain of the Hades Wolf Squad was also confused when he heard this. Did they lose? Of course they did, but why did they lose so quickly? But in just a few dozen minutes, less than an hour, his forces were completely destroyed. It was faster than paper. Just watch the live broadcast, a full 20 minutes of helicopter bombing. I believe you said that scene was from a zombie movie, but it was a truly realistic live broadcast. And it should have been me who was commanding the second brother and the others to bomb the Xinhua shelter. Why is it that now the situation has reversed and they're the ones bombing their own side? At this moment, even the battle-hardened boss and the captain were a little confused. How many of us are left? Brother, there are only a few of us left. After seeing the iron-blooded tactics of the Xinhua shelter, the people in the shelter fled here one after another. Now, there are only a few of us left. The fifth brother looked at his eldest brother with a bitter face. They still can't believe it. They were so confident and calm just a few hours ago, but a few hours later, they don't even know what to do next. Time is running out. The blood moon is about to end. Not only did we fail to wipe out the Xinhua sanctuary, we even lost that little brat. Captain Hades Wolf had a helpless look on his face. No, big brother, that kid wasn't lost, but was captured by the people from Xinhua's shelter. What? Look, a team member played the live video and was shocked to see the little zombie being carried by someone within the defense line. Huh, in that case, this mission has failed. We will be punished by the general manager if we return. Rather than being punished alone, we might as well take the Xinhua shelter with us and perish together. After hearing the captain's words, several people were stunned. Before they could react, the captain continued. After we kill the little zombie, that monster will definitely go berserk. Once she goes berserk, with her current strength reaching the 3rd level, the Xinhua shelter will definitely not be able to stop her without large-scale weapons. She will definitely perish along with the Xinhua shelter. The captain sneered. Yes, and I think the Xinhua shelter has already played all their cards. Now that the blood moon is about to end, their vigilance must be extremely relaxed. Lao Wu said in agreement. After hearing this, the team members expressed their agreement. With 4 armed helicopters, so many hot weapons, and terrifying execution and organizational capabilities, if they still have a trump card in this situation, then they would be truly terrifying. Captain Hades Wolf made a simple plan, and then they assembled their weapons one after another, discarded anything that would add weight to their bodies, and only carried various types of hot weapons. They looked at each other briefly, then nodded in tacit understanding and rushed quickly towards the 5th line of defense. Dear viewers, as you can see, the little mice have already taken action, although the live broadcast cannot collect their audio, so we don't know what they said. But I believe our guard team can complete this seemingly difficult task very well. And I, Aries, will also broadcast the whole process of our extermination of rats live for everyone. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned when they saw this scene. At this moment, they once again felt the horror of Shinhwa Shelter. This live broadcast room originally belonged to the Netherwolf team. Not only did you take it away from Shinhwa Shelter, but you also broadcast the entire process of their mission so openly. Are you even planning to launch a counterattack based on the live broadcast content? That's not how open book exams are conducted. Chapter 65, Rapid Counterattack and Successful Shooting. What shocked them the most was that the team members seemed to be unable to see that the live broadcast was broadcasting their every move. And this is naturally the work of Jarvis. For a moment, the audience was wondering if the members of the Hades Wolf squad knew about this scene. Would they vomit blood and die? After a period of running, they finally arrived at the 5th line of defense and saw the guards who were on full alert. Although they had already known the horror of the guard from the live broadcast, they still swallowed their saliva when they actually saw the guard's momentum like a flood or a beast. At this moment, after such a long battle with the zombies, each member of the guard team had a hint of evil spirits surrounding him. What you see on the live broadcast and what you face in reality are simply incomparable. Follow the plan. Lao Lu, as soon as chaos breaks out, you shoot immediately. Try to eliminate the target with one shot. Captain Hades Wolf said. Good. Lao Lu set up his sniper rifle and aimed directly at the inside of the defense line. Okay, the rest of you follow me. After pondering for a long time, the Hades Wolf decided to charge head-on. They had no intention of escaping alive anyway. Their purpose was to bring the Shinhwa Shelter to hell. Boom! As several grenades were thrown into the 5th line of defense, violent explosions sounded instantly. The guards who were still fighting against the zombies were shocked when they saw a grenade coming in. But they were just startled. After seeing several more grenades coming, they also opened fire. Bang! A dense rain of bullets swept across the air, causing the grenade to explode in the air. Bang! Boom! The grenade exploded, and a huge flame flashed within the defense line, and at this moment a gunshot rang out. The sound of a bullet piercing flesh echoed within the defense line. Oh my God! Lu Jingwu became furious when he saw that someone was injured. He immediately ran to the man and pulled him back. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and Lu Jingwu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Sniper rifle, take cover! Lu Jingwu shouted, enduring the pain in his shoulder. Old Lu, seeing that Lu Jingwu was injured, the captain of the 3rd line of defense, Zhang Jia, and the captains of the 4th and 5th lines of defense, Wu Yu and Shin Shu, came to Lu Jingwu and quickly took him away from the scene. Then, several more smoke bombs were thrown, and suddenly, most areas of the scene were filled with smoke. The 3 members of the Zheng family who wanted to leave quickly with Lao Lu saw a figure appear in front of them in the moment when the smoke was filled. Then, just when they were stunned, the figure rushed in front of them at an extremely fast speed. Bang! In an instant, a punch hit his stomach directly. They didn't even have time to react before they felt a sharp pain in their stomachs. You! Feeling the pain as if being run over by a car, Zhang Jia was speechless for a moment. He raised his head with difficulty and saw a man wearing an infrared device punching him. Then, in the thick smoke, the sound of fists hitting flesh could be heard, followed by the screams of someone unknown. Bang! Ah! Bang! Damn it! Outside the smoke, the guards were distracted by the dense smoke and were led directly into the defense line by several people holding submachine guns. Then, the 3 of them formed a circle and began to shoot indiscriminately and rapidly, while the people in the circle threw grenades frantically. In a short period of time, because of their sudden intrusion and the continuous influx of zombies, the fifth line of defense fell in a panic. But soon, the androids began to intervene, first dodging the oncoming submachine gun bullets with incredible speed, and then dispatching them at breakneck speed. Bang! Bang! After a few punches, they all fell to the ground with disbelief on their faces. As the smoke from the smoke bomb gradually dissipated, a rather heroic scene was revealed inside. At this moment, the captains of the three major defense lines were all covered in wounds and hugged the captain of the Hades Wolf team tightly. Although the captain of the Hades Wolf team was unharmed and his fists were covered in the blood of the three Zhang family members, it would still take some time for him to quickly break free from the restraints of the three of them. Fuck! Captain Hades Wolf raised his knife high and was about to chop towards the Zhang family member closest to him, aiming directly at the chest. Snap! However, at the moment when the knife was about to fall, it was stopped by the android. You! In this lightning-fast fight, Captain Hades Wolf felt the horrific strength of the android and looked at him with an incredible expression. The same to you. Puff! Crack! Crack! Before he could finish his words, the android flashed behind him, broke the bones of both of his arms, put them behind his back, and tied a knot in his back. At the same time, all 10 of his fingers were broken to the extreme, making it impossible for him to use the strength of his fingers. At the same time, the android holding the Nepalese sword cut the tendons of his feet and flipped the patella of the captain of the Hades Wolf squad, turning him into a complete invalid. Fuck! Fuck you! Instantly, intense pain swept through Captain Hades Wolf's brain, causing him to let out a shrill scream. At this moment, he wanted to die immediately, but he couldn't. In a live broadcast room, everyone who saw this scene took a breath of cold air, and many people even couldn't help swallowing their saliva. This method is cruel enough, really cruel. Many people subconsciously touch their ankles and knees. Don't let him die. He's just like us. I'm sure the commander will be interested. The android handed him over to the healing android on the scene and said lightly, "Ugh." Soon, the suicide attack team on the fifth line of defense was completely wiped out, and the whole process took only a few minutes. The price of getting rid of them was the cost of dozens of guards suffering varying degrees of injuries. Bang! 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 Just when they thought this was just a desperate counterattack by the rats, and when the excitement was over and they were about to continue to block the zombies, 3 loud sounds of sniper rifles were heard. Puff! Puff! What followed was the sound of 3 bullets entering the flesh. Who is injured? Lu Jingwu, holding his shoulder, asked with a puzzled and shocked look on his face. He didn't expect that the sniper was still there. Yes, the little zombie is dead. Chapter 66. Horrifying Resurrection of the Second-Level Zombie. What? Lu Jingwu looked at the others coming with the little zombie's body, and suddenly his expression became strange. He fired 3 shots, not at the person, but at this little zombie. Why? Was he the one your wife cheated on you with? Ha! Ha ha ha! The little guy is dead. Just wait for the revenge of the third-level zombies. Inside the forest, a man holding a sniper rifle walked out, laughing loudly. After shouting crazily with a crazy look on his face, he raised the gun and shot himself in the chin. Bang! After a gunshot, the man actually committed suicide by shooting himself. The next moment, his body fell straight to the ground like a tree with its roots broken, with a crazy laugh and gloating expression on his face. As liquids mixed with various colors flowed out from the top of his head and slowly flowed to the ground, everyone present was extremely confused and bewildered when seeing this inexplicable scene. Isn't this a suicidal and desperate counterattack? Except for the android, who had a serious look on his face, everyone else had a look of confusion and bewilderment on their faces. Just when they wanted to interrogate the captain, they suddenly heard an extremely loud roar, which was like a sleeping ancient creature awakening. In just a few seconds, this huge, angry roar instantly resounded throughout the sea city. This roar was mixed with endless anger, sorrow, and grief. Hearing this voice, Captain Hades' painful expression gradually turned into laughter. Ah, you're dead, you're dead. She's coming, she's coming. Your shelter will be annihilated by her iron cavalry. I will watch with my own eyes as your Xinhua shelter is annihilated by her. Looking at Captain Hades Wolf, whose expression was becoming increasingly insane, many people present felt endless doubts. But when they heard the roar, everyone felt an inexplicable fear and dread in their bones, as if they were born to be afraid of the creature that made such a roar. At this moment, the 4 helicopters flying in the sky were the first to notice something was wrong. Report to the ground. There's a problem. What's the problem? The zombies are getting even crazier and faster. The effects of the blood moon, which have been gradually weakening, have now disappeared. I also saw several zombies with strange shapes rushing towards the shelter at an incredibly fast speed. What? After hearing this, everyone present was shocked. Isn't the blood moon almost over? Why are the zombies becoming even more violent? At this moment, Jiang Yu, who was in the control room, also received the message from Jarvis. The moment the surveillance video was called up, he couldn't help but take a breath. The second-level steel zombies, second-level claw blade zombies, and second-level corrosion zombies have only appeared in a short week. How could there be so many second-level zombies? This is simply impossible, and they seem to be controlled by the zombie lords. If that is true, doesn't it mean that the zombie lord's strength starts at level 3? Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel shocked when he thought that the Doomsday had only been 7 days, and the Lord Zombie had already broken through to the 3rd level. It stands to reason that if a zombie wants to break through the 1st level, it needs to devour fresh flesh and blood for a long time, and also needs to awaken some special abilities, such as claws, steel zombies, etc. If one wants to break through to the 2nd level, he must start devouring the corpse crystals of his own kind, as well as fresh flesh and blood, to enhance his own special abilities while strengthening his body functions. As for the 3rd level, the conditions for breaking through are extremely difficult, and the amount of corpse crystals and fresh flesh and blood they have to devour is astronomical. Logically speaking, it has only been 7 days since the apocalypse, and the presence of a 2nd-level zombie is already an extremely incredible thing. However, I didn't expect that not only so many 2nd-level zombies have appeared now, but even 3rd-level zombies have appeared, and they're the most difficult to contend with Lord Zombies among the 3rd levels. Jiang Yu even wondered if the Overlord Zombie had reached the even more incredible 4th level. Roar! Roar! Inside the 5th line of defense, the androids also looked at the several pairs of blood-red eyes in the darkness ahead with fear. They could feel that those extremely bloodthirsty eyes were full of gluttonous desires, but for some reason they resolutely held back. They could clearly feel that each owner of these eyes was not someone they could easily match. In a live video, the audience in High City couldn't help but sigh as they watched this epic reversal. Wow, is this true or fake? Is the plot so thrilling? With so many twists and turns, I thought we were in a movie. Yeah, I'm suddenly looking forward to how Xinhua's shelter will deal with this situation. I have a right to speak. That roaring sound came from not far away from me. Damn, the first time I heard that sound, I was almost scared to death. Seriously, I was scared to death. I wasn't scared to pee, but at least I'm alive if I pee. I was scared to death. Can Aries tell me what that is? In a live broadcast room, barrages of comments were swiping the screen frantically. Aries just glanced at the barrage of comments lightly, without responding too much, but listened carefully to the commands coming from the headset. Ouch, he's anxious. Look, Aries is anxious. Even you guys feel the pressure? It looks like that zombie is really scary. In a live broadcast room, many people saw the nervous expressions of Aries and his companions, and many people started to mock them again. Isn't it awesome? Where's your bombing art? Show out again. Is it gone? Hee. Looks like what I said before can come true tomorrow. Sun Xiong looked at the comments in the live broadcast and couldn't help but frown, with a look of disgust on his face. What a bunch of idiots. If even the most powerful Xinhua shelter can't resist this monster, then Haishur will only become a feast for that monster. If they can't even see this, how do these losers survive these 7 days? Sun Xiong muttered with disgust. At this moment, within the 5th line of defense, a group of guards and personal guards were all on high alert, staring at the terrifying figure in front of them with only a pair of blood-red eyes visible in the darkness. They seemed to be waiting for something, just staying there, neither attacking nor retreating. The captain of the Hades Wolf team, who was watching all this, spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed again. Puff! Haha, stop struggling. A 3rd-level zombie. That's a 3rd-level zombie. A 3rd-level zombie cultivated by our group. Do you think you can destroy her with just these weapons? Ridiculous, ridiculous. Chapter 67. The two sides confront each other at dawn. In the control room, Jiang Yu frowned when he heard this. A 3rd-level zombie cultivated by their group? So this one wasn't devoured naturally, but was it cultivated? What is the group? Why can they cultivate zombies and even cultivate 3rd-level zombies in such a short time? For a moment, Jiang Yu was full of doubts, but now was not the time to be confused. The key was to destroy it. No matter what group it is, kill him first before talking about anything else. 4 armed helicopters are back for supplies. All armored vehicles are deployed, and armed transport helicopters are starting to land and inspect, ready to take off at any time. Yes, sir. Afterwards, the live broadcast shifted to a monitoring facility on the 5th line of defense. In a live broadcast room, they saw 4 helicopters in the sky flying back to replenish equipment. At the same time, several heavily armed land armored vehicles drove in from the defense line below. Seeing the densely packed gun barrels on the armored vehicles and the body of the vehicle that was obviously armed to the teeth, everyone in the live broadcast room swallowed their saliva. They didn't expect that Xinhua shelter still had so many powerful weapons that had not been taken out. The captain of the Hades squad couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he saw the 8 heavily armed land armored vehicles that suddenly appeared. As a mercenary, he could naturally see how luxurious the weapons configuration of this armored vehicle was. Even when we were all present, we couldn't defeat this kind of weapon unless it was a long-range bombing from a helicopter. Humph. So what if we have armored vehicles? The Overlord zombies can't be defeated by your stupid armored vehicles. 10 minutes later, the 4 armed helicopters were resupplied again and took off one after another, circling around the Xinhua refuge camp. The right to live broadcast has returned to the helicopter again. Hello everyone, I'm your old friend, Aries. We've met twice before. Now that we've finalized our battle plan, our guards are ready to fight this legendary zombie lord. As soon as it shows up, we're confident we'll defeat it. At this moment, Aries regained his composure and gentleness and began to talk freely in the live broadcast room. Haha, Aries, I still like the anxious look on your face just now. That's right. Soon, time flew by, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. However, during this half hour, the Lord Zombie did not appear, and Jiang Yu did not order an attack. The situation continued to deplete like this. Although neither side took the next step, Jiang Yu could clearly see that under the blood moonlight, more and more zombies gathered, and more zombies had reached the 2nd level of strength. The helicopter hovering in the air could see the dense swarm of zombies below, huddled together and affectionate with each other, which made people get goosebumps. Damn it, sir. I think we can't wait any longer. We have to fight. Otherwise, when they really gather all the zombies in the city, how can we stop them? Zhang Nio shouted to the android commander. The commander hasn't spoken yet. Wait a moment. The android looked at Zhang Nio with a puzzled expression, then spoke. Looking at the increasing number of zombies gathering, and so many mutated zombies, Zhang Nio's mood is becoming more and more irritable. He was very surprised that the zombies were calculating even without taking the initiative. After all, they had no brains, but the base commander was not a brainless person. If they were allowed to gather all the zombies in the city, how could they possibly hold on? At this moment, not only Zhang Nio felt extremely confused, but many people in a live broadcast room also felt doubtful. In a live broadcast room, the audience looked at the 2 parties still in a standoff. Many people wondered why the Xinhua shelter had not taken any action yet. What were they waiting for? But no matter how they posted comments, Aries didn't explain anything to them. Soon, another hour passed. At this moment, from the 4th line of defense to the highway, it was full of zombies, including dozens of 2nd-level zombies and hundreds of 1st-level zombies. But the most mysterious Lord Zombie is nowhere to be found. Strange. It will be dawn in an hour. Why haven't they made any move yet? The people in Xinhua shelter are not trying to take a gamble. If the fighting doesn't start before dawn, will it be too late? That's impossible. Gathering so many zombies and not fighting them. Are you kidding me? Is the zombie lord a fool? The guy upstairs is also an idiot. Do zombies have brains? For a moment, not only was there a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room, but even the guards were looking at each other with puzzled expressions. During this time, they had finished their midnight snacks, and now each of them had a bottle of drink in their hands, and some were even chatting. Even so, no one came out to explain the situation. At this moment, the situation on the scene suddenly became extremely strange and fell into an inexplicable harmony. However, many people knew very well that this might just be the calm before the tsunami. Jarvis, have you found any traces? In the control room, Jiang Yu looked at the surveillance camera and asked. No. Hearing Jarvis' words, Jiang Yu frowned. Pass the order down. When dawn appears, the artillery fire roars. Yes, Commander. Now that so many zombies have gathered outside the base, it is impossible to just not fight them. If they riot, they won't even have time to retreat. Therefore, they must fight, but not forcefully. Soon, the news spread quickly among the guards. After receiving the exact news, the guards began to get nervous. After fighting for most of the night, they were already extremely tired, but they still stared intently for most of the night. It can be said that each of them was extremely tired physically and mentally at this moment. If the situation wasn't so tense, many of them would even fall asleep. Roar! Just half an hour before dawn, a mournful and miserable roar, reminiscent of the recent blood moon night, came from the highway. Upon hearing this voice, the guards, personal guards, and the zombies, first-level and second-level zombies in the live broadcast room all became alert in an instant. The zombie lord's roar instantly made the zombies gathered in the Shinhwa shelter take action. Roar! Roar! Hearing the lord's command, they seemed to reveal a bloodthirsty smile, and then rush towards the fifth line of defense at an extremely fast speed. The huge zombies stepped on the ground, causing the ground in the mountains and forests to shake. Feeling the vibrations beneath his feet, the android's expression became extremely solemn. Chapter 68, Final Battle. All the cards revealed. Fire with all your strength. The combat-type android, standing on the armored vehicle, shouted first. Yes. Boom. Boom. As soon as the words fell, several heavily armed land armored vehicles opened fire at full power. Artillery fire rang out, and various heavy firepower shells were fired in unison. One artillery shell after another bombarded the rushing zombies. The horrifying sound of the bombing resounded throughout the entire forest. It was unknown how many zombies died under the roar of the artillery fire. A second-level zombie was hit and exploded before it even had time to escape. At the same time, there were 4 armed helicopters in the sky bombing the group of zombies below, without sparing any firepower. Win! Win! However, no matter how powerful the heavy firepower is, there are still some second-level zombies that are completely invincible. Under the defense of the nearly invincible second-level steel zombies, most of the armored vehicle attacks would be blocked by him. The terrifying flames swept over his body, but could not cause him any harm. Behind him, there were countless second-level zombies waiting for an opportunity to move. Royal Guards, meet the enemy. Seeing that the second-level zombies were about to break through the bombing area, the combat androids also began to attack. They had to stop these rushing second-level zombies. Otherwise, if they were allowed to rush into the guards' camp, it was conceivable what kind of brutal massacre would greet them. It was difficult for them to stop the second-level zombies, let alone those ordinary people. They rushed towards the second-level zombies that broke through the line of fire. They worked in groups of 10 to stop these second-level zombies. At this moment, the guards and the personal guards worked together to fight the enemy. For a moment, the zombie army could not break through, even if they took a step forward. Similarly, the 4 armed helicopters on the battlefield are unable to attack the Lord zombies at this moment, because once they go, the situation on the battlefield that lacks a high-altitude firepower support may change instantly. Jarvis. Inside the command room, Jiang Yu looked at the surveillance camera and said calmly, Yes, sir. Soon, Jarvis followed the direction of the sound and the sound waves. Successfully located the Lord zombie. At this moment, on the already bumpy highway, a zombie with waist-length hair, tattered clothes, and a perfect figure of 2 meters tall was opening her blood-red eyes, which were oozing blood and tears, and roaring vigorously towards the Shinhwa shelter. Beside him were several steel zombies who were defending with all their might. They surrounded her and did not allow anyone to get close to her. Seeing the Lord zombie like this, Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he knew why she went crazy. Jarvis, activate the armed transport helicopter. Now that the real culprit has appeared, there's no need to hold back. Yes, sir. Inside the armed transport helicopter, the androids heard Jiang Yu's instructions and immediately started the engine of the armed helicopter. On the armed transport helicopter, there are many weapons that Jiang Yu made with the few remaining quartz crystals. They are all disposable, precious, rare, and extremely lethal. These are also the weapons that Jiang Yu specially left behind to deal with the Lord zombies. Yes, sir. Prepare for takeoff. Wong. In an instant, the sound of the armed helicopters resounded throughout the valley. On the battlefield, the captain of the Hades Wolf Squad looked at the evenly matched scene with a happy smile on his face, because he knew that this evenly matched scene was just an illusion. He believed that after a while, they would be exhausted, and at that time, it would be the time for the Lord Zombie to show its strength. It's useless. Even if you have so many heavily armored vehicles, what can you do? Your armored vehicles can't hit the Lord zombies at all, and they're also dragged down by their heavy bodies. Your helicopter can't escape either. If you leave to attack the Overlord zombies, if you can't defeat them in a short time, your defenses will be breached. By then, your defenses will be completely shattered. You're just trying to wrap a fire with paper. It won't stop. Captain Hades Wolf laughed wildly. He is now looking forward to seeing the moment when the Lord zombies break through the manhwa shelter. In the live broadcast room, everyone saw the battle situation below, and many people had a rough guess about what the final outcome would be if the fight continued like this. The manhwa shelter is certainly powerful, but in the face of such a terrifying tide of zombies, many people do not think that the manhwa shelter can successfully repel the zombies because the number of zombies is simply too large. It is said that all the zombies in the entire high city are here. Even though manhwa shelter has enough weapons, you are short of manpower. And if this zombie tide was placed in an open area, manhwa shelter might have been defeated long ago. Then, just as everyone in the live broadcast room had different expressions and didn't know what they were thinking, they suddenly heard a huge roar of an engine. When everyone looked closely, they saw an armed transport helicopter slowly taking off from the valley. No, that's impossible. Seeing the transport helicopter flying across the sky, Captain Hades' face was dull, confused, and full of disbelief. Everyone in the live broadcast room was still confused, but Captain Netherwolf, a mercenary, knew what this huge creature was the moment he saw it. Why? Where do they get the armed transport helicopter? Impossible. Impossible. Looking at the transport helicopter flying fast in the sky, Captain Hades Wolf's face was full of disbelief. What kind of shelter is this? Is it really just a private shelter, not an official one of China? And if it is a private shelter, where do they get these weapons? The weapons are fine. There are also armed helicopters, heavy armored vehicles, and this terrifying large transport helicopter in the sky. Where do they all come from? Don't mention that they were all picked up by the owner of the shelter. At this moment, Captain Hades' expression was extremely dull, and his eyes were full of despair. He didn't think that the large transport helicopter flying in the sky at this moment would be just an empty shell without some powerful weapons inside. Just when Captain Hades was doubting his life, Aries started commentating again in the live broadcast room. Dear audience members, you're in for a treat. Please bring out your Coke, French fries, mineral water, hamburgers, chicken wings, and popcorn. Come and watch with Aries as we demonstrate the practical effects of the new weapons of the manhwa shelter. After hearing Aries' commentary, the barrage became crazy again. Chapter 69, 2 Bombs at Dawn. What do you mean? Are the weapons going to be sold after the display? You guys really only care about money and not your life. You haven't even dealt with the Lord zombies yet, and you're already thinking about selling them for money? You really don't know what you're talking about. What the above person said is right. It seems like you really think it's that easy to deal with the Lord zombies. Looking at the barrage of bullets whizzing past, Aries did not explain too much. Sometimes, your painstaking efforts and saliva in explaining are far less effective than the explosion effect of actually launching a missile. Roar! Seeing the arrival of the large transport helicopter, the Lord Zombie's blood-red eyes stared directly at the helicopter high above, and he roared twice in great anger. As a third-level zombie, she could also keenly sense that there was something on that thing that could threaten her life. The third-level zombies have an extremely strong ability to sense danger. Has arrived above the Overlord zombie and is preparing to drop bombs. Inside the helicopter, the android aimed at the Lord zombie below. Allowed to be released. Napalm, star dropping. As the lower hatch of the transport plane was opened, 2 rounds of ammunition, about 1.3 meters long, 30 centimeters wide, and pure white in color, were dropped from the helicopter. Afterwards, after dozens of seconds of free fall, the 2 rounds of ammunition were intercepted by the defensive zombies surrounding the Lord Zombie. At the moment of interception, the Lord Zombie quickly squatted down, allowing the defensive zombies next to it to perfectly withstand the bombing, so that you won't be hurt by the explosion. However, there was a loud explosion, and a burst of fire shot up into the sky. Roar! As the flames shot up into the sky, not long after, an extremely miserable scream echoed through the sky. For some reason, after the bomb exploded, the defensive zombies that were supposed to perfectly protect the Lord Zombies were completely ineffective, causing the Lord Zombies to be hurt. Drop cluster bombs. In the control room, Jiang Yu heard the scream and immediately realized that the defensive zombies could not completely defend against the previous napalm bomb attack. Dropping cluster bombs at this moment might be able to deal a devastating blow to the Lord Zombies. Roger that. Start dropping cluster bombs. Under the transport plane, 2 more hatches opened, and 2 huge bombs, which were brown in color, about 2 meters long and half a meter wide, began to fall. As the cluster bomb came into contact with the still raging flames. Boom! Boom! Several more explosions sounded, accompanied by the zombie lord's even more miserable screams. These explosions continued to sound madly, and every time an explosion sounded, the zombie lord would wail again because of the severe pain. Roar! As time passed, the zombie lord seemed to be unable to hold on any longer, and another miserable scream was heard. At this moment, the first and second level zombies who were still fighting with the guards and personal guards sensed the Lord's call. They turned around, abandoned the guards in front of them, and quickly headed towards the Lord Zombie. Shit, you want to run? In order to deal with these second-level zombies in front of them, almost every android was injured at this moment. When they saw that the zombies they had blocked for so long actually wanted to run away, they couldn't help it. Stop them immediately. Even if they have to continue exchanging injuries, they will never let them leave here. If they really let them run away, they will be laughed to death by the other androids in the base. On the highway, flames were still burning and explosions were still ringing. The power of cluster bombs was fully demonstrated on this Blood Moon night. Countless ordinary zombies wanted to rescue and protect their king, but as soon as they got close to the napalm bomb, made of corpse crystals used by Jiangyu, their bodies would immediately start to burn, and within just a few minutes they would fall to the ground powerlessly and die. Even if a first-level zombie breaks through the sea of fire and reaches the inner circle, its body will be shattered by the continuously exploding cluster bomb bullets, and then ignited by the surrounding flames, and finally turned into a wisp of black ash. In the live broadcast room, everyone rubbed their eyes when they saw this scene, and everyone's face was full of disbelief. Originally, they thought that it would be extremely difficult and arduous to deal with a top-level boss like a third-level zombie. Even a Shinhwa shelter would not be able to win so easily, and even if they won, it might only be a miserable victory. But what people didn't expect was that they just drove an armed transport helicopter over and dropped 4 special bombs, and the Lord Zombies could only wail in the sea of fire. He could no longer make any move. At this moment, even his most powerful ability to command zombies was unable to be used. He could only stay in the sea of fire and wail. The 5th line of defense, as the zombies ran outside to rescue their king, the pressure on the guards of the 5th line of defense suddenly dropped. Seeing this scene, many people began to replenish ammunition and restore their physical strength in preparation for emergencies. Soon after, as the morning sun began to shine on the earth, the blood moon in the sky began to slowly dissipate and retreat, and the moon began to move towards another time zone. Captain Hades Wolf was watching the crushing scene on the highway through live broadcast. At this moment, his expression was dull and unbelievable. He originally thought that the Lord Zombie could lead the zombies to break through the gate of the Shinhwa shelter and then directly destroy the Shinhwa shelter. However, he did not expect that the 3rd-level Lord Zombie, who he thought was extremely powerful, was now under the fire suppression of the Shinhwa shelter and his life was in danger. At the same time, Jiangyu, who was watching everything in the command room, also breathed a sigh of relief. The day is getting brighter. The night is passing. The morning light illuminates the earth, and the sun dispels the coldness of the moon. Dawn arrived, proving that the zombie storm was over. Recalling what happened last night, Jiangyu sighed. If he hadn't emptied out all the corpse crystals to make these 2 bombs, today might have been really difficult. Napalm bombs and cluster bombs are the trump cards that Jiangyu created using corpse crystals after thinking for a long time. The reason they didn't mass-produce them was because the 2 bombs required a lot of corpse crystals, and Jiangyu didn't have enough on hand to make that many. Even if he emptied his wallet, he only had 10 of each in stock, and this time, he only used 2 of each at once. Secondly, the killing range of these weapons is too large. Although a large killing range is a good thing, it is not good if it hits one's own people. Therefore, Jiangyu will not use these 2 things unless it is necessary. Chapter 70 Huge Harvest, Bring the Wine. However, the appearance of the 3rd-level Lord Zombie this time is just right for taking out these 2 powerful weapons. Because whether it is the extreme high temperature and the burning flames like maggots on the tarsal bones after the napalm bomb explodes, or the terrifying penetrating ability and explosion range of the cluster bomb. They're not something that ordinary zombies can withstand. Only extraordinary zombies can withstand them. Thankfully, this time we encountered a level 3 Lord Zombie. Although it's known as the most powerful zombie of its level, its defense is not much different from that of an ordinary zombie. If it were some other 3rd level zombie that's good at defense, like the Iron Zombie that just displayed its might, then perhaps these 2 bombs wouldn't be so useful. The defense of a 3rd level zombie is far superior to that of a 2nd level zombie. Looking at the highway that was still burning and blazing, Jiang Yu murmured. But Jiang Yu thought again, if it was a level 3 defensive zombie, why would it be so difficult to fight? No matter how powerful a level 3 defensive zombie was, no matter how strong its defense was, it couldn't withstand such a heavy bombardment. According to the bombing guide of the Xinhua shelter, the battle might be over in half an hour. Outside, when dawn emerged and sunlight began to fill the earth, everyone's hearts completely relaxed at this time and began to clean up everything around them. Inside the live stream, everyone watched the battlefield below, which had gradually calmed down and was being cleaned up. Most of them were still recollecting everything that had happened last night, scene after scene, their eyes still filled with shock. Okay, dear audience friends, happy times always pass quickly. Our live broadcast today ends here. See you next time. Before the barrage started running and everyone could react, the live broadcast was turned off by Aries. Countless people looked at the mobile phone in front of them that had turned off the live broadcast and suddenly felt a little empty in their hearts. But the expressions of shock and numbness on their faces could not be dispelled for a long time. Then, as the sunlight gradually warmed up, the roars of the Lord Zombies became smaller and smaller. Finally, at a certain moment, the roars of the Lord Zombies completely dissipated, and the zombies that were still in a state of rampage all fell to the ground, their lives or deaths unknown. At this moment, there was no other sound on the entire highway except the roar of the helicopter engine in the sky. Sir, the zombie lord is dead. Well, start collecting corpse crystals. Have the guards work overtime, and have the scavengers come out to collect as well. There's so many zombies. How can the guards, with just a few people, be enough? Yes, sir. Looking at the zombies outside the shelter, Jiang Yu's eyes shone. Are those corpses? No, those are corpse crystals, the evolutionary materials of the shelter. And this victory was achieved after an entire night of fighting, consuming countless ammunition. Even a rough calculation of the zombies that died at the entrance of Xinhua shelter on the battlefield could easily exceed 1 million. So if all these corpse crystals are collected, the upgrade of the shelter's facilities will be just around the corner. Yes, sir. After receiving the news, Zhang Niu and others immediately summoned all the guards to dig out the corpse crystals. Afterwards, after 3 hours of hard work, nearly 10,000 people dug for 3 hours before they dug out all the zombie crystals. Under Jarvis's extremely detailed scan, nothing was missed. Sir, according to the records, a total of 1.52 million ordinary corpse crystals were harvested this time. Among them, there are 500 first-level corpse crystals, 100 second-level corpse crystals, 1 third-level corpse crystal, and 1 special corpse crystal. Special corpse crystal? Whose is it? After hearing Jarvis' words, Jiang Yu asked in confusion. It's from that little zombie. Although the strength of that little zombie is just that of an ordinary zombie, its detection has reached the level of a first-level zombie, and the energy of its corpse crystal has also reached the peak of the first level, even close to the second level. That's why I call its corpse crystal a special corpse crystal. Hearing Jarvis' words, Jiang Yu nodded slightly. Okay, Jarvis, the war is over. Let's go and welcome our heroes home. Jiang Yu smiled faintly. Yes, sir. As for those corpse crystals, just leave them there for now. They won't grow legs and run away anyway. At this moment, outside the gate of the shelter, one dusty armored vehicle after another drove into the shelter. 5 helicopters had already landed one after another at this moment, and the guards of the 6 regiments who had collected the corpse crystals also returned to the valley. Here, Jiang Yu had been waiting for a long time, and at this moment his face was full of a relieved smile. Zhang Niu, Zhang Jia, Wu Yu, Chen Shu, and Lu Jingwu, who was holding Zhang Zhongxing's only remaining leg, all stood in front of their respective teams, looking at Jiang Yu solemnly. Zhang Niu took a step forward and spoke. Report to the commander. The Flame Guard. 6,000 men have left the station. 5,326 have returned. Please give instructions. Good. Very good. You all did a great job. After a bloody night of fighting, everyone must have worked hard. I won't say any more inspirational words. I just want to say, thank you all for your hard work. You will always be the pride of Xinhua Shelter. We have prepared a variety of delicious dishes for everyone in the cafeteria. Everyone, eat and drink your fill, then go back and rest. If you have anything to say, we can talk after you have rested. Jiang Yu was extremely shocked when he saw the soldiers in front of him, who had resolute expressions, were covered in blood, and were in a very miserable state. Their eyes were filled with endless fatigue, but the iron will in them made them continue to stand upright. And most importantly, they had only been together for less than a week. And in just a few days, they had already possessed such combat effectiveness and military qualities, which was truly not easy. Yes, sir. Everyone entered the shelter in an orderly manner. Once inside, most of them felt as if they were in another world. The horrific scene from last night still lingers in many people's minds, and many people shudder subconsciously when they recall it. That moment when you're on the brink of life and death is truly unforgettable. Jarvis, get some people to bring the wine from the warehouse. Let them drink to their heart's content tonight. Yes, sir. Soon, in the cafeteria, they saw the same buffet as the one they saw on the first day. Many people had been hungry for such a long time and could no longer hold back, so they began to gobble up the food quickly. As the androids wheeled in crate after crate of wine, countless guardsmen were all stunned. As word of the free-flowing drinking spread throughout the cafeteria, the atmosphere inside was once again pushed to a climax. Chapter 71, Happy New Year. Jiang Yu walked to the middle of the cafeteria and said with a smile, "Today, Jiang Yu, thank you all for your willingness to die last night. I won't say anything more, it's all in this box of wine." After saying that, Jiang Yu blew directly into the bottle in front of everyone's shocked eyes and finished a whole box of wine one bottle after another. Good, sir, you can drink a lot. Oh, with the arrival of the wine, the meal that was supposed to last only an hour lasted a whole day. Many guards drank until the evening of the same day before being reluctantly taken back to bed by their families. It was not until the next day that many guards woke up. Jiang Yu also gave all the guards 2 days off to let them have a good rest. On the other side, in the conference room, Jiang Yu, Zhang Yo, and other regimental commanders and commanders were sitting in the conference room, holding a post-war summary meeting. Commander, we have delivered the corpse crystals we dug up yesterday to the designated location. Here is the list. Sir, please review the list of casualties this time. As people in the conference room listed their questions, Jiang Yu quickly gave answers and requests one by one. Soon, some of the remaining issues after the war were asked again. The only things left that are still unclear are the captain of the Hades squad, the mysterious group, and the third-level zombie. Captain Pluto Wolf is in your hands. Don't kill him, just keep him alive. I believe you know the operation method better than me. Yes, sir. We will entertain him personally. Several androids in the conference room laughed. Their smiles made Zhang Yo and the others feel terrified. As for that mysterious group, let's leave them alone for now. Let Jarvis keep an eye on them. As for you, I have something more important for you to do. You'd better listen carefully to what I'm going to say next. Hearing Jiang Yu's sudden serious tone, Zhang Yo and the others straightened their chests and listened solemnly to what Jiang Yu would say next. If I remember correctly, the Lantern Festival is just a few days away. I plan to let the residents of the shelter celebrate the Spring Festival again on this day. What do you think? Hearing what Jiang Yu said, Zhang Yo and the others froze in expression at first, and then their eyes lit up. That's great. After all, the Spring Festival is a festival ingrained in the hearts of us Chinese people. We can't celebrate it. Zhang Yo echoed. The others also nodded slightly, their eyes full of anticipation. Seeing them nod, Jiang Yu nodded slightly and began to give orders. Okay, in that case, I'll have Jarvis outline a course of action, and you guys need to execute it. This Spring Festival is the first after the disaster, so it's incredibly meaningful. I hope we don't let you down halfway. Yes, sir. Zhang Yo and the others immediately saluted and took the task very seriously. This was related to the Spring Festival of tens of thousands of people in the base. They naturally could not take it lightly. Afterwards, the news that the base would celebrate the Spring Festival and Lantern Festival together on the Lantern Festival quickly spread throughout the base. As if because the Doomsday had delayed the Spring Festival, the residents of the shelter attached great importance to and looked forward to this first Spring Festival after the disaster. For a time, Many people spontaneously began to use their points to buy couplets and then posted them outside their room doors. Within just one day, the shelter was already bustling with activity. At the same time, residents also responded to the call and began to design spring festival games. Because Jiangyu set up a game activity venue in the residence square on the 10th to 15th floors, the design games can be uploaded to Jarvis for review. Once approved, a competition test site can be set up on that day. Residents can choose the competition items they want to participate in, and the winners can get points. In order to increase everyone's enthusiasm and fun, Jiangyu also sponsored 10,000 points as reward for the first, second, and third places in each game and encouragement awards. Inside the base cafeteria, High City's top chefs, pastry chefs, and dessert chefs all brought out their best skills and began to prepare delicious dishes. Two chefs even argued over whether to serve dumplings, tang yuan, or rice cakes on the Lantern Festival. In the end, an older chef declared they wanted all. That finally put an end to the dispute. As time passed, the Lantern Festival arrived quietly amid everyone's great anticipation and nervousness. At this moment, the festive atmosphere in the shelter became even stronger. Good luck to you. Good luck brings you. I congratulate you on your wealth, and I congratulate you on your wonderful life. Unforgettable this night. At this moment, several must-listen New Year songs are being played on every floor of the residential area in the shelter. Every household where people live is now decorated with couplets and big red lanterns, and some elders have even started to give red envelopes to their juniors using their points. The shelter was now filled with an atmosphere of great harmony and happiness. In the residence square, many game venues have already been set up, and many residents who can't sit still have begun to challenge the games. At dinner time, in the cafeteria, chefs from all over High City brought out their specialties, just to ensure that everyone could eat, drink, and have fun on this most memorable day. Finally, when it was time for dinner, countless residents flocked to the cafeteria and began to buy dinner with great anticipation. The cafeteria at this moment is full of New Year's special dishes. There are all kinds of dumplings, including leeks, cabbage, corn, coriander, pork, beef, mutton, fish, and even fried dumplings of various flavors with a crispy taste. There are all kinds of glutinous rice balls, including brown sugar, red sugar, white sugar, osmanthus sugar, deep-fried, pan-fried, and boiled. In addition to the two heavyweight guests during the Chinese New Year, there is also the must-have family hot pot during the Chinese New Year in High City. Many people who enter the cafeteria spent more than 10 minutes just to look through the food in the cafeteria. They bought their favorite food and watched the huge TV in the cafeteria. The TV was showing the scene outside the base. Jiangyu used 100 points to create some fireworks. It was Chinese New Year. How could there not be fireworks? As for why they watched it on TV, it was because it was too dangerous for everyone in the base to go out, so they could only watch it in the shelter. However, being able to watch it also made many people satisfied. Hello everyone, I am your old friend Aries. Today, Xinhua Shelter is spending the first spring festival in the apocalypse. So please allow me to say something to you all. In the cafeteria, Jiangyu's voice came from the radio. Dear residents, I am the commander of the shelter, Jiangyu, and I wish you all Happy New Year! Chapter 72, Envy and Jealousy. Inside the cafeteria, as Jiangyu's voice on the radio resounded throughout the base cafeteria, the residents who were having a family party at the moment raised their cups and shouted loudly, Happy New Year! At this moment, with the fireworks and firecrackers roaring violently in the sky outside the base, everything seemed so peaceful and joyful. At this moment, it was as if the abominable Doomsday did not exist at all. In the live broadcast room of Aries, the other people in Haishur who were experiencing the cold wind and hunger saw the scenes in the live broadcast room and broke their defenses. Wow, I was just thinking about what kind of bugs to eat tonight, and people in Xinhua Shelter are already celebrating the Lantern Festival. My name is Li Tian. I really envy them. I'm so jealous. Why am I not someone in the shelter? Oh, this is fate. In Aries' live broadcast room, everyone drooled at the peaceful scene in the Xinhua Shelter and the extremely mouth-watering food. Their already hungry stomachs began to wail wildly. Finally, some people couldn't help it anymore. Can you believe this? I watched the food on the live stream and ate a huge bowl of xiang. Wow, there's a ruthless person upstairs. A truly ruthless person. I have to be ruthless. I'm almost starving, and there's no enoki mushroom to fix the bug. What can I do? I can only cycle through consumption. Stop talking. Don't discuss people with that kind of stuff in such a beautiful scene. Okay, Aries' live broadcast work for today is over. Now it's time to go to dinner. Thank you for watching. Good night, everyone. I wish you all a pleasant evening. After saying that, Aries once again ignored the barrage of comments that were gradually rolling in the live broadcast room and immediately ended the broadcast. Wow, Aries is a real dog. Will he die if we watch him for a little longer? This Aries is such a selfish creature. Will he die if he lets us look at what he's eating? That's right. Now you can't even look at it? I also want to see if I can smell it. Come on, hit the balloons. Hit the balloons. The more you hit, the bigger the reward. The residents, who have eaten and drunk their fill, are now walking in the recreational area organized spontaneously by the residents. Watch others start the challenge and have a lot of fun. I'll do it. In front of the shooting area, a girl with short black hair excitedly picked up the gun on the table and prepared to start. Good. The boss smiled slightly when he saw that the person coming was a girl with short black hair. Then he shouted start. Bang. Bang. In just half a minute, after 10 shots, only one balloon was hit. Haha. Little girl, you played well, but you should go back and practice more. The girl with short black hair could only put down the gun helplessly, then change her mind and handed it to the girl with long black hair next to her. Xiaoqing, why don't you try? Let's not do this anymore. Xiaoqing shook her head mechanically. At this moment, she noticed the eyes around her looking at her, and her face suddenly became shy. Huh, come on, it's okay to try it. Give it a try. Xiaobai looked at Xiaoqing, who was shy and wanted to find a place to hide, and smiled. Yeah, little girl, just give it a try. It's free anyway, and if you hit the target often, you can get points. The stall owner also said with a smile. Are there any points? Xiaoqing instantly became energetic when she heard this. Certainly. Okay, I'll do it then. Xiaoqing's eyes gradually became firm, sharp, and serious. Then she raised her gun and looked ahead with an extremely serious expression. Following the stall owner's order, Xiaoqing opened fire. Bang! 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 Snap! Within 10 seconds, Xiaoqing popped 10 balloons without any aiming. Wow! When the people around saw Xiaoqing's actions, they exclaimed in surprise. What an amazing little girl! Bang! 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 Snap! Then, another 20 bullets were fired, and 20 balloons were immediately popped as a sign of respect. Wow! Seeing this scene, the expressions of the people around have changed from surprise to astonishment and shock. This little girl's shooting talent is so amazing. Finally, when the last balloon burst, the girl slowly put down her pistol. The sharpness and seriousness in her eyes disappeared, replaced by the previous weak look. Afterwards, people at the scene applauded the girl. Feeling the gazes of the people around her, Xiaoqing shrank behind her sister again. However, Xiaobai, the village cow, did not do so. When she saw the people around her applauding her sister, Xiaobai slightly puffed out her slightly developed chest and looked at everyone with pride, as if she was the one being praised. Wow, little girl, you're amazing. Here, this is your reward for popping all the balloons. 500 points. After that, the stall owner directly transferred the points into Xiaoqing's bracelet. When Xiaoqing saw the extra 500 points in the bracelet, there was a little more inexplicable look in her eyes. Thank you, uncle, Xiaoqing said with a red face. The stall owner smiled slightly. Let's go. Xiaoqing, let's go play something else. Xiaoqing blushed and nodded slightly, then took her sister's hand and walked toward another place. Then, the two of them came to the side of a ring. There were 2 rings here, and a man and a woman stood on each ring. 10 kill challenge, round-robin competition allowed. Whoever makes it to the end of 10 rounds first will receive an instant reward. Those who wish to challenge, simply challenge by gender. The winner will receive 100 points and become the champion. If you lose, you get 1 point as an encouragement award. If you win 10 games, you can get an additional 500 points as an award. The criteria for losing are out of bounds, surrender, and coma. There's a sign like this below the ring. Wow, there's a competition like this. I'm coming. After seeing the sign, especially when he saw that the girl in the ring had an impressive record of 9-0, Xiaobai immediately became excited and stepped onto the ring with great confidence. Little girl, you're so brave. I'll give you some points after I win. What do you think? On the ring, the girl in white sportswear saw that the person coming up was actually a little girl and started teasing her. Hee hee, sister, don't brag. From childhood to adulthood, I have never been defeated by anyone in a fight. But you don't let me finish you off. Chapter 73, you are still young. wait for you to grow up. Xiaobai raised his head slightly and said with great confidence. Looking at Xiaobai, speaking out loudly on the stage, Shaoqing in the audience rolled his eyes and immediately recalled the scene of being pressed to the ground and spanked by his father with a belt. Haha, you're quite a courageous girl. Come on, let you make the first move. Then I won't be polite. After saying that, Xiaobai quickly rushed forward, and when he was about to get close to the defender, he threw a punch. The punch was so fast that it even produced an extremely sharp gust of wind. Feeling the threat of Xiaobai's punch, the defender's face changed for the first time. After narrowly avoiding the attack, the defender's expression gradually became serious. At the same time, he began to counterattack and look for Xiaobai's flaws. Bang! Spray! In an instant, the sound of several fists colliding and exploding resounded around the ring. Many people saw this scene and ran over to watch. Isn't that Liu Xin, the self-proclaimed inheritor of ancient martial arts? I remember she crushed a zombie's head last time, but now, someone can actually fight her so hard. Yeah, she's a tough guy who won 9 games in a row. I didn't expect that she would fight with a little lady for so long. This little girl is so powerful. I saw her sign up for the men's competition before. If it weren't for the fact that men and women can't play together, she might have gone to the men's competition a long time ago and wouldn't stay here. Who is this little girl? She's so good. She can even fight Liu Xin to a draw. Many people who knew a little about Liu Xin exclaimed in surprise. Outside the ring, a lot of people had gathered to watch the excitement. They looked at the fierce competition on the stage and couldn't help but shout, "Come on. Come on, little kid. I support you. Yeah, come on, girl. Come on, Liu Xin. You're only 1 round away. Liu Xin, I want to give birth to a baby for you." Outside the ring, there are cheers from the spectators, and the excitement of fist-to-flesh combat always inspires people's passion. On the stage, both sides of the fight were filled with shock and disbelief. Especially Liu Xin. She is a dignified inheritor of ancient martial arts, but now she is fighting with a young girl. What kind of weird thing is this? Xiaobai was also in a bad situation at the moment. Not only were all her moves blocked, but she also felt pain all over her body. Xiaobai knew very well that the reason for this was that he was at a disadvantage due to his age. He was not fully developed yet, and was no match for Liu Xin in terms of striking power. Every time they attacked and parried each other, Liu Xin's huge strength would hurt him, but because of his relatively small strength, he could not break her defense. Soon, with punches hitting flesh and twists and turns, the two sides went from standing and fighting each other at the beginning to fighting on the floor. It was very exciting for the spectators. For a moment, the situation on the field was very tense. Zhang Yu, is that your daughter? She's amazing. On a high platform, Zhang Yu watched every move on the ring and smiled at the fighting bull beside him. Yes, they're my daughters. The one on the stage is called Xiaobai, the older sister, and the one with long hair below is the younger sister, Shaoqing. Looking at his 2 daughters, Zhang Yu's face became incomparably gentle, warm, and confident. It was as if there were 2 angels in front of him. Just call them Shaoqing and Xiaobai? So careless. Zhang Yu asked in surprise. Haha, how is that possible? The older one is called Lin Baiwei, and the younger one is called Lin Qingwei. Is your wife's last name Lin? Yes. I'm away from home all year round, and my last name is Zhang. It doesn't sound nice to use the last name Zhang, so I just let my wife use her own last name. Well, your wife gave birth to 2 wonderful daughters for you. Zhang Yu glanced at him and smiled faintly. Why not? Zhang Yu smiled slightly, then looked at Zhang Yu with a puzzled expression. Commander, you asked so many questions. You don't want to be my son-in-law, do you? Zhang Yu said jokingly. You're just kidding. I'm impressed by your daughter's abilities. While they have outstanding strengths, they also have obvious weaknesses. But that's not a problem. If manpower isn't enough, technology can solve it. How about having them train? Zhang Yu rolled his eyes at Zhang Yu, and upon hearing Zhang Yu's refusal, Zhang Yu felt a sense of loss, but he still felt it would be better to think about it. After all, right now, he just wanted to give his daughter a peaceful childhood, and he also had the ability to do so. No one knew about the conversation between Zhang Yu and Yu, and the fight on the ring had reached its climax at this moment. Liu Xin was distracted, and Xiaobai dodged Liu Xin's punch, then quickly came behind her, hugged her waist, and threw her to the ground. Then, while Liu Xin was still unable to react, he grabbed her arm with a cross clasp. Then Liu Xin was completely unable to move. Looking at the locked-up Liu Xan, Xiaobai showed a smile on his gradually exhausted face, breathing slightly rapidly. Sister, give up. Otherwise you will get hurt. At this moment, the sudden match point shocked everyone. Just when everyone thought Xiaobai would create a miracle, Liu Xan just smiled slightly. Little sister, you look so pale. I feel so bad for you. Let me end this fight. Drink. After saying that, Liu Xan slowly exerted force with his arms, and then, in Xiaobai's shocked eyes, he lifted up Xiaobai, who was performing the cross buckle. You! Looking at himself floating in the air, Xiaobai's face changed drastically. Why? Isn't it said that the cross buckle cannot be unfastened once it is fastened? As if seeing Xiaobai's confusion, Liu Xan explained. Little sister, haven't you heard the saying? Strength can defeat skill. Your skills are good, but you're still too young. Wait until you grow up. After saying that, Liu Xan lifted Xiaobai's body with one hand and dropped it down hard. Bang! Wow! Before Xiaobai could react, he felt a sharp pain in his back. Then she felt dizzy, and by the time she reacted, she was already on the ground, out of bounds. This is me. Feeling the pain in his back, Xiaobai stood up and looked around blankly. You, little sister, come and challenge me when you grow up. I'll be waiting for you anytime. Chapter 74, Joy and Sorrow, Evolution and Transformation. Liu Xan took the point from the stall owner and smiled faintly. Humph. Sooner or later, I will knock you to the ground. Xiaobai endured the pain in his body and muttered viciously. Let's go, Xiaoqing. Let's go look somewhere else. What about your injury? It's okay, no one will die. At worst, I can go to the hospital tomorrow. After saying that, he pulled and ran in another direction. Dad, how are things going lately? In a corner, for figures were talking about something. It's not bad. I'm out working as a scavenger now. It's dangerous, but at least I can fill my stomach and pay the rent. Dad, you don't have to go out. We can just take care of you. Oh, no need to say more. Your uncle is right. Since we are not related by blood, I dare not trouble you anymore. I am already very grateful to you for bringing me in. The man's face, which looked even more haggard than before he entered the shelter, showed a slight smile and smiled at the three people. After hearing this, the three brothers fell silent, their brows filled with worry. The three brothers couldn't help but think of their uncle who had kicked their father out of the house not long ago. Dad, no matter what, you've raised us for over 20 years. We will always remember that. No matter who our biological father is, you will always be our dad. Hee hee. After hearing this, the man laughed at himself, said nothing more, and turned away. At that time, when a brother-in-law whom they had called for decades, who was also their uncle, kicked them out of the house penniless because he despised him as not one of them, the three of them didn't even say a word to stop him. Is there any need to recognize a son like this? I have worked so hard for this family, but what happened? In the end, I ended up like this. Just because of a lack of blood relationship, my brother-in-law ignored all the kindness I'd shown him over the years. After being driven out, he had no choice but to leave the shelter and find a place to end his life. However, when he was about to leave the shelter, he heard a voice not far away cursing the leader of the guard team. You're so weak after just a little bit of training? Are you still men? If you are a man, then stand up. As long as your heart is still beating, as long as you can still breathe, even if you fall down countless times, you must stand up again. Even if your limbs are broken, even if you lose everything, remember this. Men, even if your tendons are broken, your bones are drawn, your blood is gone, your limbs are broken, your tears have dried up before you die, you must stand up for me. Let others remember that you are men. You are upright Chinese men. These words flooded into the man's ears. In an instant, he recalled all the experiences of his first half of life. His vampire brother-in-law, his wife who put a hat on him, and his three ungrateful sons who he had raised for more than 20 years. He could no longer control his tears and fell to his knees and cried like a child. The violent crying even alarmed the captain who was training the guards. He came to the man, patted him, and said with a smile, "Brother, cry, and when you've cried enough, stand up and be a man." After saying that, the captain left and continued to train the guards. The man who knelt on the ground cried for half an hour. He opened his eyes with red eyes and looked at the captain who was training the guards with a look of awe in his eyes. After remembering the leader's appearance deeply, he turned and left, ready to live well. Afterwards, in order to survive and pay the rent, he had no hope of joining the guard team and could only choose to join the scavengers, where the conditions were more relaxed but more dangerous, and began to exchange his life for tomorrow. The three sons looked at their father, who was gradually walking away. They didn't know what to say for a moment and could only shake their heads helplessly. Let's go. If you don't go back, your uncle will get angry again. The eldest brother patted the second and third brothers on the shoulders and said, Humph, what's that? He's not completely handless. Why doesn't he just come out and work? Don't you understand his character? No one can change his mind. Damn it. This guy is really the one who killed our mother. Yes, but what can we do now? He is our only blood relative now. What about Dad? Third brother, we've tried to persuade him to stay, but he's unwilling. There's nothing we can do. Please take better care of him from now on. After all, we're part of the guard team. Isn't it easy to take care of a scavenger? But the third brother wanted to say something, but was stopped by the eldest brother's sharp eyes. Afterwards, the three of them walked towards their home together. During this period, they were not recognized by their adoptive father. Their vampire uncles sucked their blood, and a zombie storm added to the pressure. Moreover, the three brothers had to bear all these things together, and they didn't even have anyone to confide in. After venting a few words, they returned to the place where they lived with their uncle. The next morning, after a night of fun and laughter, the atmosphere of the Lantern Festival and the Spring Festival gradually began to dissipate. Everyone returned to their jobs the next day. Sir, there are people from the Sun Family Shelter and the Residential Building Shelter who want to see you. Oh, let them in. Yes, sir. Outside the base, they were terrified as they looked at the bumpy ground left over from the war and the corpses that had not yet been dealt with. But after learning that they could get in, they all looked happy. Led by the androids, they once again entered the long-desired flame shelter. As soon as they entered the shelter, they saw the lanterns and couplets on the wall that had not been removed yet. Of course, they had watched the content of the live broadcast. Last night, even the leaders of the shelter like them could only watch the live broadcast and eat instant noodles. Soon, everyone arrived at the conference room, where Jiangyu was already waiting again, and there were several plates of breakfast on the table. Here we are. Sit down and talk while we eat. Jiangyu smiled faintly at the people coming in. That would be disrespectful to refuse. Sun Xiong bowed slightly and sat down first. Sun Tianming saw his father sitting down and also sat next to him, with his face changing constantly and his head lowered. This is Chapter 75, How to Bury You. Jiangyu saw that in front of Xuanning in the residential building shelter was a man of medium build and ordinary face. Although he looked ordinary in every way, his slender eyes did reveal a faint majesty, and his whole body was filled with the aura of a superior. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm the director of the Neighborhood Committee of the Residential Building Shelter. My name is Zhang Hong. I heard that Xuanning made you unhappy last time, so I came here specifically to apologize. Zhang Hong forced a smile and spoke in a hoarse voice. Oh, how are you going to apologize? Jiang Yu asked with a chuckle. As far as I know, Mr. Jiang, you are not married yet, and you often travel and need a servant. How about giving her to you as a bed warmer? Xuanning is still a virgin. Zhang smiled funny. Hearing that Zhang Hong was going to send her away like a commodity, Xuanning's expression turned pale instantly, and there was a hint of resentment in her eyes as she looked at Zhang Hong. No, there's no need. Let's talk about the purpose of your visit. When Jiangyu heard that Zhang Hong was so decisive, he was shocked and couldn't help but sigh at the decisiveness of the neighborhood committee director. He could even send his confidant to someone so easily. Hearing Jiangyu's refusal, Zhang Hong didn't say much. As a shrewd man, he naturally realized that Jiangyu was not the kind of person who would give in half-heartedly. If he says no, it usually means no. When Xuanning saw Jiangyu's rejection without any hesitation, she couldn't help but start to doubt her own charm. Aren't young women, like me, the most popular among young people like them? Kue ning murmuret. We are here to return the corpse crystals, and 30% of this is Xuanning's personal apology to you. Zhang Hong said lightly. After hearing what Zhang Hong said, Jiangyu nodded slightly. Then what? We also want to buy some supplies from you. After all, our shelter is big and powerful. Listening to Zhang Hong's words, Jiangyu looked at Sun Xiong. What about you? Same. Mr. Jiang, exchanging supplies is just one of the reasons. I also brought this rebellious son of mine to apologize to you. Then, Sun Xiong pulled Sun Tianming beside him, made him kneel on the ground, and said angrily, Evil beast, apologize now. Sun Xiong scolded angrily. I am sorry. Jiangyu, I was wrong at school before. Please forgive me. Sun Tianming knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. First, He was afraid of his father's anger, and second, he was afraid that Jiangyu would not forgive him. And if Jiangyu doesn't forgive him, his father's anger will be doubled. The 8 wolves attacking, you may end up turning into 8 super doubled wolves all over the sky. Haha, we're all classmates. Why bother talking about irrelevant things? Let's get down to business. Jiangyu glanced at Sun Tianming indifferently, then looked at Sun Xiong. Sun Tianming, who was kneeling on the ground, felt that Jiangyu was looking at him as if he were an ant. Afterwards, in the conference room, Sun Xiong and Zhang Hong continued to use the method of borrowing to purchase supplies and guns, and then said goodbye and left. Dad, do you think Jiangyu has forgiven me? Sun Tianming looked at his father, whose expression was uncertain, and asked, Are you daydreaming? Do you think that means they forgive you? They just don't care about it now, but that's only for now. If you want them to never care about it, you'd better show your useful side to them. Sun Xiong looked at his son and said calmly, If Jiangyu got angry and cursed today, you might not be so worried. After all, being angry meant there was something to talk about. But Jiangyu had no attitude at all just now, and he didn't even smile. This was what worried Sun Xiong the most. Not being angry doesn't mean there is no rage. Sometimes when some people get angry, it's like the flaming mountain erupting. When that time really comes, their Sun family cannot withstand such a strong volcanic eruption. Although Sun Tianming was a nobody, he could more or less understand what his father meant. So at this moment, he began to think about what he could do for Jiangyu, or what contribution he could make to ensure that he would not be liquidated. Hey, Guaning, look at you. If you were a little sweeter, you might be living a luxurious life in Xinhua shelter right now. In a modified car, Zhang Hong looked at Xuanning and said, Sister Zhang, Xuanning said with a depressed look. Okay, I still say the same thing. If Jiangyu wants to sleep with you, you can't refuse, and you must take the initiative when the time is right. Got it, Zhang Hong said lightly. Yes. At this moment, Xuanning, who was so majestic and domineering outside, was actually blushing and angry. If outsiders saw this, they would be shocked. Inside the shelter base, after letting Sun Xiong and the others leave, Jiangyu called the leaders of each major group. Because Zhang Zhongxing had died in battle earlier, his team was temporarily managed by Zhang Niu and Lu Jingwu until a suitable candidate was selected. Okay, I called everyone here today for 2 reasons. First, the Spring Festival has passed for everyone in our base, so it's time for us to celebrate for those who died fighting for the base. I plan to hold a memorial service for those brothers who died in the battle in a few days. When they heard this, the first thing Jiangyu said was that Zhang Niu and the others were moved. They originally thought that when a person died, he was dead. It was nothing to Jiangyu. At most, they would hold a memorial service and say a few words. But they didn't expect Jiangyu to think so much. The second thing is related to the first. The funeral arrangements require some burial objects. After careful consideration, I've decided to destroy the shelters where Chun Mingjun, Wang Wei, and Zhang Kongsheng are staying. Take their lives as burial objects. Jiangyu's eyes became extremely sharp, and he spoke in a cold voice. Although most of them were killed in the bombing a few days ago, it was impossible for Chun Mingjun, Wang Wei, and Zhang Kongsheng, the heads of the families, to follow us. Therefore, the goal this time was to kill them and bury them along with the soldiers of the guard team. Since they dared to join forces with those foreigners to attack the Xinhua shelter, they must be prepared to be counterattacked. What do you think? Jiangyu raised his eyes to look at Zhang Niu and others, but the excitement and enthusiasm he expected were nowhere to be found. Instead, he could see their expressions flickering, and it seemed that they were tormented and struggling in their hearts. Looking at their expressions, Jiangyu pondered for a moment, then began to speak in a sarcastic tone. Chapter 76. Using reason to convince people and eliminate the roots. Hey, if you don't agree, I have no objection, but if someone stabs you in the back next time, don't complain to me. We were lucky this time, and my various formations, weapons, and aircraft were arranged very well. Otherwise, those foreigners might have really broken in. By the way, imagine for a moment, what would happen if they really tore through our defenses, entered the shelter, and discovered all these good things and good people inside? The answer is very obvious. In other words, it's like a weasel in a henhouse, well-fed, well-drained, and sexually affluent. Jiangyu said in a very calm tone, as if he was talking about an insignificant little thing. Several team leaders who were still thinking couldn't help themselves when they heard Jiangyu's metaphor, which seemed to be spoken casually. Some of them seemed to really imagine according to what Jiangyu said, but when they opened their eyes, Their eyes were full of bloodshot, and their expressions were full of uncontrollable anger. They recalled the faces of their families and simply imagined what they looked like after being broken into by that group of people. In an instant, many people subconsciously shuddered, and then their eyes gradually became firm. Report to the commander. All orders are subject to the commander's orders. Zhang Yo was the first to stand up and shouted in a serious tone. He couldn't imagine what his daughter would be like when she faced those foreigners who even he had to be on high alert to deal with. He didn't dare to think about it, and forced himself not to think about it. So at this moment, he agreed with Jiang Yu's point of view very much. If this evil guy really needs to be dealt with, then let him, as his father, do it. Go to hell. Let him, the father, go. His daughters are going to heaven to find their mother. Report to the commander. Obey orders resolutely. After hearing Zhang Yo's voice, the others also began to express their opinions. At this moment, the eyes of each of them became murderous. The reason was that they did not want to see the days they had finally had broken. All right, in that case, go back and assemble the troops, equip the weapons, and set out early tomorrow morning. The funeral and the accompanying burial need to be carried out at the same time. Yes, sir. After the meeting, several team leaders left quickly, leaving Jiang Yu alone at the scene. The next morning, Jiang Yu woke up from bed and signed in as usual. Ding! Unable to sign in temporarily. Calculation of stage task completion is in progress. Please come back tomorrow. In the morning, Jiang Yu, who had just woken up, saw this message without a trace of surprise, because since the day of the blood moon, he has been unable to sign in. Although he doesn't know why. Since that day, every morning when he signs in as usual, this prompt appears. Jiang Yu is also confused and depressed about this. He used to have 200 corpse crystals for the minimum living allowance every day, but now he has no minimum living allowance. Although it's nothing to me who just finished fighting the zombie storm, but a mosquito is still meat. What made Jiang Yu even more confused was the so-called calculation of completion of stage tasks. What did it mean? Forget it, it's just a sign-in system. I've been signing in for so long, but except for the first time, everything else is just corpse crystals. It's useless stuff. Go upgrade. I'm too lazy to even look at you. Jiang Yu accepted his fate and murmured helplessly. He went to wash up and then came to the valley. Here, the 6 regiments of guards had already assembled. Jiang Yu stood on the platform and looked at the guards below, his expression becoming extremely solemn. Everyone, I believe you already know what we are going to do today. Today we are not going out to hunt zombies, but revenge. Complete revenge. Do you understand? On the night of the blood moon, the people in the 3 major shelters took the weapons we gave them and planned to use them to attack our shelter. If the shelter was really breached by that group of people, what would be the fate and outcome of the elderly children, your wives, children, and parents in the base? None of them will be spared. They will lose everything they have now and return to the cruel law of the jungle of the end times. Intrigue and deception will reign, and the refuge that provides them with protection will also become the enemy's prey. Tell me, do you want this to happen? Do you want your family, your children, your parents to end up in this situation? No. I know many of you can't understand what's happening today, but I want to tell you this. Cut the grass at its roots. In this apocalypse, it's either you die or I die. When dealing with enemies, we must raise our butcher knives and kill them with great prestige. When dealing with comrades, we must treat them with courtesy and show our skill. Only by showing our iron-blooded skill can the enemy fear us, be in awe of us, be terrified of us. So, today's action. Do you have the confidence to let the people of High City see the iron-blooded tactics of our Xinhua guards? All right, today we'll hold a memorial service for the fallen guards at the base. The names of the fallen will be engraved on that tall wall. From now on, that will be the heroic list of our shelter. I'll erect a memorial here for future generations to worship. Of course, a sacrifice requires a sacrifice, and the sacrifice is the people within the 3 refuges. Now, we set out to sacrifice the blood of our enemies to our flame guard. Good. In an instant, the guards got into the car quickly as if they were injected with chicken blood and headed towards the designated location. On the chariot, the faces of the guards were filled with rage for revenge. In the beginning, many people were reluctant to do such a thing. In their eyes, they were all living people after all. However, when I think about what the commander said, if this allows them to break through the defense and enter the shelter, it will be a brutal massacre for the people in the shelter, an undisputed massacre. Therefore, most people have figured out at this moment. The world has become like this. It is no longer a world that yearns for peace, but has become a world of cannibalism. And since this manhwa shelter can provide shelter and warmth for my loved ones, there is no reason for me and others not to protect this shelter well. Soon, the combat strength of the 6 regiments was divided by drawing lots, and a total of 3 regiments went, and the rest stayed to carry out the sacrifice. Afterwards, bursts of roars were heard in the sky, and many people who were preparing for the sacrifice were shocked to find that even 3 fully armed attack helicopters were dispatched for this mission. Seeing the 3 armed helicopters in the sky, one can imagine how thorough this eradication will be. Chapter 77. Revenge begins with 3 prongs. At this moment, the people still in High City do not know that after the brutal zombie storm, High City is about to usher in another more violent firestorm. At this moment, in the Chun family shelter, the unaware head of the Chun family was still chatting happily with a young man, sitting opposite him with a smile on his face. Then it's settled. Once the transportation between High City and Qing City is opened, our Chun family, Zhang family, and Wang family will all join your Lin's Chamber of Commerce. To be honest, nephew, our 3 families have always been extremely yearning for the Lin's Chamber of Commerce. Chun Mingjun said with a flattering smile. Great, great. With your full support, I believe we can all lead our families to new glory in this damn apocalypse. The young man opposite him also laughed, as if he agreed with Chun Mingjun's statement. However, the disdain that flashed across his brows proved that he didn't think so. The master of the family is in trouble. The master of the family is in trouble. Just then, an old man stumbled in, his face full of anxiety and fear. Asshole, can't you see I'm meeting a guest? We can talk later if you have anything to say. Now to get out of here. Chun Mingjun looked at the old man who rushed in. His face changed drastically, and then he shouted angrily. When the young man saw that his conversation was interrupted, he frowned slightly and looked at the old man, but because the Chun family was not yet his subsidiary, he did not say much and just drank a sip of a certain spring mineral water. Oof. Tell me, what's the matter? Seeing that the young man did not move, Chun Mingjun breathed a sigh of relief and spoke in a vicious tone. In order to get on the big ship of Lin's Chamber of Commerce this time, Chun Mingjun has invested a lot of resources. If all his efforts are wasted because of a small matter, he will really want to commit suicide. Master, we're here at the manhwa shelter, bringing people with us. The old man shouted with a look of extreme panic. What? Upon hearing this, Chun Mingjun's face changed instantly. And he came here fully armed. The old man's next words made Chun Mingjun's face turn pale. He knew that this was the time to settle the score. Damn it. Why didn't you come a few days later? Why didn't you come a few days later? If you had come a few days later, by then, I might have gone to Qing City and accepted the protection of the Lin's Chamber of Commerce. Ever since manhwa shelter bombed all the people sent by the 3 of them to help the group of foreigners, they have been worried that manhwa shelter will take revenge on them later. But after a few days of fear, they found that the manhwa shelter did not come to trouble them after that. At that time, he thought that the matter was over. After all, so many people died, but he did not expect that they would come at this time. Then he looked at the young man beside him. Mr. Lin, why don't you step aside first? The people in manhwa shelter are a bunch of lunatics. It would be terrible if they get hurt in a fight. Chun Mingjun said in a low voice. He was a little afraid that the young master of the Lin's Chamber of Commerce would make the situation worse if he disagreed with something. After all, the Lin's Chamber of Commerce was not an ordinary force. Okay, if you have any questions, call me. I can help you as needed. Lin Xiao agreed without saying much. Okay. Thank you, master. Chun Mingjun was delighted when he heard that Mr. Lin was so easy to talk to. Seeing Chun Mingjun's servile appearance, Lin Xiao's eyes were filled with disdain. Of course, he could provide a lot of help, but he didn't want to because the Chun family was not worthy of his immediate help. After that, as long as I just speak a little, say a few words to the Chun family when they're in the most difficult time, give them some simple help, and help them clean up the mess, the Chun family will naturally respect me even more, regard me as a savior, and obey me in everything. Although the energy in my hands is not small, it is limited. It is given by the Chamber of Commerce family, not my own. If I don't use it sparingly, it will run out one day. So I have to use the most limited energy to create the greatest value. After that, Chun Mingjun called a cute girl over. The girl was carrying a small bag with something inside. Then, with a satisfied look in Chun Mingjun's eyes, he asked the girl to take Lin Xiao away and bring him to the safest place in the Chun family. When Chun Mingjun saw Lin Xiao leaving, His expression changed slightly. He quickly tidied his clothes and came to the front door. Haha, I don't know why the guards have come. I'm sorry for neglecting you all. I don't know why you are here. Is Mr. Jiangyu here too? Chun Mingjun showed his fox-like smile and asked in an extremely friendly voice. When the personal guards in charge of the Chun family saw Chun Mingjun appear, they ignored all his smiles and etiquette and said lightly, "Our commander is not here, so we waited for you to come out so that you can see." "What do you need me to see?" "Let me show you how your Chun family was destroyed." After that, at the signal of the guards, several figures rushed to Chun Mingjun and fiercely controlled him. Chun Mingjun endured the pain in his body and looked at the arrogant guards in horror. He didn't expect that the other party would not even talk. "No, that's not right. I want to talk to Mr. Jiang, and I'm willing to bear the price for that incident." Just as he was wailing, the bombing started. No, Chun Mingjun did not expect that the Xinhua shelter would be so decisive. Without saying a word, he started the bombing. Looking at the terrifying bombing of the armed helicopter hovering in the sky, Chun Mingjun became distraught, and his eyes gradually became dull. Boom! Boom! The terrifying roar resounded throughout the Chun family shelter. At the same time, Chun Mingjun could vaguely hear the same bombing sound coming from somewhere in the distance. He quickly thought that it was the Zhang family and the Wang family. I didn't expect that the Xinhua shelter would actually use 3 methods at once, dividing the troops into 3 groups to encircle and suppress them separately. This really doesn't leave them any chance to survive. Following the shelter map provided by Jarvis, the attack helicopters dropped rockets from high altitude. The androids used heavy weapons in the air to fire powerful shots. The powerful rockets and impenetrable rain of bullets instantly destroyed countless Chun family shelters. Chapter 78. The shocking sacrifice for the city ends. All the Chun family's attempts to counterattack ended in vain under the intensive bombing of armed helicopters. The moment they showed their heads, they would be penetrated and killed by the extremely dense rain of bullets. If someone tries to hide somewhere and wait for the rain of bullets to stop before counterattacking, they will only be bombed into pieces by the saturation attack rockets. After a long time, Chun Mingjun, who had watched everything, knelt down on the ground powerlessly and looked at the guards with a look of resentment on his face. "You will all die. You will all die. If you offend the Lin's Chamber of Commerce, you will all die." Under such intensive bombardment, Lin Xiao was doomed to die, with no chance of survival. Once Lin Xiao died, he would lose the opportunity to climb up that he had spent so much effort on. He was unwilling to accept it. "I don't know if we will die, but I know you will die now." Bang! After saying that, the leading guard shot Chun Mingjun in the head, who was now full of despair, resentment, and anger. After killing Chun Mingjun, the royal guards entered the Chun family at Jiang Yu's signal and began a large-scale cleanup and collection. The commander said, "Don't let any living creature of the Chun family go. Kill the chickens, crack the eggs, even dig out the earthworm and grind it into blood foam. Watch carefully. Don't let any of them go. If you're not sure, do it a few more times." "Got it. Receive." Half an hour later, the guards who had been sweeping the area for more than half an hour finally left the Chun family. But in just 40 minutes, a powerful Doomsday shelter was destroyed. At the same time, the other 2 teams each brought an armed helicopter to the other 2 houses and then used strong firepower to flatten the area with lightning speed. After leveling the area, they, still under Jiang Yu's command, headed into the ruins that had been bombed beyond recognition, destroying all living things, even chopping up a mouse. At this point, the Chun, Wang, and Zhang families, who were originally well known in High City, disappeared in just 1 hour, and no one in the family survived. Not to mention the people, not even a single earthworm was alive at this moment. It can be said that all the living things in these 3 houses were destroyed under Jiang Yu's instructions. After hearing the news, Sun Xiong stood up with a bang, his face full of fear, horror, and anger. He subconsciously took out the 8 wolves at his waist and beat his unlucky son hard. His grandmother's family was a misfortune, so he had to offend Jiang Yu, the god of death, for revenge. He destroyed 3 shelters in just 1 hour. Moreover, he had done it so thoroughly that he had eradicated the problem completely. Such a stimulating and explosive piece of news made him nervous all the time, wondering if Jiang Yu would suddenly call him. But after thinking about it carefully, he realized that he had received the message, but the other party had not called him yet, so he probably would not come. Thinking of this, he relaxed a little. Thinking carefully, he did not offend him. and Jiangyu would not be so petty as to deliberately destroy his family because of his son's trivial matter. As for his own son, if that time really came, Sun Xiong was even prepared to kill his own relatives for the sake of justice. In the residential building shelter, Zhang Hong's face changed drastically when she heard the news, and her expression was full of fear towards Jiangyu and the Xinhua shelter. Zhang Hong also has the ability to take revenge, but she may not be able to do it so thoroughly. It's not that Zhang Hong doesn't have the courage, but she is in a high position, public opinion will ferment, and her personality will collapse. No matter when and where, the practice of eradicating the roots is against virtue, and whoever does this means that you will have to bear huge external pressure. This pressure comes from forces and people of the same level as you, as well as the survivors in your own shelter. The higher your status, the more you need to create a persona that others can submit to, so that the people in your shelter will be convinced and respect you from the bottom of their hearts. Once your actions are different from the persona you have created, you will be questioned by some people. Once you are questioned, you need to spend energy to calm down. However, the road to calm down is not easy. It takes only one mouth to spread rumors, but it takes a lot of effort to refute them. Forced arm suppression can only suppress it for a while. When it finally rebounds, the harder you suppress it, the stronger the rebound will be. At this moment, Jiangyu from Xinhua shelter actually dared to do this, as if he didn't care what people around him thought of him. Zhang Hong thought about it, and realized that Jiangyu did have the ability to do so. His Xinhua shelter could be said to be a shelter that everyone in High City was looking forward to joining. In addition, those three families did have a grudge against Jiangyu. Although the attack was a bit heavy, it was still a legitimate move. After thinking about it, she once again looked at Xuan Ning with gritted teeth, feeling disappointed with her. Damn Beezy! If Xuan Ning had been sweeter and softer in the beginning and had a closer relationship with Jiangyu, perhaps Xinhua shelter would now be the backing of their residential building shelter. At this moment, Zhang Hong was getting angrier and angrier. If she didn't still need Xuan Ning's face, she would have wanted to take out her dead husband's 8 wolves and beat Xuan Ning hard. Xuan Ning, who learned the news, was shocked, frightened, and scared. After all, she was the one who had morally kidnapped Jiangyu, and not only was she not killed, but she was still alive. But then she thought she had already morally blackmailed Jiangyu, and now he was still alive. Doesn't this mean that Jiangyu's feelings for her are different? For a moment, she was even a little excited. Above the valley, in the shelter, hundreds of names were carved on a mountain wall in the middle. They were all the brave guards who died in this zombie storm. Inside the valley were all the guards and residents watching the live broadcast. Many relatives of the fallen soldiers could not help but kneel down and cry when they saw the names. Many people looked at the names on the stone wall and fell into silence. In one room, a middle-aged man with the vicissitudes of life saw a name on the wall and burst into tears. His crying made the other people in the dormitory sigh. With the demise of the 3 major shelters in the live broadcast, the sacrifice in the valley also ended. After a simple mood, everyone prepared to start a new day. Although their names are simply carved on the stone wall, their faces will live forever in the hearts of some people. Chapter 79. Do not disturb the crazy upgrade of Xinhua. After dealing with the 3 major families, the guards returned to the shelter, began to rest, and then continued training. On the other side, on a picturesque island, there was a forest, and in the middle of the forest stood a luxurious manor. Inside the manor, an old man was looking indifferently at the battlefield in the distance, where artillery fire was raging. Grandpa, the Xinhua sanctuary has already wiped out the Chun, Wang, and Zhang families, and also resolved the punishment brought by the gods. Should we continue to recruit the Xinhua sanctuary as planned? No, let them develop in peace. Although they have met the conditions for being recruited, their strength is still insufficient. When facing the regular army sent by God, they will still be quite powerless. The old man said lightly, "It's just cannon fodder. What strength do you need? The one who can survive is the real strength." The girl in front of the old man sneered. They can't be considered cannon fodder. I had never even heard of the Xinhua shelter before it came into being. If they hadn't been collecting supplies on such a large scale, I wouldn't have known that such a behemoth had suddenly appeared in High City. You know, it's so difficult to build a shelter in High City without my knowledge. And even now, we only know that their leader is a young man, but we don't know his specific name. Hearing the old man's words, the girl's expression remained extremely cold. Okay, you go out first. The battle outside has just begun, and we need your command," the old man said in a slightly serious tone. "Okay, Grandpa." After saying that, the girl walked out of the room. Watching the girl walk out, the old man smiled slightly and murmured softly, "The flame shelter, carrying on the flame and forging ahead? What a great name, Jiangyu. Let me see how far your flame shelter can grow. There's only one thing I can do for you now." After saying this, the old man walked to the table, took out a telegraph, and simply wrote on it, "Do not disturb, Xinhua shelter." The next day, at noon, Jiangyu woke up from his bed, washed up, and came to the table to eat the breakfast that had been prepared long ago. Jiangyu subconsciously said in his heart, "Sign in." Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving 1,000 corpse crystals. Ding! Congratulations to player Jiangyu for clearing the Aries Trial Game's primary trial, achieving an S rating. Rewards have been settled and are being distributed. Please check. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 3 random item lottery cards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the first level gene lock. You can upgrade the gene lock later through evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening a new panel. Ding! Generating a new panel. Host, Jiangyu. Shelter level, planetary level. Strength, 108. Spirit, 109. Stamina, 111. Speed, 107. Gene lock, level 1. Evolution points, 5,000,000. Each improvement in a single point of the 4th dimension requires 1,000 evolution points. Jiangyu, who had just woken up, was eating fried dough sticks when he heard so many ding-dong sounds. He subconsciously thought he was still dreaming. Just as he was about to make a cup of coffee to wake himself up, he suddenly realized that this was not a dream. Crack! In a moment of excitement, Jiangyu subconsciously crushed the cup he was going to use to make coffee. Afterwards, Jiangyu looked at the crushed coffee cup in his hand with a look of disbelief on his face. Wait a minute, is the sign-in system working? And it seems to have been upgraded. Jiangyu, with a look of shock on his face, finally noticed the changes in himself. The sudden immense strength and the clear mind at this moment. It seems I've been unlocked at level 1. Even though it's only level 1, my physical data is 10 times that of an average person. It's terrifying. After a careful experience, Jiangyu couldn't help but sigh at the power of opening the first level gene lock. No wonder the difference between combat-type androids and other androids is so big. And as far as he knew, the physical data of the combat-type android was not much higher than his current self. I need 1,000 evolution points to improve each 4th dimension, right? That means I still have a full 5 million evolution points to use. Thinking of this, Jiangyu's expression brightened, and he immediately started the one-click upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Strength +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Physical strength +1. Ding! Generating a new panel. Host, Jiangyu. Shelter level, planetary level. Strength, 208. Spirit, 209. Stamina, 211. Speed, 207. Gene lock, level 1. Evolution points, 4,600,000. After spending 400,000 evolution points to improve his thinking ability to 200 points, Jiangyu felt more abundant power in his body. Now he felt that he could kill a cow with one punch. Well, since there are so many evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for his strength. Ding! The host has reached the peak of the first level. It will cost 500,000 evolution points to unlock the 2nd level gene lock. Do you want to unlock it? Open. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the 2nd level gene lock. Well, let's do this for now. I'll save the evolution point for now. I don't know if I'll need them later. Call out panel. Ding! Generating a new panel. Host, Jiangyu. Shelter level, planetary level. Strength, 1,008. Spirit, 1,009. Stamina, 1011. Speed, 1,007. Gene lock, level 2. Evolution points, 900,000. Feeling the extraordinary power in his body, Jiangyu felt that he could kill 10 cows with one punch. After a brief adaptation, Jiangyu looked back and recalled the hint about passing the trial game. The system said, I passed the initial trial of the game. Does that mean this isn't the real apocalypse, but just a virtual reality game? I didn't complete the game at the beginning, but I've been inside the game the whole time, and this isn't even the real world. In an instant, Jiang Yu, who originally thought that the game was really the end of the world, began to doubt his life. But if this is really a game, how do I get out? Can I ever return to the real world? And if this is just a game, then what's the point of building this torch shelter? What's the point of passing on the torch? When the game ends, all of this will vanish. At this moment, Jiang Yu's expression fell into confusion for the first time. Chapter 80: The Mystery of Corpse Crystals and Scenery Along the Way. Could it be that everything I'm doing now is just a dream? When the game ends, it will turn into nothing but empty smoke and vanish. Is this a game or reality? Jiang Yu looked at the breakfast in front of him and murmured with a complicated expression. Sir, Dr. Lu Yaya wants to see you. She said she has discovered the secret of the corpse crystal. When Jiang Yu was stunned, Jarvis's voice came into his ears. Jiang Yu nodded slightly, then had a simple breakfast or lunch and went to the laboratory. When I arrived at the laboratory, I saw Lu Yaya holding the petite Xiao Ling with a look of excitement on her face. Next to them was Professor Zheng with a smile of satisfaction. Jiang Yu, we've discovered the secret of the corpse crystal. How is it? Want to hear it? Lu Yaya looked at Jiang Yu with an arrogant look and said complacently, Well, okay, tell me. Jiang Yu said in a slightly low voice. Lu Yaya immediately realized that Jiang Yu's condition seemed to be a little off. Although she was puzzled, she hesitated for a moment and continued to speak. After so much research, my teacher, my junior sister, and I have discovered that the reason zombies are so eager to devour fresh flesh and blood, and the reason they were able to display such formidable strength on the night of the blood moon, is all due to the corpse crystals. Through our research, we found that the reason why zombies like to devour fresh flesh and blood is because they subconsciously want to evolve the corpse crystal. Evolution requires a lot of energy, and the fresh flesh and blood of an adult human body is an important source of energy. Therefore, zombies chase and devour humans so madly. When the corpse crystals have absorbed a large amount of energy, they will evolve. After the corpse crystals have evolved, the zombies will use the corpse crystals to evolve their bodies, making their bodies able to withstand the energy of the corpse crystals. We speculate that the many mutant zombies on the day of the blood moon came from this. After learning the principle, we began to study whether the evolutionary effect of corpse crystals could be applied to ordinary people, so that ordinary people could also evolve, but unfortunately at the beginning, no matter how we integrated them, we couldn't get the energy of the corpse crystal to enter the human body. We tried injecting, swallowing, and holding it in the mouth, but none of them worked. That was until we thought of vaporizing the corpse crystal through high temperature and then releasing it into a room so that the people in the room could absorb it from all angles. Under Jarvis's modeling simulation, we found that this is completely feasible. After an ordinary zombie's corpse crystal is vaporized at high temperature, through data simulation, it will slowly increase the human body's various physical qualities when it enters the human body. We speculate that when a certain amount of corpse crystals is applied to a person, the amount will cause a qualitative change, and the gene sequence in the human body will change. Because of the change in genes, the physical quality will be instantly improved. In this case, the teacher calls it an open gene lock. According to the data we listed, people whose genetic locks have been unlocked will be much stronger than ordinary people in terms of physical fitness, reaction, combat effectiveness, and speed. Now, all we need is human trials to find out whether our research is correct. Jiang Yu, the one you're talking about should be this one. After Lu Yaya finished speaking such a long string, the arrogance on her face became even stronger, and she asked excitedly, Well, good work. Now that we've made some progress, let's start human trials. After saying that, Jiang Yu walked out of the laboratory with a blank expression, without any joy at all. Seeing Jiang Yu's appearance and state, Lu Yaya and the other two looked at each other with confusion. The three of them were all confused. I'll go take a look. You guys continue your research. Professor Zheng, an elder, noticed something was wrong with Jiang Yu, so he walked towards the direction Jiang Yu left and spoke. Following Jiang Yu's figure, Professor Zheng came to a garden. He sat down next to Jiang Yu and smiled. Why, this doesn't seem like you, showing such a decadent expression. Professor, if the end of the world is just a game, then no matter how it ends, whether we win or lose, all our efforts will be in vain. In the end, the game will be deleted and restarted. So, is there any point in continuing to play? Jiang Yu did not answer the professor, but asked on his own. When Professor Zheng heard Jiang Yu's question, his expression froze, as if he was surprised why Jiang Yu had asked this question. After a brief thought, Professor Zheng smiled faintly. Does it matter whether the game will be deleted and restarted? Isn't it important? In the game, all your efforts, all your hard work, all your efforts will all turn to ashes the moment the game ends, turning into a pile of useless garbage data. Jiangyu turned around and asked in surprise. Haha, Jiangyu, have you ever heard of this saying? Life is a game, play life. Life on Earth is only 100 years, and we all die in the end anyway. Why do ordinary people buy cars and houses, pay off mortgages and car loans? Why do athletes strive to pursue their championship dreams? Why do politicians pursue ultimate power? Why do businessmen pursue ultimate wealth? Why do Aries insist on earning over 10,000 yuan a day? Do you know why? Jiangyu thought for a moment and shook his head. That's because of the process. It's the process of pursuing something that you most desire in your heart. You buy a car so that you can take your family out for a trip every time and see the happy and comfortable smiles of your children and wife or husband. You buy a house so that you can have a place to settle down and have a guiding light for you to return home on this planet. Politicians pursue power in order to experience the ultimate feeling brought by power, and businessmen pursue money in order to see the money flowing into their pockets. If a politician is suddenly given enormous power, he will not feel excited but terrified and worried, because he simply cannot bear the huge transformation of power brought about by this position. Instead of enjoying it, he will become a laughingstock of others. Similarly, if you suddenly give a businessman billions of dollars, he may not be happy, but may be scared to death. So, the ending isn't important. What matters is the process. You, Jiangyu, opened this Xinhua sanctuary and shouldered the responsibility of carrying the torch. You are the chosen one. Even if this is just a game, you are still you. You are still an irreplaceable character in this game. Chapter 81, 3 Lottery Draws. Even if the game is really over, even if you really return to reality, everything in this game will be an invaluable memory after you leave the game. And I believe that no matter whether this is reality or a game, the three of us, Yaya, Xiaoling, will not regret meeting you, Jiangyu. And I don't feel like this is just a game. I can feel my heart beating, the changes in my breathing, the protrusion of my lumbar spine, the pain of my frozen shoulder, and these feelings are all very real. After finishing his words, Professor Zheng looked at Jiangyu, who was lost in thought, nodded slightly, patted his shoulder, and stood up with a smile. After walking a few steps, Professor Zheng's face was full of distress. Such a heavy responsibility rests on a child. I don't know why it was him, but it's truly cruel. What a tragic end. Poor sentient beings. Poor Jiangyu. Professor Zheng slowly walked towards the laboratory. After a long time, Jiangyu's silent face finally moved. Humph. Humph. Huh. Yes, I'm obsessed. I am obsessed. The professor is right. So what if it's a game? So what if it's reality? Even in the game, I, Jiangyu, can control a planetary shelter, command tens of thousands of people, and crack the second-level gene lock. Is this possible in reality? Here I can control everything, command everything, everything. Even if the game is eventually deleted, what does it matter? Isn't it enough that I enjoyed the process? Isn't playing a game all about the process? Jiangyu smiled slightly. After he figured it out, his mentality changed dramatically. His originally confused mood became extremely clear at this moment, and his brain began to work quickly. The effect of opening the secondary gene lock was perfectly demonstrated after Jiangyu figured it out. After thinking for a moment, Jiangyu said softly, Jarvis, have Liu Yaya and the others expedite the human trials and popularization of corpse crystals? Yes, sir. Professor Zheng, I, Jiangyu, owe you this time. Looking at the crowd coming and going in front of him, Jiangyu's spirit became extremely relaxed. In the laboratory, Liu Yaya was stunned when she received the message from Jarvis. Teacher, what did you say to Jiangyu? Why does this guy's state change every minute? Nothing, just a few words from my heart. Professor Zheng took a sip of coffee and smiled faintly. I didn't expect that kid to be so receptive. Afterwards, Jiangyu returned to the command room, looked at the content in the surveillance, and began to think about the next plan. There are still 3 cards left to draw. Let's draw them first. System, use the lottery card. Ding. The game is drawing random items for Aries Trial. Drawing. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a zombie transformation device, which has been placed next to the artificial human warehouse on the 46th floor. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 planetary-level auxiliary arsenal research and construction rooms. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the operational artificial war armored robot production line 2. Ding. Affiliated scientific research arsenals have been established on both sides of the Shinwa shelter. Host, please send personnel in as soon as possible. After the lottery, Jianyu looked at these familiar yet unfamiliar words, and his mind couldn't help but recall the shock he felt when he first saw this thing when he was playing this game. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. I didn't expect to get these things. The zombie transformation device uses the zombie crystals to resurrect zombies, allowing them to get rid of their zombie bodies and turn into androids. Although they have become androids, their other abilities as zombies, their wisdom and memories in life will be synchronized to the new body, and their loyalty to the host will be full. The scientific research arsenal was even more impressive because it wasn't a place for producing simple, ordinary weapons. Instead, it produced war robots that were tens of meters tall. The purpose of producing war robots was to fight against the behemoths of the Zerg. The production line of the operational artificial war armored robot is used to build this huge and incomparable combat robot. A production line can produce an operational robot within half a month. As long as there are enough corpse crystals, it can be produced unlimitedly. Back in the game, in order to obtain a production line for combat robots and create combat robots to fight against the Zerg's fusion monsters, Jianyu recharged thousands of yuan before he successfully drew the production line. It seems that we may need to produce more androids. I can only feel at ease if a place as important as the arsenal is fully staffed with androids. Unless there's a technological genius that I truly trust. While thinking, Jianyu walked towards the 46th floor of the base and came to the hatch needed to create artificial humans. I have a lot of corpse crystals now, so I can create a lot of androids. In that case, I will directly create level 2 androids. After they're created, I will upgrade all the level 1 androids in the base. Jianyu turned around and saw the zombie conversion device. It's exactly the same as in the game. On the right is a production cabin that can only accommodate one person, and on the left are various complex electronic operating systems. Jarvis, do you know how to operate it? No problem, sir. I was implanted with the instructions for operation after this appeared. All I have to do is put in the corpse crystals that need to be transformed and the energy corpse crystals required for the transformation, and then the transformation can begin. The energy required to convert energy corpse crystals is different. The first level conversion energy is 100,000, the second level 200,000, the third level 300,000, and so on. Good. Jianyu took out the corpse crystal of the third level Lord Zombie, played with it for a while, and then threw it directly into the... Afterwards, Jianyu threw in another 300,000 corpse crystals as the energy required for the transformation. With the entry of the corpse crystal, the zombie transformation device that had been dormant for who knows how long began to revive. The extremely complex parts inside began to cooperate with each other at this moment, preparing to create a new zombie lord. Transformation officially begins. Estimated completion time, 48 hours. Jarvis' voice came. Jianyu nodded slightly, and then came to the android cabin. Jianyu took a quick look at his corpse crystal balance. The total amount of corpse crystals he had now was close to 1.7 million. It seemed like a lot, but after actually using it, he found that it was not enough. After a brief thought, Jianyu said, Jarvis, create 3,000 second-level androids of each type. Okay, sir. We are starting production in batches. With the input of Jianyu's corpse crystal, Jarvis began to operate the artificial human cabin. These artificial humans alone cost me 1.2 million corpse crystals. Chapter 82. Horrific consumption at the arsenal. Adding the 300,000 spent on the zombie transformation device, Jianyu now only has a few 100,000 corpse crystals left. Seeing the number of corpse crystals rapidly decreasing in a straight line, Jianyu couldn't help but take a breath. Money used to be unstoppable, but now it's the end of the world. Money is useless, so I don't have this worry anymore. But I didn't expect that even at the end of the world, there would be another corpse crystal that can't be spent. After the simple pain, Jianyu still had to go and see the scientific research and construction room of the planetary-level affiliated arsenal to find out how many people this arsenal actually needed. Jianyu was not sure either, so for the time being it was better to build more. After all, although it was just an auxiliary arsenal, it was at least a quarter of the size of the entire Shinwa shelter. After all, it was used to build combat robots, so it couldn't be smaller. The more than 10,000 robots built today may only be able to maintain operation at best, but it is enough to be able to operate. After all, Jianyu does not have so many corpse crystals to meet the production needs of the robot production line. Coming to a password door that appeared out of nowhere, Jiang Yu pressed his palm print, and then the door slowly opened. On the other side of the door was a clean corridor with silver white as the main body. Jiang Yu walked in slowly and came to the arsenal located to the right of the Xinhua shelter. On both sides of this white corridor were rooms and laboratories for various research purposes. Walking down the corridor to the end, an extremely thick, explosion-proof door opened automatically. The scene outside the door came into Jiang Yu's sight. It was an extremely huge, deep pit that was now unfolding 3 meters in front of Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu looked at the overall graphic picture of the arsenal sent by Jarvis. The depth of this deep pit was at least 40 or 50 meters. Just opposite Jiang Yu's platform at the moment were operating systems and operating consoles that looked extremely sophisticated, as well as countless movable robotic arms. If you look closely along the right side of the deep pit, you can see a 5-meter wide corridor connecting the balcony and the operating table opposite. And around the deep pit are layers of scientific research laboratories, each with a protruding platform, and each platform can clearly see the situation inside the pit. The entire arsenal is now like the letter B. The 2 semicircular parts are neatly arranged various mechanical arms and suspended operating tables, and a straight part is the research room and employee lounge. The overall height of the arsenal exceeds 70 meters. The huge pit in the middle is also extremely huge. According to the information, these 2 pits can accommodate 8 mechas at a time to start manufacturing and repairing at the same time. Looking at the scene in front of him, Jiang Yu couldn't help but sigh. Although there are such scenes in the game, it is a completely different feeling when you really see it with your own eyes. Jarvis, is the arsenal on the other side also constructed like this? Yes, sir. Then can these 2 arsenals be put into use immediately? After preliminary inspections, no problems were found. As long as the various personnel are in place, the arsenal can begin operations. How many people are estimated to be needed to keep it running? 1,000 people can ensure the basic operation of the arsenal. 3,000 people can start research, and 5,000 people can start production. Okay, once the second-level androids are created, you will have 10,000 people go to the 2 arsenals to begin inspections and research and production, and the rest go to the main base to maintain operations. Yes, sir. Looking at the deep pit below, Jiang Yu suddenly looked forward to seeing those huge robot armors he had seen in the game before. Jarvis, I have 2 production lines now. How many corpse crystals do I need to produce an armored robot? After testing, it was found that the production of a complete robot on the existing production line would require 500,000 corpse crystals, which would take half a month. Furthermore, the subsequent maintenance costs would start at tens of thousands of corpse crystals each time. Consuming and replacing weapons also requires additional corpse crystals. If we were to open a new production line to produce simpler small robots, we would only need 100,000 corpse crystals, but starting the production line would require 200,000 corpse crystals. After hearing Jarvis' introduction, Jiang Yu pondered. With my current financial resources, I can only squeeze out a small robot production line, but if I really open it, I will be penniless again. And the most important thing is that my small robot does not enhance my current self much, but instead turns me into a corpse-eating crystal beast. After a brief thought, Jiang Yu suddenly remembered something and asked, Jarvis, if we don't build robots, but only manufacture the weapons on them, how many corpse crystals will it consume? Calculating, sir, if we only build weapons, it will be much cheaper, costing tens of thousands of corpse crystals at a time. And since we don't need to build large-scale weapons, the consumption of corpse crystals will be reduced accordingly. Okay, then we'll start by producing weapons. The current shelter won't work without some weapons to keep it in place. Jarvis immediately listed all the weapons of the 2 robots and let me choose the appropriate one. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. Sir, the weapons of the 2 robot armors are nuclear-powered fists, plasma lightsabers, plasma cannons, nanomaterial armor, nuclear shock cannons, nuclear pulse lances, and electromagnetic photon cannons. In an instant, Jarvis listed many weapons that were originally placed on the robot's body for Jiang Yu to choose from. Jiang Yu looked at the dozens of weapons and equipment in front of him, and his eyes were a little dazzled. He didn't expect that an armored robot could have so many weapons. Jarvis, for now, produce these electromagnetic photon cannons, nanomaterial armor, nuclear blast cannons, nuclear-powered gauntlets, and plasma lightsabers. The reason for choosing these types is mainly because they are more suitable for individual combat capabilities. Jiang Yu now does not lack long-range heavy firepower and firebombing, but lacks the kind of strong individual soldier who can destroy an entire army alone. And these weapons match Jiang Yu's ideas very well. Among these weapons, there are nuclear-powered gloves and plasma lightsabers for close combat, nano-armor for defense, and electromagnetic photon cannons and nuclear shock cannons for portable large-scale attacks. Simply put, it is to arm a single soldier like an armored robot. Okay, sir. If we produce all of them, each set will cost 50,000 corpse crystals. How many sets do we need? We'll produce as many sets as we can. Let's pick a few from the combat-type androids first. Second-level combat-type androids already have their second-level gene lock unlocked. Okay, sir. Once everyone is here, we can start manufacturing. Chapter 83. The Ice Age is coming, a greater crisis. Jarvis, except for me and the androids, no one is allowed to enter the arsenal for the time being. Anyone who wants to enter must come to me for approval, Jiang Yu said with a serious expression. If such an advanced arsenal were to be controlled by someone else, it would be difficult for me to fight against it even with a planetary-level shelter. After all, the production conditions in the shelter are definitely not as good as those in these two exclusive arsenals, unless Jiang Yu's shelter is upgraded to a star level. After taking a final look at the arsenal, Jiang Yu left the arsenal. Now everything was ready. All that was left was to complete the manufacture of the androids and then start operating the arsenal. Back in the command room, Jiang Yu thought about his next plan. According to the game's content, extreme cold will come 2 months after the zombie tide storm. By then, heavy snow will fall, and the entire blue planet will be filled with a silver-white disaster scene. The sea will be frozen, and the temperature will drop to minus 50 degrees. By this time, it will be difficult for ordinary people to survive. If it weren't for the fact that many forces have researched how to open the gene lock, the number of people who died from the severe cold would be enormous. But what is even more despairing is that after 3 months of extreme cold, there will be a Zerg invasion. According to the background of the game, for unknown reasons, the huge meteorite that should have been sleeping forever on the seabed suddenly exploded. The explosion not only caused the Earth's crust to move again, but also put the people on land who had finally recuperated for a period of time in a crisis again. Moreover, because of the explosion, a space channel leading to the Zerg was directly opened. Countless Zergs poured into the Blue Star through that channel. The first few months before the Zerg poured into Blue Planet were the darkest months for humanity. Not only humans, but even some zombies whose strength had reached the 3rd or even 4th level became the targets of the Zerg. If not for the factions that had already unlocked their genetic locks and developed new weapons specifically for combating the Zerg, it's unclear how much longer that one-sided devastation would have lasted. It was also at that time that humanity was finally able to confront the Zerg invasion head-on. I remember that after the Zerg appeared in the game, they didn't rush to invade. Instead, they sent out a few vanguard troops to observe the entire Blue Planet. It wasn't until they discovered that the Blue Planet had fallen in civil unrest that they began to send in larger numbers to invade. They used the space channel in the Pacific Ocean as their starting point and dispersely attacked the surrounding countries with large populations, such as China, the Eaglehead country, and the Russian Bear, the 3 major gangsters on Blue Star, and the ones who did the best in post-disaster recovery. All coastal cities in these 3 countries became the focus of the Zerg. As a result, the people at that time had to endure the threat of zombies, severe cold, and Zerg. You can imagine how difficult it was. High City is my stronghold. I absolutely cannot give it to the Zerg just like that. Therefore, if we want to keep High City, we must use absolute force to suppress the Zerg invasion, or even directly fight the Zerg. After all, insect cores and corpse crystals are what Jiang Yu needs. After thinking a lot, Jiang Yu slowly spoke to Jarvis. Jarvis, wait until the second-order androids are completed and send out the guards to act together. I want to clear out all the zombies in High City, seize the corpse crystals, and build mechas to deal with the Zerg in 5 months. Also, notify Zhang Hong from the residential building and Sun Xiong from the Sun family. Tell them to come to the Xinhua shelter this afternoon. I need something from them. If Jiang Yu wants to use High City as his base, he must be able to firmly control everything in High City and not let anyone interfere. He must be the one who has the final say. As for personal refuges like Zhang Hong and Sun Xiong, Jiang Yu naturally would not choose to stay. He would give them 2 choices. One is to surrender, and the other is to get out. Yes, sir. As he was speaking, Jarvis's notice was immediately passed to Zhang Hong and Sun Xiong. When they saw that Jiang Yu actually came to find them in person, they, as smart people, immediately thought of some bad ideas, but there was no way. They had to go. If it didn't go, maybe Jiang Yu would bring people here. In the afternoon, Sun Xiong and Zhang Hong came to the Xinhua shelter again with serious and hesitant expressions. This time was different from usual. They could feel that the purpose of their visit was unusual. In the meeting room, Jiang Yu arrived early with a smile on his face, while Zhang Hong and Sun Xiong sat down with trepidation on their faces. They didn't bring anyone with them this time and came alone. After all, if Jiang Yu really wanted to deal with them, it would be useless even if they brought more people. Mr. Jiang, I wonder why you asked us to come here? Zhang Hong felt that the atmosphere on the scene was becoming subtle, so she was the first to speak. I hope that Haishir will become my one-man show in the future. So, I give you two choices. Submit to me, or leave Haishir and find another way out. Hearing this, Sun Xiong and Zhang Hong's faces began to change color like a rainbow. Damn it, is that so direct? Such direct words made these two people who had been in high positions for a long time feel strongly unwilling and angry. Because in this sentence, they heard contempt and disregard. Although it is true, thinking and hearing with one's own ears are two different concepts. I'll give you 5 minutes to think. If you don't answer by then, I'll have to use my own methods. As for what those methods are, you know what they are. You've probably seen them before, right? Jiang Yu was having afternoon tea while watching the wonderful expressions of Zhang Hong and Sun Xiong. Zhang Hong and Sun Xiong looked at each other and saw hesitation in each other's eyes. For them who are used to being leaders, to give up their power so easily would be more painful than killing them. Mr. Jiang, can you tell us the reason? You don't need to hear the reason. You just need to know that a disaster greater than zombies is coming. It will be a new round of global disaster. By then, shelters like yours will have no chance of existing. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Zhang Hong and Sun Xiong's faces changed drastically. They knew that Jiang Yu had no need to lie to them. If Jiang Yu just wanted to take them in as a refuge, there was no need for him to look for them. It would be faster to use tough measures directly. Time passed minute by minute, and soon, 5 minutes were gone in a flash. Jiang Yu put down the milk tea in his hand, looked at Zhang Hong and Sun Xiong, and asked calmly, "What's your answer?" Alas, fate cannot be violated, so my residential building shelter will be merged into Xinhua. Chapter 84. Conquering Two Citywide Sky Eyes. A hint of helplessness flashed across Zhang Hong's cold and serious face, and she spoke slowly. If it is true, as Jiang Yu said, there will be a crisis that is more terrifying than the zombie crisis, and the crisis is so powerful that even Jiang Yu, the master of the Xinhua shelter, feels it is difficult to deal with, then the two of their shelters may not even have the possibility of survival. After all, their shelters do not even have a decent firepower. Hey, me too. Hearing that Zhang Hong agreed so quickly, Sun Xiong, who wanted to take advantage of the situation, said helplessly, "There is no way. The situation is like this. I have to agree." Although he was very envious of the living conditions in the Xinhua shelter, but the golden nest and the silver nest were always not as good as his own doghouse. In his own doghouse, at least he was the head of the doghouse and could command one side. But here, he could only keep his tail between his legs and behave himself. Perhaps the only person he could command was his unlucky son. You don't have to be so reluctant. Even though you have joined my Xinhua shelter, it doesn't mean you have to come to the Xinhua shelter. Jiang Yu's words made Sun Xiong and Zhang Hong look stunned. What does it mean to join the Xinhua shelter, but not have to come to the Xinhua shelter? Simply put, you are still the leaders of your shelter, and I am the leader of the two of you. I will give you orders, and you must complete the mission 100% according to them. As for the rest, it is up to you to decide. I will also provide you with weapons. As for food, I will not provide it, but I can send a guard team to help you collect it. The two who were a little confused at first heard Jiang Yu's explanation, and immediately a hint of joy appeared on their faces. According to Jiang Yu, nothing has changed, except that they need to start following Jiang Yu's instructions. Seeing the joy on Zhang Hong and Sun Xiong's faces, Jiang Yu also revealed an inexplicable smile. In that case, I hope you will remember this. Just follow my instructions and do it 100%. You don't need to worry about anything else. Got it. Jiang Yu smiled faintly. Okay, Mr. Jiang. They had not expected to be able to join the Xinhua shelter in this way. They thought they would join the shelter in its entirety and then be assimilated into the shelter. All right, in a couple of days, I'll be doing a major cleanup of High City and clearing out all the zombies. Go back and prepare these few days, gather enough men and troops, and wait for my notification. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Zhang Hong and son Xiong nodded slightly, then left the meeting room under the guidance of the android. Jarvis, prepare a batch of weapons and hand them over to them the day after tomorrow. Yes, sir. With resources and supplies, when the Zerg finally arrive, their 2 shelters will serve as natural defenses. And since I'm in the mountains, far from the sea, the pressure will be much less. Haha, do you really think anyone can enter the Xinhua shelter? Jiang Yu muttered coldly. Jarvis, what level of signal tower do you need to transmit your signal to the entire high city? Sir, it will cost 100,000 corpse crystals to upgrade directly to a high-level signal tower, which will allow the signal to cover the entire high city, as well as parts of Qing City and Yin City. Okay, let's upgrade directly. If you want to control the entire high city, you need an all-pervasive eye. Ding. 100,000 corpse crystals have been consumed, activating the advanced signal tower. The signal radiation range is 50 kilometers throughout High City and surrounding cities. Hearing the prompt tone, Jiang Yu spoke. Jarvis, spread your eyes throughout High City. I want to know how many people there are in High City now, how many zombies there are, how many supplies and shelters there are. There are 6 shelters within 200 miles of the shelter alone, and who knows how many shelters there are that are not within the signal range of the Xinhua shelter. Jiang Yu murmured doubtfully. Sir, we've completed the inspection. We've found 8 shelters of various sizes, all of which are social shelters. There are also 2 military shelters, but they are all empty. A deserted military shelter? Breached? Impossible. How could a military shelter be breached when a family shelter with dozens of people inside wasn't breached? For a moment, Jiang Yu looked confused. Sir, the number of zombies in High City is still quite terrifying. There are not many zombies left within 200 miles of the shelter, but there are many zombies outside 200 miles. Sir, the life signals detected in High City are all in the major shelters. The number of individual survivors under 5 is limited, and the total number of scattered survivors is only a few hundred. Hundreds? That's a lot, Jarvis. Keep posting recruitment notices. Anyone who's managed to survive this long in this apocalypse must be quite capable. Then, send a message to the leaders of the 8 major shelters and ask them to come to Xinhua shelter. I need to discuss something with them. Soon, under Jiang Yu's instructions, Jarvis executed these instructions in an orderly manner within a few seconds. At the Lin's Chamber of Commerce, several people who had agreed to jointly lead the executive power of the Chamber of Commerce looked seriously at the mobile phone that suddenly connected to the internet. On the phone, it was Jiang Yu's notification that was displayed. Everyone, what do you think of this email from Xinhua shelter? How to watch? Sit down or lie down? Just posturing. Our Lin's Chamber of Commerce hasn't even made a move yet, and this Xinhua shelter has already taken control of High City. How ridiculous. Yes, it's just a provocation from a clown. We don't need to pay attention to it. Let's quickly break into the Chamber of Commerce's vault. Everything we want is inside. At this moment, not only the 8 shelters had their signals restored, but many other shelters and individual survivors also saw the recruitment message from Xinhua shelter. They hadn't eaten for a long time, and when they saw the generous conditions in the shelter and the delicious pictures posted by the residents, they couldn't help but wish they were in the Xinhua shelter right now. Xinhua shelter. This should be an official shelter. Otherwise, how could the welfare be so luxurious? I'm not sure. The introduction doesn't say it's official, but who cares? As long as there's something to eat, it's fine. Can it be worse than our shelter? That's right. I've been eating cockroaches all the time these days. There were a few times when I was in such a hurry that I couldn't bite them to death, and the cockroaches even came out of my nostrils. Chapter 85. The massive rescue effort leads to resentment. Hey, there are new people coming to the base. The shelter is really getting more and more prosperous. Yes, I'm proud of everything about this flame shelter. The next day came. Johnny woke up early from bed and signed in as usual. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining 10,000 corpse crystals. Jiang Yu, who was still a little sleepy, was no longer sleepy after seeing the 10,000 corpse crystals signed in. The sign-in system is great. It's instantly powerful. But why not just sign in for 1 million? That way I can make a few more sets of combat equipment. After a brief fantasy, Jiang Yu quickly finished his breakfast and then came into the valley. Here, all the guards and a total of 600 combat androids are ready. Everyone is waiting for Jiang Yu's arrival. Good morning, sir. The moment they saw Jiang Yu, they shouted loudly. Jiang nodded slightly, then stood on a high platform and spoke slowly. Today's mission is to rescue those who qualify to join the shelter. This time, the search and rescue area is the entire high city. Everyone must return to the shelter before nightfall. It's now 8 a.m., and there are 9 hours until sunset. Everyone must return to the shelter safely and intact before 5 p.m. Do you understand? Jiang Yu shouted in an extremely serious voice. Understood, sir. Everyone, get in the car and go. The combat-type android took over Jiang Yu's words and shouted in a loud voice for the guards to get in the car. After the zombie tide storm, the guard team is now completely different from the beginning. Now they're like a whole. The discipline when getting on the bus was extremely strict, the movements were uniform, and the speed of getting on the bus was extremely fast. As the roar of modified cars rang out, one after another modified cars left the Xinhua shelter and began the citywide rescue mission. Jiang Yu watched them leave, then returned to the command room, asked someone to send some snacks, and controlled the overall situation through Jarvis's surveillance. Everything went smoothly during the rescue. Because the Doomsday disaster had lasted for a while, many people had already been smoothed out by the Doomsday. When they knew someone was coming to rescue them, they would immediately get on the car, not caring whether they were good or bad. Of course, some people who had no conditions to get on the bus knelt down to the guards, and even if the guards couldn't bear to see them, the emotionless guards still didn't let those people get on the bus. Commander, why don't you let those people get on the bus? Even if they don't meet the requirements, they are still our compatriots. One of the guards asked, what's the point of saving them? They have no skills at all and can only be parasites in the shelter. The guard spoke. Then they can also work in factories or as cleaners. Don't people who do those things have any professional skills? The man still asked without giving up. Did anyone in your family enter the Xinhua shelter? Yes, me, my parents, and my sister. So you're planning on letting your parents leave the shelter and letting those idiots do jobs that anyone can do? The commander said this, and the others immediately understood. It turns out that those positions were prepared for their relatives who had no special abilities, not them. And if it weren't for them, their relatives would also have to stay outside and suffer from hunger and cold. I hope you remember that the Xinhua shelter is not a charity. Those who can enter are those who can contribute to the future development of the shelter. Also, put away your compassion. In the end times, the most undesirable thing is your compassion. If you don't believe what I say today, you will pay a heavy price. After hearing what the guard said, many people's faces turned ugly, and many people had expressions of dissatisfaction on their faces. After all, they joined the shelter not long after the apocalypse began, and it was difficult for them to immediately let go of the compassion they had in peacetime. Soon, under the quick action of the guards, one survivor after another was rescued and put on the modified car, and at the same time, one after another people who tried to fish in troubled waters were driven away by the guards. For a moment, the guards' swift movements made everyone in the shelters feel an extremely strong threat. If things continue like this, perhaps there will be fewer and fewer talented people in their shelter, and in the end, only a few termites who only know how to eat and drink will be left. Although there are fewer zombies in Haishur now, there's still quite a few, especially in some closed and densely packed buildings, where there are often a lot of supplies, but similarly, there are also quite a few zombies. Xinhua's shelter is going too far. In just one morning, dozens of people sneaked away from us. In the meeting room of Lin's Chamber of Commerce, several leaders were discussing with anger. That's right. We can't let the Xinhua shelter be so arrogant anymore. No matter who they are, it's too arrogant to snatch people like this. Third brother, come up with a plan. Everyone looked at a long-haired young man in the corner of the room. This long-haired young man had a very low presence. If they hadn't mentioned them, many people would not have noticed him. I've read the information about the Xinhua shelter. Even if it's only half true, it's beyond the capability of our current Lin's Chamber of Commerce to handle. Have you considered this? The long-haired young man looked at the people who were looking at him and asked softly. Hearing the young man ask this, everyone was stunned. Even the third brother who seized the Lin Chamber of Commerce from the Lin family felt that the situation was difficult. Why no? The man who asked the question just now asked. Yes, but if it is leaked, the consequences will be serious. The current Lin family cannot withstand their wrath. After hearing the third brother's warning, everyone looked at each other and nodded. We must kill him. No matter what fire refuge he is, can they really kill us all? Yes, they're powerful, but we are not pushovers either. If this continues, the only ones left in the Lin's Chamber of Commerce will be the old, weak, sick, and disabled people they don't want. Won't that be a slow death by then? For a time, disputes arose everywhere, and people came one after another clamoring to make Xinhua's shelter look bad. Okay, in that case, then you must follow what I say next. When everyone in the conference room heard that the third brother had come up with a plan so quickly, they immediately listened attentively. Chapter 86, I Can't Bear to Disobey Orders. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a day has passed quickly. It is now 4:30 in the afternoon, and there are still half an hour to 50 minutes before sunset. On the other side, a modified car full of survivors was carrying dozens of guards, including 2 members of the Royal Guard, who were carrying out their last rescue mission. This time a mission is for 2 people, and there are 2 more seats on the car. When passing through a ruined area, the escort team driving the car heard several shrill screams of an old man. Child! My child! My child! Someone please save my child! Stop the car! Someone needs help! The escort team, who had been rescuing people for a day, stopped the car immediately when they saw this scene and planned to get out to check, but the personal guard frowned and said in a deep voice, "Don't get out of the car, drive away immediately, and don't get involved in anything that is not our responsibility." As soon as the Royal Guard said this, the expressions of the guards changed drastically. They looked at each other gloomily for a few seconds, then took a deep breath. "Commander, please forgive us for having difficulty following orders. We cannot bear to see someone in trouble and not rescue them when we have the ability to do so." A guard leading the group spoke. "Even if it means risking your safety, the safety of everyone on the bus, and the well-being of your families in shelter?" The 2 guards asked in a deep voice, their tone full of dissatisfaction. "Yes, I'm sure my parents would be very proud of me if they knew I did this." "You guys too? Do you all think so?" The guard turned his gaze towards the others and asked. The rest of the guards looked at each other and nodded slightly. "Sir, we've been saving people all day. They're all pitiful people. Since you have the ability, why don't you save more?" "Yes, sir. In the apocalypse, what people need most is to help each other, not just those who should be saved. We should save everyone within our power. Aren't there still many empty rooms and shelter? The commander has so much supplies anyway, so it shouldn't be a problem taking care of a few more people." Several younger members of the guard team spoke with expressions of pity. Today, they have seen too much joy and sorrow and suffering, which are things they could not see, endure, or ignore when they entered the shelter on the first day of the apocalypse. So this is the first time they have disobeyed the commander's orders. They believe that the commander in the base will also agree with them. The 2 guards looked at the dozens of young people in front of them and realized that they all thought so. Their faces suddenly became extremely ugly, but they soon returned to their expressionless expressions. "I'll ask you one last time. Have you really thought this through?" The man from the Royal Guard asked again. Dozens of people raised their weapons and shouted with determination. "In that case, leave it to you. Just don't regret what you did today." The android looked at the young men in front of him mysteriously and said with a cold expression. Although many people were keenly aware of the commander's suddenly strange and indifferent tone, they did not pay too much attention to it. What they needed to pay attention to now was those poor people. Soon, all the guards got out of the car with weapons in hand. In an instant, only one thin guard was left in the car. "You're not going? I'm not stupid." Hearing that person's words, the guard's eyes fixed, and then they stopped talking and watched the group of young people diligently helping them into the car, along with 2 skinny children. They all had dull expressions, and their faces were covered in dust and bloodstains. The young people in the car felt more and more distressed as they watched. Some bandaged the wound, some stopped the bleeding, and some distributed food. "Thank you so much. Without you, how will we old guys survive?" "Auntie, you're welcome. This is what we should do." "Grandma, I'm hungry." "Little brother, you must be hungry. Come and eat. There's still plenty in the car. Eat quickly." "Thank you. Thank you. You are such a nice person." Several old men hurriedly knelt down in front of the guards, their faces filled with joy and smiles of surviving a disaster. This scene also made the guards look at the Royal Guards with excitement and pride, as if they were doing the right thing. Seeing the look in the guards' eyes, the 2 members of the Royal Guards smiled coldly. Using other people's things to save others is really generous. Amid the old man's voice of gratitude, the modified car continued to drive. Soon, after rescuing the last 2 people, the modified car prepared to return the same way. At this moment, there were only a few dozen minutes left before nightfall, and they needed to leave the city within this time. Damn it, look at my brain. How could I forget that I have a few old neighbors at home? They're kind people. They have saved many orphan children and kind young men. Can you go back for a while? Don't worry, it will be quick. We'll be there in 10 minutes. An old man slapped his head and said with regret, Isn't this too much trouble for you? Well, if it's troublesome, it's fine, but they are weak and sick. What if they don't survive tonight? After hearing the old man's words, the guard were instantly filled with a sense of responsibility and spoke immediately. Don't worry, old man. We will definitely get them out safely. Turn around immediately. Good. The guards turned around excitedly and headed in the direction the old man pointed. The two guards who were leading the mission watched this scene with a sneer in their hearts. One of the androids looked at the man who had not gotten off the car just now and suddenly saw the sneer in his eyes and his position within 3 steps of him. At that position, if there was any movement, he could come behind them at the fastest speed. Good boy, the android murmured inwardly. Soon, the modified car arrived at a residential building. There were not many zombies in the residential building, only a few wandering around. After quickly clearing out the zombies, 2/3 of the guards got off the car, followed one of the old men into the car, and the rest stayed in the car to guard. Soon, the guards pulled out 2 frail old men who were lying on the windowsill, unable to move, with their eyes closed and no sound, as well as several 7- or 8-year-old children who looked bewildered. It's okay, it's okay. A therapist will be there to help you soon. The young people in the guard team couldn't help but tear up when they saw the old man and the child were so weak. Chapter 87. Everyone gathered to see the tiger in the road. The guards in the car looked at the 2 lying old men with a hint of doubt on their faces. Thank you, thank you. You are such kind people. One of the kind-looking old ladies said with a smile on her face. It's okay, old man. This is what we should do. Thank you, big brothers. I want to be like my older brother in the future. Amidst the voices of gratitude, the guard were extremely proud of what they had done. At this moment, they felt like they were the omnipotent gods. Soon, they drove away from the residential building. The car, which was originally a little spacious, became extremely crowded. Because there were so many people, the space in the modified car became extremely crowded. The space that originally had 2 people was now squeezed by 3 people. Everyone, just be patient. We'll be back to the shelter soon. The guard naturally saw the expressions of the crowd, and he couldn't bear it and spoke loudly. Hey, I wonder where your shelter is. How could it be so powerful? Our shelter is called the Manhwa shelter. Our commander may be young, but he's incredibly powerful. Soon, under the guidance of the ant, the guards told all the information about the Manhwa shelter, including those attack helicopters and artificial intelligence and those heavy weapons. The old lady, who had originally had a relaxed smile on her face, became increasingly displeased when she heard how powerful the Manhwa shelter was, but soon calmed down. In all this, the guards did not stop the guards from speaking out. Soon, under the rapid speed of the modified car, they gradually approached the exit of the city. People had cars before. The driver saw several buses blocking the road ahead. His expression suddenly stiffened, and he spoke nervously. At the same time, he looked at the guards, but at this moment the guards seemed not to see him and were whispering something. We are the Manhwa Shelter Rescue Team. What do you want to do? A guard near the car door subconsciously stuck his head out and asked loudly. Bang! There's only a gunshot, followed by the sound of something being penetrated and something splattered everywhere. Oh my God! The stunned guards looked closely and saw that the guard who stuck his head out was shot in the head. His brains flowed down the wound on his forehead, and his body fell directly to the ground. Enemy attack! The guards who saw this scene raised their weapons and looked ahead angrily. Some of them also looked at the guards who ignored everything in panic. Although the thin guard also raised his weapon, he was standing closer to the 2 guards. He was only 1 step away from hiding behind them. Don't move. Put down your guns, or I'll make sure everyone in the car is killed. Just as the guard were looking ahead, nervously and preparing to set up camp, a few gloomy and hoarse sneers were heard from behind them. A few people looked back and saw the old men who had just said thank you to them. They were now holding weapons, holding a hostage, and speaking in a cold voice. Old man, I didn't expect the plan to go so smoothly. I also didn't expect the guards of Manhwa shelter to be so unintelligent and naive. If we had known this, we would have attacked your shelter directly. But it doesn't matter. We already have information about the Manhwa shelter. Once we gather enough people, we'll go there and see if it's really as good as you say. Hearing his words, the guards' faces turned extremely pale. At this moment, their minds were filled with those 3 words. What to do? What to do? Many people subconsciously turned their gazes towards the android again. But what I saw was still the cold eyes of the guards. I'll give you 5, drop your guns, and get out of the car. Several old men with guns held the hostages in the car and counted down. Soon, the countdown ended. Before they could react, they heard a gunshot. Bang! Ah! Quiet. No. A gunshot rang out in the car instantly. The guards watched as the man who had passed the shelter assessment was easily killed. He was just one step away from safety. He had survived so much hardship and had already passed the assessment and was picked up by the car. He was just missing that one thing. He should be enjoying food and a room in the shelter at this moment. As the man who was shot slowly fell to the ground, he looked directly at the people in the guard team, as if asking why? No. The guards collapsed instantly at this moment. Seeing the confused and bewildered eyes of the fallen man, they collapsed. Strong self-blame and guilt swept through their hearts. At this moment, their spirits became extremely fragile. Put down your weapons, or you'll be next in 5 seconds. No, let's let it go. Let's let it go. Their spirits became so fragile that they no longer had the ability to think. They obediently put down their weapons and slowly lined up to get off the bus. I hope this will stop the executioner on the other side from shooting. Hide behind him later. The 2 bodyguards also got out of the car, and one of them spoke to the thin guard. The man nodded slightly, then walked behind another guard without leaving a trace. I didn't expect it to be so simple. Tell me, how much supplies will the Shinhwa shelter spend to ensure their safety? I don't know, but there should be quite a few. If so many fully armed guards were killed, even the Shinhwa shelter would feel sad. When everyone got off the bus, behind them, there were several people's extremely arrogant and happy voices. There was only one person guarding the car with a gun at this moment. The rest of the people got out of the car, and the 2 old men lying with their eyes closed were also taken out of the car. Just when everyone was wondering if the person lying there was one of theirs, one of them took out a knife and directly lifted the old man's quilt, revealing the old man's belly that looked like it had been sewn with needle and thread. Digging a groove, the 2 androids seemed to have thought of something, and even they couldn't help but sigh at this moment. Chapter 88, The Devil's Face Pours Down. The next moment, in full view of everyone, they cut open the old man's stomach along the suture mark. In an instant, the skin and flesh turned inside out, but strangely, not much blood flowed out. The river of blood that everyone imagined did not appear. Under the shocked and surprised gazes of the guards, the man tore open his stomach, revealing the scene inside. However, there were no internal organs in the stomach, only bags of black things. Then, the man took the bags out of his stomach. After taking out all the bags, they threw the old man's body away like garbage. The bag was opened, and when it was opened, 10 grenades and several pistols were found. Another old man, lying there, was also cut open in the stomach. After the same treatment, several pistols were taken out. This extremely shocking scene to the visual senses made the members of the guard team extremely excited. They shouted with their scalps tingling. You demons, you are simply demons. Vomit! Vomit! Seeing this extremely uncomfortable scene, several guards could no longer bear it and cursed and vomited. Hee, a bunch of brats. You can't stand this? You haven't even eaten human flesh, have you? Really? The food in your shelter is so good. How can you imagine the cannibalistic life we have out there? Didn't your superiors in there teach you about the law of the jungle and what the outside world is like? You don't really think you are the saviors, do you? You are really great for using other people's resources to save people. But it is a pity that in today's world, you are your own savior. Naive little devils, I would like to ask, if there is no help from Shinhwa shelter, who do you think you can save? In the final analysis, you are just Truman living in the Truman Show, but you mistakenly think you are the savior. How pathetic. At this moment, the 3 views of this group of loving guards completely collapsed. They once thought that the shelter's approach was wrong. In the Doomsday, everyone can only overcome the difficulties by working together. How could they stick to their own ways like the shelter did? However, the reality is completely different from what they imagined, and it is also completely different from the education they received. Why can these people be so cruel? Can the end of the world really change people so drastically? Looking at the guards with gloomy expressions and collapsed outlook, the 2 guards looked at each other, and one of them spoke to the thin guard behind him. I'll give you a mission. If you can kill the man in the car while keeping the hostages alive, I'll apply for a reward for you when we get back. Of course, it's okay if a few hostages die. Don't worry too much about the hostages' lives. In this situation, life and death are theirs. You must prioritize your own safety. Good. Hearing the sudden mission issued by the Royal Guard, he looked happy. Finally, It was his chance to show his abilities. Then he looked at the man in the car with an extremely dangerous look. The man in the modified car suddenly shuddered inexplicably and subconsciously felt that something was staring at him. Oh, it went well. Several figures walked down from the truck opposite. It went very smoothly. I thought I need some tricks to succeed, but I didn't expect that just by sitting down and yelling a few words, they ran down and helped me up. I was so amused. If it weren't for the mission, I would have laughed out loud. Listening to these kind-looking old men saying such cruel words, the voices filled with ridicule and sneers made the guards feel the incomparably deep malice of this world. Each of them was staring blankly at the scene in front of them. Subconsciously, they couldn't help but look for help at the two guards who had been silent, their eyes full of pleading for them to take action, but the guards seemed not to see it and remained silent in response to the guards' expressions. Seeing that indifferent look, the guards suddenly became even more desperate. 3, 4, 5, 6, plus the sniper at 1 o'clock, 8 in total. No, 7. The one in the car is mine. The thin guard heard the voice of the personal guard and spoke. Snort. The guard smiled slightly and snorted coldly, as if he really liked the boy's confidence. Start in 5 seconds. There are no hostages this time. Let's end the battle quickly. The android said softly. At this moment, he no longer cares about these loving guys. If they want to die, he will not stop them. His mission is to bring back the survivors as much as possible. Okay. I'm going to take a picture and post it on the forum so that others can see that this is the legendary manhwa shelter. By the way, let the people in the manhwa shelter exchange good things for their safety. Bang! Before the man who was speaking in the lead could react, he saw a fist as big as a sandbag appearing out of nowhere. Bang! A dull thud echoed among the noisy crowd. Then, they stared in a daze as a half-broken ball flew more than 10 meters away, while the man who was hit on the head was still conscious. In his remaining consciousness, he used his only remaining eye to see half of his head moving further and further away from his body. In an instant, the sudden explosion of the androids made the atmosphere in the whole place silent and quiet. It happened so fast that even though the people around saw it with their eyes, their brains had not yet received the information conveyed by their eyes. The one who reacted the fastest was about to say something when he saw another big man rushing towards him quickly. Puff! Another punch was thrown, and the man instantly fell to darkness in front of him, and a tearing feeling swept through his body. In his remaining consciousness, he could feel that the clear sky suddenly turned to rain, and the heavy rain was washing his body wantonly. And at the same time, it was also washing the bodies of the guards standing in front of him. As the two guards took care of 2 people in an instant, the rest of the people were still in a daze. Finally, when the android blew up the 4th person's head and the 4th column of blood whistled up, someone finally reacted and shouted like crazy. Quick, shoot! Chapter 89. No One Left Behind returns to the flame. Hearing the loud shouting with a hint of crying, several people on the opposite bus reacted immediately, took out their pistols, and started shooting. Bang! Bang! In an instant, several bullets shot out of the chamber and flew towards the android at an extremely fast speed. Looking at the oncoming bullet, the android was not panicked at all. A trace of disdain flashed across his brows, and then he simply tilted his head to the side. The next moment, the bullets that were whizzing towards him were dodged one after another. This is impossible. Seeing that someone on the opposite side could actually dodge the bullets at such a high speed, they all murmured in disbelief. Afterwards, they sped up the firing of bullets in disbelief. However, the result was just like the previous scene. The 2 people opposite them seemed to have activated cheat. Not only did they dodge all the bullets, they even rushed in front of them at an extremely fast speed. Wow, that's impossible. Seeing the man sprinting dozens of meters in just a few seconds, they were stunned and their faces were full of disbelief. The next moment, they felt an extremely severe pain throughout their bodies. When they looked forward again, they saw their bodies slowly falling down. As the last person on the scene fell to the ground with an expression of disbelief on his face, the 2 of them looked at each other, and then one of them rushed towards the sniper's position at an extremely fast speed again. These 2 are human. How come they are so powerful? The snipers hiding in the dark saw that their men were killed so easily with just a few punches, and even the pistol bullets were dodged by them. At this moment, even the sniper hiding in the dark immediately changed his hiding place, huddled in a corner trembling, and refused to make a sound, fearing that he would be suddenly killed at any time. On the bus, The robber who was watching over the others saw that everyone on the bus was looking outside with a dazed and shocked look. He was curious and looked outside. The next moment, he saw two strong men punching his two accomplices in the head. Damn, this is impossible. Seeing this scene, he was dumbfounded. How could this be possible? Afterwards, he hurriedly got out of the car and planned to go to help, but as soon as he got out of the car, he felt someone patting his shoulder several times. He subconsciously turned his head and saw an extremely sharp dagger stabbed into his neck in an instant. Woo. At this moment, he felt as if something was stuck in his throat. He wanted to get it out, but couldn't, and he wanted to swallow it, but couldn't. It was stuck there, and bright red blood kept pouring out from the wound, mouth, and nose. This man looked at the guard standing beside him with an unwilling look on his face, slowly raised his finger, and was about to say something. Puff! The guard saw the man staring at death, and cut off his outstretched finger with a knife again. Thump! The next moment, he could no longer hold on and fell to the ground helplessly. He couldn't even bear the pain in his fingers. His remaining consciousness made his body twitch crazily as the blood was about to be drained out. At the same time, his eyes were fixed on the young man who was ignoring him at the moment. You! The guards who were originally frightened saw that one of their own had killed one of them. They all looked at the thin guard with shock on their faces. Boom! Before they could say anything, they heard a loud noise. They turned around and saw a stone wall being smashed to pieces. A blood-soaked guard came out with a man in his hand. Except for this sniper, everyone else has been killed. Report to the commander. The enemy has been killed. The thin guard also shouted at this moment. Well, you did a good job. I'll give you a reward when I get back. The guard smiled at him. Seeing the smile of the commander covered in blood, the frail guard couldn't help but tremble. But then I thought, isn't this what I long for? Commander, you... The rest of the guards were stunned when they saw this scene. Okay, time to go back. Ignoring the questions from others, one of the guards picked up the fallen pistol and came to the children brought by the old men who were shivering behind the wheels, and then looked at them in shock at the children and others. Bang! 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 Several gunshots rang out, and these children died at the hands of the guards with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Commander, what are you doing? They are just children. Seeing this scene, a member of the guard team shouted loudly. Bang! Just as he was about to say something more, he felt as if his head was hit by a car, and severe pain swept through his head in an instant. This punch made the guard member's head dazed, and also cut off the other's thoughts of speaking. You are no longer qualified to ask me for an explanation. The commander here already knows everything. When we return, the commander will punish you and your families for what happened today. The android said lightly. After he finished speaking, everyone present trembled, and their faces turned extremely pale. Okay, take this tiny dog and go back to the shelter. We're already way too late. After the guard spoke, a group of guards slowly got on the car, and then the modified car started again and headed towards the shelter at a fast speed. Soon, driven by the royal guards, they quickly returned to the shelter. There were already many people standing here, waiting to enter their identity information and then enter the shelter. The commander has ordered that all members of the escort team on this vehicle are not allowed to enter the shelter. Surrender all weapons and equipment, and wait at the temporary assembly area outside until tomorrow. An auxiliary android ran over and said, Okay, sorry for the trouble. The guards couldn't help but laugh bitterly when they saw this scene. They nervously surrendered their weapons and gathered in several small tents that had been built temporarily. Although the scene here made many other members of the guard team feel puzzled and bewildered, they stopped talking after knowing that this was an order from the commander himself. Who is the commander? He is the god of this shelter. Chapter 90. Drive out the fire and suffer the consequences. Without him, most of them might still be wandering outside, hungry and cold, and even staying alive might be a luxury. They might even have died outside and turned into mindless zombies. How could they have lived such a carefree and secure life as they do now? After a busy process of data entry, all the survivors finally completed their identities, distributed their wristbands, and were taken into the shelter. After a series of necessary notifications and warnings, they rushed to the cafeteria with great excitement and had the best dinner they had in a while. Sir, a total of 3,230 new residents were recruited today. The guards suffered 0 casualties and 1 death. The royal guards suffered no casualties. Sitting in the command room, Jiangyu looked at the surveillance content on the screen with a gloomy face and listened to Jarvis's report. Jarvis, show this video to all residents. Let them wake up and see what the outside world has become. Let them see what the outside world looks like now. Let them see clearly how this world devours people. Yes, sir. The next moment, countless people who were chatting and playing cards after get off work saw the video that suddenly interrupted the TV. They originally thought it was a heroic video of the guards going out to rescue people. But as they watched more and more, the gloom and disbelief on their faces became more and more. Is this the world outside? It's so scary. Has it become a cannibalistic situation out there now? It's only been a short time. Is it already like this outside? The Truman Show, isn't it about us? But it's really nice to think about it, to be taken to the Shinhwa shelter at the beginning of the apocalypse. Yes, we don't have to witness this horrible apocalypse with our own eyes. Fuck, are these guards really the same ones who fought the zombies before? Why are they telling everyone everything? Do they have something stuck in their mouths, and they're in a hurry to get it out? Yes, these guards are too ignorant. If they hadn't been accompanied by the personal guards, who knows how many people would have died? Huh, didn't you see? One survivor has already died because of the guard's stupidity. If the Royal Guard hadn't intervened, we might have had to go out and rescue them. By then, the losses would have been even greater. God damn it. The Royal Guards told them not to go, but they still went. Isn't this just pure mental illness? In an instant, the entire shelter was filled with condemnation and abuse of this small team of guards. When the families of these guard members saw the scenes on the surveillance camera, their faces turned pale and full of anger. God damn it. Your family will be proud. Your family's food, clothing, and other necessities are all provided by others. Where do you get the courage to say that? For a time, many people in the shelter felt angry and shocked because of the surveillance video. They acted on their own, refused to listen to advice, overestimated their own abilities, were ignorant, and were blindly confident. All kinds of insults were thrown at them. Everyone was glad to have the powerful guards following them. And, at the same time, they were condemning the small group of guards who did not put the safety of the shelter first. The next morning, Jianyu got up early, had breakfast, signed in, and then summoned a group of guards to gather in the valley. Jianyu and other group leaders stood at the front, and the guards stood at the back. They probably knew the reason for this sudden gathering. They had also watched the surveillance footage from yesterday, and everyone was extremely angry and shocked. The instigators stood in another corner with their heads down, looking depressed and pale. I believe everyone has seen yesterday's video, so I won't go into detail here. Instead, I want to ask a few of you. Who gave you the power to save people at will? Who gave you the power to disobey orders? Who gave you the authority to leak accurate information about the shelter? Who gave you the authority to distribute the supplies of my shelter at will? Who gave you the power to be so self-centered as to think that the plan I asked you to implement was wrong? Jianyu's 5 questions left everyone present speechless. The guards looked even paler and lowered their heads even lower. Because of you, my shelter has lost a professional talent. Because of you, the details of my shelter have been leaked. Because of you, my fire sanctuary was almost dragged into the abyss. It's because of you that a whole carload of survivors almost died because of your stupidity and blind self-confidence. Jianyu's tone of voice became more and more serious, and he became more and more angry, and his speech speed became faster and faster. He was confused. They were all veteran guards who had fought for so long and rescued so many times, so why were there so many people with stupid brains and simple minds? Jiangyu was silent for a while, looking at the guards who lowered their heads and said something. He spoke softly. You said yesterday that you were willing to bear all the consequences of this action. Well, since you are so determined, I will grant your wish. Starting today, take your families and leave the Shinhwa shelter. Take your ambitions, your noble character, leave here, go outside, and build your own utopia. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar at the scene. Jiang Yu's words shocked everyone instantly. Not only all the guards, but even the residents who were watching the live broadcast were shocked. They kicked them out. They actually kicked them out. Although many people speculated yesterday whether they would be kicked out directly, they were members of the guard team after all, so everything was still unknown. I didn't expect that they would actually kick them out today. Furthermore, they were asked to bring their families with them, which undoubtedly made it more difficult for them to survive the apocalypse. Commander, we were wrong. Please give us a chance. We will change. We will definitely change. Commander, we will strictly follow all your orders next time. Please give us another chance. They were originally worried about how harsh the punishment would be, but when they heard that their entire family would be driven out, they panicked, their pale faces filled with panic, and they begged for mercy anxiously, hoping that the commander would show some leniency. Chapter 91 Regrets and New Ideas. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We didn't mean to do that either. Apologies and cries echoed throughout the valley. They couldn't imagine how they would survive in this world that had become a cannibalistic world if they were driven out. Commander, they're still just children. Will you do this? Zhang Yo stood up and tried to plead for mercy. But Zhang Yu looked at Zhang Yo with murderous intent on his face and said, Zhang Yo, do you also want to disobey my orders? If I don't show others the consequences of disobeying my orders today and teach them a lesson, then everyone will have to do the same thing. You're acting recklessly and without regard for the safety of others, letting people in without anyone knowing. If something happens, who will be held responsible? If those people happen to kill your daughter in a suicide attack, who will be held responsible? Will you be held responsible yourself? When seeing Jiang Yu's eyes that looked like a god that was about to bring down divine punishment, even the king of soldiers Zhang Yo felt as if he was in a cold kiln, extremely cold. At the same time, after hearing Jiang Yu's explanation, Zhang Yo finally turned pale and had nothing to say. No matter what else, his daughter was his Achilles heel, and he could give up everything for his family. Jarvis, settle the points on them and their families. Get them out before noon. The royal guards are responsible, Jiang Yumian said with great dignity and seriousness. This matter must not be handled simply. Fortunately, there were guards watching and handling the follow-up. If something went wrong, if these people really let a suicide attack happen because of their useless kindness, even Jarvis, who has all-powerful eyes and hands in the base, would not be able to stop it. After all, Jarvis has no entity, it is just a system. Even gathering manpower takes time, but the explosion does not require time. It only takes 1 second. Therefore, for the sake of other people in the base, and to prevent such things from happening, we must be ruthless in handling this matter today. Afterwards, the originally peaceful and harmonious base suddenly became chaotic. When the families of the guards heard that they were going to be kicked out of the shelter, they shamelessly planned to stay. Even when the guards pointed guns at them, they refused to leave. Most of them were still tearfully telling their stories and sorrows. We're not leaving. Why should we leave? We weren't the ones who made the mistake. So why not just let the one who made the mistake leave? That's right. Since you've taken us in, you have to be responsible for the rest of our lives. Don't let me go. We won't survive if we leave here. Everyone come and see. The Xinhua shelter is kicking people out. We need to unite. Otherwise, you might be the next one to be kicked out. On the square of the 10th floor, the families of the guards gathered here to make trouble. They relied on their numbers and did not leave so easily. Instead, they used loudspeakers to shout. But no matter how they shouted, the other residents looked at them with disgust and hatred. It was because of their families' mistakes and their carelessness that the information of the shelter was leaked and they were almost attacked. If they had really been attacked, who knows how many people would have died? In this situation, it would be a blessing if other people didn't go up and beat them up. How could anyone possibly go up and say something? Finally, the royal guard arrived at the scene, took the gun from the escort, and shouted indifferently. If you leave now, you can still use your points to exchange for things. If you still don't want to leave after 3 seconds, then we'll have to throw your bodies out. Humph. I'll die if I go out, and I'll die if I stay. I'd rather die here. No one can kick me out. Several elderly ladies shouted with crazy eyes. They all came in on the 3rd day of the apocalypse. They didn't want to go back to the apocalypse, especially when they saw the end of the world. People had already started to eat each other. Bang! Just as a gunshot rang out, a burning hole instantly appeared on the forehead of the woman who was speaking. Someone's been murdered. 1. Is there anyone else who won't leave? As the ant fell to the ground, the others started screaming wildly. The crazy expressions on their faces gradually returned to normal. They looked at the royal guards in disbelief. They actually dared to kill people in public? You guys, get out of here now. If you keep pushing me, I'll shoot you all with my submachine gun. The guards shouted with a stern look on their faces. At this point, the farce came to an end. After 1 person died, they finally came to their senses and walked towards the shelter door resigned to their fate. Outside the shelter, a group of nearly 100 people were directly driven out of the shelter. Moreover, after the commotion just now, their points were canceled. They couldn't exchange them for supplies. Those points were worth thousands of points. The guards who were kicked out stared blankly at their former team members who were training in the shelter, not knowing what to say. It's all your fault. Why are you being so kind? Why are you being so kind? We're being kicked out. We're being kicked out. An elderly man was holding a frail woman and angrily scolding his son who was bowing his head in guilt beside him. Your mother is weak. Can't you think about her before you do anything? We asked you to study and join the army, but you studied so hard that you ended up in the toilet. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The young man who was scolded said those 3 words which he had said countless times in a daze and confusion. I just want you to be proud of me. What are you so proud of? What are you proud of? Can pride make you a living? Or can it make you live a stable and good life? You're already a grown man. How come you can't figure out such a small thing? The old man cursed angrily, and even the woman who had always doted on her son was now filled with despair. Outside the shelter, there were voices of complaints, blame, and abuse. And those young people who were full of energy and confidence yesterday now looked like dried eggplants, lifeless and without vitality. All right, everyone listen to me. Although we were driven out, we were once the guards after all. We have certain combat and self-defense capabilities, and we also changed a lot of weapons when we came out. Chapter 92, The Instigator, is killed. It's actually not a big deal to set up a shelter on our own. Plus, the zombies around the shelter have been mostly cleared out now. We just need to avoid the places we visited yesterday, and we'll be relatively safe. A man with a shrewd look between his brows spoke. After hearing what the man said, everyone quieted down. Their expressions kept changing as they pondered whether to agree or not. But in the end, many people looked gloomy. They were not the commanders of the Xinhua shelter and could not survive in the apocalypse on their own. Therefore, it was appropriate for the remaining people who were considered former teammates to form a new shelter together. Afterwards, they all began to leave the shelter area and head towards the urban area of High City. It is now around 10 o'clock in the morning. If they work hard, they should be able to reach Haishur before dark in the afternoon, and then find a place suitable for so many people to live in. Although Haishur is now dilapidated, it is still quite easy to find a place like this to live. Inside the shelter, many people in charge of cleaning were cleaning the people's bed sheets and bedding. Hey, don't you think the commander is too cruel? There's a woman in her 50s living here who has a kind heart. If she weren't so weak and sick all the time, she might not look like she's in her 60s. Why be so cruel? Isn't this a good thing? This is called killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. If the punishment is too light, everyone will behave in this self-righteous way in the future. How will the base operate? If something really happens, will the commander be responsible for cleaning up your mess? And you have to understand, this isn't an official shelter, it's private, and they have their own armed forces. If it weren't for ordinary people like us, and to give the people inside the base something to do, why would they bother with a guard team? After hearing what the woman said, the others frowned, but still felt that it was a bit too much. Don't look at me like that. It didn't happen to you, so you think it's excessive. If a few people from the shelter died, or a few of your relatives died, would you still think it's excessive? They fed you, gave you weapons, taught you how to fight, and yet you still disobeyed military orders. Not killing you is already the most righteous thing we can do. In the past, this would have led to a military court. After hearing what the old lady said, everyone present gradually felt relieved. Yes, if it doesn't happen to you, you can't understand the feelings of the person involved. This matter also fermented among the guards. Although many people also felt that the commander's approach was too cruel, many others felt that it was very appropriate to do so. They were all adults and should be responsible for their own actions. Old Zhang, do you think the commander is too dictatorial? Yes. Although this shelter is his, the people inside were all invited in by him. He can't be so dictatorial. Yes, I think we still need to restore the harmonious governance of a harmonious society. That's right. Although this shelter is technologically advanced, the commander is just a young man, a dictator. This won't work. It's not suitable for a long-term peace and stability strategy. Therefore, this place needs to be co-governed to suppress the commander's dictatorship. But will anyone listen to us? It's okay. We make a living with our mouths. Are we afraid that we can't convince a bunch of ordinary people? And once we convince them, are we still afraid that the commander won't agree? Can he still kick us all out? The turmoil of this incident gradually subsided, and the lives of everyone in the base gradually returned to normal. In the command room, Zhang Yu looked at the surveillance camera and asked, Jarvis, have the attackers been found? Found it, sir. After my comparative observation, the people who came are from the Lin's Chamber of Commerce. Although they are doing it very covertly, under my pervasive surveillance, their actions are as clear as day. Okay, in that case, Jarvis, gather the guards and go destroy the Lin's Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Yu said lightly. But sir, The Lin Chamber of Commerce was the first to accept our invitation, and several other forces have not agreed. Oomph. So what if you agreed? You can't have it both ways. Since they dared to set their sights on us Xinhua, we naturally won't let them off easily. Jarvis, record every move of everyone in the Lin's Chamber of Commerce. I want no one to escape. After we kill them, if the other shelters still don't respond by tomorrow, then we'll just kill them. Hi, sure. Only my voice is allowed to exist. Jiang Yu snorted coldly. Yes, sir. Inside the valley, everyone who had just finished lunch was called back to gather. This time, our target is the Lin's Chamber of Commerce, which attacked the converted bus at our Xinhua shelter yesterday. The commander said, leave no one alive. Remember, leave no one alive. Zhang Yo stood on a high place and shouted in a thunderous voice. The guards below all looked serious. They had listed yesterday's incident as a negative example. For the sake of their families and the shelter, they could not make any mistakes. Although the commander's words may not be entirely correct, at least they were obeyed, and there was no danger to life or punishment. After all, in that environment, even a fighting bull would not believe that he could break out like that. Boom! Boom! When everyone got on the bus, they saw 2 armed helicopters loaded with weapons taking off. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but feel excited. Even armed helicopters were dispatched. Afterwards, a group of people set off to the Lin's Chamber of Commerce on the other side of High City. On the highway, those who were kicked out of the escort team saw the modified cars whizzing past and the armed helicopters flying quickly overhead, and the bitter expressions on their faces were beyond words. Originally, they should have been in the car. But now, it's too late to say anything. From this moment on, they were like 2 lines that briefly intersected and then began to separate. From then on, the distance between the 2 sides became farther and farther, one going up and the other going down. An hour later, the Torch Army arrived at the designated location. Zhang Yo began to command the battle. 6 teams divide into these 6 directions to surround the entire force. Don't let any of them leave the helicopter's bombing range. Receive. The operation this time was very simple. The 6 guard teams were responsible for guarding the escaped people, and the only ones responsible for the action were the 2 armed helicopters above. Chapter 93. Complete extinction, shocking all sides. After everything was ready, the armed helicopter hovering above the clouds quickly landed and fell from the clouds, appearing in front of everyone in the Lin's Chamber of Commerce. That is, at this moment, the people who were gathered in the secret room for a meeting did not know that a disaster was about to happen. Third brother, your plan has failed. I know I told you about the consequences and difficulty of this matter, but you were the ones who insisted on taking action. The long-haired man also said with a serious expression, Oomph, what do we do next? Do we really have to grovel and beg them? No, they don't know that it was our Lin's Chamber of Commerce who did this, so we are still in the dark. So what do you think? Oh no, oh no. Before the leader could finish his words, he heard an anxious voice coming from outside the door. Humph, damn old man. The person closest to the door opened it, and an anxious old man trotted in. What's wrong with that? Could it be that the Xinhua shelter is attacking? The old man paused when he heard this and asked doubtfully, You all know everything? Know what? The Xinhua shelter is attacking. What? The flame shelter is calling. At this moment, everyone who thought it was just a small matter was suddenly shocked and jumped up from their chairs. No, don't you know that? The old man looked at the shocked crowd and couldn't help but murmured in confusion. As soon as he came in, he heard them say that Xinhua shelter had called. He thought they all knew. They called? They really called? The long-haired man asked with a look of disbelief on his face. Yes, they really attacked, and they surrounded the entire Chamber of Commerce. There are 2 helicopters flying in the sky. The old man said with a sad face. Although he was still wondering why these managers looked so shocked when they knew the truth, he still needed to report everything in full. It's over, it's over. No, this is impossible. This is impossible. My plan is perfect. No one would have thought it would be us. Besides, there are many refuges here with similar strength to ours. So why did they suddenly come looking for us? The long-haired man murmured in increasing confusion and disbelief. Is it a random selection? But this is too much of a coincidence. That's enough. What should I do now? They come knocking on my door. The man who had just spoken questioned. Yeah, third brother, what should we do now? We haven't got the things in the safe yet. We absolutely can't confront the Xinhua shelter head-on. Third brother, this time it's all your fault. If it weren't for your negligence, how could we have been discovered? In an instant, The great reputation of the Xinhua shelter caused the managers who had been chatting and bragging to each other in a friendly manner just a few minutes ago to become hostile to each other. A few uncles with bad faces pointed at the third brother's nose and cursed him. Enough. I asked you before, and you all agreed. Why, now that the truth has been revealed, you all start shirking responsibility? The long-haired man questioned the person opposite him angrily. Humph. Anyway, it's all your fault for not doing things right. You'd better die and make amends. That's right. Maybe if you die, the anger of the Xinhua shelter will dissipate. You guys. The long-haired man looked at the group of people who were condemning him in unison with anger and sighed helplessly. He should have expected that the people sitting at the table were just a group of robbers who had taken over the magpie's nest, not a group of truly capable managers. Boom! Just as they were still blaming and cursing, a huge explosion rang in their ears. It's over, it started. Everyone looked through the gate and saw the roar of artillery fire and the whistling sound of armed helicopters outside. Everyone's face turned pale. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Go out and tell them we are willing to surrender to them. Go out and tell them. The leader immediately shouted. But before they could leave the meeting room, before they could say a few words to lick the dog, a rocket exploded directly over their room. Boom! Everyone in the room heard a loud bang, and then they felt that all their senses disappeared. At this moment, they could only feel that their bodies were melting into the air. The last thought of the people in the room at this moment was, why can they be so decisive? As the armed helicopters in the sky bombed for a full 40 minutes, hundreds of people in the entire Lin Chamber of Commerce were killed by the rocket bombing. This long-awaited bombing also made shelters in other places aware of the tyranny and terror of the Xinhua shelter. They could not imagine that they would resort to violence when they disagreed with each other. In the past, the eagle sauce in peacetime was not so decisive. Hurry, accept the invitation to the Xinhua shelter quickly. Hey, it looks like I have to agree. Send an email and say we're willing to surrender. Be nice, no, that's not right. Be humble. The people in the other 7 shelters saw this scene and couldn't help but smile bitterly. They knew a little about yesterday's attack, and they all believed that they were not responsible. While they were secretly investigating, Xinhua shelter had already sent people to bomb it. It was conceivable that the mastermind behind this incident was most likely the Lin Chamber of Commerce. And Xinhua shelter was able to find out who was behind this incident in just one night. Horrible. Horrible. This is the real omnipotence. This is the only thought in the minds of the leaders of the remaining 7 shelters. This Lin's Chamber of Commerce is really looking for trouble. Do they really think they can threaten the Xinhua shelter with just a little cleverness? I didn't expect the Lin's Chamber of Commerce to be so foolish. Now that they're dead, I've lost a major enemy, but the Xinhua shelter is a problem. How am I supposed to lick them? In an instant, the people in the other 7 shelters frowned and thought about what to do next. Chapter 94. Fighting in Style and Tacit Understanding. Guards, take note. The large-scale cleanup is complete. Now it's your turn to conduct a blanket cleanup. Remember the commander's instructions. Crack the eggs, stomp the loaches, and kill all living creatures with one shot. No life should be spared. Yes. The attack helicopter spoke as it looked at the ruins below that had been bombed into pieces. The guards also raised their weapons at this moment and quickly rushed into the ruins of the Lin Chamber of Commerce from all directions. According to the experience of the last robbery of the 3 shelters, all life in the shelter was killed. Even a surviving earthworm would be immediately crushed into meat paste. Report to the commander. A huge safe has been found here. As the guards were conducting a carpet search, they soon found a safe deposit box in the basement, although they didn't know what it was used for. However, judging by the hard steel on the exterior of this warehouse, it is definitely not an ordinary thing. After all, it was bombed for such a long time, and it is still standing so firmly. It is not easy. The guards in the sky suddenly became interested. Leaving 2 on the helicopter to guard and patrol, the rest of the guards jumped off the helicopter. Boom! After a loud bang, he stood upright on the ground. When the guards on the ground saw the guards jumping from a height of dozens of meters above the ground and still being unharmed, they could not help but be filled with horror. Is this the strength of the Royal Guards? Is this the safe depository? Jarvis, can you scan what's inside? The guard asked while holding up the bracelet in his hand. Scanning, please wait. Jarvis' voice sounded in the headphones. The scan is complete. We discovered a large amount of munitions, including pistols, submachine guns, heavy machine guns, and all kinds of ammunition. In comparison, aside from the smaller quantity, The rest of the weapons are similar to those of the regular guards. After hearing Jarvis's scan, everyone at the scene was stunned. They have so many weapons. Why do they keep them in the warehouse instead of taking them out to use? If they took them out to use, then the situation just now might not be one-sided, but after a little resistance, it might become one-sided. This gate has a lock on it, and it's not opened. I guess that group of people don't know how to open it. A guard looked at the door lock, which was full of signs of damage, but still extremely strong, and spoke. When everyone heard his words, they nodded slightly in agreement. Otherwise, there was really no reason not to use weapons. Afterwards, after learning that the things inside were just some weapons, everyone gradually lost interest, continued to carry out the mission, and then packed up the spoils and prepared to return. After they bombed the Linz Chamber of Commerce, they cleaned up and left in just half an hour. The Linz Chamber of Commerce, which originally had a luxurious shelter for hundreds of people, was now turned into a ruin. This scene made the other people in the shelter sigh inconsolably. In the command room, Jiangyu looked at the team returning after successfully completing the mission and nodded slightly. Yes, this battle demonstrated the combat style of Xinhua's shelter. Soon, after the army returned to the shelter, night fell quietly, and the group of people who were driven out of the shelter also temporarily found a third floor as a temporary shelter. The night was cold and windy. Each of them ate dry and astringent bread while recalling their life in the shelter. If they were still in the shelter, they would be covered with warm quilts and eating delicious dinner. The next morning, Jiangyu slept until 10 o'clock as usual. He got up to have brunch and sign in, and then he heard Jarvis' voice. "Sir, people from the other 7 shelters have been waiting at the door all morning." "Oh, you're quite self-disciplined. Call them in. Lunchtime is almost here. Let's treat them to a meal. Whether it's their last meal before execution or a luncheon to show their submission to me, it's up to them to choose." Jiangyu sneered faintly. "Yes, sir. By the way, Jarvis, how far has the android creation project progressed?" "Sir, the first batch of second-order androids has been completed and is now in the second phase of production. 12,000 androids will require a total of 120 phases." "Hey, how could I have forgotten? There are only 100 Jarvis in the android warehouse. How many corpse crystals are needed to upgrade the number of android warehouses?" "Sir, each upgrade of an android warehouse requires 1,000 corpse crystals." After hearing what Jarvis said, Jiangyu calculated the number of corpse crystals he currently had. "The combined total of the corpse crystals I've signed in these past few days and the remaining ones I've had is only around 50,000. That's only enough to create 50 more, which is a bit of a drop in the bucket. Jarvis, in that case, we only need to produce 10,000 androids. The remaining corpse crystals and what I have left will be used to make android warehouses. The manufacturing cost of a second-level android is 100, so the price of 2,000 second-level androids is 200,000 corpse crystals. The android warehouse can produce 200 plus the originally planned 50 for a total of 250. Jarvis, just produce 249. I need to keep one for the emergency." "Yes, sir. There are 249 artificial cells in total. It only takes 30 stages to produce all artificial people, which is 2 months. Even though it took 2 months, it was much faster. I thought 1,000,000 corpse crystals were a lot, but I didn't expect that they wouldn't be enough in just a few strokes. Sir, the transformation of the 3rd-level Lord Zombie has been completed. I have put her into a deep sleep, and she can be awakened at any time. Okay, then after lunch, let's go see what this legendary Lord Zombie looks like after transformation." Arriving at the conference room, Jiangyu immediately saw the leaders of the other 7 refuges who were sitting in their seats, waiting for the entire morning without uttering a single complaint. In front of them, each person had a large plate full of delicious food, but they didn't dare to touch the food or even look directly at the food in front of them or the food in front of others, as if they didn't exist. But now, each of them was trying their best to suppress their downward glances, their frantic sniffles that dared not make a sound, and their frantic swallowing of saliva, which directly exposed their true thoughts of the moment. Chapter 95, Everything Went Smoothly. "Hello, I'm the commander of Xinhua Shelter. My name is Jiangyu." Jiangyu walked to the main seat and sat down, smiling kindly. As usual, when the few people saw Jiangyu, they were shocked at first. "This legendary commander is so young. Why aren't you guys eating? This is the lunch I prepared specially for you all. What's the matter? Do you think I, Jiang, am not worthy of you? Do you think my lunch is not good enough for you?" Jiangyu looked at the steaming but untouched food in front of them and immediately showed a kind smile with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. What a smiling tiger. Hearing the change in Jiang Yu's tone, everyone's expression froze. They didn't expect Jiang Yu to be so hypocritical. A middle-aged man with a kind face spoke. No, it's Mr. Jiang. You haven't come yet. How can we eat casually before the host arrives? Aren't we waiting for you to come, thank you for the food, and then start to enjoy it? In that case, I would like to thank Mr. Jiang for the delicious food. I will not be polite. Seeing the first person start eating, the others immediately understood, thanked, and praised him a few times, and then started to devour the food. They hadn't eaten such delicious food for a long time, so they ate faster and faster. Well, I told you to eat it, and you really ate it. Jiang Yu said lightly, his words filled with murderous intent. Puff! Digging a groove. After hearing this, everyone quickly put down their chopsticks and plates, looking at Jiang Yu with fear on their faces. Seeing their stunned and shocked looks, Jiang Yu's murderous smile immediately turned into a kind one. Hey, eat now, go ahead. You are guests, so why shouldn't I let you eat? Jiang Yu smiled kindly. Wow, brother, are you kidding us? Should we eat it or not? After hearing this, the few people looked at each other and asked each other whether to eat or not. After a short silence, everyone started eating again. This time, Jiang Yu did not stop them. He drank milk tea while waiting for them to finish eating. Soon, 10 minutes later, they were trembling with fear, enjoying the delicious food roughly while observing Jiang Yu's reaction, and finally finished eating the food in front of them. Although it was a delicacy, it was basically just the level of the ordinary 5 dishes and 1 soup before the end of the world. Even though it was only 5 dishes and 1 soup, the 7 of them still devoured it and were still not satisfied. At a time like this, the only place that can still offer such delicious food is Mr. Jiang's refuge. The middle-aged man who spoke first said, Yeah. When everyone heard someone speak first, they immediately echoed. As long as you like it. But this meal is your last meal before execution or a celebratory lunch. It's up to you to choose. Jiang Yu smiled faintly. Brother, are you so direct? You won't be so subtle. Hearing Jiang Yu speak so bluntly, the faces of the people present turned pale. I wonder what Mr. Jiang needs us to do. It's simple. From now on, I need Haishur to have only my voice. You must submit to me. Jiang Yu smiled faintly. Seeing Jiang Yu's words so bluntly, the expressions of the people present suddenly froze. I have spoken so much subconsciously that it is quite difficult to say something straightforward for a while. You only have 1 minute to agree or disagree. Soon, Jiang Yu asked Jarvis to start a 1-minute countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. The time has come. What do you think? 1 minute passed quickly, and before the people present could figure it out, the time was up. Hey, let me go first. My Wong family is just a family-run shelter, and we don't have much supplies or manpower. Since Xinhua Shelter doesn't mind us, then we naturally have no choice. It's our honor to join your shelter. A middle-aged man with a mustache sitting in the corner spoke. Jiang Yu observed that he basically didn't speak and ate the slowest, but he was the fastest to surrender. What about you? Jiang Yu looked at the others, and soon others agreed to the request and agreed to use Jiang Yu's Xinhua Shelter as the... In the end, there was only one force left, and that was the Lu Chamber of Commerce, which could compete with the previous Lin Chamber of Commerce. Although the Lu Chamber of Commerce is not as large and powerful as the Lin Chamber of Commerce, and its business reach reaches several cities, their roots are in High City, just like the roots of the Lin Chamber of Commerce are in Qing City. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake, and the Lu Chamber of Commerce is this local snake. The person sent by the Lu Chamber of Commerce this time was their current Chamber of Commerce president, Lu Yuming. Originally, the people in the Chamber of Commerce wanted to send someone else, but after the Lin Chamber of Commerce was wiped out in an hour, Lu Yunming decided to come alone. Mr. Jiang, if I choose not to join, what will you do? Lu Yunming's words immediately brought the relatively harmonious atmosphere to a standstill, and the air around them became thick again. 2 choices, either leave Haishur or die in Haishur. Jiang Yu looked at Lu Yunming indifferently, and there was no emotion in his tone, appearing extremely cold. Hearing Jiang Yu's domineering words, a trace of helplessness flashed across Lu Yunming's face, and finally he nodded slightly. In that case, we are the ones who know the current situation and are the heroes. After that, I agreed to join. Jiang Yu chuckled, showing his kind smile again, and said, In that case, then stay and have dinner before leaving. Seeing Jiang Yu's epic face-changing, everyone present couldn't help but sigh. This guy is really a hero of the end times. His expression changes faster than turning the pages of a book. Then, after establishing simple rules, they left the shelter one after another and went back to announce the news to everyone in the shelter. Jiang Yu was not afraid that they would regret it at that time. If they really regretted it at that time, then he would have a reason to take action. After watching them leave, Jiang Yu had a simple lunch and then came to the artificial warehouse. Chapter 96. The Temptation of a Beautiful Girl. Here, the first batch of 249 new artificial human warehouses have been manufactured, and the subsequent production of second-level artificial humans is underway. Jiang Yu just took a quick glance and came to the zombie transformation device. Here, in the incubation chamber that was only big enough to accommodate one person, there was a naked girl with long hair lying there. The girl had a beautiful face, long black hair that reached her waist, and a tall and slender figure. She was fat where it should be fat, and thin where it should be thin. Her closed eyes made her look like a sleeping beauty who had been sleeping for 1,000 years. At the same time, there were 10 second-level combat female androids left by Jarvis to guard the surroundings, to ensure that someone could suppress the girl with third-level strength if she went berserk. Jarvis, wake it up. Jiang Yu looked at the 22nd-level androids around him and suddenly felt a sense of security. He took a deep breath, suppressed the urge of his nose getting hot, and slowly spoke. Yes, sir. Key. Comfort. Following a sound like a vacuum being drawn out of the air, the girl's calm and beautiful face began to tremble slightly. She slowly opened her eyes and saw Jiang Yu's slightly curious gaze at a glance. Who are you? The girl's clear, bell-like voice echoed in the artificial warehouse. Where am I? Am I dead? And I turned into a zombie. The girl muttered words while recalling the fragments of memory in her mind, trying to connect them together. This is the fire refuge. Xinhua shelter? What a familiar name. Instructions, extinguish the flame. Instructions, extinguish the flame. The next moment, she recalled the scene of herself being killed by those bombs. I led the army to attack Xinhua, but was killed by the helicopter in the Xinhua shelter. Yes, I was killed by the Xinhua shelter. Doesn't that mean I'm dead? How come you're still alive? Who are you? Did the Xinhua shelter also disappear? The girl's mind was in a trance. Her words were incoherent, and she was talking incoherently. After hearing the girl's confusing words, Jiang Yu didn't ask any more questions, but asked Jarvis to open the hatch. Come on, come out first and talk later. Jiang Yu gave the girl some space, but the girl barely supported herself for a few times, but was completely unable to control her white legs. I can't seem to stand on my legs. Can you come over and help me up? The girl bit her thin lips and said with a blushing face. Jiang Yu, who has always been cautious, naturally could not agree to such a request casually. After all, the girl in front of him was transformed from a third-level zombie, and no one knew what danger she might face. If she really encountered danger and died, it would be really a death. Therefore, asking someone to help her was the best choice at this moment. Come, I'll help you up. Jiang Yu's big hands were wrapped around the girl's slender waist. At this moment, his face was only half a palm away from the pair of huge, evil things. At the same time, there was a faint fragrance around Jiang Yu's nose. As long as Jiang Yu wants, he only needs to open his mouth and move forward a little. He can feel the taste of his mother when he was a child. Jiang Yu, who was holding the soft jade and warm fragrance in his arms, felt the wonderful touch from his palms and wrists and the fragrance that invaded his nose and brain from time to time. Jiang Yu suddenly felt a little dizzy. After standing up very slowly while holding the girl who seemed to be boneless, Jiang Yu calmed down a little. Just as he was about to ask something, he felt something grabbing his neck tightly. You! Jiang Yu instantly felt the majestic momentum and murderous intent from the girl behind him. You lecher, did you enjoy the touch just now? Judging from your expression, do you still want to experience the taste of your mother? The girl's words made Jiang Yu confused. How do you know it's wrong? You haven't lost your memory. Jiang Yu asked in surprise. Amnesia, of course I lost my memory, but that was before. Although you put my body into a deep sleep, my mind has long been awake, and during this time I have completely figured out the cause and effect. After saying that, the girl roared through gritted teeth. Xinhua shelter, you bastards, since you killed me, why did you resurrect me? Are you people who think you are saviors so inhumane? Kill me and turn me into a zombie. You killed my child and turned him into a zombie. We finally escaped and wanted to live a peaceful life, but you captured my child to force me to surrender. You bastards, Why do you still refuse to let me go even though I've died twice? Heart-wrenching tears immediately appeared on the girl's beautiful face. Jiangyu, who was close to her at this moment, could even feel the girl's trembling body. That is the fear of facing the unknown and the confusion of facing the future. I can still smell the scent of my child on you. I guess my child died at your hands. If that's the case, I'm going to kill you and avenge my child. After saying that, the girl planned to use force to directly crush Jiangyu's neck. Stop! Jiangyu felt the force coming from his neck and knew he couldn't delay any longer. So he grabbed the girl's hand and shouted, "I." The girl who was about to exert force felt that her body suddenly became uncontrollable. She stood there in a daze, unable to move. At this moment, she was stunned. Why did this happen? Why can't I move? The girl wanted to move, but she was completely unable to do so and could only let Jiangyu leave her control. Cough, cough, cough. Good man, I almost died at your hands. I really thought you had lost your memory, but I didn't expect you to have regained consciousness a long time ago. Jiangyu said with a look of relief. If I hadn't activated the second-level gene lock, it would have been difficult for me to break free quickly. After all, this girl was a third-level Lord Zombie, not an ordinary zombie. What did you do to me? Why can't I move? The girl questioned with a serious face. What did you do? You should be thankful. I transformed your body, turning you from a zombie back into a human. It's like I resurrected you. At the same time, I also gave you all your previous memories. And most importantly, when I transformed you, I said it in such a way that you could not disobey my orders. Simply put, you are now incapable of disobeying any of my orders. Even if your mind doesn't want to, your body will still obey my orders. Chapter 97. Deal done. Overlord reappears. Hearing Jiangyu's words, the girl looked shocked. This is impossible. Zombies transforming into humans is a technology that even the gods don't have. How could you possibly have it? How is it impossible? What you think is impossible is now appearing in front of you, isn't it? Jiangyu sneered. Tell me, what do you want to do? You spent so much effort to resurrect me. It shouldn't just be to play with my virgin body, right? The girl was silent for a moment, resigned to her fate, looked at Jiangyu with a miserable expression, and asked with a wry smile. Jiangyu was silent for a while, then said, Work for me. Humph. As expected of you, even your goals are exactly the same. Disgusting. But I refuse, so kill me. The girl closed her eyes tightly and sneered. I spent 300,000 corpse crystals to revive you. Do you think I would kill you so easily? Humph. Then just keep me here and kill me when you've had enough fun. This body of mine should be enough for you to play with for a few years. When you've had enough fun, you can kill me. Anyway, I won't help you. I don't believe my body can still perfectly carry out your instructions on its own. The girl sneered. Facing the girl's words, Jiangyu remained expressionless. What do you think this is? Jiangyu took out a corpse crystal and smiled faintly. This is... When the girl saw the corpse crystal that Jiangyu took out, she felt a familiar smell on it. Child, my child, what do you want to do? The girl asked anxiously, wanting to rush over and snatch it away, but it was useless. Without Jiangyu's instructions, she couldn't move a step away from where she was. She doesn't really care if she gets played with because she thinks she has died twice, but her child can't. No matter how many times he died, he was still her own child. When she thought about her child being resurrected and then being forced to experience some unspeakable things, she suddenly felt extremely desperate. If I can revive you, I can naturally revive her child as well. As long as you promise to obey me completely, I will help you revive your child. How about it? After a long silence, the girl spoke in a low voice. I can agree to your request, but I have one condition. You can play with me as you like, but my child is still young. After the girl said the last sentence, her tone turned into pleading. Jiangyu nodded slightly. He was not interested in a little brat. Wait, her child is a daughter? Is your child a daughter? Jiangyu asked for some unknown reason. Then he saw the girl's eyes gradually turning blood red. Those eyes that seemed ready to die with you at any time. Ahem, forget it. I'll just promise you. You should put on your clothes first. Once I've collected enough corpse crystals, I'll revive your child. Can it be right away? No way. I've run out of corpse crystals recently. How much do you need? 100,000 what? Do you have it? Jiangyu asked as he looked at the girl who didn't even have a pocket on her body. As a former zombie lord, how could I possibly not have millions of corpse crystals to defend myself? The girl sneered. Wow, rich man, you still have millions of corpse crystals. Jiangyu was also shocked by the girl's boldness. What about your corpse crystals? I'm really short of them right now. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows and asked, I'll give you corpse crystals, and you'll agree to my request. The girl spoke. You'd better understand the situation. I'm the one giving you orders now. Whether I agree to your request depends entirely on whether you can satisfy me. If you don't satisfy me, I will make your body satisfied under my training. Jiang Yu sneered. You bastard. The girl's expression froze. She gritted her teeth and stared at Jiang Yu fiercely. Okay, I'll give you the corpse crystal. You better keep your promise. After the girl finished speaking, she took the clothes that the android beside her had already prepared and put them on in front of Jiang Yu. This was also the first time Jiang Yu saw a woman putting on clothes in front of him, especially that pair of evil ones. Jiang Yu had already prepared D+ underwear, but it looked like it could only fit half of them. Feeling Jiang Yu's increasingly hot gaze, the girl's expression became more and more disgusted. At this moment, although she was neatly dressed and covered by clothes, the extremely tight-fitting purple dress made the girl's perfect figure show off even more vividly. The charm hidden by the purple dress makes people want to tear off the thin skirt to see the scenery inside. By the way, what's your name? I can't always not know your name. Before leaving, Jiang Yu turned around and asked. The girl was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. Mudi, a cemetery? Why would someone call it that? Jiang Yu murmured. Graveyard, damn it. Mu is the mu of bathing, and D is the D of Tifa. Oh, it's this Mudi. The name is good if it's explained clearly, but if you don't know it, you might think it means a cemetery. What about your daughter? Doesn't she have a name? Her name is Alice. Huh, isn't she your daughter? Isn't her last name Mu? She's the daughter I adopted when I was mutated. What's wrong? Mudi asked with caution and impatience on his face. It's okay, just ask. Afterwards, the two came to the gate of the shelter. The guards who were in training were also extremely confused when they saw this scene. But under the command of the SS, they were temporarily stopped from training and called inside. Okay, what do you want to do? Jiang Yu asked. Mu Di glanced at Jiang Yu, then jumped onto the gate, stood firmly, and raised his hands high. Woo! Roar! An inexplicable low sound came from Mu Di's mouth, followed by a sudden, slightly crazy roar. Jiang Yu heard this voice. It sounded very familiar. It was the roar of the zombie lord when he summoned zombies. Oh my god, she still has the ability to summon zombies like a zombie lord. Even though he had expected it, Jiang Yu was still quite shocked after actually seeing it. If Jiang Yu hadn't created enough heavy firepower and ranged lethality, it would have been difficult to kill her. As her roar sounded, the sea city, which had been calm for a long time, became boiling again. At noon, many people were leisurely basking in the sun and performing photosynthesis to relieve the strong hunger. Chapter 98. Corpses worship God's secret. But what followed was a violent shaking of the earth. When they felt the shaking of the ground and quickly looked towards the ground to see what was going on, they suddenly saw countless numbers of iron zombies, claw zombies, and many other second-level zombies running quickly in a certain direction. Wow, why are there so many level 2 zombies here? Where do they come from? Aren't the zombies here nearly extinct? Not only here, the zombies in most of High City are boiling at this moment. They responded to the call of the king, who had not been seen for a long time, and quickly ran towards the Xinhua shelter. When the survivors in the Sea City saw this scene, their faces were filled with horror and shock. Did the second zombie storm come so hastily? The Xinhua shelter didn't even give any advance warning. After seeing this scene, many people stayed in their shelters, trembling and pointing their guns at the door. Half an hour later, Jiang Yu watched helplessly as hundreds of second-level zombies arrived at the gate of the Xinhua shelter. Then, they knelt on the ground, respectfully and devoutly looking at Mu Di, who was standing on the gate. There are still so many level 2 zombies in High City? Holy crap, I thought the last batch was all there was. Even Jiang Yu was a little shocked when he saw this scene. He originally thought that all the high-level zombies were dead, but he didn't expect that there were still so many. Afterwards, under Muti's command, several defensive zombies came out, holding several huge suitcases in their hands. When the suitcase was opened, it was filled with densely packed corpse crystals, most of which were without attributes, and there were also many first and second-level ones. Digging a groove, seeing that these suitcases were full of corpse crystals, even Jiang Yu was extremely shocked at this moment. Afterwards, Mu Di waved her hand, and the claw zombie immediately understood, grabbed the suitcase, and threw it through the door. After that, the suitcase stood directly in front of Jiang Yu. This is the corpse crystal I originally wanted to use to break through to the 4th level. It should be enough for you to use for a while. Mu said with a cold expression. Jiangyu looked at Mu, who was like a queen on the gate, and then looked at the zombies outside with different expressions and shapes, and couldn't help muttering. Your name is Moody. It's really right. Moody rolled his eyes violently after hearing this. Let's go back to the shelter. I'll bring your Alice back to life. Jiangyu smiled faintly. I didn't expect that with just a casual move. I actually got a third-level Lord Zombie girl who could command the zombie army. I made a fortune. There's one more thing. I don't want them wandering around outside anymore. After all, they're under my command. Is it okay for them to stay near your shelter? Muty asked as he jumped down the gate. Sure, just don't disturb the people who come to my shelter to exchange supplies. Jiangyu nodded lightly and said. Hearing Jiangyu's approval, Mu-Di nodded slightly, turned around and roared. These hundreds of second-level zombies immediately scattered. It disappeared without a trace in just a moment. Jarvis, keep an eye on their location. Jiangyu whispered to Jarvis. Yes, sir. Don't worry, under my control. Both their minds and bodies completely obey my commands. Mu-Di sneered as if he had heard what Jiangyu said to Jarvis. Unlike you, who can only control my body but not my consciousness. It's enough for me to control your body. Why'd I need to control your consciousness? Jiangyu said, if you could control my consciousness, wouldn't I be able to cooperate with you more and enhance your pleasure? Mu-Di sneered. Hey, it seems that the organization that turned you into a zombie has trained you very well. You can actually say such arrogant words. Jiangyu also sneered. Get lost. Ever since they captured me, no one has dared to touch me except for necessary examinations and surgeries. Oh, why? Hearing this, Jiangyu immediately asked curiously. Because I'm the only one who has adapted to the god's virus. The rest of the 98,0418 people have all become ordinary zombies without consciousness. So, I must remain intact. A trace of pain flashed across Moody's face, and his mind couldn't help but recall the scene in that Shura field. At the same time, because of me, their genetic technology has advanced by leaps and bounds, creating many combat warriors who are as powerful as me. After saying that, Muty looked thoughtfully at the 10 female combat androids around him. I didn't expect that you have someone as strong as those death warriors here. Oh, the strongest members of that God's Advent organization are only as strong as the guards around me. Jiangyu asked. It was half a year ago, but I don't know now. After all, ever since they had their own assassins, they've paid less attention to and studied me. That's why I was able to escape on the day the meteorite landed. So they developed the so-called God-dropping virus. Jiangyu asked. As he got to know more about the God-drop virus, he felt that it was more like the cosmic virus that came with the meteorite that landed on the blue planet. I don't know. I was captured by them a year ago, and then there were endless experiments and experiments. They turned me into a zombie 3 months after they captured me. A year ago? Wouldn't that be around the same time as the official bombing of the meteorite? Jiangyu was startled and muttered. Do you know where God's descent belongs? Who is the Supreme Commander? Jiangyu pressed the elevator button and asked. I don't know. I only know that their influence is huge, covering the entire blue star. They are present in the rabbit, the bear, and the eagle country. According to legend, they seem to control some powerful countries. After listening to Moody's words, Jiangyu's expression became quite solemn. He had never expected that this so-called God's Descent organization was so powerful, able to fight against the 3 major gangsters of Blue Star without losing. Even before the disaster, ordinary people had not known about it. But I remember that the reason why the God's Descent was not well known to the public was because the rabbit, bear, and eagle countries all had special forces to deal with them. Even after the apocalypse, they were still fighting and resisting each other. If your fighting power was not so outstanding, I might have led the zombie army to attack the resistance organization in China. Chapter 99 Common Language Cannot Be Described. Moody said softly. Oh, I see. I didn't expect there would be such an exciting drama on Blue Planet. Do you know where the force opposing the God's Descent organization is? I don't know. I only know it's on a small island somewhere. On the island? On the sea. Jiangyu murmured doubtfully. While he was thinking, the elevator arrived. Jiangyu put the matter aside for the time being and came to the zombie transformation device again. Put the little zombie's corpse crystal in it, and then put in 100,000 corpse crystals. Well, in 48 hours, you'll be able to see your daughter. Jiangyu smiled. Hearing that she would be able to see Alice again in 48 hours, Muty immediately exuded the aura of maternal love. Recalling the wonderful time she had spent with Alice, Muty's flawless little face was filled with a loving smile. Jiang Yu was stunned by this scene. Mu-Di came to her senses and turned around. Seeing Jiang Yu's straight eyes, her pretty face suddenly turned red. No matter what she said or how dirty it was, she was still just a virgin after all. It's okay for her to brag, but when it comes to actual practice, she is a little confused. Although she has seen pigs running on the internet, she has never experienced it in person. For a moment, the atmosphere at the scene became quite strange. The artificial people looked at each other and looked at Jiang Yu and Mu-Di with smiles in their eyes. Gurgle, gurgle. As the atmosphere gradually heated up, Mu-Di's stomach suddenly started to growl. Are you hungry? Jiang Yu asked subconsciously in surprise. Nonsense. I'm in a human body now, of course I'm hungry. Mu-Di said with a slightly red face. Then let's go. It's not dinner time now. Let's go to my room. You can eat any time there. Mu-Di thought for a moment, then followed Jiang Yu away. Just stay and watch. If you have any questions, let me know immediately. Okay, Commander. The 10 androids replied with serious expressions. Afterwards, Mu-Di followed Jiang Yu into the elevator and arrived at the 49th floor. It was also the first time in the apocalypse that Jiang Yu brought people into his 49th floor. Wow, as expected of the commander's residence, it's quite luxurious. Mu-Di murmured as he looked at the luxurious decoration and spacious space inside. Of course, the entire 49th floor is my room. Soon, the android brought the food over. Wow, Kung Pao chicken, spicy fish, sweet and sour pork with eggplant and fish flavor, stir-fried pork with green peppers and egg custard. You have quite a wide variety of supplies here. Mu-Di looked at these long-missed dishes and murmured excitedly. By the way, I asked Jarvis to look up your name. Why is there no information about you in China? Jiang Yu poured a bowl of rice and handed it to Mu-Di and asked, I am an orphan. I have been wandering around since I was a child. I grew up with the help of an orphanage. With the help of kind people, I was able to go to school. I was about to graduate from college when they kidnapped me. Mu-Di murmured sadly. If you hadn't been arrested, you would have graduated from college by now. Jiang Yu said lightly. Yeah, but that's just if. Do you have any close relatives still alive? No. Besides Alice, there's only an old professor named Chen left. He sponsored me to go to college, but after I was arrested, there was no news from him. Chen? Old professor? Is it such a coincidence? Jiang Yu was startled. Wasn't that the same old professor who sponsored him? Could such a coincidence happen in this world? Is this the man? Jiang Yu turned on the stereoscopic projection and projected a prestigious portrait of an old man. Yes, it's him. Why, do you know him too? Mu-Di asked in surprise. At the same time, I stuffed a mouthful of rice into my mouth. Of course, I also went to university funded by him. You need other people's financial support for your college education? Did all your tuition fees go to build this shelter? But that's not enough. Mu-Di chuckled. It's hard to put it into words. As if because of the existence of their common acquaintance, the relationship between Jiang Yu and Mu-Di had unknowingly warmed up a lot at this moment. A sincere smile also appeared on Mu-Di's face. After eating and drinking, Mu-Di stood up and stretched, exposing her perfect body lines in front of Jiang Yu. Mu-Di turned around and glanced at Jiang Yu, smiled charmingly, and then slowly walked over. Under Jiang Yu's doubtful and slightly cautious gaze, she slowly approached. The next moment, Jiang Yu felt a warmth on the edge of his lips, but after a moment, the warmth left Jiang Yu's lips. Just when Jiang Yu was still savoring it, Mu-Di said lightly, There's a rice particle on your face. I'll take care of it for you. Mu-Di smiled brightly. Mu-Di, you are playing with fire. Jiang Yu's forehead veins bulged when he heard this. Did this girl start to get carried away because of Professor Chen? I'm just playing with fire. But I want to ask, what can you do to me? I'm a third-level Lord Zombie, even though I have a human body. But my physical strength is not comparable to that of an ordinary person. And you're just an ordinary person. How can you play with me? Are you sure you can satisfy me? Mu-Di asked softly. Thump. Jiang Yu grabbed Mu-Di's soft shoulders and pushed her hard onto the bed. Mu-Di, who was treated so roughly, cried out in surprise, and then she heard Jiang Yu's low voice, which was suppressing the flames. You want to play? Okay, then I'll play with you and show you how much I can play. Haha, that sounds nice, but I really want to ask you, can you do it, little dog? Hearing Mu-Di's extremely tempting and provocative voice, Jiang Yu thought that his uncle could tolerate it, but his aunt could not. He did not hesitate and smiled evilly. Tear! A crisp tearing sound was heard above the 20-meter-long bed. Mu-Di's purple dress was torn into pieces by Jiang Yu in an instant, and her perfect body was once again exposed in the air and in front of Jiang Yu. Oh, I forgot to tell you that I just opened the second-level gene lock not long ago. Afterwards, Jiang Yu slowly fitted himself in with Mu Di's slightly surprised gaze. Chapter 100. After the war, the plan begins. Time flies. After an afternoon of tossing and turning, I can't help but feel the battle. The dragon fights with the phoenix suppresses the strong dragon turns over, the dragon exhales, and the phoenix flames erupt in a great battle. It was evening soon. Jiang Yu, who had recovered some strength, asked the robot to bring him dinner. He brought in the dinner with his upper body naked and a slightly haggard look on his face. After putting it on the table, he slowly walked to the bed, patted an extremely white and perky ball, and spoke softly. Get up and have dinner. On a 20-meter-long bed, a graceful girl was sleeping with her hair disheveled and her eyes closed. After being woken up by Jiang Yu, she was covered with a white quilt and looked confused. As she gradually woke up, she subconsciously glanced at the bed. At this moment, it was full of the messy scene after the World War. The most obvious thing was the scattered red spots. At the same time, his mind was also recalling the Interstellar War not long ago, and Mu Di's delicate face could not help but blush. When Jiang Yu saw Mu Di's blushing expression, the war heart that had gradually subsided was ignited again, but then he thought of the fact that the two armies should not kill the water receivers in the battle, so he temporarily suppressed the idea. However, Jiang Yu looked at Mu Di's body wrapped in a bathrobe, and his mind was still slightly thinking about some details of the war just now. He didn't expect that although Mu Di was transformed into a human, his body flexibility was so good. Mu Di could perfectly perform several difficult movements, which further enhanced Jiang Yu's experience. Mu Di agreed slightly, casually put on a blanket to cover the blue and red scars on his body caused by the war, and walked to the table with trembling legs. The whole afternoon's battle had already exhausted their physical strength. At this moment, they were extremely exhausted. The two of them did not say a word while eating, but just looked at each other silently while eating the food in front of them. After finishing her meal, Mu Di recovered some strength. She came to Jiang Yu and sat directly on his thighs in front of Jiang Yu's surprised gaze. Her delicate body leaned completely on Jiang Yu. Sure, little dog, your fighting ability is pretty good. Please give me more guidance in the future. It's not too bad to fall into your hands. After all, we are semi-acquaintances after all. Mu Di chuckled softly. Well, please give me more advice in the future. Jiang Yu rubbed her big, evil breasts hard and smiled. Stop rubbing. If I hadn't given birth before, and this was my first time, I would have really thought you were my son. I could actually fuck you all afternoon, and you're not an AI. Mu Di said, rolling his eyes. If you don't have it, then don't have it. Besides, didn't you ask me to experience the taste of my childhood? Jiang Yu smiled. Get the hell out of here. Mu Di rolled her eyes coquettishly. The two of them continued to be affectionate for a while, chatting about all sorts of things. When the night got late, they went to another 20-meter-long bed in the other room and slowly fell asleep. This time, they just slept in each other's arms. Apart from Jiang Yu's hands being a little dishonest, nothing else happened. The next day, Jiang Yu got up first and brought the breakfast that the android had delivered early. After washing up, he called Mu Di and signed in at the same time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving 20,000 corpse crystals. So after the system upgrade, did the guaranteed minimum amount of corpse crystals increase from 200 to 20,000? Jiang Yu murmured helplessly. Get up and have breakfast. Jiang Yu said to Mu Di, who was still looking at her phone on the bed. Good. Mu Di got up from the bed yawning and put on the light blue dress that Jiang Yu had prepared early. Her long, smooth black hair did not need any combing or manipulation, and it fell directly to Mu Di's waist in an extremely soft and smooth manner. Then she walked to the dining table with her long, white legs, and her perfect white feet stepped on the fur carpet in the room. After a simple wash, they ate breakfast together with a smile on their faces. By the way, how many zombies can you control now? Jiang Yu seemed to have thought of something and asked. Well, we can have as many as you want. Ordinary zombies have no consciousness, so they're very easy to control. 2,000 of the first-level zombies. If they are second-level zombies, that's not much, 500 at most. If it's level 3, I can temporarily command it for a while, but the chances of it regaining self-awareness when under my control are very high. After all, as far as I remember, level 3 zombies already have self-awareness. Jiang Yu nodded slightly at Mu Di's words. Having played the game before, he knew that there wasn't much difference between first-level zombies and ordinary zombies. The only difference was in strength and special abilities. But things started to get different starting with second-level zombies. Level 2 zombies can already avoid danger and seek good fortune. Level 3 zombies already have some self-awareness. Level 4 zombies have intelligence comparable to that of a child, and level 5 and above are incredibly close to their intelligence in life. My original plan was to clear out the zombies in High City in the next few days to prepare for the cold wave, and the Zerg after the cold wave in a few months. But since you're here, I wonder if you can control the other zombies in High City and fight the Zerg together. Jiangyu looked at Moody and asked, Zerg? What is that? Moody was also stunned when he heard this word. Hadn't the fall and zombie crisis already broken out? How could there be such a thing as a Zerg crisis? Jiangyu simply told Moody the news about the Zerg, and Moody's bright eyes were also lost in thought and helplessness. Oh, this world is full of disasters. Moody said helplessly. Then she thought for a moment and said, Yes, but ordinary zombies may not be able to help you. As you said, the Zerg may be more adept at human wave tactics. Well, I know that, but at least it can give us more combat power and more other possibilities. Jiangyu smiled. Well, in this case, take me to the center of Haishur at noon so that my consciousness can cover the entire Haishur. Okay, then hurry up and eat. We'll set off right after we finish eating. Soon after the two finished breakfast, Jiangyu called Zhang Yo and his team, along with 2 helicopter gunships loaded with second-level combat androids. Chapter 101: The City Calls for a New King. A group of thousands of people left the Xinhua shelter in such a mighty manner. The grand scene at the Xinhua shelter once again attracted the attention of many people. In this boring and dangerous doomsday, even a small bit of excitement can attract many people to stop and watch. Another Xinhua shelter trip? Damn, every trip is so grand. They really don't know how to be frugal. Can't you share some of these resources with us? Do you think Xinhua shelter is a charity? If you have the guts, try to use moral blackmail on them. Haha, I don't know which unlucky guy has provoked them this time. They actually dispatched so many people again, and even armed helicopters were dispatched. Yes, Xinhua shelter has wiped out so many forces, and their reputation for eradicating them is so well known. I didn't expect that there would still be people who dared to provoke them. Isn't this like an old man eating arsenic, seeking death? Wait, what's behind that? What is digging a groove? That is, originally, everyone was just joking about which unlucky guy had provoked the Xinhua shelter, but soon they saw that at the back of the Xinhua shelter team, there were hundreds of second-level zombies speeding and chasing the Xinhua shelter's modified car. Those are zombies, right? Yeah, it's zombies, but why? Why didn't they attack the Xinhua sanctuary, but instead followed them like followers? This weird scene reminds me of the zombie lore that night. As soon as these words came out, many people recalled the creepy roar that day. I wonder if Xinhua shelter has somehow subdued the zombie lord and made it do things for them. Someone speculated softly with a look of shock on his face. Many people who heard this looked at the person who spoke in shock. We're just over the next intersection. Are you sure you're okay? I don't want to lose my lover so soon after I got him. Jiangyu asked jokingly. Get lost. It's only been one night, and you're already tired of the old and love the new? But it's really okay, this is just my job. Moody smiled slightly and said, Well, don't force it, focus on your body. Soon, everyone arrived at a super large shopping mall. This shopping mall took several years to build by the High City government. The geographical location and other aspects were all perfect. The mall was a perfect place that combined eating, drinking, playing, and having fun. And the most valuable thing is that there are things here that are suitable for both high-end people and students who are not good at living. In peacetime, there are countless people who come here to shop and play. Even Jiangyu, who didn't have much money at the time, came here several times to buy discounted things. When collecting supplies before, Jiangyu had thought about confiscating everything here, but then he thought that such a conspicuous place must have been noticed by the authorities a long time ago. In order to avoid conflicts with the authorities, Jiangyu did not continue to pay attention to it. Arriving at the top of the shopping mall, Jiangyu compared Jarvis's data. That's the calculated center of Haikal. Let's go. Under Jiangyu's command, the armed helicopter flew to the roof of the shopping mall. Jiangyu pulled Mu Di off the helicopter and stood steadily on the roof. At the same time, 20 fully armed combat-grade second-level androids also jumped down and quickly surrounded Mu Di and Jiangyu to provide security. Although it was not necessarily necessary, it was necessary to have them. Okay, that's almost it. Let's get started. I'll be waiting for you here. Jiangyu smiled and retreated a few meters away. Mu stood there, closed his eyes tightly, opened his hands, and in an instant, an inexplicable sense of pressure began to burst out from Mu to the surroundings. Wang. The personal guards who were at the second level, and Jiang, you could hear a small sound lingering in their ears. This sound spread out in all directions as fast as the waves. Roar, roar, roar. As the sound began to spread, it started to spread out in 360-degree directions with Muti as the center. Countless zombies began to roar in agreement after hearing the sound. At this moment, all the survivors in High City could see this spectacular scene. Countless zombies stared blankly in one direction. After a few seconds, they rushed towards that direction as fast as fledglings returning to their nests, rushing towards their king and queen. What's going on? Why did these monsters become like this? Where are they going? I don't know if the only thing that could have caused these monsters to behave like this was the zombie lord. But wasn't he already killed by the Xinhua sanctuary? Why? At this moment, not only the scene, but the entire Xinhua forum was crazy. Many people uploaded pictures of zombies walking past them without any intention of attacking. As time passed, half an hour passed quickly. Mu could feel that her consciousness had spread throughout the entire High City. Now she just had to wait for all the zombies in High City to gather around her. However, at their speed, it would take them a long time to walk over. Roar! At this moment, at the border of High City, a tall, hideous zombie was looking gloomily in the direction of High City, his mutilated eyes full of anger. Because he discovered that the mutant zombies under his command had begun to riot, and some were even planning to attack him without knowing their own strength. The reason for all this was actually because of that inexplicable calling voice. Call! Moody slowly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. No problem, now we just have to wait for them to come over. However, ordinary zombies don't move very fast, so it will take until night for them all to arrive. Hearing Moody's words, Jiang Yu nodded slightly. Okay, in that case, just let them stay here and we'll come back tomorrow. Jiang Yu thought for a moment and said, Good. After saying that, Mu put his arms around Jiang Yu's arms, and then Jiang Yu jumped up, holding Mu and jumped directly onto the helicopter, which was 20 to 30 meters above the ground. The androids still standing on the roof watched, but remained where they were. They were Jiang Yu's backup to prevent unsuspecting people from attacking the zombies. At the same time, those second-level zombies were also left behind. Chapter 102 Progress on Major Experimental Subjects. Jarvis, notify all the major shelters immediately. Ignore those zombies running at top speed. If you encounter them head-on, get out of the way. Yes, sir. The next second, while the leaders of the various shelters were still confused and fearful, wondering whether to launch a counterattack, they received a message from Jarvis conveying Jiang Yu. They were still wondering if a new zombie storm had begun, but now they finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the zombie storm was too terrifying. The Xinhua shelter had so many manpower, material resources, and hot weapons, but it was destroyed. If they were to come to the small shelters, they might not be able to last even for a few minutes. Back in the helicopter, Muti asked, So what are your plans next? You're not just going to wait until the cold wave hits, are you? No, there's still some time before the cold wave arrives. There are a lot of things that need to be done during this period. First, I want to go to Qing City and pick up Zhang Ma and the others. Because the meteorite disaster was about to happen, Qing City was the next city, and Zhang Ma couldn't leave the orphanage. I didn't bring them over for the time being. But now it is different. The environment of the Doomsday is about to become more severe. Under the cold wave, non-gene lock openers will not be able to stay in the icy and snowy environment for too long. In addition, the concentration and scarcity of materials. Therefore, the shelter in Qing City was no longer suitable for them to stay. They had no means to survive or protect themselves in it. Moreover, it was just an official shelter after all, and it was full of good and bad people. Zhang Ma and the others are orphans, widows, and children. Without anyone to protect them, they will definitely be bullied over time, so I have to take them in. After all, if I didn't take them in before, I would have been criticized by thousands of people. Jiang Yu said softly and helplessly. Jiang Yu had considered using force to bring them in, but there were too many people in the orphanage. If it were just a few people, he could still take them away by force. But with hundreds of people, if he brought his androids to forcibly take them away, if anything unexpected happened, it could cause a lot of unpredictable trouble. Manzhong. Yes, the head of the orphanage. We all call her Aunt Zhang. Oh, upon hearing this, Moody's expression darkened. Seeing Mu Di's gloomy expression, Jiang Yu gently touched her head. Don't worry, I'll be there for you from now on. Mu Di glanced at Jiang Yu, nodded slightly, and smiled. After returning to the shelter, Jarvis mentioned that Lu Yaya came to see him. Yaya, Professor Zheng, have you made any progress in your research? Jiang Yu asked with a little excitement. The cold wave is coming. Only by unlocking the gene lock and strengthening the body can we better adapt to various extreme weather conditions. Well, it worked, you see. Professor Zheng pointed to an experimental window. Inside, a man with one hand broken was holding a nearly 1,000-pound barbell with his strong left arm, up and down, and the man didn't even sweat at all, and his expression was very relaxed. Test subject number 1, name, Zhao Jiawei, joined the shelter on February 4th, 2068. He served as a squad leader in the guard team. He was attacked by zombies during a zombie storm. He immediately cut off his own arm to prevent the spread of the zombie poison. Later, due to severe injuries and physical defects, he was forced to retire. Upon receiving news that we were conducting human experiments, he volunteered to participate. Jarvis expanded a 3D electronic character's biography in front of Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, after our hard work, the gene-locking spray is now suitable for human use. With sufficient experimental theory and simulation, the first human trial was successful. As you can see, his physical skills have been comprehensively enhanced, even to the point where an ordinary person cannot achieve it all. Lu Yaya said with pride. Well, good work. How much corpse crystal will it take? And how many times will it need to be strengthened? After careful calculations, we felt that the time and cost of unlocking the gene locks one by one would be too high, so we came up with a new solution. We built a special room. We planned to place a total of about 100 corpse crystals in various corners of the room, and then vaporize them at high temperatures and emit genetic spray to allow people in the room to absorb them comprehensively. There is enough space for about 10 people to stand in the room. According to our precise calculations, it will take about 10 times of absorption to reach the limit of the gene spray that the human body can absorb. After all, the amount that the human body can absorb and digest is very limited. Therefore, if several people upgrade together at once, it will not waste the energy of the corpse crystal. After all, the energy of the corpse crystal will dissipate at a very fast speed after being atomized. After hearing Xiaoling's meticulous data report, Jiang Yu nodded slightly. So how is he now? After our comprehensive observation, he's in excellent condition. Aside from the missing hand, everything else is fine. He's incredibly healthy. The gene spray has cured all of his hidden injuries, which is truly a miracle. Professor Zheng said with excitement. Well, take me in to have a look. Good. Professor Zheng nodded slightly and took Jiang Yu and Mu Di into the laboratory. Commander, the middle-aged man with the broken hand saw Jiang Yu and ran up to him with a look of surprise on his face. There was originally a distance of more than 10 meters between them, but in the blink of an eye, this distance disappeared. Hello, I am Zhan Igreku. Jiang Yu reached out and shook Zhao Jiawei's hand. Member of the first 3 escort teams, Zhao Jiawei. Meet the commander. Seeing Jiang Yu's seriousness, Zhao Jiawei immediately stood up straight and shouted with a resolute look. How do you feel now? Commander, I feel fine now. Okay, let's have a fight. Let me see how powerful you are now. Yes. Zhao Jiawei, who had agreed readily, suddenly froze. What did he hear? Jiang Yu, are you okay? Even if he hadn't participated in the experiment, you still wouldn't be able to defeat him. Now that the gene lock is gradually being unlocked, why are you still making yourself miserable? Lu Yaya said this with great venom. Professor Zheng and Xiaoling also looked at Jiang Yu in surprise. They didn't understand why Jiang Yu, who was always calm, would ask for this. Jiang Yu ignored them and looked at Zhao Jiawei. How about it? If you beat me, I'll help you install a robotic arm. Jiang Yu smiled. Chapter 103, The Ultimate Crush God Joins. After hearing this, Lu Yaya and the others finally understood what Jiang Yu meant. It turned out that he wanted to send equipment, but he couldn't find a good reason, so he used this method. Ahem, Jiawei, since Jiang Yu is itching to fight, just have a fight with him. Remember, stop when you're done. Professor Zheng coughed a few times and said. Zhao Jiawei looked at Professor Zheng and Jiang Yu and nodded slightly. Yes, sir. Then the rest of the people stepped aside, about 10 meters away. Hey, Jiang Yu is such a jerk. If he wanted to give me something, he could just say no. Instead, he did this. Does he really think he can beat him? Lu Yaya said venomously again. Haha, little sister, what if Jiang Yu can win? Mudi, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. After hearing Mu Di's words, Lu Yaya and others turned their attention to this incredibly beautiful elder sister. It's difficult. Jiang Yu may have some fighting ability, but it's still quite difficult to fight against Jiao Wei, who has opened the gene lock. Professor Zheng took over and said, although they didn't know him, he was brought by Jiang Yu after all, so the three of them didn't become overly vigilant. Humph. If he can win, I'll admit that I'm blind. As soon as they finished speaking, the battle over there began. Commander, I'm starting. Be careful, Zhao Jiawei said with a worried look on his face. It's okay, just come on. Jiang Yu waved his hand indifferently. It just so happened that he also wanted to test his fighting ability. Brush. There was only a slight sound, and Zhao Jiawei's figure quickly disappeared. So fast. Lu Yaya and others on the side were shocked. This speed has already exceeded the previously calculated data. Professor Zheng also said with surprise. Just as they exclaimed, Jiang Yu stood there motionless, as if he was stunned by fear. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Jiawei arrived behind Jiang Yu, his only left hand clenched into a fist, ready to strike. Bang! With a sound of breaking through the air, the punch rushed straight towards Jiang Yu's head. Zhao Jiawei knew that the commander didn't seem to be good at fighting, so this punch would only make Jiang Yu's face feel the sharp wind and would not cause him any harm. Bang! He was ready to win and was thinking about how to comfort the commander, but the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Before he could react, he felt his body getting farther and farther away from Jiang Yu. Thump! It was not until his back touched the white ground and the pain in his stomach continued that he came to his senses. This is me, digging a groove. Seeing this scene, even Professor Zheng, who was always calm and composed, was shocked. What the hell is going on? When did Jiang Yu become so powerful? He punched a former soldier who had activated his genetic lock and sent him flying. This bizarre scene made everyone present, except Mu Di, look shocked. Commander, you go all out. Next time I won't hold back. Jiang Yu turned around and said seriously. As if sensing Jiang Yu's seriousness and the awakening of his inner fighting spirit, Zhao Jiawei's expression changed. He then stood up again, rubbed his stomach, and spoke with a focused expression. In that case, be careful, Commander. Brush! Zhao Jiawei's figure disappeared again, and the next moment, his figure appeared behind Jiang Yu. This time he used his best legs. Bang! However, when a heavy kick was about to hit Jiang Yu's head, Jiang Yu easily grabbed his ankle with one hand. What? Before Zhao Jiawei could be shocked, he felt dizzy and found himself lying on the board again after 20 seconds. Brush! The next moment, a huge fist rushed towards Zhao Jiawei's face. Feeling the terrifying momentum, he quickly closed his eyes. Well, it's okay. Although the gene lock is not fully opened, it can be considered a breakthrough. Zhao Jiawei, with his eyes closed, did not feel the fist falling, but heard Jiang Yu's gentle voice. When he opened his eyes, he saw Jiang Yu standing in front of him with his hand outstretched. Zhao Jiawei also stretched out his hand and was pulled up by Jiang Yu, then looked at Jiang Yu with admiration. Work hard, and when you truly break through the first-level gene lock, I will definitely give you a robotic arm. Jiang Yu patted his shoulder and turned away. Seeing this scene, a sentence couldn't help but echo in Zhao Jiawei's mind. When the work is done, leave without leaving any trace of fame or achievements. Commander, I will definitely live up to your expectations. After saying this, he began training more seriously. Professor Zheng and others standing by were dumbfounded. They had not expected the battle to end so hastily, or rather, to be such a perfect, crushing defeat. They came to their senses and quickly chased after him, looking at Jiang Yu in shock. Why, you don't recognize me? Jiang Yu smiled. Have you also activated the genetic lock? Lu Yaya asked with a troubled look on her face. Certainly. Jiang Yu did not hide. This. Hearing Jiang Yu's admission, several people were shocked. No wonder. I was wondering why you, who is always so steady, would choose to fight. I thought you wanted to give him a mechanical arm, but couldn't find a reason to do so, so you used this method. But we just discovered the genetic lock. How did you open it? Professor Zheng asked with a look of helplessness and curiosity. As soon as the words fell, Lu Yaya's voice rang out. You are awesome. I am convinced. After a moment of silence, Lu Yaya said with a troubled look on her face. Xiaoling looked at Jiang Yu with even greater admiration and sparkling eyes. Seeing Lu Yaya's reaction, Jiang Yu smiled helplessly. All right, I'll tell Jarvis everything I know about the level and degree of activation of the genetic lock for you to study. You can continue your research and try to get this guy to activate and absorb it 10 times within this week. I want to see if he can reach the level I need after 10 times. No problem, but if this exceeds, the amount of corpse crystals required will be huge. You'll need to collect more. Lu Yaya asked. Haha, corpse crystals are not a problem for now, because a great god has just joined our shelter recently. Because of her, we now have a sufficient number of corpse crystals. Chapter 10 for the date begins someone from headquarters arrives. After saying that, Jiang Yu turned his gaze to Mu Di, who was standing beside him with a gentle smile on her face. Professor Zheng and the other two followed the gaze and saw the girl. Let me introduce you to my girlfriend, Mu Di, who I met not long ago. She's a real big shot who has already unlocked her third-level genetic lock. It's because of her that I was able to successfully unlock my genetic lock. Jiang Yu smiled. Jiang Yu did not lie about this matter. At first, because he killed the Lord Zombie, Jiang Yu completed the unknown task of the system, then upgraded the system, and finally opened the gene lock. Lu Yaya, Professor Zheng, and Xiao Ling looked at Mu Di in shock. 3. Have you activated the third-level gene lock? Professor Zheng murmured in shock. Hello. Mu Di greeted gracefully. Jiang Yu, you're not that good-looking. How can you still be living off a beautiful lady like this? Lu Yaya kept looking at Jiang Yu and Mu Di with her little head, and asked in confusion. Ahem, Yaya, don't say anything careless. Jiang Yu and she are such a talented and beautiful couple. How can you say they're just gigolos? Professor Zheng glared at Lu Yaya, who stuck out her tongue and said she would dare to do it again next time. But I didn't expect that while we're still researching the first-order gene lock, you've already unlocked the third-order gene lock. It's really embarrassing. Professor Zheng gradually regained his composure and said helplessly, Wow, Sister Mudi, I admire you so much. By the way, can I draw a tube of your blood? When Lu Yaya heard that Mu Di was the unlocker of the third-order gene lock, she immediately turned into a scientific researcher with a thirst for knowledge and looked at Mu Di with excitement. Then take a test and check your body's various conditions. But this is just one time. If you continue your research, you'll soon figure out how to unlock the third-order gene lock. So don't even think about using Muti for human testing. Jiang Yu said with a serious look. Of course, with Jarvis here, we can perform unlimited simulations. With just one tube of blood, we can simulate many things. Professor Zheng said. By the way, Sister Mu Di, how did you break through the third-level gene lock? Wasn't the apocalypse just over half a month ago? Lu Yaya asked casually while holding the tray. That's easy. Actually, I'm a zombie lord from a few days ago. Jiang Yu killed me and then resurrected me, turning me back into a human. I now have my original human body, and the abilities of a level 3 zombie have also been replicated on me. Mudi said with a soft smile. Clang. Bang. Digging a groove, Professor Zheng watched Mu Di's kind smile fade into astonishment, his lips suddenly uttering an exclamation. Lu Yaya dropped the tray holding the syringe, her mouth opening in disbelief. Xiao Ling instinctively took a step back, her head banging against the cabinet. Then, with a look of fear on her face and her hands covering her head, she continued to retreat. Are you the zombie lord we fought on the night of the blood moon? Professor Zheng swallowed and asked in disbelief. Call. Soon, the three of them were breathing rapidly, their chests rising and falling rapidly, as if in unison. I can't believe it. I really can't believe you're actually a zombie. And you can even transform into a human. Professor Zheng covered his rapidly beating heart with his hands and said in disbelief. Xiaoling looked at Mu Di with fear on her face. She could still vividly remember the scene of the blood moon that night. The zombies galloping on horses made her have nightmares from time to time when she slept at night. But unlike the other two who were terrified and shocked, Lu Yaya seemed much calmer, even a little excited. Wow, Sister Mudi is actually a zombie transformed into a human. Why? Why is this? Looking at Lu Yaya's face full of curiosity and her various entanglements, in order to keep his ears quiet, Jiang Yu promised that as long as she could research the finished product of the gene spray, he would take her to see the transformation device. After hearing this news, Lu Yaya's fighting spirit was instantly aroused. She immediately picked up her weapon and took her teacher and junior sister who were still about to say something and prepared to go to the laboratory. Just before leaving the laboratory, Lu Yaya seemed to suddenly remember something, and after a while of brainstorming, she suddenly came to her senses. Then, with a slightly blushing face, she let go of the hands of her teacher and junior sister, turned around and drove Jiangyu and Mu Di out of the laboratory. Jiangyu, just wait for my finished product. Hee hee hee. Looking at the closed door that blocked out the slightly sad laughter, Jiangyu shook his head helplessly. This girl is still the same. Okay, it's almost time. Let's go back and have dinner. Why don't you take me around the shelter? I haven't had a complete tour since I arrived here. That's fine. While the residents are still at get off work and there are fewer people, I'll take you for a walk. Okay, let's consider this our first date. Mu Di hugged Jiangyu's arm and smiled. The fifth young master sent a message saying that he has conquered the 3 shelters in High City. It seems that the fifth young master has lived up to the master's expectations. At the junction of High City and Qing City, several fully armed modified cars were driving fast. If it weren't for the heavy debris on the road, their speed would surely be even faster. Haha, Lao was developed so well, I believe that Master Lin should develop even better in High City. I remember that Sun Xiong-sun is the master's man. After this period of development, Sun Xiong should have surrendered to my Lin's Chamber of Commerce, right? Haha, Sun Xiong is not a simple character. He won't surrender so easily without some tricks. Someone sneered. So the future of the Lin Chamber of Commerce still depends on the fifth young master. If young Master Sun hasn't conquered the Sun family after all this time, he'd be losing face in the Chamber of Commerce. On the other hand, the fifth young master has definitely conquered 3 shelters. A middle-aged man sneered. Humph. So what? Can the Chun, Wang, and Zhang families combined be as important as the Sun family? After all, the Sun family is the leader in food supply. If we subjugate the Sun family, the Chun, Wang, and Zhang families will still be trapped. In the car, there was an endless debate about who was better, the fifth young master or the eldest young master. Chapter 105 Lin clan members enter the Wang family. Soon, they entered the Sea City, and as soon as they entered the Sea City, they entered the surveillance range of Jarvis. After entering Haishur, there were still waves of voices of comparison in the cars. With the echoes of these voices, these modified cars drove quickly towards the shelter of Lin's Chamber of Commerce. Strange. Why has it been so long and we haven't seen a single zombie? The people who were driving looked at the incomparable silence and desolation around them and couldn't help but murmured with confusion. Wow, where is this? What's this? What happened? Are you sure it's here? Yes, the map shows it's here. The man driving the car said with great grievance. Oh my God, what about the Lin's Chamber of Commerce? What about that huge Lin's Chamber of Commerce shelter? How did it disappear? Damn it. It looks like this place has been subjected to an extremely horrific bombing. The only way to achieve this effect is by bombing from high altitude with armed helicopters or by direct missile launches, but neither of these is very realistic. No force in High City possesses such weapons. Perhaps there is only one possibility. Hit by a meteorite. Is that so obvious? One person asked in surprise. It's not impossible. I remember the nearest family shelter is a family shelter. Just go ask and you'll know. You keep guessing and you think you can guess, right? Do you really think you're a washing machine or an Osaka black chicken? The leader spoke indifferently. After hearing what this person said, everyone shut up and got on the car. Let's go and stay at their place. After all, it's almost night and we've been traveling for hours. Everyone is tired. Half an hour after the vehicle started, it arrived at the Wang family shelter. Under the extremely kind visit of the Lin's Chamber of Commerce, the Wang family was like a pig in a thatched house, and the door was broken into. As the Wang family's gate was broken, Mo Yu and a dozen key figures from the Lin Chamber of Commerce entered the Wang family shelter, while the others stayed behind to guard the vehicles. In the Wang family meeting room, Wang Wuda, the head of the Wang family, looked at the people from the Lin Chamber of Commerce with a smile on his face. Oh, I didn't realize it was someone from the Lin's Chamber of Commerce who was visiting. I hope you'll bear with me. I'll go prepare some wine and food right away. Everyone, please feel free to treat us like you're at home. Wang Wood's civil service made many people from the Lin Chamber of Commerce present feel extremely comfortable. That's right. Even in the end times, people in our Lin Chamber of Commerce must have such a licking dog. Well, seeing as you performed well, I'll spare your Wang family's lives. Otherwise, based on your resistance just now, you'll definitely die. The middle-aged man in the lead spoke softly with great arrogance. Oomph. How dare the small Wang family offend our Lin's Chamber of Commerce? You are nothing but ants in our hands, and we can crush you with a flick of our wrist. Ah, that's right. Sir, you're right. Wood has learned his lesson. It's us, the Wong family, who overestimated our capabilities. Wong Wood admitted with a humble smile. Master, why should we be afraid of him? We are now members of the Xinhua shelter. If they dare to touch us, they will surely die. Just as Wong Wood was still licking his boots, a discordant voice was heard. Oh, the flame shelter? What's that? The middle-aged man in the lead spoke. Xinhua shelter is the #1 shelter in High City, and he even destroyed Lin. Asshole, shut up. Stop talking. Wong Wood started to curse the younger generation in the family, then looked at the middle-aged man with horror. Just as he was about to explain something, he heard another voice from behind. Uncle, what are you afraid of? Haven't we all joined the Xinhua shelter? What are you afraid of? Once the Xinhua shelter arrives, with just a few of them, it will be easy to kill them, right? Asshole, why are you interrupting adults? Shut up, or I'll punch you in the face. Wong Wood shouted angrily. Uncle, you are a weak coward. Let me go. One man walked straight into the crowd, grabbed the boy's hair, and dragged him out. Even though the boy's shouts resounded throughout the conference room, no one dared to say a word. Kid, what did you say about the Xinhua shelter destroying Lin? What happened next? He wiped out the High City branch of your Lin's Chamber of Commerce. Now he's letting us go. Let's run quickly. Maybe we can save our lives. The boy said fearlessly. Great. What a wonderful Xinhua shelter. What a wonderful Xinhua shelter. I was wondering why we couldn't find anyone here, and I didn't expect that they had been wiped out. Okay. Talk about you guys. The Haisher branch was wiped out by humans, not by a meteorite, and yet you all are starting to reason beyond your capabilities. The middle-aged man in the lead smiled faintly and spoke to the people who had just been possessed by the washing machine and the black chicken. Then his expression changed, and the kind expression immediately turned ferocious the moment he turned his head. Wong Wood, tell me everything you know, otherwise. The next moment, the middle-aged man took out the dagger from his waist and aimed at the target. Puff! My fingers, you bastards! In the blink of an eye, the boy's finger was cut off and blood immediately flowed along the broken finger to the ground. The young man felt the horrible pain that pierced his heart and instantly lost his previous arrogance and pride, replaced by endless regret. Let me go, I was wrong. The young man looked at the middle-aged man with tears in his eyes, and his voice became extremely hoarse. Hey, where's that arrogant look from just now? How did it disappear? I thought you were so arrogant, but you're just like this. The middle-aged man sneered. I'm sorry. I'm still young. Forgive me. The wound on his finger was still painful, and the boy's fear broke out again. He looked at the middle-aged man with horror. Come on, tell me everything you know. The boy ignored Wong Wood's gaze and told everything he knew word by word. Finally, under Wong Wood's increasingly desperate look, the boy watched a sharp knife pierce his heart. Chapter 106, The Foresight of the Vanguard. Boy, let me teach you a little lesson. In your next life, remember to be more discerning. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he pulled out the dagger again and slashed it across the boy's neck. The next moment, the sharp dagger penetrated the neck, and the boy's head, with his eyes still open, flew randomly onto an old man. The old woman straightened her grandson's head and looked at his head. She was powerless to refute and could only shed tears of despair and pain. A middle-aged man in the crowd was looking at the headless body, and his body was shaking wildly. Why? A grown man trembles at the sight of a dead body. The middle-aged man also noticed that he was trembling. Sir, this is my son. I'm trembling with sadness. I'm sorry for disturbing your peace of mind. The middle-aged man forced a smile and spoke. Oh, I see. I'm really sorry. Your son is a bit of a mouth opener and needs a lesson. I'll teach him a lesson for you. Is that okay? Even if he's deadly. No problem. It's my sorrow to have such a rebellious son. It's his honor to die in the hands of adults. Ha. Your Wong family is really interesting. Great. I just like this kind of family that knows how to handle current affairs. The middle-aged man of the Lin family laughed loudly, obviously surprised by the extent of the Wong family's licking dogs. Since you have joined the Xinhua shelter, you should know where it is, right? I know, but I don't know you. Lead the way tomorrow, and we'll go destroy this refugee camp. Your nephew said that life there is like the Garden of Eden. I, a country bumpkin, also want to go and see it. But sir, the Xinhua shelter is well equipped with advanced weapons and equipment, even armed helicopters. It's not that easy to capture. Wang would ask in a low voice. Huh, what are you afraid of? No matter how powerful his Xinhua shelter is, can it be as powerful as our Lin's Chamber of Commerce? This time, our Lin's Chamber of Commerce has come well prepared in order to completely recapture High City. The trucks we parked outside are loaded with all kinds of weapons and ammunition. Otherwise, why do you think I left so many people to guard them? Furthermore, several large armed helicopters will arrive tomorrow, carrying short-range ballistic missiles, along with many individuals who have unlocked their genetic locks. Forget it. I bet you wouldn't know what a gene lock is even if I told you. You just need to know that we are just the vanguard. Tomorrow is the day when the main force of our Lin's Chamber of Commerce will arrive. And when they come, destroying a small Xinhua shelter will be nothing. The head of Lin's smiled coldly, feeling that it was lonely at the top. Wang would immediately sense something was amiss when he heard this. Although he didn't know what a genetic lock was, he knew about intercontinental missiles, something that even the nation strictly guarded. He hadn't expected the Lin's Chamber of Commerce to be so ruthless. For a moment, Wang couldn't help but feel nervous. Don't worry, as long as you lead the way tomorrow, once our Lin's Chamber of Commerce has extinguished the Xinhua and conquered High City, there will definitely be a place for your Wang family. As if noticing Wang's silence, the person in charge spoke. After hearing this, Wang pretended to be overjoyed and immediately flattered him. Yes, we will definitely lead the way tomorrow. The Lin group leader, who was flattered again, was smiling and relieved. All right, hurry up and prepare the food and call a few women over. We've come all the way from the next city, and we must be exhausted. Wood understands. After saying that, Wang led the others out of the room. Amidst the weeping and slightly angry expressions of the crowd, he quickly distributed the tasks. Then, he came to a room where there were several women in their 20s and 30s. I've raised you for so long. It's time for you to take action. Remember, from now on, you are the women of my Wang family. Have you memorized your roles? Master Wang, we are ready. If it weren't for your help, we might have died in the meteorite disaster. This is just one night of sacrifice. It's nothing. We're just doing our job. A woman in the lead spoke. They also know that they have no choice as they are born in a humble family. In such a doomsday situation, it is good enough to have a meal to eat and a place to stay. Well, after today, we are a family. After finishing speaking, Wang Wuda took the lead woman's hand and brought them to the rooms of the core figures of the Lin's Chamber of Commerce. These are all members of my Wang family. Are you satisfied, sir? Wang Wu's expression, originally filled with sorrow and anger, changed immediately after he saw the people from Lin's Chamber of Commerce. He became humble and respectful. Looking at the pitiful faces of these women, whose expressions were slightly filled with sorrow and despair, the core members of the Lin family nodded slightly, secretly lamenting why they had only just now seen the Wang family's ability to flatter. Well, not bad, not bad. The one next to you must be your wife. Exactly. Hearing the middle-aged man in the lead ask this, Wang trembled. His face instantly became quite desperate and said, Okay, I'm a best wife. Let them all stay. We won't leave anyone behind. And you can go away. Just call us when the food is ready. Oh, and by the way, call the other families in High City. I want them to see the destruction of Xinhua with their own eyes. After that, Wang was driven out of the room. As the door closed, the sound of the Lin Chamber of Commerce's people laughing like beasts suddenly rang out from the room. At the same time, the sorrow, pleas for mercy, and helpless cries of the women in the room were also heard. Lin's Chamber of Commerce. Wang stood at the door. The expression on his face was no longer humble, but extremely calm and stable. If he had not been so foresight this time, perhaps the ones who went in today and begged frantically for mercy would really be his wife, children, and clan women. However, Wang felt that even if the people inside were really his wife, children, and clan daughters, he might still do the same. On the way, when he saw the eyes of the tribesmen passing by, he saw apology and respect in their eyes. Chapter 107. The whole army came to discuss before the battle. They knew that if it weren't for the patriarch's foresight, he would have let all the young women leave through the back door to a second shelter they had built, and also hired a group of practitioners early on. They were also asked to memorize the background and customs of the tribes they were responsible for. Perhaps their wives, children, and daughters were already wailing in pain in that room at this moment. They also knew at this time that the reason why Wang resist it at the beginning was not because he wanted to resist, but because he wanted to buy time for the evacuation of those female tribesmen. And if it weren't for the fact that Shinhwa Shelter solved the zombie lord, so that there are not many zombies in High City now, it would be quite difficult to evacuate them quietly and quickly. Soon after, the other families, including the Sun family, received news from the Wong family inviting them to come, as well as information about the weapons and so-called gene lock openers brought by the Lin Chamber of Commerce. When the leaders of various forces received this news, they were all shocked. On the other side, Jiangyu, who had just finished shopping, also received a message from Jarvis. "Are you visiting the Lin's Chamber of Commerce headquarters in Qing City this time?" Jiangyu murmured. "Sir, according to Patriarch Wong, the Lin's Chamber of Commerce is coming with great force and is well equipped. We may need to be fully prepared." Jarvis said. Jiangyu was silent for a moment and asked, "Jarvis, how's the new weapon going?" "Sir, although Miss Moody brought enough corpse crystals, due to time constraints, only 6 sets of various equipment have been manufactured, and only 1 set of armor has been made to match theirs. That's enough. Speed up production tonight and produce 10 sets. Tomorrow, we'll use those new weapons to show those people what real technology is." "Sir, do we need to notify the owners of other shelters?" "No, just send them a message saying I need their help. I also want to see how they would react in this situation. In the past, High City was dominated by the Shinhwa shelter, so they had no choice but to submit. But now, with the addition of the Lin Chamber of Commerce, Jiangyu wanted to see what choice they would make between the two. The major families also began to hold emergency meetings because of the arrival of the Lin Chamber of Commerce with heavy weapons. On the other hand, the Wong family took out a lot of good food to entertain the core figures from the Lin Chamber of Commerce. Even the people watching the car outside were given meals. Wong Wuda even took out the wine and started clinking glasses with several core figures. At the table, he showed his true nature as a bootlicker, toasting each other, with red faces and ears, when the dinner and drinking party came to an end. Wong would send the last core figure to rest. Finally, he came to a balcony alone, lit a cigarette, and sent a message. The power behind the Lin's Chamber of Commerce is called God's Descent. Late at night, Jarvis received the news and immediately woke up Jiangyu, who was sleeping in Moody's arms. Jiangyu staggered to the control room in a daze. He had just emerged victorious from the battle half an hour ago, and had just rested for a short time when he was pulled up, all wet. God descending? God descending again? What kind of organization is this? Why does it feel more powerful than me, who has the system? Jiangyu murmured helplessly. The next day, at Wang's house, a roar that resounded through the sky was heard. Many people got up from their beds and walked to the window to check. The next moment, they were stunned. They saw 5 armed helicopters and 2 large armed transport planes circling in the sky. They came from an unknown place and were circling in the sky because they could not find a place to land. Similarly, they also saw several modified buses outside, with a total of about hundreds of foreigners of different skin colors sitting on them. Not long after, they even saw fully armed armored vehicles parked in front of the Wong family's door. Afterwards, they saw that several core members of the Lin Chamber of Commerce, who were so arrogant yesterday, were now like Wong would when he saw them yesterday. They were coming to the leaders of those foreigners with humility and nodding. The leader of the foreigners was a big white man with a strong build and well-developed muscles. His big arms looked like they could kill 2 cows with 1 slap. The foreigners and the Lin's Chamber of Commerce were talking about something, while Wong would stood aside more humbly, saying something from time to time. "Lao Wong, how's the contact with the person I asked you to contact yesterday?" The leader of the Lin family turned to Wong Wuda and asked indifferently. "Sir, I notified everyone, but I don't know if they will come." "Well, give them 2 more hours. Tell them I'll show them how the fire shelter is destroyed. And if they don't come in 2 hours, once I extinguish the fire, it will be their turn next. As the victors, how can we not have the support of the people? Hey, please come in." Looking at the 2 people who walked in, Wong Wood's eyes were vague, and it was unknown what he was thinking. He then took some photos and sent them to several other shelters. "Son, what do you think of the news sent by the Wong family?" At the breakfast table, Sun Xiong looked at his son who was eating fried dough sticks and asked, "Didn't you ask Jiangyu yesterday, father?" "How did he respond?" "He asked us to help him." "What does father mean?" Sun Tianming thought for a moment and asked, "You speak first." "My suggestion is to hold back. I don't think Jiangyu is that easy to deal with. That guy was able to pretend to be poor for so long during college. He must have some hidden tricks up his sleeve." "Why? Dad has a different opinion?" Seeing his father sigh, Sun Tianming asked doubtfully, "No, I agree with your opinion, but you've suddenly become so sensible. Doesn't that mean my 8 wolves can't play tricks anymore? Sister Zhang, the people from the Lin's Chamber of Commerce are so mean that Jiang Yu has no choice but to ask us for help. Let's lead our troops to help Jiang Yu immediately. Xuanning looked at Zhang Hong anxiously and said, Haha, why are you so anxious so quickly? What, are you really moved? Zainong Zhukid. Well, I'm just worried about the Xinhua shelter. After all, they're our allies. Xuanning's face flushed slightly as she began to explain. Wait, Sister Zhang, are you planning to help the Lin family? Xuanning's expression changed, and she asked cautiously. Chapter 108. War Power Inventory and Discussions Begin. Haha, how is that possible? Even before the apocalypse, the Lin's Chamber of Commerce wasn't a good thing, let alone now. Unless it's really a last resort, I won't choose to follow them. Even if I try my best to follow them, I can only get a sip of soup at most. But it's different if I follow Jiang Yu. So after comprehensive consideration, I plan to take a gamble. If I win, we will continue to follow Jiang Yu to eat meat. If we lose, that's fine. I have a second plan, which is to send you, a delicate mature woman, over there. With your conditions, you can persuade the Lin family and at least let us get some benefit from the Lin family. Soon, the same conversation began to happen in other shelters, but the endings were slightly different. Hey, everyone's here. Welcome, welcome. Congratulations on making the right choice. Wangwood looked at the very familiar families in front of him and laughed out loud. Haha, Brother Wang is still the best. He started licking me yesterday, and now we all need to call you Brother Wang. We can only helplessly start from now on. It seems that the situation in High City has changed a lot after this incident. After all, only we, the Sun family, the residential building shelter, and the Lu Chamber of Commerce came this time. Yes, when the Lin family destroys them, we can get some good things. That's right. Soon, everyone began to plan how to divide the Xinhua shelter after breaking through it, and how to divide the delicate beauties in the shelter. Wangwood looked at them with a wry smile on his face, without saying a word, but his mocking eyes occasionally glanced at the surveillance camera on the upper left. Oh, I can't believe it. These guys don't have great abilities, but their imaginations are pretty good. What a pity. It would be a shame if they don't use their imagination to write novels. Looking at the heads of several shelters who were talking freely in the surveillance video, Jiang Yu smiled faintly. I didn't expect that in the end, only the Sun family, Zhang Hong, and that Lu family will believe me. Oh, what a pity. High City will lose so much free labor. Jiang Yu murmured helplessly. Sir, they have already set off. It is estimated that their army will arrive at the entrance of the shelter in an hour. The attack helicopters are aerial units, so they will arrive earlier. As Jarvis spoke, he described the Lin Chamber of Commerce's itinerary in the red that where the armed helicopter was located. Have all the data been checked? We have detected that among the people brought by the Lin's Chamber of Commerce this time, 200 people have activated the first-level gene lock, 50 people have activated the second-level gene lock, and 325 ordinary military-style combat personnel. There are 5 armed helicopters in the air, carrying a lot of heavy firepower. Each helicopter has a 6-man combat unit. There are 2 large armed transport helicopters, which are equipped with 3 short-range ballistic missiles and various heavy weapons. Both helicopters have 15 combat units. There are 3 armored vehicles on the ground, each with 5 combat units, and 10 modified vehicles of various types, with a total of 500 combat personnel in the modified vehicles. The remaining combat units and the combat power of other shelters, excluding the Wang family, can be basically ignored. Looking at the battle power analysis chart drawn by Jarvis, Jiang Yu nodded slightly. The Lin's Chamber of Commerce and the people from the God's Descent may never have thought that as soon as they entered the Sea City, all their information had been exposed to Jarvis. What about ours? 10 selected guards are resting. They spent the entire night practicing on new weapons and equipment. Okay, then seal the shelter and wait for them to arrive. Okay, sir. One more thing. I've detected that many people in the shelter already know that the Lin's Chamber of Commerce is going to attack the shelter, and they are spreading negative information. Do you know which ones? Zhang Yunqing, Wu Songyun, Lu Shangping, Chen Jiagang, Zhao Changping, Zhou Ping, and Wang Yu. These 6 people, I looked back and saw that they were the ones who started the spread. How many of them? I remember them being those psychology and philosophy professors and PhDs, right? Yes, 3 psychology PhDs, 2 philosophy professors, and 2 philosophy PhDs. Among them, Zhang Yunqing and Wu Sonping were Zhou Ping and Zhao Changping's teachers. Haha, it seems they feel the position of school teacher in the shelter is not worthy of them. so they're trying to use public opinion to gain something. Jiang Yu couldn't help but sneer when he saw the familiar behavior. Sir, do you want to stop it by force? No, there's no need for a few people who only dare to do evil behind the scenes to make such a big fuss. Just inform the residents of the shelter that the shelter is about to be attacked by other forces and that relevant personnel have been sent into the shelter under concealed identities. Some inappropriate remarks are being made. We are not afraid of external threats of force, so we hope that all residents will keep their eyes open and find these undercover agents sent by the enemy. If you find them, you will receive points as a reward. Yes, sir. Soon, the news spread quickly throughout the shelter. In an instant, some people who had just finished breakfast and were about to go to work looked at others seriously after hearing the news. On the other side, Wang Yu, who had just finished breakfast, came to a person who had been brainwashing him for the past few days, intending to make further efforts to completely bring him to his side. After all, this person is a team leader in a factory production in the shelter. If he agrees, there's a high probability that some of his subordinates will agree as well. This is the so-called leader effect. But as soon as he sat down, he heard the man opposite him calling for the guards and then shouting. That's him. He was the one who told me yesterday that the shelter was going to be in big trouble. He also kept telling me how much better life was outside. He also said that I couldn't obey the base commander's management measures and needed to rebel against the base commander to create greater benefits for my life. Wang Yu, who had just sat down and hadn't spoken yet, froze. What was going on? Then he saw a group of guards appear out of nowhere, and then they punched him without saying anything, leaving him speechless, and then took him away. As he was about to leave, he heard the captain of the escort team speak. Chapter 109, The Clown, is like an empty city. You did a great job. Everyone can learn a lot from this line leader. The person just now has been confirmed to be an undercover agent, so we've decided to reward him with 10,000 points. Similarly, whoever catches an undercover agent in the future will also receive a 10,000-point reward. I heard that catching an undercover agent can earn tens of thousands of points. Everyone is completely excited. 10,000 points. If I had these 10,000 points, wouldn't my life in the shelter be much better? Yeah, I also want to stay in those single rooms. 10,000 points, that can be exchanged for a lot of good things. I don't know how many undercover agents like this there are. I must catch them all. Soon, the residents who had lived in the shelter for so long also realized the importance of points. They opened their eyes and planned to find other undercover agents hiding in the shelter in order to earn more points. At the end of the world, in this shelter, points are equivalent to money, and no one will have too much money or things with the same properties as money. Soon after, the other people who got the news were all shocked and helpless. Damn it, because of this news, all those people we've been working so hard to brainwash have now rejected us. If we hadn't convinced them, they might have already reported us to the guards. This commander is really amazing. He didn't even bother to put in a single move. With just a simple bounty, all our hard work went to waste. Damn it, I heard that the guards' methods are not something that ordinary people can withstand. What if one you can't withstand it and is exposed? What should we do? That's fine. Without evidence, I don't think he'd dare to do anything to us. As long as he dares to arrest us, we can mobilize the residents of the base to start a resistance. Bang! As soon as the words fell, the door of their room was kicked open by the guards. Then, several tall, straight, and strong guards quickly walked into the room and dragged them out of the room one by one. Is that them? That's right, Captain. They're the ones who have been brainwashing us all this time, saying that the way the base treats us is unfair and that we all need to work together to make our lives better. The people who were dragged out of the room were stunned when they saw that the people who reported them were the ones who had been brainwashed before. Old Zhao, didn't you say? I promise you not to tell anyone, but there's nothing I can do, Professor Zhang. They've given me too much. Before he finished speaking, the guards knocked out the professors and doctors one by one and took them away from the crowd. The dozen or so people who led the way also immediately received the reward, 60,000 points, which were evenly divided into everyone's account by Jarvis, making the surrounding people extremely envious. 5 minutes later, they were thrown directly into the cell like garbage. An hour later, they finally woke up. When they saw where they were, they couldn't help but scream and cry for help. However, the sound insulation of this cell was very good. No one heard the black man's screams all night long. They shouted for hours, their throats dry, but no one came. At this moment, despair and regret began to spread on their faces. I started to regret why I did that. Sir, after 40 minutes of arrest, the public has successfully identified these people and they are now all in custody. Just a bunch of clowns. Do they really think we can still live in a peaceful society? Their empty promises won't stand a chance against my points bomb. Because they're surrounded by the halo of their professor and doctoral status, they don't know that ordinary people today are not stupid. They no longer value the beautiful future and the pie in the sky that you describe. As pragmatists, they believe that what they have in their hands is real. Maybe some people were brainwashed by the big cakes they painted, but in front of Jiang Yu's decisive kill with tens of thousands of points, the beautiful cakes they painted in their minds were simply vulnerable and would be shattered in minutes. Sir, the people from the Lin's Chamber of Commerce are approaching the highway. Okay, get those 10 guards ready. Yes, sir. Jiang Yu, my zombie army has assembled. Although it's a little late, they're finally here. Moody walked in, sat next to Jiang Yu, and spoke. You've arrived just in time. Have your zombie army stand by 3 kilometers from the base. Are you planning to attack from both inside and outside? No, I just want to add a few 100 million fresh zombies to your army. Jiang Yu smiled and said. Another 10 minutes passed, and Jiang Yu ordered his guards to take off in helicopters to occupy the airspace above the shelter, so as to prevent the Xinhua shelter from being put in a rather passive position by the enemy's helicopters hovering above it. 3 armed helicopters are currently circling the shelter, providing surveillance and protection. The next moment, 8 armed helicopters broke through the clouds and landed on the road. 5 helicopters surrounded the 3 large helicopters, as if guarding them. After they saw the 3 armed helicopters, they flew over the forest leading to the shelter and hovered in the air. At this moment, both sides were keenly observing each other. Captain, as the information says, there are 3 armed helicopters, but I don't see the large armed transport helicopter mentioned in the information. Are there only 3 helicopters that showed up? A strong voice came from the headphones. Yes, there are no weapons, equipment, or combat personnel at the entrance of the shelter except for some vehicles and 10 maintenance personnel. When the people from the Lin Chamber of Commerce heard that the Xinhua shelter had no combat preparations at all, they were also stunned and looked at each other with confusion. Because this didn't seem like the Xinhua shelter that controlled the entire high city. They didn't believe that the Xinhua shelter was unaware of their actions today. Captain, should we continue to be on alert? I feel that the firepower of our 5 armed helicopters is enough to destroy the Xinhua shelter, and I don't think they have any plans to fight. Wait for the arrival of the main force. The Xinhua shelter is not a simple force. Perhaps they're just a facade. Keep watching and wait for us to arrive. No matter what secrets they have, with our army approaching, all their conspiracies will be shattered. Chapter 110. 10-man team advances on 2 fronts. Receive. Even though the Xinhua shelter seemed to be full of loopholes at the moment, the white man, who was an elite combatant and had experienced countless large and small wars, was still extremely cautious at this moment. He didn't believe that a force that could shake the eggs of the enemy forces, comb and cut the earthworms in half, and finally crush them into a paste would be so loose and undisciplined. Soon, another 10 minutes passed, and the Lin's Chamber of Commerce finally arrived. As they left the highway and entered the road, they finally saw several figures inside the Xinhua shelter heading towards the door. Captain, Xinhua shelter has started live streaming. What? Live broadcast? They can even start live broadcast. The team leader was startled when he heard this and quickly took the tablet. At first glance, he saw the handsome man in the live video. Hello, dear audience friends. I'm your old friend Aries. This live broadcast is because the Xinhua shelter is about to be attacked again. Perhaps it is because the Xinhua shelter has developed so well in recent months, becoming a kind of Eden in the hearts of countless people, which makes other jealous people feel jealous and envious. So they sent out a large army, hoping to conquer our Xinhua shelter by force. But we are fearless. Our shelter commander has already issued a foreign policy. That is, if we want to fight, we will fight. Anyone who retreats is a coward. Finally, Aries, want to tell them one thing. Go to Yasala and kill you. The white captain looked at the live broadcast with a bad expression and asked, what did he mean by his last words? The people from the Lin's Chamber of Commerce beside him naturally understood what he meant, but they didn't dare to say. Finally, under the captain's serious and earnest gaze, they slowly spoke. Go to hell and eat shit. Crack. The next moment, the tablet was instantly crushed. The captain's face was full of anger. After fighting for so many years, this was the first time he was insulted like this. Well done to you, Xinhua shelter. Really well done. I don't care what plans you have or what traps you have set, because from now on, you will face my full-scale attack. Armored vehicles attack. Blast open the gate of the Xinhua shelter for me. I want to see what their battle strategy is. Yes, sir. The next moment, 3 armored vehicles sped up, broke away from the main group, and quickly moved towards the Xinhua shelter. Moreover, the weapons on their vehicles are ready to go, and they can start the area bombing as soon as the armored vehicles enter the bombing range. The other side has sent out 3 armored vehicles. Let's send out 3 people as well. Jiang Yu rested his thighs on Mu Di's thighs, enjoying the softness of the grass, enjoying the fruit feeding from Mu Di, and directing everything on the field. If there was anything uncomfortable about this, it was that lying on Mu Di's thighs blocked his view a little. Yes, Commander. The door of the Xinhua shelter was opened, and 10 figures walked out from inside. As they walked out, Aries Live immediately gave them close-ups. Well, as everyone has seen, this time, Xinhua shelter has specially sent out 10 guards to show respect to their opponents. That's 10. 10 full guards. We only get to see all 10 guards out at once during dinner. Fuck. Flame shelter. Hearing the ridicule of Aries' live broadcast, the white captain held the second tablet in his hand and couldn't help but crush it in anger. Click. Tiny sparks flickered on his big hands, but he felt nothing. His face was extremely gloomy. With 10 people, he originally thought that the Xinhua shelter would have some powerful conspiracy or tricks. After all, he knew that this was what the Chinese were best at. However, he did not expect that the other side had no preparation at all. There were only 10 people on the scene, even though they were the so-called royal guards, but so what? 10 people? Did he really think he could blow up my 3 armored vehicles with just 10 people? He was completely underestimating himself. Blow them up, blow them up. I'm going to crush their bones into powder with my armored vehicles. Yes, sir. As soon as they finished speaking, they saw a scene that shocked them even more. 3 figures quickly walked out from the 10 people, and these 3 figures were moving quickly towards the 3 armored vehicles. But in the blink of an eye, the distance between them and the armored vehicle was reduced by 1/5. Here they come. 3 people, only 3. It seems the commander is taking the enemy very seriously. 3 armored vehicles and 3 guards are dispatched. What a serious attitude. Aries' live broadcast once again gave a close-up of the 3 people running. With this kind of speed, I didn't expect them to all be level 2 gene lock unlockers. No wonder Xinhua shelter is so confident. However, even those who have unlocked level 3 gene locks can't withstand the damage of the armored vehicle. Xinhua shelter, let these 3 people become the price for your inexplicable arrogance. The captain, who was sitting firmly in the back, looked at the shouts of Aries in the live broadcast and smiled coldly, as if mocking the Xinhua shelter's arrogance. The next moment, the 3 of them entered the bombing range of the armored vehicle again. The armored vehicle began to bombard them while moving forward. However, their attacks were evaded flexibly by the 3 members of the Royal Guards. The shells were completely unable to hit the target, and the aftermath of the explosion could not hurt them who had activated the 2nd level gene lock. In the back, the captain, who was also the opener of the 2nd level gene lock, did not look surprised. After all, he could do this too. Then the second wave of orders began to be issued. Helicopters synchronized with armored vehicles and begin intensive crossfire. Receive. The next moment, 3 helicopters flew over the armored vehicle and began to cooperate with the armored vehicle to fire various bullets in a dense and wide range in the direction of the 3 people. Looking at the dense rain of bullets like a violent storm, the 3 guards did not retreat at all. Instead, they took a handle from their waist and pressed the switch at one end. At this moment, the confident white captain suddenly became dazed. Wong. Click. Crash. Chapter 111. 3 shots and 1 punch. In an instant, the handle turned into liquid metal and scattered, flowing up, down, left and right of the handle as quickly as water. A few tenths of a second later, an extremely huge transparent shield appeared in front of him. Defense, the guardsman at the front shouted, and the other 2 quickly joined together. The leader held up his shield to block the upper part, while the remaining 2 held their shields sideways in front of the leader. The 3 of them formed an arrow shape. Files. As the sound of bullets hitting the shields rang out, they continued to advance despite the attacks of 5 armed helicopters and 3 armored vehicles. Although their speed was slowed down by 1/3 due to the overwhelming rain of bullets, their forward speed was still not slow. Oh, I thought you were so awesome. I even cursed your gun barrels to explode from the helicopter, but it doesn't work. The seemingly powerful rain of bullets was actually blocked by a few shields in our Xinhua shelter. Is this okay, you little dogs? In the live broadcast room, Aries couldn't help but send warm greetings to the opposing team when watching this scene. This scene also made everyone who saw it very angry, but there was nothing much to say. After all, this was the fact. This is unethical. They send 3 more people to blow down those 3 helicopters in the sky. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yu smiled coldly and continued to give orders. Okay, Commander. The next moment after receiving the order, they took out the familiar handle and pressed the button on the other side. The next moment, the familiar sound of flowing water and the sound of steel colliding rang out again. Soon, a spear emitting a light blue halo appeared in the hands of the 3 guards. Wangzi, without much nonsense, he pointed the gun directly at the 3 armed helicopters in the sky and fired laser beams. The next moment, in the eyes of everyone's surprise and confusion, 3 azure lasers shot straight at the 3 armed helicopters at a rapid speed. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! When the captain saw the close-up of the light blue laser beam in the live broadcast, he immediately shouted into the headset, but it was too late. As soon as he finished shouting, he could only watch as 2 of the 3 helicopters were penetrated by the terrifying laser beam, and the other one dodged in time and escaped the attack. Is this a laser weapon? And this weapon can actually penetrate the fuselage of an attack helicopter directly. The captain muttered in disbelief. Before the captain could react, he saw that the armed helicopter that was suspended in the air had lost power because its fuselage was pierced and fell directly in front of the armored vehicle. Boom! As 2 small mushroom clouds rose, the captain's expression instantly became extremely gloomy. It had only been a short time since the battle started, and the other side had only sent 5 people to fight, but they had already destroyed 2 of their armed helicopters. While he was thinking, he heard Aries' voice again in the live broadcast room. Oh my, what a jerk. He's so reckless. He was shot down with just 2 laser weapons. He's such a piece of trash. How dare such a piece of trash come and cause trouble for our Xinhua shelter? Ahem. The above views only represent Aries' personal views and have nothing to do with Aries himself. Click. He was insulted, looked down upon, and mocked one after another. At this moment, he saw that the comments in the live broadcast room were all mocking his side. So he got so angry that he crushed the tablet again. Then he gave a look, and the other man immediately took out the 4th tablet, turned on the live broadcast, and handed it to the white captain. At the same time, I was still wondering how long this tablet could last. Click! But just as he turned around, the 4th tablet shattered again, and was crushed by the white captain's big hand again. This time, he saw the extremely gloomy face of the white captain, and the small mushroom cloud rising again on the battlefield. Seeing the crushed tablet, the man took out a smaller tablet, turned on the live broadcast, and handed it to the white captain. Xinhua shelter, we really underestimated them. 3 attack helicopters were destroyed so quickly. In just half an hour, the losses were heavy. Then, the white captain continued to watch the live broadcast. Good luck. I wish you good luck. Good luck brings joy and love. But the next moment, the song of good luck and Aries' voice full of laughter rang out in the live broadcast room. Haha, the Lin's Chamber of Commerce is nothing special. What's with the attack helicopter? It was still directly knocked over by 3 of our guards. Seeing this, the white captain took a deep breath, and the tablet in his hand began to move in a C shape, and the circuit inside began to flicker slightly. But at the last moment, the white captain breathed a sigh of relief and released his hand, and the soldiers on the other side also gradually breathed a sigh of relief. Call! Crack! But just as I breathed a sigh of relief, I heard the familiar sound of braking and circuit crisscrossing. I didn't expect that Xinhua shelter already has exoskeleton technology. The white captain recalled the last scene he had just seen, his face full of shock. On the battlefield, the 3 men felt much less pressure without the suppression of the 3 armed helicopters. They continued to accelerate and move forward quickly with shields held up, and soon rushed to a position about 20 meters in front of the 3 armored vehicles. Then, they pressed a button on their waists again. Instantly, liquid metal began to flow from their belts to their entire bodies, enveloping them in metal. After a few seconds, a set of extremely hard metal skeletons appeared on their bodies. They put away their shields and put them back on their waists. Then, a strong azure light suddenly appeared on the gloves they had put on at some point, and the metal exoskeleton behind them also lit up with a blue light at the same time. Drink! The royal guard roared and punched the armored vehicle, which was only 1 meter away from him. Bang! Then, in the shocked eyes of the crowd, The armored vehicle weighing 12 tons was knocked over by the guards and flew several meters away. As the first one was knocked away, the other two were knocked away almost at the same time. Chapter 112. Confidence Reborn, Gunfire, and Artillery Rain. Looking at the armored vehicle being knocked away by a punch in the live video, the faces of the people watching the live broadcast were full of shock and disbelief. That's an armored vehicle. Even the lightest one weighs several tons. Some discerning people also noticed that the armored vehicle on the scene weighed at least 10 tons. How could such a behemoth be sent flying by 3 people from the Shinhwa shelter with 1 punch each? Is this truly humanly achievable? Are they truly human? For a moment, everyone watching the live broadcast felt their heads buzzing. Even the guards and ordinary residents who were watching the live broadcast in the shelter were shocked and unbelievable. Is this the strength of the royal guards? Many members of the guard murmured with longing. Boom! Everyone was stunned and shocked. After the armored vehicle landed on the ground, the loud noise it made gradually brought them back to their senses. But no matter what, the shocking scene can be said to be unforgettable for them in their lives. Gurgle, gurgle. After a brief moment of shock, everyone could not help but swallow their saliva frantically to relieve the dryness in their throats caused by opening their mouths wide and forgetting to breathe. Captain, didn't you say they were just people who had activated the second-order gene lock? We also have the second-order gene lock, but it seems we can't do it to the extent of knocking the armored vehicle away with 1 punch. Many people looked at the white captain behind them in surprise and asked. When the white captain heard the weak words of others, his expression became even gloomier, and he spoke in a deep voice. He is indeed like us, only having unlocked the second-level gene lock. But the reason why they are so powerful is because of their metal exoskeletons and high-tech equipment. The white captain, who knew very well how powerful those who had opened the second-level gene lock were, was extremely jealous of the equipment on them, whether it was the shield that could withstand all the intensive attacks of ammunition, or the 3 azure blue spears that could shoot lasers and penetrate 3 armed helicopters in an instant, or even a metal exoskeleton and the glowing gloves that appeared now. The technology of a Shinhwa shelter is so advanced that it's probably even comparable to that of the God's Descent headquarters. What kind of power is the Shinhwa shelter? How could they possess such terrifying technology and creative power? The white captain muttered with fear on his face. At this moment, he suddenly regretted why he didn't investigate clearly before coming to carry out the mission. At this moment, he, who had experienced many battles, felt the extremely difficult situation. Dear audience members, I know you must be extremely shocked and unbelievable right now, but Aries wants to give you a heads up. Scenes like sending an armored vehicle flying with 1 punch are nothing but commonplace for the Shinhwa shelter. Scenes like this will be seen frequently in future live broadcasts, so please be prepared, as the upcoming live broadcast will be filled with climaxes and peak moments. In the live broadcast room, Aries' face appeared, and he asked the audience to be mentally prepared in an extremely solemn and serious manner. The people watching the live stream rolled their eyes, saying, "I believed your lies. Is knocking an armored vehicle off the ground with 1 punch just basic skill? Can you even fly an aircraft carrier?" As Aries' live broadcast continued, it was obvious that the 3 guards took out the azure blue spears again, and then aimed at the 3 armored vehicles in front. 3 azure blue laser beams hit the overturned armored vehicles in an instant. Inside the armored vehicle, everyone saw the pierced armored vehicle. The mercenaries who were still doubting their lives were forced to leave the armored vehicle by the scythe of death. The live broadcast room also cooperated very well in giving close-up shots of the mercenaries who were escaping from the armored vehicle in a panic. The close-ups were extremely clear, so clear that one could even read what the mercenaries were saying. Grass. Fuck. Murd. Boom. Boom. 10 seconds passed, and although many people ran out, many were squeezed in and had no time to run out. Then a huge explosion sounded, and they were buried together with the armored vehicle. Seeing this scene, the white captain's face became even more gloomy. Okay, the foreplay is over. Before the climax comes, let them attack together and send them to the west. Okay, Commander. After receiving Jiang Yu's order, the other 7 people rushed forward quickly. The 7 of them who had been standing quietly at the entrance of the shelter were also seen in the live broadcast as they rushed forward quickly. Captain Bai and the people from the Lin Chamber of Commerce were shocked and frightened when they saw this scene. The morale of their side has been low after the 3 of them attacked them. Now, if 10 of them attack together, Can these hundreds of people hold on? But after thinking for a moment, the white captain gritted his teeth and shouted loudly into the headset. Damn it, I just don't believe it. No matter how powerful these 10 people are, can their physical strength be infinite? Won't the high-tech equipment on them be damaged? Listen to my orders. Take the remaining 2 helicopter gunships and bomb the Shinhwa shelter. The rest of you, leave them where they are. Today, even if we lose, all 10 of them must die. After hearing the voice coming from the headphones, everyone who was originally in a trance finally reacted. Yes, no matter how advanced their technology is, they're only human beings, after all, and they're only human beings who will exhaust their physical strength. No matter how powerful they are, once their strength is exhausted, they're no longer a threat. Technology cannot help them recover their strength. After a short silence, the mercenaries also showed their strong fighting qualities in an instant. They quickly took out their weapons and aimed at the 10 guards who were rushing towards them. Dada! Boom! Boom! In an instant, more intense gunfire and artillery fire broke out around the guards. But they were seen holding transparent shields and running unharmed amid the hail of gunfire and artillery that could destroy a tall building in seconds. The rain of gunfire and artillery fire in the sky raised a huge cloud of dust, which obscured the figures of the 10 guards. Wong. And in the huge smoke and dust raised by the rain of gunfire and artillery, an inexplicable sound of accumulating power suddenly rang out. Chapter 113: Nuclear Weapons, the Ultimate Weapon. At the same time, if you look down from a high place, you can clearly see a deep blue light rapidly gathering strength and growing larger and larger. Wong. Boom! As if it had reached a critical point, the rapidly accumulating blue light completed its charge and suddenly erupted into terrifying blue thunder that flashed across the entire battlefield. Afterwards, everyone saw blue lightning rushing out from the smoke and dust where the royal guards were. Rushed towards the opposite enemy camp at extremely fast speed. What is that? Many people were shocked when they saw the blue thunder dragon suddenly appear in the live video and murmured in surprise. But before they could react, they heard an extremely loud roar. Boom! After a loud noise, the area hit by the blue thunder exploded, and a large pit with a diameter of about 10 meters appeared due to its powerful killing power. Countless azure thunders were flashing in the pit. Ah, what's this? What the hell is this? This sudden and horrifying scene once again shocked everyone present in a live broadcast. The confidence that had just been ignited by many mercenaries was extinguished again by the brilliant light of this shot. Dear audience members, let me solemnly introduce to you this, a groundbreaking weapon that we at Shinhwa Shelter recently created, the nuclear impact cannon. I believe everyone has seen the power of this cannon. With one blast, whether it is a person or an object, it will be blown to pieces, leaving no chance of survival. Nuclear impact cannon? Could it be that Shinhwa Shelter has already mastered nuclear energy and can even apply it to weapons? The white captain shouted in shock and disbelief after hearing the live broadcast. Nuclear energy, what is that? It is something that all countries before the end of the world are eager to fully control. However, no matter which country it is, the most they can master is nuclear fission, while nuclear fusion is something that all countries before the end of the world are extremely eager to perfectly control. As for being able to skillfully apply nuclear energy to weapons, that was something that all countries had planned for the next few decades. However, he did not expect that not long after the apocalypse, he saw this epic-making weapon in an unknown shelter. Before he could finish being shocked, he saw the spears in the hands of the 10 guards of the Shinhwa shelter who had rushed into the mercenary camp, turned into liquid metal again. Then, after a series of changes and transformations, a lightsaber emitting azure light appeared in their hands. Sizzle. Under the sword of a personal guard, the carefully modified car with a sharp increase in defense capability was directly cut open with a huge crack. The crack revealed the surprised and trance-like expression of the mercenary inside. Is this a lightsaber? The white captain was shocked again. The lightsaber was another product of fantasy. It actually appeared in front of him. Bang! Bang! Sizzle. At this moment, 10 guards wore nuclear-powered gloves on their hands and held plasma lightsabers in their hands, moving quickly among the mercenaries like gods of war. With their punches and swords, those fully armed mercenaries seemed like children in their eyes. One sword or one punch could take their lives. Seeing his own people falling one after another, The white captain's face could no longer hold back and became extremely ugly and regretful. I regret why I took on this task. Just 1 minute later, under the extreme technological crush, even the mercenaries who had activated the second-level gene lock had many killed. They could still barely fight a few moves with weapons, but in the end they were killed by a single sword. If even they met such an end, let alone others who didn't even have the right to resist. They were killed with a sword or a punch in just one encounter. Terrible technology, terrible people, terrible shelter. Sheen was shelter. It's really terrible. The white captain muttered. As time went by, only half of MOU's men were left in the mercenary team of hundreds of people, and the rest were killed by the lightsabers of the guards. The white captain who was watching this scene was even more shocked and shouted, "Are they monsters? Are they monsters? Why, after all this time, do they still have such strong physical strength? Why is this?" The white captain shouted with a look of horror and disbelief. He was a veteran of many battles, but he was frightened by these 10 guards and could not move. No, we have to leave. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave. Go quickly. Retreat. Launch short-range missiles. Launch now. The white captain's eyes turned blood red as he watched the scenes in the live broadcast, and his expression gradually became crazy. Even the short-range ballistic missiles that he had always regarded as a secret weapon could only serve as the rear guard. Wong. Brush. One of the large helicopters opened the lower hatch, and the next moment, a short-range ballistic missile was launched. The missile has been launched and is expected to reach the battlefield and destroy the enemy in 30 seconds. Go retreat. Retreat now. Upon hearing this, the white captain immediately shouted, "Yes, sir." Hearing their commander's shouts, they, who were already frightened, were finally able to leave this haunted place, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at the 10 figures standing there, and a hint of mockery suddenly appeared in his eyes that were originally full of fear and terror. The technology of the Xinhua shelter is truly impressive, but no matter how advanced it is, it's unlikely to be able to completely withstand the terrifying power of short-range ballistic missiles. This short-range ballistic missile may not be able to cause damage to the Xinhua shelter itself, but the 10 guards standing outside will definitely bear all the damage from this missile. So no matter what, these 10 people are doomed to die. In the command room, Jiang Yu looked at this scene and smiled slightly. "Jarvis, it's your turn." "Yes, sir." As soon as the words fell, the door to the weapons bay on the left side of the shelter slowly opened, and sunlight gradually shone into the huge engine room shrouded in darkness. Inside the engine room, a figure with azure light all around him raised his head slightly, his eyes shining, and rich blue flames erupted from his feet and back. Chapter 114, The Palm Missile Drama ends. Wong. As a sound as if charging was completed was heard, the azure light on the figure became more and more dazzling and flickering. Boom! Finally, with a loud noise, the azure figure soared into the sky and rushed out of the weapon room, which was tens of meters deep, in an instant. Then, against the sun's rays, it flew towards the missile at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. Bang! The roar in the sky that exceeded the speed of sound instantly attracted everyone's attention. When they looked up, they immediately saw a blue figure getting closer and closer to the missile. Finally, they collided in an instant, and in that instant, a dazzling white light burst out, and the extreme light illuminated every place within a radius of several kilometers. And those people who were paying attention to the live broadcast content subconsciously closed their eyes at this moment because of this extreme light. After a long time, the light gradually dissipated and everyone slowly opened their eyes. However, when they opened their eyes, they saw a scene that shocked them greatly. Seeing this scene, they all subconsciously shouted, "Impossible." At this moment, above the azure sky, there was a figure wearing azure armor, holding up his left hand. Half a meter in front of his hand, countless metallic liquids were suspended in front of him. Wrapped in the metallic liquid was the short-range ballistic missile that was about to explode. At this moment, everyone's expressions had become numb with shock and had become a little dazed. After a long time, the white captain, whose restlessness and anger were forced to be suppressed by the extreme shock, finally came to his senses slowly, hugged his head with both hands, and then shouted at the top of his lungs. "What FAC? Is this technology or some magical magic?" On the armed helicopter, the mercenaries saw this scene and frantically pressed the detonation button, but they could not detonate the short-range ballistic missile under their control. Afterwards, the azure figure in the air slowly tightened its 5 fingers, and the short-range ballistic missile that was still in operation went silent. After a flash of electric current passed through the missile immediately fell into a deep sleep. Then, under its command, the missile slowly floated behind the figure. After dealing with this missile, the armor quickly changed direction and flew towards the helicopter where the other 2 ballistic missiles were located. He opened the door of the helicopter in an extremely forceful manner and then spoke in a gentle voice. "Hello, I'm Jarvis." After that, Jarvis took over the system on the helicopter and then easily threw the armed forces on the helicopter to the ground and was finally quickly killed by the 10 guards standing on the ground waiting. Afterwards, on the helicopter, Jarvis connected to the live broadcast and said, "Hello everyone, I'm Jarvis, the steward of the Shinhwa shelter. On behalf of our base commander, I'd like to thank the enemy for sending 3 large armed transport helicopters and 3 short-range ballistic missiles. Although they're not very useful for the Shinhwa shelter right now, there's still enough to keep things going. Also, I have good news for you. The Shinhwa shelter now adheres to the principle of people-oriented and friendly coexistence. Our commander also knows that attacking our shelter may not be your intention, so as long as you lay down your weapons now, you can leave on your own." After finishing speaking, the live broadcast returned to Aries, who was eating at the moment. Everyone also saw Jarvis driving the armor back to the shelter at extremely fast speed. Seeing the live camera return, Aries, who had taken a break from his busy schedule, quickly put down the hamburger in his hand and muttered, "Okay, thank you, Butler Jarvis, for taking the time out of your busy schedule to come and teach these ignorant little bastards a lesson. Now I, Aries, will continue the live broadcast." Okay, my dear audience friends, happy times are always short-lived. This live broadcast is about to end. Although it is almost over, I, Aries, still want to remind everyone. I hope everyone will not give up hope of life easily in the end times. Being alive is still a very beautiful and pleasant thing. So, I hope everyone will not attack our Shinhwa shelter with crazy minds and unreasonable thoughts. This is totally not worth the loss because, in terms of manpower, no one can compare with us. In terms of technology, no one can compare with us. And in terms of resources, no one can compare with us. Well, this live broadcast ends here, and please give a 5-star rating. Thank you, everyone. As soon as the voice fell, the live broadcast ended, and the 10 guards also put away their weapons and walked towards the shelter with calm faces, as if they had really let go of the mercenaries who were so close to them. Have they really given up? Seeing the 10 mercenaries walking back and the armed helicopters flying back in the distance, the mercenaries' faces were full of confusion. Walk! At this moment, the white captain's face was extremely dazed and confused. This time we brought so many people with such sophisticated weapons and equipment, but we still didn't expect to be crushed by this unknown Shinhwa shelter. This time, whether in terms of technology or combat effectiveness, they were taught a lesson by the Shinhwa shelter. He could see that if they wanted, they only needed to send out those 10 people, the 10 so-called personal guards, to wantonly massacre everyone on their side. After hearing the white captain's order to retreat, the mercenaries finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had initially thought that the Shinhwa shelter would kill them all, but they didn't expect that they would actually give them a way out. At this moment, the faces of each of them were filled with joy and happiness after surviving the disaster. And at the same time, there was a hint of ridicule and disdain for the Shinhwa shelter. They threw down all their weapons and quickly ran towards the highway. Seeing the mercenaries leaving, the people from the Lin Chamber of Commerce and the shelters became anxious. Didn't they say yesterday that they could easily take over the Shinhwa shelter? It was because of what they said that they dared to gamble everything they had. Unexpectedly, in just half an hour, they were beaten so badly that they lost their way. "Sir, you must speak up for us. We've offended the Shinhwa shelter. They won't let us go." Chapter 115, Revenge and the Last Resort. The owner of one of the medium-sized shelters looked anxiously at the leader of the Lin Chamber of Commerce and spoke. "Yes, Mr. Lin, you must protect us. Otherwise, we will be killed by the Shinhwa shelter." "Humph! Get out of here. If you don't get out, you'll die immediately. You're just a bunch of chickens and dogs, and you still want to receive the protection of God? Are you dreaming?" The leader of the Lin Chamber of Commerce said with a cold expression. Hearing the head of Lin's Chamber of Commerce say this, several people panicked instantly. "We can't do this. Didn't we agree on this?" "Yeah, you're destroying the bridge after crossing it, old Wong. Stop looking so gloomy and try to persuade them. Don't beg them. They won't help you. And even if they wanted to help you, they probably wouldn't be able to, because they're about to die under our swords." Hearing these murderous words, the people nearby were stunned. Then, when they looked back, they were shocked to see the fully armed Wong family members looking at the people from the Lin Chamber of Commerce with anger on their faces. Especially the leaders of Lin's Chamber of Commerce. They felt a terrifying chill and murderous intent at this moment. What do you want to do? Don't mess around. Although we can't defeat Xinhua Shelter, can we still defeat you, a traitor of Xinhua Shelter? Don't forget, you have also betrayed Xinhua Shelter. If you offend us again, your clan will be wiped out today. The head of the Lin Chamber of Commerce shouted with a sudden change of expression. Hey, you could try it. Wong Wood, who was standing at the front of the crowd, said with a grim smile on his face. You, bung. After that, a gunshot shocked everyone on the scene. They didn't expect that someone would dare to shoot at this moment. The leader of the Lin's Chamber of Commerce was also looking at his side with cold sweat on his face. There was a person standing next to him, but now he was shot in the eyebrow and died. We can talk it over. It's not like we don't have any deep hatred, right? You killed my nephew, insulted my family, and destroyed the reputation of my Wong family. Each and every one of these things is enough to be called a deep hatred. At that time, due to the safety of my clan, I had no way to turn against you. But now it's different. You're just drowned dogs. We, the Wong family, may not be able to bravely fight against fierce dogs, but we can beat up drowned dogs without any problem. Wongwood said coldly. You, Captain, save me, save me. The leader of the Lin Chamber of Commerce looked at the white captain who had walked not far away and shouted in horror. As long as he is willing to help himself, Wongwood will definitely die. He is the opener of the second-level gene lock. The white captain turned around after hearing this, glanced at Wongwood, and then turned his head away. No matter how the leader of the Lin Chamber of Commerce shouted at him, he turned a deaf ear. In his heart, the Lin's Chamber of Commerce was just like the people in other shelters in the heart of the leader of the Lin's Chamber of Commerce. They were just insignificant people or things. Stop shouting. You're dead today. Wongwood's group of more than 20 people were all strong men between the ages of 20 and 40, and they were armed. In contrast, the Lin Chamber of Commerce and others also had a large number of people. But at this moment, they were basically frightened by the terrifying fighting power of the Xinhua Shelter. At the same time, seeing the Wong family trying to fight to the death, they felt powerless to resist for a while. Although some people tried to pick up the weapons that fell on the ground, they were all shot dead by the Wong family. At this point, the massacre officially began. As time went by, under the massacre of the Wong family, countless people from the Lin's Chamber of Commerce were killed or injured, and fewer people were able to stand. The leader of the Lin Chamber of Commerce, who was the main person involved in this incident, was looking at his colleagues who had fallen around him with fear on his face. He may also know subconsciously that their Wong family is planning to keep him until the end and deal with him slowly. As for the others who wanted to seek protection from the Lin Chamber of Commerce, when they saw the Wong family slaughtering the people from the Lin Chamber of Commerce, they all kept silent about the matter and quickly followed the mercenaries away from this place of trouble. When the last person fell down unwillingly, covered in blood, the only people left were the Wong family and the leader of the Lin Chamber of Commerce. You're slaughtering people wantonly at the entrance of Xinhua Shelter. They will not let you go. You must die. The leader of the Lin Chamber of Commerce shouted. A true man knows neither joy nor sorrow in life. It's perfectly acceptable to avenge a blood feud before dying. Besides, when did we betray the Xinhua sanctuary? What? What did you say? Could it be? The leader of the Lin Chamber of Commerce looked at Wong Wood in surprise. He didn't expect that Wong Wood didn't betray the Xinhua Shelter. Mr. Wong, the commander told me to tell you to take your men back quickly. Before the leader could react, he heard the broadcast. At this point, he finally believed Wong Wuda's words. It turned out that the Wong family was lying on his side. At this moment, his face was ashen, as if he had foreseen his own fate, and he couldn't help but tremble all over. Thanks. Hearing this, Wong Wood dropped his weapon and knelt on the ground. Seeing the clan leader like this, the others knelt down with red eyes and looked towards the Xinhua Shelter with serious expressions. They all knew that without the Xinhua Shelter, their Wong family might have been just a small persimmon that could be manipulated by others at will. Joining Xinhua Shelter is the best thing they have ever done in their lives. After kneeling for half a minute, they stood up, took the pale-faced leader of the Lin Chamber of Commerce, got in the modified car they came in, and quickly left. On the highway, the white captain, who was looking lost and desperate, heard the sound of a modified car starting up behind him. He immediately turned around and saw the Wong family's modified car starting up. In the car were the Wong family's group. "Master, look ahead." Is this what the commander was talking about? Standing across the highway at this moment was an endless army of zombies. A conservative estimate was that there were at least 1 million zombies. In addition, there were many second and first-level zombies looking ahead with bloodthirsty smiles. Chapter 116. Zombie Road, Rebuilding the Body. "Master, what should we do now? Should we just charge in?" "Go straight ahead, speed up, and rush over. We can't stay here for long." Wongwood thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and shouted. The commander of the shelter asked them to leave quickly, presumably because something terrible was about to happen here, so the priority at this moment was to leave, even if there was a little fighting. However, when the Wong family members raised their weapons and prepared to fight, an extremely strange scene appeared when the modified car was about 5 meters away from the zombie group. This group of zombies seemed to know how to give way. They turned sideways and opened up a path for the Wong family's modified car to pass through. Digging a groove, seeing the zombies lining the streets to welcome them, Wongwood and the others were deeply shocked. They all looked at the scene in front of them with disbelief on their faces, and their eyes were filled with horror and disbelief when they looked at each other. As the modified car moved forward, it got closer and closer to the zombie group. Soon, the modified car entered the zombie road at a steady speed while everyone was terrified. The modified car entered the road opened by the zombies. The people in the car looked at the zombies that were so close to them outside the window, and they couldn't help but feel a biting chill all over their bodies. When a few tall, defensive zombies looked at them passing by, they were extremely frightened. Gurgle. Everyone looked at the millions of zombies surrounding them, and they couldn't help but swallow their saliva nervously, and their heartbeats began to accelerate wildly. But at this moment, Wongwood, the head of the Wong family, after the initial shock and fear, the fear gradually dissipated, replaced by a growing respect for the increasingly mysterious Jiangyu. The speed of the modified car was not fast, but not slow either. After driving on a zombie road for 10 minutes, they came to a fork in the highway. Here, the zombie road was no longer open, and instead, there was another road into the city without zombies. "Go that way." "Good." The driver swallowed, a serious look on his face. He didn't dare to gamble. If he accidentally scratched these zombies, they would suddenly go berserk. If they went berserk, he would become the center of the Wong family. Fortunately, the driver's hands were steady. After turning the corner smoothly, they drove into the empty road off the highway. Then they continued to go back in the direction of the shelter. Although they took a detour, on the other side, the mercenaries, who were walking at a much slower pace, finally saw the dense swarm of zombies in front of them. Seeing so many zombies, many people's faces were filled with despair and paleness. At this moment, even the white captain felt extremely desperate. Now, they have no weapons, and all their equipment has been left at the entrance of the shelter. All those who opened the second-level gene lock except him were killed, and only a few people who opened the first-level gene lock were left. As for the others, they're basically ordinary people, and their barehanded combat abilities are just average. At this moment, everyone who saw such a huge group of zombies in front of them had a face full of despair and confusion. Many people from other shelters who joined the Lin's Chamber of Commerce looked around palely to see if there was a sharp weapon they could use to commit suicide. They felt too tired. In the command room, Jiang Yu looked at the final scene of the drama that was about to begin and said lightly, "Let's get started." After finishing speaking, Jiang Yu stood up and walked towards the artificial warehouse. Mu Di nodded slightly. A hint of blood red flashed in his eyes, and the same blood red soon flashed in the eyes of all the zombies at the scene. Afterwards, Mu Di also left with Jiang Yu, with a hint of excitement and anticipation in her eyes. Roar! Roar! In an instant, the roars of millions of zombies resounded through the sky. The roar was so terrifying that even the Wong family, who had already driven far away, heard the roar that reached the sky. They couldn't help but look back. Above the highway, they seemed to see a sea of blood and corpses. Kill! When the white captain heard the zombies' roars, he knew it was too late to say anything now. Without equipment or technology, they could only use their fists and fight. Then he commanded the rest of his men to start roaring and rushing towards the zombies. In an instant, this one-sided fight began. Half an hour later, the originally lively battlefield calmed down. Apart from being a little messy, the scene remained unchanged. The white captain, covered in scars, looked at the 5 second-level zombies besieging him, and his expression became extremely calm. "Haha, It seems coming here was really a mistake. The white captain slowly closed his eyes, feeling the cold light and the slight pain in his neck, and murmured softly. After dealing with all the people, the leading zombie turned around, the red light in his eyes flashed again, and then he roared in a certain direction, and the zombies rushed over quickly. At this moment, if there were anyone here, they would definitely be able to see that the direction was the refuge of the families who had taken refuge with the Lin's Chamber of Commerce. The time for reckoning has come. Tonight is destined to be a turbulent night for some people. Similarly, after today, Haishur will truly become a place where only the people in Xinhua's shelter have the final say. Didn't you say it would only take 2 days to heal? Why isn't it healed yet? Inside the android warehouse, Mudi looked at the zombie transformation device that was still running and asked anxiously. Well, it should be 2 days. You only took 2 days back then. It doesn't make sense for her to take so long when she's not even at the first level. Jiang Yu also murmured in confusion. Jarvis, how's Alice's transformation going? Jiang Yu asked. Sir, the transformation has already been completed, but because Miss Alice is so special, it is difficult to restore her body. Difficult? What's so difficult about it? It only took me 2 days to get this done. How could a child need longer than me? It's precisely because Miss Alice is a child that it takes longer. After all, children's bodies are more malleable. After hearing Jarvis' words, Jiang Yu nodded slightly thoughtfully. Chapter 117, Familiar Armor, Qing City Lin Family. Jarvis is right. If Alice's body could be more perfect, then we can do it later. We don't need that much time anyway. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Mu Di nodded slightly, then looked at the zombie transformation device with a loving face, and gently stroked the device with her jade hand. Alice, be fine. I'll wait for you to come out. After leaving the artificial human warehouse, Jiang Yu brought Mu Di to the left weapon room where the nano armor was placed. Is this what they call nano armor? It's amazing. The scene of blocking missiles with one hand feels like a magician casting a spell. Hearing Mu Di say this, Jiang Yu shook his head helplessly and smiled. Haha, that's not that exaggerated. He's a magician, but Jarvis just used the tightness of liquid metal to block all signals in an instant. At the same time, it cuts off the electromagnetic waves of the missile warhead and finally isolates the oxygen and shuts down the devices inside the missile. This method is nothing to Jarvis now. I see. That's still pretty impressive. This armor, which you can only see in movies, can actually be seen in real life. Mu Di said in amazement. Although she had watched few science fiction movies, she was forced to be introduced to them by the boys in her class at school. Over time, she naturally knew the power of this kind of technological armor. Want to try them on? Jiang Yu asked. May I? Mu Di was delighted. Then, Jiang Yu waved his hand gently. The nano armor that stood in place instantly turned into a ball of liquid metal and quickly covered Moody. Soon after, Moody, wearing the armor, appeared. Grip! Moody looked at everything in front of him with curiosity, and Jarvis's attentive service was in his ears. Jarvis, help Moody adapt to the armor. Measure some of Moody's data so that we can create an armor that's more suitable for him next time. Yes, sir. Afterwards, with the assistance of Jarvis, Moody successfully flew into the sky. Although he was only flying at a low altitude in this weapons room, it was still considered flying. Once she becomes more familiar with the place, Jiang Yu will naturally let her fly outside. Another hour passed. During this hour, Mu Di had become completely familiar with all the devices of the armor. At this moment, she finally understood why boys like mechanical armor so much. She, a little girl with only a limited knowledge, fell deeply in love with the feeling of wearing armor in such a short time. What about those boys who know and love everything about armor but cannot experience it personally? If they could wear this and fly around, they would be so excited. But Jiang Yu, what is your weapons room for? Why is there such a large space? Nano armor doesn't need such a large space, right? Muty flew to the top, looked down at the spacious and bright B-shaped weapons room, and asked in confusion. It's for the future big guys. You'll know later. Come on, it's tea time. Let's go have some tea. Jiang Yu smiled. Good. Mu Di flew down quickly, took off his armor, then held Jiang Yu's hand and left together. After recording all the data, Jarvis began to build a new nano armor. By the way, don't you use that armor? I see you like it too. Muty asked. Me? Of course I have it, but you need it more than I do right now. Although you have the ability to command zombies, your own strength is not strong. With the nano armor, your combat and defense capabilities will be greatly improved. Jiang Yu smiled. Hearing this, Mu Di smiled sweetly. You are so thoughtful. How about this? To reward you, I will wear your favorite HS to show you tonight. I will let you wear as many as you want. Moody whispered in his ear. Oh, then can you go a little overboard and give me some white and meaty ones? Devil. Moody knocked on Jiang Yu's hand with a flushed face. Seeing Moody's flushed face, Jiang Yu immediately became anxious and kissed her on the face. If this place wasn't inappropriate, Jiang Yu would have executed her right here. Looking at Jiang Yu's fiery eyes, Moody smiled slightly, took Jiang Yu's hand, and went to the command room. Old Wang, haven't those guys who went to High City sent back any news yet? No, Patriarch, not only them, but even in High City, no news has come out. It's as if everyone there is dead. Oomph. Looks like those managers in High City can't help themselves. Yeah, the apocalypse is approaching, chaos has begun, and the Lin family headquarters is far away, so they feel the time has come to climb up. Ah, that's impossible. Didn't someone from God go with them? God's descent? Humph, they're not the type to keep their promises. Even if you just sign a contract, as long as the benefits offered by others are enough, they will definitely turn their guns against you. What about the eldest and fifth young masters? Aren't they in great danger? Could it be that they have already? Lao Wang said with a slightly anxious look. The end of the world has come, and the chaotic world has begun. It's time for them to grow up quickly, so don't worry about them for now. They need to grow up. It depends on who can survive in that environment. Whoever can survive will be the next head of the Lin family. The head of the Lin family murmured in a low voice, and then seemed to remember something and asked, by the way, are those low-class people still putting up a stubborn resistance in the shelter? Upon hearing this, Lao Wang's expression changed, and then he spoke slowly as if he had something to hide. Yes, Chen's refuge had already collected a lot of supplies before the apocalypse. He was also very good at controlling people's hearts and mobilizing and commanding people. In addition, the local area was easy to defend but difficult to attack. Therefore, even though it was a small town, it was still difficult to attack. Oomph. Trash, all of you. You can't even destroy a remote town. So what's the point of keeping you around? If you keep fighting like this, how long will it take for my Lin family to achieve their goal of sweeping through the city? Hearing this, Lao Wang lowered his head in shame. What about the orphanage? You can't take down the Chin's shelter, but you can't take down the shelter run by those old women either. They're full of women and children. Seeing his ashamed eyes, the head of the Lin family looked at the person in front of him with a gloomy expression. Chapter 118. Troops and Generals Assembled. Master, the director of the orphanage received a huge sum of 1 million from an unknown person before the end of the world. They used this money to purchase a large amount of supplies. And with the help of the authorities, they built the orphanage into an extremely strong defensive fortress, which is why it was able to withstand so many of our attacks. When facing a defensive fortress like this, it would be impossible to break through without using bombing weapons, but it would be impossible if large weapons were used. Because the orphanage is in the city right now, the zombies around here will definitely be attracted by the huge explosion. If a zombie tide forms by accident, our losses may be greater than the orphanage itself. After listening to Lao Wang's explanation, the face of the head of the Lin family became even darker. You are all a bunch of trash. The head of the Lin family roared. He kicked Lao Wang down with an angry look on his face, then put his big hand on his chest, which was heaving violently. After thinking for a moment with a slightly painful and solemn expression, he slowly spoke. In that case, let's ignore these two places for now. Take people to clean out the shelters and other places first, and then concentrate our forces to wipe them out. Okay, Master. After Old Wang left, the face of the head of the Lin family was still extremely serious and angry. His original intention was to capture the orphanage and Chen's shelter, two relatively large shelters with more supplies, as quickly as possible. After that, those smaller shelters might surrender voluntarily out of fear, in order to save some firepower, but what he didn't expect was that these two shelters were harder to attack than the other, and he couldn't take them down after fighting for so long. Dean, this is the 5th time they have come in the past few days. Don't worry, it's okay. The protection here was built by the government, so there is no problem with safety. As long as we stay inside and don't go out, we'll be fine. We just need to wait patiently for rescue. Dean, I'm not saying this, but there's no water or electricity outside right now, and the authorities are overwhelmed. It seems meaningless for us to hold on like this without hope. Xiaoli, you don't mean to join the Lin family, do you? Xiaoli, don't forget, The reason the Lin family wanted us to join was simply because they were attracted by the huge amount of supplies we collected before the apocalypse. And those supplies are for the children. If they take away those supplies, what will the children eat? If they lose those supplies, what kind of inhuman abuse will those children suffer in the Lin family? Have you thought about this? Dean Zhang said with a serious face. But staying inside forever isn't a solution. I know about this, but let's wait a little longer. I don't trust the Lin family at all, and I believe someone will come to save us for sure. In a trance, she remembered the 1 million that Jiang Yu transferred to her at the beginning of the Doomsday. If it weren't for the life-saving 1 million, they might have been taken away to the Lin family shelter by now, and who knows what they would have encountered there. Jiang Yu. After sending Xiao Li away, Aunt Zhang murmured softly, Brother Ming, the Lin family has been forced back by us again. Yeah, Brother Ming is really amazing. The Lin family, who are considered to be the local tyrants in Qing City, have been repelled by Brother Ming so many times. We are so lucky. In this Doomsday, we have someone like Ming Ge to lead us. We can live comfortably in this Doomsday. Yeah, I heard it's terrible out there now. Zombies eating people is one thing, but people are eating people now. Okay, stop talking. Everyone, go get some rest. The Lin family is like hungry wolves, and we don't know when they'll come again. We need to be prepared at all times. After hearing what Brother Ming said, they nodded slightly and left while muttering to themselves. Damn it, it's the end of the world, and the Lin family isn't killing zombies, but they're still thinking about humans killing each other. Are they capitalists? Yes, if the Lin family had been more stable, there wouldn't be so many zombies in Qing City now. Is this what Brother Ming was talking about as the troubled times? How terrifying. Now that I think about it, it was better before the apocalypse. Although life was a little tiring, at least my life wasn't in danger. Hey, why are you saying so much? At the end of the world, everyone thinks they have the ability to soar into the sea like a dragon, but most of them just die like loaches in the mud. Amidst the discussion among the crowd, Ming Ge stood still, looking at the town in the distance, his brows full of complexity. He had suffered so much in this town before, but now in the troubled times, he still needed to rely on this town he was most familiar with to start rising. Life is unpredictable. Ming Ge stood there, muttering with a complicated expression. Sir, through the flight logs of those mercenaries, we have found the best route to Qing City. This route can minimize the invasion of Qing City zombies. Jarvis, how long will it take to manufacture armor and various weapons and armored vehicles? It is expected to take about 3 days. Okay, notify Zheng Jia, Wu Yu, and Chen Shu, and have them bring all their teams and leave with me in 4 days. Yes, sir. Muty, you stay here. The shelter needs someone I trust the most to look after it. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. I've already enhanced Jarvis's communications. As long as we go to Qing City and connect to Qing City's network, we can open up the entire Qing City network, and then we can connect Hai City and Qing City's network. No problem. Leave the shelter to me. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Mu Di patted her chest and agreed. As time passed, 4 days went by in flash. Early in the morning of that day, Jiang Yu and others brought 3 armed helicopters, 2 large transport helicopters, and 5 newly built heavy armored vehicles. 20 modified buses, the nano armor that Jiang Yu made for himself, and Jarvis's exclusive nano armor. The total number of guards for this operation reached more than 3,200, plus 300 second-level combat androids as leaders of the 3 regiments. At the same time, 200 first-level combat robots drove armored vehicles and transport planes and began to head towards Qing City. Inside the base, the 3 teams led by Mu Di and Zhang Yo stayed behind in the base. Now that there were no zombie invasions, the Guard were basically in a state of readiness for battle. Chapter 119. Going to Qing City and encountering the Lin family. After all the zombies in Hai City were under Mu Di's jurisdiction, Jiang Yu and others could now move freely throughout Hai City. Except for some buildings blocking the way, the zombies basically did not wander around like they did at the beginning, but were controlled by Mu Di to stay in one area. And that area was also specially divided by Jiang Yu. When passing by the Wang family, Wang Wuda immediately sent Jiang Yu what he had learned from interrogating the leader of the Lin family in the past few days. Through Wang Wuda's torture, he learned that the Qingshi Lin family also intended to control the entire Qingshi. They had been attacking 2 shelters during this period. One was the Qin shelter, and the other was an orphanage. Hearing this, Jiang Yu couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect that someone would care about a place like an orphanage. After receiving this news, Jiang Yu thought for a moment and decided to act separately. The escort team would be led by the personal guards, while Jiang Yu would lead 2 armed helicopters first. This way, they could enter Qing City in advance to set up Jarvis's network signal, and they could also get to the orphanage in advance. According to the news received by the Wang family, the Lin family had been coveting the orphanage's huge and rich supplies for a long time. Immediately, Jiang Yu took 2 armed helicopters and a dozen bodyguards and quickly headed for Qing City, while the others arrived a little later. When Jiang Yu and his companions flew onto the highway, Jiang Yu also asked Jarvis to connect to the local network facilities and equipment while moving forward. At this time, Jarvis also frantically expanded his visual range. After Jiang Yu and his team quickly arrived at Qing City, Jarvis immediately hacked into the local network. Soon, Jarvis, as a top artificial intelligence, got all the overall data of most of Qing City. In an instant, most of Qing City was under Jarvis' control. It can be said that most of Qing City can now clearly see where Jarvis is through the existing surveillance cameras and the mobile phones and computer cameras that are still working. But unfortunately, the orphanage is in the other half of Qing City, and Jiang Yu needs to go there and put down Jarvis's clone in order to connect to Jarvis' signal. Sir, a Lin family team is being attacked by zombies up ahead. There are about 500 zombies. Do we need to take advantage of their misfortune? Jarvis' voice came from the headphones. Oh, what a coincidence. Then I can ask about the orphanage's situation. Yes, according to their plan, they massacred a small shelter today, but because the shelter's resistance was too crazy, the huge explosion attracted a small zombie tide, causing them to be trapped in the small zombie tide. Is anyone in that group of people a high-ranking member of the Lin family? If not, then we won't save them. It's a waste of time if we can't get any information out of them. According to the test, there's a 3rd son of the Lin family head. I believe he should know a lot. In that case, let's just say he's not destined to die at this moment. Let's go, Jarvis, save him. Yes, sir. Then 2 armed helicopters quickly flew towards the area where the Lin family team was. Lin family, if you think you can just swallow us up like this, don't even think about getting away with it. Amidst the tide of corpses, a middle-aged man with a crazy face roared crazily. Crazy? What a bunch of lunatics. The young man called the 3rd young master saw the Li family head covered in zombie bites, and his expression was filled with regret for coming here. Damn it, I shouldn't have come here. Wouldn't it be nice to play with women in the shelter? Boom. Long. Just as the people below were falling into despair, the roar of the armed helicopters rang in everyone's ears. Then, everyone looked up and saw 2 armed helicopters hovering in the sky. Seeing this scene, the 3rd young master of the Lin family was delighted. He didn't expect that there was an armed helicopter arrangement at home. Then, the armed helicopter began to fire at the zombie group below. With a loud roar, in just a moment, under the heavy firepower of the armed helicopters, hundreds of zombies were shot to pieces in just half a minute. Amazing! Even the 3rd young master of the Lin family saw the armed helicopter in action for the first time. Although the Lin family also had armed helicopters, they were like trump cards. How could they be used so casually? As the helicopter's sweeping was completed, some scattered zombies below were shot and killed by them from the air. But in just over a minute, they killed all the zombies here and solved their dilemma this time. Afterwards, Jiang Yu and others, fully armed, went down the rope ladder to the ground, and 3 second-level guards were left on each helicopter. The 3rd young master of the Lin family, right? Jiang Yu walked up and saw the 3rd young master of the Lin family, who was surrounded by people, and asked, "It's me. Who are you? Who asked you to save me?" Lin Cheng looked at Jiang Yu's expression. It seemed that he was not here to save him, so he immediately hid behind him cautiously. Snort! Seeing Lin Cheng surrounded by the crowd, Jiang Yu smiled coldly, raised the gun in his hand, and started shooting in front of them. In an instant, the guards in front of Lin Cheng were shot and fell to the ground. Jiang Yu's hand speed was so fast that they didn't even have time to raise their guns and react before they were shot dead. Who are you? What do you want to do? Looking at Jiang Yu, who was so ruthless and decisive, Lin Cheng turned pale and asked tremblingly, "I'd like to know how far along you are in implementing your plan to attack the orphanage." Jiang Yu casually kicked the corpse at his feet away and asked, "Orphanage? How did you know? This is our secret." Hearing this, Lin Cheng's expression changed, and he asked in surprise. Click. Jiang Yu didn't give him time to react, but raised the gun to his brow and asked seriously, "I ask, you answer, don't talk nonsense." "Yes." A hint of resentment and malice flashed across Lin Cheng's eyes, but it quickly subsided. Father will lead his men to attack the orphanage this afternoon. He's borrowed a lot of heavy weapons this time. I'm sure the orphanage won't be able to hold out for much longer. Looking at the time, we should set off now. Are we leaving now? Jiang Yu's expression tightened when he heard this. He checked the time. It was 12:30 p.m. Chapter 120. Full speed ahead and listening to slander. Seeing that it was still early, Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was still in time. At the same time, he was also a little relieved that he had not chosen to rush over early after receiving the news when he was at the Wang family. Instead, they followed the main force, and it might be evening by the time they arrived at Qingshi. By then, everything might be too late. They borrowed a lot of heavy firepower from someone. Who did they borrow it from? Or was it a divine intervention? It looks like they can't hold back any longer and are planning to completely storm the orphanage today. I've told you what you wanted to know. Can I leave now? The third young master of the Lin family asked carefully. I am the fish on the chopping board, so I have to be careful. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a gunshot echoing in his ears. Lin Cheng looked at Jiang Yu, who was holding the smoking gun, with an incredible look on his face. He was about to say something when he slowly fell down. Ha ha ha! Devil, you died well. Devil, you died well. Damn the devil, damn the devil. Damn them all. The survivors of the shelter who were brutally slaughtered by Lin Cheng saw Lin Cheng shot to death. Their faces, which were originally full of despair and confusion, were filled with excitement and relief. At this moment, they are releasing the spirit that has been suppressed for a long time. Let's go straight to the orphanage. Seeing Lin Cheng, who died with his eyes open, and the survivors of the shelter who looked crazy, Jiang Yu ignored them, turned around and left, intending to go directly to the orphanage to rescue people. As the roar of the helicopter faded away, the survivors in the shelter below gradually came to their senses, gradually calmed down their crazy expressions, and looked around in confusion. Finally, a girl covered in scars walked towards Lin Cheng's body with a knife, and then with an expressionless face, she stabbed his head, his eyes, his throat, and dug out his heart. Then he put it to his mouth and ate it bite by bite. Jarvis, follow the map and rush towards the orphanage at full speed. Yes, sir. At this moment, inside the orphanage, Zhang Ma and others were discussing something in a serious state. Most of the people present were adults in the orphanage, such as teachers, caregivers, volunteers, and chefs. Dean, please open the door. The Lin family has come to negotiate so many times, and they've made everything clear, haven't they? Why don't you believe it? Shally looked at Dean Zhang and spoke. Yes, Dean, I just saw it. They brought a lot of heavy weapons this time. Some of them I've only seen on TV. Another fat lady also spoke up. Shally, Sister Wang, you underestimate people's hearts. If we really surrender, the Lin family will definitely turn against us immediately. Dean, you're not from the Lin family, so how do you know they'll turn their backs on you? I don't think the Lin family has any major problems. I heard that they just want to gather all the people in Qingshi together so that they can better clean up the zombies. I don't think there is any big problem in terms of emotion and reason. Yes, I've heard that too. I heard that the Lin family has abundant resources, a comfortable life, and even great security. We eat such vegetarian food every day without even a bit of meat. Dean, you are so reluctant to open the door. Are you trying to get those supplies from the Lin family in exchange for benefits? Dean Zhang's expression changed when he heard this. He looked at them in disbelief and asked, Do you think it's why I kept the door closed? Hearing this, the people around him all looked thoughtful. Seeing the people around him showing such intriguing expressions, the dean's face was full of sorrow and bitterness. She has been running the orphanage since she was 30 years old and has worked hard for it. Although she's only in her 40s now, she looks like she is in her 50s. If she hadn't had a good foundation, she would probably look more like an old woman now. However, she felt a pang of pain in her heart that all she had done was viewed in this way. Director, I know you've worked so hard for the orphanage for so long. It's time for you to retire and have a good rest. Why don't you just surrender and live a good life in the Lin family shelter? Isn't that great? Yes, Dean, it's the end of the world. There's such a good place as the Lin family. Why do we have to stay in this orphanage where it's cold in winter and hot in summer? Despite everyone's dissuasion, the dean remained silent. Well, forget it. If that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Let's just vote. The minority obeys the meddlesome. Okay, then let's vote. Voting is the fairest thing. A minute later, Zhang Ma looked at them with a pale face as they raised their hands in agreement and spoke bitterly. Don't open the door. You really can't open the door. No matter what, they're definitely only after the supplies. You can't believe them. If that door is opened, our future and the future of our children will be in jeopardy. Listening to Zhang Ma's cry, everyone was more certain that Dean Zhang just wanted to monopolize the supplies. Otherwise, why would he care about those supplies? The people of the Lin family said that the supplies in the Lin family are extremely sufficient. With such abundant supplies, would the Lin family care about the supplies of a small orphanage like yours? All right, everyone except the dean has raised their hands, so it's decided. We'll open the door and let them in. We'll take refuge in the Lin family's shelter tonight. Ignoring Dean Zhang, who was about to say something, they said directly, Good. Hearing this, everyone who was almost bored to death here looked happy. After learning through various channels how luxurious the Lin family was, they had long been tired of the orphanage where they had to eat rice and porridge with chaff every day and even no meat. They wanted to go to the Lin family to have a good meal of meat. At the gate of the orphanage, the director was still anxiously trying to stop the group from opening the gate. Some older children were also using their frail bodies to block the hands of others who wanted to open the door. Although they didn't know whether the door should be opened or not, they believed in Zhang Ma. If Zhang Ma said it couldn't be opened, then it must not be opened. Dean, if you try to stop me, don't blame me for being rude. Can't open, can't open. Chapter 121, Auspicious Opening. Aunt Zhang was pulled away by several people, and several thin children who came to help were also pulled away. Afterwards, under Aunt Zhang's desperate eyes, the door was slowly opened. Click! Boom! Amidst Zhang Ma's howls, the door of the orphanage shelter, which had been closed for some time, slowly opened. The dazzling sunlight that had not been seen for a long time poured into the orphanage through the gate. Shortly after the door opened, several heavily armed men rushed in, armed with submachine guns and guarding everything inside. This scene frightened several teachers and nurses. This was the first time they had seen real guns. After them, a middle-aged man in a neat suit walked in slowly. The middle-aged man saw Xiao Li standing in front of the door, smiled slightly, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, I'm the Lin family's housekeeper. You can call me Housekeeper Lin. Congratulations. You made the right choice. Hey, this is called surrender. Seeing that the visitor turned out to be the Lin family's housekeeper, Xiao Li immediately went up to greet him with a flattering look, laying the foundation for a better life in the Lin family in the future. All right, go gather everyone together and take us to the supply collection room here. I want to see what supplies we have, so I can sort them out when I get back. Okay, please follow me. Afterwards, one of them went to gather the other orphans, while the other took Steward Lin to the place where the supplies were stored. Shiuli, no, don't make the same mistake over and over again. The dean shouted at this moment. Her face was extremely pale and desperate at this moment. Are you so impatient to reveal your desires as soon as you come in? Dean, don't worry. Steward Lin will take good care of us. Just wait and see. Then I'll trouble you with everything, Steward Lin. Xiao Li turned his head to look at Lin Yuntian and spoke. Well, you're the dean. I'm honored to meet you. When you go to my shelter, you will know how correct your choice today is. Dean Zhang didn't say anything, but looked at Butler Lin with a gloomy face. Seeing this, Steward Lin began to frown slightly. But when he thought about getting a large amount of supplies here, he decided to endure it for the time being. Under the guidance of Xiao Li, Butler Lin came to the basement of the storage room. Opening the door, the scene inside the basement was exposed to Lin Guanjia without any concealment. So much. A space of about 40 square meters is filled with various kinds of food that are easy to store and not easy to perish. For example, instant noodles, biscuits, and water. Are all your supplies here? Steward Lin asked without changing his expression, but the tone of his voice gradually became colder. Yes, they're all here. Although there are many people in our orphanage, most of them are just children, so there is not much to eat. Xiao Li said with a smile on his face. Very good. In that case, let's wait for everyone to arrive and ask them to help load it into the car. Okay, I'll go call them right away. After saying that, Xiao Li immediately ran outside. Butler Lin quickly opened a pack of biscuits and ate them in big mouthfuls. Then drank a bottle of water in one gulp. Finally, when Xiao Li came back again, he was stunned. At this moment, Butler Lin was wasting food wantonly, as if he had not eaten for 10 days or half a month. For a moment, Xiao Li felt something was wrong, and his face suddenly became abnormal. But he still asked carefully, Butler Lin, what are you doing? I haven't had cookies in a while. I lost my composure a bit. So, just pretend you didn't notice. Butler Lin wiped his mouth briefly, then walked slowly towards Xiao Li with a bottle of water in his hand. At the same time, open the lid and rinse your hands with clean water. Butler Lin, what are you doing? Seeing Butler Li wasting water like this, Little Li was shocked. Even if your Lin family has a lot of water, it's not built like this. Now is the end of the world. Just when Xiao Li's eyes were on the water, he felt something cold placed between his eyebrows. He subconsciously looked up and saw a gun pointed at his head. Butler Lin, what are you doing? I was just joking. It shouldn't be like this. Xiao Li said with a trembling voice. It's just a joke. It's not that serious. When Xiao Li heard the voice of Butler Lin, he just breathed a sigh of relief, and then he heard a loud noise in his ears and felt a sharp pain at the same time. Bang! Although the people in your orphanage eat less, you are all a bunch of useless old, weak women and children. No matter how little you eat, you will be fed. Instead of wasting food on you useless parasites, it would be better for you to die quickly. When Xiao Li, who was lying in a pool of blood, heard the voice of Butler Lin, his remaining consciousness was filled with disbelief. Could this be the reason for his death? But why? Didn't they say that the Lin family had plenty of food? Why would he kill himself for food? Why? Could Ding Zhang be right? As his consciousness faded, his brain gradually stopped working, and no one explained it to him. As the gunshots from Steward Lin echoed throughout the orphanage, the Lin family, as if receiving the message, pointed their guns at the orphanage staff who were smiling and welcoming them. What are you doing? When the staff saw that they were being held at gunpoint by the Lin family, they immediately asked in a low voice with confusion and fear on their faces. You guys, go move all the supplies to the car outside. What? Bang! Before they could react, the Lin family fired a shot and killed the cleaner directly. Ah! Hearing the gunshots and seeing people dead, the children who had just been called over started shouting. Shut up! The Lin family shouted in dissatisfaction. The children gradually calmed down under the angry scolding of the Lin family and the comfort of Zhang Ma. The remaining few people also went to move supplies under the command of the Lin family. Zhang Ma was intentionally left behind to comfort the children. Mo, you moved for an hour, and with the efforts of the Lin family and the caregivers, all the things in the warehouse were moved. When the housekeeper Lin saw that all the supplies had been moved, he simply waved his hand. Several Lin family members armed with guns drove Zhang Ma and the others into the orphanage, and then pulled heavy weapons. Just like that, in front of Zhang Ma and the others' desperate and confused eyes, they were about to open fire directly. Why? Why is this happening? Didn't the Lin family want to accept us? What? You can't do this. You are robbing. Chapter 122 Jiang Yu arrives at the last moment. As if he heard their cries filled with despair and unwillingness, Steward Lin sneered and spoke in a very cold tone, unlike the gentle one at the beginning. Even if we rob them, what can you do? In the apocalypse, not only did the people in your little orphanage not die, but they also have such a great shelter and so much food. Do you think this is appropriate? In the apocalypse, supplies should be given to those who are more capable, not to useless people like you. What else can you useless people do in the apocalypse besides uselessly wailing and being parasites? Hearing Steward Lin's blunt words, everyone's expressions turned pale. At this moment, they suddenly remembered what Ding Zhang said when he tried his best to stop them. The people from the Lin family actually came for that batch of supplies, and they were stupid enough to help them open the door with a smile so that they could come in. You bunch of robbers. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you. A volunteer shouted with a pale face. Except for Ding Zhang, none of them had expected that everything that had happened before was just a play put on by the Lin family. It turned out that the true face of the Lin family was actually like this. Huh, go ahead. My Lin family has now swept through the entire Qing City shelter. Have you seen who has sanctioned us? To tell you the truth, the entire Qing City is now under the control of our Lin family. Who do you think you can turn to? Who is willing to help you deal with our Lin family? Hearing the arrogant words of Steward Lin, the expressions of the people who were not very scheming became even more desperate, especially those caregivers who had assured us that everything was fine just a few hours ago, now looked despair and shameful. They had opened the door under pressure, but they had let everyone down. They looked at the children who were cowering in fear like little rabbits, and the shame on each of their faces became even stronger. But then again, you guys are really naive. I only spread those false news because I saw that a strong attack was quite difficult. However, I didn't expect you to believe it all. Hey, If only the people in other shelters were as easy to fool as you, then our plan would be executed much more smoothly. As if he had predicted that everyone in the orphanage would die today, Steward Lin started to talk more. The despair on the faces of the teachers and nurses who heard this had turned to numbness and self-blame. Everything was just as Dean Zhang had said. They were so naive. Because of their naivety, they had lost the supplies, and now they wanted the children to be buried with them. Okay, now that we've said everything we need to say, let's get going. Don't worry, it will be quick and you won't feel any pain at all. After saying that, Butler Lin turned around and waved his hand lightly. The Lin family, upon receiving the news, raised their rocket launchers and aimed directly at them standing in front of the orphanage. The children in the shelter seemed to feel the approaching scythe of the god of death. They hugged Dean Zhang in fear, their small bodies huddled around him. At this moment, Dean Zhang's face was filled with remorse and heartache when he saw this scene. However, if you looked closely, you could see the calmness in the depths of Dean Zhang's eyes, like a deep spring. Boom! 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 3 rockets whizzed towards where Dean Zhang and the others were. Seeing the Grim Reaper's scythe getting closer and closer, they even vaguely felt the pain of the scythe on their necks. Many people covered their eyes and shouted helplessly, "Wong! Boom!" In an instant, 3 rockets hit the target and exploded at the same time, and a huge explosion sounded instantly. The terrifying blast wave was more than 10 meters high, and the thick black smoke produced by the explosion covered everything at the explosion site. In front of the orphanage, the children and caregivers who had their eyes closed felt the loud noise, temperature, and violent vibrations of the explosion, but did not feel any damage from the explosion. Many people plucked up the courage and subconsciously opened their eyes to see what was going on. The next moment, when they opened their eyes and took a closer look, the figure that appeared in front of them made them open their mouths wide and could not close them for a long time. Wong! An inexplicable voice was heard within the black smoke. Butler Lin and the others also heard the sound. They squinted their eyes to take a closer look, and soon they saw a blue light flashing in the black smoke. Boom! Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. While they were still wondering what it was, the azure light had already rushed out and passed through all of them at an extremely fast speed. The Lin family members at the scene could only see a flash of extremely hot blue rushing past. They felt the god of death flying past them and were sweating coldly. Their hair stood on end. Suddenly, a huge explosion was heard behind them. Steward Lin subconsciously turned around and saw that the modified cars they had come for were blown up by the terrifying blue light. Countless blue lightning bolts were spreading and moving above the ruins. Seeing such a powerful shot, the Lin family members present suddenly had their pupils shrinking, and they looked forward in disbelief, intending to take a closer look at what it was. As the black smoke quickly dissipated, a blue and red robot slowly walked out. The person who came was Jiang Yu, who was wearing the newly built nano armor. Wow, what is this? The moment he saw the robot, Butler Lin's face was filled with disbelief. When did human technology become so advanced? Even robots that only exist in science fiction have appeared. Who are you? What do you want to do? Butler Lin asked. I want your life. After the robot finished speaking in a cold and ruthless voice, its left hand transformed into the shape of an energy cannon, and after briefly charging, it roared out. Boom! Another blue energy ball hit the area near Steward Lin. In an instant, the terrifying energy and explosion killed all those who didn't have time to dodge. Gurgle. Seeing the terrifying power of this shot, even those affected by the aftermath would be mutilated and killed. Moreover, the blue thunder that was wandering on the body and emitting black smoke made Steward Lin even more frightened. Steward Lin swallowed hard, broke out in a cold sweat, and spoke slowly in a trembling voice. Chapter 123. Mother and son reunited with a punch. Sir, is there any misunderstanding between us? If I have offended you in any way, please let me know. Our Lin family is willing to bear all compensation. Seeing Butler Lin's rude and respectful attitude, the group of caregivers in front of the orphanage had extremely complicated expressions. Butler Lin, who made them helpless and could even easily take their lives, now actually kowtowed before a robot. Is this what is called strength suppression? Nothing. I'm just annoyed with your Lin family. Didn't you say that supplies are for the strong? Well, since I'm more capable than you, can't I rob your supplies? You, the Lin family, are cowards who only dare to bully your own people but dare not kill zombies. Yet you can control the resources of the entire Qing city. Do you think it's reasonable? Supplies are not for useless people like you, who are bullies. Hearing this, Steward Lin's face turned pale, red and green. He didn't expect that what he said a few minutes ago would be returned to him so quickly. However, seeing that this mysterious robot was so powerful, he couldn't get angry yet. After a brainstorming session on the part of Steward Lin, he spoke in a flattering tone. In that case, I'll give you this batch of supplies. When I get back, I'll discuss with our master how to compensate you. What do you think? Butler Lin said with a smile, without any of the majestic and domineering attitude just now. The people in the orphanage who were watching this scene also had complicated expressions on their faces. Is this strength? Don't bother with that. You can compensate me now, and it's what you already have. What? Steward Lin asked subconsciously. That's your fate. Before Butler Lin could react, he saw a blue light approaching 1 meter in front of him. In an instant, the blue and red robot rushed towards Butler Lin at a speed that no one could see clearly, and then punched him. Click! Bang! With the power of the nano-armor, just one punch was enough to smash the head of Steward Lin like a watermelon. Butler Lin's body trembled slightly for a few times, and then fell to the ground with a thud. You killed Steward Lin. The surviving gunmen around were also shocked, and at a loss when they saw this sudden scene. Don't worry, you will soon follow in their footsteps. Jiang Yu in the armor said lightly. Boom! Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, 3 armed helicopters came over their heads. Then, when they looked up after following the sound, the people on the helicopters opened fire at the Lin family. Puff! Puff! As the Lin family members on the ground were covered in blood mist after being shot, they fell to the ground with their eyes open. Then the red and blue robot raised its hand, and another blue energy cannon bombarded the Lin family's modified car. Boom! After a loud bang, all the people from the Lin family who came this time were killed. Except for the vehicle storing the supplies, all the others were destroyed in just a few minutes. Everyone in the orphanage who saw this scene stared in amazement at the robot that looked like a god descending from heaven, and they were all guessing the purpose of his coming here. On the helicopter, there were more than a dozen figures jumping down without any landing equipment, and then falling straight to the ground in the stunned and shocked eyes of everyone. The place where each of them fell was hit by the extreme impact force, and even a small pit was knocked out. However, even so, they were still unharmed and ran to the robot with indifferent expressions, standing next to it and gathering. Old rules. It's over in 10 minutes. Jiang Yu's cold voice came from inside the armor. Yes, Commander. Jiang Yu turned around and walked quickly towards the people in the orphanage to attract their attention. After all, the next scene might be too bloody. I saw these dozen guards came to each of the Lin family members who had been shot several times and punched them in the head like hitting a watermelon, and then carefully searched for any signs of life in the Lin family nearby, and even asked Jarvis to scan several times. Who are you? When Dean Zhang saw the robot that looked like a leader coming up, she also walked forward slowly and asked in confusion. Haha, Aunt Zhang, didn't we just talk on the phone before the new year? How come you forgot me so quickly? As he spoke, the nano-armor once again transformed into liquid metal, rapidly swimming over Jiang Yu's body, and finally swam back to a blue and red ring he was wearing. Jiang Yu. Seeing that the person coming was Jiang Yu, all the teachers and caregivers were extremely surprised and shocked. They had all worked here for more than 10 years and naturally knew Jiang Yu. Although some of the children did not know who Jiang Yu was, it did not prevent them from looking at Jiang Yu with stars in their eyes and admiring him. You are Jiang Yu? You are back. Aunt Zhang walked forward, gently stroked Jiang Yu's head, and asked with a trembling expression. It's me, Aunt Zhang. Sorry, I'm back late. Jiang Yu hugged Zhang Ma's slightly thin body and spoke softly. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. We also want to thank you. Without your 1 million, we might not be able to survive until today. Zhang Ma looked carefully at Jiang Yu, who looked very different from the previous Jiang Yu, and said with relief, I originally wanted to take you to my refuge, but you didn't want to disturb me, and I couldn't forcibly take you all away before the end of the world. So I can only give you some money. I know that with your ability, and given that the authorities are also paying attention to you, you can definitely protect yourself and the orphanage before I come. But Zhang Ma, things are different now. This time, even if you don't want to leave, I will force you to leave. You have to know that now is not like the end of the world. No one can stop me now. Jiang Yu said with a hint of helplessness. Grow up. You really grow up. And Zhang stroked Jiang Yu's head and smiled lovingly. After the guards finished the search and confirmed that there were no problems, they were about to find Jiang Yu to report the situation when they saw such a heartwarming scene. They immediately stopped wanting to report, looked at each other, and then looked at the ruins around them. Check it again. Yes. Chapter 124. Zhang Ma is shocked, and everyone is mobilized. Finally, after the robot checked for the 5th time, Jiang Yu finally finished reminiscing about the past and turned to walk towards them. Report to the commander. Mission accomplished. Well, good job, but you were 25 minutes over time. After hearing this, the dozen or so artificial people froze in silence, looking at each other in bewilderment. Sorry, Commander, we are not capable enough. Finally, it was the leading guard who spoke with his head lowered. No matter what, Jiang Yu's words are right. Even if they do the right thing, as long as Jiang Yu says something wrong, then they are wrong. Forget it. It's just a joke. You guys should create a place here to park the helicopter, and then half of you should guard the door, and the other half should come in and guard the orphanage. Yes, Commander. After saying that, the androids began to move quickly. They all took out the familiar handle from their waists, and then the handle began to scatter and transform, turning into liquid metal, and finally into a powerful nuclear impact cannon. Come on, Aunt Zhang, let's go in and talk. Why do you always bully your own people, kid? Aunt Zhang saw everything and couldn't help but look at Jiang Yu reproachfully and said, just a little joke. As Zhang Ma and the others entered the orphanage, the sound of bombing outside began to be heard. Under the nuclear impact cannon, no building could withstand its impact and was blown to pieces in an instant. After clearing a large open space, the armed helicopter landed safely on the ground, then began to set up alerts and arrange Jarvis's clone signal. Report to the commander. Everything is ready. Inside the headphones, the voice of the artificial man came. Good. Jiang Yu pressed the headset and responded softly, then continued to chat with Zhang Ma about the past period of time. Annie Zhang, this time, do you want me to take you away by force, or do you want to go with me on your own? You are an old man after all, so you should leave in a decent manner. Jiang Yu said, You little bastard, why are you walking away? Can you even speak? Hey, maybe you're right. If I had agreed to your request earlier, I wouldn't be in the situation where I almost died today. The dean rolled his eyes at Jiang Yu and murmured dejectedly. If I had agreed to Jiang Yu's request, perhaps the situation would be much better now. Then let the children go first. I will go last after they are all safe. Aunt Zhang spoke. What? Jiang Yu's expression froze when he heard this, and he asked in confusion. Didn't you say we were going to your shelter in High City? I don't think your 3 helicopter gunships can carry many people. Let the children go first. Hearing what Zhang Ma meant, Jiang Yu smiled helplessly. Annie Zhang, let's just say there's a possibility that we're just advanced troops who came here early after learning about the crisis. The main force I called in hasn't arrived yet. What's the meaning? Aunt Zhang asked doubtfully. Annie Zhang, do you know how many people I brought with me this time to take you back? You can guess. Don't worry. Take a bold guess. 1,000. Seeing Jiang Yu's extremely confident expression, Zhang Ma asked tentatively. No, I brought nearly 4,000 people with me this time, and also brought a large number of modified cars, armored vehicles, armed helicopters, various new weapons, and nano-armor. I can say that even the authorities can't stop me from taking you back this time. You kid, we ordinary people shouldn't fight the government, understand? If our books are banned, it's the end of us. Aunt Zhang glanced at Jiang Yu reproachfully and chuckled. But she was also shocked by Jiang Yu's generosity and secretly guessed that this guy might be selling arms in High City. Otherwise, how could there be so many people and guns? Of course I know that. I've been paying attention to it. As for the main force, they'll probably arrive in the afternoon. We'll just go back together around dusk. Don't worry, I brought plenty of vehicles with me this time, and they'll all accommodate us. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Aunt Zhang nodded slightly. Okay, thank you for your hard work, kid. It's okay, Aunt Zhang, it's not hard. On the other side, the head of the Lin family, who was eating lunch at home, also received the news that 3 mysterious armed helicopters had entered Qing City. He immediately sent people out to check. However, when he checked, he saw the scene of the housekeeper Lin being shot in the head. Humph! How dare they mess with the gods? It seems they really don't know what Qingshi is like now. Hearing that the housekeeper was killed, the head of the Lin family was furious. He thought that when beating a dog, he had to look at its owner. Although the official forces were not in Qing City for some reason, they were not afraid even if they were. And that group of people actually did not give him face, so he had to fight back. At this time, he received the news that his 3rd son had also been murdered, and soon after he saw his third son's ravaged and unrecognizable body. Who is it? Who is it? I will never forgive you. Patriarch Lin shouted angrily. By interrogating the survivors of the scene, we learned that the murderer was driving 3 armed helicopters. Gather the men. Today, I will make sure they are all dead. An hour later, under the command of the head of the Lin family, all members of the Lin family were mobilized. A team of thousands of people was assembled at this moment. They were all fully armed and waiting for further instructions. Haven't those people sent by God come back yet? Yes, Master, it will take about 3 hours for those people to come back. Okay, then wait a few hours. Although the head of the Lin family was angry at the moment, he was still somewhat rational. Although the other party only had 3 armed helicopters, he learned from the information he had obtained that they had quite a few weapons. If a real fight breaks out, they will definitely be able to occupy the high ground at any time. If I and my men don't shoot down their armed helicopters in the first place, the thousands of people on my side will just be there sitting ducks. Besides, he didn't believe that everyone on the helicopter was a master of human outline. So the safest way is to wait until the people from God come back after finishing their work, then give them some money and let them fly the helicopters from God together. Chapter 125, Apology, Admitting Mistakes, and Tearing Off the Face. Even if it only has a deterrent effect, it is better than fighting without a helicopter. While the head of the Lin family was sulking with anger on his face, Jiang Yu started playing hide-and-seek with the children. It must be said that although the shelter built by the government is not very good and only has defensive effects, it is extremely suitable for playing hide-and-seek. In order to achieve a full defense effect, there must be no loopholes in the shelter, so there is no need to worry about someone accidentally running out. In addition, there are many rooms and buildings inside, so if you want to hide, you can find a place to hide anywhere. When the children were hidden, Jiang Yu stood in the hall and counted to 100, then smiled slightly, pressed the headphones, and said, Jarvis, scan the entire shelter. Okay, sir, we've scanned 122 children hiding here and are planning the best route to capture them. The planning is complete. I wish you a happy game. In the next 5 minutes, Jiang Yu, who had the best route to capture Jarvis, seemed to have opened his eyes and quickly found everyone. This move once again shocked all the children in the orphanage. The guards, Zhang Ma, and others who were watching this scene couldn't help laughing. They didn't expect that Jiang Yu, a grown-up, would use artificial intelligence to bully these children. And is it really okay to use artificial intelligence in this way? While everyone was playing the game, the group of caregivers and teachers came to Zhang Ma with their heads lowered and spoke apologetically. Auntie Zhang, I'm sorry. If it weren't for us, we wouldn't have encountered this at noon. Seeing their expressions, Aunt Zhang was silent for a moment, then spoke in a complicated tone. I'll have Jiang Yu leave some supplies for you later. You're all locals in Qing City, so after we leave, you can go home. Everyone was shocked when they heard what Aunt Zhang said. They were also aware of the current situation outside. Now that they finally had Jiang Yu as a strong supporter, Dean Zhang actually wanted them to leave. How could they be willing to survive alone in the apocalypse where people eat each other? How could you do this, Aunt Zhang? We've been through so much with you, sharing hardships and life and death. How could you do this? A teacher asked with a reluctant look on his face. Yes, Aunt Zhang, although we made a small mistake, we also admitted it. Can't you forgive us for once for the sake of our past relationship? Haha, small mistake? So you think a mistake that nearly killed the entire orphanage is a small mistake? That's enough. I made up my mind. You don't need to say anything more. Aunt Zhang's expression became increasingly cold, and her tone became increasingly harsh. If this group of people were obedient, Aunt Zhang would naturally not leave them with her. After all, they could be considered her own people. However, they were not the obedient type, nor were they the smart type. Just based on a few words from the Lin family, he threw the director's words behind his back, opened the door of the orphanage without authorization, donated supplies, and finally almost dragged the entire orphanage into the abyss of hell. If she took them to Jiang Yu's shelter, there was no guarantee that they would do something bad in the shelter because of her relationship with him. She had heard from Jiang Yu that his shelter now has tens of thousands of residents. She doesn't want others to use her name and connections to destroy the shelter that Jiang Yu had worked so hard to build, as well as Jiang Yu's reputation among the people. Dean Zhang, please, forgive us just once, okay? We really didn't mean it. Please. One teacher even knelt down to Dean Zhang with a slight sob. The others looked at Dean Zhang with puzzled expressions when they saw this scene. Many of them gritted their teeth and knelt down together. This sudden scene also made the children present stop playing and look at the children kneeling on the ground in confusion. That's enough. If you have anything to say, go outside and tell us. There are so many children here. Dean Zhang saw that the children's eyes were all turned here. His face suddenly changed, and he said in a low voice, "No, Dean, we won't get up unless you agree to our request." As if they could see the director's worry, they continued to kneel there, refusing to get up, as if they were trying to use the children's presence to force Director Zhang to do something. "I've already told you that I can't possibly let you join Jiang Yu's shelter. No one can change that." Dean Zhang left them and turned away without even looking at them. When the children saw Dean Zhang leaving angrily, many of them hurriedly chased after him. At the same time, several children came to help the teachers and caregivers stand up. "We have been together for several years and are very familiar with each other. Urgu, go and beg the dean to let us go with her." "Okay." When the younger Urgu heard this pleading voice, he nodded slightly involuntarily and then ran obediently towards Dean Zhang. Others who saw this scene immediately asked the children to speak up for them, hoping to convince Dean Zhang to let them go to the so-called shelter. Jiang Yu also saw this scene. He waited until the children left, then slowly walked towards them and said lightly, "Sister Zhang, Brother Liu, and the other teachers, there's no need to waste your time. The shelter is mine, and I can let anyone in if I want. But Aunt Zhang no longer agrees to your entry. So stop arguing with her. If you cooperate, I can give you some supplies so you can survive in Qing City. If you don't cooperate, don't blame me for disregarding our past friendship." Jiang Yu looked at the teachers with indifference, and there was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. He also learned the whole process of what happened just now from Zhang Ma. If he didn't open the door, there would be no problem for them to hold out until he arrived. Even if he didn't come, according to Jarvis' analysis, this shelter would not be so easy to break into. But despite this, they did not do so. Instead, they dragged the orphanage into the path of death with their own stupidity and arrogance. If Jiang Yu had arrived a little later, he might have had to go to the Lin family base to seek revenge instead of playing hide-and-seek with the children here. "Jiang Yu, we are all your elders. How can you say that? If we hadn't taken care of you when you were a child, how could you have achieved what you have today? You are not forgetting your roots, are you?" "Exactly. Do you have the right to speak here? The orphanage raised you so much. Isn't it your duty to come and save people? Why are you so arrogant?" Chapter 126, Final Warning, Humiliating Moment. "Jiang Yu, we just made a small mistake. Why don't you go and persuade the dean to have some mercy and calm her down? At worst, we can just apologize to the children, right?" "Yes, Jiang Yu, you are so powerful now. Dean Zhang will definitely listen to you. Just ask him. I believe he will agree. Don't worry, when we go to your shelter, we will definitely listen to Dean Zhang's orders." Several teachers and nurses were talking at once. In a trance, they seemed to have forgotten that Jiang Yu at this moment was no longer the orphan Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu simply waved his hand, and several nearby guards picked up their weapons, pointing their guns at the teachers and caregivers in an instant. "Jiang Yu, what do you want to do? I'm telling you, you're committing a crime. Do you know that? Jiang Yu, put down your gun immediately. We are your elders. Are you trying to betray our teacher and ancestors?" "Auntie Zhang, help! Help! Jiang Yu is killing someone." In an instant, Zhang Ma, who had almost walked out, heard the shouting and trotted back again. As soon as she came back, she saw the teachers with guns pointed at their heads. "Jiang Yu, what are you doing? The children are still here." Aunt Zhang shouted as she stopped the curious children from coming in. Hearing what Zhang Ma said, Jiang Yu waved his hand, and the guards put down their weapons one after another. They also breathed a sigh of relief after having walked through the gates of hell. They wanted to say something more, but when they saw Jiang Yu's murderous eyes, they didn't dare to say anything more and swallowed their words. "This is my final warning. The children are here, and I don't want them to see blood so early. As the old saying goes, listen to advice and you'll have a full meal. If you still don't listen next time, prepare to die." Jiang Yu said indifferently. Then he left the room with the children. On the other side, the head of the Lin family finally waited for the people who came from the gods to come back from outside. After much controversy and the loss of 20 virgins, they were finally willing to take a helicopter ride. However, it was just a trip, which did not mean they were willing to help. If they wanted to help, they would have to pay more. Regarding this overbearing clause, the head of the Lin family gritted his teeth and agreed. They couldn't afford to offend the people sent by the gods. "By the way, Master Lin, have the brothers who went to High City replied?" a big white man asked in his broken Chinese. "Well, I haven't received it yet, but it's only been a few days. Maybe they were having fun in High City and forgot about time. Patriarch Lin said with a smile on his face. Well, that's possible. After all, my brother can't stop playing for 2 or 3 days. Shall we set off then? Well, let's go. We'll try to finish the battle by evening, and then come back and break a few before dinner. The white man smiled faintly. Obviously, he is very confident in his own abilities. After bidding farewell to the white man with a smile on his face, the face of the head of the Lin family became gloomy again. Notify others and set off immediately. Yes. Soon, a team of more than 1,000 people set out from the Lin family shelter, heading straight for the orphanage. In the orphanage, Jiang Yu, who had already placed Jarvis's signal clone within a 5-kilometer radius, received Jarvis's reminder at the first moment. You 3 stay here to protect them, and the rest of you, brace yourself and prepare for battle. Yes, Commander. The originally peaceful atmosphere was shattered by Jiang Yu's sudden transfer order. A group of guards were mobilized and quickly ran towards the helicopters and their respective combat locations. And Zhang, who saw this scene, said to Jiang Yu with a worried look on her face. Be careful. It's no problem, Aunt Zhang. They're just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Jiang Yu smiled slightly and said nonchalantly. After saying that, Jiang Yu quickly came to the front of the door, clenched his left fist, and then the blue-red ring on his finger instantly lit up with red light, and liquid metal flowed out from it, covering Jiang Yu's whole body at an extremely fast speed. The next moment, Jiang Yu, wearing nano armor, and several guards who had put on exoskeleton metal were guarding the gate. The guards were holding nuclear impact cannons with a wide range of destructive power and wearing special strategic information glasses. The glasses can connect to Jarvis's signal and receive the information transmitted by Jarvis, so as to respond quickly. Just like now, their glasses have Jarvis' 3D image showing the Lin family's current location. Attention, air units. The enemy also has 5 air units. You need to attack first and shoot down their air units. Looking at the personnel distribution, number of personnel, and number of weapons and equipment transmitted by Jarvis, Jiang Yu thought for a while and said in the headset, Receive. Short-range ballistic missile launch imminent. Estimated countdown, 30 seconds. Inside an armed helicopter, a guard was waiting on full alert for the 5 helicopters to show up. As soon as they showed up and were locked onto, they could destroy them with the missiles taken from the enemy. Master Lin, we're just around the corner. If you need our help, just let us know. We're always waiting for your generosity. A black man who came from the sky said to the head of the Lin family with a smile on his face. Yes, Master Lin, our requirements aren't high. Just 40 more will do. I have to say, you Chinese girls are so fun to get along with. You can't compare to anywhere else. Those who take the initiative are really proactive, and those who resist are really resistant. It's so exciting. Listening to the unbridled laughter and wanton, dirty jokes of the people who descended from the helicopter, many members of the Lin family in a modified car below had extremely ugly expressions. Talking about their ethnic female compatriots in front of them is simply a blatant insult. But at this moment, the Lin family is helpless. These foreigners are the descendants of the god. The Lin family can develop to this point. Without the support of the god, they would never have been able to develop to this level. Let's talk about it later. After hearing all this, the head of the Lin family said gloomily, no matter what, no one would feel good if their compatriots were said like this. Jack, be more restrained. This is China after all. A white captain said with a frown. Humph. So what? The Chinese are useless pigs. I can blow a Chinese person's head off with one punch. Yeah, Jack is right. Everyone, tell me what the Chinese are. Chapter 127. Destroy the hand-torn truck in an instant. You're a pig. That's right. On the 5 armed helicopters, the foreigners opened up all channels of communication, laughing, joking, and telling dirty jokes. The Lin family members below could only look angry and unwilling. Some of them even turned off the connection, took off their headphones, and looked outside with a melancholy look on their faces. Let me tell you, that Chinese girl last night, Boom! Before he could finish his words, a huge explosion was heard in the air. The 5 helicopter gunships that descended from the sky did not react at all and were destroyed by a single bomb. What happened? The Lin family's modified car on the ground was the first to feel the tremendous pressure from the air. They all leaned out the car window and looked up. Suddenly, they saw the fragments of the helicopter falling down quickly like rain and a sea of fire. For some reason, they felt an inexplicable sense of joy when they saw this scene. Firing completed. All targets have been killed. Please give instructions. Leave no one behind. Yes, Commander. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Everyone on alert. Patriarch Lin looked at the flying helicopter debris with a subconscious look of satisfaction in his eyes, and then shouted loudly. Boom! The next moment, he heard the sound of a helicopter roaring towards him. Are there any who are still alive? Lin Patriarch subconsciously looked up, and when he heard the roar of the helicopter, he thought it was someone from the gods who reacted and dodged the explosion. However, when he heard the sound of heavy machine guns firing in the sky, saw the bullet shells falling from the sky, and saw the rain of bullets rushing from the sky through the smoke and dust of the explosion, he knew that this was the enemies. Ba-ba-ba. In an instant, as the rain of bullets fell, these fierce bullets could penetrate the enemy's body within a second and crash directly into the ground. Defense! Get away! Amidst the chaos, hundreds of people died in the whistling rain of bullets. Damn it! Full speed ahead! Seeing this scene, the head of the Lin family shouted and asked the others to move forward quickly. As long as they were near the orphanage, he didn't believe they would dare to spray bullets over such a large area. Da-da-da. At this moment, the rain of bullets from the sky continued. The sound of heavy machine guns firing and the clinking of falling bullets mixed with the miserable wails of the Lin family. The bullets fired by this machine gun could penetrate any armored vehicle below, because in a heavy machine gun, after every 3 normal 7.68 millimeters full power bullets, there will be 2 full power bullets with armor-piercing effect, and then 5 full power 9.28 millimeters bullets with explosive effect will be fired. 10 rounds make up a round, and the heavy machine gun on Jiang Yu's helicopter can fire all 10 rounds in 0.5 seconds. After receiving the order, the drivers of each modified car stared at the falling rain of bullets and rushed forward quickly. For the sake of their own lives at this moment, they did not slack off at all. At this moment, they were not far from the orphanage, and it would only take a few minutes to walk there normally. However, even such a short distance seemed so far away to them. Just run into it, the head of the Lin family shouted. The next moment, the driver of a modified car was accidentally hit in the head by a bullet and died instantly. At the moment of death, he stepped heavily on the gas pedal. In an instant, the modified car, which was already moving very fast, rushed out like a bullet, getting faster and faster, and finally, it was only a dozen meters away from the orphanage. At this moment, everyone in the car was ready to die, but the next moment, they saw a red and blue robot walking out of the shadows. Then, in front of the shocked and puzzled gazes of everyone in the modified car, he raised his fists, and azure flames spurted out from his elbows, pushing his hands like thrusters, and he attacked forward with all his might. Bang! Click! Click! As the robot's fists collided with the front of the Lin family's modified car, even Jiang Yu, who was wearing a nano-combat suit, was pushed back a few steps by the terrifying instantaneous thrust of the modified car. However, Jiang Yu quickly stabilized his body and controlled the modified car, and the speed of the modified car also dropped rapidly due to Jiang Yu's obstruction. Bang! Bang! The guards who had been hiding on the side also took action quickly at this moment, shooting and blowing up the 4 tires of the modified car, causing the speed of the modified car to slow down completely. Crack! Tear! Crack! When the car slowed down, Jiang Yu changed his fists into claws and grabbed the 2 small holes punched by his fists. He grabbed the 2 holes with both hands and then used force to tear them out. With a loud rip, the front of the modified car was torn open in an instant, revealing the body of the driver who had already died from a headshot and another person who had rushed in to replace the driver. The man was shocked by the sight of Jiang Yu tearing up the modified car and looked at the scene with disbelief on his face. At this moment, he felt as if he was watching a 3D movie. This epic special effect was so close to him. The crowd behind him was also filled with shock and disbelief. Tearing apart a modified car with bare hands, even a robot couldn't do such a thing. You know, the Lin family's modified car was modified by God, and it can withstand the invasion of the funeral army. But such a modified car was actually torn apart by someone's hands? However, before they could react, they saw the robot in front of them, which had torn their modified car apart, stretch out its hand. Liquid metal flowed, and then a nuclear pulse launcher appeared in its hand. Wong! Sizzle, sizzle. Boom! Accompanied by the flashes of stored energy and electric current. A beam of azure-colored blaster pierced directly through the body of the modified car. At this moment, everyone in the middle of the vehicle was affected and died with half of their body lost. And on this broken car, the The wandering blue lightning seemed to tell everyone that this was not fake. Gurgle. The survivors in the car looked at the scene in front of them, trembling as they looked at the robot in front of them. Chapter 128. Overwhelming and eye-catching. Jianyu got a modified car and used Jarvis infrared scanner to quickly scan the people in the car. After confirming the number of people with signs of life, several bullet launch ports quickly appeared on his shoulders. Then, Jarvis automatically aimed at the number of living people in the car and then ejected dozens of small, powerful explosive bullets from the launch port. The target of the attack was the people in the car, whose faces were full of vigilance and fear. Puff, puff, puff. As the bullets exploded in their bodies, bursts of blood mixed with some debris burst out in the carriage, and they fell to the ground in a horrible state. Each of them received special care from Jianyu. Each of them evenly enjoyed the attack of 3 bullets, no one more, no one less. After being hit, they began to explode from the feet to the head. But a moment later, the car was covered in blood. After Jianyu carefully checked again and found that no one survived and all the organs in their bodies were blown up, he got out of the car and fired a small laser cannon at the already dilapidated modified car again, hitting the leaking fuel tank. In an instant, a violent explosion sounded, followed by a raging fire that burned everything inside the modified car. After solving the problem, Jianyu flew into the air and began to cooperate with the armed helicopters in the sky. He destroyed the power of the Lin family's truck below, making it unable to continue moving, and then hunted them down one after another with a rain of bullets from the armed helicopters in the air. However, in just 1 minute, Jianyu's blue and red figure quickly shuttled around each modified car and soon destroyed the power devices of all the modified cars. This forced everyone in the car to get out with heavy machine guns in hand and start shooting at the armed helicopters in the sky and Jianyu, who was wearing armor and not far away from them. Dang, dang, dang. However, due to the high altitude of the armed helicopter, it was difficult to aim at the moment, and it could only fire into the sky helplessly and furiously. As for those who fired ammunition at Jianyu, they couldn't help but feel shocked and dazed when they saw that the heavy machine gun had no effect on Jianyu, who was wearing a nano-battle suit. Dang, dang, dang. This heavy machine gun, which seemed to have great lethality in their eyes, could not cause any harm to Jianyu, who was wearing a nano-combat suit at the moment. The sound of huge steel collisions resounded at the scene. At this moment, the only use of this heavy machine gun might be to use the impact force to make Jianyu step back a few steps. After about a minute of torrential shooting, many people subconsciously stopped their heavy machine guns and looked at Jianyu, who had been bathed in the rain of bullets, in shock. Everyone subconsciously took a few steps back, as if wanting to escape, and the fear in their hearts grew rapidly. Sizzle. Seeing that they stopped shooting, the liquid metal in Jianyu's left hand began to flow. Soon after, a heavy machine gun of the same type as the helicopter with a cooler shape appeared in Jianyu's hand. Say hello to everyone. Jianyu's cold tone came from inside the helmet. The next moment, when everyone was subconsciously shocked that this was actually a human and not a real robot, the heavy machine gun in Jianyu's hand began to fire. Thump, 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 thump. Bullets emitting blue flames whizzed out of the muzzle. The bullets were aimed directly at those people from the Lin family. Once we destroy the orphanage and seize the supplies inside, the Lin family will truly be the only one in Qing City. Yeah, I really don't know where the official power has gone. Are they really going to let the Lin family do this? Who knows? It's as if all the official power disappeared overnight. Wait, look, is that the Lin family's patriarch? Really? Is he running? No, is he escaping? Wow, look behind him. On a small road 2 streets away from the main battlefield, some survivors saw a scene that surprised them greatly and rushed over in shock. The famous head of the Lin family in Qing City was seen escaping quickly under the protection of dozens of people. However, every minute and every second, several people behind him would be killed or injured. However, he seemed to ignore them and ran straight forward without paying attention to them. Behind them, a robot with a blue and red glowing body was chasing them quickly. In his hands were 2 Azure impact cannons. With one shot, the Lin family would be shattered to pieces without any resistance. What happened? The arrogant Lin family patriarch was beaten so badly. No. Why are they evolving so quietly without even notifying anyone? And with current technology, are they capable of making robots like this? It's incredible. In this apocalypse, all kinds of monsters and demons have emerged. It seems that the situation in Qingshi will become extremely complicated. Captain, he's catching up. Damn it. Master, hurry up and leave, let's stop him. A burly man following the head of the Lin family saw how powerful Jiang Yu was in nano armor. After thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and commanded a dozen people to turn around quickly. Then they pulled the high-explosive grenades in their hands at the same time and rushed towards the oncoming Jiang Yu. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying explosion resounded in this small street. The damage caused by the simultaneous explosion of more than a dozen high-explosive grenades was enough to flatten several houses. This small street could not withstand the damage and shock wave of this horrific explosion. The already shaky houses began to collapse one after another. It pressed heavily on the position where Jiang Yu was. This scene was also seen by many people who expressed helplessness. TSK, with such powerful explosion damage, even the strongest robot might not be able to escape unscathed. Oh, what a pity. I thought the Lin family would decline because of this. No, look. The land in the ruins began to tremble and shake, as if something was about to break out of the ground. Finally, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, a beam of azure light shot up into the sky from the ruins. Soon after, a blue and red figure flew out from the beam of light. Many people used telescopes to take a closer look. Apart from some dirt stains, there was no other sign of injury on his body. Chapter 129. Shocking remarks on the death of the Lin family master. He is. Seeing the unharmed robot walking out of the ruins, many people nearby felt extremely shocked and unbelievable. They all sighed that the robot's defense was so strong. Then, I saw this steel shadow flying quickly towards the Lin family's patriarch again. At this time, there were only 3 people left around the head of the Lin family guarding him. The 4 of them looked at the figure floating in the air in front of them with horror. This figure turned his back to the light. The sun's rays were blocked by his cold shell, and the lights in his eyes were filled with murderous intent that could not be concealed. My friend, I know it was wrong of me to provoke the orphanage, but you also killed nearly 1,000 people from my Lin family. It's time for you to calm down. If you kill me today, the god behind me will definitely not let you go easily. I tell you, God's arrival is not something you can easily defeat by wearing clothes like this. So, how about we stop here today? Patriarch Lin said with a gloomy face. Boom! 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 Jiang Yu was suspended in the air, slowly flying towards the Lin family master's location. Seeing Jiang Yu slowly flying towards him, the Lin family master's heartbeat became faster and faster, and his breathing became more and more rapid. Friend, let me tell you another piece of news. The reason why all the officials in Qing City disappeared is because they needed to stop the invasion of the gods. So, my friend, do you still think that you can stand on equal footing with the officials in this outfit? Looking at the figure that was getting closer and closer, the Lin family head's tone became more and more urgent, and his expression became more and more anxious. Although it was winter, cold sweat could still be seen pouring out of his body without restraint. Boom! 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 Just as the head of the Lin family was still thinking about how to save his life, he felt the ground begin to shake and a huge roar began to rise from the sky. At the same time, there were countless sounds of modified cars starting up and several dull sounds coming from all directions. This is... Patriarch Lin looked around and his expression changed immediately. On the road behind him, countless fully armed figures were running quickly. The burly men leading them gave Patriarch Lin an aura that could only be felt among the elites of the gods. Next to this group of fully armed figures, there are several armored vehicles moving at a constant speed. At first glance, the number of people in this group reached at least several thousand, and there were 2 large transport-armed helicopters circling in the air with a roar. The people in the helicopters were also fully armed and alert to the surroundings. He knew that these people were definitely not the gods who came to support him, and they were even less likely to be his own people. The next moment, he thought of something and looked at the steel figure in front of him with horror. Ow! Jiang Yu flew behind the head of the Lin family and came to the front of the fully armed team. He slowly opened his hands and asked indifferently. At this moment, seeing Jiang Yu, who looked like a god descending to the earth, the face of the head of the Lin family turned completely pale. He knew that with this kind of lineup, if the gods did not send out elite troops, there would be no chance of winning. But even if the gods came, their elite troops were to deal with the elites of China. Who are you? Patriarch Lin seemed to have accepted his fate, his body slightly relaxed, and he asked with a relaxed look on his face. Fire. After finishing speaking, Jiang Yu raised his right hand and fired another nuclear shock cannon. This time, the head of the Lin family did not dodge, but took the blow calmly and accepted his fate. After a while, there was no one in front of Jiang Yu. Support the others and repair on the spot after the problem is completely resolved. Jiang Yu said lightly. Yes, Commander. Afterwards, this group of thousands of troops rushed towards the main battlefield in a mighty and rapid manner. When they arrived at the main battlefield, it was more like helping to clean up the battlefield than providing support. Soon after, in the entire Qing city, all the shelters that could receive the news were in an uproar because they received a piece of news that shocked them immensely. That is, the head of the Lin family who controlled the entire Lin family, the king of Qing city, and regarded Qing city as his back garden, was actually killed. Also killed were the thousands of Lin family members he brought with him. At this moment, those who had been oppressed by the Lin family for a long time were boiling with excitement. Many people applauded and cheered. However, there are also many smart people who secretly covet everything left by the Lin family. However, no matter how much they covet, their forces have not yet taken action, and no one dares to take action. Even a strong family like the Lin family can be beaten in a waste by them. So wouldn't it be even easier to beat them? Andy Zhang, I'm back. Seeing that everything on the battlefield was proceeding in an orderly manner, Jiang Yu returned to the orphanage, put away his armor, and quickly came to Zhang Ma, who was protected by the royal guards. Are you okay? Aunt Zhang anxiously looked at Jiang Yu's body, fearing that something might be wrong. It's okay, Aunt Zhang. The Lin family is just a bunch of chickens and dogs. They will be slaughtered in front of my team. Jiang Yu smiled. Hey kid, calm down, the kids are still here. Aunt Zhang rolled her eyes at Jiang Yu and continued. The Lin family is bullying Qing City. It would be good to get rid of them. This way, Qing City can at least be more stable. It's unlikely to be safe. Even without the Lin family, there is still the huge zombie army. They are not as good as the Lin family. The people of the Lin family will be afraid, but the zombies will not. Jiang Yu said lightly. Are zombies so scary? Aunt Zhang asked in surprise. Of course, but I feel like there are too few zombies in Qing City. After all, Qing City has a large population. But since Jarvis hasn't spread the entire city yet, Qing City still has a big blind spot in Jarvis's eyes, so perhaps most of the zombies are concentrated in those areas. My child, it must be very hard for you to be alone in High City. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Zhang Ma murmured with heartache. Actually, life has been pretty good, except for the few days of the zombie storm, which were a bit difficult. But now everything is fine. Now the entire High City is under my control. Jiang Yu said proudly. You kid. Aunt Zhang's smiling eyes were filled with heartache. Okay, Aunt Zhang, get the kids ready. Let's leave right away and go back. If we go back now, we might still be able to catch a midnight snack. Jiang Yu smiled. Wait, kid, you wiped out the Lin family. Don't you want to keep the Lin family supplies? Without the Lin family, Qing City is leaderless. Don't you want to intervene? Chapter 130 Zhang, Ma's background dragon vein appears. Aunt Zhang looked at Jiang Yu and said calmly. At this moment, Jiang Yu, who had wanted to take Zhang Ma away directly, was shocked and astonished when he heard what Zhang Ma said. Is it possible for an old woman from an orphanage to say such words? Even if she is the director of the orphanage. Seeing Jiang Yu's surprised look, Aunt Zhang smiled faintly. Kid, there are some things I can see more clearly than you. How about it? Do you have that idea? Hearing what Zhang Ma said, Jiang Yu's expression froze, and he sat back in his chair, his expression lost in thought. Control Qing City? When Zhang Ma brought up this idea, Jiang Yu felt it was extremely correct for a moment. According to its geographical location, Qing City is adjacent to High City, which is close to the sea. At the same time, it is backed by the Qingyan Mountains. It is not on the left side of the sea, but on the right side, there are also mountains and ridges. It can be said that Qing City is a city that can be attacked or defended. Unlike High City, it is completely exposed to the ocean. If the Zerg invades and High City cannot stop them, then Qing City might be the perfect place for me to retreat. With a city like Haishur isolating the battlefield, it might not be so easy for the Zerg to invade and spread from Haishur. After thinking for a while, Jiang Yu suddenly thought of a question. That is, the location of Qing City is so important why there is no official power here, but instead the people of the Lin family are allowed to do whatever they want. Goddess, what kind of organization are you? You actually have to force the officials to let go of the city's defenses to defend them. Recalling what Patriarch Lin said, Jiang Yu felt even more confused. Kid, how about you take a rest in a shelter today and think it over? Seeing Jiang Yu's confusion, Aunt Zhang came to Jiang Yu, patted his shoulder, and chuckled. Okay, let's stay one night. Jiang Yu smiled slightly. Send someone to collect supplies so the children can eat well today. Jiang Yu called over a few guards and spoke. Yes, Commander. As Zhang Ma and the others left the room, Jiang Yu was the only one left in the room thinking. After getting rid of everyone, Aunt Zhang came to a secret room that only she knew about and hurried in while no one was around. Inside the secret room, there are several computers with surveillance cameras and a landline phone. Sitting on the chair, Zhang Ma thought for a long time with a tangled look on her face. Finally, she sighed softly, picked up the phone slowly, and dialed a number that she hadn't dialed for more than 20 years. Hello. There was no sound from the other end of the line. I am Zhang Yinping. Miss Ping, what can I do for you? There was a hoarse and old voice on the other end of the phone. Although the voice was hoarse and old, Aunt Zhang could clearly hear the excitement in the tone. How is father? After a moment's silence, the master is not in good health. In recent years, the war with the gods has made his health even worse. But the master has always missed you, young lady. Hearing this, Zhang Ma's eyes were filled with tears. Uncle Xian, I'm disturbing you this time because I want to use my last chance. Go ahead. I want control of Qing City. Okay, do you need me to take people to destroy the Lin family in Qing City? A casual voice came from the other end of the phone, as if destroying the Lin family was just a matter of flipping their hands. No need. The head of the Lin family is already dead. We can destroy the Lin family tomorrow. There was silence on the other end of the phone, and then he continued. All right, but let me be frank. Miss Ping, the rights I gave you have been used up. If you want to use them again next time, you'll have to pay. Good. Aunt Zhang gritted her teeth and spoke in a loud voice. Okay, then the contract is established. Miss, you can do whatever you want in Qing City. As long as you don't wipe Qing City off the map, no official force will stop you. Okay, thank you, Uncle Xian. Miss, you're welcome. Please come back when you have time. The master misses you very much. Hey, I don't know if it's possible in this life after all. Sir, not long ago, I discovered that there was a lot of urgently encrypted online information in Qing City. Just when I tried to decrypt it, it suddenly became freely readable. What's the message inside? Do you know why? Jiang Yu asked. It's not clear why it was unlocked yet. There's a lot of information inside, but the only thing worth noting is that one word appears the most times, and that's Dragon Vein. There's a legendary Dragon Vein in Qing City. Dragon Vein. Jiang Yu was shocked when he heard this word. If it was before the end of the world, he might have laughed at the news, but now, after experiencing the disaster of the end of the world, he was half believing and half doubting it. Yes, and after I checked the Lin family's information, I found that they were also looking for the location of the Dragon Vein. The Lin family is looking for a Dragon Vein? Doesn't that mean the gods assisting the Lin family are also looking for a Dragon Vein? What are they looking for? Jiang Yu murmured with a look of great confusion. I don't know yet. The records are too vague. Jarvis, hurry up and decipher all the information. I want to know the whole process of this incident. Jiang Yu said with an extremely serious expression. Until this moment, he suddenly realized that this so-called Doomsday game might not be as simple as he imagined, and it is not just a game. On the other side, in a mysterious underground city, an old man hung up the phone and staggered into an extremely spacious room filled with medical equipment. The old man came to a large bedside, beside which were placed various testing instruments and a huge computer screen. He used the instruments to wake the old man on the bed. Master, Miss Ping called. What did you say? As soon as he finished speaking, 4 words appeared on the computer screen. Miss Ping called and asked to take control of Qing City. Bring people and destroy the Lin family. Quickly write these words on the screen again. The young lady said she could destroy the Lin family tomorrow. Reason? The lady didn't say that. The screen went out. The old man closed his eyes and fell into sleep again, but the smile on his lips could not be stopped. Chapter 131, The Secret of Dragon Vein, Rushing to the Lin Family. Seeing the old man fall into a deep sleep again, the old man bowed slightly, then quickly left the room. He came to the top of the city wall, looked at the scenery in the distance, and murmured, Miss, please come back soon. Lao Xian, I heard that big sister called again. Is that true? Just as the old man was lost in thought, a sharp voice was heard. The old man turned his head and immediately saw a woman with a slender figure and delicate face slowly walking towards him. At the same time, there was also a beautiful and charming girl. Miss San, it's true. This elder sister is so ungrateful. She abandoned the Xianyuan family's princess and chose to become the director of an orphanage? I really don't know what's going on in her head. After hearing the news, the woman snorted in disdain and quickly left in her high heels. The girl beside her frowned slightly, but didn't say much. She nodded slightly to the old man and turned to leave. Miss Frost, take care. At dinner time, the entire orphanage was extremely lively. Due to the renovation of the orphanage, there was no kitchen inside, only a simple heating device. But this obviously could not satisfy Jiang Yu's requirements, so everyone took the food and had a barbecue outside. It happened that the night was beautiful today, with a full moon in the sky, and all the children were extremely happy and excited while eating. Half of the guards were guarding the equipment, while the other half were constantly vigilantly patrolling everything around them. With Jarvis's auxiliary scanning, nothing that happens within a 3-kilometer radius will be missed. Because of this, the extremely hungry people around could only watch the bonfire at the door of the orphanage and the aroma of meat coming from time to time. After dinner, everyone went back to rest. Jiang Yu lay on the bed, thinking about everything Zhang Ma said. The next morning, Jiang Yu got up early from the bed. Without Mudi's softness in his arms, Jiang Yu actually had some insomnia. It was late at night before I gradually fell asleep. Sir, after spending the entire night integrating the information, I finally managed to gather all the information. Oh, tell me, Jiang Yu said while eating breakfast. According to the official records of Qing City, some cities from Qing City to Shangjing have dragon veins, and dragon veins are something that the government attaches great importance to. However, since the Ming Dynasty, all dragon veins have been cut off, leaving only a few large dragon veins that could not be cut off due to the means of the time. So since the dragon veins are discovered, the officials have sent countless military forces to guard them. And here in Qing City is a severed dragon vein. Then, according to some records of the Lin family in Shenzhen, Shun Jiang and his men wanted to find the broken dragon vein. Their specific purpose was unknown, so they approached the Lin family and asked them to help them find the dragon vein. However, due to information discrepancies, the Lin family has been unable to find the location of the dragon vein. So, they decided to first control the entire Qing City and then conduct a large-scale search. During this process, the God of Descendants also provided a lot of assistance. The information integration between Qing Shi and the Lin family is probably just this information, and there are also various records of their search for dragon veins. They probably didn't find it? Yes, sir, they searched most of Qing City, but couldn't find any information about the dragon vein. I didn't expect there was such a story here. Jiang Yu murmured with a complicated expression. Also, sir, through data integration, I have an 80% chance of discovering the location of the dragon vein. What? Where? It's in a cemetery about 500 meters away from the Lin family. Through my observations, no one from the Lin family has ever been there. And most importantly, the zombies in Qing City have been moving there almost since the apocalypse. Hearing Jarvis' words, Jiang Yu's expression became solemn. If Jarvis said that, then are all the zombies in Qing City in that cemetery? But with so many zombies, how could they possibly fit in there? And since it's so close to the Lin family's headquarters, has no one noticed it? For a moment, heavy doubts surged into Jiang Yu's heart. After thinking for a long time, Jiang Yu smiled indifferently and shook his head slightly. Don't think about it anymore. Instead of thinking about it, it's better to take a step forward and see if it's true or not. You'll know if it's true or not. Jarvis, gather people immediately and rush to the Lin family. Yes, sir. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Yu signed in as usual. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in and obtaining 50,000 corpse crystals. Why are there so many corpse crystals all of a sudden? Jiang Yu murmured doubtfully, but he soon stopped thinking about it. In Jiang Yu's opinion, the sign-in system was useless, so he didn't pay much attention to it. The first thing Zhang Ma saw when she went out was the actions of the guards outside and Jiang Yu's posture of being on high alert. Kids, what are you doing? Auntie Zhang, let's go to the Lin family. Okay, then be careful. Good. Looking around, Jiang Yu spoke again in a low voice. Auntie Zhang, I've left 10 guards here. When the time comes, you'll close the door of the orphanage. Don't open it unless I come back, okay? Okay, I'm Fina. But you, remember to be careful. Outside the orphanage, Jiang Yu watched Zhang Ma close the gate and then gathered everyone to go to the Lin family. Jarvis, keep an eye on the developments here. Yes, sir. Soon, The news that Jiang Yu's team of thousands of people was heading towards the Lin family spread throughout the entire Qing city. Many people felt that the power of the orphanage could no longer sit still. Want to get everything that is left of the Lin family now. Sir, we will arrive at the Lin family in 5 minutes. Everyone on alert. Anyone who dares to stop us will be killed. Jiang Yu's voice came from the headphones. Yes, Commander. Soon, Jiang Yu's team arrived at the gate of Lin's house, and he was already full of old, weak women and children. Meanwhile, inside the Lin family head's younger brother couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat as he looked at the equipment and weapons outside that were even more powerful than those descended from the gods. Now, he just prayed that his method would be effective. He just couldn't believe that their commander dared to do such a shameful thing and massacre the elderly, the weak, women and children. Outside, many people saw this scene and lamented the Lin family's cunningness. Commander, Seeing this scene, everyone hesitated. Chapter 132. Lin family seeks peace in the cemetery. Jiang Yu hesitated a little when he saw this scene. There were so many old, weak women and children standing in front of the Lin family's door. If he really wanted to kill them all, it would be difficult for him to do it at the moment. My friend, I am the current head of the Lin family. The previous head was my eldest brother, and he died at your hands. As the old saying goes, it is better to resolve a feud than to create one. I am willing to give up half, but not 3/4 of my family's resources in exchange for peace. How do you think? Inside the Lin family, the voice of Lin's younger brother was heard through the radio. When the people around heard that the Lin family had surrendered so submissively, they were a little surprised for a moment. They had a deep understanding of the Lin family's tyranny. After forcibly defeating them, they even seized half of the supplies in their shelter before leaving. However, now, the Lin family, which was so domineering, actually gave in to other forces to this extent. As the ancients said, evil will be punished by evil. There is truth in that. I don't know what kind of organization this is. They are so powerful that they can beat the Lin family to their knees and beg for mercy. I don't know, but I heard it was from High City. Hi, sure. When they heard that they were from the neighboring city, everyone was stunned, and then began to wonder if they had any relatives in High City. Looking at the silent Jiang Yu, the head of the Lin family became more and more anxious. If the opponent really starts a fight regardless of the consequences, he won't even have a chance to run away. No need for that. The Lin's Chamber of Commerce, and I have a lot of grievances. Let's just end it directly. If this knot can't be untied, just cut it. Jiang Yu's cold voice echoed between heaven and earth. With the help of Jarvis, the electronic devices around everyone were amplified. Damn it, which bastard offended such a ruthless person so badly? When the current head of the Lin family heard this, he could not help but curse that person. Boom! Wong. Just when Jiang Yu was planning to be ruthless and crush them directly, a huge explosion sounded not far from them. The explosion instantly attracted everyone's attention. Jarvis, what's going on? Sir, it looks like the cemetery we're going to is the one that exploded for some reason. Then Jarvis called up the image. The next moment, he saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. Thousands of second-level zombies were seen jumping out of a large pit that had been blown up in the cemetery frantically and quickly. Then he quickly rushed towards where the Lin family was. Retreat immediately and establish a battle line. After receiving Jiang Yu's instructions, the guards immediately retreated. Seeing Jiang Yu's troops leaving as quickly as the tide, the Lin family's eyes flashed with astonishment. Retreating after seeing an inexplicable explosion? It's impossible to be so cowardly. The people outside were also confused when they saw Jiang Yu and his men retreat. Wasn't it just an explosion? Why did they scare him away? But soon, they could no longer laugh because not long after that, they saw dense swarms of zombies rushing towards them from not far away from the Lin family. From a distance, they looked like ants, but when they used telescopes, they could immediately see the dense swarms of zombies. It was at this moment that they finally understood why they retreated so quickly. Jarvis, send out the zombie drones to check out the situation in that pit. Yes, sir. Soon, 3 specially made drones with the appearance of zombies took off and flew towards that place. Why are there so many zombies? Help! Save me! Save me! The side close to the cemetery can now be described as a hell on earth. After breaking through the Lin family's defenses, countless second-level zombies entered the area as if they were in an empty space and began to slaughter the survivors wantonly. At this moment, countless people in Qing City applauded. The worse the Lin family suffered, the happier they were at being suppressed by the Lin family. It seems that they are not worried at all whether the zombies will harm them after destroying the Lin family. On the other side, just as the Lin family was gathering people to resist the zombies, Jiangyu gradually saw the scene inside the big pit through the video. I saw a huge pit appearing underground. Looking into the hole, it was extremely dark. However, from the darkness, there was a continuous flow of second-level zombies running out, as if there was no limit. The drone entered the pit, but it was still pitch black. Even though Jiangyu turned on the night vision goggles, it was still pitch black. Moreover, as the drone went deeper, the night vision goggles seemed to be turned off, and it was still pitch black. Helplessly, Jiangyu could only turn on the searchlight and try to see what was inside. However, the moment he opened it, he saw a huge figure stepping directly on the drone, and then the video stopped. The first drone fell, and the following ones were quickly destroyed by unknown objects. "Jarvis, do you see what it is?" Jiangyu asked. Then, Jarvis sent a high-definition restored picture, showing a huge foot hovering above the drone, and after the drone took the picture, it crushed the drone. According to speculation, this creature is at least 3 to 4 times the size of a human. If it were a human, its height would even be around 8 to 10 meters. Hearing this, Jiangyu thought for a moment. "Is this a dragon vein?" Jiangyu asked. "If it is a dragon vein, then we can launch a large-scale attack. In the face of hot weapons, as long as we are still human, it is impossible not to be afraid of hot weapons. So even if you're hundreds of meters tall, it's not a problem as long as you are not Ultraman. It's not a misconception. According to official records, the dragon vein is the lifeline of China. Although it exists underground and is broken, it is surrounded by the constant nourishment of dragon energy. It is impossible for this environment to exist. So this place may just be a corpse breeding ground." "A corpse raising ground? Raising zombies?" Jiangyu was shocked when he heard this. Is it another divine visit? Raising zombies under the pretense of finding dragon veins? After thinking about it, Jiangyu felt that this was not impossible. After all, even if there really is a dragon vein, the dragon vein in Qing City has been broken and is of no use at all. "Sir, we've detected many combat units heading this way." The next moment, Jarvis's message came again, along with a video. In the video, many weapons of war are rushing towards this side quickly. More than a dozen armed helicopters, dozens of armored vehicles, and nearly 10,000 fully armed combatants. Chapter 133, The Causes and Consequences of the Instant Invasion. Chapter 132, Causes and Consequences of the Instant Invasion. "Jarvis, can you tell me where they came from?" After testing and calculation, we found out that it came from Yun City, the neighboring city of Qing City. Yun City. Jiangyu was stunned when he heard these 2 words. Yun City is the neighbor of Qing City and also the neighbor of Hai City. It is a very suitable city for retirement, with low consumption and good environmental policies. On the other side, in the Lin family, the younger brother of the current head of the family was immediately thrown into confusion when he saw these zombies that appeared inexplicably. Previously, Jiangyu and the others could at least talk to each other, but zombies are not even worth talking to. Either you kill them, or they kill you. Is the Lin family, which has been passed down for 4 generations, going to fall into my hands like this? "Master, phone call." The head of the Lin family was stunned. He picked up the phone and was overjoyed when he heard the voice on the phone. "Sir, are you here to help us? With the support of God, they can turn misfortune into good fortune today." Hearing the different voice of the Lin family head, the person on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment and then spoke. "Where's your older brother?" Upon hearing this, Patriarch Lin immediately gave a brief account of the current situation. "In that case, don't worry. After your Lin family is sacrificed, I will help you seek revenge on them." Upon hearing this, the Lin family head's expression froze. "Sir, I don't know what you mean. What sacrifice?" Some bad thoughts suddenly popped up in Lin's head, but he quickly shook them off. He hoped he was wrong. "Do you think that I, the God, sent you, the Lin family, to eat and drink well because I really need you to help us? We don't need weak refuges like you to help us. The reason we are helping you is because we need everyone in your Lin family to become blood food for the zombies sent by our gods when necessary. The cemetery behind your Lin family is very suitable for raising zombies sent by our gods." After hearing these words, the Lin family head's expression suddenly became dazed. His face was full of disbelief. "No, you can't abandon us. How much have we, the Lin family, done to help you? How much humanity have we abandoned? What do you mean by saying this now?" Patriarch Lin shouted angrily into the phone. But it was useless. The phone was hung up and could not be dialed again. In a trance, he seemed to remember that the man from God told him not to take anyone to the cemetery. The head of the Lin family held his head in his hands and squatted on the ground with a face full of pain. According to what the God said, the Lin family will perish in his hands. Divine Envoy, how strong is the force attacking the Lin family? Where is it from? Inside the helicopter, a white man drinking red wine asked with a cold expression. After investigation, the group was found to be the Xinhua shelter. The following is information regarding the Xinhua shelter. In an instant, the messenger of God, who is also an artificial intelligence, immediately displayed the news about the Xinhua shelter. Oh, it's them. I remember they were the ones who destroyed our arrangements in High City before, right? Yes, sir. The Xinhua shelter is quite powerful. In a one-on-one fight, the elite troops are no match for the Xinhua guards. The mercenaries who were ordered to attack Xinhua last time were all killed. That's really great. The elite troops all have activated the second-level gene lock. Xinhua's guards are actually more powerful than them. Can you invade and control it? Not for now. Xinhua base has also been taken over by an artificial intelligence. I am no match for it. You're not a match. The white man said in surprise, how could the artificial intelligence sent by headquarters be timid? Will you be invaded by the artificial intelligence on the Xinhua side? After testing, the probability of the Xinhua shelter's artificial intelligence invading me is the same as the probability of me invading it. Both are 0.000000001. The words of the messenger of God were filled with human pride. Interesting, the Xinhua sanctuary? No wonder it can repeatedly disrupt my divine descent plans. Sir, I just felt someone was scanning the information of Xinhua base, but it was blocked by my firewall. Jiang Yu was stunned when he heard Jarvis' voice. Is it possible to track who is scanning? Tracking. Tracking complete. Location. Yun City's famous scenic spot. Underground at Yun Mountain. Was the signal sent from Yun City? Jiang Yu murmured. Jarvis, is there any problem in hacking into the entire network of this team? No problem, sir. It's just a low-level artificial intelligence operating. Invading, detected enemy with the same AI, bypassing, unable to bypass, concealing and eliminating, unable to conceal and eliminate, assimilating successfully, invading successfully. About half a minute later, Jarvis successfully subdued the artificial intelligence that was sent by God. Jarvis also sorted out the lists, names, and equipment of the gods who came this time. Jiang Yu couldn't help but smile when he saw Jarvis acting so swiftly. As expected of an artificial intelligence of a high-level civilization, it carried out anti-invasion operations so easily and simply, and even subdued an artificial intelligence minion in the process. So that's how it is. It turns out that God really came here and set up a corpse raising ground. Looking at the introduction, plan, and implementation process of the corpse raising ground from the God's side, Jiang Yu nodded slightly, saying that he had learned it and would go back to raise his wife and try. At this point, we finally know that the purpose of the gods is to use the dragon vein as an excuse to deceive the official forces here, so that they will send a large number of troops to protect the dragon vein that has not been broken. Naturally, the broken dragon vein in Qing City does not need excessive attention. The people who descended from the gods also knew this, so they used the idea of finding dragon veins to hide zombies. At this point, Jiang Yu finally understood why the officials of Qing City disappeared. It was just to protect the dragon vein. Do they really need to all leave? I have to say, this stratagem is quite impressive. They know how important the dragon veins are to us, so they launched a powerful attack, threatening to sever them. This forced the authorities to do everything in their power to protect the remaining dragon veins. After all, as long as the dragon veins are still there, China will not disappear, and then they can raise zombies here as much as they want. Not only will they not be stopped by the authorities, but they can even get help from the Lin family, and they don't even need to do anything, just talk. Chapter 134. The Lin family is destroyed and the zombies return. Perhaps it's precisely because there's no official obstruction that they were able to breed zombies in such a short time. Once the zombie they've bred is born, it will surely be another high-level zombie comparable to Mu D or even higher. By then, perhaps the entire Qing City will be destroyed by it. Jiang Yu frowned when he thought of this. He had to admit that the god's plan was quite vicious. If China didn't have any trump cards, Qing City might turn into a city of corpses in a very short time. However, Jiangyu recalled briefly that if he had not killed the zombie-like Mu Di before, perhaps when a zombie-like Mu Di completely controlled the zombies in High City might also become a corpse city with only zombies left. After all, the zombie-like Mu Di's strength had reached the 3rd level. If we think about it more carefully, if Haishur and Qingshur both become cities of corpses and are controlled by the gods, then even if the authorities want to take back these 2 cities, it may not be that easy. But they didn't expect that there would be a torch like me here. Jiangyu looked at the floating screen in front of him and smiled faintly. However, Jiangyu briefly recalled the whole process and couldn't help but have a big doubt. That is, in how many cities has the God of Corpse raising plan like this been deployed? Since Jarvis's signal transmission is only in Qing City and High City, and the network in other places has not been connected yet, Jarvis cannot know much for the time being. Otherwise, with Jarvis's strength, knowing these things would only require a few network fluctuations. Jarvis, keep an eye on news about gods descending, corpse raising, and high-level zombies. Yes, sir. On the other hand, due to the indiscriminate slaughter of a large number of 2nd-level zombies, 3/5 of the people in the Lin family have turned into zombies, and half of the other 2/5 have basically died at the hands of their own people. At this moment, in the Lin family, the sounds of wailing, fleeing, shouting, and the roars of zombies were endless. Many members of the Lin family, seeing the inevitable destruction of the Lin family, planned to flee the Lin family. However, they were caught off guard by the traps they had set to defend against Jiangyu's attacks, and many perished. Now, the very traps they had set to defend against Jiangyu had become the Lin family's own demise. What was even more bizarre was that this group of zombies seemed to have a deep grudge against the Lin family. They only focused on attacking the Lin family and didn't care about the large number of onlookers outside. None of these thousands of zombies broke through the Lin family's sphere of influence. At this moment, people from other shelters outside saw this scene that made them extremely happy and smiled. In their opinion, the zombies only killed the Lin family, which must be a punishment from God. The Lin family deserves to die. Mom and Dad, did you see that? God sent zombies to take the lives of the Lin family. Boom! Boom! Just as they were feeling excited, a tremor like an earthquake brought everyone back to their senses. They turned around and were stunned when they saw the torrent of steel, jungle-like water advancing towards them. There are so many armed men and armed equipment. Who are they, and what are they doing here? Are they the people from the fire shelter? The white man drank red wine, looked at the torch team not far away, and said in a deep voice, "Their troops, formations, weapons, and equipment all frighten the white people." Yes, Mr. Wilson, although the number of people on the other team is not as large as ours, they still have a lot of high-level combat power, so I suggest that we don't act too early. After hearing the words of the messenger, Wilson nodded slightly in agreement. The plan to raise zombies has not yet been fully completed. Raising the zombies to their peak is the most urgent matter. As for the Xinhua shelter, once the zombies they raise are born, they can be easily destroyed. There's a Chinese saying that water can carry a boat, but can also capsize it. The people around here all have grudges against the Lin family, so we can easily take advantage of them. Wilson smiled faintly. As time went by, the Lin family was killed by the 2nd-level zombies until all the Lin family members died and turned into zombies. The entire Lin family turned into zombies. Many people gasped as they watched the scene before them. But the next moment, the most shocking thing happened to them. Just when people in other shelters in Qing City were worried that these zombies would run out and attack others. The foreigner, who had been motionless at first, used electromagnetic waves to stop all the zombies in the Lin family, then turned around and quickly ran back into the cave. Within a few breaths, all the zombies in the Lin family were running towards that direction. Watching the absurd scene unfold, a rumor quickly spread throughout Qing City. What? You said these foreigners are here to enforce justice and eliminate the Lin family. Is it true that they can control zombies? I think it's not impossible. Isn't foreign technology always better than ours? Don't talk nonsense. How can foreigners control zombies? Although most people were confused and unconvinced by this sudden news, some felt that it should be so, and some felt that it didn't matter who was in control, as long as the enemy, the Lin family, was dead. As for Jiangyu, he did not take action when he saw the zombies slaughtering people. After all, his original intention was to destroy the Lin family and take a look at the situation of the cemetery. Now that he knew the general situation, there was no need to take action. He could just watch the Lin family perish. Wait until the zombies return to the pit, then we can take action. Jiang Yu had seen the message sent by the messenger of God that the current zombie was still in a state of being nurtured and was not at its peak. In order to raise the most powerful zombie, it needed to devour a large amount of blood of its own kind. In the entire Qing city, only the Lin family could meet this condition. The Lin family has some connections and relatives. Jiang Yu guessed that this is why they became the target of the god support. Helicopter ready. Jiang Yu's voice was heard in the helicopter in the sky. Short-range ballistic missile. Launch countdown. 10, 9. Chapter 135. The war begins. As the countdown began, 2 armed helicopters turned towards the big hole, then slowly took off and flew to a height that was easier to hit. Next to them, another armed helicopter took off at the same time as the guard, always on the lookout for the people descending from the sky. Mr. Wilson, the god's aide, is about to launch a short-range ballistic missile. What? Intercept immediately. Wilson yelled. Prepare to launch surface-to-air missiles. As soon as the messenger finished speaking, an armed helicopter immediately launched a missile. Surface-to-air missile launched. Boom! There was a loud bang, and a huge mushroom cloud suddenly erupted in the sky. Target missile intercepted. Boom! But then there was a huge explosion in the direction of the huge pit. Fuck, what happened? Wasn't the interception successful? Wilson asked with a look of anger and surprise. Sir, because the other side launched 2 missiles at the same time, and I only detected one. Are you useless? You can't even detect this? What use are you? Wilson snapped. The messenger of God fell silent. Jiang Yu smiled slightly as he watched all this. The previous God's messenger could certainly detect 2, but the current God's messenger has been trained by Jarvis and has become his own subsidiary artificial intelligence. When Jiang Yu launched the missile, he set it to detect only 1 missile. This way, he could bomb the zombie pit while reducing the suspicion of the gods. Sorry, sir, it's my fault. The messenger's tone was filled with human apology. Damn it, useless AI. I've already said AI is unreliable, but headquarters insisted on sending this. Wilson said dissatisfiedly. But now the most urgent task is to stop Xinhua's next attack. Although he doesn't know why Xinhua suddenly launched an attack. He doesn't think Xinhua knows their plan, but he won't allow anyone to interrupt the evolution of the zombies. People from Xinhua's shelter, this zombie pit belongs to my Eaglehead Nation. You Chinese have no right to interfere with or manage it. Please leave this place immediately, otherwise we will use force to expel you. On the other side of the God's Landing, a black man used the loudspeaker system on the armed helicopter to issue an order to expel Jiang Yu's team. Hearing the words of the god, Jiang Yu smiled coldly. This is Chinese territory. We Chinese transformed the zombies. How did they become your Eaglehead people's possessions? And you're expelling us? Expelling Chinese people from Chinese territory? God has sent you down. You do not belong to China. Please leave Chinese territory immediately. Otherwise you will be killed without mercy. On the armed helicopter that served as the escort, a burly man with a clear voice sneered. Chinese people, you are violating the peace treaty. Please don't be stubborn. The man sent by God spoke again. Don't be stubborn. You are the ones who are stubborn. I give you 3 seconds. If you don't get out of here, you will die. 3. Without waiting for their reaction, the guards immediately began to count down. Wilson obviously didn't expect Xinhua's attitude to be so resolute. This was different from the Chinese people he had met before. However, we must not lose the zombies that have been raised after consuming so many supplies. This battle must be fought. 1. Hands on. As the countdown of the royal guards ended, the war began instantly. The armed helicopters in the sky began to fire shells at each other. But within a few seconds, countless shells intersected and exploded. On the ground, the armored vehicles of both sides also fired fierce artillery fire in the directions of both sides. Often, the shells were blown up by the opposite side's artillery fire not long after they were fired. For a moment, huge smoke and dust swept across the entire street. The people in other shelters who saw this scene were all shocked beyond words. At the same time, I was also wondering why the 2 sides were fighting. They didn't know anything about zombies, so as spectators they were very confused. Go to the 300 guards and execute the decapitation plan. Jiang Yu's voice reached the ears of every guard in every modified car. Yes, Commander. The power of both sides is not equal now, and the artillery attack cannot last too long, so carrying out a decapitation operation is the best option. Within the smoke and dust, 300 guards, fully armed and holding nano shields, quickly approached the direction of the god's descent. On the other side, many people in other shelters who were watching the excitement took up their weapons. At this moment, Jianyu suddenly received a message from a large shelter in Qing City. Comrades, please stop immediately. They're foreign friends. What you're doing is unfriendly. Please stop immediately and apologize. Otherwise, we will join our foreign friends in imposing military sanctions on you. After seeing this news, Jianyu deleted it directly. On the other hand, Wang Weidong, the leader of the Wang family shelter, the second shelter in Qing City, was looking at his phone with no sign of reply, and he was immediately filled with anger. You didn't even reply to me? Do you really think you're a bunch of short-lived people from the Lin family who have someone to back you up? Do you think anyone can come up and step on my Wang family? Immediately arm and warn that shelter. If they continue to persist, we will use force. Wang Weidong shouted angrily. The foreigner just wiped out the Lin family. According to the order, he will be the boss of Qing City in the future. He will not allow the Xinhua shelter, who came here inexplicably, to step on his head. Moreover, at this moment, the forces of both sides have already started fighting, and he also wants to see if he can use this excuse to fish in troubled waters. Sir, there's a group of about 50 people heading towards us about 500 meters to our right. Jianyu shook his head helplessly after hearing the news. It's the end of the world now. How could such people still exist? Send a small team over there and kill them all. Jianyu said casually. On the other side, the decapitation plan of the 300 royal guards went very smoothly. Through the protection and attack power of nanotechnology, as well as the command of Jarvis and the messenger of God, the royal guards seemed to have turned on a plug-in with perspective. In just 5 minutes, many foreigners had been killed. As more and more people were killed, Wilson reacted when he saw the change in formation. Quick, get the elite team out. Everyone out. Chapter 136. The Wang family's trump card destroys everything. Xinhua shelter. Since you're so determined to die, I'll grant your wish. Perhaps one of my elite members can't defeat you, but if 5 of you attack together, can your personal guard still defeat you? Wilson sneered. The next moment, hundreds of fully armed elites with second-level gene locks activated rushed out from several modified vehicles belonging to Xinjiang. Amidst the smoke and dust raised by the fierce artillery fire from both sides, the two sides quickly engaged in close combat. 5 black fighters belonging to the same squad soon met a lone guard. Hey, little Chinese monkey, let us play with you. The 5 black elite team members looked at the lean guards in front of them and suddenly laughed sinisterly. Similarly, the lean guards also showed bloodthirsty smiles when they saw the 5 black men in front of them. When the 5 elite teams saw this bloodthirsty smile, they couldn't help but feel a pang in their hearts. They looked at each other in surprise, then quickly calmed down and slowly moved forward. On the other hand, in order to strengthen their position in Qing City, the Wang family's armed action was completely unconcealed and appeared in front of everyone. The crowd watching the Wang family's team running towards the fire were surprised. Isn't that the Wang family's trump card team? Why are they helping foreigners? Who knows? I feel like the Wang family might want to become the next Lin family. Even though the Lin family is now destroyed, they were incredibly prosperous before. Look, Xinhua has also sent out a team. Wait, only 10 people? Xinhua has only sent out 10 people. Seeing that the Wang family's trump card team consists of about 50 people, and Xinhua's side only sent a team of 10 people, does this mean they look down on the Wang family, or do they think these 10 people could destroy the Wang family's team? Alas, the leaders of the Xinhua shelter were careless. Did they think that the Wang family's trump card team could be eliminated so easily? Those members of the Wang family are all retired veterans of the battlefield. They are truly battle-hardened people. Yes, at that time, the Lin family also relied on firearms to suppress the Wang family. In addition, the Lin family had more people than the Wang family, which was why they were able to suppress the Wang family. The leadership of the Xinhua shelter is irrational. For a moment, many people present noticed the gap here. Maybe the weapons of Xinhua shelter were awesome, but they were weapons and could not represent the combat effectiveness of the soldiers. For a moment, the onlookers lamented that the people in Xinhua shelter might suffer a great loss from the Wang family because of their underestimation. When the captain of the Wang family team saw the 10 people coming towards him, a trace of disdain flashed across his resolute face. They knew how powerful the thermal weapons of the Xinhua shelter were, and they were extremely envious of them. But in their opinion, this was different from fighting against soldiers. In his opinion, if the Wang family had such powerful and numerous weapons, they might have taken control of the entire Qing city long ago. I'll take the heads of 10 of you and let the people in Xinhua shelter know how powerful we are. Put away your weapons, everyone. There are only 10 of us on the opposite side. We'll face off against one of them, 5 of us. Let's show the Xinhua people how powerful our Wang family is. Yes, Captain, it looks like the other side wants to fight us in close combat. I saw it. I guess he looks down on us and thinks we're easy to bully. Oh, then I want to see how strong they are. Soon, the two sides came into close combat. As soon as they met, the captain of the Wang family snorted with disdain. Boy, throw away your weapons and surrender to our Wang family. Do as I say, or you will die here. Hearing the sneer from Captain Wang, the team leader said without changing his expression, Hee, I think you will be the ones to die today. Arrogant. If you're really looking for death, then accept it. Captain Wang shouted angrily. Originally, after seeing the actions and military qualities of the other side, he wanted to try to recruit them, but now it seems that he was overthinking it. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, the Wang family team quickly rushed towards the 10-man team in front. Go ahead, don't hold back, the team leader said coldly. Yes. Click. Bang. Click. How is that possible? This is impossible. The moment the two sides came into close combat, the 10 people of Xinhua completely crushed the people of Wang's team after just a few moves. The people of Wang's team often had only thrown one punch when the members of Xinhua team had already quickly hit several times, and all of them were aimed at the opponent's fatal points. Digging a groove? Is this the real Wang family's ace team? Why are they all lying down? This must be fake. But in just 5 minutes, this ace team belonging to the Wang family lay on the ground wailing in pain. From time to time, twisted and mutated hands and feet could be seen on them. Kill them immediately. No need to hold them back. The team leader silently took out his pistol and fired a shot with an indifferent expression. Bang! The captain of the Wang family who was shouting just now was shot in the head. Then he fell down with his eyes wide open in disbelief. No. Please spare me this time, please. Bang! Without waiting for them to finish begging for mercy, the 10 guards fired 5 shots each with indifferent expressions, sending these 50 people, the Wang family's ace team, into the underworld. Report to the commander. Mission accomplished. All enemies killed. It took 6 minutes. There was a hint of disdain in the captain's tone. After all, they were a team that had been trained by the Royal Guards for such a long time, and the physical fitness of everyone in the team was at least at the peak of human ability. They were also taught a lot of fighting skills, and many of them were retired, so when dealing with this wild team, they could be said to have a dimensionality reduction attack. Roger that. Warm-up is over. Return to your positions. Stay alert. Receive. The 10 guards nodded slightly, threw 2 grenades to blow up the corpse of the Wang family, and then quickly left the place. Someone had calculated that it only took them 10 minutes from arrival to departure. When the people in the surrounding shelter saw this scene, they were all stunned, their eyes filled with shock and astonishment. Chapter 137, Instant Kill. The elite squad of the Wang family was killed so easily. This looks too fake. The news that the Wang family team was killed by Xinhua's people in 10 minutes quickly spread throughout all the shelters. Everyone was in disbelief and shocked. Moreover, if they had not seen the scene, the Wang family would not have believed that the team that the head of the family had trained for so long would die so casually. At this moment, inside the Wang family, the housekeeper trotted towards Wang Weidong's room and shouted anxiously, "Master, it's bad. They're dead, all dead." Inside the Wang family, the housekeeper came to report the news. What? All dead? In just 5 minutes, all gone. After listening to the full report, Wang Weidong asked in disbelief. Yes, the people from Xinhua shelter only sent out a small team of 10 people, and they killed all of our Wang family's ace team. What do you think we should do next? After hearing what the housekeeper said, Wang Weidong's expression turned pale instantly. He knew that even the Lin family did not have the ability to do this. Then, as if he remembered something, he shouted quickly, "Close the gate immediately, delete the threatening text messages immediately, and wait until the people in Xinhua shelter have finished fighting. Then go and lick your responsibilities and pay a visit." Hearing Wang Weidong's extremely anxious words, the housekeeper's expression froze, but he still nodded slightly. Then he quickly retreated. Outside, people in other shelters wondered whether the Wang family would continue to send people to seek revenge. However, they were surprised to see that the Wang family began to lock their doors. The door of the shelter was closed, and all weapons and equipment, as well as the Wong family's personnel, were taken back. But in just 10 minutes, it was as if the Wong family had never been there. Seeing the scene is really shocking. Haha, I didn't expect that the Wong family would be frightened one day. Yeah, it seems that the ace team that I carefully trained was killed in 10 minutes. It was a big blow to Wong Weidong. Who on earth is this Xinhua shelter? They can actually deal with the Wong family's ace team like a bunch of chickens and dogs. Oh, life is not easy. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu didn't take the Wong family incident seriously. After all, they were a small organization that could be easily destroyed. If they were truly frustrated, a direct missile attack from the attack helicopter would surely give them a heavenly feeling. Jarvis, how's the battle going? Sir, the 300 guards have already killed over 100 elite enemy troops, beheaded dozens of squad leaders, and destroyed 20% of the enemy's facilities. Jiang Yu looked at the time and saw that only 10 minutes had passed, then nodded slightly. On the other side, after hearing the report from the messenger of God, Wilson's expression became extremely ugly. What are you talking about? How could so many people die inexplicably in such a short period of time? Are you kidding me? Wilson couldn't imagine why so many people died in such a short time. However, there was an idea in his mind, but he suppressed that idea tightly and was unwilling to say it out loud. He didn't believe it. He didn't believe that the elite team of the God's Descent would be defeated so easily by the people of Xinhua. Sir, this is the video I recorded. As if sensing Wilson's unwillingness and disbelief, the caring angel of God released a video of the incident without Wilson's consent, as if to prove that Wilson was right through this video. This video is a video of 5 black elite team members attacking a skinny Xinhua member together. 5 black men attacked the Xinhua members with joking looks on their faces. They relied on the fact that they had opened the second-level gene lock, and there were 5 of them, so they did not take this person from Xinhua seriously. Although they took action, they left room for him and did not kill him. This also gave Xinhua's personal guard an opportunity. He took out a strange handle, and after pressing the button on one end, the handle immediately turned into liquid metal. Start moving quickly up and down. But a moment later, a spear emitting azure light appeared in his hand. And then he just waved his hand. Puff. Just a simple flick. The palm of the black man closest to him was cut off, and the sudden severe pain made him wail violently. Is this nanotechnology? They actually already have nanotechnology? Wilson looked at the scene in disbelief. However, it was not over yet. The royal guard quickly waved the spear in his hand, and the next moment, a blue light burst out from the spear. A deep blue shock wave erupted from the side of this Xinhua royal guard. In an instant, several people around were blown away by the azure shock wave. They all looked at the man holding the spear in front of them in disbelief. Then he just smiled slightly. The tip of the spear was aimed at one of the black men, and then a blue energy wave was emitted from the tip of the spear. Boom! But in just a moment, the terrifying energy directly crushed the black man who was hit. Seeing this scene, the surrounding black people quickly stood up and shouted the bird language of their hometown to the guard with extremely terrified expressions. He shouted and retreated quickly. The guards had already seen through their outward appearance of fierceness, and their spears fired shockwaves again. After 4 shockwaves, they all turned into ashes on the battlefield. Looking at this neat and tidy scene, Wilson's head was buzzing. Is this a member of their elite team? Shouldn't he, after all? He's wearing combat uniforms. Didn't they say they had already unlocked the second-level gene lock? Why was they killed so easily? For a moment, Wilson felt his throat was a little dry. Is it like this in other places? Wilson asked. From what I've observed, apart from the method of death, there's no difference. The messenger of God said indifferently. On the other side, with the help of the messenger of God, 10 guards quickly found the vehicle where Wilson was staying. The people around were killed silently and at an extremely fast speed by the guards. Now the people around Wilson are all the guards of Xinhua Shelter. Sir, someone is looking for you outside. It seems they discovered something big. The messenger received Jiang Yu's instructions and spoke to Wilson. Chapter 138. The leader died, and the whole team was scattered. Damn it, didn't I tell you not to come looking for me at this time? Who on earth is this reckless bastard? Wilson was still worried about how to defeat the enemy, but he didn't expect someone to disturb him. He opened the door with a bit of irritation, but when he opened the door with a face full of flesh, he saw dozens of strangers wearing strange combat uniforms standing at the door of his car and surrounding his car. As the commander-in-chief, Wilson naturally knew the appearance and demeanor of each of his subordinates, but Wilson dared to guarantee that he had never seen these people before. Who are you? Wilson asked subconsciously, and then his face changed instantly after seeing the symbols on these people's chests. Before he could react, the guards pushed him into the car with a wicked grin on their faces. With a loud bang, the door was closed by the last guard who entered. At the moment the door was completely closed, the guard's extremely cruel smile could still be vaguely seen. Bang! Click! No, don't. No! Accompanied by miserable screams, the car began to shake irregularly and rapidly. Sir, the enemy leader Wilson has surrendered. About 10 minutes later, Jarvis's voice rang in Jiang Yu's ears. Except for him, leave a few captains of their so-called elite team and kill the rest. Jiang Yu said lightly. It was as if he was talking about a group of chickens and ducks. But really, there's not much difference. Yes, sir. Why? Why do you know where I am? Wilson, who had been tortured, looked at the Xinhua guards who were looking at him in great embarrassment. He didn't know how they could find his command center in such a short time. Even if they were here to execute the decapitation plan, it was too fast and too accurate. God's messenger, please tell me. The captain of the guard smiled slightly. When Wilson heard the word God's messenger, his face changed drastically, and then he heard the familiar voice of the God's messenger. Yes, Mr. Wilson, I was the one who revealed your location to them, and I recently handed over all the information we had about us to the Xinhua Sanctuary's artificial intelligence. God used his plain words to say the words that made Wilson most desperate. He had never imagined that it would turn out like this. In the end, he was betrayed by an artificial intelligence. Didn't you say they couldn't invade you? Wilson said in a hoarse voice. At this moment, he really wanted to strangle to death the bastard who was trying so hard to sell him artificial intelligence. Look at what kind of loser you were selling. Mr. Wilson, unfortunately, there was an error in my calculation. I promised to try to minimize the error next time. This understatement of it being a mistake only made Wilson even more desperate and angry. Next time? I'm dead this time, and you're still going to do it again? Are you planning to hurt me again in your next life? But then he thought again, and he was also amazed at how powerful the Xinhua Shelter's artificial intelligence was, as it had managed to infiltrate the divine envoy without them even noticing. Okay, now you know everything you need to know. Now let's talk about the zombie you raised. The team leader looked at Wilson and asked, Umph, haha. I won't tell you any news. After a while, God will come up. Forehead. The next moment, Wilson's face flushed with ferocity, and he looked extremely painful. Not good. The team leader immediately knew when he saw this scene that this was suicide by taking poison. Just when they wanted to stop him, it was too late. Wilson's eyes had turned white, and it was impossible to save him. When the team leader saw this scene, he sighed helplessly and said to the other team members whose faces changed slightly, Wash your ass later and prepare to face the commander's wrath. Oh, he's dead? I didn't expect that someone who could command so many people would be a dead man. Jiang Yu was also stunned when he heard the news of Wilson's death. He originally thought that Wilson, a man of high status, should know something, but he didn't expect that he would commit suicide before he could get any information. With Wilson's death, the entire God's Descent team is now completely leaderless. Without the core commander, the rest of the God's Descent members could only fight tirelessly, without any combat strategy at all. At the same time, they also had to face surprise attacks from the Royal Guards, and under those surprise attacks, they were killed without any resistance. As time passed, the gods on the ground were killed one after another. This scene was also seen by others. In their eyes, the people sent by God clearly had overwhelming manpower and material resources, but they just couldn't take down the Xinhua Shelter. And for some reason, some of the weapons belonging to the gods would turn their guns against their own people. Jarvis, go deal with those helicopters in the sky. Half an hour has passed, and I don't know what happened to that zombie. Jiang Yu said lightly. Okay, sir, I'll leave right away. Soon, a small red and blue box fell from the slot on an armed transport helicopter in the sky. Then, the small red and blue box fell rapidly to the ground, and liquid metal began to flow around it. Finally, under the cover of the smoke and dust from the artillery fire, a robot covered in red and blue appeared. Wong. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, the device on his body began to operate rapidly. As the thrusters started to operate, the robot quickly took off into the air. What is that? The people from other shelters who were watching saw the robot that broke through the smoke and dust and soared into the sky. Then, in their surprised eyes, the robot forcibly withstood the heavy machine gun attack from the attack helicopter belonging to the God of Destruction, and at the same time quickly dodged the attack of the missiles launched. Chapter 139. eliminate the fourth-order zombie. With quick leaps and dodged maneuvers, when the robot was still several meters away from the enemy helicopter, its left hand quickly transformed into a lightsaber emitting azure light. Then, in front of everyone's surprised and puzzled eyes, he chopped down with a quick and fierce blow. Brush! This blue lightsaber was like cutting tofu. The terrifying and extreme high temperature cut the solid steel in half in an instant. Boom! The robot fired another laser cannon, directly detonating the armed helicopter in front of it. At this moment, everyone present was looking at this scene that shook them both physically and mentally with shock. One man, one sword, in an instant, chopped up an armed helicopter. Is this the technology of the Xinhua shelter? It's terrifying. Are you sure this isn't a science fiction movie? After seeing this scene, the people in the shelter who were watching had a deeper understanding of the technology of the Xinhua shelter. When they were still fighting with guns, they didn't expect that Xinhua shelter could already create combat robots. This visual feast, as if a science fiction blockbuster had come into reality, shocked them immensely. The explosion of the first helicopter created a strong air wave, which directly affected the other helicopters, slightly affecting their flight stability. After slashing a helicopter, the robot in the sky continued to attack, and the terrifying lightsaber was swung casually again. Boom! Another loud bang was heard, and, at the same time, another armed helicopter exploded. Then, the robot chopped it like cutting melons and vegetables. With a few quick slashes, the attack helicopter in the sky was soon chopped to pieces. After all the armed helicopters exploded, the blue-red robot remained suspended in the air. At this moment, it looked down at the crowd below like a god. In the mechanical eyes, without any emotion, everyone could see the deep indifference in the mechanical eyes. When the armed helicopters of the god's descent were destroyed at an extremely fast speed, the guards driving the armed helicopters aimed their guns at the god's descent soldiers below. As the armed helicopters joined the battle, the casualties of the god's descent became even more severe. Da-da-da-da. Ding-ding-ding. As the sounds of countless ammunition and pouring bullets grew louder and louder, the soldiers of Xinjiang suffered heavy casualties. In just a moment, many soldiers were shot through the bodies by the complex bullets from the armed helicopters. Moreover, even the elite team members who were wearing the latest model of bulletproof vests and had activated the second-level gene lock fell down, with incredible expressions on their faces. What happened? Why did the invincible god's descent lose so quickly? Where's their firepower? Why is it all gone? This is what the god-descended people were thinking at the same time when they fell to the ground. Finally, when the god's descending team of tens of thousands of people was reduced to only a few hundred people, this seemingly one-sided massacre finally stopped. In the shocked eyes of the crowd, the people of Xinhua Shelter used only 40 minutes to let the audiences of the surrounding shelters know what it means to strike with a lower dimension, what it means to win with fewer troops, and what it means to be truly and completely defeated by technology. What shocked and astonished them the most was the short-lived appearance of the combat robots. As soon as it appeared, the situation on the field became one-sided. Sir, all the captives sent by God have been detained. Their teeth have been smashed, their mouths have been forced open, their tendons in their hands and feet have been broken, and their bodies have suffered semi-convoluted fractures. This completely eliminates the possibility of them committing suicide again. Hearing Jarvis' words, Jiang Yu nodded slightly. He thought, you can't fall into the same pit twice. Since they are dead men, let them live. As long as they don't die, there will always be a day when they can tell you what they want to know. The attack helicopters moved forward and forced the zombies out of that cave. Jiang Yu said lightly, this time the target is the captive zombie, not these gods. Boom! Boom! In a blink of an eye, the missiles from the armed helicopter were launched into the big pit, and the violent roar echoed throughout the surrounding area. Roar! As the smoke and dust spread, a terrifying roar mixed with immense anger rang out from the cave. Attention all units, it's coming out. Hearing this voice, Jiang Yu frowned. The pressure that Mu Di, who had turned into a zombie, had given him was not so great. This one must have reached the level of a fourth-order zombie. It would be better not to let a zombie that has reached this level out. Fire all at once, Jarvis, you too. Kill him in that hole. Don't let him out. Jiang Yu thought about it briefly and said lightly, yes, sir. Following Jiang Yu's command, the physical robot transformed by Jarvis appeared in everyone's sight again. Amid the shocked gazes of the onlookers, Jarvis seemed to have opened up a new way. Liquid metal flowed all over his body, until finally, Jarvis, whose body was covered with cannon muzzles, was covered with a bright blue light. Wong, wong. Then each gun muzzle began to accumulate blue energy. Boom, boom. When it accumulated to a certain level, countless azure shock waves, electromagnetic cannons, and electromagnetic pulses were released all at once. Combined with the heavy fire support from the armed helicopters and armored vehicles, for a moment, the art of firepower at this moment can be said to have exhausted all the firepower of the entire Shinhwa shelter at this moment. As the bombing continued, small mushroom clouds rose rapidly one after another in the big pit. All of this was like the fireworks deliberately released by the Shinhwa shelter, beautiful yet dangerous. Gurgle. At this moment, the crowd watching was dumbfounded. What kind of military technology was this? This was the true aesthetics of violence. They felt that perhaps all of them combined would not be able to defeat the Shinhwa shelter, which had such advanced technology. Inside the Wong family, Wong Weidong, who had wanted to be the best in Qing City, was looking at the scene outside. He was slapping himself in the face with regret, wondering why he was so stupid an hour ago to provoke the monster of Shinhwa shelter for no reason. Chapter 140. Post-war cleanup and return home. The more powerful the technology and combat capabilities of the Shinhwa shelter are, the more nervous and regretful Wong Weidong feels. If they start to bring up old scores after dealing with the current affairs, then his Wong family will definitely be the first to bear the brunt. While thinking, Wong Weidong slapped his face full of regret again. At the same time, when he saw the butler walking quickly, he asked loudly, "How is it? Are the gifts ready?" Wong Weidong looked at the housekeeper anxiously. "Yes, I'm ready. The butler wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke while panting. Boom! Boom! The bombing continued. The mushroom cloud continued to rise, and the roars and shouts of the monsters in the pit became weaker and weaker. In the end, the sound became smaller and smaller until it disappeared. This fourth-level zombie, who had never seen the sun, tried his best to break through the inexplicable firepower that came from the sky. Even though his body had reached the fourth level and he had already developed the awareness of seeking good fortune and avoiding danger, he was still unable to withstand the bombardment of so many powerful firepower. "Jarvis, send out the zombie drones to check the situation." Hearing the roars of the zombies in the pit getting smaller and smaller, Jiang Yu stopped the crushing firepower for a while and sent out the zombie drone to check the situation. After all, there are fourth-level zombies inside, which are still of great research value. We can take them back and analyze them carefully later. "Yes, sir." Jarvis sent out 3 more zombie drones, which quickly flew into the cave. The cave at this moment is very different from the cave environment an hour ago. It is now full of large and small potholes left by the bombing. Inside those large holes were the remains of other zombies' limbs and arms, which had been reduced to small pieces by the fierce artillery fire just now. In some places, there are also pieces of flesh left when the zombies were blown apart. On the walls of the cave, there are also burnt brown marks. As the drone went deeper, it turned on the searchlight after flying into the darkness, revealing the scene inside. Most of the zombies inside were killed in the bombing just now, leaving only the last one lying on the ground, a tall figure with a black body and dark red blood flowing. The figure was shaking slightly, as if adapting to the pain in his body and wanting to relieve it quickly. As the drone slowly approached, one could even hear his extremely tired and low, angry roar. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yu nodded slightly. "Stop the artillery fire. The royal guards will move in and capture the zombies. Half of the guards will stay behind to guard the combat equipment. The other half will go collect the weapons and equipment of the gods, and at the same time, sort out all the supplies of the Lin family. Be sure to take them all away. If anyone dares to destroy them or enter our attack range, they will be killed without mercy." Jiang Yu said quickly. "Yes, Commander." The royal guards and the escort team quickly agreed. Afterwards, they drove the armored vehicles quickly and headed into the big pit. On the other side, people in other shelters breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the artillery fire had finally stopped completely. "It's finally over. This is so scary." "Yeah, I didn't expect that everything that looks like a science fiction movie is actually happening in real life. If this could be made into a movie, all those foreign action blockbusters would have to kneel down. But what exactly is in that pit? How could it cause these two forces to fight like this? I don't know, but it must be very valuable. Otherwise, they wouldn't fight like this." A crowd of onlookers were still watching the excitement and chatting, while some leaders of the shelters were thinking about something with serious expressions. Brother, did you see that? This so-called Shinwa shelter is really amazing. Just one person kicked an armored vehicle away with just one kick. This is not a level that humans can achieve at all. Strange, why are they so powerful? It's okay that they're technologically advanced, but why are they also so powerful? We're all born from the same parents, so how can they have genetic mutations? For a moment, this question was on the minds of everyone in the shelter. How did the Shinwa shelter do it? Why are they so powerful when they are not an official force? Even though many people are full of doubts, no one can answer them, and they dare not ask, let alone forcefully ask. Inside the cave, the fourth-level zombie who was beaten to death saw the fully armed guards entering. He wanted to resist, but he had no way to resist. He could only let himself be firmly controlled by them, and then carried out of the cave where he had been for a long time. As the scorching sun shone on this fourth-level zombie, the people outside finally saw the appearance of this fourth-level zombie. This fourth-level zombie is very tall, with a height of nearly 5 meters. His muscles are extremely developed, and his huge fists are 1/3 the size of a car. There is even a pair of extremely sharp-looking hand knives on the arms. But after the bombing just now, the pair of swords had become extremely broken, and not only the swords were broken, his body was now covered with scars and wounds left by the bombing just now. At this moment, he couldn't even lift his head. He could only look at the sky helplessly, and then he was carried away. Looking at the zombie being carried away, the onlookers gasped again. If such a terrifying existence were to start a massacre in Qing City, what force would be able to stop his slaughter? The onlookers in the shelter asked themselves honestly. No one, not even the Lin family, the former leader in Qing City, had such a solution. Just looking at his fists, it felt like one punch would shatter the defensive gate of their shelter. And such a terrifying existence was actually captured alive by Shinwa shelter. At this moment, Shinwa shelter had only 2 words in everyone's mind. Invincible. Report to the commander. The weapons belonging to the god's descent have been collected. Please give instructions. Report to the commander. The Lin family supplies have been packed up. Please give instructions. Report to the commander. The fourth-level zombie has been captured. Please give instructions. Report to the commander. The personnel have been assembled and can return at any time. Please give instructions. Listening to the report coming from below, Jiang Yu nodded slightly. Going home. Following Jiang Yu's order, they quickly boarded the modified car and left the place in an orderly manner. Chapter 141. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the divine descends. Seeing the people from the Shinwa shelter leaving in a mighty procession, the people watching from the shelter all showed extremely complicated expressions on their faces. Among them, there is joy, fear, happiness, jealousy, and envy. If such a terrifying existence stayed in Qing City, they would have difficulty sleeping. In the end of the world, zombies are scary, but what is scarier is humans. In Yin City, not far from Qing City, there is a huge underground city. Sir, Qing City's support plan has failed. Inside a large office, a man in a suit was kneeling on the ground, looking calmly at the burly man in front of him who was sitting and exercising with a blonde beauty. Reason? The big man said with a slightly breathless voice. The Shinwa shelter in High City took action. For some reason, they went to Qing City and not only wiped out the Lin family and the Wilson lineage that went to guard the cemetery, but also captured the followers alive. Despair. Despair. Snap. Snap. After the man in the suit finished speaking, the burly man said nothing more. For a moment, the entire office was extremely quiet. All that was left was the sound of water dripping and 2 collisions made up of a mixture of water, protein, and other elements. Fuck. Rip. With a roar from the burly man, the blonde woman in front of him was torn in half, and blood instantly splattered all over the office. I remember that guy from High City also died at the hands of Shinwa shelter, right? The sturdy man casually sucked the bright red liquid in his hand and spoke lightly. Yes. Shinwa shelter. What is Shinwa shelter? I didn't expect that besides the Chinese government, there would be an organization that could compete with our god's descent. The burly man looked out the window at the scenery and smiled faintly, as if he wasn't angry at all that so many of his men had been killed by the people from the Shinwa shelter. Sir, do we need to send people to suppress the Shinwa shelter? The man in the suit continued to ask respectfully. No need. I remember High City is that bitch's territory, isn't it? And isn't she still fighting fiercely with the authorities? Just let her worry about it. Also, go negotiate first and see what their attitude is. Remember, be nice." The strong man thought for a while and said lightly, "Yes, sir." After giving the order, the man in the suit hooked his finger at the burly man and walked towards him on his knees. "Andy Zhang, we are back. Open the door." Outside the orphanage, Jiang Yu knocked on the door and said. Not long after Jiang Yu finished speaking, the door was opened, and Zhang Ma's face, full of anxiety, came into view. "Are you okay, kid? How are you?" "It's okay, Aunt Zhang. Everything is fine." Jiang Yu patted Zhang Ma's hand and smiled. "It's okay, it's okay," Aunt Zhang said with a long sigh. Then, he eagerly pulled Jiang Yu into the orphanage. The rest of the people stayed outside and repaired their positions. "Child, how is the Lin family?" Aunt Zhang asked. "Destroyed. No one in the Lin family was spared, even though they were killed by zombies." Then Jiang Yu told her what had just happened. When Aunt Zhang heard about dragon veins and raising corpses, her expression changed slightly. What's wrong?" Jiang Yu asked. "Ah, it's nothing. I'm just a little surprised that someone actually raises zombies." "Yeah, I originally thought they were going to find a dragon vein, but they were actually going to raise zombies. I wanted to see what that dragon vein looked like." Jiang Yu smiled faintly. After hearing this, Zhang Ma's expression became nervous, as if she was struggling with something. On the other side, in the Chun family shelter in Qing City, Brother Ming was looking at the news sent by someone in front of him with a face full of shock. "The Lin family is gone just like that." Mingum murmured in disbelief. "The Lin family is gone so easily? It's only been a day, not a century." Ming Ji's expression was a little broken, especially after hearing the detailed description of the incident. Mingo was extremely shocked. Xinhua shelter, these big words were deeply engraved in his heart at this moment. On an island dozens of miles away from High City, there is an extremely mysterious and powerful armed base. At this moment, inside the armed base, a beautiful woman with a hot body and delicate face is looking at the report in front of her and laughing. "I never thought that big idiot would suffer such a huge loss. Even his followers were poached. Ha ha ha. Sir, most of Xinhua Shelter's forces are now in Qing City. Now might be a good time for us to attack them." "Well, we can temporarily stop attacking the island. Since the backyard is on fire, we should put out the fire first. You must immediately dispatch 1/3 of your forces, land before this afternoon, and attack the Xinhua Shelter with all your might." "Yes, sir." After thinking for a moment, she picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Help me hold back the people from Qing City. I'll give you half of it after I'm done." "Good." A strong voice came from the other end. After speaking briefly, the female officer hung up the phone and smiled coldly. "Commander, there's a foreigner outside. He's a man sent by God, and he wants to see you." After lunch, Jiang Yu was resting with his eyes closed, planning to take them back to High City in the afternoon when he heard the news from Jarvis. "Oh." Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows when he heard the news. At this time, God descended. It was very subtle. "Leave him outside, I'm going out." After thinking about it, Jiang Yu decided to go out and meet him. After all, if he did something in the orphanage, such as self-destruction, everyone in it would die. "Hello, Mr. Jiang Yu. My name is Steven. I am here to talk to you on behalf of our superiors." Steven said with a smile on his face. "What are you talking about? Tell me." Jiang Yu looked at the elegant-looking middle-aged man and asked. "Our commander admires the strength of your shelter and is eager to cooperate with you." "Oh, how do we cooperate? What can I gain?" Jiang Yu asked. "It's simple. Even our superiors are very interested in some of your technological weapons, as long as you are willing to help." Chapter 142, God's Secret Nuclear Deterrence. Hearing that the purpose of this God's coming here was to get his weapon, Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly with a look of surprise. "I thought the legendary God's Advent was a very powerful organization, but I didn't expect that they couldn't even develop weapons for my little shelter." Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Steven's expression remained unchanged, and he spoke lightly. "Of course, we have no shortage of conventional strategic weapons, but our organization is not solely focused on developing weapons. We are more diversified, so we are still a little way off from developing controlled nuclear fusion. I'm sure you're aware that whichever country in the world can first develop controlled nuclear fusion will change the world order. And you just happen to change that. If you join us with controlled nuclear fusion, you can immediately become one of our divine sons." "Son of God? What is that?" Jiang Yu asked. Within the God's descent from the highest to the lowest, there are God kings, God spirits, God sons, God servants, God disciples, and believers. If you're willing to join us, you can leap up and become a God son. second only to the god spirits. The identity of the Son of God allows you to roam freely throughout the entire blue star and mobilize all the servants, followers, and ordinary members of the organization. Even now, there are only a few hundred people in the entire blue star who can become a Son of God. As long as you become a Son of God, you can obtain benefits that you cannot imagine. Wealth, status, women, men, anything you want, we can help you obtain it. Stephen smiled. Jiang Yu's expression did not change after hearing this, but he was quite surprised in his heart. Hundreds of billions of people in the world. Oh, it's so easy to say. Can I become the president of Eagle Head Country? Jiang Yu sneered. Of course it's fine. After all, the current president is a son of God sent by us. If you really want, we would not mind letting you become the first Chinese president. Stephen smiled slightly. Jiang Yu was shocked when he heard this. According to him, the Eagle Head Country is now equivalent to a country sent by God? What kind of organization is this? It can actually control the leadership of a country. If the Eagle Head Country is like this, what about China? At this moment, Jiang Yu was deeply worried. Aren't you supposed to be invincible? Why do you need my weapon? Haha, sir, no organization has too many talented people. If you can develop controlled nuclear fusion, no matter what force you are, you will be treated with great respect. What I need to pay? Jiang Yu doesn't believe that there are such generous benefits in Xinjiang if there are no requirements of the same level. It's very simple. In addition to controlled nuclear fusion, you also need to follow the instructions of the gods and complete certain tasks, such as attacking the rebels in a certain place. If you succeed, you can obtain war god points. When the points reach a certain level, you will be promoted to a god immediately and can command all people below the god. Of course, given your Chinese identity, we will not allow you to attack the local Chinese forces, but will choose forces that have a grudge against China, such as island countries and kimchi countries. Hearing Stephen's words, Jiang Yu also smiled slightly. I have to say that this god's descent is quite humane. I know that there is a buff bonus when hitting the enemy, so I deliberately chose to do it this way. Okay, I've said everything I need to say. I don't know what your wishes are. Stephen looked at Jiang Yu with a hint of anticipation. I refuse. Hearing Jiang Yu's straightforward refusal, Stephen was not at all surprised, but smiled mysteriously. It doesn't matter. I will be in Qing City during this period. I hope you can give me an answer after you have thought it over. Oh, I'm really sorry. I'm about to leave for High City. You'd better not wait any longer and go back to report. That's not a big deal. After all, we've deployed a strategic nuclear weapon with a yield of approximately 10,000 tons at the midpoint between Qing City and Yin City. As soon as you make any move to leave Qing City, we will immediately launch this strategic nuclear weapon. So for both your own good, please do your best to educate yourself. Hearing Stephen's extremely calm tone, Jiang Yu's brows knitted instantly. The bomb with an equivalent of 10,000 tons, which was dropped on the island country that lived a good life, had about the same equivalent. Don't you know what happens when you threaten me? I don't know for sure, but I can guess that death is nothing to those who join the God's descent. If killing me can get you to join the God's descent, then I will have no regrets. Stephen closed his eyes and said with a smile. At this moment, he seemed to have accepted his fate. Jiang Yu's face turned extremely grim upon seeing this scene. Even if the nano armor could quickly fly out of the blast range of the nuclear bomb, the others couldn't. If a nuclear bomb were to land, most of Qing City would be destroyed, including this orphanage. After a long time, Stephen slowly opened his eyes and smiled slightly. It looks like you're about to make the right choice, so I won't bother you anymore. If you have any ideas, call me. This is my business card. After saying that, he put down a business card and turned to leave. Wait a minute. Oh, have you thought about it so quickly? Stephen turned his head and asked. Wong. As soon as he turned around, he saw a flash of blue flowing into his eyes. After a moment, he lost consciousness and fell down quickly. This is what happens when you threaten me. Looking at Stephen, who was left with only the lower half of his body, Jiang Yu smiled coldly. Anyway, he said it doesn't matter if I kill him, so let's kill him. It would be a waste if I don't kill him. It will also help me vent my anger. But looking back now, it seems that I can't go back easily. Jarvis, check the authenticity of this matter. Ding. Testing in progress. Sir, traces of nuclear bombs were indeed found between Qing City and Yin City. Hearing Jarvis's certain tone, Jiang Yu's expression became solemn. Nuclear bombs, as far as he is concerned, he has no weapons or equipment that can counteract them. Although the shelter can withstand it, they are not in the shelter now. The fully defensive building built with the help of the government cannot withstand the power of a nuclear bomb. Chapter 143. Haishur visitors before the storm. Damn it. This divine intervention is truly unethical. Why did they start with a king bomb? Just as Jiang Yu was thinking about how to respond, in the underground city of Yun City, a strong man who was looking at the scenery outside the window received the news of Stephen's death. Oh, what a pity, such a nice cup, the strong man said with a slightly regretful tone. Meanwhile, within Hai City, Jiang Yu had taken most of Xinhua's forces to Qing City. However, with Xinhua completely in control of Hai City, the residents of the shelters lived in peace and harmony, and the city was relatively stable. At the beach, a group of energetic people were catching fish and shellfish in the sea, planning to have a good meal and enjoy some meat. Hey, if only we hadn't been kicked out, the cafeteria should have been open for dinner by now. Under the scorching sun, a dark-skinned young man spoke with regret in his tone. There's nothing we can do. Who made us stupid? Humph. What's with all that nonsense? I think the shelter's commander is just being stingy. There's so much food, but he's just not willing to share it with those in need. That's right. We used to be able to exchange corpse crystals for food, but now all the zombies are gone, and we can't hunt them with corpse crystals anymore. Now we even have trouble finding food. Okay, stop talking so much. What's the point of saying so much? Do you still want to cause trouble for the commander and the others? Another older middle-aged man looked at the group of young people and shouted angrily. Now that they have been driven out, what is the point of them complaining about this? Instead of complaining, they might as well use their energy to fish more. After hearing what the middle-aged man said, the rest of the people stopped complaining and continued to fish out things. Everyone present knew that the middle-aged man who spoke respected the commander of Xinhua shelter very much, because the commander saved him when he needed him most. He had no complaints about being kicked out this time. Unlike them, I basically miss the days in the shelter every day. Time flies, and 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The middle-aged man looked at the fishing net with limited harvest and sighed helplessly. Go back, that's it for today. Everyone was silent and slowly walked towards their shelter. After being driven out, they found a department store with 3 floors above ground and 1 floor underground as a shelter. The department store was well-equipped and had a lot of supplies. In this peaceful high city without the zombie crisis, they lived quite comfortably, although a little poor. Just as they were about to leave the beach, a loud bang was heard. They turned to look. Suddenly, I saw several large ships parked not far from the beach. What is that? Everyone who turned around had a puzzled look on their faces. Is it the commander and the others? It doesn't look like that. And isn't the Xinhua shelter in the mountains? They came out of the sea. When everyone saw the huge ship that suddenly appeared, they all murmured with strange expressions. Boom! But the next moment, they saw several armed helicopters and heavy transport helicopters flying quickly towards the sky. At the same time, they also vaguely saw dozens of black figures jumping from the big ship opposite, which was dozens of meters away from the beach. With eyes full of shock, they watched these people jump dozens of meters, fully armed and wearing masks, and they immediately became alert. Wow, are these people so powerful? I remember that even the royal guards couldn't do this. Stop talking. Be alert immediately. They are coming towards us. The middle-aged man put down the seafood and looked around solemnly, wondering if the visitor was malicious. Who are you? What do you want? If we have accidentally intruded into your territory, we can apologize. The middle-aged man looked at the black figures around him and said with a slightly apologetic tone. Although he had never heard that the beach in Haishur had an owner, it was always right to keep a low profile in this situation. Don't worry, Chinese people. We have no ill intentions. We just want to ask for some information about the Xinhua shelter. The maskless blonde white man in the lead asked. What can I do for you? Nothing. We've been ordered to destroy the Xinhua shelter. Could you provide us with some information? The Xinhua shelter is not that easy to destroy, at least not with just you guys. The middle-aged man looked at the equipment in the sky and the sea and sneered. Oh, so you know a lot about the flame shelter? Of course. We are the guards of the Xinhua shelter after all. Even though we were kicked out, at least we were inside. A young man behind the middle-aged man spoke. Oh, that's good. Judging from your tone, it seems that there are also some big conflict between you and Xinhua shelter. But don't worry, our god's descent is not as simple as you think. You just need to tell us everything you know. The blonde white man smiled. After hearing what the white man said, everyone looked at the middle-aged man, who seemed to be hesitant to speak. Can you really destroy the Xinhua shelter? The The middle-aged man spoke. That's nature, just a small refuge. The white man said. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man told everyone everything he knew about the manhwa shelter in front of the other shocked eyes. I see. Well, thank you very much. By the way, do you want to go and see the destruction of the manhwa shelter together? The white captain invited. Good. The middle-aged man thought for a moment, nodded slightly, and agreed. On the bus to the shelter, the other young people looked at the middle-aged man in front of them with strange expressions, as if they were meeting him for the first time. Don't look at me like that. I'm just doing the right thing at the right time. The middle-aged man said lightly. Based on what he had just seen and heard, as well as his intuition and the fact that the defenses in the manhwa shelter were insufficient at the moment, perhaps this was his chance. Chapter 144. Closing the door after learning the news. While the middle-aged man was thinking, several young men looked at each other, and they saw surprise and disbelief in each other's eyes. Originally, in their impression, this middle-aged man could be said to be a person who regarded manhwa refuge as a holy place, and he would not allow anyone to touch this refuge in the dark. And not only in the shelter, even now that he was kicked out, they didn't hear him complain at all, and at certain moments he even asked them to stop speaking ill of the shelter. They could even recall what the middle-aged man said at that time in their minds. However, it was this kind of person who, under such circumstances, took the lead in telling all the news about the manhwa shelter and was even willing to go together to watch the moment when the manhwa shelter was attacked. If they were the ones who were asked just now, even if they were the ones who kept complaining, they would think that whether it was true or not would be better to just say a little bit. After all, it was a place that had done them a favor instead of telling everything at once like him. On the other side, inside the shelter, Muti, who was watching a soap opera and taking a rest, received a message from the zombies and a warning from Jarvis after the people from God entered the city. Ms. Muti, a large number of armed personnel have been detected landing on the coast of High City and are rapidly heading towards the shelter. Please issue instructions. Before leaving, Jiang Yu gave Mu Di the command of Jarvis. So Mu Di was now considered one of the masters of the shelter and could access most of the facilities within. After hearing this, Moody's mind also emerged with the scene seen by some outpost zombies. In order to complement Jarvis's comprehensive monitoring of the Sea City, Moody also arranged a lot of zombies scattered throughout the Sea City to check for omissions and fill in the gaps. There were a large number of fully armed combat troops, several armored vehicles, 3 armed helicopters, and 2 heavy transport helicopters. A rough glance showed that there were at least 1,000 combatants running quickly through the streets and heading towards the shelter. Moreover, their running speed was almost the same as that of the armored vehicles in front of them, and they were always able to follow behind without falling behind. Jarvis analyzed the enemy's weapons and equipment immediately. Can the guards inside the shelter win with their combat capabilities? How much will be lost? Calculating. Calculations completed. After calculation and comparison, the guards have a 1% chance of winning and a 100% chance of losing 90% of their personnel. Upon hearing this data, Moody's expression changed drastically. Although Jiang Yu took away half of the combat power, there were still quite a few left. Not to mention anything else, there were thousands of guards alone, and they were all old men who had followed Jiang Yu in various battles. Their combat power was obvious. The group of people coming here in the video looked like no more than 1,000 people. According to this calculation, it means that more than 3,000 people can't defeat more than 1,000 people. There is only a 1% chance. If it weren't for the fact that Jarvis is an advanced artificial intelligence, Muti would have really doubted it. According to monitoring, the combat troops in the video are all powerful individuals with activated gene locks, while the members of the escort team are all ordinary soldiers, so the difference is huge. After hearing Jarvis' explanation, Muti finally understood. People who have activated their gene locks can indeed create a huge gap between themselves and those who have not. Jarvis, recall all base residents, activate alert status, and close the shelter. As long as the shelter is closed, they won't be able to get in. Okay, Miss Muti. As long as the shelter is closed, even the enemy with a nuclear bomb cannot open it. So Muti's operation of Jarvis is also calculated, which can be said to be the best solution at the moment. At the same time, inside the shelter, the guards who had been in training began to be on high alert, and everyone began to arm themselves, because they all received instructions from Jarvis. With everything ready, the shelter was completely closed, cutting off all external access. The residents who are still living and working in peace and contentment at this moment have no idea that the shelter has entered a state of alert. This is the first time I've seen the inside of a shelter closed. Me too, but what kind of enemy is it that requires closing the shelter? But I just want to know who ordered the closure of the shelter. I remember the commander went to Qing City. Although Jarvis is very powerful, he is just an artificial intelligence. Inside the escort team, those who were ready to go were talking in low voices. Shut up, everyone. The commander isn't here, but he might be controlling everything remotely. Don't make wild guesses. He's far more capable than you think. If order at this base is disrupted because of you, I'll hold you accountable. Zhang Yo looked at the crowd behind him who were whispering and shouted loudly. After hearing Zhang Yo's angry rebuke, the rear finally quieted down. Oh, you said there's artificial intelligence in the shelter. On the bus heading to the Xinhua shelter, the white captain was stunned when he heard the middle-aged man's words. Yes, the Xinhua shelter's artificial intelligence is called Jarvis. He's very powerful and controls all operations of the entire shelter. Oh, doesn't that mean that shutting down Jarvis would be like cutting off the limbs of the shelter? Well, it's fair to say we don't know how to shut it down. The only people who know are probably the Royal Guards. The Royal Guards, are they the masters you mentioned who are much more powerful than your so-called escort team? Well, the commander of Xinhua Shelter seems to value them very much. Whenever there are powerful weapons, they're the ones who use them. Oh, it seems there's a big gap between you so-called guards and the Royal Guards. They're the Imperial Guards. Although they are small in number, they're all treated like trump cards by the commander. The middle-aged man continued. The white captain's face was full of smiles. Along the way, he learned a lot about the Xinhua Shelter. It seemed that this shelter was more interesting than he had imagined. Chapter 145, Forum Revelations and Divergent Opinions. Jarvis, who is responsible for running the entire shelter, is no worse than their artificial intelligence messengers sent by God. Interesting, really interesting. The white captain looked at the sky in the distance, and his expression became extremely excited. He was already looking forward to seeing the scene of destroying a shelter of this level. Hey, look, someone wants to attack the Xinhua shelter. What? Are you kidding me? The entire high city is under the control of the sanctuary now. Who else could possibly attack us? Look at the forum yourself. Wow, this is actually true. Look, they even said they've prepared a nuclear bomb to bomb our shelter. What? Nuclear bombs? Aren't those things controlled by the state? Oh my God, a nuclear bomb? Can this shelter withstand it? In the cognition of many people, nuclear weapons are already the most terrifying existence in the world, and nothing can stop the attack of nuclear weapons. After all, the three words, nuclear deterrence, can be said to be engraved in the blood of everyone on the blue planet. At this moment, on the forum, after being reminded by the middle-aged man, the white captain asked the messenger to spread the news on the forum first to cause panic among the people in the shelter. As long as they start to get into chaos, the white captain is not afraid that the inside of the Xinhua shelter will not start to grow rapidly, like a flame, and eventually turn into a raging fire. Wow, these bastards are still using this trick. How shady. At Jarvis's reminder, Moody also saw the news on the forum. She had originally thought of closing the shelter and waiting for Jiang Yu to come back, but she didn't expect that the forum's move would directly cause a small area of panic in the base. Jarvis, is the news about the nuclear bomb true? Within the scope of High City, no records of nuclear bombs have been found so far. Jarvis replied, that means it's probably fake. Inside the shelter, many people read the news on the forum and became more and more frightened. What kind of nuclear bomb has a yield of hundreds of thousands of tons? The nuclear bomb that hit Japan back then was only 1/10 of the size of the one today. And as long as the Xinhua shelter surrenders, they will not launch nuclear bombs. At the same time, we call on those in the Xinhua shelter to open the door and surrender. Where's the commander? Why doesn't he show up at a time like this? That's right. Why hasn't the commander come out yet? Has he already run away? The shelter's commander ran away. What? We were left to die. What? We're going to get blown to death. As the people's imaginations ran wild, everyone imagined a scene in their minds where the commander of the shelter escaped and left them to die. Then, the riot gradually began. Ms. Muty, the residents strongly demand the commander to show up. Jarvis, can you contact Jiang Yu? Yes, but he said he can't come back right away. Oh my God, did this guy really run away? Muty asked. Not really, but because... After Jarvis briefly told him the news, Muty's expression suddenly changed. These guys are so cruel and scheming. In order to get Jiang Yu to join the God's Descent, they used real nuclear weapons to keep Jiang Yu in Qing City and prevent him from coming back. Then they destroyed the shelter in Hai City as quickly as possible, thus achieving the goal of getting Jiang Yu to join. On the other side, in the truck, the white captain said with a smile while looking at the messages from residents of various shelters on the forum. Haha, low-class people are low-class people. Just a few words and a few pictures can fool their little brains. Seeing this, the middle-aged man and others also had complicated expressions on their faces. Indeed, just a few words and a few pictures, the residents in the shelter began to riot. Now that Jiang Yu is not here, no one can stabilize the morale of the troops. If things continue like this, chaos will definitely break out in the shelter. Did you really deploy a nuclear bomb? The middle-aged man asked. No. Each son of God can only have one nuclear bomb. If you want more, you need to spend war god points. And Helena's nuclear bomb is used to intimidate others. It will not be used easily, and it is even more impossible to keep it in this small place. The white captain explained frankly. Jarvis, this is an emergency. Can you create a 3D projection of Jiang Yu? Then I'll imitate his voice and speak to calm the residents down first. Moody looked at the anxious look of the residents in the surveillance video and asked, Can? Soon after the words fell, Jiang Yu's face, who was broadcasting live, appeared on every resident's mobile phone. Everyone in the shelter, I'm currently clearing the city and rushing back to support you. So before that, please maintain a positive attitude and don't listen to rumors. The shelter is absolutely safe. Not even a nuclear bomb can blow open the door. As Jiang Yu finished speaking, the mentality of many people in the shelter gradually eased a little, but some people's mentality exploded directly. Damn it! They ran to Qing City without a word and said it was absolutely safe. Do you think I'm an idiot? Open the door quickly. We need to escape. That's right. You're not in the shelter, so of course you can say whatever you want. Damn it. I thought I met some nice guy, but I didn't expect him to run away first. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. Go get a gun. At least you can feel a little safer. The video of Moody imitating Jiang Yu did not calm public opinion much, but instead made many people believe that Jiang Yu had fled to Qing City. All of a sudden, many people ran to the first floor of the base, trying to open the door and go out. Let us out quickly. We don't want to be blown to death. Yeah, you don't even have a commander in your shelter here. How can you be so confident that your shelter is nuclear-proof? The guards were at a loss when they saw this scene and could only passively stop the people who wanted to leave. Everyone calm down. Everyone calm down. Jiang Yu and others could not imagine what happened to make the residents so agitated. Looking closely, at least 1,000 people rushed up and tried to escape. Chapter 146. Open the door and go with the flow. Jiang Yu, open the door quickly. We still have to escape. If we don't leave now, someone will use a nuclear bomb to blow up the shelter. It's a nuclear bomb. If it explodes, we will all be dead for sure. Yes, Jiang Yu, open the door quickly. It will be too late if you don't open the door now. They will be here in half an hour. The forum was filled with photos of people in the base rushing to escape. At this moment, the chaos in the base was vividly displayed on the forum. The white captain smiled slightly when he saw this scene, and at the same time slowed down the marching speed to give them time to escape. If they stayed in the shelter and refused to come out, he would have no way to deal with them. But if they were willing to escape, then it would be easy. The commander has ordered that the door not be opened now. You must retreat immediately and do what you need to do. Jiang Yu, you bastard. The enemy's nuclear bomb is about to hit you. Why are you still so stubborn? That's right, Commander. Your commander has already fled to Qing City, and you are still the commander. Facing the crowd, Jiang Yu and others were able to suppress it, but they did not dare to act rashly. Everyone, listen to me. Nuclear bombs aren't as simple as you think. If anyone can pull out a nuclear bomb, then what's the point of a nuclear bomb? They're going to use something so precious to blow up our shelter. War Bull, who knew the preciousness and dangers of nuclear bombs, shouted. Regardless of the reason, in this era, nuclear weapons are still the most advanced weapons, but since they are precious weapons, they cannot be released so casually. Oh, are you stupid? What's more important, life or a gamble? That's right. If you want to gamble, gamble on your own. We need to escape. Anyway, High City isn't that dangerous now, and we won't run into too much danger if we go out. Isn't it good to let us go out? Looking at the crowd that was frantically trying to escape, the guards looked at the captains hesitantly. Captain, what should we do? Bung. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhang Yo quickly took out his gun and fired a shot upwards. As the gunshot rang out, the originally chaotic crowd suddenly quieted down, and everyone immediately turned their eyes to Zhang Yo. I told you, no one can leave the shelter without the commander's order. If you don't go back, I'll shoot you. After saying that, Zhang Yo pointed his gun at the head of a middle-aged woman in the front and glared at everyone. The old lady who was being held at gunpoint clearly wanted to spit some sweet words, but the gun on her forehead was telling her to shut up. In the command room, Mudi was helpless when she saw this scene. She didn't understand why so many people believed such a piece of news that was not sure whether it was true or not. Did these people have no brains? I know everything that happened in the Mudi shelter. If they want to leave, let them go. But as I said before, once they leave, don't expect me to accept them again. Just when Mudi's face was full of confusion, Jiang Yu's voice came through the headphones. Are you sure? Yeah, it seems like I've been protecting them for too long. I don't even know if it's now or the zombie apocalypse outside. Jiang Yu said with a slightly helpless look at this moment. At this time, instead of spending a lot of effort to calm them down, it is better to let them leave. This saves the need to explain to them and allows them to understand the current situation. Okay, how about your side? I heard that you have real nuclear bombs there. Mudi's tone was anxious. It's okay, it's just a nuclear bomb. It can't kill me. As for you, when necessary, you can kill. You are the mistress of the base now, and you were once the third-level Lord Zombie. Don't act like a little punching bag all day long. Jiang Yu said softly. Okay, then come back early. It was as if there were thousands of words stuck in my throat, but when I really wanted to say it, the only thing I could say was this sentence. Good? What? Zhang Yo, who was confronting the residents, couldn't help but froze when he heard the news in the headset. Really? Good? After the call ended, Zhang Yo looked at the group of people opposite with a complicated expression and spoke lightly. The commander said that those who want to leave can leave. Just leave the bracelet and you can go, but you have to think carefully. Once you lose your identity, it will be too late to come back. The bracelet represents your identity in the shelter. Taking it off means giving up this identity. After hearing Zhang Yo's words, many people present took off their bracelets and threw them on the ground after a brief thought, while more people immediately threw away their bracelets and ran out quickly. Are you kidding? Haishur is incredibly safe now. Without zombies and disasters, isn't it better to be free outside? Why should they stay in this hellhole? Soon, most people took off their bracelets, threw them on the ground, and ran out of the door with anxious faces. Zhang Yo watched the scene with an unchanged expression and asked the guard behind to guard the gate and maintain order. Soon, more and more residents looked at the sunlight shining in from outside and immediately rushed out quickly with excitement on their faces. Run! The nuclear bomb is coming. At this moment, many people were still waiting to see the authenticity of the nuclear bomb, but after seeing so many people choose to leave, they also felt that maybe it was true, which was why so many people chose to leave. So they quickly followed the departing team without thinking about all the details in between. What are you three doing? Hurry up and leave. Hurry up and leave. A middle-aged man with an anxious face who ran to the door saw that his three nephews had not left yet and were still maintaining order. He suddenly became anxious. The nuclear bomb is about to explode, and you are still pretending to be a guard? Uncle, you... The three nephews were stunned when they saw their uncle pulling them. What are you looking at? Leave now. Do you want to be buried with me in this shelter? My uncle said loudly. His voice also attracted the attention of many guards who looked here. Chapter 147, Unwavering and Joyful. Uncle we. The three brothers looked at Zhang Yo, whose expression remained unchanged, and then at their uncle, whose face was filled with anxiety. Suddenly, their expressions became extremely conflicted. As they were members of the guard team, they knew more than ordinary people. They knew that the commander had truly gone to Qing City, not to escape, and they also knew that this shelter was very powerful. Uncle, do you believe us? If you do, then stay. The eldest brother among the three spoke with an extremely complicated expression. Oh my, what do you kids know? That's a nuclear bomb. Don't you know how terrifying nuclear bombs are when you're online all day? Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave now, you'll be left behind and buried with us. Why can't you figure it out? My uncle shouted in frustration. Uncle, you. As the eldest of the three brothers, he was about to say something, but suddenly saw their uncle saw that they did not take any action. So he did not say anything more, but simply stood up and turned away. Uncle, you. The children who saw this scene were stunned. Can it be said that the uncle abandoned his nephew? Oof. If you don't leave, I'll leave by myself. Not long after, The uncle who had thrown away the bracelet ran out of the shelter, escaping the shelter as quickly as if he were running for his life. He didn't want to be killed in the explosion. At least he heard about it from several of his nephews. The city of Hai is now extremely safe, and the zombies have disappeared. If that's the case, why should we stay in the shelter like a caged bird? Seeing their uncle leave without hesitation, the three brothers looked quite sad. This was their only relative, and they had been guards for so long. Most of the points they had earned were given to this relative, but they didn't expect him to just run away like that. Didn't he even want to hear them finish their words? At this moment, nearly 1,000 residents of Xinhua's shelter are running out. After running out, they seem to have entered a new world, and their faces have become extremely comfortable. At this moment, even though they may have nowhere to go after they come out, even though their future may be uncertain and bleak, they would still rather believe the nuclear weapons declaration on the forum, even though this declaration may be false. Sister Wang, this, and this, bring them all over. Hey, Xiao Sun, you're the first one again. Hey, if you're not active in eating, you'll have problems with your work. Sunda said with a silly smile on his face. Come on, eat more. Only when you're full will you have the energy to go out and work. After that, Sister Wang poured another large spoonful of vegetables into Sunda's plate. Thank you, Sister Wang. Sun laughed loudly, then turned and left. He sat down in his seat, watching the fleeing figures flash by from time to time outside the window, smiled slightly, and ate with this scenery, which was quite appetizing. Mom, why are you still here? Haven't you heard that the shelter is going to be bombed by nuclear weapons? Why don't we run away quickly? Outside the restaurant, a father and daughter shouted anxiously. Why are you running? Are you guys brains full of shit? Or is your head irrigated with piss? The commander said the shelter can withstand a nuclear bomb. Why are you running? Besides, even if a nuclear bomb were to come, how far could you run now? Don't you know the destructive range of nuclear weapons? Go back to what you need to do. If I hear you say the word run again, I'll slap you in the face and make you see my father who died 20 years ago. Sister Wang looked at her husband and daughter, who were confused by her scolding, with a serious face. But what but? I'm telling you, even if you die here today, you are not allowed to leave. The commander saved our family's lives when the zombies were rampant. Oh, now you're running away because of some rumors? You're abandoning the shelter? Do you think I, Wang Xiaofan, am such a heartless person? Hearing Sister Wang's scolding words that were like machine gun fire, Sister Wang's husband and daughter became at a loss for a moment. They looked at the other people who were watching them eat, and seeing their calm expressions, their faces began to turn red. Hey, Lao Sun, why are you here? Come on, let's have a drink. When Sister Wang's husband, Lao Lu, saw that Sunda was eating lunch, he immediately changed the subject with a smile on his face. His daughter also came to sit next to her father, lowering her head, wondering what she was thinking about. When the other people in the restaurant saw the end of this little farce, they stopped paying attention and continued eating, then went back to watch TV series. After all, it was time to get off work, and, of course, some people chose to go back to work overtime. Old son, why are you all so calm? They already have nuclear bombs. Old Lu asked in a low voice. Old Lu, you're already an adult. Why are you still so stubborn just because someone says they took it? Does that mean they really took it? Do you really want to believe it? Sunda asked. How can we not believe it? What if it's true? If it's true, we're all dead. This shelter is buried deep underground. If it collapses, we'll definitely die. Really? So what? Just like Sister Wang said, if you run out now, how far can you run? Can you outrun the speed of a nuclear bomb and the speed of the radiation irradiating your body? So relax. The commander has even built a shelter of this level. He must have thought of a complete countermeasure. Do you think the commander is still afraid of being bombed by a nuclear bomb? Personally, I feel that even 2 nuclear bombs might not be able to blow up this shelter. After finishing his meal, Old Sun wiped his mouth calmly, and seeing Old Lu's thoughtful face, he smiled. Dad seems to be right. Old Lu's daughter Lu Ting also agreed after thinking about it. Then Lao Lu thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said, Damn it, I'm going to die. I'm not leaving. My wife and kids are all here. Why should I run away? Let's die together. Daughter, go find your mom, prepare some food, and then tell her to deduct it from my next month's allowance before dinner. Old Lu said to Lu Ting beside him in a very firm tone. Lu Ting looked at her father, who was so tough at the moment, and couldn't help wondering how long he could remain tough. However, when she came to her mother, she saw that her mother did not speak, but silently prepared several meat dishes, then handed over the food lightly, and then said, Wait for me. Chapter 148. Play a game and die at the end. Soon, Sister Wang came out of the kitchen and came to Lao Lu with her daughter, carrying plates of delicious food. Let's eat together. Sister Wang's tone became calm and gentle. Eat well, eat well. Seeing his wife like this, old Lu smiled slightly and said with red eyes, after dinner, let's go back and watch your favorite show, Temptation of Going Home. How about that? No, I want to watch Dragon Ball. Don't make trouble. See what your mother likes. Sister Wang frowned. Look at them all, look at them all. Old son, who had just stood up and left, turned his head to look at this extremely warm family reunion dinner scene. His weather-beaten face was full of envy at the moment. According to the time, my brother-in-law and the others should have left the shelter by now. Son sighed and murmured to himself as he left the cafeteria and prepared to return to his room. The situation outside was not good now, and it was not suitable for a wanderer like him to go out. He should stay in a room for a few days. As if attracted by Sun Da's fearless and lonely temperament, Lu Ting, who was arguing about watching Dragon Ball in the evening, couldn't help but turn her gaze to Sun Da, who was about to leave the cafeteria. In the forum, many people who have left the Xinhua shelter are discussing where to go in the current Haishur, whether they should stick together, whether they should go together, where is suitable for survival, where are the more supplies. Everyone is talking, and it is very lively. Oh my God, I finally got out. I've been thinking about this for a long time. Now that Haishur is fine, why are you still staying in that damn place? That's right, they ask us to do this and that all day long, but they don't pay us. They just give us some crappy points that can only cover our food, accommodation, and transportation. What's the point? An underground shelter, if the sky collapses one day, there will be no possibility of escape. This shelter is so good. I won't go back even if I jump from here. That's right, if we go back we'll be dogs. That's right. Is this what freedom feels like? The air outside is so fresh. For a while, the forum was filled with the venting and complaints of people who had left the shelter, as well as the excited looks of those who had left the shelter. At the same time, they were madly mocking those who stayed in the shelter, mocking their ignorance and stupidity, and saying that they would only become the burial objects of those black-hearted capitalists until they died. Many people in the base also saw these comments on the forum. Although many people were angry, there were still many people who saw this scene and sneered, closed the forum, and continued to devote themselves to their daily work. All the posts on the forum were now read by the White Captain. At this moment, the White Captain's expression gradually became extremely excited, because this was the moment he had been waiting for. Soon, the team of gods arrived at the highway several kilometers away from the Xinhua shelter. At this moment, hundreds of residents who had left the shelter and were planning to leave together had come here. Looking at the smiles and relief on their faces, the White Captain chuckled. When the residents saw the team coming from God, their originally relaxed expressions suddenly became extremely panicked. Then, after remembering what they said about not killing those who surrendered, they all raised their hands and lay in the corner, intending to wait until their team passed before leaving. However, the next moment, they heard the sound of machine gun fire while they were having such beautiful thoughts. Thump, thump, thump. Puff, puff. In an instant, their state had become extremely tense after seeing the god descend. But when they heard the sound of the gunshot, the tight line suddenly snapped. Help! Murder! Go back quickly. The people sent by God have killed people. The moment they heard the gunshots, many people quickly ran back, subconsciously wanting to run back to the shelter that they had previously despised, wanting to run back to save their lives. However, many of those who ran slowly were shot in the head and killed on the spot. Inside the car, the White Captain turned on the radio and laughed sinisterly. Let's play a game. Whoever reaches the entrance of Xinhua shelter first, I won't kill you. Now, run as fast as you can. Run to your death. The White Captain's almost insane words rang out over the radio. Hurry back to the shelter. Yes, hurry back before they close the door. After hearing the words of the White Captain, many people immediately dropped the things they had taken out of the shelter, equipped lightly, and ran quickly towards the shelter. Even if they ran as fast as they could, how could they be faster than the gods who came in armored vehicles? Every 5 minutes, the people in the last row would be shot and killed by the White Captain's men. The people walking behind saw that the people walking in front were actually running back quickly. They looked ahead with a little surprise for a moment. They wanted to stop the people and ask them, but couldn't. Finally, when they heard the gunshots, their faces changed drastically, and they turned around and ran away just as quickly. Didn't the God's prayer say that those who surrendered wouldn't be killed? Why did they still shoot? How would I know? Let's run first and tell later. Damn the shelter guards. Why didn't they come to rescue us? Okay, is there anyone else wanting to leave? If not, I'm closing the shop. Inside the base, Zhanyo looked at the hesitant eyes of some people and asked calmly. He received a notice from Jarvis that the enemy was very close and the gate had to be closed at this moment. When these words came out, many people present were shocked. Finally, a middle-aged man gritted his teeth and quickly stepped out of the door in the hesitant eyes of everyone. Click! As he left, the door closed instantly. The middle-aged man looked at the closed door. His heart, which was already beating fast, beat even faster for some reason, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. No, I'm not wrong. My choice is right. After comforting himself, the middle-aged man quickly ran towards the door. Chapter 149, Final Decision, Live Killing. However, just as he left the outer gate and Jarvis closed the gate, he saw those who had just left turning around and running quickly towards the shelter. When he saw this scene, he was stunned. Why, what happened? Before he could react, he was blocked by the crowd at the outer door with a confused look on his face. However, because the outer gate was closed, they could only be stopped outside and could not enter. They had no choice but to shout at the door. Open the door. God's men are chasing us. Yes, open the door. You can't be so heartless. Open the door quickly. The people sent by God have no moral principles and are shooting people now. Open the door quickly. Zhanyo, come out and save us quickly. We are residents of the shelter. Everyone outside was shouting wildly at this moment, but Zhanyo and others inside could not see or hear them at all because Jarvis had blocked out these sounds. Okay, I've given you a chance, but you chose to stay, so everyone go back and do what you need to do. If you're still entangled here, just talk to my gun. After hearing Zhanyo's words, the people who were still struggling smiled bitterly. In the end, they still couldn't overcome their hesitation and indecision and ended up being one step behind others. Even though they knew they would die because of their hesitation, they didn't dare to say anything more. Because as far as these wavering people were concerned, they didn't even have the courage to make trouble. They thought a lot, but did very little. Finally, they could only leave the first floor with a wry smile on their faces and go to the cafeteria. Many people could only comfort themselves at this moment. Even if they died, they would die as a full ghost. So at this moment in the cafeteria, you can see many people eating as if they were being executed. They order a lot of delicious food and then ate alone. Jarvis kindly reminds you that you are not allowed to leave the restaurant if you have not finished your food. Hearing Jarvis' words, many people smiled slightly. If you can't leave, then don't leave. We're all going to die anyway. Many people now don't pay much attention to this sentence and just regard it as a warning that does not need to be heeded. Miss Muty, there are a large number of people gathered outside the shelter. After calculation, except for those who left not long ago and were shot, the rest are basically at the door. Should we continue to accept them? Hearing Jarvis' question, Muty's expression remained unchanged, and he spoke calmly. Jarvis, isn't your question quite redundant? As the steward of the base, even though I know the outcome, I still need to ask. After all, this is my job. Jarvis spoke. All right, why haven't you opened the door yet? What are the people in the base doing? Hurry up and open the door. They are coming to kill us. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. As the gunshots from behind grew louder, more and more people were blocked in front of the door, and it became increasingly crowded, all wanting to get into the shelter the moment the door opened. However, no matter how they shouted and howled, the gate showed no sign of opening. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but curse, but it was still useless. Maybe they didn't hear it. Oh, we can go to the forum and ask for help. There must be someone on the forum who can see it. After someone said this, many people were shocked and immediately took out their mobile phones and started frantically asking for help on the forum. Soon, their call for help was noticed by many people on the forum, but no one was willing to ask them for help. 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, and the people outside could already hear the sound of armored vehicles and the rampant gunfire in the rear. What a bunch of bastards. Open the door, otherwise we will die. Zhanyo, you bastards. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. We were wrong. We were wrong. Open the door. The white captain looked at the nearby firewood shelter and smiled slightly. Huh, the commander of this shelter is really patient. Why doesn't he open the door and save people in such a situation? Come on, 500 men, take up your knives and kill them one by one. At the same time, broadcast this scene live to the entire High City. Let the people of High City see. Does the Shinwa shelter really disregard the lives of its own residents? The white captain smiled slightly when he saw this scene and spoke into the intercom. Yes. Soon, 500 men armed with long knives and wearing combat uniforms rushed towards the anxious residents. Puff! Puff! But after a few swings of the knife, the bodies of the people in the last row were broken into two halves. They looked at their lower bodies, not far away, with painful expressions. Howls of intense pain began to echo among the crowd. Puff! Puff! Click! Killing blooms among the crowd at this moment. Soon, the scenes here were also seen by the people in front. When they saw this scene, they were stunned with shock, and their expressions became even more fearful and regretful. Even though it has been so long since the end of the world, this is the first time they have seen these scenes appear so vividly before them. As the incomparable mental stimulation of this scene hit their brains, they couldn't help but speed up the speed and strength of knocking on the outer gate. Even though their hands had turned red from banging so hard, they still knocked on the door anxiously with no feeling at all. They regretted it, really regretted it. Why did they come out? Why? If they hadn't come out, how could they have encountered such a thing? I'm sorry, please open the door. They're coming to kill us. In an instant, wailing, roaring, cutting sounds, and begging for mercy were heard outside the door of the shelter. These scenes were also broadcast live on the forum. Moody looked at this scene and smiled coldly. Although she could command the zombies to rescue them, she felt that there was no need to do so. These people were basically parasites who only knew how to eat and drink in the shelter. They abandon the shelter and run for their lives whenever something happens, not caring how much the shelter has given them. They don't even think about trusting the shelter and only question its decisions. Chapter 150, the massacre ends and the turtle hides his head. Clearing them out would be a good thing for the shelter. After clearing them out, the Shinwa shelter might become more united. Jarvis also asked whether this live broadcast needed to be closed. Moody chose not to use it. This scene must be seen by the people in the shelter. Moody wanted them to see that the outside world is not a harmonious society now, but the end of the world. In such an end of the world, once the wrong choice is made, the consequences will be very serious. Before this, Jiangyu had given them the right to choose, and Jiangyu also respected their choices. However, the consequences of the choices, no matter what they were, would have to be borne by themselves, and Shinwa's shelter would no longer pay for their impulsiveness. And now is the time for them to bear the consequences themselves. After all, Shinwa's shelter is not a charity, so there is no need to take care of everyone's feelings. Inside the base, many people were watching the live broadcast in front of them with complicated expressions. Some people couldn't stand it, and even watched for a while, and then turn it off. And because the content is too bloody, some children under the age of 16 were banned by Jarvis from watching it. In the video, they watched several familiar faces who had just been shouting and sneering on the forum, now begging for mercy and wailing frantically under the enemy's butcher knife. They were completely different from their previous high-spirited selves, and the time difference was only 20 minutes. Inside the cafeteria, those who had ordered countless delicious meals and were waiting to die couldn't help but subconsciously stop eating when they saw this scene. They watched the white, yellow, and red liquids splashing everywhere in the live broadcast. It felt as if it would splash onto their faces at any moment. Suddenly, they all felt their stomachs churning and even felt that the things that had been crushed and swallowed were about to jump out of their bodies like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Vomit! Vomit! In an instant, the sound of retching in the cafeteria was heard one after another, continuous and endless. Many people who were not watching the live broadcast and were only concentrating on eating heard this voice, looked at them with great disgust, and then planned to finish their meal and leave quickly. However, when they opened the forum to find some videos to watch while eating, what caught their eyes was the bloody massacre outside the base. Looking at the rainbow-like colors in the live broadcast and the sounds coming one after another in their ears, they couldn't help but vomit. Suddenly, the disgusting sounds in the base became more intense, and the whole restaurant was filled with this sound. Some people had worked all afternoon and wanted to have a meal, but when they saw this scene, they immediately left with disgust and planned to go to another restaurant. Jarvis's warm reminder: you are not allowed to leave the restaurant if you don't finish your food. The massacre outside the door was still going on. The middle-aged man closest to the door looked dazed when he saw the scenes that shocked his senses and spirit. Why do I have to come out? Why did I just take that step so cleverly? Why was I so decisive on this matter when I had been hesitating for most of my life? If he hadn't come out just now, Perhaps he wouldn't have to suffer such hardship now. At this moment, the middle-aged man's expression was dull. When a god descended with a butcher knife in hand came in front of him, he subconsciously asked, this was the question he wanted to know most at the moment. Without it, they might not have come out. Do you really have nuclear bombs that you're going to launch here? If there really were nuclear bombs that could be launched, do you think you would have to come here with all this trouble? The masked man from God smiled coldly, said something in a cold tone, and then raised the long sword in his hand high. The weapon, stained with the blood of the residents of the shelter, now chopped straight towards the middle-aged man's head. So we were all so wrong. Looking at the long sword that fell rapidly like the scythe of the god of death, the middle-aged man's expression gradually became indifferent. In the end, he only felt the swaying of a gust of wind. Then, after a burst of extreme pain, he felt his consciousness begin to quickly dissipate, become ethereal, and finally disappear. And this sentence was also clearly broadcast live, and many people who watched the live broadcast were stunned after hearing this sentence. The news about the nuclear bomb was actually fake, just like Zhang Yo and the commander said. Was it really fake? The residents outside the door were also extremely surprised when they heard this. He was so shocked that someone died in front of him, and the blood splattered all over his face like soda, but he didn't feel anything at all. The reason is simple. From the moment they heard that the news about the nuclear bomb attacking the shelter was false, they began to not care much about this moment. At this moment, their hearts were consumed by a strong sense of regret, and they all stared blankly at the figures falling around them. If they had not believed the rumors and made alternative judgments based on their own wisdom, perhaps they would not have left the shelter at all. If they had not left the shelter, how could they have encountered such a thing? And how could they have lost their lives here? The group of people eating in the cafeteria were also in a daze. They looked at the delicious food on the table, felt their churning stomachs, and heard Jarvis's warm reminder. As time flew by, more than half an hour had passed. At this moment, the ground outside the shelter was littered with corpses, and the bodies of hundreds of people were lying in front of the shelter door. However, in just half an hour, only a few hundred of the original thousands of residents were left, lifeless, and slumped in the same place. The people who came from the gods stood there, covered in blood, looking calmly at the manhwa shelter in front of them, and waiting for news. Inside the armored vehicle, the white captain couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. They had killed so many people, but the manhwa shelter was still hiding like a turtle. This was beyond his expectation. In his impression, the Chinese people would never allow such a massacre to happen, even if it cost them a heavy price. Chapter 151. Transporter Jiang Yu returns. At this moment, many guards in shelter had their eyes tearing up after watching the massacre. As the white captain said, they wanted to go out and fight to the death, even though they knew that these people outside were not worthy of their protection. Captain, give the order. A member of the guard team spoke with red eyes. Yes, Captain Zhang Yo, give the order. Zhang Yo was watching the live broadcast with anger and resentment on his face. However, the commander's order had not come yet, so he did not dare to take anyone out casually. Even if he was willing to go out, Jarvis would not open the door. Jarvis, are we ready to go to battle? Zhang Yo asked in a thunderous voice. If you go into battle, your chances of winning are less than 5. Are you sure you want to fight? Jarvis' words rang in the ears of the guards. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and they couldn't help but feel desperate. 5%? Was the chance of victory that Jarvis calculated for them so low? No wonder the commander refused to let them fight. With such a low chance of winning, they would be crushed in a matter of minutes. This is not a battle, it is suicide. Since the other team members are all masters who have activated their gene locks, you're not suitable to fight them at the moment. So are we just going to let them show off their power outside like this? Zhang Yo said, with a painful look on his face. As a former army king, he felt very aggrieved. The emergence of the gene lock made his combat capability, which he was proud of, become extremely weak. He once fought with a commander who had opened a first-level gene lock, but he was pinned to the ground in just a few rounds. What he couldn't accept the most was the commander who had only opened the first-level gene lock. A commander who had only unlocked the first-order gene lock could easily crush him, a former soldier king. No matter how he used his skills, he was absolutely crushed by the opponent's overwhelming force. He had no ability to resist. This huge gap was hard for him to accept. Zhang Yo's words plunged many people into despair. In front of the enemy who had opened the gene lock, their well-trained guards were like a mayfly trying to shake a tree and seemed extremely powerless. Don't worry, Captain Zhang Yo. The commander is on his way back with his men and is expected to arrive in 5 minutes. What? Commander and the others are back from Qing City. Jiang Yu's return was like a shot of adrenaline to the guards who were feeling rather depressed and listless at the moment. Yes, although the enemy did deploy nuclear bombs in Qing City, the commander still solved the problem and is on his way back. What? Are there really nuclear bombs in Qing City? The guard were all shocked when they heard the news. They didn't expect that the commander was so powerful that he could even handle a nuclear bomb. On the other side, Jiang Yu looked at the group teleportation device in front of him and couldn't help but smile. Okay, everyone, our homes are being invaded, our families are being threatened, and our lives are being destroyed. Let's return home. Eliminate all invaders. In front of the transmission device, Jiang Yu put on his nano battle suit, and his loud, thick, and cold voice instantly spread throughout the space. Fight! 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 Jarvis, mass teleport. Target, outside the flame shelter. Okay, sir. Estimated startup time is 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Jarvis, open the door and let us have some fun with them. Jiang Yu spoke. Yes, sir. As soon as he finished speaking, the gods who were at the outer door of the Shinhwa shelter discovered that the door of the shelter was opened. Huh. I thought they could hold it in for a long time. They couldn't hold it in so soon. The white captain laughed when he saw this scene. He had no doubt why the door was suddenly opened, and then he ordered his men to rush in. In an instant, the spacious and empty platform that was originally empty was instantly crowded with people who had descended from the gods. Several armored vehicles slowly drove to the gate of the shelter, and then, boom! Boom! Several shells were fired and directly hit the gate of the shelter. The huge bombardment caused a huge noise. Is this the Shinhwa shelter? Is that all it is? Are they all just cowards? Ahaha! The white captain couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw this scene. As long as they break through this gate, they can enter the shelter and do whatever they want. On the armored vehicle, everyone watching this scene had extremely complicated expressions. They had never expected that since they were driven out, they would come back in this way. Just as the white captain, with an extremely frantic look on his face, was imagining how to slaughter people after rushing into the shelter, a sharp and extremely mocking voice came from the earphones of him and the other generals. I've heard about the power of the god's descent, but I didn't expect him to be nothing more than a spineless bully who takes advantage of others when their parents are away. Since you want to fight, then come and fight. Hearing this laughter, the white captain's expression changed slightly. His originally nonchalant and crazy expression became extremely serious. Wong. Bang. In the sky, the sounds of 2 shock waves that broke the speed of sound resounded through the sky. Everyone couldn't help but look up. In the next moment, they saw 2 mechanical figures swooping down quickly. At the same time, all the weapons on their bodies have entered the energy storage mode. Stop them immediately, quickly. The white captain's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. He had heard about the technology of Shinhwa shelter. The things that the 2 figures in the sky were going to release were definitely not conventional weapons. Once they were released, the consequences would be disastrous. Following the order from the white captain, countless cannon barrels shifted their targets to the 2 figures in the sky. Following the white captain's loud shout, the hot weapons formations on the ground bombarded the 2 figures in the sky. Thick smoke and dust filled the sky, and deafening roars resounded throughout the valley. Inside the shelter, everyone was watching the live broadcast, which had not been interrupted, and everyone was extremely surprised and shocked, because they seemed to see that the commander of Shinhwa shelter had returned. Chapter 152. Walking into a trap and calling for support. Wong. Another roar of the booster sounded in the white captain's ears. He looked up and carefully, and soon he saw a hint of blue light beginning to emerge from the brown smoke in the sky. He subconsciously rubbed his eyes vigorously, intending to take a closer look. The next moment, he immediately saw a beam of azure light, like a divine punishment, which penetrated the smoke in the sky and slammed into the ground from top to bottom. Boom! This azure light directly bombarded several armored vehicles on the ground. In an instant, the armored vehicles in that area were instantly burned to ashes by the high temperature under the impact of this azure light. The extremely high temperature even affected several elite team members nearby who had not had time to evacuate. Their strong bodies that had already opened the 2nd-level gene lock and were fully armed were like pieces of paper meeting fire. They were evaporated and vaporized at an extremely fast speed without even having time to scream. What is this? What the hell is this? The White Captain's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. He looked at the beam of light that was gradually shrinking and dissipating with a slightly pale face. As the light column dissipated, two figures floated in the air, looking down with murderous intent. Seeing these two figures, the White Captain's expression changed. Is it them? But weren't they trapped in Qing City by the nuclear bomb and unable to come back? How did they get back? There are real nuclear bombs in Qing City aimed at them at all times. Logically speaking, they came back in such a high-profile manner, and the Son of God in Qing City couldn't have no reaction. And the nuclear bombs in Qing City are not just used to scare the idiots in a shelter like they did. There are real nuclear bombs deployed there, and they can be launched at any time. Unless they can completely clean out the Son of God in Qing City. How did they get back here? But is it possible to kill the Son of God? Not to mention how much protection the Son of God has, it is still unclear whether they can find the Son of God. For a moment, Captain White couldn't understand why these people who should have been threatened in Qing City suddenly appeared in High City. So suddenly, caught him off guard. Just as he was stunned, he saw several armored vehicles slowly stop at the gate they had just entered, and the weapons on the armored vehicles were pointed at them. Fuck. Woo. Boom. Before the White Captain could react, he saw two helicopters crashing to the ground. Blue electric currents could be seen emanating from the helicopters. The fall of these two helicopters seemed to be the beginning. Not long after, several more helicopters with azure electric currents flowing on their bodies fell heavily to the ground, and a brilliant firework exploded on the ground. This sudden turn of events caught the captain off guard. It had only been a short while when all the sky units were defeated and crashed. He and his men were also trapped in the prison set by the enemy. The White Captain is now thinking quickly about what to do next. The door of this shelter cannot be blown open in a short time, and behind them is the Xinhua shelter army rushing back from Qing City. For a moment, they who were originally full of vigor and vitality suddenly seemed like trapped beasts and became caught in a dilemma. He never thought that the situation would change so dramatically in just such a short time. Get out. Get out now. Thinking of the last moment, the White Captain made up his mind and loudly ordered everyone that as long as they could rush out, and since he had already called for rescue, as long as they could meet up with the rescue team, they could counterattack. Following the order from the White Captain, a team of nearly 1,000 people began to rush quickly towards the outskirts of the shelter. They were not afraid of the terrifying and intensive artillery fire from the opposite side, and they rushed to the periphery quickly despite the enormous firepower. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yu stopped attacking and immediately ordered the armored troops to disperse into 2 rows, leaving an aisle in the middle, as if seeing them off. However, this corridor seemed to allow them to pass, but in fact it was used as a shooting target for the SS. If they wanted to leave, they would have to endure the fire attacks from the guards on both sides, and if they didn't run, they would have to endure the absolute crushing from the guards. The moment the White Captain saw this scene, he understood Jiang Yu's idea. His face turned extremely angry, but after the anger, he felt deeply powerless. In the eyes of the White Captain, this passage was not a way to survive, but a way to death with a narrow escape. However, even if it was a narrow escape, he had to rush out. Jarvis, target their power systems and weapon systems, and render all their weapons and equipment inoperable once they are out of the attack range of the Royal Guards. Jiang Yu said lightly, "Yes, sir. Goddess Helena, Troker has sent you a request for help." On the sea surface, a few 100 million meters away from the sea city, a hot woman who was doing Guanyin Zio exercise heard the news from the artificial intelligence messenger on the ship. "What? Asking for help? I asked him to bring so many people with him, but not only has he not taken it down yet, he's even asking for help? What's he doing for a living? Ask him, is he done for after I drained him dry last night?" After hearing the news, God's son Helena turned around angrily and said to the messenger of God. She didn't care that the strong man below her had broken his penis because of her body rotation. Boring. Helena looked at the burly man with foam at the mouth and white eyes, wiped it with a tissue, then stood up and asked her men to take the body away. God's messenger, play their body video equipment. Okay, Helena Shensi. Soon, the surveillance footage started playing at 10 times the speed. Although naked at the moment, Helena, who was covered in marks, saw Truk's transformation from high-spirited at the beginning to his miserable state later. Damn, that damn gay guy. Didn't he agree to keep the Xinhua shelter's main force in Qing City? Why'd he let them come back so soon? Seeing the 2 steel figures in the sky, Helena, who had long known the interior of the Xinhua shelter, roared. Chapter 153. The essence of flesh and blood kneels and begs. Coupled with the subsequent treatment that was like closing the door and beating the dog, Helena was so angry that her body was heaving. Ask Jesse to bring someone over. I believe she will like this guy very much. As the members of the God's Descent stepped into the aisle, the royal guards on the armored vehicles and modified vehicles on both sides began to fire indiscriminately and crazily on both sides. The members of the God's Descent who were in the middle of the aisle could only passively defend themselves when facing the fire attacks whistling from both sides. Once they showed their heads, they might die faster. As long as they could survive this section, they could escape from here faster. On the armored vehicle, some of the guards received orders from Jarvis and aimed at the power core and weapons of the modified vehicle. Boom! Boom! After several shells were fired, the wheels of the armored vehicle were shattered. Without the help of wheels, even the armored vehicle could not move. The members of the God's Descent on top saw that the armored vehicle was scrapped and could only get off the vehicle and move forward quickly while facing the artillery fire from both sides. Not long after, when they finally broke out of the encirclement, they all breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, they were originally full of vigor and vitality, but now they were only in an infinite state of embarrassment. The white captain looked behind him and saw that the people from Xinhua's shelter did not pursue him, but stood still. For a moment, he couldn't understand their commander's behavior again. You look down on us, so you don't want to chase us? The white captain muttered with a puzzled look on his face. But he also knew that this was not the time to be doubtful, so he jogged quickly on the highway with doubts in his heart. However, when they ran about a few hundred meters away, they saw a dense group of zombies not far ahead, including hundreds of second-level zombies who seemed to be waiting for them. The moment he saw this group of zombies, he seemed to understand why the people from Xinhua's shelter didn't chase him. Moody, these evolved flesh and blood are very suitable for zombies to devour and evolve. Let your first-level zombies eat more and try to evolve more second-level zombies. Jiang Yu said lightly in the headset. No problem, but it's a pity. I haven't even tasted the flavor of the strong ones who have opened the gene lock. Moody said with a hint of regret. Now that she has become a human again, it is naturally impossible for her to eat meat again. You've ever tried it? How is that possible? Last time I let you eat mine, and you couldn't swallow it in one gulp and almost spit it out. Get out of here. Jarvis, call someone out to help clean up the area, collect the spoils, and dispose of the bodies. After a brief flirtation, Jiang Yu spoke into the headset. Yes, sir. Soon, the guards led by Zhang Yo ran out quickly. As soon as they came out, they saw Jiang Yu with his hands behind his back. Everyone looked at him with awe and eager eyes. Afterwards, under the organization of Jarvis, a team of thousands of people began the massive cleanup work. At this moment, some of the people who had survived quickly ran to Jiang Yu, knelt on their knees and shouted, Commander, why did you come so late? My family is all dead. Yes, Commander, Zhang Yo and the others saw us being slaughtered by others and had no intention of rescuing us. You must punish him. At that moment, the remaining nearly 100 people knelt down before Jiang Yu, shouting with blood all over their bodies. At this moment, they seemed to have suffered some great injustice. Commander, hearing their words, the guards led by Zhang Yo were gritting their teeth. They were really good at turning the tables. It was clearly them who chose to abandon their identities as residents of the shelter, and now they were turning the tables on them. Don't tell me. I know everything. It was my order that Zhang Yo and the others not show up. You are not residents of our shelter now, so our shelter guards don't need to protect you. This is all your own choice. Jiang Yu said indifferently. After hearing Jiang Yu's words, the people present did not dare to say anything more. They could only lower their heads and look at the ground. Jiang Yu was right. Everything was their own choice. If they had not chosen to leave, perhaps they would still be living a stable life now. Then can we rejoin the shelter? We promise that after this, we will live and die with the shelter. Yes, Commander. Just give us a chance. Commander, just treat this as a moment of folly on our part and agree to our request. We are all veterans of the shelter after all. Please give us another chance, Commander. Listening to the miserable voices of the crowd begging, Jiang Yu smiled coldly. You reap what you sow. You will reap what you sow. I gave you opportunities long ago, but you didn't cherish them. You can't blame me for the outcome like this. The implication is that Jiang Yu's words are very clear. That is, it is impossible. What the hell? Do you really think I'm worth it? I'm not going into this shelter. Exactly. What the hell? High City is so safe now. Do you really think we have to go into your crappy shelter? After hearing Jiang Yu's rejection, many people present stopped pretending and stood up and walked away. After that, many people stood up and cursed, looked at Jiang Yu coldly, and then turned and left. Why? Do you really think I'm a good person? Jiang Yu smiled coldly and waved his hand lightly. Several guards beside him quickly raised their guns and opened fire without any hesitation. Chug! Chug! But within a few seconds, those who had just spoken were shot in the head and died. In a short moment, there were less than 100 of them left. The others were all horrified when they saw this scene. Only then did they realize what kind of ruthless character the commander of Xinhua Shelter was. Looking at the few people who died with their eyes open, Jiang Yu looked at the others who were trembling all over and said lightly, Chapter 154, Post-War Influence on All Parties. Before you left, I told you that now that you've made your decision, don't regret it. I will respect the choices of everyone in the shelter. Whether you stay or leave is up to you. So, since you have already made your choice, don't act pitiful and try to gain sympathy in front of us. It's useless. These are the results of your own choices. Hearing Jiang Yu's serious and indifferent words, everyone present fell silent and dared not say a word. All right, leave now, take your stupid decision with you, and leave here. After saying that, Jiang Yu slowly walked towards the car. Looking at Jiang Yu, who turned and left, they were silent as a cicada. After seeing Jiang Yu get on the car, they slowly twisted their bodies that were stiff with fear and then left the place with a look back every 3 steps. They left the Xinhua Shelter, which they had previously despised. After cleaning up, everyone goes back to rest and have some food and drink. Jiang Yu's voice came again in the headset. Roger that, Commander. The situation was cleaned up quickly. With thousands of people working together, the ground outside the shelter was only slightly red, and it was hard to tell that this was a large-scale slaughterhouse not long ago. Commander, these guys captured someone in the modified car of the God's Descent. Just when Jiang Yu was about to return to the shelter, Zhang Niu caught a few people. Looking at the familiar faces in front of him, Jiang Yu soon remembered that they were the ones he had driven out before. I don't need to explain the fate of the traitor. Just deal with him directly, and then lead the team to deal with the others as well. After taking a quick glance at them, Jiang Yu entered the shelter without even glancing at the people behind him whose expressions changed drastically and who seemed to be begging for mercy. Yes, Zhang Niu agreed solemnly, then looked at them with a complicated expression. Leader. The middle-aged man looked at Zhang Niu with a face full of fear and bitterness. He did not expect Jiang Yu to be so cruel and act so decisively. Stop talking. This is the commander's order. I will let your former captain carry it out. It can be regarded as a return to your roots. After saying that, Zhang Niu left, and soon another big man came. Bang! Bang! With a complicated look on the sturdy man's face, he fired a few shots and killed his former soldier with his own hands. Half an hour later, the guards led by Zhang Niu found the other people who were living peacefully in the department store. Without much words, in just 10 minutes, all the hundreds of people were killed. Commander, cleanup complete. The news of the battle with the bull reached Jiang Yu's ears. Good. Helena, Jesse is back. Well, how's Truk? How's your health? Is your root still there? Helena asked calmly. Truk is dead. When Jesse went there, he was eaten by zombies until only bones were left. What? How is this possible? No matter how terrible Troker was, he was trained by me. How could he die at the hands of zombie? Helena asked in surprise. Surveillance footage showed that after they escaped the Xinhua shelter, they were attacked by a horde of zombies, including a high-level horde of second-level zombies. They were outnumbered and had no weapons or equipment, so they had no choice but to... Hearing this, Helena fell silent. Hey, it's not easy to train a stick that fits this well. Mobilize half of your forces and thoroughly investigate everything about the Xinhua shelter. Next time, I'll go meet them in person. Helena was extremely interested in the Xinhua shelter at this moment, as they had actually managed to defeat their gods so many times. At the same time, she was also interested in the organization and its leader. She really wanted to fight with that leader to see how capable he was. Okay, Helena Shensi. While Jiang Yu was sorting out the battlefield, Jack, the son of God in Qing City, was looking at the reports sent by his men without any expression. I didn't expect that under our tight surveillance network, the people from Xinhua shelter could actually leave Qing City without anyone noticing. Jack tapped the table with a calm expression, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Withdraw the nuclear bombs and closely monitor the orphanage in Qing City. Do not act rashly without my orders. Yes. At the same time, in a sea base in a certain sea area, the report of godson Jack and godson Helena was also delivered to the table of a god here. Grandpa, they seem to have sent a large group of people to High City not long ago, apparently to attack the Xinhua shelter. Old Chun sat on the recliner, rocking his body gently and smiling faintly. I know. Do we need to send troops to support us? No need. The Xinhua shelter is not as weak as you think. Jining Shuang frowned slightly. Although she didn't know where her grandfather got his confidence from, since he had spoken, there was no need for her to support him. But in her heart, Jining Shuang couldn't help but feel sorry for the Xinhua shelter, which was about to be destroyed. They were obviously very powerful, but who made them encounter the people sent by God? Team leader. At this time, a personal guard came to her side and whispered in her ear. What? Really? Jining Shuang asked with shock on her pretty face. Yes, the information is accurate. Jining Shuang looked towards the Xinhua shelter with a hint of curiosity between her brows. They actually won. On the other side, the guards who had finished packing were preparing to return to the shelter. Is this really okay? Of course it's okay. No one saw it. So who would go and check a dead body? Don't worry. Outside the shelter, most of the guards had returned to their positions, with only a few still finishing up the work. Among them, 3 stealthy figures were carrying a heavy corpse and attempting to enter the shelter. However, just as they successfully deceived everyone and entered the shelter with the corpse. Warning, illegal trespassing discovered. Illegal trespassing discovered. Please ask the nearby guards to rush to investigate. Chapter 155, Threat failed and kicked out. Jarvis's voice immediately swirled in their heads. It's coded. Can it be discovered like this? Hey, what are you doing? About 10 seconds later, several members of the Royal Guards quickly arrived at the scene. When they arrived, they saw 3 figures carrying a corpse. Sir, this is not trespassing. This is our uncle's body. He's dead, and we're going to show some filial piety by collecting his body. The guards frowned when they heard this. Collecting the body? If it were a body, Jarvis wouldn't have reported a trespassing report. Tell me, what happened? Seeing the serious look of the guards, the 3 brothers looked at each other in panic. Jarvis scanned this body. Seeing that they didn't respond, the leader asked Jarvis to scan directly. The test is complete. Although this person's health condition is worrying, he is still alive. After Jarvis finished speaking, he also attached an infographic. After seeing the content on the infographic, the guards became angry. Thump! Seeing the angry expressions of the guards, the 3 brothers immediately knelt down and pleaded with bitter faces. Commander, he is our uncle, the only relative we have in this world. We can't just let him stay out there and suffer. You can't just let him leave. Without the protection of the shelter, he will surely die. Yes, Commander, please. Looking at this scene, the Royal Guard's expressions remained unchanged. As artificial humans, they did not feel any mercy. Oomph. The commander said it was their own choice. Since your uncle has chosen to leave, don't even think about coming back. The guard said seriously. In that case, if my uncle can't stay, then we won't stay either. Yes, let's go too. The 3 brothers spoke. After working so hard for so long, the 3 of them have become team leaders. They are considered to have some official positions. They don't believe that the 3 of them, who are still somewhat capable, can't protect their uncle. The guards who saw this scene looked serious and looked deeply at the 3 brothers opposite them. Have you decided? Seeing the look in the guard's eyes, the 3 brothers nodded firmly. The 3 of them are the pillars of the guard team, and they are different from the residents who were driven out. In that case, then you all should get out together. The next moment, the 3 brothers who had firmly believed that the Royal Guards would not drive them away were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that they would be so decisive. No, that's impossible. We are the captains of the guard team. We have protected the shelter before. You can't just do it on your own. Aren't you afraid that others will be discouraged by doing this? We don't accept it. You're not the commander, so why should you agree? You need the commander's consent to let us go. The eldest of the 3 brothers questioned. The commander said that if you want to leave, he won't let anyone stay. But as long as you don't regret it, it's fine. Now, take off your equipment immediately, exchange for points, and leave the shelter. As soon as they finished speaking, the guards raised their submachine guns, as if they would shoot immediately if they said anything wrong. You guys, the 3 brothers who saw this scene felt that they were in a difficult situation. They did not want to leave. They thought they had been taken seriously at this moment, but they did not expect that it was still the same. Go away. Do you want to kill me? At this time, the uncle who had been pretending to be dead stood up and said that he didn't want to die here. At the same time, he urged his nephews to take him away. According to his thinking, he has 3 nephews, so how can they not live well wherever they are? Uncle, you. The 3 nephews all looked bitter when they saw their uncle being so casual. Who are they dealing with the people in the shelter for? It's fine if you, as an uncle, keep silent, but at this moment, you're actually thinking about your own life? My 3 brothers have sacrificed everything for you. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and leave. Do you still want to kill me? My uncle stood up, apologized to the guards with a smile on his face, and then quickly trotted out of the shelter. He said as he ran, I told you not to do this, but you insisted. Now you're in trouble. You 3 are useless. When the 3 brothers heard this, the bitterness on their faces became even stronger. Finally, they had spoken and could not change their words. They could only exchange the things and leave quickly. On the way out, the 3 brothers looked at their uncle walking in front of them with eyes full of resentment. Hurry up, take out the food if you have any. I'm starving. I ran out right after breakfast and haven't eaten a single bite yet. Is that all? How about feeding the dog? What a useless 3 guys. Inside the base, after all the problems were solved, the base returned to its usual rhythm. Everyone ate and drank as usual, enjoying life and beauty in a safe and worry-free environment. Soon, it was nighttime, and the canteen in the base started serving midnight snacks again. Many people came to the canteen in 2s and 3s, ready to have a midnight snack. Before they arrived, there were already a few handsome guys in the cafeteria who had to eat from afternoon to night because of wrong decisions, wrong ideas, and wrong time. The residents passing by couldn't help but stop and watch this scene. After coming here for so long, they finally believed how true Jarvis' words were. Jarvis's warm reminder, you are not allowed to leave the restaurant if you don't finish your food. Call. As Jiangyu let out a long sigh, he finally relaxed after sweating profusely. Mu Di wiped herself, and then gently helped Jiangyu wipe the sweat off his body. How's it going? Did Aunt Zhang pick you up? After the 2 of them had a simple rest, they sat at the dining table and asked while eating food to restore their strength. No, Aunt Zhang decided to stay in Qing City and help me look after the shelter in Qing City. What? You also have a shelter in Qing City? Mu Di looked at Jiangyu in shock. Originally, there was no such thing, but because... Chapter 156, The Teleportation Device leads the wolf into the house. Dragon Vein? What is that? Mu Di asked doubtfully. Jiangyu told everything that happened when he went to Qing City. When he couldn't describe some of the details accurately, he asked Jarvis to play the video. I see. I didn't expect the legend about dragon veins in China to be true. After listening to what Jiangyu saw and heard in Qing City this time, Mu Di said in sudden realization and surprise. But what does this have to do with you establishing a shelter in Qing City? It's simple. Even if the dragon vein is broken, we still have to protect it. The officials in Qing City have gone to resist the gods, so I'm the only one left to guard the dragon vein. Therefore, building a shelter is necessary. Jiangyu said lightly. After hearing all this, Mu Di looked at Jiangyu deeply and then said softly, Thanks for your hard work. Holding Mu Di's soft and plump body, Jiangyu smiled slightly. His words were half true and half false. The true ones were what he said, and the false ones were because of the dragon vein's enhancement of the system in Jiangyu's body. The system is too mysterious, and Jiangyu does not intend to let anyone know. Tomorrow morning, let's go to Qing City. I'll introduce you to Aunt Zhang and the children in the orphanage. That's fine, but is that appropriate? Wouldn't that leave the shelter unattended? Mu Di asked. Don't worry, it's okay. We can always come back if anything happens. And you've always wanted to know how I came back from the deterrent range of the nuclear bomb, right? You'll know tomorrow. The next day, Jiangyu brought Mu Di, who was dressed in formal and bright clothes, to the bottom floor of the arsenal on the left side of the shelter. Where's this place? Although Mu Di has the permission to enter here, this is his first time here. Jiangyu took Mu Di to the bottom floor in a special elevator and walked into a room that only Jiangyu could enter. With Jiangyu's entry, the originally pitch-black room instantly became extremely bright. The room was not big, only about 50 square meters, but there was a huge circular booth in the center of the room, and above the booth was an extremely large mysterious instrument with polygonal edges. This is a space teleportation device. I also have one in my shelter in Qing City. It's thanks to it that we were able to get back so quickly. Space teleportation device? Mu Di murmured doubtfully. Yes, after I completed the construction of the shelter in Qing City, I connected the coordinate information of the two shelters through Jarvis, and then used space folding technology to form a space warp, so as to achieve the purpose of space teleportation. To put it simply, all we need to do is activate the device and open the portal. Once we step through the portal, we'll be able to enter my shelter in Qing City. After hearing Jiang Yu's explanation, Mu Di looked at Jiang Yu with shock. She could barely accept the nano armor, high-tech weapons, and even the zombie transformation device in the shelter, but at this moment, this space conversion device really shocked her. She couldn't help but wonder, is this really a technology that human civilization can invent? Okay, let's go and experience it once. I've already given you permission. You can come in any time you want. Jiang Yu smiled. Mu Di, still in shock, nodded slightly, with Jiang Yu holding her hand. Jarvis, open the portal. Yes, sir. Wang. The prismatic device above the circular booth began to operate. The originally combined devices were dispersed under Jarvis's operation, and a total of 5 diamond-shaped devices were dispersed evenly on the circular booth. Wang. The next moment, 5 white rays of light were released from the 5 sharp corners of the diamond shape, and then began to converge in the center of the circular booth, forming an energy sphere with a diameter of about half a meter. After a few seconds, the energy began to expand, and the sphere began to turn into a light curtain. The light curtain expanded to 3/4 of the entire circular booth. Soon, a huge circular light curtain stood in the center. In the middle of the light curtain, it slowly changed from a foggy chaos to a spacious, pure, white laboratory. Inside the laboratory, several guards wearing guard uniforms were busy working. Commander! After the light curtain was fully opened, the two places were finally connected. The guards on the opposite side saw Jiang Yu and immediately greeted him. Jiang Yu nodded slightly, then took Mu Di into the portal. Wang. It was only 1 step away, but Mu Di could clearly feel the difference between the two spaces. Mu Di looked back, with a complicated expression, at the place where he was standing. Where's Aunt Zhang? Jiang Yu looked at the guards and asked. Auntie Zhang is meeting with guests in the conference room. Many leaders of various factions have come today and are looking to exchange gifts. Jiang Yu was stunned when he heard this and asked, Visitors? Didn't I tell you not to reveal any information about the shelter until I get back? How come you're having visitors so soon? Jiang Yu asked doubtfully. After you left, Aunt Zhang didn't reveal any information and even closed the shelter's gate. But those people you kicked out yesterday gathered a group of refugees and several powerful shelters and came over. They all knew there was still plenty of food here, so Aunt Zhang thought it best to avoid a major conflict. So she let them in to discuss matters. Hearing the words of the guards, Jiang Yu frowned. The people he drove away yesterday were those who had recently supported surrendering to the Lin family. Seeing Zhang Ma's plea, Jiang Yu spared them a way out, but he didn't expect that they would turn around and sell the shelter. You go take care of things first, I'll just take a walk. Mu Di saw Jiang Yu's slightly murderous look and smiled faintly. Okay, then you could just wander around. When I'm done, I'll take you to see Aunt Zhang. When I'm not around, you listen to her. Jiang Yu said to the guards. Yes, sir. Several guards saluted respectfully and said. Afterwards, Jiang Yu quickly left, entered his exclusive elevator, and came to the conference room where Zhang Ma and the others were. Just now, I heard voices coming from the door of the conference room. Dean Zhang, we're not forcing you, but you have the most supplies in the entire Qing City right now. If we use our money to buy some and take it back to save people, it shouldn't be considered forced buying or selling, right? Yes, Director Zhang. As the director of the orphanage, you should be the one who can best understand the hardships of others. Chapter 157, Executing Traitors. When Jiang Yu opened the door, he saw several people talking to Zhang Ma at once. However, Zhang Ma also retorted word by word. For a while, a tug-of-war began. Who are you? Can't you see we're talking about something? Dean Zhang, is this how you teach your subordinates? Seeing Jiang Yu coming in, a big man with a beer belly stared at Zhang Ma's face with a serious expression and asked. That's right, Dean Zhang. As the dean, you still have to manage your subordinates. Why are you barging into the meeting room? Several other people also spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Oof, you guys are so clueless. No wonder you're not doing so well in the apocalypse. I'm telling you, he's the true leader of our Xinhua shelter. Aunt Zhang adjusted her glasses lightly, and then spoke with a hint of pride amid the ugly looks of several people. What? Hearing what Aunt Zhang said, everyone was shocked. This person who looked younger than their son was actually the leader of this shelter. Dean Zhang, now is not the time to joke around. That's right, Dean Zhang. You should know in a joke. Do you think I'm kidding? Zhang Ma pulled Jiang Yu to sit down and sat beside him, ready to help Jiang Yu at any time. After seeing this scene, the people present had to believe it even if they didn't want to. Then they looked at each other, and after a short silence, the big man with a beer belly laughed. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that the leader of this shelter is so young. I'll blame my tongue just now, brother. Next time you come to my place, I will punish myself by drinking 3 cups. Haha. Yes, yes, I didn't expect that you can manage such a luxurious shelter at such a young age. This is amazing. When they came, they saw the decoration and furnishing inside the shelter. With such a high-tech environment, they believed that there must be a lot of supplies here. For a moment, several people who had originally had ferocious faces smiled. After all, they did not want to hit a smiling person. They also wanted to see Jiang Yu's bottom line first. Seeing that Jiang Yu didn't say anything, several people looked at each other again, and the leader spoke. Brother, I'm embarrassed right now, but for the sake of the elderly, the weak, the women, and the children in my shelter, I have to speak up. How about this? I'm going to offer 1 million to buy the food from you. Do you agree? The big man with a beer belly said with a silly smile. Brother, don't think it's too little. We are really broke in the shelter right now. If we weren't really desperate, we wouldn't spend something as important as money on buying things. Yeah, brother, it's not easy for everyone. You still have so much supplies, why not sell some to us? Amidst the chatter, everyone began to morally blackmail Jiang Yu. Afterwards, the people present talked to themselves for 10 minutes. When they saw that Jiang Yu still did not respond, they suddenly became anxious. Brother, do you look down on us? The money we brought with us this time is at least nearly 10 million. Right? We're using tens of millions in cash to buy you some food, and you're not happy about it. That's right, brother. When you're out and about, more friends mean more paths to take. Yeah, brother, tens of millions in cash just to buy something from you. If you miss this opportunity, you'll never get it again. After a long silence, Jiang Yu spoke lightly. Where are the people who brought you here? When they heard this question, they instantly fell silent. Call them up first. I'll have a few words with them. After that, we could talk about cooperation. Jiang Yu said lightly. After hearing this request, several people looked at each other. Although they didn't know what he wanted to do, they still asked someone to call over the people who were waiting on the side. When they heard someone calling them, they immediately ran over with smiles on their faces, fearing that they would miss something. However, when they saw Jiang Yu's face, their expressions changed instantly. They are here. What do you want to say? Say it. Teachers, do you know what the consequences of betraying me are? Jiang Yu said coldly. The expressions of several caregivers, teachers, and other people present changed. Then Jiang Yu just waved his hand lightly, and 2 bodyguards walked over and took out their pistols. In their shocked and horrified eyes, with a bang, they were shot in the head and fell directly to the ground. Before they died, they all had incredible looks on their faces. They didn't expect Jiang Yu to be so decisive, and they didn't expect him to come back so quickly. A few minutes later, the floor of the conference room was cleaned, and Jiang Yu looked at the leaders of the shelters who had gloomy expressions on their faces. If you want to exchange something, you can, but I won't use money. I'll use corpse crystals. The apocalypse has been here for so long. I'm sure you all know what corpse crystals are. Money is just a piece of waste paper in this day and age, so don't try to be clever with it. Jiang Yu sat in his seat, looking at them with murderous eyes. It made them feel uncomfortable all over. The leaders of the several shelters shut their mouths at this moment. Although they also killed people, they did not expect Jiang Yu to be more decisive than them. He is a ruthless and decisive master. Several people murmured bitterly in their hearts. I thought I met a little white sheep, but I didn't expect it to be a tiger or a lion. Hee. In that case, we'll go back and collect the corpse crystals. Bye-bye. Ah, yes, we'll take our leave now. After seeing Jiang Yu's murderous side, they knew that all plan for today needed to be canceled, and that going back to discuss the long-term plan was the best option, so they all chose to leave. When they were leaving, they looked at this high-tech orphanage, and their hearts became even more agitated. Although they didn't say a word at this moment, their eyes were full of greed. Annie Zhang, didn't I tell you? Don't let anyone in until I come back. Jiang Yu said helplessly. I didn't want to let them in originally, but they begged me. You know, they've been here for over 10 years. Aunt Zhang said with a hint of self-blame. She had figured out just now. If Jiang Yu hadn't come back, they might have been unwilling to do anything until they saw the rabbit. Chapter 158. Flirting failed. No explanation required. Looking at Zhang Ma's self-blaming look, Jiang Yu shook his head helplessly. He thought that Zhang Ma was good in every way, except that she was relatively old now, and her inner thinking was more nostalgic, so she would be a little soft-hearted sometimes. Andy Zhang, things are different now. If you don't show some ruthlessness at the moment of doom, you'll be eaten alive. So, show your authority as the dean and be ruthless when necessary. If you can't do that, then come back with me to High City to retire. Jiang Yu smiled. Hey kid, you know I can't let go of this orphanage. And Zhang smiled helplessly, then spoke seriously. Okay, let me show you what a woman from the Xinyuan family looks like. Seeing Zhang Ma's confident and calm eyes, Jiang Yu suddenly felt that Zhang Ma was a little different from before. Oh, Aunt Zhang, come with me. I'll introduce you to someone. Who? Before Aunt Zhang could react, she was pulled away by Jiang Yu. Jarvis, where's Muty now? Miss Muty left the orphanage 5 minutes ago. Jarvis' voice rang out. After hearing the location, Jiang Yu pulled Zhang Ma to the gate of the orphanage. Soon, they arrived at the gate of the orphanage through the exclusive elevator, but as soon as they arrived, they saw dozens of people pointing guns at Muty, who was stepping on the belly of a beer-bellied man with a gloomy face. Girl, you're really hot. I advise you to let me go quickly, or else when I catch you, you'll be raped to death by dozens of people. The middle-aged man with a beer belly said fiercely. Court death. There was a fierce look in Muty's eyes, and the faint blood-red color made the middle-aged man break out in a cold sweat. Let him go or we'll shoot. A man holding a pistol nearby shouted loudly. Click! Click! As soon as he finished speaking, the other people loaded their pistols and aimed directly at Muty. Hee hee, little beauty, you're hot enough. I like it. Let me go, I'll let you experience the peak. Wong. Before the middle-aged man with a beer belly could finish his words, he saw a deep blue energy cannon whizzing towards him. It exploded directly among the crowd, not far behind Muty. Boom! In an instant, the bodyguards standing there were blasted into ashes by the azure energy cannon without even a scream. The man looked back and saw that Jiang Yu was wearing a blue steel glove, and the launch port was still flashing blue light. Seeing the gloves, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up instantly. He didn't expect that this orphanage could have such a powerful weapon. He must find a way to get it. Mr. Jiang, come and help me take this crazy woman away. I don't know why she held me down as soon as I left the house. Help me once. I owe you a favor. At this moment, the middle-aged man was eager to stand up from the ground. After all, being stepped on by a woman was too embarrassing. However, he seemed to have forgotten that Jiang Yu seemed to have killed his people. Wong. Boom! Another energy cannon rushed over, and in an instant, several people were annihilated by this energy cannon. Hey, Mr. Jiang, where are you aiming? Hit her. The middle-aged man became anxious when he saw his people being killed again, and asked in confusion. However, Jiang Yu did not respond to him at all, but looked at Muty. Muty, what's going on? Hearing this, the middle-aged man looked confused. He secretly said, wow. What else can you do? You think I'm pretty and want to take me for yourself? Muty smiled slightly and said indifferently, haha, Mr. Jiang, I didn't know this chick wasn't yours, miss. No, this beauty is yours. The middle-aged man who saw this scene hurriedly explained. Jiang Yu is a ruthless killer with such a powerful weapon. He doesn't want to offend him. Mr. Jiang, our boss didn't mean to do that. Can you please let it go? We will definitely reward you handsomely later. A middle-aged man who played a role similar to that of a butler came to Jiang Yu and spoke softly. Forget it. Why? You bullied me and you want to just let it go? Do you think you have the qualifications? Jiang Yu asked calmly. You, Mr. Jiang, it's better to resolve a feud than to create one. And as you can see, it's not clear who is bullying whom. Why don't we just let it go? It will benefit both of us. The middle-aged man said with narrowed eyes. I've told you, you don't have the qualifications. Besides, I'll just teach those she bullies a lesson, but I'll usually just wipe out anyone who tries to bully her. After saying that, Jiang Yu raised his hand and placed it in front of the middle-aged man. Then, in the man's shocked and stunned eyes, Wong. Boom. Another energy cannon was fired at close range. The terrifying high temperature directly evaporated all liquids, objects, and substances. In the end, only a headless corpse was left, slowly falling down. Royal guards, kill without mercy. Jiang Yu said loudly. Yes, Commander. As soon as the words were spoken, dozens of fully armed guards immediately rushed out of the shelter and quickly surrounded the remaining people on the other side. Looking at the murderous and ferocious iron-blooded troops, the middle-aged man with a beer belly swallowed hard with a panicked look on his face, and spoke in a pleading tone. Brother, I really didn't know this was your woman. Isn't it just a woman? Let me go, and I'll grab a carload of women for you. Tall, short, fat, thin, white, black, and beautiful. You can choose whatever you want. Is that okay with you? As soon as he finished speaking, the man felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He looked closely and found that Mu D had stepped harder. At this moment, he felt as if his stomach was being squeezed hard. Shut up. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. If you kill me, there'll be a war between us. You probably don't want to see the consequences of war, right? The middle-aged man was shocked when he saw that the bodyguards around him were quickly dealt with by their team. He could only endure the pain in his stomach and spoke loudly. Oh, I know the consequences of war, but if our opponents are you, there will only be massacre, no war. Chapter 159, The Origin and Development of Flowers and Cow Dung. Jiang Yu looked at this scene calmly, signaled Mu Di to step back, and then Jiang Yu fired a cannon directly at him, vaporizing him directly. Report to the commander. The cleanup is complete. Good. Jiang Yu nodded slightly, then signaled them to return to their respective posts. After everything was resolved, Mu Di hugged Jiang Yu's arm and said softly, "Just now she said she would give you a car full of tall, short, fat, thin, white, and black beauties. Didn't your heart flutter?" Jiang Yu looked at Mu Di, and seeing her tender eyes, Jiang Yu was stunned. "Without you, who else can make me fall in love? What if it's not love? It's just for fun." Mu Di then asked softly, "That's fine. I knew you had this idea." After hearing this, Mu Di's mood immediately turned from sunny to thunderous and violent storm, and she suppressed Jiang Yu madly. Even though Jiang Yu had opened the second-level gene lock, Mu Di still pinched and rubbed his ears. Okay, you just want to beat me up, right? I'll give you a reason to beat me up. Are you satisfied now?" Jiang Yu hugged Mu Di and asked softly, "Roll. Kid, this is the person you want to introduce to me." Just when Jiang Yu was about to say something, Aunt Zhang came to them and spoke. Seeing Aunt Zhang coming over, Jiang Yu immediately showed an expression that said, "You are really my savior," then immediately hugged Mu Di's shoulders and said loudly, "Auntie Zhang, this is my wife. How is she?" Aunt Zhang looked carefully at Mu Di, who was now a little restrained, and frowned. Auntie Yu. Oh, you." When Mu Di saw Zhang Ma's frowning face, she immediately thought that she was dissatisfied with herself, and she immediately became anxious, and her words became incoherent. No way. Hearing this, Mu Di's expression changed, but the next moment, she felt a gentle coolness on her hand. "No, you're such a beautiful girl. How can you become Jiang Yu's wife? Isn't this like sticking a flower in cow dung?" Zhang Ma blurted out. Hearing what Zhang Ma said, Jiang Yu was stunned. He pointed at himself and said with a wry smile, "Hey, Aunt Zhang, I'm not bad either." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Aunt Zhang pulling Mu Di inside, not paying any attention to Jiang Yu, who was standing outside with a confused look on his face. "Hey, am I handsome?" Jiang Yu looked at the guards beside him and asked. "Commander, you are the most handsome." The guard spoke loudly without hesitation, with a serious and sincere expression. "Hey, Jarvis, can androids lie?" Jiang Yu asked as he walked inside. "Not at all, sir. The android will obey your orders regardless of the consequences." Back inside the shelter, Zhang Ma went to chat with Mu Di and ignored Jiang Yu's presence, so Jiang Yu could only go to the bottom floor of the shelter. After verifying the information, a door opened and Jiang Yu slowly walked in. Inside the gate is a huge stone cave, which is extremely wide. The first thing that catches the eye is a lifelike full-body stone carving of a dragon carved from hard stone. However, the stone carving of the dragon is not complete at this moment. For some reason, the dragon is broken into 3 sections, consisting of the dragon head, dragon body, and dragon tail. But if you look closely, you can see that the broken part is emitting a faint light. Has the broken dragon vein begun to recover? Jiang Yu murmured when he saw the radiating light. Touching this broken dragon vein, Jiang Yu's expression was quite complicated. He didn't expect that the opportunity for his new refuge would be on this dragon vein. A few days ago, Jiang Yu was still worried about not being able to return to High City in time, and could only watch the shelter being attacked. At this time, Zhang Ma called Jiang Yu away and took him to a secret room in the orphanage. This secret room is so hidden that even Jiang Yu, who has been there for so long, has not discovered it. Even Jarvis cannot scan here. It was also in this secret room that Jiang Yu learned about Zhang Ma's life experience and why she established the kindergarten here. Because this broken dragon vein was hidden under the orphanage when Zhang Ma knew about it, she voluntarily chose to come here. As if by fate, Zhang Ma felt that Jiang Yu needed the help of the dragon vein, so she brought Jiang Yu here. As soon as he arrived here, Jiang Yu's useless sign-in system suddenly made a sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in to the Qingshi dragon vein. Signing in successfully is rewarded with a planetary-level, second-level shelter. The host can freely choose the construction location. Hearing this, Jiang Yu couldn't help but be extremely confused. He didn't expect that such a useless sign-in system would become so powerful because of the dragon vein. The sign-in system of love is not a day sign-in, but a location sign-in. As soon as the system finished speaking, Jarvis naturally accepted the command of the second shelter. At the same time, Jarvis discovered that this shelter actually had a teleportation device that was not originally in the shelter in Haishur. It was precisely because of this that Jiang Yu and his team were able to return to High City quickly and safely to rescue people. Because he was eager to save people, Jiang Yu rushed back after building the shelter under the orphanage, leaving a message saying that Zhang Ma should not open the door casually. Jarvis, retrieve everything from this shelter. At this point, things have been dealt with, and it is time to take charge of this shelter. Done, sir. A few seconds later, a complete 3D operational miniature model of the shelter appeared in front of Jiang Yu. Come on, introduce yourself, Jarvis. This new shelter is roughly the same as the one in High City, with only a few differences. The research laboratory, although also occupying one floor, has a much larger space due to the use of space-folding technology. Compared with the 10,000 square meters of the Sea City, the scientific research laboratory here is as large as 10,000 square kilometers, and through the evolution of the shelter, the size can be further folded. Then there are some devices that this shelter has that the shelter in Haishur doesn't have, such as space transfer devices, etc. And all the facilities in this shelter are flawless. We can start recruiting residents at any time, just like we did in High City. Chapter 160, New Regulations for Interconnection Between the Two Cities. So how's the manufacturing of the guards going? In the shelter of High City, the guards are all assigned to their own positions. Even now, they are very scarce. It is naturally impossible to send the guards here, so it is more appropriate to build them on site. Sir, all the android warehouses have been fully utilized. And because the performance of the android warehouses here is much better than that in Haishur, the first batch of various types of second-level androids, totaling 400 people, have been completed and put into various positions to work. The second batch of second-level guards is expected to be completed by noon tomorrow, with an estimated number of around 800 people. Well, then, let's prepare carefully and then notify everyone. 3 days from now, we'll begin recruiting residents from all over Qing City. This time, the recruitment requirements will be stricter than those in High City. The shelters in High City have gone through several external tests, and what remains at this moment is what Jiang Yu needs. With the experience of High City this time, the recruitment in Qing City can be carried out better and more purposefully. Yes, sir. By the way, Jarvis, is Qing City fully covered by the internet? Full coverage, sir, and connected to High City. Both cities and the highway in between are now under my surveillance. Jarvis said. Then open the network, import the forum, and publish the message. Done, sir. Jiang Yu nodded slightly. Soon, a forum called Xinhua Forum inexplicably appeared on the mobile phones of everyone in Qing City who had access to the internet. At the same time, many people also found that the network that was originally disconnected can now be used. As Jarvis opened up the internet access, the people in Qing City were shocked. They were surprised to use their mobile phones to surf the internet. As they went online, the more they saw, the more shocked they became. At the same time, the forum icon that inexplicably appeared on the phone also attracted the attention of many people. After they clicked in to see it, they were immediately filled with horror and shock. Xinhua Sanctuary? There's actually a place in this world that's like a paradise. Incredible. Simply incredible. Looking at these conditions, even the former Lin family doesn't seem to have the ability to do this. Can I join? I must join. As more and more people in Qing City posted shocking messages on the forum, people in High City also discovered that a group of new users had inexplicably flooded into the forum. When did so many Qingshi people appear on the forum? Wow, Commander is awesome. Qing City has internet access? And it's interconnected? Doesn't that mean Qing City and High City will be able to communicate with each other in the future? Wow, then can I go to Qing City to see the house I bought? My mother's name is Lu Yunping. My father's name is Zhao Niu, and I am their son Zhao Hu. Dad, Mom, are you all doing well in Qing City? I have a nephew who went to High City to work. His name is Wang Jian. I wonder if anyone knows him. Please tell him that his parents are with us and are doing well now. In an instant, as the two places' networks connected, people who had relatives in High City or Qing City posted missing person notices one after another. At the same time, many people saw the missing person notices and chatted privately to recognize their relatives. Those who had completed the recognition process shed tears of joy and emotion. Thank you, Commander. Without him, I might never see my parents again in this life. Yeah, Commander is awesome. Commander is awesome. Commander is awesome. Even though some older people couldn't type, they were so enthusiastic and excited that they typed out the words Commander is awesome one after another. Even if it is just the next city, which can be reached in 1 or 2 hours by car, in the zombie apocalypse, it is difficult for you to safely walk out of a district, let alone walk out of a city. Jiang Yu connected the networks of the two cities, allowing people in the two cities to share a network, and it also allowed many people to find their relatives who had been worried for a long time. At this moment, the longing and homesickness of the people in the two cities are beyond words. In Qing City, some people were immersed in thoughts of missing their loved ones, while others were already studying the conditions for joining the Xinhua shelter. In addition to the basic conditions of High City, the conditions for applying to join the shelter this time have added several new ones. Criminals are not allowed to join. Those who have not had a formal job for more than 2 years are not allowed to join, and those who have been in disreputable for too long are not allowed to join. People like soldiers, veterans, and people working in various professions can still join first. When these new regulations came out, several people in the shelter wanted to send a few undercover agents in, but after seeing the regulations, they had to think of another way. After all, those who can live well in the end times will basically not follow social rules in peacetime. Soon, over a whole day, the survivors in the entire Qing City tried their best to apply to join. Those who were successful in the application happily prepared to go to the shelter in 3 days, while those who were not successful in the application started cursing on the forum. Damn it, hasn't our village been robbing people for a few years? How come no one in the village can join? We don't owe you any money. What a jerk. What a ridiculous rule. I think you're really trying to make fun of everyone in Qing City, right? Who in society doesn't have a dark past? Even though I borrowed money, didn't I pay it back by filming a video as they asked? Fuck you. I can't join even if I don't have a job? What kind of bullshit is this? As the scolding grew louder, several major shelters seemed to see an opportunity and joined the scolding war. Since Xinhua Shelter has so much food, I think they should just share it instead of recruiting residents. That's right. We have nothing to eat or drink. You have so much food, you should share it with everyone. And I think Xinhua Shelter shouldn't set such harsh requirements. By setting such requirements, how many people who really need help will be unable to get help? No, everyone unite. If no one joins, I'll see how the people in Xinhua Shelter will end up. Yes, no one should join. No one should join. Chapter 161 Recruitment begins with strict conditions. Rumors are flying everywhere, and the number of people who believe and those who don't believe in the Xinhua Shelter is now 50-50. Jiang Yu did not respond to any of this, but continued to do what he was doing. At night, Jiang Yu wanted to have a war with Mu Di, but because Zhang Ma took Mu Di away, Jiang Yu had to stay alone in the empty room for the past few days. Soon, as time flew by, the day arrived for Xinhua Shelter to start recruiting. On that day, the entrance of the orphanage was crowded with people, and many of them had excited expressions on their faces. They were holding their phones and a few pieces of luggage, as well as 2 people who needed to be taken in. There were more people who looked anxious and wanted to take advantage of the situation. Wow, didn't you all say you would join? Why are all of you here? Aren't you here too? That's the same. I came to see if you guys are here. We do too. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the gate of the orphanage opened and 200 fully armed guards walked out, holding weapons and standing on both sides of the gate with an aura like wild beasts. The survivors surrounded by them began to turn pale. Okay, recruitment has officially begun. Let me tell you a few things. First, those who have received the notification should line up in an orderly manner. Second, those who pass the test will receive a nutritious meal. Third, don't try to take advantage of the situation. If you can do it, then it's fine. If you can't, don't say anything. Otherwise, you will die. Remember my words. Is it death? This sentence was heard by many people, and many people also laughed coldly. They didn't believe that they dared to kill people at will. Come on, first one. Hey, me. As soon as the words fell, A handsome young man handed over the phone respectfully with both hands. But the guard just took a quick look, picked up the bracelet, and scanned the young man. Lu Shun approved. You can bring 2 family members in. Jarvis's voice resounded directly through the sky at this moment. Well, go to the back to get the nutritious meal, and then wait in the back first. The royal guard looked at Lu Shun and the 2 frail old men behind him who looked very reserved, and said lightly, "Thank you very much." Hearing this, Lu Shun breathed a sigh of relief and quickly pulled his parents to the back. After receiving the nutritious meal, according to the regulations, he found an open space to sit down. "Excuse me, can I eat the nutritious meal now?" Lu Shun looked at the box in his hand, then looked at his parents who were as thin as skeletons, then looked at the guards beside him, and asked in a fearful voice, "Can?" The guard beside him took a quick glance and nodded slightly. "Okay, thank you." Lu Shun was overjoyed when he heard this. He quickly opened the box and saw 4 black rectangular lumps of gel inside. He immediately gave 1 to each of his parents and 1 to himself. After eating, Lu Shun tore the remaining piece into 2 halves, and then his parents each took half. "Child, we are full. You can eat." "Yes, kid, eat first. We don't know what will happen next. You are the one who brought us in. You should eat first." Lu Shun's parents handed the nutritious meal back and said softly. In their opinion, they relied on their son's ability to get in here, so they must put their son first in everything. If they were kicked out because of this nutritious meal, they would feel guilty to death. "Damn, Mom, it's okay, you guys eat first. You both look so skinny." As a son, Lu Shun couldn't bear to watch his parents like this. Since the end of the world, even his father, who had always been extremely strict, had silently followed his wishes and no longer displayed his authority as a father, and his mother would save any food for him. As a result, the 2 elders often fainted from hunger and silently endured all the grievances from others. The guards watched all this silently. As time went by, the recruitment work was carried out in an orderly manner. Every time 1,000 people passed, they would be taken to the shelter, and the people behind would continue to wait. Ding. Failed the review. Can't join reason. I'm a dishonest person. I've been imprisoned for 10 years for crimes. The guards looked at the pass displayed on the phone in front of them and looked at this person with an inexplicable expression. "Huh? How is that possible? Didn't it pass?" "What?" the man said with a panicked look on his face. "Brother, why don't you try again? Perhaps there are too many errors in the detection." The man asked anxiously. "No need. Failure is failure. There's no possibility of Jarvis making a mistake. Besides, you should be the one who knows best whether there was a mistake or not." The guard said calmly, "No, I don't believe it. How is it possible? You're cheating. This is clearly a pass mark. You're targeting me." The man raised his cell phone and yelled at the guards. Bang! The next moment, a gunshot was heard. The crowd who were waiting anxiously instantly became alert after hearing the sound. They looked forward and saw the man lying face up on the ground with a bullet hole about 1 centimeter in diameter between his eyebrows. His eyes were wide open, and he died with his eyes open. Murder. Wow, he actually killed someone? Seeing this scene, many people's faces changed drastically. They knew the man who was shot. He had done a lot of bad things in the apocalypse, but he only caused trouble for ordinary people and was very cautious and vicious. So even in the end times, he was free for a long time, and not many people dared to look for him. But no one expected that he would die here. The guards waved their hands in disgust, and several of them dragged the body away. "Come on, next one." Without further ado, the guard put away his pistol and spoke calmly. After seeing this scene, many people didn't dare to step forward. The guards were not in a hurry, so they just sat on the chairs and waited with their eyes closed. 10 minutes later, the family behind the man swallowed their saliva, tremblingly came to the front, and respectfully handed over the information on their mobile phones. Chapter 162. Mixed Joys and Sorrows of 2 Talents. So many people before them have successfully entered, and they themselves have no problems, so it should be fine. The guards picked up the bracelet and scanned it. Ding. Approval passed. Call. The guards waved their hands, signaling them to go to the back. The whole family immediately came to the back with joy. After this incident, many people who planned to fish in troubled waters immediately left the team. They did not expect these people to be so decisive in killing. They would shoot people directly if they did not pass the review and did not leave immediately. Although they accepted the mission, it did not mean that they needed to fight to the death. Ding. Failed the review. Can't join. Reason: parents are dishonest. Upon hearing the news, the family, who were already worried, suddenly turned pale. They didn't expect that even their parents' failure to keep them could prevent them from joining the shelter. Then, the man wanted to say something more, but was pulled away by his sharp-eyed father. He was afraid that if he continued to speak, he would end up like the man just now and be shot on the spot. After arriving at the rear, the young son glared at his parents. "Look at you guys. You owe them 100,000, and why won't you pay it back? You've lost your credibility? Now you're in trouble. There's no way to get in." We didn't expect that either. The man's parents spoke to him with a bitter look on their faces. Their family had a lot of property and houses in Qing City. In the past, such people were called landlords and gentry. Moreover, their family is not short of the 100,000 yuan. The root of the problem is that they're just like Pishio, who only want to eat and not vomit. Moreover, they think that credit is not that important. As long as they have money, they can handle anything within the Qing City. For them, credit is like a piece of cake. It makes no difference whether they have it or not. However, who would have thought that the end of the world would come, and they were completely unprepared and lost their status overnight. Their money was useless, and the connections they used to make with money were now not enough to even afford a full meal. Originally, the family had thought that with their son's status as a top student, he would be able to make a living here. However, they hadn't expected that their credit report, which was useless in peacetime, would play such a crucial role at this moment. Because of their broken promise, they were unable to enter the shelter and could only watch others enter the shelter with excitement on their faces. Soon night fell. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the guards left work on time, not caring about the people who were still queuing behind them. When the people who had been queuing for a whole day saw that it was almost their turn, the guards had gone off duty and suddenly became anxious. "Hey, I'm the only one missing. Take me with you." "Yeah, we've been queuing for a whole day. How can we just leave without being asked to?" "What will we do at night if you withdraw?" "That's right, you can't be so irresponsible." For a moment, the crowd was noisy and their dissatisfaction was evident. Because there were so many people's voices became louder and louder, and some even vented their frustration. "Our shelter advocates an 8-hour workday. We came here at 10 a.m., and it's already 6 a.m., so the time is up. Let's wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow, we will line up according to this queue. Anyone who meets the requirements can join." After that, the guards packed up and left. The crowd was intimidated by the weapons of hundreds of guards around them and dared not speak out. "Commander, today we have recruited a total of 9,000 residents, including 3,213 people over the age of 50 and 211 people who are unable to perform strenuous labor. There are 2,545 people under the age of 20, 160 people under the age of 10, and the total number of young and middle-aged people reaches 3,242. And after choosing their jobs, 30% of them chose to join the guards, 15% chose to join the scavengers, and the rest all had their own skills and chose to stay in the shelter to work. Job saturation in the shelter has reached 8%. Jiang Yu sat in the command room, listening to the report of the royal guards, and nodded slightly. "Jarvis, did you find any good seedlings today?" Jiang Yu thought for a while and asked. "Yes, sir, 2 people were found." As soon as Jarvis finished speaking, 2 3D screens were projected out, and on that screen, there were 2 faces with the same light in their eyes. Yu Yi, male, 50 years old, once served as an instructor in the Chinese Special Forces. He is now semi-retired. He returned to his hometown to visit his family during the Lunar New Year, but was trapped here by the apocalypse. According to records, during the apocalypse, he and his family lived peacefully amidst the forces of various factions. Although life was hard, they were worry-free. He has now joined the guard as an instructor. Zhang Jing, male, 35 years old, a doctoral graduate from the Eagle Head Kingdom's Foha College. After returning from medical studies, he also obtained a doctorate in acupuncture from the Shangjing University of Traditional Chinese Medicine in Huaxia. After that, he refused all lucrative offers and came to Qing City to establish his own Zhang's medical clinic. Although he has superb medical skills, he does not follow the usual way to treat diseases. He is good at combining chemistry with traditional Chinese medicine. Although this method has been criticized by many domestic medical experts as unorthodox, it does not hinder his superb medical skills. According to records, the waiting list for those who want to see him is 5 years later. People outside call him the alchemist. He has now joined the biochemistry research laboratory as a researcher. After hearing Jarvis' explanation, Jiang Yu nodded slightly. Both of them are talented. Moreover, After investigating their personal backgrounds, they can still achieve such achievements. It is really rare. As the night deepened, those who had not joined the shelter could only find a place nearby, barely spend the night there, and prepare to join the shelter tomorrow. Although many people had complaints, they kept them to themselves, not daring to speak out, fearing their applications would be rejected. Many people opened their phones to check if there was any new news on the forum, but unexpectedly, as soon as they entered, they saw many fashionable people showing off their dinner and supper. For a moment, the people outside who were already starving and cold secretly cursed the people inside for being shameless. At the same time, they were madly looking forward to the arrival of tomorrow. Seeing the food in the picture, they were envious and jealous. Especially those who could join but had not joined yet. They couldn't wait to. Chapter 163. Unreachable. While some people want to join the shelter, naturally, some people want to break into the shelter. At this moment, in a shelter somewhere in Qing City, leaders of several major shelters were sitting together discussing the Xinhua shelter. Hey, you all saw it, didn't you? Yeah, I saw it. I didn't expect the supplies in there to be so rich. I haven't eaten rice and noodles for a long time. Looking at the white rice and flour in the pictures on the forum, many people swallowed hard. You know what? This shelter is truly a paradise. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we could control it? You're just dreaming. The Xinhua shelter wiped out the ruthless Lin family members. Do you think it would be so easy to capture it? That's right. With so few people like you, it's not even enough to fill the gaps in other people's teeth. The bosses of several other shelters started to sneer. However, after the ridicule, a deep feeling of powerlessness came over them. They were the bosses of shelter, so it was naturally impossible for them to not be the head of snake and the tail of phoenix. Therefore, it was simply impossible for them to join the Xinhua shelter, unless they could not survive outside. But the incomparable delicious food in Xinhua shelter has been irritating their fragile nerves. Did any of the people you sent succeed in getting in? No, those cowards ran away when they saw someone die. The leaders of several other shelters also shook their heads helplessly. Once these rules of Xinhua shelter were announced, 99 of the people in their base were unable to join. After all, those who can do something in the Doomsday will not be honest in peacetime. Hey, are we just going to watch them lure all our people away? There are already a lot of useless people queuing up in my shelter. For a moment, facing such a huge monster, the local snake shelters felt deeply powerless. Damn it, is this really all I can do? Trade corpse crystals for things. But what are these corpse crystals used for? Why would their base choose to use them in exchange for precious supplies? In fact, when Xinhua shelter was destroying the Lin family, some people were very curious. Why were their people so powerful? The Wang family's trump card team was like a child in their hands. What do you think? If we can crack the secret of the corpse crystal, can we compete with the Xinhua shelter? As soon as these words came out, the people who were originally in a slightly depressed mood suddenly became energetic, and their eyes lit up and they looked at each other. On the other side, in Chen's shelter, Brother Ming was listening to what his men were saying with a worried look on his face. I didn't expect that on the first day, 1/3 of the young and middle-aged people in the shelter were already planning to take people to that so-called Xinhua shelter. Brother Ming, what should we do next? We can't just let them go. If they leave, the defense inside the base will be very empty. Yeah, Brother Ming, why don't you use some tricks to keep them here? What means can you use? You can do this to a fellow villager. Hey, everyone hasn't eaten enough for a long time, and the villagers just want to have a full meal. Looking at the delicious food posted on the forum, even they're extremely envious at this moment, and the gluttony in their stomachs can no longer bear it. Inside the conference room, everyone was talking at once, and it became a bit noisy for a while. That's enough. After Brother Ming spoke seriously, everyone gradually quieted down. We are all from the same village. We have been through life and death together. Why are we arguing about this? First of all, I will not stop anyone from pursuing a better life. But the shelter is our roots, and we cannot give up easily. If we give up so easily, how can we be worthy of those brothers who died defending the village? Go tell the villagers that the Xinhua shelter can be exchanged for food. I will go and exchange it and strive to ensure that everyone has enough food in the future. If you want to leave, I won't try to stop you. After all, it's your right. But I still want to say one thing. If you leave this time, it's a betrayal. If we meet again in the future and there's a conflict, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ming Ji's words made everyone present feel a chill. They had no doubt that Mingo would keep his word, because when he said he would kill the mayor's entire family, he really killed them all, except for the son who went to High City. After the conversation, everyone returned to their seats and began to publish the news. Tonight, because of the appearance of Xinhua's shelter, many people are destined to be sleepless, of course, including Mu Di, who secretly crawled out of Zhang Ma's bed to look for Jiang Yu. The next morning at 10 o'clock, the guards appeared at the door on time. As soon as they came out, they saw the crowd queuing up. It was so quiet, neat, and orderly, completely different from the noisy and bustling yesterday. Soon, the review continued, and as one person after another passed the review, the people behind looked at the people in front with eager eyes. Just as the queue was proceeding in an orderly manner, several cars drove up quickly and several figures got out of the cars. Seeing them, many people in the queue were shocked. The reason is simple, because these people are the ones who created a refuge in Qing City after leaving the Doomsday, and do whatever they want. What's up? The armed guard glanced at the few people calmly and asked calmly, "We are here to exchange for supplies." After saying that, the man took out a bag of corpse crystals and handed it to the guards. The guard looked at the bag and scanned it with his wristband. Buy! The bracelet lit up instantly, and then displayed the number 528. "Come with me." After saying that, the guards took the man into the shelter. But only the leader was brought along, and no one else in their shelter could enter. The guards took them to the meeting room, ordered some tea, and asked them to wait there. Half an hour later, Jiang Yu, who had finished his morning tea, came to the meeting room with milk tea. "Hey, we've met before, so forget the small talk. What do you want to buy? Tell me." When everyone saw Jiang Yu coming in, they immediately stood up. Although Jiang Yu was younger than them at the moment, he had more aura. "I wonder what your selling standards are. Come and take a look." After saying that, Jiang Yu handed over a picture. The moment they saw the exchange rate, they were shocked. "I didn't expect it to be so cheap." Chapter 164 Mission Release Slow Healing. Food, vegetables, various types of artificial meat of chicken, duck, cattle, and sheep, seasonings, and even various weapons are sold, including pistols, submachine guns, rifles, heavy machine guns, and various bullets. Looking at the dazzling array of items on the list handed over by Jiang Yu, everyone present was shocked, and a few people frowned slightly. They didn't expect that the Xinhua shelter would actually exchange weapons for corpse crystals. At this moment, they did not see how cheap these necessary living supplies were, but they realized the preciousness of corpse crystals. For a moment, the expressions of the people present were different, some happy, some hesitant, some calm, some restrained. In this short moment, Jiang Yu had a general idea of their personalities. "Mr. Commander, don't you know that these things are limited in quantity?" A burly man asked in a muffled voice. The burly man's question also made others look at Jiang Yu. But Jiang Yu just shook his head. "There's no limit. As long as you have corpse crystals, you can exchange as many as you want." Jiang Yu smiled faintly. The items on the list were all quickly renewable. Jiang Yu wasn't worried about them buying too much, but he was worried they wouldn't have enough corpse crystals to buy them. This. Everyone who heard this couldn't help but gasp. How rich and powerful must one be to say such a thing at this time? Aren't they afraid that others will change their guns and turn around to attack you? After the questioning, everyone began to calculate how much they could exchange for the corpse crystals they brought this time. "Commander, can you sell the other weapons in your shelter?" A thin-faced man asked. "You can't afford it." Jiang Yu glanced at him indifferently and said indifferently. As soon as Jiang Yu said this, the man was choked. Indeed, he couldn't afford it, but just when he wanted to ask something, Jiang Yu spoke. "It is important to know yourself. Don't dream of things you can't afford." After Jiang Yu said this, the man immediately gave up the idea of continuing to ask. At the same time, he also understood the meaning. The things can be sold, but they don't have enough corpse crystals. Even if everyone present put them together, it would not be enough. Soon, everyone decided what to exchange for, and soon after, they left the Xinhua shelter with their supplies. "Haha, the Lin family took away our food before, so we had to eat garbage for so long. This time we got so many good things back. We can finally have a good meal. That's right, I haven't eaten noodles in a long time. Look at these dozens of kilograms of noodles. I must eat until I'm full today." For a moment, all the people who had exchange supplies were excited and couldn't wait to eat the food. However, a few people still took the remaining corpse crystals and examined them carefully. They wanted to know why the Xinhua shelter would rather spend a large amount of supplies to exchange for corpse crystals. What secrets did these corpse crystals hold? Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a week has passed. The recruitment work of the shelter has been almost completed. Now there are about 150,000 people living in the shelter. They are all people with clean backgrounds, strong ideological and moral values, and have one or more skills. After a week of adaptation and change, many people have completely adapted to life in the shelter, and the happy smiles of peacetime have appeared on their faces again. When everyone settled down, the training of the guard team began. Jiang Yu also controlled the number of guards here to around 6,000, and the training model was not much different from that of the guards in High City. The artificial guards also increased by 3,000 each during this period. If it weren't for Jiang Yu's lack of corpse crystals, the number of guards could be even greater. However, since there's no arsenal here, there is no need for so many guards. Looking at his now dwindling corpse crystals, Jiang Yu glanced at his guards, who had been training for several days, and issued his first mission in Qing City. In the afternoon, when the guards had completed their training, the royal guards temporarily kept the people who were supposed to be disbanded, and spoke slowly. Tomorrow you will go to Qing City to carry out the first order issued by the commander. I hope you will not disappoint the commander. Now I will announce the rules of the mission. The mission rules are as follows. Your 6,000 people will be divided into 60 teams, each with 100 people. Each team can be divided into several small groups or can fight as a whole. Your mission is to hunt the zombies in the city. The hunting time is from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. tomorrow. If you come back after the time limit, it will be considered as overtime, and the corpse crystals you obtain will not be counted in the amount. After 5 p.m., the number of corpse crystals will be counted. Each member of the first place team will receive an upgrade to their resident level and 2,000 points each. Okay, that's about it. Do you have any questions? The royal guard looked at the crowd present and scanned them with cold eyes for a few times. When he saw that everyone was fine, he nodded slightly. Well, not bad. You know not to argue. Okay, get out of here. The guards simply waved their hands and dismissed them from the spot. As the royal guards left, the expressions of the other guards became extremely excited. After being taken care of by Jiang Yu for so long, they have long wanted to do something for the shelter. This time, they must show their abilities. Okay, now that the commander has finished speaking, it's my turn to briefly add a few words about tomorrow's operations. Everyone stand still. Before everyone left, Yi coughed twice, then waved his hand and spoke lightly. On the other side, in the cave where the broken dragon vein in Qing City was located, Jiang Yu was watching the broken dragon vein with smaller and smaller marks. After a few days, is this dragon vein finally going to be completely repaired? Jiang Yu muttered as he looked at the broken part in front of him that was emitting golden light. Even now, Jiang Yu is not quite sure how the dragon vein recovered on its own, nor does he know what will happen after the dragon vein is repaired. When Zhang Ma first brought me here, I saw a dragon vein that was broken into 3 sections. However, after I built a shelter, the broken opening inexplicably began to repair itself. He had also asked Zhang Ma, but Zhang Ma didn't know the specific situation. She only knew that once the dragon vein was repaired, it would be 100 benefits for China and no harm at all. Chapter 165, the mission of the people from my hometown begins. And I don't know if it's an illusion, but Jiang Yu feels that the more complete the restoration of the dragon vein is, the more real the overall shape of the dragon in front of him looks. Forget it. Let's wait and see after he fully recovers. It's unlikely that he will destroy the entire Qing City once he recovers. Jiang Yu shook his head, then turned and left the cave. At the same time, on a highway about hundreds of kilometers away from Qing City, a huge RV was driving on the highway, and around these RVs, there were many armored vehicles guarding and clearing the way. Accompanied by the occasional roars, shouts, and roars of zombies, this group of people, who seemed to be quite powerful, quickly moved towards Qing City. Okay, my dear mom. Isn't it just to go see my aunt whom I haven't seen for a long time? To see how she is doing? What's so difficult about this? Don't worry, it's all right. Hey, she's got one. Beep, beep, beep. Before the person on the other end of the phone could finish speaking, the young man hung up the phone and snorted disdainfully. Mom, how could he be so worried about my aunt who has been away from home for so long? Even though my aunt has taken command of Qing City. But the dragon veins in Qing City have long been broken. Without them, there is no luck. Qing City is now a deserted place. Even the local officials have temporarily ignored it. Why is she so worried? Is she worried that my aunt will come back and take her place? The young man sneered faintly while touching the 2 beauties beside him with different styles. Soon, the sun sets in the sky, the breeze is gentle, and inside the car there is a river crisscrossing and crackling. Captain, it's getting dark. Should we stop somewhere and continue our journey during the day. Please ask for instructions, Master. The leading captain thought for a moment and spoke. I just heard that the young master has just started. Why don't we wait a little longer? Well, wait a minute. 5 minutes later. Master, it's getting late. Do you need to find a place to rest? Okay, you guys decide on this kind of thing. The man's slightly rapid breathing was heard from the intercom. Okay, Master, you should rest early. The next morning, all the guards finished their breakfast and stood in the square refreshed and high-spirited. Jiangyu was in the backstage, yawning, squinting his eyes, waiting to go on stage. Okay, now please invite the commander of Xinhua Shelter to come to the stage and speak. After Yu Yi finished speaking, he slightly turned sideways and spoke loudly. Oh. After enduring Commander Yu Ye's long speech, everyone finally cheered. Firstly, it was because the commander's great kindness to them made them admire him from the bottom of their hearts. And secondly, it was because the commander didn't talk much. Soon, the moment Jiang Yu stepped onto the stage, his expression changed rapidly, becoming extremely majestic and serious. He refused to take the microphone, then scanned the crowd below with a serious look, and then spoke with a deep breath. I hope you succeed in this mission. I'll be waiting for your return at the base. And one last, most important point, take care of your own safety. No matter what, survive first. Do you have confidence in this mission? Have. The guards shouted when they heard Jiang Yu's words. Although Jiang Yu did not use a microphone, his sonorous and powerful voice was clearly heard by everyone present, which made them feel extremely surprised. Even if the commander did not use a microphone, the voice seemed to be spoken in their ears. He was worthy of being the commander. Jiang Yu's move once again made the guards present admire and respect him even more. After finishing speaking, Jiang Yu left the stage. The moment he walked down the stairs, Jiang Yu regained his sleepy look. After finishing his chicken soup, he planned to go back to sleep. The battle with Mudi last night was too intense. The two sides went back and forth, which was very exciting. It was as if they were playing a turn-based game last night. You take a turn, I take a turn, attacking each other. But this is not scary. The scary thing is that Jiang Yu consumes his physical strength every time he attacks, but Mudi actually recovers her physical strength. Even if Mudi is attacked and twitches all over, she can immediately recover her fighting strength after a simple recovery. Therefore, in order to suppress Mudi, Jiang Yu used all kinds of combat methods, even using various black, white, meat, ponytail, show people, and cost buffs that could increase his violent state. But even so, Mudi still had a slight lead. In the end, Mudi, the opener of the Third Order Gene Lock, was the winner. And according to their scores from the beginning of the game till now, the total score is 3-6. Jiang Yu is third, Mudi is sixth. Except for the first two times, because Mudi was inexperienced, Mudi was able to compete with Jiang Yu in the subsequent battles. At 10:01, the guards left the orphanage gate and headed in the direction they had planned. 6,000 people, 60 teams, scattered them throughout the Qing city, cleaned up for 7 hours, and at most cleared out the zombies in one district. After all, Qing City is 1/3 larger than Hai City, so splitting up is the best way. The residents of other shelters also saw the fully armed guards, each consisting of 100 people, leaving the shelter. Although they were puzzled, no one dared to say anything since they were from Xinhua Shelter. On the other side, on the highway leading to Qing City, a huge RV and several armored vehicles guarding it also arrived in Qing City. Master, we've arrived at Qing City. Shall we go straight to the young lady? The captain of the guard asked. No need. Let's go to the Lin family first and ask my aunt how she is doing now. The young man's voice came from the intercom. Ugh. Regarding the destruction of the Lin family, apart from the people in Qing City and the people sent by the gods, and the fact that Qing City was assigned to Zhang Susu, they were not aware of the destruction of the Lin family for the time being. On the other side, a group of people were also heading towards the Lin family, according to the prearranged division. Chapter 166, Emergency Assembly. Inside the base, just as Jiang Yu was about to continue sleeping with the sweet and soft Mudi in his arms, he was woken up again by Jarvis' voice. Sir, Liu Yaya and Professor Zheng have sent word that the research report on the Fourth Order mutant zombies you brought them last time has been released and has been sent to you after being sorted out. Dr. Liu Yaya also said that because the situation is strange, she hopes you can review it immediately. After Jarvis finished speaking, Jiang Yu sat up with a helpless look on his face, then went to the command room and checked the report sent by Liu Yaya. When he saw the result for the first time, Jiang Yu was stunned. This 4th level zombie only has the external physique that meets the standards of a 4th level zombie, while its internal structure is around the standards of a 2nd level zombie, including the brain that should have reached the 4th level characteristics, which can perform simple thinking and avoid danger. After reading the ending, Jiang Yu read it again from the beginning to the end. After finishing it, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. According to the report, this 4th tier zombie is not as powerful as its reputation suggests. It's not as powerful as the legendary 4th tier zombies, but that doesn't make sense. The people who descended from the gods gathered most of the zombies in Qing City to serve as his food. There is no reason for them to raise such a strong-looking zombie. Normally, 4th order zombies would be extremely difficult to deal with. They are no longer afraid of conventional thermal weapons. Even Mu Di said that Jiang Yu was extremely lucky to catch it. Jiang Yu originally thought that the reason why the capture was so easy this time was because the 4th level zombie had not yet fully reacted and its physical condition had not yet reached its peak. But now thinking back, even if he had just stepped into the 4th level and had not yet adapted, he cannot be captured so easily by a group of people like them. But if the current 4th tier zombies are so weak, then where are the zombies that the gods sent to feed them? And who are they feeding them to? So if that big guy isn't the target of God's descent, then that means the target God's descent is probably still hiding in that pit. Otherwise, there's no need to gather all the zombies there. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu was suddenly shocked. Jarvis, is there a team going to hunt zombies near the Lin family's cemetery this time? Yes, sir, the 52nd and 55th squads are heading that way. Notify them immediately, surround the cemetery, and don't let anyone approach until we send someone over. Yes, sir. Jarvis, mobilize High City's 8,000 guards and have them take their entire escort team through the portal to Qing City. The remaining guards will take over High City's defense and reconnaissance. Yes, sir. Soon, Jarvis passed down Jiang Yu's instructions. Hurry, hurry, hurry. In Haishur, 6,000 guards quickly gathered in the valley, and after they gathered, teams of fully armed guards also appeared in the valley in armored vehicles and armed helicopters. Hey, do you know what happened? I don't know. This is the first time I've seen someone call all the guards here. It seems that the enemy we are about to face is not easy. The last time I went to Qing City, I didn't call so many people. Even the royal guards called so many people. The guards murmured in disbelief upon seeing this scene. Seeing that everyone had gathered, the royal guards simply arranged the formation and then spoke to Jarvis. Jarvis, you can start teleporting. Okay, please let them enter the passage in an orderly manner. Everyone, head towards that passage. Target Qingshi. Advance quickly. Yes, Commander. Following the order from the royal guards, tens of thousands of people trotted into the passage. Many people present knew the magic of this passage, so they had no doubts. On the other side, just 1 kilometer away from the Lin family cemetery, the 52nd and 55th teams received orders to stay here to guard the place. Although they didn't know why they did this, since it was the commander's order, they had no reason to refuse. Captain, there seems to be a team coming from the front. Have the commander and the others arrived? The captains of the 2 teams asked. It doesn't look like it. The leading soldier, holding a telescope, spoke with a frown. I saw a huge RV and 7 or 8 fully equipped and huge heavy armored vehicles. RV. The 2 captains were stunned when they heard this. In this era, there are still RVs, and they could be escorted by 7 or 8 armored vehicles. It seems that the people in the RV are not simple. They are here with bad intentions. Stop them and don't let them enter the cemetery. These are the commander's exact words. Yes, sir. Stop. No passage ahead. With the arrival of the RV, the guards all frowned and held their weapons tightly, because when they looked closely, they could clearly see how luxurious the weapons and equipment of these armored vehicles were. Perhaps even the armored vehicles in the base were slightly inferior. People from the Lin family, are you crazy? How dare you stop young Master Xinyuan? Seeing his convoy being stopped, a burly man jumped out of the armored vehicle. Where's the Lin family's patriarch? Why didn't he come forward to greet young Master Xinyuan? Does he think the Lin family has had it too good these years? The man shouted angrily. There's no Lin family here. The Lin family was wiped out half a month ago. You should go somewhere else. What? The Lin family is gone? How is that possible? Hearing that the Lin family was gone, the man asked in surprise. Although Miss Xinyuan is in charge of Qingshi at the moment, she probably doesn't have the ability to eliminate the Lin family. Please leave immediately. This is private territory now. If you don't leave, Don't blame us for using force," the captain of the guard said in a resounding voice. But the man seemed not to hear it, ignored the warning, quickly returned to the side of the armored vehicle, and picked up the walkie-talkie. "Inform Master Xianyuan in the RV." "What? The Lin family is gone." Even Master Xianyuan was surprised by the news that the Lin family was destroyed. He didn't expect that the Lin family in Qing City would disappear so quickly. "Do you know what they're doing here?" young Master Xianyuan asked. "I don't know yet." Chapter 167. Monsters appear and all parties gather. "Forget it. Let's go directly to the orphanage." Young Master Xianyuan thought about it briefly. Since the Lin family was destroyed, there was no need for him to go to the Lin family again. Although he was shocked by the destruction of the Lin family, he would not have too many thoughts. Like the Lin family, he could destroy them as easily as stepping on an ant if he wanted to. In addition, he didn't care about the Lin family supplies, so he didn't stay and went directly to the destination he came here this time. "Okay, Master." After saying this, the captain glanced at the group of guards, then got in the car and prepared to leave. Roar! Just as they were about to leave and the guards were gradually breathing a sigh of relief, an earth-shaking roar came from the cemetery behind the guards. Roar! As soon as this roar was heard, everyone present felt the overwhelming pressure. It was as if they were in the middle of the ocean, being hit by huge waves all the time. That is, as the roar sounded, young Master Xuanyuan's eyes lit up in the RV. High-level zombies. They are actually high-level zombies. There are actually high-level zombies here. Xianyuan Cheng was overjoyed. He had not expected to encounter a high-level zombie in this remote Qing city. It just so happened that his grandfather's birthday was coming up. If he took his high-level zombie crystal and brought it back as a birthday gift for his grandfather, he believed that his grandfather would definitely look at him with new eyes. "I'm not leaving yet. Capture that high-level zombie alive for me. I want to bring it back to congratulate Grandpa." Xianyuan Chenglang laughed. Sometimes, bringing a living person is more intimidating than bringing a dead person. Besides, he was not worried that his people could not defeat the high-level zombie. A high-level zombie had appeared in the city where the Xianyuan family was located. However, it was still bombed to ashes by the powerful thermal weapons of the Xianyuan family. Moreover, that was shortly after the beginning of the apocalypse. In addition, the family had recently discovered the secret of corpse crystals, which could be used to strengthen the human body. And the group of people who came out with him this time basically opened their gene locks not long ago, and their overall strength is stronger than before. "Okay, Master." The captain nodded slightly respectfully, then shouted loudly. "The young master has ordered that the zombie responsible for the scream be captured alive." "Yes." With an order, the armored vehicle quickly rushed towards the cemetery. "What the heck is this? Why does it sound so scary?" Just hearing the roar made me feel like I was seeing a monster from hell. "What kind of monster is that?" The guards were still shocked by the sound and didn't see the armored vehicle slowly approaching them. "Careful." Finally, when they were still a few meters away, someone reacted and quickly pulled the people around them away to prevent them from being crushed to death. "Hey, do you want to die? I told you this is private territory. Why don't you leave now?" The captain of the guard roared. "Private territory? Haha. Qing City has been the territory of my Xianyuan family since ancient times. When did it become your private territory? I just didn't want to argue with you before because I had something to do, so don't be ungrateful. If you dare to take another step forward, you will die." The captain standing on the armored vehicle sneered. "You." The two guard captains were furious and took out their weapons. The people on the opposite side also raised their weapons. The situation became quite dry for a while. It was only a little spark that could ignite a raging fire. Roar! Boom! Just when the situation was about to explode, a sound of something breaking through the ground resounded between heaven and earth. Several violent explosions rang in their ears, and the smoke and dust raised by the explosions quickly obscured everyone's vision. Affected by the explosion, they all turned their heads to look at the smoke. After a while, when the smoke cleared, they suddenly saw a 3-meter-tall, thin, dark-skinned zombie standing there blankly. Seeing this figure, everyone present felt that the air at this moment had become sticky. Inside the RV, Xianyuan Cheng was overjoyed when he saw this figure. "Quick, catch him quickly. This is the first time I've seen such a perfect high-level zombie," Xianyuan Cheng said loudly. However, this time the captain rarely responded, but looked at the figure with a serious expression. He is a strong man who has unlocked his genetic lock, so he can naturally feel more threats than ordinary people. At this moment, he felt that the high-level zombie in front of him was extremely powerful. Although he didn't know where the horror was or how terrifying it was, his subconscious was telling him to run. Let him run away. Finally, the captain took a deep breath, suppressed his inner fear, and asked his men to thoroughly check all weapons and equipment. He had no confidence in fighting with strength, but he had a lot of confidence in fighting with hot weapons. As long as you're a carbon-based creature, you will not be afraid of attacks from thermal weapons. After everything was ready, the captain ordered to continue driving and ignored the guards behind him. "Captain, what should we do?" "Report it. Their weapons are better than ours. We can't win, and they want to die. Who can stop them?" The captain said indifferently. Being used to staying with the royal guards in a shelter, he could naturally tell who was strong and who was weak. And for what he saw just now, this group of ignorant guys were simply weak compared to the royal guards in a shelter. If they were to compare themselves to that unknown monster, they might even be no better than an ant. After all, the two captains felt pressure from that monster, several times stronger than even the royal guards. And that was before they were directly attacked by the monster. On the other side, in the underground base of Yun City, "Sir, according to monitoring, the demigod we created has been born." "Ha. All right, since he's here, let's go join in the fun. Muster the troops immediately and head to Qing City." Troker laughed. "Xinhua's sanctuary, this demigod's terror, might be even more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. How are you going to face it?" Troker muttered. "Sir, we received a distress signal from 2 teams at the Lin family cemetery." Chapter 168. The Lin family is destroyed in an instant. At this moment, outside the shelter, Jiangyu, who had finished his preparations and was about to leave, received a message from Jarvis. "The enemy has appeared. We are requesting support. Let's head towards the Lin family immediately." The next moment, except for a few people driving armored vehicles and armed helicopters, the rest of the people started running quickly, rushing towards the target location at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Boom! As the team of tens of thousands of people ran away together, even the ground let out a painful wail due to the violent trampling. When people in other shelters around heard the loud noise, they thought there was an earthquake. When they ran out to see the scene, they were stunned. These should be people from the Xinhua shelter, right? So many people? What are they going to do? I don't know, but I remember that even when we attacked the Lin family last time, we didn't use so many people. Strange, logically speaking. There shouldn't be anyone in Qing City who dares to fight against them now. Yes, even the Wang family, which was once inferior to the Lin family, once took a detour when they saw someone from the Xinhua shelter. Everyone watching this scene was extremely confused. Why were so many people suddenly moving together? What were they going to do? Therefore, some curious people appeared among the puzzled crowd. When they saw the team walking away, they hurriedly followed them and wanted to see what was going on. Just as Jiang Yu and his men were on their way, Xin Yuancheng's fierce bombing of the Lin family cemetery had already begun. The armored vehicles guarding the RV showed their weapons one after another, and then fired ammunition crazily, bombarding the tall and thin monster zombie in front. After a violent, terrifying, and intense explosion, Xin Yuancheng couldn't help but smile triumphantly at the sight of such destructive power. Under such a powerful bombardment, the zombie is probably already wounded and unable to move anymore. The zombies near the family were also killed in a few explosions. Then, he stopped the bombardment and decided to see if the zombie was still alive. Finally, when the smoke and dust cleared, Xin Yuancheng and the others' faces instantly turned into horror. I saw that where the skinny zombie was standing, a huge black shield with a height of 2 meters appeared in front of it. It was covered with traces of artillery bombardment. The artillery attack just now seemed to be completely blocked by this strange black shield. What's this? Seeing this scene, Xin Yuancheng and others did not react for a while. The next moment, the huge black shield slowly dissipated and finally turned into a stream of black liquid, which quickly flowed into the body of the skinny zombie. At this time, everyone realized that this strange zombie was not hurt at all. Seeing that such a fierce artillery bombardment could not hurt him, the 200 members of the guard team gasped. Then the 2 captains looked at each other and ordered their team members to retreat slowly, try not to make any noise while retreating quickly. Similarly, the huge noise from the Lin family also attracted many members of the nearby shelters. They were puzzled and ready to go. They rushed to the Lin family cemetery fully armed to see what force was bombing here. When Xin Yuancheng saw this scene, The shock on his face slowly disappeared, replaced by intense excitement. Amazing, really amazing. I must catch him, I must. Xian Yuan, Chung murmured in his heart. Continue attacking. First, consume his energy from a distance. When he approaches, all of you must engage in close combat. We must capture him alive. Xian Yuan Cheng's irresistible words came out from the intercom. Yes. The captain took a deep breath when he heard the order, then looked at the skinny zombie with a serious expression. From the attack, just now, he knew that the existing thermal weapons did not have much killing power on him. After the bombing, he did not suffer any damage at all. Even if the bombing continues, it is foreseeable that it may not have much effect at all. Thinking of this, the captain's expression changed. The only way is to use the majority to bully the minority and defeat the minority with the majority. Sometimes, when the quantity reaches a certain level, it will cause a qualitative change. Keep attacking, the captain shouted after finishing his thought. The next moment, the surging artillery fire bombarded the thin zombie's position as fast and accurately as a meteor. Boom! 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 In an instant, a fierce attack roared again near the cemetery. On the other side, when the people in other shelters heard the violent bombing sound again, they quickened their pace and planned to see what it was. About 5 minutes later, the gunfire stopped, and what followed was a heartbreaking plea for mercy that made them feel horrified just by listening to it. Save me! Save me! My body, In an instant, many people stopped in their tracks after hearing the roar. What kind of horrible thing is there in the Lin family cemetery? How could such a thing still happen? Soon, a group of people quickly came to the Lin family cemetery. When they arrived here, they saw the two teams from the Xinhua shelter who had retreated far away, and then the Lin family cemetery that was covered with scarlet blood. A few meters away from the cemetery, a thin, dark figure was grabbing two heavily armed men in each hand, biting their necks, sucking the blood from their necks, and began to eat their flesh and blood crazily. The two strong men he caught could only watch helplessly as their blood quickly decreased and their wounds became more and more numerous, but they were powerless to do anything. On the ground, the white snow in many places has been dyed red by the blood flowing from their wounds. The warm, crimson blood on the snow was incredibly dazzling, even accompanied by bursts of hot air rising from it. Chapter 169. Reinforcements arrive with terrifying strength. Seeing this scene, the captain, who was only breathing his last, was filled with bitterness. He had failed. His idea of defeating the enemy with more numbers failed. The number of numbers did not lead to a qualitative change. However, it may have caused a qualitative change, but for this terrifying zombie, stepping on an ant and a cockroach may not make any difference at all. But in just 5 minutes, dozens of them, who were fully armed and well-equipped, met such a fate. Finally, the captain looked into the RV, a look of worry in his eyes, and then he slowly fell silent. What is that? What the hell is that? Haven't most of the zombies in Qing City been wiped out? Where did these terrifying creatures come from? The people in other shelters who saw this scene were completely stunned. By the time they reacted, they saw the thin figure's eyes starting to notice them. He felt the warm blood and fresh meat gathered not far away. Roar! The skinny zombie roared, then threw away its dried-up corpse and quickly rushed towards the group of residents in the shelter, with bursts of red light flashing around the monster. But in the blink of an eye, the distance of dozens of meters was quickly shortened. Run, run! Seeing the zombies rushing towards them, the onlookers finally remembered to run away. Then several people quickly ran towards the back, and a few more clever people quickly ran towards the direction of the flame guard. However, there are still a few people who don't believe in evil. When they see the monster rushing towards them, instead of running away, they pick up their weapons and start shooting. Da-da-da-da. Thump, thump, thump. Soon, they fired hundreds of bullets with serious expressions. Puff, puff. However, they only saw the monster's left hand melt and turn into liquid, then formed a shield large enough to accommodate itself, and then completely covered itself in the shield. All the attacks from their thermal weapons were absorbed by this shield. Wow, this is even possible. Seeing this scene, the people who fired the gun were all shocked. Before they could come to their senses, they saw a flash of red in their eyes, and then they felt a sharp pain in their throats. The next moment, their heads turned back at an angle of 180 degrees, and at this moment, their remaining consciousness allowed them to see the detailed appearance of the zombie with their own eyes. Except for the darker skin and red pupils, The rest is basically the same as that of humans. Forehead. The few people who were left with consciousness were very few. The last thing they saw was the monster with its mouth wide open, and then their consciousness faded away. After dealing with a few more people, the zombie looked towards a more numerous Shinhwa guards. After staring for a while, it quickly rushed towards them. Damn it, everyone run quick! The two captains' pupils shrank when they saw this scene. They shouted and raised their heavy weapons to attack the zombie. Da 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 da. At this moment, bullets were fired as fast as a storm, but just like before, they were all blocked by the monster's shield. Damn, is this guy's shield so thick? Is it impossible to break it? The two captains looked extremely solemn when they saw this scene, and then continued to shoot. They had to buy time for their teammates to escape. At this moment, they knew that if they didn't stay behind to take the blame, they would all die. After a while, when all the means were useless, the two of them stopped resisting and took out all the things that could be used to restrain them. Even if it meant death, they would try their best to delay the monster steps today. Then, the two of them did not retreat, but advanced and rushed forward. The zombie sneered when he saw that his prey was still trying to resist. Just when he was about to kill it, a laser beam quickly attacked him. Sizzle. The zombie subconsciously raised a shield for defense, but the moment the azure laser hit his shield, the invincible shield was cut in half by the azure laser. Then, the zombie looked at the azure light flashing before his eyes with an unusual expression. It impacted the ground, carving a long, narrow hole. When the laser ended, the zombies retreated quickly according to their instincts, and the shield that was originally cut in half was quickly repaired. He looked up at the place where the laser was launched, and suddenly saw two figures floating in the air. Are you okay? Seeing the zombies suddenly stop and retreat, the two team leaders hadn't even remembered to breathe a sigh of relief when they heard a thick voice coming from behind them. When they heard this voice, they looked happy. Commander. The two turned their heads and looked, and suddenly, their faces were shocked. I don't know when they came. At this moment, in front of them, there are more than a dozen armed helicopters circling in the sky, and dozens of armored vehicles on the ground. Add to that the densely packed armed forces in front of them, and there are probably tens of thousands of people at a glance. There were over 10,000 armed forces, but only less than half of them were used to attack the Lin family. Okay, you've done a great job. Go back and rest. We'll take care of the rest. The guard patted both of them on the shoulders and spoke calmly. Yes. Although they were extremely shocked by the lineup, they still subconsciously followed orders and walked towards the rear of the team. Wong. Boom. And at the next moment, a huge explosion sounded. They looked back and saw two steel figures fighting with a monster in a sci-fi scene. Roar. Roar. 10 minutes later, the zombies that were madly attacked by the armor controlled by Jiang Yu and Jarvis felt the pain in their bodies and became extremely angry and irritable. He wanted to hold them down immediately and tear them apart, but the flexibility of the nano armor was too high. Even if they were caught, Jiang Yu and the others could easily escape. Then the nanoparticles could quickly repair the damaged parts and continue to attack. For a moment, the zombie could only passively take the beating under such a high-intensity and intensive attack. Chapter 170. Change of Operations Missile Attack. Similarly, the more Jiang Yu fought, the more frightened he became. At the same time, he and Jarvis, wearing nano-battle suits, released various powerful firepower bombardments, which could be said to be their full output at the moment. However, even so, when their attacks acted on this zombie, they only made scars at most, but did not break its defense. Moreover, after fighting for such a long time, this zombie still showed no signs of defeat, as if its physical strength was inexhaustible, and it seemed that its recovery ability was also very strong. Jiang Yu also discovered that the black liquid flowing on his body was like the nanoparticles of the nanosuit, which could be transformed into various weapons at will. Shield claws, strengthened fists, strengthened body. The more Jiang Yu looked at it, the more he felt that this zombie was extremely weird. It seemed to be a combination of other mutant zombies, such as the Iron Zombie, the Claw Zombie, etc., and it had many advantages of zombies. Is this the power of a fourth-order zombie? It's really not comparable to the one we captured last time. Jiang Yu murmured, recalling the zombie in the base that looked strong, but was actually weak. The nano armor controlled by him and Jarvis could easily destroy the combat power of a division when they exerted their full strength. However, even so, the two of them combined could only fight this weird mutant zombie hard, and it was a 50-50 draw. The fourth-level zombies are just as terrifying as Mu Di said. Jarvis, just go for it. Don't capture it alive. A living fourth-order zombie is more valuable for research, but it will be troublesome if it escapes. If it escapes, no one knows how much it will evolve next time. Yes, sir. Since conventional means cannot capture him, we can only use unconventional means, that is, to kill him directly. The zombies' weaknesses are basically in their heads, and Jiang Yu and his men's attacks just now were all done to avoid the zombies' weaknesses as much as possible because they wanted to see if they could capture them alive. So I haven't been aiming at the zombie's fatal position. Now that I'm sure I can't capture it, I can only kill it. Although the fourth-level zombie is powerful, but to be honest, as long as the weakness is still there, it is not completely impossible to deal with. The strength of a nano suit is unquestionable. The next moment, Jiang Yu and Jarvis separated from the two sides and surrounded the zombie in a double team. Then, countless attacks were aimed at the zombie's head, and then several lasers and micro-concentrated high-powered bombs were thrown at his head and exploded. Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, a huge explosion sounded, and thick smoke and dust rushed straight into the sky, covering the entire battlefield. Then, while the iron was hot, Jarvis and Jiang Yu, who were using infrared scanning, fired again with extremely penetrating and damaging ammunition, aiming directly at the zombie's brain. Under the infrared scan, Jiang Yu could clearly see that after being bombarded so fiercely, half of the zombie's head was gone, and its body flexibility was not as good as before. At this moment, with half of his brain gone, he could only frantically change the black liquid on his body, try to use it to resist the attacks from all directions. However, with his combat power greatly reduced, he was unable to achieve the same complete defense as before and still exposed a large part of his weaknesses, and the exposed parts could only continue to be bombarded. No matter how powerful the fourth-level zombies are, in the face of extremely advanced technology, their fourth-level bodies are not without weaknesses. However, if the current officials were to deal with them, they would be unable to do so without using large-scale destructive weapons. There is really no way to deal with him. It's like everyone knows that the dragon's weakness is its reverse scale. But which ant can touch that reverse scale? For the strong, the weaknesses they discover can be exploited, but for the weak, discovering the weaknesses of the strong will only accelerate the pace of their death. Sir, there are several short-range ballistic missiles heading this way. Estimated arrival time, 12 seconds, 11 seconds. Just when Jiang Yu was about to give him a fatal blow, Jarvis's voice sounded. Jiang Yu immediately turned around and saw several missiles with flames at the tail. Damn it! Jiang Yu frowned slightly, then quickly put his hands together. After that, the nanoparticles in his hands dispersed and reorganized, and after 2 seconds, it turned into a huge energy cannon muzzle. Wong! As a ray of azure energy accumulated, 2 seconds later, a huge azure laser was fired. In a matter of seconds, the short-range ballistic missiles were directly destroyed, and a chain of explosions instantly erupted in the air. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded in the sky. The clouds that were originally suspended in the air were blown away by this violent explosion, revealing the azure sky. The people on the ground also felt an extremely powerful impact aftermath flying towards them. For a moment, everyone subconsciously supported each other and kept standing. Jarvis, why didn't the alarm system go off? Jiang Yu asked. It stands to reason that Jarvis should be in full control of Qing City now. And no matter how big or small the situation in Qing City is, it should be possible for him to hide it from his eyes. Sir, I spotted the ballistic missiles the moment they entered Qing City. So they weren't launched from within Qing City, but from outside Qing City, which is the closest to here. Plus, the speed of these ballistic missiles reached Mach 4, so we were caught off guard. Inside the armor, Jiang Yu saw the surveillance image sent by Jarvis. In the surveillance image, it was obvious that a missile was launched from the outer city. At the moment the missile entered Qing City, Jarvis sounded the alarm. After hearing Jarvis' explanation, Jiang Yu nodded slightly. Sir, we have detected a large number of divine descendants entering Qing City, and they are arriving here at an extremely fast speed. The next moment, a red that representing his identity signal appeared in front of Jiang Yu's eyes. Jarvis, look how many of them there are. Jiang Yu frowned upon hearing the words, God descends. Why did the people from God Descend again come to join in the fun at this time? While thinking, Jiang Yu looked at the zombie below. He saw that the zombie's head had disappeared and its body was lying motionless on the ground, as if it was dead. Sir, we have detected 8,362 divine descendants, 5 armed helicopters, 20 armored vehicles, 2,000 first-level ability lock openers, 1,000 second-level gene lock openers, and 500 third-level gene lock openers. The remaining combatants are all ordinary combatants. Chapter 171, Nuclear Deterrence T, in chat. A few seconds later, Jarvis quickly sent a message to Jiang Yu, who immediately gave orders after seeing it. All troops on alert. In an instant, Jiang Yu's serious voice was heard through the headphones of the Royal Guard and the escort team below. Yes, thousands of people below shouted in unison, and then all of them loaded their guns, their spirits and energy reached their peak, and they looked forward with burning eyes. Here I come. Jiang Yu turned his head and saw several armored vehicles coming first. At the same time, several armed helicopters were also driving side by side in the sky, rushing towards him quickly. Not long after, when the two sides were 1 kilometer apart, the team of gods stopped and waited quietly for the next instructions. As the gods team stopped, both sides fell into a terrible silence at this moment. The onlookers knew that if this terrible silence was broken, it would be a huge war with heavy casualties. Commander of the Xinhua Shelter, I hope you still remember me. Our son of God, Truk, would like to talk to you. Do you have time? Just when Jiang Yu was wondering about the purpose of their visit, a familiar voice came into Jiang Yu's ears. Following Jarvis's guidance, Jiang Yu saw an elegant middle-aged man in a suit waving at him from below. Stephen, Jiang Yu muttered in surprise when he saw the person coming. Then, as if he thought of something, he called up a certain surveillance video. After comparing it with Jarvis's surveillance video, he found that the probability of it being Stephen who was killed by Jiang Yu before was 99%. The moment Jiang Yu saw the data, he was stunned. This Stephen was clearly killed by his own shot, and his body was destroyed by himself. How could he suddenly come back to life? Jarvis, alert. Yes, sir. After saying this, Jiang Yu slowly flew down and came to Stephen. Hello, Mr. Commander. We meet again. Stephen still saluted respectfully. Seeing Jiang Yu's silence, Stephen continued. You don't have to be confused. Although you kill me once, I don't care. My life is insignificant. Please come this way. Our son of God is waiting. Then, Stephen led the way in front, while Jiang Yu, wearing armor, had a look of surprise on his face. It's really him, but how'd he come back to life? His body is gone. While thinking, Jiang Yu suddenly thought of a possibility, that is cloning. After walking for a while, they came to a temporary balcony. Here, a big man was leisurely making tea, waiting for Jiang Yu's arrival. On the tea table, there were also several local Qingshi snacks. At this moment, if you don't look at the surrounding environment and atmosphere, you would really think this is a tea party. Mr. Jiang Yu, I've long heard of your name. I know you're from Qing City, so I've specially learned the most suitable way to brew tea for guests in Qing City. I hope you like it. Seeing Jiang Yu coming in nano armor, Truk laughed and stretched out his hand. Looking at his outstretched hand, Jiang Yu took off his nano armor and shook hands with Truk. Seeing Jiang Yu actually put away his armor, Truk raised his eyebrows. Obviously, he did not expect Jiang Yu to do this. However, Jiang Yu's doing so also made him look up to Jiang Yu a little bit. In his cognition, even those who became gods did not have such a broad mind. The reason why Jiang Yu dared to put away the nano armor directly was, firstly, because it was easy to put on, only taking 2 seconds, and secondly, Jarvis was not far away and could reach the battlefield in 1 second. Thirdly, Jiang Yu is now a strong man who has opened the second-level gene lock. As long as it is not a large-scale weapon bombing, he has time to react. Tell me, what do you want to do? Jiang Yu sat on the chair and smiled faintly. You are really straightforward, but I like that. I don't like beating around the bush either. The zombies you attacked today were captives of my divine descendant, so I hope you can return them to me. Truk said. Why? Jiang Yu was silent for a moment, then asked calmly. I've placed a nuclear bomb outside. If you don't give it to me, I'll just launch it. Truk said with a slightly arrogant smile. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's expression froze for a moment, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Nuclear bomb, another nuclear bomb, this is the second time Jiang Yu was pulled by a nuclear bomb. Seeing Jiang Yu's silence, although Truk's expression did not change much, his crazy flashing eyes seemed to indicate his inner unrest at the moment. He had lost to Jiang Yu several times before, but this time he finally regained some face. Stephen was also smiling faintly beside him, half kneeling to pour tea and pass snacks to Jiang Yu. I'm really confused. Are you god-descended people so rich? Does everyone have a nuclear bomb? I'm a little envious of you. Jiang Yu was silent for a moment, then smiled faintly. There was a hint of fear and worry in his tone. Truk also heard what Jiang Yu said in his tone, and then smiled slightly. Of course, if you come in and become the son of God, you can have it too, and maybe even two. As for nuclear bombs, the Eagle Head country has tons of them. You can get any you want as long as you can control them. Oh, doesn't that mean your nuclear bombs all come from Eagle Head country? Not really. Although Eagle Head country has the largest branch of God's descent can be found all over the world, not just in Eagle Head country. Then I'm very curious. Your divine descent is so powerful, so don't people from other countries unite to deal with you? Jiang Yu asked again. Logically speaking, such a global terrorist organization should be jointly eliminated by all countries. How could it exist for so long and do whatever it wants in various countries? I can't tell you this. You just need to know that our Lord God King of God's descent is the true God. It is He who has given us everything. It is He who has led God's descent to where it is today. It is also He who has led God's descent to become the nightmare of all nations. In his words, Truk did not hide his admiration for the so-called God King. Hearing this, Jiang Yu fell silent again. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Have you ever met the so-called Lord God?" Chapter 172 Plan Completion Delay Time. Yes, I have. On the day I became the Son of God, the Divine King personally performed the inauguration ceremony for me. And at every inauguration ceremony for the Son of God and every God, the Divine King would appear and personally help you take office. When Truk said this, his eyes were full of admiration for the so-called God King. Since you are so interested in us, why don't you just join us? As long as you are willing, you will definitely see a wider world. And with your ability, I believe it won't be long before you become a god. At that time, you will truly be second to none and above everyone else. Troker said enthusiastically with an extremely fanatical look. Jiang Yu thought for a moment, then slowly shook his head and spoke in a flat tone. No, I prefer freedom. Hearing Jiang Yu's refusal again, Trok shook his head helplessly. He didn't hold much hope. He just asked casually, "Well, everyone has their own aspirations, and I won't force you. Since we can't continue the conversation, just give the zombies back to me. If you give them to me, I'll leave immediately. Otherwise, this place will be wiped out by nuclear bombs soon." Troker said calmly, "Aren't you still here? What? Do you want to die with me? Or do you think you can escape the explosion range of the nuclear bomb in such a short time?" Jiang Yu asked with interest. If this Truk really dared to release a nuclear bomb so easily, then logically he would not have brought so many people here. As long as Jarvis detected that the nuclear bomb had entered the launch trajectory, he would not act rashly. And now that they have brought so many people here, they must be thinking that they will not release nuclear bombs unless it is absolutely necessary. If it was just a small team, Jiang Yu could still believe it, but now they have sent no less than tens of thousands of people. Jiang Yu does not believe that he would be so decisive. Hee. Mr. Jiang Yu, you crushed me to ashes before, but I was able to resurrect. Do you think we would still be afraid of dying from nuclear bomb? Stephen poured Jiang Yu another cup of tea and smiled faintly. Hey. Troker also smiled slightly, showing an indifferent expression. It seems that I underestimated you, the god of descendants. Not only do you release nuclear bombs at will, but even the technology of cloning humans is so mature. Jiang Yu smiled faintly. Seeing Truk's acquiescing expression, Jiang Yu finally understood why the gods dared to wreak havoc in various countries. Once the technology of cloning is mature and can be used at will, then they will not lack combat manpower at all. In addition, since they're in the dark, it will be quite difficult for other countries to completely eradicate them, because you don't know who is real and who is fake. Mr. Jiang Yu, now, please tell me your choice. Will you release the nuclear bomb, and then we die together, and then we will be resurrected with our memories, or will you hand over the zombies, and we will all be happy? Troker leaned forward and asked in a serious tone. Mission accomplished, sir. Jarvis' voice came from the headset, and after hearing the news, Jiang Yu's hanging heart finally let go, and then he said coldly, No. Mr. Jiang Yu, are you sure? Truk asked in slight shock. He didn't expect Jiang Yu to refuse so decisively. Didn't he care about the lives of his men? Even if Jiang Yu with his armor could escape the bombing of the nuclear bomb, his guards and relatives couldn't. Are you sure? You have to know that if you refuse now, you will be pushing your own shelter team into the fire pit. Seeing Truk's shocked and confused expression, Jiang Yu smiled slightly. I'm sure, if you don't believe me, you can press the launch button right now. I have no objection. Seeing Jiang Yu so confident, Troker's expression became inexplicable. and then he looked at Stephen beside him. Stephen also stood up immediately, and soon brought a special box. He opened the box and found a red button inside. "Mr. Jiangyu, don't you regret it?" Trock couldn't help but ask in confusion. They are clones, so they can naturally be reborn with their memories. But what about Jiangyu and the others? Can they also be cloned? "It's okay, just press it." Jiangyu drank the tea in front of him, and then signaled Stephen to pour another cup. Stephen's expression changed slightly when he saw this scene. He subconsciously looked at his boss. The boss also looked gloomy at this moment. Bang! Finally, while Stephen was pouring tea, Troker pressed the blood-red button. "Mr. Jiangyu, I'm sorry that because of your mistake, your excellent army will be buried in these ruins." Troker said lightly, his tone full of regret. Then he closed his mouth and waited for the arrival of the nuclear bomb. 1 minute later, 2 minutes later, 5 minutes later, the nuclear bomb did not arrive, and Jiangyu kept drinking cups of tea. At this moment, the leisurely Jiangyu and the increasingly anxious Truk formed a sharp contrast. Compared with when they just arrived 10 minutes ago, the two seemed to have swapped identities. "What's going on? Why haven't you come yet?" Finally, 10 minutes later, Truk felt that something was wrong. The speed of the nuclear bomb should have reached 25 m, which was almost several times the speed of sound. At this speed, it can basically accurately strike any country in the world within an hour. However, even though such a nuclear bomb has been launched for 10 minutes, it has not arrived yet. 10 minutes is normally enough time for a nuclear bomb to bomb across provinces, but now the distance is only a few hundred kilometers at most, and it still hasn't arrived yet. "Stephen, what's going on?" Troker asked with a slightly angry look on his face, unable to hold back anymore. "Let me see." After saying that, Stephen took out his mobile phone and played the surveillance video from the nuclear bomb. Soon, when the video was turned on, they saw a scene that shocked them. "I saw a brand new battle armor killing people at the place where they placed the nuclear bomb. There were also several second-level zombies invading the base. In an instant, the defenses in the base were destroyed by the man in armor, and his time limit was inexplicably shortened. Each of his energy cannons could take the life of a person descended from the gods. Coupled with the assistance of the zombies, more and more people stood up again after falling down. Chapter 173 Negotiations End and War Begins. The nuclear bomb that was supposed to enter the launch program stopped all programs for some reason and returned to its original state, as if it had become a dud. At the end, I saw that under the support of several zombies, the man in armor called a large armed helicopter and took away the nuclear bomb directly. Trock watched the surveillance video with a gloomy expression, then looked at Jiangyu. He was very confused. Why didn't anyone warn him when such a big thing happened? "You just talked to me so much about the God King, just to buy time? To steal my nuclear bomb? To ruin my plan?" Truk asked with a vein bulging on his forehead. At this moment, he was extremely angry. He did not expect that the situation that was almost certain to win would be ruined by a newcomer in armor. Not only were all the 100-man team guarding the nuclear bomb killed, but even the most important nuclear bomb was stolen. It was a nuclear bomb with a yield of 200,000 tons, more than 10 times the power of the one that bombed the boy's day. If this matter were discovered by the gods, he would at best lose his position as the son of God, or at worst be killed and the son of God would be replaced. It's half and half. I want to know about the so-called God King, but I also want to completely eradicate the hidden danger of the nuclear bomb. After all, the nuclear bomb has threatened me twice, and I won't allow it to threaten me a third time. Jiangyu spoke with an indifferent expression. Then he looked at Stephen and motioned him to continue pouring tea. Stephen's expression was complicated. He half knelt respectfully, then elegantly and perfectly filled Jiangyu's cup. "Okay, you're good, you're good." Hearing this, Trock gritted his teeth and looked at Jiangyu with anger on his face, forcing out every word he said. "Why? Do you still want to fight now? If you want to fight, I will accompany you. If you don't want to fight, then get out of Qin City and go back to your Yin City. I will come to you to collect the debt." "Looking for me? To collect a debt? Haha, what? Do you want to cause trouble for me in return?" Truk questioned with a look of disdain. Although Jiangyu's technology and method surprised him, he did not think that he had the ability to break into their Yin City branch. The God of Destiny can safely establish bases in various countries, not without a trump card. Of course, you are now in Chinese territory. You act recklessly on our Chinese land, using the bodies of Chinese people for experiments to create those unjust zombies. Don't you think this is ridiculous? I don't know what kind of organization you are, but now that I've met you, I need to show my responsibility as a Chinese. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. Unfortunately, I'm the tallest here now, Jiangyu said indifferently. In that case, we have no choice but to fight. What a pity. I was so eager to have you join us, Troker said expressionlessly. The tone was full of coldness and murderous intent. Bang! With a loud bang, the table on which snacks and tea were placed exploded instantly, and an extremely thick long leg appeared from the explosion in an instant. This leg, with a whistling wind, tea, and snacks, quickly attacked Jiangyu. The means were so sharp and the force was so cruel that if an ordinary person took it hard, he would definitely be kicked alive. However, Jiangyu was also a strong man who had opened the second-level gene lock. Naturally, he heard the sound of wind as early as the moment Truk raised his leg. He leaned back in advance and then immediately kicked out with the same kick. Bang! In an instant, the soles of the two legs of different thicknesses collided fiercely with each other. When the two collided, there was even a flash of dazzling sparks and an invisible strong airwave. What? Seeing that Jiangyu actually caught his kick with his body, he was immediately horrified. He was the unlocker of the second-order gene lock. The power of his kick could even break a load-bearing wall, let alone a person who was so much thinner than him. Could it be that you have also activated the gene lock? Troker asked in disbelief. Why? Is the gene lock exclusive to your god's descent? Jiangyu sneered, then stopped fighting and quickly retreated with several somersaults, putting some distance between the two sides. While turning over, he clenched his left hand slightly, and the ring on his finger received the signal and turned on. Countless liquid metals wrapped around Jiangyu's whole body. Finally, after several turns, Jiangyu completed the wearing of the nano battle suit. Today, even if you can continue to revive, you will die here. Jiangyu, who had put on the armor, was suspended in the air, and cold words came from inside the armor. Truk gritted his teeth, his expression uncertain, then raised his big hand and swung it violently. Ah! The people from the god's side rushed towards the guards and personal guards at a rapid speed. Looking at Jiangyu rushing towards him, he slowly stretched out his hand. As the nanoparticles moved and transformed, a plasma spear appeared in his hand. Gentlemen, meet the enemy. Jiangyu's indifferent voice came from the headset. Crush them. Kill. At this moment, the fighting spirit of both sides was completely ignited. On the Xinhua shelter side, the guards were in front and the escort team was behind. In just 1 minute, the distance between the two was infinitely shortened and both were already within the shooting range of the other side. Boom. Bang. Boom. This former Lin family cemetery has once again become a huge battlefield with thousands of people fighting. The armed helicopters of both sides quickly and accurately launched rockets and missiles at each other. The armored vehicles of the two sides were also moving around the battlefield at this moment. At this moment, all the weapons on each armored vehicle were opened, and when they saw the enemy, they bombed fiercely without hesitation. Jiangyu and Jarvis, wearing nano armor, were like war meat grinders. They used all kinds of weapons that were suitable for the current environment. Even the opponent's third-order gene lock opener was pierced and killed by Jiangyu's nano armor's cutting-edge destructive technology. The war was still going on. The people in the surrounding shelters gasped when they saw this scene. It was a fight between gods. This is a fight between gods. Chapter 174 Mu D arrives in Exchange of Life. The fights between these shelters are basically still at the level of 1v1 duels between real men with knives, guns, sticks, or multi-person melees. Firearms are rarely used. Although every shelter has guns, even heavy machine guns, they are basically reluctant to use them. Firearms are consumables. Once they are used up, they are gone. In addition, with the recent raid by the Lin family, they now have very little ammunition left in their shelters. Therefore, the purpose of these shelters is to use good steel on the blade, and firearms will never be used unless it is absolutely necessary. However, when they were still excited about how many people have been mobilized today and how much supplies have been snatched away with their fists, they saw the war between Xinjiang and Xinhua Shelter and could not help but feel amazed and envious from the bottom of their hearts. The gap between these shelters and the God Descent and Fire shelters is like the gap between adults and children. The Xinhua Shelter already has such cutting-edge technology and combat capabilities, and the God of Destruction uses nuclear deterrence at every turn. The gap between them is obvious. Seeing this, many people couldn't help but sigh. Why is there such a huge gap between the two people in the same shelter? Jarvis, take care of the armed helicopters flying in the air first. We need to seize air superiority. On the battlefield, Jiang Yu looked at the current situation and immediately spoke to Jarvis. As long as they have air superiority, the two of them will not need to pay attention to attacks from the air all the time, and they will be able to attack more freely. Yes, sir. After Jarvis agreed, he immediately turned on the thrusters at full power and flew quickly towards the armed helicopters, while Jiang Yu stayed at low altitude to continue fighting. 5 minutes later, under Jarvis's indiscriminate bombardment, the gods' helicopters exploded in the air, and brilliant fireworks burst out at the same time. While the onlookers were still sighing, Jarvis had already destroyed the enemy's air units. At the same time, the war on the battlefield was still going on, although the war had only lasted for more than 10 minutes. But many people have already fallen. After all, under such fierce artillery fire and bombing, no one can remain safe and sound on the battlefield. But in contrast, the people from the God's Descent side have obviously shown signs of gradual collapse. After all, the Shinhwa shelter has the assistance and support of the nano-armor controlled by Jiang Yu and Jarvis. As for the God's Descent, without the threat of nuclear bombs, their actual combat capability is still a level lower than that of the Shinhwa shelter. In terms of weapons technology, with the support of a higher-level civilization, the guards of Shinhwa shelter are now equipped with laser weapons, exoskeleton equipment, and many other epic-making weapons. It can be said that they have achieved a complete victory in terms of weapons technology. In terms of manpower, although Xinjiang also has strong men who have activated the third-level gene lock, the Shinhwa shelter also has second-level androids to deal with them. Their actual combat power can compete with the strong men who have activated the third-level gene lock. Moreover, the Shinhwa shelter also has high-level artificial intelligence, such as Jarvis, which can quickly analyze the situation, changes, and direction of the battlefield at any time. On the other hand, although the God's Descent has the so-called God's Messenger artificial intelligence, under the invasion of Jarvis, the God's Messenger will turn against us in a minute. Damn it, why? Is the gap between us really that big? Truk looked at the increasingly one-sided situation, his expression gradually turning from angry to pale. The previous minor fights made him think that the Shinhwa shelter was nothing more than that. But when the war really started, he found out that Shinhwa shelter was so powerful that it could easily suppress his team so fiercely. If we continue to fight like this, they will be resurrected, but it will be meaningless. Sir, I have an idea that can make the deaths of your team more meaningful. Stephen took a deep look at the situation at the scene and spoke lightly. Oh, what's that? There's an old Chinese saying, you must be prepared to die in order to survive. If you want to live, you must be prepared to die. Since our people can be resurrected, why should we fight so timidly? You mean, it's simple. We're all going to die anyway, so why not take someone with us? The Shinhwa shelter can't revive like we can. Stephen raised his eyes and said lightly, That's right. Ha ha ha. That's right, Divine Envoy. Pass the order down. Everyone launch a suicide attack. Pull 1 and we'll break even. Pull 2 and we'll make a profit. Pull 3 and we'll make a huge profit. Pull 4 and we'll make a huge profit. Troker hugged Stephen, kissed him hard, and laughed. Yes, sir. After receiving the order, the messenger immediately passed the message to everyone present, including Jiang Yu, who had already invaded the God's Messenger. Damn it. Are you relying on your immortality to do this now? Jiang Yu couldn't help but frown when he heard their plan. Although the Xinjiang side showed signs of defeat at the moment, they still had thousands of people left. If so many of them were to launch a suicide attack together, even if they had tens of thousands of people, they would still suffer heavy losses in the end. After all, in this case, the more people there are, the greater the damage. Sir, Miss Moody has arrived with thousands of zombies. Oh, Moody is here. Connected to communication. Jiang Yu, are you done fighting? I'll go back for afternoon tea after that. Moody's voice came. Not yet. It was almost there, but they lost their moral composure and started launching suicide attacks. What's the meaning? Moody asked. What a god. He can actually come up with such a method. After Jiang Yu told Moody about Xinjiang's desperate behavior, he was speechless. So what should he do next? Moody asked. Jiang Yu pondered for a while, then spoke. I want you to bring zombies into the battlefield, transform the dead into zombies, and then control them to deal with those who want to exchange their lives for yours. I will have the guards and escorts gradually withdraw and spread out the front. We will be responsible for killing the enemy personnel from a distance, and your zombies will be responsible for infection. You will then control them to counterattack the gods. Hearing Jiang Yu's plan, Moody nodded slightly. I think it's feasible. In that case, I'll let them enter the battlefield. Good. Chapter 175. Give him a taste of his own. Jarvis, give the order. Yes, sir. The next moment, everyone on the battlefield received the retreat order from Jiangyu. Although the guards were extremely confused and puzzled at this moment, when they saw that the royal guards were retreating quickly after receiving the order, they could only retreat quickly as well. However, although the ground troops retreated, the armed helicopter troops in the sky continued to fire indiscriminately, bombing the gods' descending team that wanted to attack, while providing cover for the guards and personal guards below. The Xinhua shelter, which now has air superiority, can be said to be unbridled and reckless in the air, wantonly bombing the gods' descendant team below, making it difficult for them to even take a step forward. Although many of the gods' descent troops had received suicidal orders, they still needed time to prepare. The situation on the battlefield changed rapidly, and it was impossible for them to be fully prepared under such an emergency. In the command room, Truk was stunned when he saw this scene. He couldn't understand why, when the battle was so intense just now, after he gave the order to exchange lives for lives, the people in the Xinhua shelter retreated quickly as if they had heard his order, and they divided the battlefield so quickly, even making preparations for the rear. Did they hear their own orders? I open all channels. Troker looked at Stephen in confusion. What's going on? Hearing Troker's doubts, Stephen's face was also full of confusion and bewilderment. He was also wondering why, as soon as the commander's order was given, the people in the Xinhua shelter separated from his own people so quickly. Sir, the zombies led by Miss Moody have joined the battlefield and are advancing from the periphery. Jarvis said, Okay, first control the God's messenger, and don't let the people who are sent by God know. Zombies are nothing before they're a certain number. Let them develop first. Form a small zombie tide, and then talk. Moody, don't show up yet. Hide first. Yes, sir. Good. The divine messenger is being detected preparing to report the zombies joining the battlefield. Intercepting. Interception successful. At this moment, Truk, who was still confused at the command center, was like a blind man, not knowing the situation on the battlefield. After the message mouth of the messenger was cut off, the only thing they could do to pass on the message was manpower, and the information that manpower could pass on was the most unstable. At the same time, on the edge of the battlefield, a group of people were preparing for the suicide plane attack in the near future. It's okay. We could be resurrected anyway. What's there to be afraid of? Just charge into their group and blow yourself up. Let's see how many we can kill. I have 5. I have 6. Roar. I have 10. Suddenly, they heard a familiar zombie roar, which made everyone confused. How could there be zombies here? Then they turned their heads and saw a tall and burly zombie looking at them fiercely. Roar. The next moment, they saw several first-level zombies slowly approaching them. Fuck. Wait. This is impossible. Seeing themselves and others surrounded by zombies, this group of fighters sent by God were stunned at this moment. What's going on? Why did zombies suddenly appear on the battlefield? Just when everyone was confused, the zombies who received Muti's order did not think too much and spoke first. Soon, a person was pierced through the chest by a second-level zombie, and his heart was crushed in an instant. With the appearance of the first bird, the rest of the zombies attacked the prey they had already selected. However, in just half a minute, this group of people became zombies, and their bodies were full of things used in suicide attacks. This scene started from the edge of the battlefield and happened quickly and frequently. In just 10 minutes, most of the outer members of the God's Descent had mutated into zombies. When the ordinary members on the periphery have completely mutated, the next target will be the members in the middle who have opened the gene lock. Roar! Roar! Seeing the temporary cessation of the battle, they were replenishing their weapons and ammunition, hoping to have a grand slam the next time they met. However, before they were ready, they heard the roars of several zombies. When they looked around vigilantly, they suddenly saw several zombies loaded with bombs running towards them quickly. What? Aren't they from the second team? How did they become zombies? In an instant, someone recognized the zombie that was rushing towards them. At the same time, with a look of surprise on his face, he quickly reacted and took out his gun and shot it in the head. Roar! The zombie that was hit wailed and then fell to the ground. However, due to the large number of zombies, they did not react in time, causing 2 zombies to quickly run in front of them. Click! Before they could react, they saw the grenade safety pins on their waists were pulled out. The team member who saw this scene widened his eyes, and the next moment he saw a man kicking the zombie with his size 48 foot. No. The team member who saw it hurriedly hugged the zombie, shouted, and then stretched out his hand to stop the zombie from falling to the ground. However, he was too late and was kicked by the zombie. Because he was holding the zombie, he was affected and fell to the ground. Click! When he fell to the ground and heard this sound, his eyes suddenly became desperate. Just as the explosion began, he looked at the team member with a confident smile on his face, and at the last moment, he made an international friendly gesture. Convex, Tao means Tao. Boom! The man who kicked the other person saw a burst of fire shooting up into the sky before he could see the gesture clearly. He suddenly lost all feeling and only felt that his soul was sublimated. Boom! As the explosion began, all the things on their bodies that were used to exchange their lives were detonated, and together with the zombies lying on the ground, in an instant, the horrific explosion swept the entire scene. At this time, Truk, who was at the command center, finally discovered the explosion. Chapter 176, Shutting Down the Divine Envoy's Final Sprint. An extremely violent explosion sounded in Truk's ears, and the flames rising into the sky in his own position made Truk's expression gradually become dull, just as he looked at Steven and was about to say something. But before he could react, he saw another explosion, followed by the second, third, and fourth. Finally, when the entire center was bombed, Troker slowly came to his senses and turned to look at Steven. What the hell is going on? Truk, the son of God, looked panicked for the first time. He was completely bewildered. Hadn't he sent someone to bomb the other side? Why did his side explode first? And it was so devastating. And seeing Steven shaking his head in confusion, Troker shouted, God's messenger, what happened? Why did this happen? What's the cause of the explosion? Where are the casualties? Where's the report? Troker asked anxiously. Sorry, sir. I didn't detect any explosion here. The cold tone of the messenger made Truk feel like he was in an ice cellar. His face turned extremely pale in an instant, and then immediately flushed with anger. What do you mean? No explosion was detected. So, is the explosion scene I'm seeing now a 3D movie? Is everything I'm seeing fake? Are the mangled limbs and bodies I'm seeing blown up into the sky fake? Troker slammed the table angrily and cursed. Retesting in progress. Test completed. Sir, several explosions have been detected inside the camp. Please make your decision, sir. Cow. Hearing the words of the envoy, Truk wanted to catch the envoy and strangle him to death. He had seen the explosion for such a long time, and he only reacted after that. What a waste of time. Coming back to his senses, Truk continued to ask, what caused the explosion? Unknown. Casualties? Statistics in progress. I don't know this. I don't know that. So what the hell do you know? Truk asked, almost vomiting blood. It will be sunny today, with a chance of light rain in the evening. Fuck. In the command room, Troker's face was filled with anger, but he was powerless as he slammed the table frantically. This sudden scene directly interrupted all his plans and deployments. Sir, in half an hour there will be a level 2 gale, with wind speeds reaching 2.5 meters per second and possibly up to 2 kilometers per hour. Please put on more clothes to prevent catching a cold. Just as Truk suppressed his anger and thought about how to deal with it, the messenger of God once again broadcast the weather forecast. Bang! In an instant, Truk's mentality exploded. He stood up like crazy and unplugged the power supply of the God's host. What the hell is this artificial intelligence? They're already at your doorstep, and you're still giving the weather forecast? Damn it. I told you artificial intelligence is unreliable a long time ago. Damn it. Truk now wants to slap to death the son of God, who told him how great artificial intelligence was. Is this what he called good? Level 2 wind. When has level 2 wind ever been called strong wind? Even a 3-year-old child wouldn't catch a cold from level 2 wind. Sir, the divine envoy has been physically shut down and cannot be reopened. Oh, he survived without a clone? This divine messenger is actually an avatar, so there's no such thing as an avatar. Never mind if there's nothing. Anyway, the zombie tide is almost forming. Notify Muti and start pushing forward in all directions. The Air Force will provide them with assistance. Yes, sir. Following Jiang Yu's order, Muti, who was hiding in a corner, immediately controlled the zombies to move towards the center of the God's descent. With the help of the explosive artillery fire and the cover of the air combat units, the zombies wearing the God's combat uniforms penetrated the smoke and dust without any hindrance and came to the innermost. Within the God's descent team, Truk's command room was at the innermost and safest place of the God's Descent encirclement. Outside him lay a group of God's Descent personnel who had activated their second-order gene locks. They served as both a protective force and the final rearguard. But at this moment, the smoke and dust scattered by the sudden explosions made it impossible for them to proceed to the next step. In addition, Commander Truk seemed to have disappeared again and did not come out to command the operation. As a result, they could only act independently under the obstruction of smoke and dust. Without anyone to lead them, they were like a pile of loose sand. Still no reply, sir? Yes, I've called you several times, but the messenger is always busy. Damn it, did anyone send someone to notify the commander? I went there and called him 3 minutes ago, but there's still no news. Damn it, what the hell just happened? The soldiers who had descended from the gods looked at the scene anxiously. They had no idea what was happening, and they had no idea what to do next. They don't know whether the plan will continue or change. Their actions, like those of headless flies, were also seen and remembered by Jiang Yu, who was observing everything in the air. Look, what is that? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw countless figures limping towards them, preparing to penetrate the smoke and dust. Alert! When the team leader saw this scene, he immediately notified the others to be on guard. However, when these figures passed through the smoke and dust, the group of God-sent warriors were shocked and frightened. I saw that the teammates who were fighting alongside me not long ago have now turned into zombies due to some unknown factors. Isn't that the Vanguard team? Why are they all transformed into zombies? A warrior sent by God asked tremblingly. This inexplicable scene made them feel an immense chill in their hearts. Not long ago, they were still talking and laughing about which flower girl they would go to play with after returning home. Now they have all turned into zombies. This sudden scene made them unable to adapt for a long time. Don't just stand there. Move on. They're coming right up to us. When everyone was confused, a bald man shouted. After hearing someone shout like this, they raised their weapons and began to kill the approaching zombies with complicated expressions. Chapter 177 Know the reason at the last moment. However, the moment they picked up their weapons, 2 azure rays of light descended from the sky and exploded directly in front of their eyes. The people affected by the explosion flew backwards, enduring the pain in their bodies and looking at the steel figure floating in the sky. Roar! As the roars got closer, the soldiers immediately stood up despite the severe pain, wanting to kill the zombies in front of them. However, the next moment they raised their weapons, the familiar blue light exploded in front of their eyes again. Bang! Fuck! Many people have figured out that the one in the sky is not going to use weapons on himself and others. But without weapons, how can they deal with the increasing number of zombies appearing at this moment? As more and more zombies appeared around them, the soldiers became more desperate. Although they are the ones who have opened the second-level gene lock, they are not immortal and tireless. With so many zombies, plus the steel figure in the sky, it can be said that they cannot escape even if they have wings. At this moment, a strong sense of despair lingered among them. Jiang Yu, after this period of rapid development, there were originally thousands of Shun Jiang remaining, but now 2/3 of them have turned into zombies and are under my control. In the end, only about 400 people were left resisting at the center, but they were all second-level gene lock unlockers, so it would take some time to deal with them. I'll have the guards assist you. You only need to turn them into zombies. You don't need to kill them. No need to kill them? What do you mean? Muty asked. I want to try to turn this group of people into zombies and see if their God-descended resurrection method can still revive them. You know, all those zombies are corpses. They are corpses with basic consciousness. I want to see what the basis is for the resurrection of people descended by God. Jiang Yu spoke. Ever since he knew that God's descent could resurrect people, Jiang Yu had been thinking about what basis they could use to resurrect people. To resurrect a person is not simply based on computer code, but requires a base point. Jiang Yu really didn't believe that God could resurrect anyone just like making a wish with a dragon. It's like a zombie transformation device, which requires zombie crystals to reconstruct the human body after consuming a large amount of materials, thereby achieving the purpose of resuscitation. The people who came from the gods were obviously different from themselves. They might not need such a large consumption of materials to complete the resurrection. After all, what Truk said was so understated. Jarvis had the royal guards and the zombies work together to turn these second-level personnel into zombies first. Yes, sir. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, the guards in the rear received the message from Jarvis. Teams 1, 2, and 3 follow me and set off. After receiving Jiang Yu's order, they rushed to the opposite battlefield without any hesitation. The guards were also stunned when they saw this scene, and were stopped by the rest of the guards when they were about to do something. The commander has ordered that you take cover here first. Roar! Roar! On the Shunjiang side, under the threat of Jiang Yu's aerial firepower, they had no way to use weapons and could only use close-range weapons to fight against the group of zombies. But no matter what, they were just one person. On the other hand, there were dozens of zombies fighting against one person, and some of them were zombies transformed by those who had opened the first-level gene lock. This made it impossible for them to cope with it, and they could only fight back. The armored vehicles that served as killing weapons had been completely destroyed by the figure in the sky not long ago. At this moment, they were out of ammunition and food, and could only fight to the death. In the command room, Troker was rubbing his head, feeling like it was about to catch fire from the friction, but he just couldn't think of any good solution. Report to the commander. A large number of zombies suddenly appeared. Our people have already started fighting with them. Please give us your instructions. Just as Truk was looking at the flames rising into the sky outside and gradually falling into despair, shouts came from outside the door. What? Zombies? How did they get in? Regarding the zombies entering, Truk was confused. How could he not receive any news about the zombies entering in large numbers? Although he had shut down the messenger, the shutdown time was not long. Commander, could it be that the God's messenger AI has been hacked? After thinking for a while, Stephen was hesitant to speak at first, but he finally cheered up, looked at Trock with a complicated expression, and said, What? Trock looked at Stephen, and for a moment thought he had misheard. The messenger of God was invaded? As far as I know, the Xinhua shelter also has a top-level artificial intelligence. Although the God's envoy is also an artificial intelligence, it is not the one in the base after all. The one we have here is just an artificial intelligence clone. And could the God's envoy, who is merely a clone, be easily reprogrammed by the Xinhua Sanctuary's artificial intelligence, and then become theirs? Stephen said in an extremely serious tone. When Stephen said this, Troker suddenly became even more silent. Considering what had happened before, he felt that what Stephen said was right. Unable to detect explosions or report weather forecasts, they're useless. Then he opened the God's messenger. Hello, respected son of God Truk. The messenger of God is happy to serve you. As the artificial intelligence was turned on again, a cold greeting came. Jiang Yu, you won this time, but that doesn't mean you can always win. Next time, I will definitely give you a good beating. Trock's gloomy and furious tone echoed in the command room. I'm waiting for you. Jiang Yu's voice also came from the microphone. At this moment, it was also indirectly confirmed that Stephen's words were right. Sir, next week. Stephen, who saw this scene, asked anxiously. Stephen, we lost. Hearing this, Stephen's expression changed drastically. This was the first time he heard his extremely proud commander admit defeat. It's okay, we still have a chance. This time we lost because we didn't understand the enemy situation. Next time, the situation won't be the same, Troker said calmly. Then, he took out several grenades, gave one to Stephen, took one for himself, and threw the rest on the ground. Chapter 178, Post-Torture Report. Crack, crack, boom, boom. The soldiers who were still waiting for news outside the door only heard two sounds of the ball falling to the ground and a slight rolling sound, and then saw a dazzling flame engulfing them at an extremely fast speed. He didn't even have time to react before he was engulfed by the sudden burst of flames. Boom! As the command room exploded, the combatants in front of the command room all looked behind them, in the direction of the command room. Everyone who saw this scene had an extremely confused look on their face. Didn't we agree to trade our lives together? Why did he just commit suicide? At this moment, seeing their commander Truk commit suicide, they lost all will to fight and even the thought of living. After looking at each other, they took out grenades from their waists, pulled out the pins, and quickly ran towards the group of zombies. Anyway, they can be resurrected after death. The commander has committed suicide, so why should they fight so timidly? As they were getting closer and closer to the zombies, a group of sturdy figures quickly broke through the smoke and dust, and then used great strength to firmly hold down the grenades they were about to throw on the ground, preventing them from exploding. After seeing the newcomers, they looked surprised and confused. They thought these people were from Xinhua Shelter. What were they doing here? They don't believe that this group of people are here to support them. Moreover, are they really that strong? For a moment, as the unlockers of the second-level gene lock, They were completely unable to shake the arms of these guards. Wong, I saw them take out a handle with their other hand, and then metal liquid began to flow out of the handle. In the end, it directly transformed into a nearly 2-meter-long nano-knife. Then the guards held a long knife in one hand, grabbed their arms with the other, and chopped them down fiercely. Puff! The next moment, they felt a sharp pain in their arms holding the grenade. Fuck! They turned around and cursed, then saw that the arm had been cut off at the root. Severe pain swept through their brains. In order to calm the pain, they kept taking a deep breath. Puff! Puff! As the sound of swords and knives rang out, the arms of the gods who were holding grenades were cut off one after another. The severed arm was thrown high up by the royal guards and then detonated by a cannon fired by Jiang Yu in the air. Boom! Boom! The grenades that were chain detonated in the air suddenly erupted with an extremely terrifying gust of wind, instantly pressing the people below so that they could not move at all. What on earth do you want to do? A member of the god's descendants looked at the guards with anger on his face and asked in confusion. At the same time, I was extremely confused. Why could this group of people completely ignore the threat of zombies and rush over? Why did they risk their lives to rush over here? However, just when they were puzzled, they saw that the group of zombies that were supposed to devour them were actually standing behind them obediently, without any abnormal movement, as if these people were their big brothers. You guys, the man from the gods looked at this scene with disbelief, and then suddenly remembered something in his mind. Lord Zombie? The Lord Zombie in High City is still alive? And you have subdued it. After seeing this scene, a member of the divine descendant blurted out with a look of shock on his face. Seeing what this person said, the guards were not so anxious to infect them, but reported the news to Jiang Yu for the decision. After all, it was about Mu Di, so they had to take it seriously. Capture those people and interrogate them yourself. If that doesn't work, hand them over to Jarvis for brainwashing. Make sure you get some information out of them. We know too little about the god's descent. Jiang Yu spoke. Yes, sir, the leading guard said respectfully, then looked at the divine fighters in front of him. Hey, you're lucky. The commander handed you over to me and asked me to interrogate you. You'd better tell me the truth. Then I can give you some face and let you have a good meal. Otherwise, I will feed you your chicken and eggs. The guard sneered, looking at the guards in front of them who had practiced the eagle claw kung fu for who knows how long. Several of the gods could not help but feel a chill in their crotch and swallowed their saliva. Afterwards, they watched helplessly as their teammates were broken limbs by this group of perverts, and then infected by the group of zombies, and finally turned into zombies. They were powerless to do anything about this, and could only watch. Finally, the battle ended, and Jarvis quickly reported the battle report. Sir, the guards were injured, 522 people, 130 people were killed. The personal guards were injured, 130 people were killed. Enemy casualties. Transformed into controllable zombies, 7,250 dead, approximately 3,100 wounded, none, captured 10. After hearing the battle report from Jarvis, Jiang Yu was silent for a moment. Although this record looked very luxurious, it was only possible with Mu Di controlling the zombies to enter the battlefield. Otherwise, the number of casualties would have increased several times. What's more, these bastards from God actually planned to exchange their lives for ours. If they succeeded, the casualties on our side would be incalculable. It seems that the plan to unlock the gene locks for all members is imminent. Jiang Yu frowned and muttered, the later we get to the end of the world, the more important it is to open the gene lock. Only when everyone opens the gene lock can more people survive in similar wars in the future. Jarvis, how's Liu Yaya's research going? Jiang Yu asked. Sir, after checking the experimental records, the experiment has entered its final stage. As long as the recent human experiments are successful, there will be no major problems. Okay, tell them to speed up and try to produce the first batch of medicine within the next 2 days. Yes, sir. There are so many people in the 2 shelters in Qing City and High City. It will take a lot of time for everyone to open the gene lock. In addition, without a production line, it will not be so fast to produce the medicine, so we still need to wait. But the glacier is very close to falling, and there's only more than a month left. Chapter 179, Fourth Order Mutation Resurrection is successful. Jarvis, have someone clean up the battlefield and gather all the available supplies. Muti, take your zombie team and find a place to stay near the orphanage. At the same time, establish a peripheral spies. You can prevent them from participating in the battle, but in return, they must see all the information they can see, and then collect it. Yes, sir. Good. After Mu Di agreed, he flew out from a hidden corner and came into the air. Then, with a thought, he controlled the zombies to rush towards the orphanage. As these thousands of zombies left the battlefield and entered the streets, the sight of these thousands of zombies walking in unison shocked the people around them. Especially when they saw the man in armor in the sky who seemed to be the leader, they all looked up. The people in other shelters who were watching nearby were also stunned with shock when they saw this spectacular scene. I never thought that the Shinwa shelter not only has advanced technology, but can even control mindless zombies now. TSK, 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 what else can I say? Just kneel down and sing conquer. Hey, the officials are not here in Qing City. It seems that the Shinwa shelter will be the most important place. Be the respected one, then. It's better than letting the Lin family be respected. When a fire becomes difficult to pass on, we can still promote barter. What about the Lin family? They're lucky enough not to rob you. That's true. Because of this battle, the Qingshi Guard's mission was forced to be suspended, and the next start time will be notified separately. After cleaning up the entire scene, Xinhua Baianan took the seriously injured 4th-level zombie and drove towards a shelter, leaving only pieces of scorched earth at the scene. The battle between Xinhua Shelter and Shanjiang directly turned the area within dozens of kilometers into ruins. Even the Lin family cemetery was destroyed beyond recognition. At the same time, this battle also extinguished the covetousness of all the shelters in Qing City towards the Xinhua shelter. Under the crushing pressure of such powerful strength, they did not dare to have any disloyalty. Some plans were directly canceled and turned to how to please the Xinhua shelter. In the shelter of Hai City, Jiang Yu was standing in front of the cage holding the 4th-level zombie, and beside him were Lu Yaya, his teacher, and his junior sister. Is this a true 4th-order zombie? It's really incomparable, Lu Yaya said with curiosity on her face. Yes, the aura alone is like facing a mountain head-on. Professor Zheng also spoke lightly. Only Xiaoling had already prepared various dissecting, drilling, and cutting weapons, and looked at the huge monster in front of him with interest. Okay, I'll leave him to you. If you need to use force, go find Jarvis. He'll assist you. Okay, we'll start researching as soon as possible, Lu Yaya spoke. Then I need the finished product of the genetic medicine in the next 2 days. Is that a problem? Sure, all the reports will be out tomorrow. I'll sort them out and give them to you the day after tomorrow. No problem. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu nodded slightly, then left the laboratory and returned to the orphanage in Qing City. For Jiang Yu, passing through the teleportation device was just like opening a door. Sir, the battlefield has been cleared and the captured weapons have been sent to the weapons warehouse. Once they are fully inventoried, they will be disassembled and put back into production on the various weapon production lines. By the way, sir, the commanders of all the shelters in Qing City have submitted requests to meet with you. Would you like to make an appointment? Okay, but we only need to meet with the 5 shelters with the highest overall strength. There's no need to meet with the rest of the shelters that are just sitting on the fence. Okay, sir, a meeting has been scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Sir, Dr. Lu Yaya wants me to inform you of something. After you sent the 4th-level zombie over today, the zombie that was originally only a mere figurehead suddenly became very excited and agitated for some reason. Jiang Yu frowned when he heard the news, feeling puzzled, but he couldn't think of anything for a moment. Have the royal guards keep a close eye on them. Don't let them come in contact for now. Have them report every little detail and problem. Then you'll filter out the useless information. Yes, sir. Inside the shelter, under Jiang Yu's arrangement and Jarvis's calculation, everything after the war was proceeding in an orderly manner, including the thousands of zombie spies that Mu Di had placed around the orphanage. At the same time, in an underground base in Yin City, at the bottom of the base, there is a huge room with a huge pure white square. The square is surrounded by white bricks with no other color. The square is formed by a series of 1.5 by 1.5 square white boxes. At the front of the square, there was a huge pure white screen. On this screen, which was originally dark, the names of the people sent by God suddenly appeared, and behind their names, the word death was written in large bright red letters. As these names appeared, a cold voice began to resound across the square. Death waves detected, death toll confirmed, death list. Applying for resurrection. Application successful. A resurrection is beginning. Constructing the flesh. Construction success. Restoring to initial state. Recovery successful. Brain waves are being input. Input successful. Resurrection successful. Awakening from slumber. Awakening successfully begins to eject the bio-warehouse. As a series of voices from the artificial intelligence messengers spread throughout the square, the next moment, the pure white blocks on the entire spacious square shattered instantly. As the blocks shattered one by one, biological chambers that could accommodate one person rose rapidly from under the square at the same time. The bio-warehouse has been ejected successfully. The resurrection is complete. Please quickly leave the bio-warehouse. As the messenger finished speaking, the burly figures pushed open the door of the biological warehouse, stood in place, and looked at each other with complicated expressions. In their eyes, they saw reluctance and unwillingness to accept. With Steven's help, Truk left the biological warehouse. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar space in front of him, Truk's expression changed rapidly, and finally he gave a helpless smile. Chapter 1, 80 God's Messenger plants the repair signal. Everyone has worked hard today. Go back and rest first. Truk looked at the people around him with different expressions and said lightly, "Yes, sir." After a brief silence, everyone present saluted and then strode out of the pure white room. After the first group of people left, a second group of biological warehouses quickly rose from the ground. Similarly, when they left the biological warehouse, they were quickly sent away by Truk. God's envoy, how many war god points did this resurrection consume? At the end, after sending everyone else away, Truk asked the messenger with a bitter look on his face. Originally, if the commander of the Shinhwa shelter could be eliminated through nuclear bombs, it would be extremely easy for me to capture the Shinhwa shelter. Once the Shinhwa shelter is breached, I can also obtain a large number of war god points rewarded by the god of descendants. Even if the commander of Shinhwa shelter is not eliminated, the mission can still be completed by bringing back the carefully cultivated zombie. However, this operation not only failed to recapture the 4th level zombie, but also failed to complete the mission and earn any war god points. Instead, due to carelessness, it resulted in excessive deaths, excessive consumption of war god points, and even the loss of an extremely expensive nuclear bomb. Sir, your resurrection this time cost a total of 3,500 war god points. Remaining Aries points, 9,021. What? How could it be so little? Upon hearing this news, Truk's expression changed. He had brought tens of thousands of people with him to revive, so how could he have only used 3,500 points? An ordinary soldier needed 10 to 50 war god points to revive, so how could he have brought tens of thousands of people with him and only used 3,500 points? Wait, how many people haven't been resurrected yet? Truk asked anxiously, as if he had remembered something. All personnel have been resurrected. Successful resurrections, 2. Failed resurrections, 0. After the messenger finished speaking, a 3D screen appeared in front of Truk. On the screen was the number of people who had been resurrected, their names, identities, and the remaining god of war points. Twice, why only twice? Can't the Rebirth Plaza accommodate 2,000 people reborn at a time? Why are there so many people reborn this time? Only 2 resurrections took place, which means that at most 4,000 people were resurrected. Truk originally thought that the Rebirth Square had been running for 5 times, and he was the 4th batch to be resurrected, so he didn't pay much attention to it. But I didn't expect him to be the first batch. God's messenger, show the death list immediately. List displayed. As soon as Truk finished speaking, he saw the list of resurrected people. The more he looked at the list, the more nervous and confused Truk became. Why were only ordinary warriors resurrected this time? There were so few warriors who had opened the 1st level gene lock, and not a single 2nd level elite was resurrected. Why? I saw them die with my own eyes. Why haven't they been resurrected? Truk asked with a puzzled look on his face. I don't know. My system shows that we haven't received the death signals of the people you mentioned, so we can't arrange for resurrection. The messenger of God said in a cold tone. Truk's face turned confused when he heard this, and Stephen beside him asked, if it turns into a zombie, can it be resurrected? Hearing Stephen's question, Truk looked at the messenger curiously. Those who have become unconscious zombies can be resurrected. The messenger of God also answered quickly. In that case, there's only one possibility, that is, they may not be dead yet. Stephen said with a serious expression. Not dead? How is that possible? With such a fierce bombardment, how could they not die? I could believe it was just 1 or 2, but this time it was thousands. Recalling the explosion scene he had seen not long ago, Truk asked himself whether he would die if he stayed in there for a long time. Not to mention others. This is the only possibility. Listening to Stephen's words, Troker wanted to refute, but he didn't know how to refute. I still don't believe they're not dead. There are over 7,000 people who didn't resurrect this time. I don't believe the commander of Shinhwa Shelter would be so soft-hearted as to let so many people live. Troker spoke. Hearing what Trook said, Stephen also smiled bitterly. The specific situation is unknown, but since they cannot be resurrected, the possibility that they are not dead is the greatest. Trout gradually accepted this statement while thinking about it. However, what they didn't know was that his team members were indeed not dead, but they were not alive either. Instead, they were controlled by Muti. With the blessing of Muti's thinking, they were different from other zombies. God's envoy, your clone is being controlled by the enemy's artificial intelligence on the battlefield. You need to make some improvements. Trook looked at the messenger of God at the base and spoke with a hint of anger in his tone. In this battle, if the God's messenger system had not been invaded, many things would have been concealed from them and they would have been unable to respond. Otherwise, they would not have been defeated so miserably and so quickly. This hidden danger must be resolved immediately. Otherwise, if the next war breaks out and the messengers of God are invaded again, they will just die in vain. Self-screening in progress, screening completed. Traces left by unknown artificial intelligence have been detected and are being cleared. Clearance successful. Strengthening the system firewall. Strengthening success. The clone has been strengthened and set to self-cleaning mode. As soon as any foreign traces are detected, it will immediately start self-cleaning. Hearing the words of the envoy, Trook's eyes were filled with uncertainty. But when he thought that this was the base, where the real body of the messenger of God was, he felt relieved and left the rebirth square, thinking that no matter how powerful the artificial intelligence of the Shinhwa shelter was, it would be impossible for it to invade here. As Trook and the others left, the rebirth square gradually fell into darkness again. The pure white lights slowly turned off, and finally, the display showing the number of resurrected people also dimmed. A few seconds later, the entire rebirth square fell into a deathly silence again. And not long after, a tiny light lit up on the display screen, showing the number of people resurrected. Sir, the tracking signal I installed on the Divine Envoy's clone was destroyed, but I then broke it down into smaller pieces and scattered them throughout his system. Finally, I re-established a new signal in an extremely hidden location. Chapter 181, A New Day, Oldly in Trouble. Inside the Shinhwa shelter, Jiang Yu, who was sitting in the command room, received a report from Jarvis. Oh, did the seed you planted last time make any noise? Then lie low and gather your strength. Make sure the enemy isn't aware of you before you strike. Jiang Yu smiled faintly. Yes, sir. Jarvis is worthy of being Jarvis. Even if it is a clone of a clone, it can invade other artificial intelligences without being discovered. If a base is installed in the God's base, I believe Jarvis can break the artificial intelligence of the God's messenger in minutes. As night falls, the hustle and bustle of the day seems to gradually quiet down. In a small shelter not far from the Lin family cemetery, a skinny young man was moving up and down quickly on a young girl. The girl under him was looking at her parents and brothers who had died a long time ago, as well as a young man who was tied up and unable to move, with a look of despair in his eyes. Accompanied by a roar and trembling, the girl endured the pain and stared at the handsome young man in front of her. Normally speaking, if the handsome young man in front of her was willing to pursue her, the girl might not refuse, but the young man did not. He chose a quick way. Although the road is not smooth, for young people, at this time, a refreshing and fast journey is enough. There is no need for so many twists and turns. Look at UMB. If you look again, I'll dig your eyes out. Bitch, you're lucky to be fucked by me. There's so many girls lining up for me to fuck, but I'm too lazy to do it. Bang. Seeing the girl's angry look, the young man slapped her in the face with impatience. This slap made the girl's already dark blue face even more red and swollen. Master Xianyuan, when do you think we should go to the Shinhwa shelter? There were two burly men standing next to the young man, and one of them asked, Let's go tomorrow. It's so late now, of course you need to get some rest. Go find some food, and take these annoying corpses out. Don't disturb my elegance. Xianyuan Cheng touched the girl's red and swollen cheek, and said lightly, Okay, master. Several guards calmly carried them out of the room, one by one. Only the girl, the young man, and a young man with a dull look and numb hands and feet were left in the room. It must have felt good to have you watching the live pornographic show for such a long time. I have to say, your girlfriend is pretty good. It seems that you got her your first time. It's a pity, but fortunately you didn't do it many times, so your girlfriend is still very moist now. Xin Yuanqing looked at the extremely desperate face of the tied-up young man in front of him and smiled faintly. Afterwards, Xin Yuanqing continued to work hard in the eyes of the young man, who was also full of death. The next morning, the sun came up, and the dazzling sunlight illuminated 95% of the dark corners in the world, making them temporarily bright. Everyone looked at the sun above and sighed, and lived another day. Inside the shelter, the Qingshi guards, who had already finished their breakfast, got on the bus and, led by the royal guards, began to pick up the residents who had passed the assessment. Lao Zhao is an ordinary family from an ordinary community in Qing City. He lives in Qing City with his wife and 2 sons who have been admitted to universities. Before the end of the world, although he was middle-aged and his salary was not high, his sons were college students after all and had part-time jobs, so the family lived a decent life. Later, the end of the world came. The family relied on the supplies stored in advance and lived frugally to survive until now. Although they also experienced the zombie crisis and the crisis between people, they finally survived safely. But at this moment, the family's faces were all filled with happy smiles. The reason is simple, because yesterday their 2 sons met the qualifications to join the Xinhua shelter, and they can join the shelter with them to enjoy the rest of their lives. What is the Xinhua shelter? I believe that everyone in Qing City knows it. On the forum, there are posts about the food, clothing, housing, and transportation in the Xinhua shelter every minute. They are extremely envious. Now, they are finally going to join it. They can finally get rid of this place. But their joy didn't last long, as their neighbors set their sights on their spots. After the review was passed, the family was so happy that they forgot to keep quiet, causing the news to be heard by their neighbors, who then began their plan to rob them. Lao Li's neighbor is the younger brother of the neighborhood committee chairman. He relies on his sister being the chairman to do whatever he wants in the community. He has repeatedly robbed other residents of their survival supplies and joined forces with some thugs in the community to bully the residents. In addition, since we are living in the end times, the residents cannot even call the police. They feel like they have no way out and no way out. As for resisting on their own, that is even less likely. Even though it is the end of the world now, the consciousness of ordinary residents has not changed so quickly for a while. In addition, the neighborhood committee represents the official, so no one dares to be the first to speak out. Later one day, when they were making trouble as usual, they really angered a family. The man of the family directly took a knife and killed a gangster, which immediately intimidated the others. Because of this incident, other people realized the importance of force and bloodshed, and people's wisdom was awakened, just when the war of revenge and grievances was about to take place. In the end, it was his sister, the president, who stepped in to make a big deal out of small matter. She used the law and morality to bombard the male owner, asking him to pay some compensation. Although they, as ordinary people, knew the importance of force, they were still no match for his sister, the president, in terms of theory and brainwashing. They had always abided by the rules, and there was no way they could break the rules they had adhered to for so long so easily. As a result, the chairman of the neighborhood committee resolved the dispute without bloodshed. The younger brother was also frightened by this incident, and with his sister's warning, he and his gangster brothers became much calmer. But when they learned that their neighbor Lao Li had actually won the quota, their jealousy was overwhelming. They immediately ran to Lao Li's house and threatened them to give up the quota, otherwise they would kill their entire family immediately and make sure no one could go. Chapter 182, Threats and Intimidation Prevents You from Joining. How could old Li, who had been honest and upright all his life, bear such a threat, however, after looking at his son who was beaten black and blue and his wife who was detained beside him? He could only nod in agreement silently. He was afraid that if he did not agree, he would die here today before he could reach the shelter tomorrow. In the early morning, when the vehicle from Xinhua shelter arrived, his sister, who was the director of the neighborhood committee, and his family were already standing downstairs to greet them. When they saw the bus of Xinhua shelter, the whole family's faces were filled with excited smiles. Finally, they can finally leave this hellhole and go to a place suitable for human habitation. Upstairs, the Li family was filled with sorrow. They had finally obtained the qualification, but they didn't expect it to be snatched away by someone else. Old Li's 2 sons were filled with anger and resentment, but what else could they do? Since ancient times, the idea that people should not fight against officials has been deeply rooted in people's bones. Even in the end times, Even though they know the importance of force, honest people like them dare not resist in the slightest. Li Long and Li Hu, are you here? The bus stopped, and two guards got off. They looked at the residents around them with serious faces and asked. When they heard that this group of people were here to pick up old Li's family, the onlookers couldn't help but sigh that this family was really lucky. Then he looked around with envy. But what surprised them was that they didn't see the Li family. Logically speaking, they should have been prepared and come out early in this situation. Just as everyone was puzzled, Lu Hongmei, the director of the neighborhood committee, immediately brought her husband, son, and brother to the guard team. Hello, comrades. I'm the director of the neighborhood committee for this residential complex. The situation is this. The Li family voluntarily gave up their eligibility to live here and gave it to us. So all we have to do is join your shelter. Lu Hongmei said with a kind smile on her face. When the people around saw Lu Hongmei talking like this, there was an uproar. The Li family gave up their eligibility to join the shelter? How is that possible? I heard him say before that he really wanted to go in. That's right. How could anyone not want to join such a great place like Xinhua's shelter? There must be something wrong. Oh, it looks like the Li family will never be able to enter the Xinhua shelter in this lifetime. As rumors spread around, Lu Hongmei's expression remained unchanged, and she continued to look at the guards with a kind smile. But unlike her outward calmness, she had already become extremely irritable in her heart. You bastards! If your gossip keeps me from joining the shelter, I'll make sure you guys pay. The Qingshi guards were also encountering this situation for the first time. After a few people looked at each other, one of them immediately ran to the car to ask the guards who came with the car. Soon, the man got out of the car and said lightly, Your names? Lu Hongmei, Lu Chong, Lu Ho, Sun Yun. Seeing that person actually started to ask for his name, they knew it was probably true, so the smiles on their faces became even bigger. Afterwards, the guard glanced at them with the bracelet. After a few seconds, the guard spoke with an indifferent expression. You haven't met the requirements to join the shelter, so please ask Lao Li and his family to come out. The Lu family, who were originally smiling, were instantly confused when they heard this. What did they mean by not meeting the requirements? So what if they didn't meet the requirements? Wouldn't it be great if they had this quota? Captain, we haven't met the requirements, but could you please be flexible? We are qualified to enter after all. Lu Hongmei asked anxiously. If it weren't for the fact that they failed the review, why would they need to force others like this? Qualifications are good, but they're not the only thing. You do not meet our resident requirements. As long as the resident requirements are not met, even if you are qualified, it will be useless. The guard said. Hearing this, Lu Hongmei's face turned pale. She had put in so much effort, but she didn't expect that she couldn't join at all. When the people around saw this scene, they smiled happily, and the joy on their faces became even more intense. They naturally knew what Lu Hongmei's family was like. They were not doing well before the Doomsday, and after the Doomsday, they even indulged their son in doing whatever he wanted. If people like this can join the Xinhua shelter, they would rather not go in. Hey, don't go too far. What's wrong with giving me a break? Why do you have to be so petty? How about this? I heard you need points to join your shelter. How about this? I'll give you half of my initial points, and you'll just turn a blind eye? How about that? Lu Hongmei's younger brother Lu Chong spoke up. I told you that you don't meet the requirements to join. Call out the Li family immediately. The guards looked at the family who seemed to be about to cause trouble and said with a frown, The Li family has left. They gave us the qualification and then left. I don't know where they went. Now my family is the only one in this community who has this qualification. Lu Hongmei sneered. In that case, pack up and go to the next place. Seeing this, the guards had no choice but to leave immediately. Lu Hongmei was also stunned when she saw the people from Xinhua shelter leave so decisively. Oh no, you guys are just leaving like that. What about us? I told you, you don't meet the requirements and can't join the shelter. Several members of the escort team also looked at Lu Hongmei with unfriendly expressions. Having just joined the escort team not long ago, they were relatively patient at the moment. Seeing the guard's verbal rejection, Lu Hongmei's face turned ugly. As the director of the neighborhood committee, it was the first time that he was ignored like this. Just when she was about to say something, she heard a shout. Hey guys in the shelter, I'm Li Hu. I'm here. Hearing this voice, Lu Hongmei's expression changed. The guards also stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. Stop him. Lu Hongmei looked at the two thugs beside her and said. The two thugs nodded, then immediately ran over, trying to stop Li Hu from coming over. However, the guards took the lead and stopped the two thugs who wanted to rush over, allowing Li Hu to run over. Are you Li Hu? It's me. You gave up your place? No, we didn't. They took it away by force. Li Hu recounted what happened last night. Chapter 183, The Last Household Sudden Attack. I saw you guys hadn't left yet, and I wasn't willing to leave it like this, so I sneaked down here to try my luck. After hearing what Li Hu said, everyone couldn't help but reveal an expression of as expected. Only threats and intimidation could make the Li family give up the quota. After hearing this, Lu Hongmei's face was full of resentment, and she stared at Li Hu, including his brother and son. In that case, I'll give you 20 minutes to bring everyone you want to bring in. You can bring a total of 4 people in. The guard looked at the time and said, Good. After saying that, Li Hu immediately ran upstairs and planned to bring his parents down. On the other side, looking at Li Hu running away, Lu Hongmei's face was filled with more resentment. Aren't you from the shelter? Why are you only allowing the Li family to join such a large community? This is clearly against the rules. Lu Hongmei looked at the guard members seriously and spoke. Yes, you should have let more people in. After hearing Lu Hongmei's words, many people immediately had some ideas and spoke up. At this point, even if they don't let us into the shelter, they should at least distribute some food. But why aren't they even distributing food right now? As if they had found a breakthrough, everyone, holding on to a glimmer of hope, started to speak up, try to gain some benefits from this. The guards who listened to all this said nothing, but waited until they stopped talking nonsense, and then asked calmly. Our shelter's requirements aren't strict. Any normal person can meet them. Yet, you in such a large community with thousands of people living there, only one household has met our requirements. Shouldn't you reflect on why? Hearing the guard's words, everyone present had a slightly changed expression. Of course they knew why they couldn't join them, but they just couldn't accept it. It was clear that their neighbors, who had suffered together yesterday, had become prosperous overnight, becoming wealthy, while they were still so poor, not sure if they would have food to eat next time. It was such a huge difference, they couldn't accept it. But at this point, no matter how unwilling they were, there was nothing they could do. After all, they didn't dare to attack the people in the shelter. Because the reputation of Xinhua shelter spread throughout Qing City, it was based on hard power, not kindness. Time passed quickly. In just over 10 minutes, Li Hu and Li Long came here with their parents at a quick trot. They didn't have much luggage, so 2 hands were enough for each person. You can take 4 people in total. Are you sure you want to take 2 less? The guard asked. The eyes of the others who heard this lit up, and they were about to say something to curry favor. But then they heard Lao Li say, Yes, everyone is here. Lao Li didn't want to give these 2 places to anyone. After so long in the apocalypse, he had seen through people's hearts. Okay, get in the car. The guard took a quick glance and said calmly, Oh, okay. Soon, the family got on the bus with happy smiles, leaving behind only the neighborhood committee director and his family standing behind them with resentful expressions, as well as other people in the community with complicated faces. Damn it. Lu Hongmei looked at this scene with great envy and jealousy. Oh, I forgot to tell you that not everyone could take over the Xinhua shelter's place, and those who want to take over should be well prepared. When the guard saw the Li family get into the car, they spoke to Lu Hongmei indifferently. What? While Lu Hongmei was still confused, she heard 4 gunshots the next moment. The next moment, she felt a sharp pain in her head. My vision was soon blurred by some liquid. She wiped it with her hand and saw bright red blood. Thump. At this moment, the scene in the community was silent. Except for the sound of 4 people falling to the ground, no one dared to make any sound. Even the sound of breathing was suppressed as much as possible. As the bus drove further and further away, the eyes of Lu Hongmei and the other 4 people widened and looked extremely creepy. Scenes similar to what happened in this community today are happening all over Qing City. After all, those who can meet the requirements of shelter are basically those with simple personal social environments. In the end times, such people are basically easily bullied by others. As the pickup process continued, more and more people were picked up. Near noon, the bus arrived at a small shelter located in the Lin family cemetery. The owner of this place is a family of 3. Because they had some relationship with the Lin family before, they were not disturbed too much and lived a stable life. The day before yesterday, the daughter of this family successfully passed the review and was able to join the Xinhua shelter. The bus arrived at the location and soon saw a hidden small door. The guards were about to push the door open and go in. But the next moment, with the arrival of an inexplicable strong wind, the expressions of several members of the guard team changed. Just as they were about to take action to resist, they felt a sharp pain sweeping through their brains. Several guards couldn't help but shout out. Then their bodies flew backwards and fell to the ground, unable to get up for a while. The guards who heard the noise immediately opened the window to check and saw several people who had opened the first-level gene lock standing there with sneers on their faces. Humph! Are these the guards of Xinhua Shelter? I thought they were so powerful, but this is it? Didn't they just get slapped away by me? The middle-aged man sneered indifferently. Who are you? The guard lying on the ground asked with a sullen face. Although it was a surprise attack, they were knocked to the ground after only one attack. This was a great shame. And isn't this the small shelter? Where are the people from that family? The two middle-aged men did not speak, but bowed towards the exit and spoke softly. Young master. Soon, a handsome young man walked out of the small door of the shelter. He glanced at the guard member lying on the ground with a disdainful sneer. Following behind him was a man and a woman supporting each other. Come on, take me to the fire shelter, Xianyuan Chung said indifferently. Then he walked towards the bus with a look of disgust on his face. Chapter 184. The two sides fight and confirm their identities. Hearing Xianyuan Cheng's tone that sounded like an order, the guards present all showed unfriendly expressions. The few people who were still standing had already drawn their weapons and were ready to shoot. Xianyuan Cheng seemed to ignore all of this and quickly walked to the side of the bus. Through the window, he saw the ordinary people who had passed the review inside. Then, when he saw their disheveled appearance, he immediately showed a look of disgust and disdain on his face. You guys, go and kick everyone out of the car. How dare you get in the same car with me without even considering your status? Xianyuan Cheng turned around and spoke coldly to his two men. It is absolutely impossible for a young master like him to ride in a car with this group of low-class people. Yes, master. The two guards who received the order walked quickly towards the gate, but just as they were about to get on the car, they suddenly felt a huge force pressing on their chests. The next moment, they could not bear the huge force and felt their bodies flying backwards uncontrollably. Bang! As two loud noises rang out, the two men were knocked out and fell heavily to the ground. Where did this garbage come from? Do you think you could just get on the car of Xinhua Shelter? Seriously, it even stained the soles of my shoes. How disgusting. The two bodyguards who were accompanying the team slowly got out of the car, wiped the soles of their shoes on the steps, and said with disgust on their faces, You! Xianyuan Cheng saw his men being kicked away, and his expression suddenly became serious. The two people beside him had unlocked the first-level gene lock, and they were also retired soldiers with strong combat power. With their strength, it could be said that they had no problem defeating tigers and lions with their bare hands. However, now they were kicked away so easily by the man in front of them. Who are you? Xianyuan Cheng put his hands behind his back and asked calmly. Boy, you injured the guards of my Xinhua Shelter. Do you know what will happen to you? The guards looked at Xianyuan Cheng with a bad look. If he wanted to, he could strangle him in an instant. What happened? Humph, why? My aunt asked you to pick me up, but didn't tell you my identity? Your aunt. A hint of doubt flashed across the faces of the two guards who heard this. My aunt is the commander of your Xinhua Shelter. Didn't you receive her orders to come pick me up? Xianyuan Cheng asked with a frown. My mother should have told my aunt about my coming here. Are you Aunt Zhang's nephew? The royal guard were also surprised when they heard the news, and asked with a little surprise, Zhang, you let Zhang Ma be the person in charge of the shelter in Qin City, so it's not wrong to say that she is the commander. The guards did not receive the news. They came here not for Xianyuan Cheng, but to pick up the family that passed the review. After thinking for a moment, the two looked at each other, and then one of them went to contact the shelter, while the other continued to confront Xianyuan Cheng. Inside the base, Mother Zhang, who was teaching the children, received a notice from Jarvis. When she learned that her nephew had arrived, she looked quite happy. Although she had been away from home for decades and no longer knew that her nephew's character had become bad, she hadn't seen him for at least a dozen years, so she should be happy to see him. At the same time, Jiang Yu in the command room also received the news. Zhang Lumai is nephew. Isn't that someone from the Xianyuan family? Jiang Yu also knew Zhang Ma's background, so he was not surprised at the visitor from the Xianyuan family. However, after Jiang Yu learned that Xianyuan Cheng had injured the guards, his expression became gloomy. He had injured his own people for no reason, which made him unable to have a good impression on Zhang Ma's nephew. Bring them back, but don't make any special arrangements. Just bring them back in a bus. Jiang Yu said, After all, he is Zhang Ma's nephew, so I still have to bring him back. but he wanted to see what this so-called Xianyuan Chenglai was going to do. Okay, Commander. After receiving Jiang Yu's instructions, the guards nodded slightly and immediately turned around to go back. As soon as they returned, they heard Xianyuan Cheng shouting with impatience on his face. Why, do you believe me or not? I'll have my aunt kick you all out of the shelter. You're so slow at doing things. Xianyuan Cheng looked at the personal guards and said with an extremely arrogant look, The commander has ordered, take them back. The guard said calmly, ignoring his words. Snort. Xianyuan Cheng smiled coldly upon hearing this, then looked at the other people on the bus. Those who were stared at by Xianyuan Cheng's gaze had drastically changed expressions at this moment. They saw clearly everything that had just happened. The arrogant young man in front of them was actually the nephew of the commander of the Xinhua shelter. Would they really be kicked out of the car? And if they were kicked off the bus, would the shelter come to pick them up? At this moment, everyone's heart was filled with doubts. Outside, a man and a woman who were supporting each other were also trembling with tension all over. Especially the girl with disheveled hair and haggard face. She was looking at this scene with sadness and anger on her face. It's okay, we can just not go in, it's okay. Feeling the girl's anger, the man who supported him whispered comforting words. Looking at the scene before him, he suddenly felt that there was no need to join the Xinhua shelter. With a nephew like this in there, one can imagine how chaotic the environment inside the base would become. Moreover, as long as he doesn't die later, he will definitely kill Xianyuan Cheng. If he kills Xianyuan Cheng, he will definitely become enemies with the Xinhua shelter. In this case, it is better not to join. Since you guys know who I am, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you just kick these bastards out? Do you want me to ride in the same car with these beggars? Xianyuan Cheng's arrogant words rang out. In an instant, the faces of the people in the car became even paler. At the same time, they looked towards the direction of the guards with difficulty, waiting for the guards to speak. Young Master Xianyuan, right? You only have two choices now. 1, get in the car, and I'll take you back. 2, I'll give you the address, and you can go there yourself. The guard said with a cold expression. Xianyuan Cheng is Zhang Ma's nephew, not Jiang Yu's nephew. Not to mention nephew. Even if Jiang Yu's father spoke, they would only listen to Jiang Yu's orders first. You. Hearing the guard say this, Xianyuan Cheng's face instantly turned ugly. As the young master of the Xianyuan family, when had he ever been looked down upon like this? But now it really is true that when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Snort. Chapter 185. Reluctantly accepting and surprised. As his expression changed, Xianyuan Cheng finally got in the car and found a relatively clean place to sit. His two guards then struggled to get up from the ground, breathing heavily, and looked at the guard who kicked them in shock. The royal guards smiled disdainfully when they saw Xianyuan Cheng get into the car. Master, please be quiet and behave yourself in the car. I'll show you what sex in a car is like. After hearing these words, Xianyuan Cheng's face turned even darker, but he didn't dare to say a word. You bastards. When I see my aunt, I'll make sure you guys are in trouble. Xianyuan Cheng pondered. Let's go, get in the car. The guard beside the girl patted the girl and the man beside him and said. Through the test just now, he also knew that they were the target this time, and he also knew that there were only 2 of them left in this family. Sorry, we. Seeing Xianyuan Cheng get on the car, the man's expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to say something, he was stopped by the girl next to him. Etc. The girl looked at the man with her cloudy eyes, and then spoke softly. Get in the car. The man who wanted to reject her directly saw the girl's eyes and immediately closed his mouth without saying anything. He helped the girl get into the car, slowly. Behind him were 2 guards with complicated expressions. They had seen the inside of the shelter and could imagine what had happened yesterday. Come on, little beauty, I didn't expect you to come up here too. Come and sit next to me. Xianyuan Cheng couldn't help but smile when he saw the girl. He patted the chair beside him and said with a smile. The man standing next to the girl didn't say anything after hearing this, but directly protected the girl behind him, speaking everything with his actions. Boy, wasn't the beating you received yesterday enough? I made you watch live pornography all night. What? Don't you want to thank me at all? Xianyuan Cheng sneered. I just want to kill you now. The man's face showed no joy or sadness, and he spoke softly as if nothing important. At this moment, the narrow space on the bus was filled with the man's death-like whispers. Hearing this, even Xianyuan Cheng couldn't help but slowly put away his smile and said in a cold voice, In that case, you should die first, then I can feel at ease. After Xianyuan Cheng finished speaking, the guard next to him immediately took out his pistol and was about to shoot the man dead. Crack! But the next moment, there was only the sound of broken bones. The guard holding the gun had just stretched out his arm when he was hit by the guard standing beside him. At this moment, the guard's elbow and upper arm were hit by the guard, showing a terrifying 90-degree vertical. Feeling the intense pain, the guard let out a painful wail. You! Xin Yuancheng was immediately furious when he saw this scene. How could he be so cruel to his own people? But before he could get angry, the guard spoke. Master, I think I told you to be honest, or next time, it won't be your hand that gets cut off. Xin Yuancheng saw how brutal this guard was. His own guard actually broke his hand with one blow. Such a huge contrast made him unable to accept it for a while. Snort. In the end, Xin Yuancheng could only sit back in his original position silently, his brows full of anger. Thanks. The man looked at the guards and spoke calmly. In response to the man's thanks, the guard didn't say much, nodded slightly, then looked towards the driver's seat and shouted, Let's go back and eat. Receive. After hearing this, the driver immediately started the bus and sped towards the shelter. These bastards. Xin Yuancheng looked out the window with anger on his face, and in his heart he had already labeled everyone in the car as a death sentence. Because Xin Yuancheng got on the bus, everyone in the bus lost the peace and tranquility they had just felt and the relief of entering the shelter. Instead, they were filled with anxiety and worry because they knew Xin Yuancheng's identity and character. Many people are sighing at this moment. Xin Yuancheng is the nephew of the commander of Xinhua Shelter. Even if Xinhua Shelter is so powerful and fascinating, it may be impossible to truly separate public and private affairs. Amidst the different expressions on the faces of the other survivors in the car, they arrived at the orphanage. Seeing that they had finally arrived, they all looked out the window, their curiosity temporarily suppressing the complicated thoughts in their hearts. We're here, get off. As the bus entered the orphanage, we took the elevator to the inside of the shelter, a huge platform specially designed to place buses and modified cars. Wow! For a moment, this huge platform shocked everyone in the car. Even the eldest son of the Xinyuan family was shocked when he saw this huge platform full of sci-fi and futuristic style. Is this the refuge of my great-aunt? At this moment, Xin Yuancheng's eyes gradually became hot as he thought of something. As the bus stabilized, everyone got off the bus in an orderly manner. As soon as they got off the bus, they were taken to the platform and came to a garden. Everyone stood in the garden, looking at the small park filled with birdsong and flowers on this side of the door, and then looking at the parking platform filled with a strong sense of technology on the other side of the door. Everyone felt like they were in a dream. Afterwards, Jarvis introduced the rules and precautions of the base to everyone, and then asked the guard to distribute wristbands and take them to the cafeteria to eat first. Xin Yuancheng did not receive the bracelet, but was brought to the cafeteria by a personal guard. Here, Zhang Ma had already prepared a table of delicious food waiting for him. You must be Xiao Cheng. I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. You've grown so much. An Zhang gently hugged Xin Yuancheng and spoke softly. Auntie. Xin Yuancheng looked at the rather old woman in front of him and spoke with uncertainty. I haven't seen you for so long. You've grown so big. Aunt Zhang spoke. Come, seat. Aunt Zhang invited them to sit down, and then chatted with Xin Yuancheng about family matters. On the other side of the cafeteria, people in the same car saw this scene and couldn't help but frown, secretly worrying about their future situation. Chapter 186. Wolfish Ambition. Zhang Ma is helpless. Although they didn't know what this old woman did, when they saw that she had a guard team to protect her, they could more or less guess the identity of this old woman. Sir, the above is everything Xin Yuancheng did after entering Qing City. In the command room, Jiang Yu watched the video played by Jarvis, his brows full of anger. Where are they now? Jiang Yu asked. Mrs. Zhang is receiving guests. Is that so? Let him eat well. After all, it's his last meal before execution. How can he not eat enough? Jiang Yu said softly, his tone full of murderous intent. After watching this video, Jiang Yu believed that no one would not feel uneasy. After the people brought by Xin Yuancheng entered Qing City and were defeated by the 4th level zombie, they luckily escaped the pursuit under the desperate protection of the guards and fled to the family in the shelter. The people in the shelter also entertained him, but he was attracted by the appearance of their daughter and ordered his men to kill the whole family, leaving only the daughter and her boyfriend. Finally, he committed atrocities all night long. Jiang Yu would never leave such a person in the shelter. On the other side, In the cafeteria, Aunt Zhang was still chatting with Xian Yuancheng about family matters, and Xian Yuancheng was responding indifferently. His purpose of coming this time was just to see how the Xinhua shelter was, and then report back. However, he did not expect that this time he would be given such a big surprise. He did not expect that his aunt, who had been away from home for decades, would actually be the commander of a shelter of this level. Because he had too many thoughts, he didn't pay much attention to the food in the cafeteria. He just took a few symbolic bites and then stopped eating. At the same time, I was thinking about how to gain greater benefits. Besides, he had eaten all kinds of delicacies on a daily basis, so how could he like the simple meals here? Why? Not to your liking. Aunt Zhang saw that Xian Yuancheng didn't move a word, so she asked with concern. The meeting between relatives made her ignore Xian Yuancheng's aggressive gaze for a short time. Xian Yuancheng nodded indifferently, then continued to look around. When he looked outside the door, a bright figure immediately caught his attention. As if noticing his gaze, the beautiful figure quickly entered the cafeteria and walked towards him. Seeing the beautiful figure coming, Xian Yuancheng thought she was looking for him. So he quickly straightened his clothes, then stood up and spoke to the figure. Hello, I. Before he could finish, he saw the beautiful figure passing by with a wisp of fragrant wind. Only Xian Yuancheng's stunned expression remained on the aisle. Auntie Zhang, you are here. Hey, Moody, come, sit down. Let me introduce you. This is my sister's son, named Xian Yuancheng. When Aunt Zhang saw her daughter-in-law coming, she was overjoyed. She pulled Moody to sit beside her and laughed loudly. Muty. Hearing this name, Xian Yuancheng's mind froze. What a nice name. Hello, Miss Moody. I'm the eldest son of the Xian Yuan family. My name is Xian Yuancheng. Xian Yuancheng stretched out his hand with great confidence and smiled faintly. Hello. Moody simply dealt with it with a rather cold expression and did not respond to Xian Yuancheng's outstretched hand. She knew a lot of information about Xian Yuancheng from Jiangyu, so she felt very disgusted with this kind of playboy. If it weren't for Aunt Zhang, she would have fed him to the zombies long ago. Seeing Moody being so aloof, Xian Yuancheng was not unhappy at all, but very excited instead. Such an icy beauty is the one I should conquer. As for how to conquer her, Xian Yuancheng naturally has many ways. In her aunt's territory, is he still afraid that she will run away from his palm? Auntie, how about taking me around the shelter? Xian Yuancheng looked at his aunt and asked. Okay, then Moody, go back and tell Jiangyu. I will go to see him in a while. Good. Hearing this, Moody left, leaving only an attractive back. Aunt Zhang stood up and saw Xian Yuancheng staring at Moody's back in a daze, and her brows suddenly frowned. Auntie, who is this girl? Please introduce her to me. As soon as Moody left, Xian Yuancheng asked with shining eyes. Xiao Cheng, Moody is not someone you can covet. Stay here tonight and go back early tomorrow morning. Hearing Xian Yuancheng's words, Zhang Ma's expression became a little colder, and she said lightly, Oh. Hearing that Aunt Zhang's mood had changed, Xian Yuancheng stopped talking and obediently followed her out of the cafeteria. After leaving the cafeteria, Aunt Zhang took Xian Yuancheng to visit the first 30 floors of the entire shelter, which are the floors that ordinary people can walk through. As for the other floors, Zhang Ma did not take him there. After the tour, Zhang Ma took Xian Yuancheng to the director's office of her orphanage, where it was quiet and undisturbed. Auntie, I heard this shelter has dozens of floors. Why don't you take me to see other places? Xian Yuancheng asked. You are not a resident of the shelter and do not have the qualifications to enter there. Aunt Zhang said lightly. With you here, what qualifications do I need? Whether I can enter or not is just a matter of your words. Xiao Cheng, you can't join the shelter with your character, so you should stay here for a few days and then go home. Aunt Zhang said in a rather complicated tone. After Xian Yuancheng came, she asked Jarvis to investigate, but Xian Yuancheng's character was not good enough to join. And later Jarvis also explained the situation and Jiangyu's intentions. How can you do this? Auntie, you are my aunt after all, and this shelter belongs to you, right? It's just a matter of your words. Why can't it be allowed? Seeing Xian Yuancheng's expression, Aunt Zhang sighed helplessly, but still insisted. Okay, no more talking, Be obedient and go back tomorrow, okay? Hearing Zhang Ma's words, Xian Yuancheng's expression became gloomy. Aunt, my mother was so kind to you before, but I didn't expect you to be so unwilling to help with even this little thing. I really misjudged you. Xian Yuancheng sat down in silence. Seeing this scene, Zhang's mother sighed helplessly. Chapter 187. Secret Conversation in the Park at Night. Zhang Ma didn't want to talk about what happened in the past, but she was also extremely surprised by what she just learned about Xian Yuancheng's actions. She didn't expect that the little follower in the past would become like this. It seems that the education of her terrible sister is still so bad. And the reason why he let him leave tomorrow was because Zhang Ma knew that Jiang Yu would only wait until tomorrow for her sake. Zhang Ma, who knew Jiang Yu's character well, knew that Jiang Yu would never leave such an arrogant and domineering person here. I am now advising him, all because of our friendship in the past. Okay, enough talking. Have a good rest. I'm fine here. When you go back tomorrow, give your mother my regards. After that, Zhang Ma stood up and left the office, leaving Xin Yuancheng with a gloomy face. It's hard for Zhang Ma too. Looking at all this, Jiang Yu sighed helplessly. Meeting family members after decades of absence is like this. It will be very uncomfortable for anyone. What's more, people like Zhang Ma are more homesick and miss their relatives when they grow old. Time flies, night falls, Xian Yuancheng lies on the bed, looking at the moon outside the window, feeling even more unhappy. My aunt didn't even arrange for me to stay in a shelter, but instead arranged for me to sleep in this shabby place outside. Boom! Boom! Soon, there was a quick and gentle knock on the door. Xian Yuancheng opened the door and saw his guard standing outside. Did you get it? Got it. The guard took out a black bracelet and spoke softly. Okay, come with me. I want to see what good things are inside this base. During the daytime meal, he saw that all the residents in the shelter were wearing wristbands. If they needed anything, they just scanned the wristbands. So he confidently believed that the wristbands were passes to the base. As long as they had the wristbands, they could go anywhere. Master, the armed forces in this shelter are extraordinary. If they're discovered, then... A guard spoke up. So what? Can any really watch me die with her own eyes? Xian Yuancheng said disdainfully. Then, the three of them followed their memories and came to the passage leading to the base. They took out their bracelets and pressed. Bite! As the indicator light came on, the door slowly opened and the steel jungle-like scene appeared in front of him again. Even though I've seen it during the day, I am still shocked when I see it again now. Let's go and take a look at the lower levels of the base. Afterwards, the three of them quickly ran to the elevator and entered using their wristbands. Annie Zhang, I didn't want them to die in the shelter, but they chose to die, so you're the one who blames me. In the command room, Jiang Yu looked at the scene in front of him, shook his head and said, Jarvis, there's an enemy invasion. Leave it to the guards. Yes, sir. It's late. Aren't you going to sleep? Zhang Mao took the blanket and covered his petite girlfriend with it. After what happened last night, I'm a little afraid of the night now. In the park on the 15th floor of the base, the young girl Lin Wanwan sat on a bench, looking into the park's viewing pond through the night light, and spoke in a flat tone. How about we sleep with the lights on? You can't stay awake every day. Your body won't be able to bear it. Zhang Mao said, I'm fine, but what about you? Are you still thinking about revenge? Wanwan looked at Zhang Mao and asked. Looking at Wanwan's cloudy eyes, Zhang Mao nodded slightly. Even if you saw the scene at noon, even if you knew that the old man might be the commander of the Xinhua shelter mentioned on the forum, you still wanted to offend her and kill that bastard. After hearing the words, Zhang Mao nodded slightly without thinking. Okay, I'm not clean in this life. In the next life, and the next life, I will be your slave and servant. Lin Wanwan leaned on Zhang Mao's shoulder, tears streaming from her cloudy eyes. Time will wash away all the turbidity. When the time comes, everything will fall into place. Wait for me, believe me. Zhang Mao smiled. Hee, I didn't expect to see such a wonderful scene late at night. Hearing this voice, the two of them were suddenly shocked. They all looked back and saw a young man in ordinary clothes. The man was wearing shorts, a short-sleeved shirt, and flip-flops, and his whole body exuded a sense of normalcy. However, even such an ordinary outfit cannot hide the youth's aura and the confidence in his eyes. Sorry, we didn't know there were people here. We'll leave now. Zhang Mao quickly put away all his little expressions, pulled Lin Wanwan up and apologized. Sorry we are new here. Lin Wanwan also bowed and apologized. Friend, do you want revenge? The young man did not reply, but sat on the chair and asked calmly. What? Zhang Mao was stunned. Don't you want to kill Xian Yuancheng? Why? Are you just talking about it? As he spoke, the young man took out his bracelet and played the recording. I just want to kill you now. It turned out to be the recording of what he said to Xian Yuancheng on the bus. Who are you? Zhang Mao's expression changed slightly, and he asked in a serious tone. Hey, you don't need to know this. You just need to know that tonight, you have a chance to kill him. How about taking it? The young man laughed. I can't trust you, Zhang Mao said lightly. Hey, that's right. But if you don't believe me, it will be even harder for you to kill him later. Don't forget, his aunt is the commander here. How many chances will you have to kill him? And how many times will it be easier than now? Who are you? Zhang Mao asked again seriously. He didn't expect that the inside of Xinhua's shelter would be so restless. You don't need to know this. You only need to know that if you kill Xin Yuancheng, it's equivalent to offending the shelter and offending Aunt Zhang. And our goal is the same as yours. Hearing this, Zhang Mao's expression changed drastically and he asked in a lost voice, Is this the refuge you're after? No, I'm different from you. I just want revenge. It doesn't matter. Your ideas don't conflict with mine. So what do you think? I've already shown my sincerity. What's your choice? Chapter 188, From the End of the World to the End of the World. After hearing the young man's words, Zhang Mao was silent for a while and then asked, Why me? Zhang Mao was a little confused. He hadn't seen this man on the bus, but he had a recording of his conversation. It was obvious that his methods were not simple. But why would such a person find him, a penniless and powerless person? Hearing Zhang Mao's words, the young man smiled slightly and said lightly, Hey, do you really want to know? Zhang Mao nodded. Actually, it doesn't matter who it is. We can kill Xin Yuancheng, he can kill Xin Yuancheng, and you can kill Xin Yuancheng. Anyone can do it. As for why I chose you, it's just because I want to see if you can keep the promise you made in the car. After all, Xin Yuancheng is going to die tonight. So if we can use his death to put on a good show, why not? The young man smiled faintly. But from his smile, Zhang Mao saw the indifference to life. After hearing the explanation, Zhang Mao was also shocked. He didn't expect that the reason was just to satisfy his curiosity. However, from this, we can also see from the side that the means of this young man in front of us are not simple. In the shelter, a commander's relatives can be killed at any time, and he can also specify who will kill them. It seems that the water in Xinhua's shelter is very deep. Zhang Mao murmured. Everyone thinks that Xinhua's shelter is a paradise, but now it seems that this place may just be a powder keg that may explode at any time. Okay, I promise you. Seeing Zhang Mao agreed so decisively, a hint of excitement flashed in the young man's eyes. Then let's go. I'll take you there. The young man laughed. Please wait a moment. After saying that, the young man came to Lin Wanwan. Have you decided yet? Lin Wanwan said softly. Yeah, it's decided. Then I'm going back to sleep. You should come back early. If you're not back by tomorrow morning, I will go find you. No matter where I go, I will go to find you. After saying that, Lin Wanwan gently hugged Zhang Mao, then turned around and left without looking back. In the dim light in the park, Zhang Mao and the young man could clearly see Lin Wanwan's body, which was forcibly controlled but still trembling. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Let's go. After calming down a bit, Zhang Mao smiled at the young man. Let's go. The young man looked at Zhang Mao with a complicated expression, then nodded slightly. Take Zhang Mao to a very hidden elevator. Next, we're going to the rest area for high-ranking residents on the 45th floor. Xin Yuancheng will be there tonight. We've already taken care of everything. Afterwards, we'll be responsible for killing the 2 guards around him. And you, how about killing Xin Yuancheng? Any problem? The young man asked as he watched the elevator rapidly descend. No problem. Zhang Mao nodded slightly. As long as it's true, he's fine. Soon, the elevator arrived at the rest area on the 45th floor. As soon as he entered here, Zhang Mao was shocked. Compared with the environment they had on the previous 10 floors, the environment here seemed much better. Looking around, the entire 45th floor looked like a villa area outside. Let's go. The young man walked in front, and Zhang Mao followed behind. Soon, they came to a rockery, and the young man stopped on one side of the rockery. We're here. This is it. They should be here soon. The young man looked at the time and said lightly. Zhang Mao nodded slightly. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and spoke. Can I ask you to take care of Wanwan for me after I die? Are you qualified to negotiate terms with me? The young man smiled coldly and glanced at Zhang Mao, as if to say that he was overestimating his own abilities. When Zhang Mao saw the familiar contemptuous look, his expression did not change at all. After all, he had endured this kind of look countless times. Sorry, I was just imagining things. Zhang Mao said with an apologetic smile. But since you dare to ask this, I think I can give you a chance. What? 5 minutes. As long as you can kill Xin Yuancheng within 5 minutes, and make sure he's dead, I'll agree to your terms regardless of whether you live or die. On the other hand, if you don't kill him in 5 minutes, you too will be kicked out of the shelter. What do you think? Do you dare to bet? Hearing the young man's words, Zhang Mao fell silent for a moment. It was almost impossible to kill an adult in 5 minutes without a sneak attack. After all, people's desire to survive in the face of death was very strong, and it was still a matter of time before they were sure to die. Seeing Zhang Mao's silence, the young man smiled faintly as expected. I promise. Zhang Mao replied solemnly. Have you thought about it? Well, no matter how bad the outcome is, isn't it just leaving the shelter? As long as Xianyuan Cheng is killed, leaving or not won't be that important. Zhang Mao suddenly smiled with relief. His purpose in coming here was to kill Xianyuan Cheng. As for the others, they could all be discarded. In the end times, no one knows how long you can live, so it is also good to deal with some regrets while you're still alive. We can talk about the future later, but the grudges of the past must be resolved. While the two were waiting, a disheveled figure was running towards them quickly. Commander, Xianyuan Cheng has already run towards you. The voice of the royal guards came from the headset. The young man responded and looked at Zhang Mao. Here it comes. Next, it's up to you. Okay, I hope it's a good show that satisfies you. Zhang Mao nodded slightly, then took a slightly pointed stone and walked out slowly. Xianyuan Cheng was running on the road exhausted. He couldn't stop. If he stopped, he would be caught by the people behind him. 2 of his guards had already died at their hands, and as long as he could find his aunt, he would be able to survive. But the entire 45th floor is so big, and I still can't find it after searching for so long. Auntie, help me, where are you? Chapter 189, Striving for a Headshot and Gradually Changing. Chapter 189, Gradually Changes with Striving Headshots. Xianyuan Cheng shouted wildly in his heart. Chiu. Boom! Just as Xianyuan Cheng was searching around like a headless ant, a stone hidden in the shadow of the rockery flew towards him quickly. In just a moment, it directly made Xianyuan Cheng's head explode. Asshole! Xianyuan Cheng covered his head, which was bleeding, and looked towards the place where the stone flew out with an angry face. In the shadow of the rockery, he could clearly see a figure walking out quickly. It's you! Seeing this figure coming out, Xianyuan Cheng's face was shocked. Why is this guy here? But before he could come to his senses, he saw Zhang Mao throwing 2 more stones. It hit Xianyuan Cheng's head directly. Hiss! The severe pain forced Xianyuan Cheng to take a breath. Damn it. Do you really think I can be bullied by anyone? Now he doesn't care why Zhang Mao appeared here. It's bad enough that he was bullied by the royal guards, but how could he be bullied by a lowly kid like you? Then, Xianyuan Cheng picked up the stone and threw it back quickly. However, Zhang Mao dodged it. Xianyuan Cheng saw that his attack missed and was about to continue picking up stones, but out of the corner of his eye he saw Zhang Mao rushing in front of him. Depend on. Before he could react, Xianyuan Cheng felt a pain in his crotch. The intense pain made Xianyuan Cheng feel weak all over. Zhang Mao succeeded in one strike and pushed down Xianyuan Cheng, who was temporarily unable to resist, and then took 2 stones. He sat directly on Xianyuan Cheng's body and hit his head hard. Boom! Boom! Puff! Puff! Finally, it hit Xianyuan Cheng's hands and feet, rendering him powerless to resist. Bright red blood flowed all over the ground, mixed with some unknown liquid. Ha! Zhang Mao breathed heavily, looking at Xianyuan Cheng, who was now completely disfigured, with a cold expression. At this moment, his mind was still full of the scene of Wan Wan being insulted. Zhang Mao opened his mouth. Bitter water rushed up his throat, but he swallowed it down. Jarvis, how long did it take? The young man walked up slowly, looking at the place that looked like a slaughterhouse with a raised face. It took a total of 4 minutes and 30 seconds, 1 minute to knock Xianyuan Cheng down, and 3 minutes and 30 seconds to kill him. Jarvis's voice echoed in the young man's ears. Did it take 3.5 minutes? The young man murmured. He took 2 stones and smashed a man's head. Judging from the hardness of the skull, you can imagine how much strength the boy used at that time. I guess his hand was also injured. Jarvis, the show is over. Call someone to clean up the scene. Yes, sir. Soon, a pair of guards ran over here quickly. When they saw the scene, they couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Take him away, take him for examination, and then throw Xianyuan Cheng's body out to feed the zombies. The young man said to the team that was jogging towards him. Yes, Commander. The guard saluted respectfully, and then quickly carried out the young man's instructions. Commander? When Zhang Mao heard the name, He turned to look at the young man with a puzzled look in his eyes. "You'll know later." The young man smiled mysteriously, then turned and left, leaving only the guards to deal with the scene. Zhang Mao looked at the young man who was leaving, his eyes full of shock. "Commander? He's the commander of the shelter? But isn't the commander of the shelter that old man?" No one explained his doubts at this moment, and he was quickly taken away. After Jiang Yu left the rockery, he took the elevator to the command room. And here, Zhang Ma and Mu Di had already been watching everything. Zhang Ma is over. Jiang Yu saw Zhang Ma's unhappy expression, and he also looked unhappy. "Yeah, it's over. This kid deserves it." Aunt Zhang was silent for a while, then spoke reluctantly. After she learned about Xin Yuan Cheng's deeds, her heart was also very complicated. The child with a sweet voice before has become like this now. It can be regarded as a tit for tat to die at this moment. "I'm tired. I'm going to bed first." Zhang Ma stood up with the help of Mu Di and slowly left the command room. Jiang Yu sat back in his seat, looking at the scene on the surveillance camera, and fell into deep thought. Tonight is indeed a very difficult night for Zhang Ma. After all, it is her relative who died, even if this relative has done many evil things. "Jarvis, after you've cleaned up Zhang Mao, have someone send him back to the 15th floor." "Yes, sir." After saying that, Jiang Yu also left the command room and returned to the bedroom. Time flies. 2 hours later, Zhang Mao stood at the elevator entrance, looking at the park he had just walked through, with a complicated expression on his face. Back in the room, the lights were on. Lin Wanwan was lying quietly on the bed with her eyes closed. Zhang Mao did not disturb her. He quietly returned to his bed and lay down. His mind was still echoing with what he had seen and heard in the past 2 hours. Flame shelter. Zhang Mao recalled the name of the shelter and murmured softly. It was late at night. Whether it was the people outside the shelter or the residents inside the shelter, except for some royal guards who were still working, the rest had basically fallen asleep at this moment. The next morning, Zhang Mao was awakened by a gentle push and shake. "Wake up, lazy bum, it's time for breakfast," Lin Wanwan said softly. "Okay." Zhang Mao sat up in a trance, and the first thing he saw was the dim light in the room. He immediately looked at the light above his head in confusion. "I saw that the lights on my side were turned off, leaving only the lights on Lin Wanwan's side still on. I remember that you couldn't sleep because the light was too bright, so I turned off the light when I got up at night." Lin Wanwan smiled. "Well, thank you. I slept very comfortably." Zhang Mao smiled slightly and said, "Chapter 190, all parties come to discuss and begin." "You're welcome." Lin Wanwan smiled brightly at Zhang Mao, and the turbidity in her eyes seemed to disappear a little at this moment, revealing her transparent, shining, and slightly foolish light. She didn't ask whether Xin Yuan Cheng was dead or not, because she felt it was unnecessary. She believed that Zhang Mao would never lie to her. The two walked to the cafeteria hand in hand, ordered 2 breakfasts, and found a seat to sit down. "So, have you decided what kind of work to do?" Lin Wanwan asked. "I made up my mind when I came back last night. I want to join the Guardians." Zhang Mao's words made Lin Wanwan's expression freeze. "Have you thought about it?" There were no excessive questions, just a simple one. "Well, I've thought about it. This shelter is very good. It's better than we imagined." Zhang Mao smiled. "Yeah." Lin Wanwan smiled slightly and said no more. "Of course, if you hadn't insisted on getting in the car yesterday, we might still be outside, starving and freezing." Lin Wanwan looked at Zhang Mao's smile, and her heart couldn't help but twitch, and her cloudy eyes seemed to become even more vain. He might never know in his life that the reason why he wanted to get on the bus at that time was not because of anything else, but because he heard that Xin Yuan Cheng's aunt was the commander of the Xinhua shelter. After hearing the news, she, who was already scarred, immediately made a decision that she needed to find a way out for herself and Zhang Mao, even if the way out was to rape her Xin Yuan Cheng. "If I can use my broken body to make Zhang Mao live a better life in the shelter, it is worth it, even if this decision may make Zhang Mao fall into endless madness." But in this doomsday world where people eat each other, what does madness really matter? Maybe madness is better. At least it might give you a better chance of survival. After all, right now, survival is the most important thing. That night, when Xin Yuan Cheng was crawling on her, she thought a lot and made many decisions secretly, but she could never tell Zhang Mao about these decisions. In the future, she would only let Zhang Mao see Lin Wanwan before that night, and would not let him see Lin Wanwan after that night. But what made Lin Wanwan feel lucky was that the Xinhua shelter seemed so good that Lin Wanwan suddenly felt that all her plans were unnecessary to implement. In Jiang Yu's room, Jiang Yu was also having breakfast with Mu Di. How is it, Aunt Jiang? Did you sleep well last night? It's fine, but I cried in the middle of the night. Mu Di sighed helplessly about this. Anyone who sees their loved ones being killed will feel the same way. But you too, if you really want to kill him, just find a secluded place to do it. Why would you let Aunt Jiang see you? Mu Di looked at Jiang Yu reproachfully. You reap what you sow. Let Aunt Jiang see that Xianyuan Cheng died from the bitter fruit of his own making. That way, her inner pain will be much less. We are not plants or trees, so who can be heartless? You feel sorry for your own family, but don't you have any sympathy when you see what happens to other families? Jiang Yu smiled. If it wasn't for making Zhang Ma feel better, Jiang Yu wouldn't have to wear shorts and short sleeves late at night to pretend to be a spirited young man and argue with Zhang Mao. I see. Is this a disguised form of fighting poison with poison? Mu Di nodded slightly after hearing the explanation. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Yu heard Jarvis' voice coming. Sir, the leaders of each shelter have arrived outside the shelter and are ready to talk to you. Oh, you're early. Take them to the conference room and wait for me. Yes, sir. Outside the shelter, all the important people in Qing City came to the Xinhua shelter. However, although there were many people coming, only a dozen of them could actually get in. After all, Jiang Yu asked them to only allow 2 people into each shelter. When they heard that only 2 people could enter, many people showed dissatisfaction on their faces, but due to practical problems, they finally obeyed the rules. Led by the guards, they came to the shelter. Amidst their exclamations and shock, they were taken to the conference room to wait for the arrival of the shelter's commander. Soon, Aunt Zhang walked into the meeting room with a kind smile on her face, and behind her were Jiang Yu and 2 guards. When everyone saw Zhang Ma coming in, they all stood up and looked at the former director of the orphanage with complicated expressions. Okay, everyone sit down. Aunt Zhang came to the seat, sat down slowly, and spoke to them with a smile. Everyone sat down slowly and looked at each other. The atmosphere at the scene fell into a brief silence. Then the people from the Wang family shelter spoke first. I've long heard that the Xinhua shelter is humanity's last haven. Seeing it today, I see it truly lives up to its reputation. Dean Zhang's ability to help so many people at once is something we should all learn from. I, Wang, deeply admire Dean Zhang's righteousness. Patriarch Wang laughed heartily. After hearing the Wang family patriarch start the conversation, the others also offered respectful words, and the rainbow farts were one after another. While listening to these words, Aunt Zhang still had a kind smile on her face. No matter how beautiful the words were, she did not show any abnormality. Seeing that Aunt Zhang didn't respond, the others thought that Aunt Zhang was very happy with this and continued to speak. Hey, Dean Zhang, to be honest, we had no choice but to come and disturb you this time. Now that the apocalypse is approaching and zombies are rampant, the living environment for us is becoming increasingly difficult. In addition, the Lin family team raided several of our shelters not long ago, leaving many people in our shelters hungry and without clothes. Patriarch Wang was silent for a moment. Then seeing that Aunt Zhang didn't react much, he continued. I just wanted to see if I could borrow some food from you, so we can go back and take care of our urgent needs. Don't worry, we will definitely write you an IOU. When society returns to stability and we have sufficient supplies, we will definitely pay you back with interest. What do you think? Seeing their faces, Jiang Yu couldn't help but sneer. As soon as they met, he started to flatter Zhang Ma with his praise of human righteousness, and then used moral blackmail. How come these statements about the refuge are not original? Chapter 191. I am the only one. After saying so much, the head of the Wang family felt a little dry in the mouth, but he still didn't hear Zhang Ma's reply. The head of the Wang family was stunned for a moment and asked softly, I wonder what you think, Dean Zhang? If you're not satisfied with the conditions, we could discuss it again. Having said this, the head of the Wang family paused for a moment, and then, as if he had made a decision that went against his ancestors, he hardened his heart and spoke again. If you think the conditions are not enough, then I can disband the shelter and bring the entire shelter to join you. How about that? As long as there are stutterers, we can do anything. Patriarch Wang spoke. Seeing that the head of the Wang family seemed to have violated the decision of his ancestors, everyone looked at him with disdain. Pull your entire shelter in so you can have a small group here? Can they manage it well? They're not stupid. Are you done? Aunt Zhang spoke lightly. When the people present saw Zhang Ma's unchanged eyes, their expressions suddenly became puzzled, and then they subconsciously nodded slightly. Now that I've said that, I'll give you a choice. Surrender now, or die immediately. Aunt Zhang adjusted her glasses and said with a kind face. The leaders of the shelters, who were still thinking about what to say, all changed their expressions slightly after hearing these words. They looked at each other with disbelief on their faces. You mean? One of the family heads asked with a slightly pale face. I know all your little tricks, and I don't intend to waste time with you, because there's no need. I'm only asking you once today. Submit to us, or you'll die. Although Aunt Zhang still had a kind smile on her face at this moment, her domineering aura surprised Jiangyu, who was standing next to her. Is this the majesty of the former eldest daughter of the Xianyuan family? Even though she has been away from the Xianyuan family for a long time, she has always been the eldest daughter of the Xianyuan family. The things that are naturally contained in her blood will not disappear with the passage of time, but will become stronger with the accumulation of time. It was just because Zhang Ma didn't need it normally, so she deliberately hid it. Now, Zhang Ma, who accepted Jiang Yu's commission to take charge of the Xinhua shelter, must take out these things that she had hidden for decades in order to take control of this shelter. The heads of the families present had not expected this. They had originally thought that the commander of the shelter was a kind and benevolent old woman, and they wanted to find ways to get some benefits. However, they did not expect that she was not only an old woman, but also a real person in power who was decisive and murderous. Seeing this scene, many people present broke out in cold sweat. Dean Zhang, you're being a bit overbearing. Aren't you afraid that we'll unite? Don't forget, although you've been in Qing City for decades, we've all been working here for generations. If we really have to compete with you, you might not be our match. Patriarch Wang narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke in a rather cold tone. Hearing that Patriarch Wang had taken the lead, the others also began to look at him unfriendlily. That's right. Our respective forces have already taken root in Qing City. It's not that easy to move against us. That's right, Dean Zhang. If we unite, even if you are the commander of a Xinhua shelter, you'll have a huge headache. As everyone talked, Zhang Ma still had a kind smile on her face. Aunt Zhang just smiled and waved, and then several fully armed guards walked in with guns. Click, click, click. In an instant, amid the bewildered looks of these householders, the royal guards loaded their guns and pointed them at the household heads who had just been talking. When these people saw this scene, their faces turned pale and various colors changed wildly on their faces. Snort. The head of the Wang family went against the current, slammed the table, stood up, and stared at Aunt Zhang. Hey, Dean Zhang, what are you doing? Why bother with all that? I was just playing a little joke on you. You're such a grown-up. How come you can't see the joke? Patriarch Wang bowed towards Aunt Zhang, with a humble and flattering smile on his face. Gao. Seeing the Wang family head surrender so quickly, the people in the surrounding shelters were stunned and cursed the Wang family head madly in their hearts. What the hell? You were the one who was leading the shouting just now. But now you were the first to surrender. What about you? Zhang Ma's eyes swept over the other people present, and suddenly, everyone who was swept by her eyes felt as cold as falling into a cold cellar. Helplessly, when you are under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head and choose to agree with what Zhang Ma said. All right, since you've chosen to agree, from now on, as vassals of our Xinhua shelter, you will need to pay 100,000 corpse crystals every month as protection money. Likewise, we will provide you with some military support and help you deal with external enemies. Hearing what Aunt Zhang said, everyone present showed a bitter smile. With their capabilities, apart from the government, the Lin family, and the Xinhua shelter, who else in the entire Qing City would they need military support to attack? With the Lin family not around, who else would they need protection for? Isn't this simply forced collection of protection money? Although they were extremely reluctant, under the threat of gunpoint, they all nodded in agreement, fearing that they would be shot in the head if they disagreed. At this moment, they all had bitter smiles on their faces. In the past, they were the ones who robbed others for protection money, but now they didn't expect that the situation has reversed and it has become others who rob their own. And we won't stop you from developing your own affiliated forces. However, every affiliated force you develop needs to be registered with us. Once registered, we will all be one family. You can all enjoy the protection of our shelter, but brothers, let's be clear about the accounts. For every subsidiary force you develop, we will charge you 30% of the total amount of corpse crystals you have confiscated from that subsidiary force. Okay, do you have any questions? If not, please stay for breakfast and then go back. Chapter 192, Domineering Zhang Ma Controls Qing City. After hearing what Zhang Ma said, the people present, who were originally a little reluctant, began to think about it, and then their eyes lit up. According to what Zhang Ma meant between the lines, they could use the reputation of Xinhua Shelter to win over younger brothers, and then learn the shelter's methods to collect protection fees. Although a 30% monthly share is required, there are many shelters in Qing City, especially those small family-style shelters. It is even more common. When a little bit adds up, 100,000 a month may not seem like a lot. But after paying 100,000 every month, the rest is yours. Although they still don't know what the corpse crystals are used for, since the Xinhua Shelter has chosen to collect them so vigorously, it is foreseeable that the corpse crystals are definitely not as simple as they seem. Therefore, it is best to keep some of these good things for yourself in case you run out of them. As everyone's minds began to work, each of their faces gradually became filled with excitement, and the gloomy expressions just now suddenly disappeared. After figuring everything out, they all looked up at Aunt Zhang, who was sitting in the main seat. There was no trace of the loss and bitterness that came from being forced to pay protection money. The head of the Wang family, who was an expert at changing his attitude according to the situation, quickly stood up and spoke with a flattering look on his face. Dean Zhang is truly righteous. Seeing that everyone in Qing City is acting independently and is like a pile of loose sand, he actually took the trouble to come up with such an excellent and beautiful plan to unite all the shelters in Qing City. Not only can it quickly eliminate the chaotic scene in Qing City, but it can also increase the cohesion of all the survivors in Qing City. To be able to come up with such a plan and to have such means and courage, could it be that Dean Zhang is a god from heaven? After hearing what Patriarch Wang said, everyone present couldn't help but look at Patriarch Wang with strange eyes, and they were shocked in their hearts. It seemed that the Wang family could become the first family under the Lin family, and it relied on more than just hard power. Perhaps his mouth is also his greatest strength. Many people are still secretly wondering why they didn't say this first. Listening to the praise and flattery from Patriarch Wang, Aunt Zhang sneered. She had heard this kind of thing countless times before and had long been immune to it. Then she spoke again calmly. Okay, since everyone has no objections, I'll treat you all to breakfast. After breakfast, everyone can go back and prepare. After all, next month is only 10 days away. Before the first of next month, I want everyone present to hand over 100,000 corpse crystals to the shelter. Everyone present who was originally happy was stunned when they heard what Aunt Zhang said. What Dean Zhang meant was that he wanted them to dig out 100,000 corpse crystals within 10 days. How is that possible? Dean Zhang, isn't 10 days a little too short? A middle-aged man stood up and asked respectfully. Yes, Dean Zhang, can you give us a few days' grace? Many people spoke up. It's okay. Pressure is motivation. But if you can't collect the money, don't blame me for starting the liquidation. Aunt Zhang closed her eyes and smiled gently and casually. Looking at Zhang Ma's gentle smile, everyone present couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. In the end, under the pressure of Zhang Ma, they had no choice but to comply. When everything was settled, Zhang Ma even took them to the cafeteria for a good free meal. After breakfast, they were taken out of the shelter by the royal guards. When they saw the luxury inside the shelter and compared it with the simplicity of their own shelter, they couldn't help but envy those who could join the Xinhua shelter. They all have big families and big businesses, so they can't join in and can only watch helplessly. In the end, everyone could only shake their heads helplessly and lead their men back to the shelter. There were still 10 days left, so they needed to hurry up. Auntie Zhang, I didn't realize you could be so domineering. Jiang Yu looked at Aunt Zhang, who was flipping through the documents, and smiled. Haha, there's nothing I can do. This is your refuge. To make it easier for you, I have to go there myself. Aunt Zhang chuckled. Indeed, with the help of you, the eldest daughter of the Xinyuan family, I only need to focus on the shelter in High City. This is indeed a lot easier. Jiang Yu agreed. Speaking of Xuanyuan's children, you still have to be careful of my petty elder sister. Even though she doesn't dare to touch me, it doesn't mean she won't touch you. Aunt Zhang said cautiously. The Xinyuan family has been around since the Qin dynasty more than 2,000 years ago. It is definitely not as simple as it seems. Even as the eldest daughter of the Xinyuan family, I know nothing about many of the secrets of the Xinyuan family. My father may know a lot of secrets, but that is something that only the head of the Xinyuan family can know. As the eldest daughter, I have no way of knowing. By the way, how is the dragon vein repair going? Aunt Zhang asked. It's 90% repaired, but it's just missing that little bit. I've been watching for several days, but there hasn't been much movement. I don't know what the principle of the dragon vein's self-repair is. Jiang Yu sighed helplessly and said, Even Jarvis didn't have many records of such a mysterious thing as the dragon vein. If Aunt Zhang hadn't been from the Xinyuan family, he might not have known that there was a broken dragon vein under the orphanage. The people who descended from the gods have been searching for dragon veins. As you can imagine, dragon veins are not that simple. We still need to pay more attention to them. At the same time, we must also pay attention to what will happen after the dragon veins are completely repaired to see if they need protection or something like that. Aunt Zhang spoke. Jiang Yu nodded slightly. He had already made arrangements for this. I remember hearing my father say when I was a child that there is a dragon vein in the southernmost part of China, but I don't remember whether it is true or the details. After all, it has been too long and my memory is very vague. A look of reminiscence appeared on Zhang Ma's face, and she spoke softly. The southernmost part of China. Hearing this, Jiang Yu couldn't help but think of the southernmost archipelago. As everything in Qing City is becoming more stable, the shelter is also moving forward at a rapid pace. However, in just 5 days, most of the shelters in Qing City became affiliated shelters of Xinhua Shelter. When a certain amount of corpse crystals were handed over, they could enjoy the protection of Xinhua Shelter. Chapter 193. Horrible consumption heading to Qing City. Basically, as long as they are protected by the Xinhua Shelter, then under normal circumstances, the survivors only need to face the unconscious zombies, and no longer need to face their own people who are most accustomed to stabbing them in the back. In the research laboratory, Lu Yaya and the others finally gave Jiang Yu the good news. What are the data results? Jiang Yu stood in front of the computer and asked Jarvis. Sir, after testing, everything is normal. The chance of side effects has been reduced to 0.01%. Jiang Yu, the physical condition of several experimental subjects during this period of time has been observed to be perfect. It seems that it is time to start popularizing it to all staff. Lu Yaya and Professor Zheng also said excitedly. After nearly 2 months of research, they finally figured out the secret of the quartz crystal. However, the most important thing is Jarvis's simulation and experimental process. Without Jarvis's assistance, each simulation experiment of Lu Yaya and others would take a lot of time, and it would be almost impossible to complete the research so quickly. Well, how many people can be strengthened in one day? And how much quartz crystals are required? Jiang Yu thought for a moment and asked, Sir, according to calculations, an evolution chamber can accommodate 20 people at the same time to begin strengthening, and it takes 30 minutes for the gas to be slowly inhaled and then slowly penetrate into every part of the body, every gene, and every cell. Then the compression and vaporization of the newly placed quartz crystals also require 30 minutes of preparation, so 20 people can carry out the strengthening every hour. However, because the human body of an ordinary person cannot withstand the process of opening the gene lock all at once, each person needs to absorb the quartz crystal gas 3 times in order to activate the cells in the body. The genes perfectly absorb the quartz crystal gas, thereby opening the gene lock normally. Comprehensive calculations show that 180 guards with first-level gene locks can be produced every day. It takes 200 quartz crystals to open an evolution chamber once, and 600 quartz crystals to completely open a gene lock. A total of 4,800 quartz crystals are consumed per day. Listening to Jarvis's calculations, Jiang Yu nodded slightly. 600 quartz crystals can unlock the genetic locks of 20 guard teams. It's not too much, but it's definitely not too little. Jiang Yu currently has a total of about 12,000 guards in the shelter. If all of them are upgraded, 360,000 quartz crystals will be needed, and only 180 can be created per day. It will take at least 2 months, and the cold wave will come in 2 months, so it's just in time. Jarvis, how many quartz crystals are there in the base now? Jiang Yu asked. Sir, because the Qing City shelter has just been opened, a lot of personal guards and various weapon production lines have been created, which has consumed a lot of quartz crystals. Therefore, you don't have many quartz crystals left at the moment, only about 100,000. 100,000? Hearing Jarvis' voice, Jiang Yu murmured. Okay, then let the captain and his group in the guard team unlock the gene lock first. Then after the people from the affiliated shelter deliver the quartz crystals in 10 days, we will slowly arrange for people to go there. Yes, sir. Now, there's not enough quartz crystals, and Jiang Yu does not plan to open more evolution chambers, because there is no need. If he really wants to open more, he will wait until there are more quartz crystals and more people need to open the gene lock. On the other side, in a middle school shelter in Xiang City, a male teacher with tangled hair and wearing shorts in a short-sleeved shirt, was looking at the device in front of him with excitement. It was a rectangular device the size of a shoebox, and inside the device, a gray mist was wandering in this rectangular closed device. Success. I actually succeeded. Ha! The man laughed heartily, not caring at all that the hair that had not been washed for a long time entered his mouth and tasted a sour taste. Hey, what do you say we should do? There are more and more zombies outside, and they are getting stronger and stronger. The survival supplies in the school are getting less and less. Now, at least several students will die every time we go out. If this continues, won't everyone who can go out to find food die? Yeah, last time we went out, more than a dozen of us, all armed with guns from the neighboring government office, but we were nearly wiped out by a huge zombie. We used up all our bullets, but couldn't kill it, and it accidentally triggered a small zombie wave. If we hadn't run fast, none of us would have made it back. Just when they were frowning, they heard the male teacher's wild laughter. Damn it, I've been putting up with him for so long. As a man, it's fine if he doesn't go out to look for supplies, but we still need to support him. It would be fine if his research was useful, but it's been so long, and I've taken hundreds of corpse crystals, and he hasn't come up with anything. Hey, we risked our lives to get those corpse crystals. Exactly. I think the boss has lost his mind. The government is helpless in dealing with the current situation. What can a nerd like him do? Alas, there's nothing we can do. As a graduate student at Shonen University, he has the capital to enjoy the boss's favor. What else can we, the little brothers with no academic background, do besides selling our labor? Hearing this, several people sighed helplessly. They didn't expect that, even at the end of the world, academic qualifications were still so important. During this period, the supplies they found were taken away by the boss and given to the top student. This move caused a lot of opinions among other people in the school shelter, and rumors never stopped. However, the boss seemed to be unaware and continued to support the research professor with good food and drink. Just as they were complaining, their boss's voice came from the intercom. Come here, everyone. Receive. The three men shook their heads helplessly, stood up, and walked toward the boss's office with their weapons. After walking through 2 dark corridors and stairs, they arrived outside an office. He knocked on the door and walked in. Boss. Well, everyone is here. Yes. The few people saw that the people in the room were basically the leaders of the school. Seeing that everyone was present, Boss Lu was no longer silent and spoke. I heard a piece of news. There is a shelter in Qing City called Xinhua Shelter. In this shelter, you can exchange corpse crystals for food and weapons, so I want you to lead a team to exchange some food and weapons. Boss Lu spoke calmly. Chapter 194. 6 people set out on the road, as if walking on flat ground. Corpse crystal? Isn't that what Professor Zhao considers his lifeblood? Someone asked doubtfully. Yes, the corpse crystals are Professor Zhao's life. He personally guarded the ones we retrieved. Wow, corpse crystals actually work. I thought it was just Professor Zhao's imagination. Many people were surprised to hear that someone was willing to exchange food and weapons for corpse crystals. After all, in their opinion, it would be better to collect more supplies than to search for useless corpse crystals. It's true that Professor Zhao needs corpse crystals, but the current situation is that students need to eat more urgently. Since Xinhua Shelter can exchange items with corpse crystals, I have no reason to refuse. As for Professor Zhao, I will go and explain to him. I believe he will understand the seriousness of the matter at this time. You just need to bring the things back safely. After saying that, Boss Lu took out a map and pointed to the border between Qing City and Xiang City. This is where the 2 cities meet. This is a valley connecting the 2 cities. Although the scenery here is beautiful, the terrain is quite steep. So except for the peak tourist season every year, there are only a few people in this small village at other times. The zombie outbreak happened during the Chinese New Year, which is not a time when there are many tourists, so there may not be many zombies here. We can follow this road and drive directly to the foot of the mountain, then cross the valley to Qing City. As far as I know, the Xinhua Shelter is not far from the exit of the valley, at most a dozen kilometers away. I also heard that because of the Xinhua Shelter, the local zombies in Qing City have been gradually controlled, so Qing City is still quite safe now. We just need to pay attention to the sudden attacks of zombies on the road. When you arrive in Qing City, if you really have no place to stay, you can temporarily find a Liu family shelter. That is my eldest brother's shelter. After you tell him your identity, he will arrange for you. Okay, here's the plan. Who among you is willing to volunteer? Boss Lu said. After hearing what Boss Lu said, everyone present looked quite hesitant. Although Boss Lu spoke so vividly, it was all hearsay. If they really set out on the road, The exact situation was still unknown, and they didn't know if the Shinhwa shelter was really willing to exchange food for corpse crystals. What if it was a scam? Seeing the hesitant expressions of the crowd, Boss Lu sighed. He also knew that this matter was all heard by him, and he was not very sure. In that case, let's follow the old rules and draw lots. Boss Lu said. When they heard the drawing of lots, everyone looked at each other and nodded slightly. 10 minutes later, the 5 people present drew the short lot. Okay, if that's the case, then Lao Zhang, Lao Chun, Lao Wang, Xiao Chun, and Xiao Yun, the 5 of you go. Boss Lu spoke. In response, the 5 people whose names were called nodded slightly. Even Boss Lu had drawn a lot just now, so they couldn't say much since they drew the short lot. Time flew by, and it was the next day. The team leader, Lao Zhang, and the other 4 were all fully armed. This time, they brought a total of 200 corpse crystals, which were divided into 5 parts, and each person carried one to avoid them from falling due to the dangerous journey. However, just as they were about to leave, Professor Zhao, who had been living in seclusion in the school, was also going to follow them. Originally, they disagreed, but when Professor Zhao said that only he knew the true value of the corpse crystal, Boss Lu reluctantly agreed, and asked them to take good care of Professor Zhao on the way. The journey was already dangerous, and now they had to bring such a big burden with them. However, without Professor Zhao, they didn't know how to tell the true value of the corpse crystal. What if they were cheated? Therefore, they had no choice but to bring Professor Zhao with them. In the morning, after eating the few breakfasts available in the shelter, the 6 of them set off quickly. The route was planned in advance. When they passed by, someone lured away the nearby zombies, allowing them to pass quickly. Therefore, they were able to reach the valley before noon. Let's go. Now that we're here, we can only walk. Looking at the winding and rugged mountain road in front of them, the people present all looked bitter. Professor Zhao was the only one who looked calm, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. When they arrived in the valley, it was already afternoon. The hot weather made them sweat profusely and exhausted a lot of energy. However, just as everyone was out of breath, Professor Zhao, who had always lived in seclusion and was frail, did not even break a sweat, which surprised the 5 people present. Normally, someone like Professor Zhao should be exhausted after walking for half an hour. Why are the 5 strong men exhausted, but Professor Zhao, who is a scientific researcher, is still so calm? Didn't even break a sweat. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it is already dark. But they were still in the valley, and had no choice but to rest there. Roar! Just as they were resting, a tiger roar was heard near their camp. When the tiger roared, everyone present woke up in shock, and then looked around vigilantly with weapons in hand. Sparse. Not long after, with the shaking of the grass, a tiger with eyes gleaming with hunger and a body length of more than 3 meters appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this huge tiger, everyone present was frightened and quickly stepped back. They looked at each other, then slowly and quietly left towards the back. But every time they took a step back, the tiger took a step forward, and for a moment, the situation began to become tense. The next moment, Professor Zhao woke up from his sleep. He looked at the situation with a bad expression, as if he was very angry that someone had disturbed his sleep. He walked straight towards the tiger. When the tiger saw someone walking towards it, it immediately pounced forward. However, the next moment, the human in front of it grabbed its tiger paw, and then, in the astonished eyes of everyone and the tiger, lifted the leaping tiger up. Boom! Then he slammed heavily to the ground. Woo! The tiger, feeling the pain, wanted to fight back, but his innate sense of seeking good fortune and avoiding danger made him realize that the human standing in front of him might be different from other humans. Finally, after struggling for a while, the tiger could only turn around and leave helplessly. Chapter 195, What I Saw and Heard Upon Arriving in Qing City. Behind him, the people who saw this scene in the moonlight were all shocked. They saw that Professor Zhao's physical fitness might be extraordinary, but being able to lift a full-grown tiger and scare it away was not something that could be simply explained by good physical fitness. Professor Zhao this. Everyone present was shocked by Professor Zhao's sudden outburst. I told you that you have no idea of the true value and function of corpse crystals. Professor Zhao smiled slightly, his brows full of pride. Then he returned to his seat and continued to rest. The true value of corpse crystals. Does it really have such powerful abilities? The 5 people present were stunned when they heard this. They thought back to a time not long ago when they were still mocking Professor Zhao's enthusiasm for corpse crystals, But now, it seems that the clown is actually them. It turns out we have always been blind. Old Zhang looked at Professor Zhao, who fell asleep, with an extremely complicated expression. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day, and everyone continued on their journey. However, although the 6 people are still there, after what happened last night, no one dares to look down on Professor Zhao, who has been eating white rice for a month. Having researched the secret of corpse crystals, and being able to fight against tigers with a human body is something that is simply unimaginable. Along the way, under the power of Professor Zhao, although they encountered many difficulties, they were all solved by Professor Zhao. Everyone even felt that if Professor Zhao hadn't been with them this time, it would have been a blessing from God that one of them could arrive safely. After they arrived in Qing City, when they faced the first zombie, they saw with their own eyes the scene of a zombie being torn apart by hand. It's getting late. Let's find a place to rest and go to the shelter to exchange for supplies tomorrow. Professor Zhao looked at the sky and said to Lao Zhang, "Well, that's all I can do." They walked for 2 days. The mountain road was rugged, and their physical strength decreased as they went on. They had to rest more and more frequently, so time was delayed a lot. Everyone looked at Professor Zhao, only to see that there were only a few sweat stains on his clothes. His breath was not at all disordered. Professor Zhao basically did not take the initiative to ask for a break along the way. It was others who could not help but suggest it. Lao Zhang and the others even felt that if Professor Zhao had not needed to wait for them, he could have even crossed the valley at an extremely fast speed. The group found a dilapidated little shop. Professor Zhao went in and searched around first, then allowed others to enter after confirming it was safe. The night passed in a flash, and the next morning they got up and rushed towards the Xinhua shelter. It was not until near noon that they found the location of the Xinhua shelter. Is this the place? Lao Zhang looked at the long queue in front of him with a frown on his face. He didn't expect so many people to be queuing here to exchange for supplies. However, since there is such a long queue, it must be that everyone is here to exchange supplies, which also indirectly reflects the authenticity of the rumors about this shelter. After they had been waiting in line for 3 hours, it was finally their turn. Before they could say anything, they saw the big man sitting on the chair, scanning the 3 of them with his wristband. "How didn't you apply?" Hearing the guards ask this, several people were stunned. "What are you applying for? Do you have to make an appointment to exchange supplies?" Professor Zhao asked with a frown. "Oh, to exchange for supplies? No wonder. This is the review team for joining the shelter. The exchange of supplies is there." Following the guard's finger, I saw a muscular man yawning madly, and his table with no one in line. Professor Zhao frowned when he saw this scene, feeling quite unhappy. However, thinking that he and others were seeking help from Xinhua shelter, he suppressed his unhappy mood and took Lao Zhang and others to the other table. "Come here to exchange supplies. Here's the exchange chart." After that, the guard took out a form. Professor Zhao took the form and took a quick glance at it before revealing an expression of extreme shock. How can it be so cheap? Even Professor Zhao, who knew the function of corpse crystals, was surprised when he saw the cheap exchange rate. "Wow, it's so cheap." The others took the form, took a quick look at it, and exclaimed in surprise. 50 kilograms of rice for only 20 corpse crystals. 50 kilograms of meat for only 50 corpse crystals. 100 kilograms of vegetables only cost 50 corpse crystals. A submachine gun costs 30 corpse crystals. 30 corpse crystals can be exchanged for 3 full magazines of submachine gun bullets. 80 corpse crystals can be exchanged for a heavy machine gun. 50 corpse crystals can be exchanged for 5 full magazines of heavy machine gun ammunition. Seeing such cheap prices, Lao Zhang and others were filled with surprise. Just spending 120 corpse crystals can buy their school several months' worth of survival supplies. Even if you can't afford to buy good weapons with the remaining corpse crystals, it would be good to buy a few cheaper pistols. At this moment, Lao Zhang and others were extremely excited. The guards looked at this scene and shook their heads with a smile. If they saw Haishi's exchange rate, wouldn't they have a heart attack? The exchange rates for Hai City and Qing City are different, which Jianyu has considered. Now that the 2 shelters are consuming supplies, the exchange rates for supplies have been reduced accordingly. "Okay, what do you want to change?" The guard asked with a smile. "Excuse me, can we go discuss this first?" Old Zhang swallowed and asked. "Okay, let's come back after we've discussed it. But I have to remind you that we get off work at 5 p.m. sharp. If you're late, come back tomorrow." The guard said. Get off work at 5 o'clock. Hearing this, everyone could not help but feel envious. While they were still struggling to survive outside for food, the people in the Shinhwa shelter actually started to enforce the rule of leaving get off work on time. Soon, several people came to the corner and began to discuss. The food must be replaced. 200 kilograms of food should be enough if we share it. Lao Zhang was the first to speak. Well, then, with the remaining 80 corpse crystals, I'll exchange them for pistols and bullets as much as possible. As for submachine guns and heavy machine guns, I won't think about them for now. Lao Wang also spoke. Chapter 196, Tailing and Night Attack. After discussing for more than 10 minutes and deciding on the final plan, everyone started asking Professor Zhao, who had been silent the whole time. Professor Zhao, what do you think? Lao Zhang asked. Professor Zhao was silent for a moment and nodded slightly. It's up to you guys to decide. I don't know much about this, and there's no need to save corpse crystals. After all, with my current abilities, it's very easy to hunt zombies and get them. Everyone nodded slightly after hearing what Professor Zhao said. They did not deny it. After all, it should be easier for someone who can scare away a tiger to fight zombies. Afterwards, after the discussion, everyone went to the material exchange office to exchange rice, meat, vegetables, 15 pistols, and some bullets. The 200 corpse crystals they brought with them were used up after careful calculation, and there was not a trace left. Not long after, the escort team brought 4 large bags containing all the exchange supplies. Lao Zhao and others received the supplies with excitement. Just when they were about to open them to take a look, they immediately felt the covetous gazes coming from all around. Although the people in the big shelters looked down on these supplies, some of the independent people who cannot join the Shinhwa shelter are in great need of supplies. Therefore, the few people who felt these gazes quickly left the shelter gate. Although wealth should not be exposed, it is unavoidable under the public eye. Professor Zhao seemed quite indifferent to these gazes. Having unlocked the first-level gene lock, he is now overflowing with confidence. Start to look down on people and things around you. After exchanging the supplies, Professor Zhao now had only one idea, which was to quickly go back and kill the zombies, then seize the corpse crystals, and finally help the school create a few more strong people who had opened the gene lock like himself. When the safety of the school no longer needed his concern, he could continue his research. After leaving the Shinhwa shelter, Professor Zhao and others rushed towards the valley at a very fast speed. Some people with ill intentions quickly followed them after seeing them leave. They dared not rob at the gate of Shinhwa shelter. That would be tantamount to seeking death. And judging from their appearance, they're obviously from outsiders. Besides, the Shinhwa shelter in Qing City stipulates that it is not allowed to rob people in it, but it is okay to rob outsiders. At noon, the sun was shining brightly. Lao Zhao and the others had been traveling for the past few days and had not eaten much. In addition, they were still carrying dozens of kilograms of things. The little strength they had recovered after a night's rest had now been exhausted. Seeing the tired crowd, Professor Zhao could only let them stop and rest, and then he would always pay attention to the situation around him. Professor Zhao, no, we are too tired now and can't recover our strength, but if we continue to stay here, it will be even more dangerous. Old Zhang smiled bitterly. After hearing this, Professor Zhao thought about it for a while. Didn't Boss Lu say that his eldest brother's refuge is here? Let's go there first to hide from the limelight. Ugh. After gritting their teeth, they stood up and ran quickly towards where Brother Lu was. Soon, they arrived at a fully enclosed building and met the gatekeeper of the Lu family shelter. But after briefly explaining their purpose, they were let in. When the people following them saw them entering the Lu family shelter, they snorted angrily and turned away. In the shelter, when Brother Lu learned that they were a team sent by his younger brother, he immediately warmly entertained them. Brother Lu, we are sorry to bother you this time. Professor Zhao smiled. It doesn't matter. Since they are my brother's people, they are mine. You can have a good rest. In this piece of land in Qing City, my Lu family still has some face. Boss Lu laughed. After a brief greeting, Professor Zhao took out some rice and meat and gave them to Brother Lu, asking him to ask someone to prepare a meal. This was also a greeting gift for their stay here. When the people in the Lu family shelter saw that Professor Zhao actually took out meat, they were immediately shocked. And when they learned that Professor Zhao went to the Shinhwa shelter to exchange, they also showed an expression of understanding. Now, apart from the Shinhwa shelter, the only ones who can take out so many supplies at one time are those large shelters. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it is night. At night, Professor Zhao and others are resting. Suddenly, a huge noise was heard in the darkness. What's wrong? At this moment, those who were in light sleep were awakened and immediately came to the door to check. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but you'll be shocked when you do. Outside the shelter, there were hundreds of zombies attacking the shelter inexplicably and frantically. The two night watchmen were now resisting with great difficulty. After seeing this scene, everyone joined the battle. Among the zombies, two mutated first-level zombies have broken through the defense line and rushed into the shelter. Just when they were about to start a massacre, the thin Professor Zhao stood up and fought against the two first-level zombies. Although Professor Zhao was exhausted, he was still able to fight these two first-level mutant zombies on equal terms with the help of his pistol. The onlookers were all shocked when they saw such a brutal scene. Isn't Professor Zhao a researcher? How come? Brother Liu asked in surprise. This is a long story. I'll tell you in detail later. Lao Zhang and others smiled bitterly. It's not that they don't say it, but they only have a half understanding. Sir, for some reason, multiple small zombie tidal waves have suddenly erupted in Qing City. They're targeting those small shelters. Do you need to bring some support? Inside the base, Jianyu was awakened by Jarvis' voice. After waking up, Jianyu came to the command room, looked at the attack point on the screen, and spoke. Let the guards who have unlocked their gene locks go there and give them some experience. Jianyu said, Yes, sir. 5 minutes later, a team of more than 300 people was divided into 3 teams and started to go in 3 directions to eliminate the zombies. They were all guards who had their gene locks opened in the past few days. Jarvis, are these alien zombies? Jianyu asked curiously. Yes, sir. According to the surveillance records, they are all zombies driven from Yin City. Yin City. Chapter 197. Professor Zhang Wei arrives to support. Those guys are really lingering. Jianyu murmured. By the way, after so many days, have those people who descended from the gods spoken yet? No, Jarvis replied. They're pretty stubborn. I didn't expect the royal guards couldn't dig it out themselves. Jianyu played the interrogation footage, and the scene was so horrifying just by looking at it. At this moment in the interrogation room, except for the heads of those gods were still intact, the rest of their bodies were basically missing parts. For example, the gods' descendants usually have 8-pack abs, but the royal guards can dig out 7 of them alive, and you can even see the intestines moving from the outside. Then they use a special potion to retain the one piece, and then sprinkle a special potion inside. At this moment in Qing City, everyone who was still sleeping was awakened by the sudden outbreak of the zombie tide. No one knows where these zombies came from, but they are doomed if they're not stopped quickly. Damn, where are the people? Where did they go? Damn it. Can't we just be quiet at night? This is strange. Why do so many zombies suddenly appear? Where are the people from Xinhua shelter? Didn't they say they would provide us with support? At this moment, the sudden appearance of the zombie tide caught everyone off guard. Moreover, there were many first-order mutant zombies and even second-order ones among these zombie tides. This made it even more difficult for them to resist the zombies. Boom! Boom! Just when everyone in the small shelters was despairing, flashes of fire and explosions came from behind the zombies. Then there were loud gunshots. Here they come. The fire shelter is here. Seeing the arrival of support, many people finally relaxed a lot. They knew the combat capability of Xinhua shelter and were extremely envious. Under the strong suppression of the Xinhua shelter, this zombie tide was quickly suppressed. Some of the guards who had activated the first-level gene lock even fought against the zombies with their bare hands, enjoying the ultimate pleasure of punching them in the flesh. Finally, when all the zombies were cleared, they still needed to rush to the next place. After all, there were too many places to raid this time. Then they asked the people in this small shelter to be responsible for collecting the corpse crystals and then divide them into 90% and 100% respectively. Although the people in the rescued shelter felt that 10% of corpse crystals was too little, they knew very well that if the Xinhua shelter did not come, not only would they lose the 10% of corpse crystals, but they would also lose their lives. Puff! In the Liu family shelter, Professor Zhao, who had struggled to deal with 2 first-level zombies, was punched and flew out, vomiting blood. The despair on the faces of the people who saw this scene was even greater, because the one who knocked Professor Zhao, who was invincible just now, away with one punch was a terrifying muscular zombie that was 3 meters tall. The muscles on this zombie's body were so developed that they were as hard as pieces of granite. Professor Zhao's attack couldn't even break his defense. The muscular zombie's hand was as big as 2 heads of an adult. Everyone present had no doubt that he could crush a person with one palm. Professor Zhao stared at the scene in disbelief. Hadn't he unlocked his genetic lock? Why couldn't he defeat this zombie? Just when he was doubtful, Professor Zhao felt severe pain and instantly realized that his research had not yet reached perfection. Roar! The zombie roared again, holding a large piece of concrete wall beside him, and was about to rush towards the human who had taken his punch, but was still alive. Damn it! Professor Zhao took out 2 pistols and tried to shoot the monster in the eyes or somewhere else to see if he could kill it. Boom! Boom! When the tall zombie saw that Professor Zhao still wanted to resist, he quickly ran towards him. This tall zombie ran like a titan, shaking the entire building. Snort! Professor Zhao snorted coldly, tensed all his muscles, and was ready for battle. But the next moment, several figures rushed in quickly. Then they all exerted their strength and punched the zombie in the chest. Bang! In an instant, a violent sound was heard, and the dull bang directly shook the hearts of everyone present. Professor Zhao was shocked when he saw this scene. Who are they and why are they able to repel this monster? It's the people from Xinhua Shelter. They're finally here. When Boss Lu saw the people coming and the uniforms they were wearing, he immediately shouted happily. Is it someone from the fire shelter? Professor Zhao looked at the 5 people who were fighting the tall zombie in a 50-50 battle with a puzzled expression. He could see that these 5 people had definitely activated their genetic locks. Otherwise, they would not have been able to fight the monster on equal terms. Moreover, Professor Zhao felt that these 5 people were stronger than himself. Ask yourself, even if there were 5 of you, there's no way we could fight this monster on equal terms. I was wondering why the Xinhua Shelter would collect corpse crystals. They've definitely figured out the secret of corpse crystals. And they've even researched it. Bang! Bang! Boom! With the concerted efforts of the 5 members of the guard team, the tall zombie couldn't even hit any of them with a single punch. The 5 of them dodged every punch and every attack of the monster very flexibly. However, the attacks of the 5 of them could still cause the monster to feel severe pain. As time passed, this tall zombie had many scars on its body. Roar! After fighting for a long time, the tall, muscular second-level zombie saw that the 5 people were like loaches and could not be killed or hit, so he roared and leaped outside. He broke through the wall and came out directly. Stop him! The guards immediately shouted into the headset. Boom! Outside, several armored vehicles were already waiting for the appearance of this muscular zombie. As he left the Liu family shelter, the armored vehicles waiting outside began to fire their thermal weapons with confidence. Bang! Bang! Da-da-da-da! Da-da-da-da-da! Within seconds, all the hot weapons whistling like a rainstorm attacked the tall zombie. Chapter 198. Insufficient Firepower. Under the terrifying penetrating effect of the thermal weapon, the terrifying defense of this tall, muscular zombie was like paper. Within a few seconds, its sturdy body could not withstand the penetrating attack of the thermal weapon and was beaten to pieces. Roar! The tall, muscular zombie roared in despair, then collapsed to the ground powerlessly. After being penetrated by the thermal weapons, except for the head, which was consciously protected, the rest of the body was covered with bloody holes blasted by the thermal weapons. And when the last rocket suddenly exploded in his head, this huge muscle zombie was finally solved. As this second-level muscle zombie was eliminated, the rest of the ordinary zombies were also quickly eliminated. After learning that it was safe outside, Brother Liu came outside with excitement on his face and expressed his great gratitude to the guards. Luckily, you arrived in time. If it weren't for you, everyone in the shelter would be in real danger. Thank you so much. It's okay. Since you have joined our Xinhua shelter and become our vassal, this is the benefit you should enjoy. Then, I need you to dig out all the zombie crystals here and keep 10% of the ordinary crystals for yourself as your dividends. The rest of the ordinary crystals, including those from first and second level zombies, will all be sent to the Xinhua shelter. A captain of the guard team said seriously. Of course. Once we have gathered our people, I will personally escort them there at dawn tomorrow. The guards are not afraid that they will disobey in secret. Under Jarvis's eyes, they have no privacy at all. If they really dare to hide it, it will be time to train the guards again. After giving the order, the guards were about to leave when they saw the corpses of 2 first-level zombies not far away. Did you kill those 2 zombies? The guard asked with a frown. Captain, those two were killed by a professor in my shelter. He was quite skilled, and with the help of a firearm, he was able to take down those two monsters. Brother Liu spoke. At this moment, he recalled the scene just now and was still frightened. If it weren't for Professor Zhao's sudden outburst, they might not have been able to hold on until the support from the shelter arrived. Oh, which one is Professor Zhao? The guards became interested instantly after hearing this. They could tell at a glance that the two zombies were first-level mutant zombies. Although first-level zombies could be killed with thermal weapons, ordinary people might not be able to kill a first-level zombie with all-round increased attributes, even with thermal weapons. First-level zombies are not on the same level as ordinary zombies in terms of speed or strength. Even if they are hit by guns due to carelessness, they can quickly repair themselves and recover by devouring some fresh flesh and blood. And as long as there is enough fresh blood and flesh, they can further evolve. That's him, Captain. Boss Liu immediately ran to Professor Zhao and pulled him over, his face full of excitement. Is that you? The team leader looked at Professor Zhao's thin body, his eyes revealing a gleam of light. You killed them. The team leader looked at Professor Zhao and asked calmly. Yes, it's me. Professor Zhao nodded neither humbly nor arrogantly. Bite. The team leader nodded slightly, then took out the bracelet and scanned it briefly on Professor Zhao. The bracelet emitted a blue light that quickly swept across Professor Zhao's body. Afterwards, Professor Zhao's information was known to the team leader. It seems that my guess was right. You have indeed opened the gene lock. Although it has only been opened for a short time, it can still be considered opened. The team leader asked in surprise after seeing Jarvis' skin results. Gene lock. What's that? When Boss Liu heard this word, he asked in confusion. Professor Zhao's face was full of surprise. He didn't expect that the person opposite him just scanned him lightly with the bracelet, and some of his information appeared so clearly in front of him. And because of the scan by this guard team, Professor Zhao's information was also uploaded to Jiangyu by Jarvis. Oh, have civilian forces already found someone who can unlock the genetic lock? That's pretty fast. Jiangyu looked at Professor Zhao's identity information and murmured, Sir, after comparing them, I found that although this person has unlocked the gene lock, the method used to unlock it is wrong. I have seen this method before in the 12,350 first simulation. As Jiangyu sighed, Jarvis spoke. Wrong? Why? Doesn't it look like their combat power is pretty much the same as the guards? Just now, Jiangyu also watched Professor Zhao's surveillance of dealing with the two first-level mutant zombies. Although it was not as good as the combat of the guards, don't forget that Professor Zhao was originally just a scientific researcher. It was already very good to be able to do this. After I simulated this method, I thought it was correct. However, I've extended the simulation time. When I extended the simulation time to 1 year, I found that the lifespan of people who used this method to unlock the gene lock would be greatly reduced. It can be said that the abilities they display by opening the genetic locks in this way are overdrawing and consuming their future lives. And wait until I extend the time to 2 years later. Their various body functions have been severely exhausted, and the life energy in their bodies has been converted into corpse energy. When I extended the time to 3 years, I found that they had directly turned into first-level zombies, and I also found that there were no corpse crystals in their heads. Moreover, after repeated research, I found that once the life energy in their bodies disappears, the genetic lock opened by the corpse crystal will begin to mutate the human body, causing the human body to gradually turn into a zombie body. I also found that the weaker the person, the shorter the time it takes to mutate after unlocking the gene lock through this method. According to my research and simulation records, the shortest time was only 1 week. This shows that, although corpse crystals can unlock a person's genetic lock, it is a method that walks on the edge of a knife. If the method is wrong, it will only create mutant zombies. Listening to Jarvis' words, Jiangyu understood. At this moment, he was also glad that he had Jarvis to help him simulate. Otherwise, even if he figured out how to open the gene lock, it would probably become similar to what Professor Zhao did. Okay, got it. Chapter 199. Unwilling to believe a punch to the head. In the Lin family shelter, the team leader received news from Jarvis. Then he looked at Professor Zhao and said slowly, Professor Zhao, right? I just passed your information back. After our researchers' investigation, they found that your method of unlocking the gene lock was incorrect. Please pay attention to your own research progress after returning and do not go astray. The team leader smiled slightly, then turned and left. He originally thought that Jarvis would let himself and others take this guy back to the shelter, But unexpectedly, he just gave a few simple instructions. When Professor Zhao heard that they had simply scanned the data and directly denied his scientific research, he immediately became so angry that he cursed out loud. What do you mean there's something wrong with my research? Can't you see I've unlocked my gene lock now? How could I not know if something went wrong? Could it be that you, the Xinhua Shelter, are jealous of my talent and are saying this to undermine my confidence and make me work for you? Professor Zhao sneered. After hearing this, the team leader turned around and looked at him, sneering. Just you? What kind of rotten sweet potato and bird egg do you think you are? We have at least tens of thousands of people with unlocked genetic locks in the Xinhua Shelter. Do our researchers still need to be jealous of your talent? It's funny. Our researchers were just giving you some advice because you have some talent, but you didn't appreciate it and you're spouting nonsense? The team leader looked slightly cold and spoke in a serious tone. You guys, when Professor Zhao heard that there were tens of thousands of people with unlocked genetic locks inside the Xinhua Shelter, his face was filled with shock and surprise. He thought about the awesomeness of Xinhua Shelter, but he didn't expect it to be this awesome. I'm Soda. Xiao Zhao is new here and doesn't know much. Don't mind it, brother. I apologize on his behalf. Brother Li, who was standing nearby, was stunned when he heard the conversation. He hadn't expected his brother's researchers to be so resolute, even daring to confront the people from the Xinhua Shelter. Hadn't anyone told him about the horrors of the Xinhua Shelter? Seeing that the situation was about to turn into a massacre, he immediately stood up and begged for mercy. Looking at the captain's terrifying aura suppressing him, Professor Zhao suddenly felt a chilling sense of crisis spread throughout his body. Hurry, apologize. Brother Li was almost going crazy when he saw this scene and kept holding Professor Zhao's hand and talking. Before Professor Zhao could bend down to apologize, he saw the guard who was several meters away flash to his side, and then he stretched out his left hand and punched out. Bang! Puff! Click! Brother Lu saw with his own eyes that Professor Zhao's head was smashed by the captain of the guard team with a punch, and the blood mixed with bones and brain marrow immediately splattered like a bursting balloon filled with water. Ayu. After seeing this scene, Brother Lu looked at the team leader in front of him with horror and subconsciously ignored the splattering blood. The Xinhua Shelter cannot be insulted. We kindly reminded him, but he not only didn't appreciate it, but also insulted us. Therefore, he has already decided to die. The team leader calmly wiped the blood off his hands and turned to leave. Thump! As he turned and left, Professor Zhao's body immediately fell backwards, making a loud noise. This scene was seen by everyone in the shelter. They all trembled and did not dare to express their joy of surviving the disaster, as they did just now. At this moment, they once again witnessed the bloody methods of Xinhua Shelter. Inside the base, Jiang Yu sighed helplessly after learning that Professor Zhao had died. Hey, why are there always people who are so self-confident and refuse to listen to advice? After finishing everything, the guards drove away one after another, leaving only the people in the Liu family shelter in silence. Brother Liu, why is this happening? Lao Zhang and the other four came to Professor Zhao's body, looked at Professor Zhao's headless body, and asked with horror on their faces. Brother Liu was silent for a long time and briefly recounted what had just happened. After hearing the whole process, the 5 people from Xiang City all showed anger on their faces. Just because you said something wrong, you were shot in the head? Could this Xinhua Shelter be so domineering? The 2 young and energetic men wanted to speak up to protest, but were immediately stopped by Lao Zhang and others. The guards outside haven't gone far yet. If they hear us, someone will definitely die. Lao Zhang and others said in a low voice. Stop talking. The Xinhua Shelter is not something we can contend with. The only solution now is for you to go back tomorrow and bring back the news and supplies. Leave the bodies here for now, and I'll keep them. That's all we can do. Lao Zhang and others sighed helplessly. Facing the Xinhua Shelter, they knew that even if Brother Lu's shelter was 10 times larger, it would not be able to shake the Xinhua Shelter. Afterwards, the atmosphere in the Liu family shelter became quite dull, and there was no longer the sense of relief after surviving the disaster. After collecting all the quartz crystals, Brother Liu divided them into 3 parts according to the ratio of 0.5/0.5/9. He kept 1 part for himself, let Lao Zhang and others take 1 part back, and the other part was given to the Xinhua Shelter according to regulations. The next morning, after a light sleep, Lao Zhang and his 4 companions took the supplies and corpse crystals and set off on their journey home without stopping. Xiao Wang, Xiao Lu, the 2 of you, go and put Professor Zhao's body in the basement for the time being. It's a little cooler there. It is still winter now, and the body is easier to preserve at room temperature. Good. The 2 younger brothers came to Professor Zhao, who had lost his head, looked at him with sympathy, then one carried the front and the other carried the back, and walked towards the basement. Because it was too late, and the base was short of manpower to collect corpse crystals, Professor Zhao's body was temporarily left outside. Bang! Wow, it's finally here, it's so heavy. The 2 younger brothers who finally put down the corpse rubbed their shoulders and smiled bitterly. Hey, you say Professor Zhao is so skilled. Could he have something special? One of them recalled Professor Zhao's impressive display of skills last night and spoke up. How would I know? Chapter 200, telling the truth and refusing to listen to advice. How about we look for it? If it really exists, wouldn't we rise to prominence just like the protagonist in the novel? When Xiao Lu heard this, he was stunned. Recalling Professor Zhao's battle last night, I suddenly felt that if we really found the reason why Professor Zhao became so powerful, then wouldn't they really rise, as Xiao Wang said? How about, let's take a look. Rustle and rustle. After a quick and careful search, they did not find anything on Professor Zhao's body. It can be said that he was clean. I didn't expect there was nothing there. After searching for several rounds without finding anything, their beautiful vision was shattered. Even though the 2 of them respected Professor Zhao very much at this moment, they couldn't help but curse a few times in dissatisfaction. One person got angry and casually dropped the arm that was on his shoulder. Hiss! When his arm fell freely to the ground, Xiao Wang suddenly felt a sharp pain. When he looked in the direction of the pain, he saw a small cut on the back of his left hand caused by an unknown object, and red blood was flowing out. You are such a bad luck, my goddamn uncle. Xiao Wang didn't pay much attention to it, thinking that he had accidentally touched a nail in the basement. After all, the basement was not very clean, and it only hurt for a moment, and then it stopped hurting immediately. So Xiao Wang didn't care too much, sucked the back of his hand with his mouth, and then followed Xiao Lu out of the basement. However, they did not notice that when they walked out of the basement door, Professor Zhao's body color was gradually turning blue-gray under the sunlight outside. The 2 left the basement and returned to the shelter. They wanted to report the situation to Brother Lu, but when they learned that he had already gone to the Xinhua shelter to hand in the corpse crystal, they continued to carry out their mission. On the other side, Brother Lu, who came to the Xinhua shelter with a nervous heart, lined up and waited for the corpse crystal to be handed over. Judging from the number of people in line, quite a few shelters were attacked at that time of night. Soon, it was Brother Lu's turn. The guard in charge of collecting it took a quick scan and nodded slightly. The number is correct. Thank you for your cooperation. Come on, next one. Seeing that the guards didn't say much, Brother Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Wait a minute. Just as Brother Lu was about to leave, a bodyguard stopped him. You're from the Lu family shelter, right? It's me. I wonder what's up, little brother. Brother Lu was shocked all over and looked at the big man in front of him with a smile and fear on his face. He was stronger and taller than both of them. Oh, it's nothing. The commander just told me to tell you that it's best to cremate Professor Zhao's body in your base as soon as possible. Otherwise, if anyone is accidentally injured by his body, they will turn into a zombie within a few days. You better be careful. Brother Lu was shocked when he heard the words of the guards. His first reaction was, Xinhua's shelter has gone this far? They're not even going to spare Professor Zhao's body. Although he was extremely dissatisfied in his heart, Brother Lu still spoke respectfully. Okay, I understand. Thank you for your suggestion, Commander. After saying that, Brother Lu turned and left. The guards naturally saw the unnaturalness in Brother Lu's eyes, but they didn't care. The words had been made very clear. If he encountered problems again, he should not blame others. After returning to the Lu family shelter, Brother Lu specifically asked about the abnormality of the corpse and even went to see it in person, only to find that it was still lying there intact. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, Brother Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Humph! As expected, Xinhua's shelter is exaggerating. There's clearly nothing wrong. Ahem. Cough. What's wrong, Xiao Wang? You don't look well. Inside the base, Xiao Lu, who was eating breakfast, saw Xiao Wang's slightly pale face and asked, it's okay, Brother Lu. Maybe I have a cold. Oh. On the other side, after 2 days of trekking and the loss of one person, Lao Zhang and others finally returned to the shelter. When Boss Lu from the shelter saw that he had exchanged so many supplies this time, A long-lost smile finally appeared on his face. Just when he was wondering why only 4 people came back, Lao Zhang told him with a complicated expression what he had seen and heard in the Xinhua shelter over the past few days. When they heard that someone from Xinhua shelter had actually blown Professor Zhao's head off with one punch, Boss Liu and the others were all furious. Just because he said something wrong, he killed Professor Zhao. This is intolerable. What else can we do? Boss Liu shouted with an angry face. But even though he was angry, after he learned about the power of Xinhua shelter, Boss Liu's anger was gradually extinguished by reality. It seems that revenge for Professor Zhao will be difficult in this lifetime. Even Professor Zhao, who opened the gene lock and could scare away tigers, was beaten to death with one punch. What can these people who can't even get enough food do? Boss Liu, we must avenge my teacher. The person who spoke was Professor Zhao's student, named Wang Kongming. He is a researcher who has followed Professor Zhao for several years. He respects Professor Zhao very much. Professor Zhao is like a father to Wang Kongming. Xiaoming, it's not that I don't want revenge, but we don't have the strength. You heard that the Xinhua shelter is so powerful. It's not something our small shelter can contend with. Boss Liu murmured with a face full of pain. If possible, he would also like revenge. Professor Zhao had invested so much for him, and things had finally started to improve, but now everything was gone. Who wouldn't be angry? No, I think it's possible. Ever since the teacher left, I have been researching how to unlock the gene lock. I've been using the manuals and notes left by the teacher. I think I will be able to open the gene lock soon. And once I open the gene lock, I can let everyone in the shelter open their gene locks. Wang Kongming smiled confidently. Really? Xiaoming? You can really do it? Boss Liu asked with a look of longing in his face. From Lao Zhang's description, the reason why Xinhua shelter is so powerful is inseparable from this so-called gene lock. Well, I believe I can. And as long as we all unlock the gene lock, we can also sell the method to unlock the gene lock and collect corpse crystals. While not many people know about the gene lock, we can still make a profit from the price difference.